In a lush, primeval jungle, surrounded by towering ancient trees and dense vines, a troll warrior wielding a spear walks silently among the trees, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a hissing sound broke the silence of the jungle. Shax immediately stopped, stood still, gripped his spear tightly, and stared intently at his surroundings. Before he could even move, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the dense forest ahead. Immediately afterward, a colossal demonic beast, the Black Iron Serpent, with a body measuring 35 meters long, burst forth from the forest. Wherever it passed, surrounding trees collapsed one after another. Staring at the colossal creature, Shax gasped. But he didn't panic. Instead, he quickly suppressed his emotions and gripped the spear even tighter. At that moment, the Black Iron Serpent raised its head high, poised to strike, clearly regarding him as its prey. The next moment, Shax suddenly activated the power of his bloodline. Crimson energy spread along the spear in his hand, causing the weapon to emit a layer of blood-red light. The next second, he hurled the spear with all his might, aiming it fiercely at the Black Iron Snake's head. The crimson spear transformed into a shooting star, piercing the Black Iron Snake's skull before it could even react. An agonizing roar that ripped through the sky came from the Black Iron Serpent, and then its raised upper body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Shax stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the enormous corpse, a barely suppressed joy flickering in his eyes. He was transported to this mysterious and dangerous alien world by accident, and transformed from a weak human into a troll warrior whose bloodline had awakened. In this strange world, strange beasts roam freely, and there are many different bloodlines and races, making it a perilous place. A single misstep can lead to certain death. Fortunately, the Shaksha awakened a powerful data template. As long as you kill otherworldly creatures, there is a certain probability that ash chests will drop. Opening the ash chest grants access to powerful skills and further enhances one's bloodline, continuously strengthening oneself. It was this ability that gave him hope for survival and rise in this crisis-ridden world. At this moment, Shax looked expectantly at the spot where the Black Iron Serpent had fallen, hoping to find an ash treasure chest looting from its body. Unfortunately, the death of this level 5 magical beast still yielded no loot. Shax stared at the empty ground, feeling somewhat frustrated. This was another case of empty-handed effort. The drop rate of the ash treasure chest was so low it made him question his very existence. Shax's purpose in going hunting this time was not only to hone his combat skills and improve his hunting experience, but more importantly, he hoped to take this opportunity to obtain an ash chest. However, just as Shax was about to be disappointed that killing the Black Iron Serpent had not yielded any treasure chest, Elder Genkai appeared in front of him and solemnly handed him the magic core of the level 5 magical beast, the Black Iron Serpent. You little brats, do you see that spear on the snake's head? That's the masterpiece of our spearman, Shax. This level 5 magic core, Shax's first trophy. Do you have any objections? Elder Steelk's powerful voice quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding tribesmen. After everyone understood what he said, all the trolls raised their weapons high and cheered the name of Shaksha in unison. Shax showed no fear. He reached out and steadily accepted the heavy magic core. Shax, keep it up. Don't slack off. I have faith in you. The Grand Elder patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. Shax nodded in agreement and immediately joined the team dealing with the Black Iron Serpent's corpse. Meanwhile, at the northern edge of the forest, in a natural cave beneath a rocky, hilly area, a group of creatures were quietly gathering. To be precise, they were not human, but a group of snake people. Elder Red Eyes, something terrible has happened. With an urgent shout, a graceful snake woman wriggled her tail and quickly entered the cave. What happened? Elder Red Eyes looked up, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Elder, something terrible has happened. My guardian beast is dead. Explain yourself clearly. The red-eyed elder's tone suddenly turned cold. When the snake woman Aya met his blood-red snake eyes, a chill instantly ran through her body, and she couldn't help but tremble, which also calmed her down completely. Elder, as you ordered, I released that level 5 black iron snake into the southern settlement, but just now, I suddenly lost its aura. The red-eyed elder's serpentine pupils narrowed slightly, shrinking to almost imperceptible slits. Are you sure? This snake people tribe, since being defeated in the leadership contest and driven out, has been wandering in various places. Now, with the harsh winter approaching, they have buried a large amount of survival supplies in their southern settlement. If these supplies are discovered and taken by other races, the entire tribe will likely struggle to survive the winter. The red-eyed elder pondered for a long time, then raised his eyes and swept them over the clansmen who had just woken up from their slumber in the cave. He said in a cold tone, "You all heard it. Aya's guardian beast is dead. Get ready, we'll set off first thing tomorrow morning." A hush fell over the cavern, broken only by hushed whispers. Was it those trolls? Only they could kill the Black Iron Serpent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Black Iron Serpent's territory had already been cleared away by the trolls. Its corpse had been dissected, and its flesh had been stewed and roasted, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Shax squatted by the campfire, holding two large, sizzling pieces of monster meat in each hand, roasting them with relish. "Shax, you're incredible. You actually managed to stab a spear right through a monster's mouth," Rand exclaimed. Sitting beside him was Beige. All three were newly recruited members of the clan. Especially after witnessing Shax's battle during the day, Rand and Beige were filled with admiration and envy. Shax not only killed a level 5 magical beast, but also obtained a magic core and a whole piece of precious snakeskin. The snakeskin was incredibly tough. Once made into armor, even bloodline warriors would find it difficult to penetrate. Shax listened to his two companions' praise with a smile. After all, among the trolls, there was no need for modesty in such matters. "Rand, you're doing well too. Didn't you also get a level 3 magic core?" he said, chatting with his two childhood friends with a smile, their relationship growing ever stronger. "Once the leather armor is finished, I'll share some of the remaining snakeskin with you. You can also make some armor to wear." Shax's words made Rand and Beige's eyes light up. Rand and Beige witnessed firsthand how the Grand Elder divided the snakeskin. The large piece of snakeskin that Shax obtained was enough to make a complete set of leather armor, with plenty of material left over. With the materials they have, plus a portion from Shax, they should be able to make at least one breastplate. "Shax, thank you." Shax didn't say much, just kept his head down and continued to gnaw on the roasted meat in his hand. He only stopped when his stomach was full and he started burping. The trolls were known for their enormous appetites, and in one night, nearly half of the Black Iron Serpent's body had been devoured by their tribesmen. Although Shaksha was on the shorter side of the tribe, his appetite was in no way inferior to the others. Before falling asleep, he checked his data template as usual. A subtle change jolted him awake. Name, Shaxi Mayan. Elite template, race, troll, title, Seed of Ashes, strength, 86 to 100, constitution, 100 to 100. His strength increased from 85 to 86, a small increase, but it delighted Shaxi. What caused the stats to rise? Was it due to the battle? Or because he ate too much monster meat? While overjoyed, Shaxi was also filled with doubt. If he could figure out the key to improving his data, he could grow faster and more effectively. But no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't reach a clear conclusion. "Never mind, let's go to sleep first. I'll check the data again when I wake up tomorrow. If it's gone up again, then it means it's the effect of the monster meat." Filled with anticipation, Shaxi gradually drifted off to sleep. Late at night, inside a tent, Elder Steelk sat with several troll warriors on night watch, their expressions solemn and the atmosphere oppressive. "Did those clansmen disappear around here?" The elder's voice was low, tinged with barely concealed anger. "They must have met with some misfortune," a warrior replied through gritted teeth. The faces of everyone turned grim. This area was their troll territory, and now not only had outsiders been hunting without permission, but they had also killed one of their own people, a serious provocation against the dignity of the trolls. "Were any of our tribesmen's corpses found inside the Black Iron Serpent's belly?" "Yes, but only one." The atmosphere froze again. The breathing inside the tent grew increasingly rapid, and every warrior's emotions were suppressed to the limit. In other words, the enemy isn't just one or two, but an entire force, a warrior speculated in a low voice. "Those who can command magical beasts to attack are most likely beast-taming races," another added, his voice full of vigilance. Elder Genkai lowered his head in deep thought. The boldness he displayed during the day was gone, replaced by a deep and somber expression. His purpose in leading this hunt was not merely to train the new warriors. He had two important missions on this trip. First, to train and test the newly awakened bloodline warriors. Second, to find the previously missing troll Elder Kagan and the 5-man squad led by Kagan. Currently, only the body of one member of the team has been found inside the Black Iron Serpent's belly. This not only fills Elder Steel Kai with an immense sense of crisis, but also with a profound sense of shame. First thing tomorrow morning, conduct a full-scale search of this area. There must still be clues we've missed. The next morning, Shaxi awoke in his makeshift tent. Instead of leaving immediately, he instantly opened his elite template interface. Strength, 88 to 100, agility, 76 to 100, intelligence, 85 to 100. Constitution, 100 to 100. It's gone up again. Shax's eyes flashed with excitement. His strength had jumped from 86 last night to 88, and his agility from 75 to 76. This made him almost certain that consuming the flesh and blood of high-level magical beasts could indeed effectively improve the attributes in his stats. The only thing that remained unchanged was its intelligence. Shax guessed that perhaps the Black Iron Serpent itself lacked strong mental power, or perhaps its affinity with elemental forces was inherently low. He stretched, clenched his fists, and felt an explosive power surging through his arms, filling him with energy. Every bit of improvement was real and tangible, intoxicating him. A moment later, Shax emerged from the tent. Shax, the Grand Elder has ordered us to finish breakfast and then join the team to enter the forest to continue searching this area. Rand picked up a large, glistening piece of snake meat from the campfire and handed it over, conveying the Grand Elder Gonkai's order. Shax took the meat, nodded, and indicated that he understood. This hunt was personally led by the Grand Elder, and as warriors, they naturally had to obey orders unconditionally. In less than 15 minutes, Shax followed the search party into the depths of the forest. Although it was already daylight, the black wasteland forest remained dark and oppressive. Tall, ancient trees blocked out the sun, making the area beneath the dense forest feel like night. The cold, damp air, mixed with the smell of decaying leaves, was incredibly somber. Shax gripped his spear tightly and moved forward slowly, cautiously scanning his surroundings in this primeval forest. Reaching the edge of a swamp, he noticed a thick vine extending from it. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then carefully used his spear to part the withered branches and leaves on the vine, revealing the vine itself. The more he looked at it, the more something seemed off. The vine didn't look like it had grown naturally. Rather, it seemed like it had been deliberately manipulated. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings, confirming that Rand and Backgear were patrolling to his left and right, before continuing to clear the fallen leaves around the swamp. Soon, a swampy area 10 meters in diameter came into view. 3 thick vines, arranged in a triangle, stretched deep into the swamp, making them particularly conspicuous. Hush! Shax made a signaling sound similar to birdsong and raised his right hand above his head to make a spotted gesture. Moments later, birdsong echoed from the depths of the forest, and the signal was quickly transmitted. Soon, Elder Genkai arrived at the scene with a small team. Shax, have you found anything? Shax didn't say much, pointing directly to the 3 vines embedded in the mud. The knots on the vines were clearly man-made, requiring almost no further explanation. After Elder Genkai approached and examined the area closely, his expression changed slightly. He then turned and ordered. Immediately, order the clansmen to be on alert. Any intruders must be killed without exception. As soon as the order was given, birdsong echoed again from the depths of the forest and was quickly relayed. Immediately afterward, the elder, along with 2 warriors, approached the vines, and the 3 of them began to pull together. However, the vines did not budge even with the strength of just the 3 of them. After a few short bird calls, 5 more warriors arrived from the dense forest, and together with Shax, a total of 9 people pulled on the vines. Half an hour later, 3 thick vines were finally slowly pulled out of the mud. To everyone's astonishment, the vines were bound with tightly sealed packages, neatly and heavily hauled out. Everyone was stunned. The appearance of these packages was clearly beyond anyone's expectations. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The vines were completely pulled out, revealing all the packages on the ground. Elder Gonkai's gaze sharpened, and he coldly ordered, "Open them." Chapter 7 Survival Supplies, Snake Man Pursuit. Elder Steel Kai opened the first package, and a pile of smoked monster jerky wrapped in leaves rolled out, stunning the surrounding trolls. Elder Genkai then opened the second package, revealing a pile of sealed, high-grade magical beast pelts, their glossy sheen drawing eager glances from the crowd. The third package contained a considerable number of small bags of magic cores, causing the scene to erupt in excitement. Next, the 2 largest packages were also opened, revealing neatly arranged bows and arrows and a batch of small snakeskin armor, seemingly the treasure of a small tribe. From food and magic cores to weapons and equipment, these supplies were all essential for survival in the wilderness. Shax frowned as he stared at the small snakeskin armor and guessed, "These belong to the snake people?" Elder Genkai snorted. Besides those snake-playing guys, who else would raise black iron snakes as guards? Before he could finish speaking, a troll rushed over, his face full of anxiety. Elder Qui-Gon's personal weapon and leather armor have been found in these packages. Upon hearing this, The first elder pushed aside his men and rushed forward. Sure enough, he saw the familiar giant axe, Qui-Gon's personal weapon. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he roared, "Snake Man, you're asking for death." Shax stood beside him, his expression grave. Although snake men were skilled at controlling snakes, they were far inferior to trolls in close combat. Suddenly his expression changed, realizing that they might have already been exposed. "Elder, we were probably spotted the moment we started killing the snake. We can't stay here any longer." Gang Kai was silent for a moment, then ordered, "Everyone prepare, take all supplies, and evacuate immediately back to Crocodile Turtle Valley." Upon hearing this, the trolls shouted in unison and quickly shouldered their packs. For the trolls, this burden was nothing. Even Shax was given a whole bag of magic cores. Because of Shax's warning, the troll warriors swiftly withdrew from the Black Iron Serpent's territory. Meanwhile, at the edge of the swamp where the treasure was hidden, the snake people had quietly appeared, examining the destroyed vine remains one by one. A snake woman squatted on the ground, saying sadly, "Elder, little Black's bones have been found, but they were all chewed to pieces." The red-eyed elder's gaze was somber. He said nothing, only staring at the chaotic scene before him. He asked in a low voice, "Akasha, can you track the enemy's scent?" Akasha flicked out his scarlet forked tongue. "Yes, they went south." The red-eyed elder's face darkened. "That must have been done by the trolls. Pursue them." The Snake Man team moved swiftly, with Akasha in the lead, locking onto the trail of Shax and the others, and giving chase at top speed. On the other side, Shax kept looking back as he walked, constantly feeling that something was quietly following them. He quietly approached Elder Gankai and whispered, "We need to send a few people to set traps, erase traces, and mislead the enemy." The elder did not respond immediately, but silently observed Shax. After a moment, he let out a distinctive bird call, and 3 warriors quickly approached. The elder uttered only 3 words: "Trap, clean up, misdirection." The 3 immediately unloaded their packs and disappeared into the dense forest. Immediately afterward, the elder tossed Shax a heavy bag of dried meat. "When you get back, you can choose one of these 2 bags to keep for yourself." Shax grinned and gladly accepted it, feeling very satisfied with this recognition. After the 3 warriors moved, Shax's unease lessened considerably. Just then, a thick, bowl-sized, sharp log shot out from the darkness, accurately pinning a snake man to death, splitting his body in half. The red-eyed elder's face turned ashen. Along the way, they had fallen into numerous traps and been misled by scents, taking many unnecessary detours. If it weren't for Akasha's keen sense of smell, they probably would have been completely fooled long ago. "Stop!" the red-eyed elder roared. He realized that the traps along the way were not a coincidence, but rather someone had deliberately set them up to prevent their advance. The enemy had not yet appeared, but their own side had already suffered several casualties. If they continued to pursue, the consequences would be unimaginable. He took the serpentine horn from his chest and blew it gently, producing a deep, resonant sound. Immediately afterward, a massive black-backed serpent burst from the ground and appeared before the dense forest. "Blackback, break the road." The giant black-backed serpent roared, whipping its tail and sweeping away all the trees and traps in its path. "Continue the pursuit." The snake people launched another attack, chasing the giant black-backed serpent at full speed. On the other side, the Grand Elder, who was walking at the head of the group, suddenly stopped and frowned as he looked back at the desolate black forest. Shax immediately guessed the reason and whispered, "They've caught up." The Grand Elder didn't speak, but simply nodded. He blew a bird's call again, and this time 8 tribesmen put down their packs, changed into their weapons, and rejoined the group. He looked at Shax and asked in a deep voice, "Do you dare to stay and help us stop those snake people? To avenge Elder Kagan and buy time for the tribesmen?" Shax didn't speak, but simply took off his backpack and accepted the 2 javelins from his tribesmen. Yura. This Yura was his most resolute response. Chapter 8: Ambush and Fierce Battle, Troll Blood. The light in the jungle was dim, but even so, the black-backed giant serpent cutting through the path was still clearly visible. This scene made the trolls hidden around all look solemn. Traps would be ineffective against a serpent of this level. Elder Gang Kai didn't say much. Demonic runes surged from his body. His blood energy erupted, and he seemed to swell up. With a roar, he launched a surprise attack on the black-backed giant serpent like a ferocious beast, aiming straight for its heart. Meanwhile, Shax lay in ambush in a dark, dense forest, spear in hand, silently awaiting the most lethal opportunity to strike. Following the Elder's attack, the other trolls also launched their assault from different directions, heading straight for the serpent people's rear. A sudden rain of arrows fell, and the snake men reacted swiftly, instantly engaging the trolls in battle. A fierce fight erupted in the dark forest. Shax remained unmoved, calmly observing the battle, waiting for the moment that could change the tide of war. At that moment, a deafening roar came from ahead. The black-backed giant snake's tail swept out, clashing head-on with Elder Steelclad's spiked club. The next instant, the giant tail was smashed, leaving a bloody hole, but the Elder was also jolted back several steps, his attack halted. Just then, a whooshing sound rang out as Shax's heavy spear pierced the black-backed giant serpent's heart with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to howl in agony and convulse. "Well done!" Elder Genkai roared, his spiked club once again enveloped in blood mist as he continued his relentless assault. With a heavy blow, the spiked club slammed into the giant snake's belly, smashing through another chunk of flesh, seemingly about to strike a vital spot. But the dying giant snake launched a frenzied counterattack, its tail sweeping across and its snout bristling, lunging at the Grand Elder in a double attack. Shax struck again, his spear piercing the air and penetrating deep into the snake's skull, a potentially fatal blow. Although the snake's head attack was neutralized, its massive tail still struck Elder Genkai, sending him flying and spraying blood. At this moment, the red-eyed Elder and Akasha finally made their move, taking advantage of Steel Kai's serious injury to quickly attack, attempting to exploit the situation. Shax, hidden in the dense forest, sharpened his eyes and unleashed two spears in quick succession, precisely blocking their attacks and buying the Grand Elder a moment to catch his breath. "Akasha, go and kill that one hiding in the forest," the red-eyed Elder roared. Akasha grinned and agreed. Then with a flick of his snake tail, he charged toward the dense forest where Shax was, his movements unpredictable and incredibly fast. Shax remained calm, throwing several spears in succession to create a crisscrossing blocking formation, attempting to seal off the opponent's path. However, Akasha was agile and moved with unpredictable movements, tracing a wavy path and skillfully avoiding all attacks. Shax exhaled softly, understanding that a spear might not be effective against this type of agile enemy. Close combat would be necessary. He gripped the spear in his right hand, his murderous aura surging, his bloodlust spreading instantly as he unleashed his killing intent without reservation. Without hesitation, he activated his bloodline power, Troll Blood. In an instant, his entire body fur turned blood red, dark red demonic energy swirled around him, and his killing intent surged like a tide. He roared, "Kill!" and burst forth from the shadows like a ferocious beast, pouncing towards Akasha. Because Shax had been hiding in the darkness, Akasha hadn't noticed anything amiss, and this attack was practically a sneak attack. By the time he felt the oppressive aura emanating from ancient times, it was already too late. Upon entering his troll form, Shax's combat power surged, instantly surpassing the elite template and establishing a rank-based advantage over Akasha. Akasha didn't even have time to react before Shax was impaled on a spear by Shax. With a swing of the spear, his corpse flew off, lifeless. Shax didn't stop, charging into the snake people's ranks, killing almost every enemy with a single spear thrust, leaving them utterly helpless. Halfway through the battle, Shax looked down and saw that the ground was entangled in stone dust, binding his steps. "Petrification spell?" He scoffed softly, his demonic blood surging, shattering the petrification restraints on his feet. Looking up, he saw several sorcerers in the back row of the snake, people praying and casting spells. Shax's gaze was icy as he leaped up like a cheetah. Within moments, the sorcerers fell one after another. No one could stop his charge. Just as Shax was engrossed in the carnage, Elder Genkai's voice rang out. "Shax, let's go." Shax then realized that he had almost let the thrill of killing overwhelm his reason. After regaining his senses, he quickly retreated, killing another escaped sorcerer along the way, before rejoining the retreating group. At this moment, the snake men began to counterattack, preparing to give chase, but were forcibly stopped by the red-eyed Elder. "Come back, don't chase." The red-eyed Elder's sharp voice interrupted the snake men's impulsiveness. "The black-backed giant snake is dead, and there's most likely an ambush ahead. Chasing after them will only lead to your death." He ordered a retreat from the troll territory, which greatly displeased the snake people, especially given their heavy losses in the recent bloody battle. "We've only just killed half the trolls, and we have to retreat," some snake people said, their faces full of resentment. The red-eyed Elder's expression was icy. "I said retreat, and that's it. Do you really want to fight these lunatics to the bitter end?" He knew perfectly well that without the support of magical beasts, the snake men were no match for the trolls in close combat. Not to mention himself, He hadn't even gained the upper hand in his fight against the injured Grand Elder. Elder, Akasha has been killed. Aya has been captured too. Cries of agony rang out from the crowd, making the red-eyed Elder's face even more grim. He gritted his teeth and said, "We'll remember this grudge." With that, he turned and left the dense forest, and the snake people followed suit, quietly retreating into the depths of darkness. Chapter 9 Ash Chest successfully returned. Deep in the dense forest, rapid breathing and footsteps echoed, making the retreating troll army appear extremely disheveled. Shaksha, supporting the heavily injured Elder Steelk, followed at the back of the group, his expression remaining grave. The battle came at a great cost. Of the 12 troll warriors who went to ambush the snake people, less than half remain. The rest are all wounded. Even a hero like Elder Steelk has been poisoned by snake venom and is extremely weak. Don't stop. Keep going forward. The smell of blood will attract monsters, the weakened elder whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, the trolls, who had originally wanted to rest, dared not delay any longer. Shuxi glanced at the 4 surviving warriors, their bodies covered in arrow wounds, but thankfully the secret medicine was still controlling the bleeding. Slow down a bit. But don't stop, Shuxi continued, suggesting a safer retreat that would ensure their safety and prevent them from being caught by pursuers. Elder Genkai looked at Shuxi's now tall and blood-red figure, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You've awakened the blood of a troll? Yes, Elder. Very good, cultivate diligently. Upon hearing the confirmation, Shuxi simply nodded without saying anything more, and instead opened his data panel to check his current status. Name, Shuxi Mayan, Elite Template, Race, Troll, Title, Seed of Ashes, Ash Treasure Chest, 1. Strength, 176 to 100, Agility, 152 to 100, Intelligence, 170 to 100, Constitution, 200 to 100, Skills, 1. Spear Mastery, Advanced 2. Spear Throwing 3. Troll Blood, Basic. Upon seeing the newly appeared Ash Chest, Shuxi's face broke into a long-lost smile. It turned out the chest, dropped after defeating the Snake Man Akasha, had been automatically added to his inventory by the system. The doubled attribute data also proved that Troll Blood truly did indeed provide the full attribute enhancement he had expected. Just as he was immersed in his own growth, he heard the Elder's slightly teasing voice. Is that your spoils of war? Shuxi was taken aback, turned his head to look at the spear on his shoulder, and immediately understood what he meant. It turned out that the petite snake woman, Aya, was still clinging to the spear, not quite dead, but merely unconscious. Upon closer inspection, the spot where the spear pierced her was petrified, which had unexpectedly saved her life. Shuxi's eyes narrowed, and he was about to finish off the snake woman when the Grand Elder stopped him. Don't kill her. You might be able to get some useful information out of her. Shuxi nodded. Since she wasn't heavy, he decided to keep her around. The journey that followed was surprisingly peaceful, with no monsters to harass them and no snake men to pursue them. Half a day later, Shuxi and his group finally rejoined the main force ahead, and then rushed back to Crocodile Turtle Valley overnight. Chieftain Grell was there early with his men to greet them, and when he saw that the group had been reduced to almost half its original size, his face immediately darkened. Inside the tent, Elder Genkai had fallen into a coma, and a shaman elder was anxiously treating his injuries. Shaksha, tell me in detail what happened. Facing his elder brother Grell, who was the clan leader, Shaksha calmly began to recount the entire incident. From the discovery of the snake man hiding supplies to the detachment's operation, and then to the black-backed giant snake's attack and the snake venom attack, everything was explained clearly. The 4 surviving soldiers also added details, quickly piecing together the entire incident clearly and completely. The elders were filled with righteous indignation, and the atmosphere instantly erupted. The snake people are too arrogant. They even dared to kill Elder Kue Gang. They dared to step into our territory. Unforgivable. Chieftain, mobilize. We must wipe them out. That's right, blood for blood. The blood of the trolls cannot be shed in vain. Revenge. For Elder Quirgon. For our fallen kin. The crowd in the tent was filled with righteous indignation, but Chieftain Grell simply raised his hand high, suppressing his rage. Calm down. Our blood cannot be shed in vain, and our revenge must be taken. But before that, we must understand the enemy's strength and weaknesses, and we cannot attack rashly. Wait for the Grand Elder to wake up, then convene the Elder Council, mobilize all forces, and make a decision. Grell's calmness brought peace back to the scene, and even the most hot-tempered warriors could only suppress their anger for the time being. After finishing their business, Grell walked up to Shaksha and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. You didn't let me down. From today onwards, you are our true troll warrior." Shaksha smiled in response, and the two gave each other a symbolic hug, deepening their brotherly bond. "Oh right, I also brought back a survivor." He pointed to the spear, and everyone then noticed that the snake woman was still hanging there. Grell and the elders' eyes lit up, and they immediately ordered her to be taken away for imprisonment and interrogation. Shuxi, however, had lost all interest. That day, he had endured a bloody battle, awakening, a powerful foe, and a long retreat. His strength was completely exhausted. All he wanted now was a good night's sleep. Chapter 10 Wizard Black Flame, Floating in the Void. The next day, Shuxi slept exceptionally soundly, perhaps because he had finally returned to the familiar valley, and his body and mind were relaxed. Rand's shouts came from outside the tent, loud and slightly naive, waking Shuxi from his deep sleep. He rolled over, rubbed his eyes, and sat up, muttering to himself, "Don't let your guard down too much. If something really happens one day, no one will remind you." Before Rand's shouting had stopped, Shaxi simply responded helplessly, "Wake up, wake up. If you keep yelling, the whole valley will wake up." Rand outside chuckled, seemingly realizing that his voice was a bit too loud. Yesterday, Rand and Beige only carried heavy loads and didn't experience any bloody battle, so they recovered quickly and even had the energy to go find girls for some intimacy last night. A moment later, Shax came out of the tent, looked at Rand, and raised an eyebrow. "Coming to see me so early in the morning. Is there some good news?" Rand smiled like a child. "The chieftain told us to go collect the hunting party's reward distribution. Hurry up." Shuxi nodded, so that's what it was about. Although the battle was fierce, the supplies gathered from the snake people were extremely abundant, and every participant received a share. Especially Shuxi, whose 2 packages contained quite a few magic cores, which could be considered his first pot of gold. The two headed together to the storeroom deep in the valley, and within 10 minutes, Shuxi received his spoils. The storeroom elder handed him 3 packages, containing dried meat, snakeskin, and magic cores respectively. "Shuxi, this is what you deserve. Keep up the good work. We all have high hopes for you." Shuxi smiled and thanked him politely, but his expression was calm, lacking the barely suppressed excitement of Rand. He pondered to himself that the Grand Elder should have already woken up, otherwise these rewards wouldn't have been distributed so quickly. So instead of immediately returning to his tent, he turned and went to the Wizard Black Flame's tent. "Elder Black Flame, Shuxi requests an audience." "Enter." Black Flame didn't make things difficult, and his attitude was quite friendly, clearly already knowing who the visitor was. Black Flame was both a member of the Elders' Council and the tribe's most skilled armorer. Most people who sought him out came to forge equipment. Shuxi didn't waste any words, directly handing over the snakeskin. "Could you make a full suit of armor? A bit larger, please." Black Flame glanced at him questioningly, since the height of an adult troll was generally fixed. Shuxi explained that his size increased when he transformed, and Black Flame immediately understood. "If you want the best, you'll have to leave half a bag of jerky." Shuxi didn't hesitate and left more than half without even frowning. "Come back in half a month to pick it up." After He Yin finished speaking, he meant to show him the door. Shuxi tactfully got up, took his leave, and left. In a good mood, he returned to his tent and immediately noticed several pieces of high-quality animal hides by the door, probably a gift from his companions. His performance in battle earned him recognition, and his strength naturally won respect, a consistent style of the trolls. After drawing the curtain, Shaksha sat before his pack, opening the remaining half-sack of dried meat, his reserve rations. The other bag of magic cores was the real treasure, his future capital. He began to sort and count the magic cores, categorizing them one by one. After the count was completed, 3 neat piles of magic cores were placed in front of him. 100 level 3 magic cores, 80 level 4 magic cores, and 20 level 5 magic cores. Seeing the neatly arranged quantities, Shuxi immediately understood that the bag of magic cores had been reorganized. It was even quite possible that the warehouse elders had specially replenished the quantity to make up a round number, demonstrating their high regard for him. In the troll tribe, magic cores were worthless. Most people preferred jerky and furs. Without a stable trading area and a safe production environment, magic cores were naturally of little use. This explained why Elder Black Flame preferred jerky to the magic core. Shuxi steadied himself, carefully storing the magic core away, knowing this was just the beginning, and he would gain much more in the future. Then he opened the data panel, preparing to do something more important, open the ash chest. Shuxi focused, and a dark gray chest appeared in his hand. With a thought, the chest turned to ash and vanished. The next moment, a scroll appeared in his hand. Void levitation type, martial arts scroll description, Tear this scroll to learn a movement-type martial art, void levitation. Looking at the scroll, Shax's mind conjured up the image of Akasha, and a thought struck him. Could this be the same movement technique he used? Without much thought, he tore the scroll to shreds without hesitation, then turned his attention to the interface. Name, Shaxi Mayan, Elite Template. Title, Seed of Ashes, Strength, 88 to 100, Agility, 76 to 100, Intelligence, 85 to 100, Constitution, 100 to 100. Skills, 1. Advanced Spear Mastery 2. Spear Throwing 3. Basic Troll Blood 4. Intermediate Void Levitation Martial Skill Void Levitation. Increases movement speed by 50% when activated, and has a chance to increase additional agility after mastering it. Shax frowned. The panel data didn't change directly, but seeing the sentence, chance to increase agility, he felt relieved. This meant that even if he reached the template limit, he could break through it through hard work. Chapter 11 Alchemy Potions, Mind Contract. Gazing at the data panel, Shaxi fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He was now an adult, capable of hunting magical beasts and vying for resources on his own. It was time to strive for higher goals. The most important thing right now was to maximize his attribute data and push the elite template to its limit. When his stats reach their peak, he'll begin to push for the hero template and truly join the ranks of the strong. These improvements require a significant investment of resources, whether it's potions, skill scrolls, or equipment materials. But Kashi isn't anxious. He has an advantage that others don't have, the Ash platform. This platform was a privilege reserved for Ash seeds, allowing for both communication and trading. Before adulthood, he most enjoyed browsing its treasures. Now, with a magic core in hand, it was time to put his skills to the test. After searching the platform for a while, he spotted an item he had been eyeing, the Bloodline Alchemy Elixir. This is an alchemical potion for purifying bloodlines, with a certain probability of making the bloodline stronger and even potentially causing mutation. The price is 10 level 3 magic cores, and Shax placed the order without hesitation. After the transaction was completed, he continued browsing and soon saw another item he had long desired, the Mind Contract Technique. This was a skill scroll that could bind a mind partner. In the past, he could only look at it but not buy it. But now he had finally collected enough level 5 magic cores. This time, he acted decisively, without haggling or hesitation, buying it instantly. With the scroll in hand, Shaxi immediately tore it up, gaining the Mind Contract skill. During his subsequent search, he found items he liked that he couldn't afford, and those he could afford he couldn't use, so Shaxi simply logged off the Ashes platform. He carefully stored away the Bloodline Alchemy Potion, planning to use it that evening. Now wasn't the time. Stepping out of his tent, he headed towards the Bloodline Warrior quarters, where campfires always burned and half-cooked monster meat roasted. His arrival attracted the attention of several old trolls, especially his neighbor Sadler, the former warrior. Shaksha, you've come at the right time. The snake meat's just cooked. Hey, Sadler troll, your complexion is sharper than your giant axe. Shaxi smiled and leaned closer, casually picking up a piece of snake meat and taking a big bite, eating with relish. After a few bites, he asked while still eating, Sadler troll, I'm preparing to enter the demon cave. Do you have any suggestions? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the expressions of the old trolls became complicated. Everyone knew that Sadler once possessed an abyssal war beast, which later perished in the dark tide. That loss plunged him from glory into obscurity, leaving him devastated and unable to rise again. Old Sadler looked down at the campfire, silent, his eyes filled with melancholy. Shaxi didn't press further. He had only been testing the waters, but unexpectedly, he had touched a raw nerve. After eating until he was about 80 full, he got up to take his leave. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a deep voice behind him. Shaxi, if you really enter the demon's lair, don't hold back. Show whatever power you have. Shaxi paused, turned around to look at Sadler who hadn't turned around, and replied thoughtfully, Thank you for your guidance. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Chief Gerald's tent. After he left, the campfire returned to its lively atmosphere, though the old trolls couldn't help teasing Sadler. The same old tricks again. When have you ever fooled the younger generation like this? I think war beasts aren't about skill, they're all about luck. Old Sadler ignored them, his gaze still fixed on the flames, muttering to himself, Hopefully this kid will listen. Arriving at Grell's tent, Shaksha wasn't too reserved, as it was just a casual visit. So, kid, have you taken a fancy to any of the girls in the tribe? Shaksha shook his head immediately. At 1.9 meters tall, he was nothing special among the trolls. The female trolls were all over 2 meters. Even if he liked one, she might not like him back. Chapter 12 Attribute Enhancement. Proposing to a succubus. Shax's elder brother, Grell, frowned slightly, his expression showing a hint of awkwardness. Logically, a bloodline warrior like Shax should have unmarried female trolls coming to his tent long ago, but there wasn't a single woman in his tent yet. Even Grell was surprised that Shax could awaken his bloodline. His stronger brothers had all collapsed in the baptismal cave, none of them able to emerge. Grell hadn't held much hope for Shax, but the boy had actually walked out of the cave. After a long period of contemplation, Grell finally spoke tentatively. Shaxi, how about I take a group to the Succubus clan sometime and propose marriage for you? Shaxi didn't answer directly after hearing this, but narrowed his eyes, pondering thoughtfully. After a long while, he stared at Grell and asked seriously, is it a marriage alliance or a political marriage? The difference between the two is huge. A marriage alliance signifies a lower status for the trolls, a subservience to the succubi. A formal marriage, however, places them on equal footing, with both races having equal status. Grell paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. Of course, a formal marriage. You have good taste, buddy. He then winked at Shax, his tone teasing. So, how about it? Are you interested in some alluring succubus girls? Shax replied, I have no problem. I'd also like to see a race that combines allure and unwavering loyalty. Shax was unashamed when it came to women. In the troll race, the number of women one had represented status and honor. To become stronger and gain more prestige, one needed to have more women. Upon hearing this, Grell laughed heartily. All right, it's settled then. Next time we hunt, I'll personally go to the Succubus clan to discuss this marriage properly. Shax nodded in agreement, not continuing the topic, but turning to something more of a concern. Brother Grell, when will the Abyss Demon Cave open? Upon hearing this, Grell's smile vanished, and his expression instantly turned serious. 3 days later, his tone also deepened as he looked at Shaxi and advised, it's very dangerous there, comparable to the baptism cave. You're a bloodline warrior now. You don't necessarily have to take this risk. But Shax's gaze remained firm. Brother, I also want to become stronger, just like you. The Abyss Demon Cave is my chance. I must go. Maybe it can double my strength. Grell looked at his youngest brother, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and nodded emphatically. Good. You truly are my brother, Grell. I support you. The two brothers smiled at each other. After receiving confirmation, Shaxi didn't linger in the tent. He circled the valley before returning to his camp. It was late autumn, the days were growing shorter, and winter was fast approaching. He needed to seize the time to improve himself. As night fell, Shaxi took out the bottle of pale green bloodline gold elixir and drank it down without hesitation. At first, there was no reaction. It slid into his stomach like ordinary water. But soon, the liquid suddenly burned like fire inside him, causing unbearable pain all over his body. To suppress the excruciating pain, he immediately activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, doubling all his attributes, barely managing to endure it. Even so, Shaxi still collapsed from exhaustion around midnight, falling into a coma. As dawn broke, the valley was already bustling with activity. The trolls had begun their martial arts practice and duels early in the morning, and the noise roused Shax from his unconsciousness. He opened his eyes, his mind replaying everything from the previous night. Without rushing to get up, he first examined the changes in his body. His limbs were light, his muscles taut, and he could feel the explosive power in his fists, a power that fascinated him. Shaxi quickly opened the data panel. The next second, a smile bloomed on his face. Name, Shaxi Mayan, Elite Template, Race, Troll, Title, Seed of Ash, Title Description, an existence awakened after the Great Annihilation. Killing otherworldly creatures has a chance to drop Ash treasure chests that can only be seen by him. Strength, 98 to 100 Agility, 86 to 100 Intelligence, 95 to 100 Constitution, 100 to 100 Skills. 1. Advanced Spear Mastery 2. Spear Throwing, Spear Mastery Branch. 3. Intermediate Bloodline Skill, Troll Blood, transforms into an ancient troll, increasing all attributes by 3 times until stamina is depleted. 4. Advanced Martial Art, Void Levitation 5. Rare Skill, Mind Contract, can contract a mind partner, gaining attribute bonuses. Seeing these numbers, Shaxi was overjoyed. This was a huge windfall. He had been somewhat looking forward to this potion, but he was also worried about potential problems. After all, it was a probabilistic enhancement potion with many uncertainties. But now, his strength, agility, and intelligence had all increased by a full 10 points. This leap was simply astonishing. He eagerly jumped off the bed twice, and sure enough, he jumped higher and more easily than before. Looking at the data on the control panel, Shakespeare's mood improved. In his view, strength is the body's explosive power and the ability to control the limbs. Agility is related to reaction speed and running ability. Intelligence, although he didn't fully understand it, was most likely related to mental strength and magic. Of course, the biggest surprises didn't stop there. His core skill, Troll Blood, also evolved from beginner to intermediate. Originally, it only doubled his attributes, but now it tripled them. This improvement is simply outrageous. Not to mention the newly added skill, Mind Contract. This is a rare skill that allows him to form partnerships and gain attribute bonuses. Chapter 13 Snake Woman Aya, with a slender snake waist. Shaxi was in high spirits, stepping out of the tent and heading straight for the bustling arena. In the center of the arena, the bloodline warrior Rand was fighting a troll from a hunting party, wielding his axe with incredible speed and imposing presence. Well done, Rand. Teach him a lesson. Dodge that move. Give him a spinning slash. Shakshi watched with great interest and couldn't help but join in the shouts of cheering for Rand with the surrounding tribesmen. Just as he was getting excited, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Shakshi, the chieftain wants to see you. He has something to discuss. He turned around and saw Feller, a tall man and also a bloodline warrior, who was one of his brother Grell's subordinates. He's looking for me. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Shaxi asked, puzzled. Feller shook his head. I don't know either. The chieftain just told me to inform you. Shaxi nodded, then turned and shouted to Rand. Whirlwind. Double strike. Take him down in one go. Only after shouting this did his fighting spirit subside slightly. Deep within the Crocodile Turtle Valley, inside the chieftain's tent, Shaksha entered. Besides his elder brother Grell, Elder Genkai was also present. Shaksha, come quickly, sit here. Before Grell could even speak, the elder greeted him with a loud, warm voice. Grell simply smiled and didn't object. After Shaxi sat down, he drank several large bowls of fruit wine before Grell slowly spoke. I called you here today to confirm your bloodline skills. Genkai said your awakened bloodline is extraordinary. Can you transform and show us right now? Shaxi didn't say much, but directly activated Troll Blood. In an instant, his whole body turned blood red, and his eyes flashed with bloodlust and savage light. Grell and Elder Genkai immediately rose and examined him closely. It is indeed pure troll blood, extremely powerful. Genkai exclaimed. I told you long ago, if this bloodline weren't so potent, he wouldn't have performed so well in the battle against the snake people that day, Genkai added with a smile. Grell nodded and lightly punched Shikshita's chest with his fist. All right, stop transforming. Shikshita didn't say a word, withdrew his bloodline power, and his body returned to normal. Grell looked at his younger brother, his expression turning serious. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Shaksha, with your current bloodline, ordinary succubi are no longer worthy of you. Next hunt, I plan to personally go to the Succubus clan to propose marriage to the royal family on your behalf. What do you say? Shaksha shrugged, his face indifferent. Do as you please. Seeing that his brother had no objections, Grell finally smiled with satisfaction. Once the marriage was successful, the royal bloodline of the Succubus would marry into the troll race, becoming their legitimate wife. But this also meant that, from then on, Shaksha would no longer have the power to choose his legitimate wife, and must make her his principal wife to show respect for the Succubus race. After finishing their business, Grell took a contract scroll from the table and handed it to Shaxi. This is for you. Shaxi took the scroll, glanced at it, and raised an eyebrow. A slave contract? Grell smiled and nodded. That snake woman is still alive. The interrogation is over. She has signed a slave contract. From today onwards, she is yours. At his command, a troll warrior led a slender figure into the tent. Shaksha looked up. It was the snake woman. The girl had delicate features. Her pale purple snake tail coiled on the ground, her purple eyes filled with fear, and her expression cautious. Take her back, Grell whispered. Shaxi nodded, walked up to the snake woman, and looked down at her. From now on, you are my slave. Come with me. Yes, master. The snake woman replied in a voice barely audible. Shaxi was satisfied, a smirk playing on his lips, and turned to leave the tent. The snake woman, named Aya, hesitated for a moment before following him out. Inside the tent, Elder Genkai watched their retreating figures and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! This snake woman wouldn't be the first woman in Shaxi's tent, would she? His words carried a hint of jest. It was common knowledge that snake people women, before ascending to Medusa status, could not unite with other races. It seems so. Grell also smiled knowingly, his laughter tinged with teasing. Shaxi led Aya back to his tent. This will be your residence from now on. Understood, master, Aya replied softly. Fortunately, The tent was secluded, and Shuxi heard everything clearly. He glanced at the distinct mark on Aya's forehead, the magical rune symbolizing her slave status, indicating she was completely subservient. "What's your name?" "Aya, master." Shuxi nodded, staring at her slightly swaying snake tail. "A good name, Aya it is." "Thank you, master." He paid no heed to Aya's gratitude, pointing instead to a wooden crate in the corner of the tent. "There's dried meat inside, and clean water outside. You're in charge of my meals. Cooking and starting the fire are all your responsibility." "Yes, master." "Then go and prepare them. I want roasted meat for lunch." Aya accepted the order and immediately set to work. Shax lay back on the animal skin, watching her come and go, and suddenly thought that this kind of life wasn't so bad, provided that nothing strange happened outside the valley. However, looking at Aya's swaying snake tail, he also realized a problem. Although this snake woman was obedient, she couldn't satisfy certain practical needs for the time being. Because she hadn't yet become Medusa, her snake tail couldn't transform into legs, meaning she couldn't have sexual intercourse. "Medusa, Aya," Shaksha murmured, as if plotting something far into the future. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep on the animal skin. "Master, dinner is ready." About 2 hours later, a soft voice called out, waking Shuxi. He opened his eyes and saw Aya, standing quietly beside him. He suddenly reached out and put his arm around her slender waist. "Aya, keep it up. I look forward to the day you evolve into Medusa." After saying that, he gently lifted her chin with his fingertips, smiled, and pinched it. Then he laughed and stepped out of the tent. Chapter 14 Abyss Demon Cave, Abyss Cold Spider. 3 days later, Grell successfully broke the ancestral seal. Subsequently, 5 bloodline warriors from the troll race crossed the depths of the valley and entered the mysterious place known as the Abyss Cavern. This place is the habitat of countless abyssal monsters, extremely dangerous, and legend has it that an indescribable terrifying being lurks in its deepest part. However, the place that Shuxi stepped into was only a small branch of it. Despite being just a branch, this place is filled with all sorts of strange plants with dark attributes. If they are lucky enough, the trolls can tame a magical beast here to use as their war beast, which will greatly enhance their combat power. Shuxi's goal for this trip was very clear. He came to find his own abyssal war beast. This is why he spared no expense to purchase the mind contract technique. As soon as he stepped into the abyss, Shuxi felt the oppressive atmosphere and darkness of this land. He gripped his spear tightly, marveling at the darkness of the place, which even made the trolls, who were born with night vision, uncomfortable. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt a slight tremor under his feet. Shuxi reacted extremely quickly, leaping away from where he stood. The next second, the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and a giant maggot's head burst out of the ground. These maggots have no facial features, only a large mouth covered with sharp spikes, which is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Without hesitation, Shuxi's spear flew out instantly, pinning the maggot's head to the ground. The soil shook violently, and the maggots struggled incessantly. Shuxi then drew out a second spear and plunged it in. The maggots finally stopped moving, and after confirming that they were completely dead, Shax carefully approached to examine them. He cautiously struck the beast a few times with his spear before bending down to examine it. This thing was about 3 meters long, completely black, and looked like a wriggling worm of rotting flesh. It was nauseating to look at. He cracked open the skull, only to find there wasn't even a magic core inside. Not even a magic core. This is so stingy. Shuxi couldn't help but complain. However, before he could think too much about it, the ground around him began to shake at the same time. The commotion made his expression change, and he immediately judged the safest direction and turned to run. Only a quarter of an hour after they escaped, the sound of countless monsters tearing and biting came from behind them, making their scalps tingle. Shuxi knew without turning around that it was the legendary abyssal worm swarm. The thought of swarms of maggots tearing and devouring each other is utterly disgusting. After being relieved to have escaped a disaster, he continued forward and finally came to a hilly area composed of rocky hills. As soon as he stepped into this area, a strange chill swept over him, making him shiver involuntarily. As a troll, he was not afraid of the cold, but this chill was clearly abnormal. If he hadn't been wearing animal skins for warmth, he probably would have already started losing blood. Just as he was trying to warm himself, several pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up from the surrounding hills. Succubus sensed something was wrong and hurled a spear at the source of light. The next moment, a dull thud and a sharp hiss rang out, and 2 enormous spiders pounced out from behind the hill. Abyssal Frost Spider. Shuxi recognized the monster as the one the trolls had repeatedly warned them to be careful of. This thing is a level 4 peak magical beast, almost equivalent to the ultimate combat power of an elite warrior. As Shaxi retreated, he threw his spear again, aiming at the smaller male spider he had wounded. Judging from their size, this pair of spiders is a male and female pair, and the one that was injured earlier was the male. With the male spider wounded, the morale of the scorpions immediately soared, and they decided to press their advantage. He roared, his body swelled up, his hair turned blood red, and his spear was shrouded in blood mist. Kill! 3 spears flew out in a triangular formation, and at the same time, Shaxi activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, and charged forward with great force. 2 spears were deflected by the male spider, but the third struck its largest eyeball. Then, Shaxi flew over and pierced the male spider's head with a spear. After its 8 long legs trembled for a moment, the abyss frost spider collapsed and died. Before they could even catch their breath, the much larger mother spider lunged at them, baring her fangs and claws. Shax quickly dodged the attack, then used the momentum to jump onto the mother spider's back. At this moment, he had no way out but to fight back. He formed hand seals, releasing a magic circle of the mind contract spell, which he then placed on the mother spider's back. Let's take a gamble, Shaxi thought to himself. The success rate of casting a spell without any weakening is very low, but he has to try. Fortunately, the contract was successful. The mother spider stopped in midair, her sharp claws hovering an inch in front of Shaxi. Shax took a deep breath, secretly relieved that he hadn't failed this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He patted the female spider on the back, commanding it to retrieve the spear and eat the male spider's carcass. Shax had a plan. First, he would contract a level 4 magical beast, and then use it to capture even stronger magical beasts. There's a rule in the contract system. If you want to sign a new monster, the old one must die. He planned to have the frost spider fight a stronger enemy, and after it died, he would use a contract spell to sign the victor. Of course, this method is risky. If both perish, then all the effort will be in vain. But in order to become stronger, Shakushi is willing to gamble his life. Now that he has a level 4 battle beast, his next target is a level 5 abyssal monster. Chapter 15 Abyss Bone Python, Abyss Tyrannosaurus. Inside a dark cave in the Abyss Demon Cave, a thrilling battle is unfolding. The bone python coiled on the ground, its thick tail tightly binding the frost spider, constricting it more and more, attempting to strangle it to death. The trapped abyss spider struggled violently, its 8 legs suddenly contracting, and it opened its mouth to spew out a large swarm of foul-smelling, emerald-green venom. But this move had no effect on the bone python. Its bony scales were like iron armor, leaving only a few shallow corrosion marks. Shax calmly directed the battle, ordering the frost spiders to move all 8 legs and fiercely stab at various parts of the bone python's body. Although it couldn't pierce through completely, it was enough to restrict the bone python's movement, allowing the battle to enter the protracted phase he desired. At this moment, Shaksha had transformed into a troll, riding on the head of the bone python, his spear plunging fiercely into its head. He deliberately avoided vital points, only wanting to suppress the bone python and buy time, not to kill it. He was waiting for a crucial moment, the moment before the frost spider died, to activate the contract spell and complete the transformation. The bone python's full name is the Abyss Bone Python, a level 5 magical beast, and it is the second stepping stone in the Shaxi plan. A quarter of an hour later, the frost spider finally died from exhaustion. Shaxi remained expressionless, his heart unmoved. He quickly formed a hand seal and slammed his palm hard onto the back of the bone python, attempting to complete the mental contract. The bone python struggled frantically, twisting its entire body violently and flinging away the limbs of the cold spider, its resistance extremely fierce. Seeing that the contract was about to fail, Shaxi was ready to give up and jump down to escape, but the bone python suddenly stopped. He shouted with delight, quickly drew his spear, and tried to communicate with his spirit. A few seconds later, the mental connection was established, and Shaxi finally confirmed that the contract was complete. He pointed to the corpse of the frost spider, indicating that the bone python should devour it as a reward. The bone python let out a low growl and swallowed the frost spider whole, a scene both shocking and bloody. With one success, Shaxi knew he was lucky. Although the cost of this battle was high, the reward was also amazing. For the next 3 days, he stayed in the cave, watching the bone python digest its food and preparing for the next step. As a level 5 magical beast, the bone python's strength is comparable to that of a powerful being with a hero template. But Shaxi's ambitions went far beyond that. His goal was a level 6 abyssal beast, the true pinnacle of existence. He constantly motivated himself and forcefully hypnotized his will. I can definitely do it. 3 days later, the bone python finally awoke, and its digestion speed far exceeded Zakisi's expectations. Shaxi, carrying his spear, flipped over and leaped onto the back of the bone python. Let's go, it's time to hunt. The bone python flicked its tail, bursting out of the cave like a black shadow, and headed deeper into the demon's lair. As Shax felt the gust of wind rushing past his ears, a thought suddenly occurred to him. This bone python seems pretty good. Maybe I don't need to replace it? But he shook his head sharply, suppressing his hesitation, and told himself, I can't stop. I must become stronger. 3 days later, the bone python led the way deep into the demon's lair, where their target appeared in a deserted valley. Level 6 abyssal monster, Greymon. The Tyrannoman roared as it charged out of the darkness, its body as large as a mountain, incredibly ferocious. Shaxi jumped off the bone python's back, letting it face Tyrannoman head-on, while he looked for an opportunity on the periphery. The two monsters instantly engaged in fierce combat, their bites and entanglements intertwined, the sounds of their collisions deafening. In his transformed state, Setsukushi wields a spear and throws it with all his might. The spear struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex hard, but it didn't even pierce its scales. This result stunned Shakespeare. He couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Despair welled up in his heart, and Shaxi retreated in silence, watching the two beasts fight fiercely, his heart beginning to gamble on the outcome. Ideally, both sides would be severely injured, with the Tyrannosaurus Rex exhausted and the bone python killed in battle. Half an hour passed, but the battle did not go as he had hoped. The bone python had its throat firmly bitten and was on the verge of death. On its deathbed, the bone python looked at Shaxi, its eyes seemingly pleading for help. But Shaxi did not respond. He took the opportunity to circle around behind Tyrannoman, suddenly formed hand seals, and applied the contract spell. Fail. The Tyrannoman roared and immediately abandoned the bone python, turning around to pounce on him. Shaxi activated void levitation, instantly accelerating his body to dodge the attack. Although the bone python had already died, its corpse still coiled around the Tyrannosaurus beast, holding it back for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Shaxi approached again and activated the contract technique for the second time. Another failure. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a huge roar, bit off the bone python's corpse, and completely broke free from its restraints. Shax knew this was his last chance. If it doesn't work, you'll have to go home empty-handed and start all over again. He formed hand seals again, unleashing the mind contract technique, and placed a palm on the back of the Tyrannosaurus beast. This time, he roared in his heart, success. Years of experience told him that this was not an ordinary mental contract, but more like a form of forced hypnosis. Contractual tactics are essentially about suppression and control rather than equal cooperation. This also explains why he never cared about the life or death of the frost spider and the bone python. They were merely tools. Finally, Shaxi pushed off with both legs and used the void to retreat several steps, wary of Tyrannoman's counterattack. Chapter 16. Increased Prestige, Promotion to Elder. Roar. A strange roar from a Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly echoed throughout the entire troll settlement. Inside Crocodile Turtle Valley, countless trolls instantly changed their expressions. Regardless of age or gender, they all grabbed weapons and kept looking around, trying to find the roar of the beast. In the Bloodline Warriors' quarters, countless powerful trolls shot out from the tents, each carrying a weapon and looking around. Deep within the Crocodile Turtle Valley lies the entrance to the Abyss Demon Cave. A fully grown abyssal Tyrannosaurus emerged from the abyssal lair, its stomping feet creating an earthquake with each step, exuding wildness. Outside the cave entrance, a group of troll warriors who were the first to react had already gathered there. Chieftain, has the seal left by our ancestors been broken? Elder Steelcake gripped his spiked club, staring menacingly at the cave exit while questioning the troll chieftain Griel. Elder, the seal has not been broken, but I don't know the specifics. The troll chieftain Griel also held his giant hammer weapon, a massive hammer even wilder and more spiked than the mace in the hands of Elder Steelcake. Why are there roars of beasts coming from the abyss, and why are they so close? Could it be that those little guys who went in for the trial provoked some terrifying big guy? Elder Gonkai's guess was not without merit, but Chieftain Grell remained silent. To be honest, Chieftain Gerald was somewhat worried about Shaxi at this moment. Judging from that roar, it was definitely a level 6 magical beast, an existence on par with him, the troll chieftain, or even stronger. Boom. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded, and the ground nearby trembled more and more violently. Oh no. Sound the horn. Everyone on high alert. With a roar, Gerald gave the order, and he and Elder Steelk charged out with their weapons. Boom, boom. At the entrance to the Abyss Demon Cave, a huge, scaled Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast with a single horn on its head stretched out its ferocious head, its indifferent eyes fixed on the charging Grell and Elder Genkai. Roar. Abyssal Greyman roared at the enemy in front of it, but did not make any further attack. Grell and Elder Genkai were overjoyed, thinking they had seized an opportunity, and they both accelerated their charge. However, at that moment, Shax's lazy voice came from the back of Abyssal Greyman. Brother Grell, Elder Genkai, are you welcoming me back? As they spoke, Abyssal Greyman stepped out, revealing the Xerox that had been hiding behind it in the cave. Shakespeare. Shashashikisi. Elder Genkai spoke fluently, while his brother Gerald seemed somewhat incredulous. Shuxi was originally sitting on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, but at this moment he suddenly stood up, holding a spear, facing the slanting sunlight, and looked down at all the trolls outside the Abyssal Demon Cave. Brother, Elder, I'm back. Roar. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a long roar. I don't know how much time passed, but the depths of Alligator Turtle Valley were quiet for a while. It's unclear who started it, but the next moment, all the trolls were chanting the name of Shaksha. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. We're beast. We're beast. Before the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai, who had already stood still, gradually changed their expressions from disbelief to shock, and finally to unparalleled excitement. It's a saxophone. It really is saxophone. Shuxi raised his spear high, and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, connected to him telepathically, immediately raised its head and roared again. Clearly, at this moment, Shaksha was demonstrating his power and telling all the trolls that his status and rights must be elevated. This time, Shaksha did not care about his brother Grell and Elder Genkai and the other members of the Council of Elders, because he was more powerful than them. To be precise, the Abyssal Tyrannoman is more powerful than the trolls. After the trolls' cheers subsided, Shaksha jumped off the back of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus and came to stand in front of his brother Grell and Elder Genkai. Elder brother. Grell was delighted and reached out to hug Shuxi. Shakespeare, well done. Grell was even more excited than Shuxi had imagined, hugging Shuxi and patting him hard on the back. On the other side, Elder Genkai did not get close to Shuxi, but stared at the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, which was nearly 7 meters tall and 15 meters long, and clicked his tongue in amazement. Chieftain, with the Shaksha, with it, we trolls will fear no race in this forest during next spring's territorial battles. With it, we can hunt more prey before winter arrives. Upon hearing Elder Genkai's exclamation, Shuxi suddenly realized what was going on. Shuxi's sudden rise to power not only enhanced his own strength, but also strengthened the troll race. With Abyssal Greyman, we would be a formidable force, whether hunting or conquering other races and tribes. Ha ha ha. Looks like I'll have to head to the Succubus clan first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Shax chuckled. Grell and Elder Genkai also burst into laughter. Well, everything is understood without saying a word. Next, at the behest of Grell and Elder Genkai, Shaksha rode the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast around Crocodile Turtle Valley. Countless tense, panicked, and restless trolls held their breath briefly upon seeing the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Then came wave after wave of cheers. Hooray! Hooray! This time, Shax gained another wave of popularity and prestige. Later, Shakshi returned to his tent, and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus transformed into a streak of blood and pierced into Shakshi's heart. This is another drawback of the mental contract technique. If a contractual partner is not fed in time, it will have to be nourished by the contractor's hard work. To put it extremely, if one day Shucky becomes so poor that he can no longer afford to raise Abyss Greyman, given Abyss Greyman's appetite, Shucky will eventually be devoured to death by Abyss Greyman. Of course, this also has an advantage, which is that it is more convenient to capture and release Abyssal Tyrannoman. That evening, Shuxi was invited to the chieftain's private tent. Inside the tent, Shuxi met the clan chief and all the members of the Council of Elders. Congratulations, Shakespeare. Our elders unanimously approved your membership in the Elders Council, granting you the same benefits as elders in the clan. Shax was also very happy. This was expected. Trolls are a race that worships the strong. Within their tribes, unless one has a special profession or status, almost everything can be resolved through strength. Of course, this includes the struggle for women's right to belong. By the time Shuxi finished the meeting and returned to his tent was covered with all sorts of fine furs. Meanwhile, several female trolls, each over 2 meters tall, stood outside Shaksha's tent, looking at Shaksha with hopeful expressions. Shuxi understood that these female trolls wanted him to allow them to stay in the tent and to allow them to become his women. Shuxi didn't speak, but picked up a spear from outside the tent and stuck the tip of the spear into the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the hope on the faces of the female trolls vanished, and one by one they turned and left the bloodline warrior tent area with expressions of disappointment. In this troll tribe, sticking spears upside down outside the tents is a way of refusing entry to female trolls. Shax shrugged, unconcerned, lifted the curtain, and crawled into his tent. Chapter 17 Women Gather, El's Reply. Inside the tent, the little snake girl Aya was trembling. The arrival of Shax made her feel much more at ease. Master, what would you like to eat? Get me some grilled meat, barley porridge, and melon. Okay, please wait a moment. As Shuxi watched the snake girl Aya, who was busy walking out of the tent with her snake tail, he wondered if the little snake girl had been frightened by the other trolls and was living in fear during the days he was away. After all, the creatures living around were all trolls with bad tempers and a bloodthirsty nature. Especially that afternoon, the female trolls gathered outside Shuxi's tent, scaring the snake woman Aya so much that she dared not step out of the tent. On the contrary, the arrival of Shuxi, the troll master, gave her a strong sense of security. This was a very contradictory feeling for the snake woman, Aya. The snake woman Aya was also afraid of Shuxi, afraid that Shuxi would think she was worthless and sell her, or give her away, or even kill her and roast her for food. However, as a snake woman slave, the snake woman Aya believed she still had some value, especially in terms of appearance. She was very beautiful and exquisite. Therefore, the snake woman Aya believed that as long as she did not make any mistakes, the possibility of Shuxi killing her was extremely small. The snake woman Aya also had a worry. She had not yet evolved into Medusa, so she could not serve men or please her master, Shuxi. Compared to the Shakshi, the snake woman Aya was more afraid of the gathered female trolls, fearing they would kill her without provocation. Shuxi didn't pay much attention to his snake woman slave girl, but instead squinted and focused his attention on the ash platform. During this trip to the Abyss Demon Cave, Shaxu brought out Abyss Greymon. Abyssal Tyrannoman is very powerful, but it also has a huge appetite. In the future, Xerox will need to put a lot of effort into its growth. For example, right now, Shuxi is searching the ash platform for items that can help Abyssal Tyrannoman grow. Shax knew very well that before his elite template evolved into a hero template, his greatest asset was Abyssal Tyrannoman. The stronger Abyssal Greymon is, the more secure Setsu feels. Upon arriving at the Ash's trading area, Shuxi found the items he urgently needed and could afford among the vast array of goods. Pet Beast Pill. Type: Alchemy Item. Item description: an item crafted by an alchemist using the blood of hundreds of magical beasts and the juice of a mysterious plant. Effect description: this is pet food. One pet pill is enough to feed a level 3 magical beast. Pet pills have a very low probability of causing a pet to evolve. The higher the pet's level, the lower the probability. Transaction price: 1 level 1 magic core. This pet pill is exactly what Shax desperately needs, as he can't possibly feed the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast with his lifeblood all the time. Despite their initial excitement, Grell and Elder Genkai were soon worried about how to feed the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Moreover, winter will arrive soon, and then there will be even less food to hunt in the forest. I'm afraid that by then, even the trolls won't have enough to eat, let alone the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shax stared at the pet beast pill, but did not buy it immediately. Instead, he opened the seller's information and sent an inquiry message. Exist? It's very simple. Shuxi was just probing. One advantage of the Ashes platform is that as long as you don't actively reveal yourself, others won't know your specific identity. A few minutes later, just when Shuxi thought the other party hadn't paid attention to the Ashes platform, he received a reply. Yes, esteemed guest, what can I do for you? Shax was overjoyed and, after thinking for a moment, replied. Do you have a large quantity of pet beast pills? I'd like to buy some in bulk. After replying to that sentence, Shax felt that he had been a bit too hasty, replying too quickly and with too obvious an intention. Perhaps the owner of the pet pill will raise the price and extort money from Shax. Unfortunately, the other party didn't reply to the message for a while, which made Shax even more annoyed. I only have 100 left in stock. Would you like to buy them? There will be no discount. Just as Shax was getting frustrated, the seller of the pet pills finally replied. This time, Shikessa was smarter. Instead of replying immediately, he pondered the message and considered how to respond. It was obvious that what the other party meant was that there would be no discount on the 100 pet beast pills, and no preferential treatment would be given to Shax. From the other party's tone, Shax sensed a possibility that they could negotiate. Just as Shax was thinking, the other party sent another message. If you need to buy more pet pills later, I can give you a 10% discount. Upon seeing this, Shuxie's eyes lit up. To be honest, Shuxie plans to make pet beast pills a regular food source for abyssal Tyrannosaurus. One pet pill can feed a level 3 magical beast. As a level 6 magical beast, the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast would probably need at least 5 pills to be fed by Shuxie. Therefore, the more pet pills you have, the better. After thinking for a moment, Shax replied to the message. This batch of pet beast pills will not be discounted. If you can give me a 20% discount, I can reach a long-term subscription agreement with you. As long as I live, this agreement will remain in effect. After replying to the message, Shax didn't receive a reply for a long time. The forest of nature is a paradise for wood spirits. Inside a treehouse in the forest, a female wood elf with pointed ears and green hair was frowning, looking somewhat hesitant. Her name is Lyaina, and she is also an ash seed. However, as an ash seed, she was born into the wood elf race, a race that reveres nature and rejects killing. In this environment, it is very difficult for Lyaina to improve herself. For Lyaina, who doesn't want to leave her race or lose its protection, the only way to improve is through the ash platform. As wood elves, they are natural plant cultivators. After expending many years of accumulated knowledge, Lyaina spent a great deal of money to buy an alchemist's notebook, thus embarking on the path of alchemy. Pet beast pills are Lyaina's most mature and mass-producible product to date. Should I agree to the 20% discount? To improve our capabilities, we'll operate on a low-profit, high-volume model. It'll just be a bit more work for us. With my long lifespan as a wood elf, this is nothing. Lyaina frowned and pondered for a long time before finally making a decision through gritted teeth. So, Lyaina sent a message to Shuxie. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Having not received a reply for a long time, Shuxie began to overthink again, wondering why the other party had not replied. I can sell it to you at a 20% discount, but I want to see your sincerity. I need you to pay a deposit in advance for your next purchase of pet pills. The deposit will be 20% of the quantity you purchase. Upon seeing this news, Shuxie narrowed his eyes instantly. You need to pay a 20% deposit to get a 20% discount. Shax was already wondering if the other party was deceiving him or if they were gradually luring him into a trap. After thinking about it for a long time, Shax finally made up his mind and replied to the message. Okay, in addition to the 100 I ordered this time, I'll pre-order another 100 pet beast pills. Shax had already figured it out. This deal simply meant paying an extra 20% for magic cores. If the other party is deceiving Shikisi, Shikisi can only accept his bad luck, which is equivalent to Shikisi buying 100 pet pills at 120% of the price. Ordering 100 units was also a test for XYZ. Thus, the deal was completed, and Shax gained 100 pet pills. However, Shax didn't have any level 1 magic cores and could only trade with level 3 magic cores, which reduced his magic core inventory even further. Chapter 18 The Troll Atho, his killing intent boiling high. 3 days later, Shuxie walked out of the valley alone. Although Shuxie already had 100 pet pills, this was only supplementary food for the abyss Tyrannosaurus. The abyssal Tyrannoman has a huge appetite, so Shaxu needs to take it out to hunt for itself. This time, Shaksha was traveling alone. His elder brother, Grell, had led a hunting party out a day earlier. During this hunt, Grell will also visit the Succubus territory to propose marriage to them. As for Elder Genkai, he must stay in Crocodile Turtle Valley to protect his home. This was Shuxie's second time entering the forest, and he was more confident than the first time. Shuxie's goals for this trip were clear. One was to feed the abyssal Tyrannoman, and the other was to collect more jerky, fur, and magic cores. When winter comes, dried meat can be used as food, and magic cores can be used to trade for needed items on the ash platform. As for the fur, Shakshas wanted to use it to exchange for the magic cores in the hands of the trolls. Therefore, hunting more magical beasts is what Shuxie is going to do this time. Shikushi did not summon Abyss Greymon immediately, because with Abyss Greymon's aura and enormous body, its appearance would scare away all the prey around it. Shuxie carried his spear and moved swiftly through the jungle, heading towards a more distant area. Whenever they encountered low-level magical beasts, Shuxie would personally take action, throwing his spear to kill them. When encountering a monster of level 5 or higher, Shuxie will release the abyssal Tyrannoman to give it a good meal. During this process, Shuxie will also harvest a large amount of fur and magic cores. 2 nights later, instead of camping, Shuxie sneaked into the jungle in search of an extremely rare prey. Cuckoo Bird. The cuckoo bird is a level 4 magical beast. It is an omnivorous bird-like magical beast with a gentle temperament and rarely attacks on its own initiative. Although the cuckoo bird is a bird-like magical beast, it does not fly high and can only fly short distances at low altitudes with its feathers. The reason why the cuckoo bird was sought out was because the cuckoo bird's stomach has a great ability to contract, and it can store food that is 100 times larger than its own volume. To Shax, it was a small storage bag, a truly rare item. The Mayan troll clan, to which Shaxi belongs, only has the stomachs of 2 cuckoo birds. One is in the hands of Chieftain Gerald, and the other is in the hands of Elder Genkai. Given the current situation, it seems difficult for Shaxi to obtain them. So instead of trying to monopolize those 2 cuckoo bird stomachs, it's better to come out and try your luck yourself. In the Black Wasteland Forest, cuckoos are rarely seen, but the area where Shaxi is now located is the area where cuckoos have appeared in the past. The dense forest at night is even more lively than during the day. Shax traveled through the dense forest, listening intently to every direction, desperately searching for the cuckoo bird. However, instead of finding the cuckoo bird, Shaxtra discovered the camp of a group of uninvited guests. Shaxi hid behind an ancient tree and secretly observed the troll camp in front of him through the gaps in the branches. Deep in the dense forest, a small wilderness troll camp. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave this area as soon as possible and get back to Jaha. Lei Jiao is a troll, a branch of the Abyss trolls with the surname Otto. The territory of the Otto trolls was on the other side, right next to the territory of the Mayan trolls. The troll tribe to which Shaxi belonged was the Mayan troll tribe. Although Achuo and Mayan are both from the troll race, they are not as close as brothers as one might imagine. They each have their own territory and do not invade each other's. Raikaku, are you scared? Zahe is the leader of the Otto troll clan's hunting expedition. With winter approaching, Zahe wants to acquire more prey, and he also wants to hunt a cuckoo bird. Therefore, they risked their lives and entered the territory of the Mayan clan. Jaha, don't tell me you don't know this is the territory of the Mayan trolls. If they find out, we'll be in great danger. Inside the tent, Rhyhorn and Zahe, both elder-level trolls, sat facing each other, and their thoughts were now diverging. I know it's dangerous, but, Thunderhorn, don't you want to hunt more prey for your tribe? Zahe tore off a large piece of the monster meat in his hand, his attitude slightly arrogant, and he didn't take Lei Jiao's opinion to heart. Jaha, our territory is full of prey. Now we enter this area, don't think everyone doesn't know what you're thinking. Reiku, since we're already here, what's wrong with staying a few more days? Jaha, do you want to incite conflict between the 2 tribes? Gah, Thunderhorn, don't try to intimidate me with this. The conflict between our 2 races. How could the trolls of the Mayan race possibly discover us? Just after Zahe finished speaking, the troll on duty outside the camp let out a scream and collapsed dead. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Jaha and Lei Jiao exchanged a glance, then both shot out of the tent and rushed towards the scene of the accident. Just then, Shaxi's cold, bloodthirsty voice echoed through the dense forest, resounding throughout the entire camp of the Otto trolls. This is a warning from the trolls of the Athos. Leave your prey behind and get out of this area, or you'll face the consequences. Shaxi hid in the dense forest, changing his position while surging his bloodline power to ensure that his whereabouts would not be easily discovered. Shaxi's words caused Zahe and Lei Jiao's expressions to change drastically. At the same time, the troll warriors of the Atho clan also awoke in alarm, their faces filled with fear and tension. Jaha and Lei Jiao exchanged glances and quickly communicated. Then, Lei Jiao stepped forward and shouted loudly towards the surrounding dense forest. Fellow trolls of the Mayan clan, we have strayed into this area by mistake. Please set aside your hostility, and we will leave immediately. Shaxi hid behind a giant tree. He heard Reiku's shout, but his brows furrowed. Although Reiku agreed to leave, he did not agree to leave behind his prey. Leave all the prey alive, or kill them. Shakushi's indifferent voice rang out again, but this time he did not receive a response from Raikaku. In the brief moment that Shaxi was pondering, Jaha had already sneaked into the dense forest from behind the tent, searching for Shaxi's whereabouts. Therefore, it is obvious that Raikaku is stalling for time. Jaha ventured into the dense forest for 2 reasons. First, to ascertain how many troll warriors the Mayan clan had brought this time, and second, to find a gap in the encirclement and seek an escape route for his people. It was because of this second thought that Jaha immediately realized that there were very few trolls of the Mayan clan around him, so few that he could not see them at all. In other words, the Mayan troll that warned them was alone, or it was just a small force. Upon hearing this speculation, Jaha's panicked heart immediately calmed down, and his murderous intent surged. Chapter 19: The Aura of Death, the Troll's Obsession. Chirp chirp. A few eerie bird calls echoed through the jungle, causing Lei Jiao, who was packing up to enter, to stiffen upon hearing them. Similarly, the other Athos trolls also stiffened for a moment. Hidden behind the giant ancient tree, Shax's pupils contracted upon hearing the bird's call. That's how trolls communicate. Things have changed. The next second, a murderous glint flashed in Shax's eyes, both mad and cold. Shaxi dared to face this small group of Atho tribe trolls alone because he had the confidence. Abyssal Greymon is a level 6 peak magical beast, a killing machine. Shaxu also wants to see how Abyssal Greymon performs when facing a horde of trolls. So, Shaxi quickly got up and retreated into the dense forest behind him. At the same time, Lei Jiao in the opposite camp slowly raised his right hand and silently made a gesture to surround and kill. The next moment, all the Athos trolls picked up their weapons and entered the dense forest, silently beginning to surround and kill Shaxi. Soon, Jaha and Lei Jiao reunited. Jaha, kill that small group of Mayan trolls. We must leave here immediately, as there may be a large force of them in the nearby area. Jaha nodded. Although he and Lei Jiao often clashed, they always surprisingly agreed on the same point of view at the most crucial moments. Deep in the dense forest, Shaxi released the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and telepathically instructed it to attack the enemy. Abyssal Tyrannomon nodded, its massive eyes flashing with cold light, and the single horn on its head looking incredibly ferocious. A moment later, a troll's roar suddenly came from the dense forest in the nearby area. The roar was brief, and the dense forest quickly fell silent again. Silence, sometimes, is the breath of death. This bizarre scene instilled a degree of fear in the lurking Atho trolls nearby. Roar. In the distance, another roar came, followed by a scream. Zahe and Lei Jiao gathered together again and communicated with gestures. The enemy is clever. They are targeting the scattered members of our tribe. What should we do now? A look of hesitation appeared on Zahe's face. Since the enemy issued the warning, the Auto Troll clan had already lost 3 bloodline warriors, which was a huge loss. If they went back like this, Zahe would definitely have a hard time explaining it to the chieftain of the Auto Troll clan. If we keep chasing, we've already been exposed. If we can't capture the Mayan clan troll, the news might leak out, and we might not even be able to leave this area. In truth, Reggio opposed Zahe's decision. Now that they have chosen to retreat, it should still be in time, but they will have to abandon all the supplies they have worked so hard to hunt. Because they were reluctant to part with these supplies, both Reiku and Zaha chose to solve the problem by going all the way. Okay, I'll do as you say. Jaha, we can no longer remain scattered. We must gather our people. Jaha nodded, and strange bird calls echoed through the dense forest again. Deep in the dense forest, Shaksha naturally noticed the unusual behavior of the Auto clan troll warriors. They want to back out? This was Shuxi's initial thought, but when he saw the trolls gathered together continuing their search, the killing intent in Shuxi's eyes intensified. No, they don't want to be alone and hunted down by me anymore. They haven't given up on surrounding and killing me. After figuring it out, Shuxi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the small group of Athos trolls that were gradually approaching. That's fine, let them all die here. Roar. The next second, a terrifying roar of a dragon beast echoed through the dense forest. The hidden abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast knocked down the giant tree that was concealing its form and launched a death charge towards the troll warriors of the Auto Troll clan. The heavy footsteps, the dragon's roar filled with the abyss, and the sharp teeth and scales covering its entire body. All of this reminded Zahe and Lei Jiao of some terrifying memories. Oh no, run. It's an abyss monster. Roar. Unfortunately, it was too late. A level 6 peak abyssal Tyrannosaurus has a speed that ordinary trolls cannot imagine. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast attacked, its sharp claws and terrifying maw like a reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Auto Troll warriors. Of course, there are many fearless troll warriors among the Athos, and quite a few of them have taken up arms to fight back. However, their weapons could only draw streaks of fire on the abyssal Tyrannomon, but they couldn't break through its defenses at all. 15 minutes later, Shuxi emerged from the dense forest, his expression slightly grim as he looked at the troll corpses scattered everywhere. Shaksha saw clearly that the most powerful troll warrior had escaped in the chaos. Shakus jumped onto the back of Abyssal Tyrannomon and said calmly, "Chase." Roar. The roar of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus resounded throughout the area, and all the nearby monsters fled the area upon hearing it. Abyssal Tyrannomon strides forward with its thick legs, increasing its speed. In the dense forest ahead, Jaha and Lei Jiao, who had fled together, looked terrified. In the troll tribe of the Achuo clan, there is also a sealed abyss cave, which both Zahe and Lei Jiao entered when they were young. Unfortunately, neither Zahe nor Lei Jiao managed to tame the abyssal beasts. Instead, they nearly died in the abyssal lair, making them extremely familiar with the aura and roars of the abyssal beasts. Damn it, the enemy is definitely an elder among the Mayan trolls. It's all your fault, Jaha. I told you to leave this area as soon as possible, but you wouldn't listen. While fleeing, Reiku grumbled at Zaha. Just then, the heavy footsteps behind them grew louder and louder, and the terrifying roar of the beast seemed to be right next to their ears. Zaha suddenly turned his head, glanced at Lei Jiao, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Jaha, what do you want to do? Bang! Zahe did not respond to Lei Jiao. Instead, Zahe responded with the giant hammer in his hand. Boom! Raikaka's leg was ambushed by Zahe, and his knee was shattered. Lei Jiao, don't blame me. I have to go back and report that it was the Mayan giant demon clan that invaded us first. Raikaku, who lost his balance and fell to the ground, instantly understood Zahe's sinister intentions. This risky foray into the territory of the Mayan trolls was driven by Zahe's selfish motives. However, once all the other Athos trolls except him are dead here, he can say whatever he wants when he returns to the tribe, and whatever he says will be the truth. Bisamoto, Zaha, you are unworthy to be called a troll warrior. Despairing, Lei Jiao watched Zahe's departing figure, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Nevertheless, Reiku raised his spear to support himself as he stood up. Raikaku made his choice. Raikaku is ready to fight. Reiku must face the terrifying abyssal monsters. At this moment, Lei Jiao only wanted to delay the abyssal monster for a little while to buy more time for Zahe. As long as Zahe is alive, the Athos trolls will have one more bloodline warrior. A bloodline warrior can make things a little easier for the horde during the coming winter and the dark tides. This is Reiku Otto's current obsession, even though Zahe had just ambushed him. Chapter 20 Death Pursuit, Ruthless Slaughter. Roar. Obsession can sometimes be a harbinger of doom. Abyssal Tyrannoman's cold gaze swept over Thunderhorn. Its mouth opened wide, and rows of terrifying sharp teeth crushed it relentlessly. Uare. Thunderhorn of the Athos troll clan launched his final, deadly charge, his spear stained with a layer of blood mist. Sizzle. A burst of sparks flew, but the abyssal Tyrannosaurus was unharmed, while the troll Thunderhorn had half of its body bitten off by the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shuxi jumped off the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman and picked up a stomach pouch and an ash chest that only Shuxi himself could see. Keep chasing. Shakus returned to Abyssal Grayman's back and gave the order to continue the pursuit. 15 minutes later, Shakshi frowned as he looked at the endless river before him. Another leader of the Athos troll clan escaped, fleeing through the river. Shake's face was somewhat grim as he gazed at the rapidly flowing downstream river, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. After much deliberation, Shakes decided not to give chase, but instead returned to the small campsite to take stock of their spoils. Shakes searched the dense forest thoroughly, but the results were disappointing. Apart from some leather armor and weapons, Shuxi found no more ash chests. In that makeshift camp, Shuxi found a large quantity of cut-up monster jerky, as well as some furs and magic cores. After packing all the spoils of war and piling them onto the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, Shuxi left the area overnight and headed back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Despite the strength of the abyssal Tyrannoman, Shaxu still had some concerns at this moment. There's no guarantee that the Otto Troll clan won't come to their aid and turn around to hunt down Shuxi. Just in case, Shuxi was very cautious and didn't linger in place for even a second longer. Boom. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast walked through the jungle, startling countless magical beasts and birds. The aura of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus was not concealed in the slightest, which was exactly the effect that Shuxi wanted. He didn't want the heavily laden abyssal Tyrannosaurus to be disturbed and delayed by some magical beasts on the way back. Time flew by, and around noon on the third day, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus finally appeared outside the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Look, it's Abyssal Grayman. Open the door quickly, it's Shuxi, he's back from the hunt. Crunch, crunch. The stone gate was opened by the gatekeeper, and Shuxi stood on the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, his face bearing a slight smile, a mix of seriousness and haughtiness. At the same time, the troll warriors guarding the stone gate also saw the huge package hanging on the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, and excitement and fanaticism appeared in the eyes of each troll. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Naturally, all the trolls who saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast were calling out the name of Shaksha. Only then did Shuxi raise his spear, scan the crowd, and shout, Yura! Uare! Uare! The trolls' cheers naturally attracted the attention of the bloodline warriors deep in the valley. Even Elder Steelcase stepped out of his tent to look at Shuxi. Soon, Shuxi entered the area of the bloodline warriors' tents, and the trolls dispersed. Grand Elder. Shakus, you're back. Shuxi jumped off the Abyssal Tyrannoman and greeted Elder Steel Kai, who was walking over. Look at what's on Abyssal Tyrannoman. Shax, it seems you've had quite a successful trip this time. Shax nodded, his smile faint, and didn't bring up the topic of his recent gains. Elder, there are some things I need to report to you. Elder Genkai, whose face was full of smiles, suddenly stopped smiling as he noticed the slightly serious expression on Shakespeare's face. Okay, follow me. Inside the tent, Elder Genkai sat in the main seat. Shax, after gulping down several mouthfuls of fruit wine, recounted the events of the previous night in detail. What? You mean the Athos trolls are hunting across regions? They entered our hunting grounds? Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, got up and walked out of the elder's tent. After taking a package from the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, he went back into the tent. Bang! Shax threw the package on the ground, sat back down, and said calmly, Elder, this is the upper body of that troll. Would you like to take a look at what he looks like? Maybe you recognize him. Before Shuxi could finish speaking, Elder Genkai had already stepped down from his seat and opened the package. Lei Jiao Otto. It was actually him, a heavyweight elder of the Otto troll clan. Shuxi was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that Elder Genkai actually knew this troll. Elder, what should we do now? This question from Shuxi really stumped Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai paced back and forth in the tent, pondering for a long time. Instead of revealing his thoughts, he turned to ask Shax. Shakespeare, what do you think we should do? Shuxi was taken aback. He met Elder Genkai's gaze for a moment with his indifferent eyes. The latter's eyes were full of seriousness and earnestness, and he was not joking. Chieftain Gerald is absent, and the tribe doesn't have enough bloodline warriors. We can only wait. When my elder brother returns, the Council of Elders will hold a meeting to discuss the matter further. At the same time, they prohibited or reduced the number of clansmen from going out to prevent them from being targeted or attacked by the Achuo clan. Shakespeare was very rational, and what he said made a lot of sense. Elder Genkai nodded repeatedly at these words. Very good. Shuxi, it seems you haven't lost your mind or been blinded by the killing. Shaksha, remember this. A troll lost in slaughter is no good troll. Then, we'll do as you say. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Elder, I have gained a lot from this trip. I'm willing to put all the weapons and leather armor into the tribe's inventory. Keep some of those meat pieces for myself, and distribute the rest to the tribe's people. Winter is coming soon, so let them prepare more food for the winter. I also hope to trade those furs for some magic cores. My Abyssal Tyrannoman loves magic cores. Of course, these furs can be stored in the warehouse or exchanged for the extra magic cores in the hands of the tribesmen. This hunt was conducted by Shuxi alone. According to the rules, all these things belong to the Shakespeare, and he has the right to dispose of them. Therefore, Shakus directly revealed the arrangement he had planned long ago. Shuxi's ideas were a win-win situation, fulfilling his own desires while maximizing the use of the magic cores in the hands of the trolls. Well done. I think those tribespeople outside will be grateful to you. Upon hearing about Shuxi's arrangements for the spoils of war, Elder Genkai was very satisfied and delighted. It can be said that Shuxi disposed of the spoils of war without any selfish motives. Then let's do it your way. Weapons and leather armor were stored in the warehouse, as were some hides and pieces of meat. The rest were distributed. I'll have someone gather the magic cores you need in a bit. Chapter 21 Marriage to a Succubus, not qualified. When Shaki emerged from Elder Steelk's tent, 8 or 9/10 of the spoils on Abyssal Tyrannoman's back had already been unloaded. The rest were what Shuxi himself wanted to keep. Before long, the news that Shuxi was distributing meat chunks for free spread throughout Crocodile Turtle Valley, and the trolls cheered and praised Shuxi. Shuxi ignored the profuse thanks from the trolls and quickly returned to his territory. After tossing the pieces of meat to the little snake woman Aya for her to deal with, he went into the tent alone. Inside the tent, Shuxi pulled a stomach pouch from his leather armor, his eyes instantly filled with barely suppressed excitement and agitation. This stomach pouch is the stomach pouch of the cuckoo. Shuxi originally intended to hunt the cuckoo bird himself to search for this creature. Unexpectedly, one of them fell from the body of Thunderhorn of the Otto Troll clan. It's safe to say that this came without any effort at all. When you feel sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Shuxi reached into his stomach pouch and pulled out chunks of meat, magic cores, and fur. However, in Shuxi's eyes, these things were of little value. Frustrated by rummaging through his stomach, Shax simply turned it upside down and emptied everything out, filling almost half the tent in an instant. Seeing this, Shax's lips gradually curled into a smile, because the things inside the tent were quite large, at least 10 cubic meters in size. This means that the cuckoo's stomach pouch in Shakespeare's hand has at least 10 cubic meters of space. Haha, good, very good. Shax couldn't contain his joy and burst into laughter. Next, Shuxi searched through the pile of items for something that caught his eye. Shuxi's favorite items are mainly magic cores and some strange and unusual gadgets, which he finds enjoyable. Amidst a pile of clutter, Shax was like a diligent little bee, occasionally letting out a strange, joyful laugh. Outside the tent, Aya, a young female slave snake woman who was cooking meat porridge and roasting meat, heard the strange laughter of the snake inside the tent and couldn't help but curiously peek into the tent through the curtain. Much later, Shuxi finally cleaned out the contents of the tent, obtaining a total of 10 level 6 magic cores, 32 level 5 magic cores, 223 level 4 magic cores, and a number of level 3 magic cores. These were not what Shuxi valued most. What he valued most were the 5 giant eater flower potions he found among his spoils. The giant eater flower potion is a potion that can enhance strength and health after consumption. It is one of the best potions in the Black Wasteland. Reiku Adu, what a lucky charm. After muttering something to himself, Shuxi shouted loudly outside. Aya, come in, I need to tell you something. Master, is there anything I can help you with? Shax saw Aya timidly dragging her snake tail as she entered, and his smile vanished. He spoke very seriously. Do you see these things on the ground? I see it, master. Shax pointed to a large, messy pile of items on the ground. Wait a minute, sort these things out and pack them into wooden boxes for me. These things are all entrusted to you for safekeeping and guarding from now on. Remember, not a single one can be missing. The little slave girl Aya hurriedly bowed her head to accept the task from the Shax. Her small, hunched body still looked a little trembling. Ignoring the snake woman Aya's strange behavior, Shuxi picked out some fresh pieces of meat from the ground, walked out of the tent, and fed them all to the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of Succubi. While Shuxi was directing the young slave girl to do this and that, his elder brother, Grell, the patriarch of the Mayan troll clan, had already arrived in the Succubus territory and was being given a grand welcome. The Succubus's habitat is neither a tent nor a cave, but a palace shrouded in black mist. In the savage land of the Black Wilderness Forest, this kind of architecture is simply an anomaly. Of course, in the eyes of the Succubi, these buildings, like the Succubi themselves, are synonymous with luxury and nobility. Strong Chieftain Grell, welcome to our Succubus territory. Cluck cluck. The Succubus queen is a sexy, alluring, and seductive mature woman. Beneath the semi-transparent black tulle skirt, her beautiful curves and full figure were on full display. Grell's full troll blood surged, suppressing the agitation brought on by the Succubus queen. Grell knew very well that the Succubus queen before him was not as beautiful and gentle as she appeared. Whether in the abyss or the Black Wasteland, these Succubi are synonymous with violence, greed, and fickleness. Lady Yelena, we have brought a large quantity of meat and furs this time. With winter approaching, I think this is the best gift. Grell's heavy voice carried a strong sense of savage rage and the lingering killing intent from the hunt. Ha ha ha, the mighty Mayan troll actually brought a Succubi a gift. Is it really just a gift? The Succubus queen, Yelena, chuckled softly, her voice gentle and alluring, carrying an inexplicable air of mystery. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Yelena, isn't a betrothal gift considered a present? Grell's words startled the Succubus queen Yelena, who suddenly withdrew her mature and seductive smile. Bride price? Yes, betrothal gifts. Grell nodded, his expression serious, a sharp glint clearly visible in his eyes. If our Mayan troll clan and the Succubus clan were to form an alliance through marriage, I believe we could not only jointly resist the harsh winter, but also withstand the invasion of other races in this forest next spring. By then, the hunting territories of our Mayan trolls and Succubi will have greatly expanded. Perhaps, we can even fight against the Dark Tide together. When the Dark Tide was mentioned, both Grell and the Succubus queen Yelena narrowed their eyes, as if gazing into the distance at some unknown great fear. The palace suddenly fell silent. The Succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, gazing into the darkness outside the palace, remaining silent for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, the Succubus queen Yelena opened her captivating eyes and looked at Grell. A marriage between a troll and a succubus is a great idea. So, Chieftain Gerald, who have you taken a fancy to? The Succubus queen, Yelena, pointed to the group of sexy and alluring succubi in the palace, who were both cunning and beautiful, and asked. At the same time, the Succubus queen Yelena was also staring at Grell with a very interested look. It wasn't me. Grell glanced at the succubi, shook his head, and looked somewhat regretful. Isn't it you who's marrying into our family? Yes, it's not me. It's my younger brother, the blood warrior, the spearman, Shaxi. Chieftain Gerald, are you kidding me? Grell shook his head and did not answer the question. All right, since he's your younger brother and a bloodline warrior, he's qualified to marry into our succubus family. Upon hearing this, Gerlie shook his head again. Chief Gerald, what do you mean? Seeing Grell shake his head, the succubus queen Yelena's voice also turned slightly cold. Grell and the succubus queen Yelena locked eyes, neither showing any weakness. They are not qualified. Chapter 22, A Powerful Marriage Proposal, the Succubus Royal Family. Not qualified. The succubus queen Yelena's voice suddenly became somewhat harsh and cold. Chieftain Gerald, do you know what you're saying? The succubus queen, Yelena, spoke these words not only coldly but also with a hint of mockery. Your Excellency Yelena, I know what I'm talking about. Forgive my bluntness, but they are indeed not qualified. At this point, Chieftain Grell even saw a hint of murderous intent hidden in the eyes of the succubus queen Yelena. However, Gerald showed no fear whatsoever, appearing completely unconcerned. Lady Yelena, my brother is a high-ranking bloodline warrior. So what? Queen Yelena, the succubus, didn't care. In her eyes, the troll bloodline warriors were only slightly stronger than the succubi. Grell chuckled and continued speaking. My younger brother, Shax, is a troll knight, and his battle beast is a terrifying abyssal tyrannoman. Grell was laughing, a laugh that was both smug and gloating. The abyssal tyrannosaurus is an extremely terrifying creature found in the abyssal demon cave. The succubus race once lived in the abyss, and they must know the terror of the abyssal tyrannosaurus. The entire succubus palace was utterly silent. After a long while, the calm voice of the succubus queen, Yelena, finally rang out in the hall. Chieftain Gerald, do you know what you're saying? The same sentence, spoken in different tones, can convey completely different meanings. However, this time Grell's tone was extremely firm. Your Excellency Yelena, on behalf of my brother Shaxi, I propose marriage to Your Excellency Yelena. I think that as Yelena's twin sister, Your Excellency Yelena should have the right to make this decision, right? Grell's heavy voice rang out in the hall, clearly audible. This time, the hall fell silent once again. Just when no one was speaking up, a succubus elder beneath the throne suddenly spoke. Chieftain Grell, just because you say your brother is a troll knight doesn't mean he is. Is the terrifying abyssal tyrannoman so easy to tame? The succubus elder's words expressed the sentiments of all the succubi. Yelena and Yuliana are both from the royal family of succubi, and these succubi will not let her get married so easily. These people wanted to extract the greatest value from Yelena. After all, once a succubus royal family member marries out, they are no longer considered a succubus royal family, and therefore have little value to the succubi. Grell chuckled softly, his heavy, hoarse voice echoing once more in the hall. Lady Yelena, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your succubus race agreeing. After these words were spoken, the succubus palace fell silent once more. Just as the succubus queen Yelena was about to speak, Grell's heavy voice rang out again, silencing her. Lady Yelena, please prepare the appropriate dowry. Before winter arrives, I will have my younger brother, Shaxu, ride his abyssal tyrannoman to marry Lady Yelena. These words completely suppressed the atmosphere of the entire palace. Since the troll chieftain Grell dared to say that, it means that what he said before was most likely true. The troll chieftain Grell's younger brother, the troll named Shaksha, might really be a troll knight, or even a terrifying abyssal tyrannosaurus knight. In other words, the troll knight Shaksha is someone the succubus race cannot afford to offend. From now on, they will not be able to afford to offend the Mayan giant demon clan. Even the troll chieftain Grell right in front of them is someone they can't afford to offend. Alright, if it really is an abyss tyrannosaurus knight, I agree to the marriage between our two races. Upon hearing this, Gerliel burst into laughter in his seat, a laugh that was both unrestrained and exhilarating. Haha, okay, it's a deal. Grell stood up and, without pausing, led his troll warriors out of the palace. Grell's departure did not cause much of a stir. The succubus race is very strange. This race reveres women, and there are very few male succubi born into the race. Most male succubi are driven out of the race and left to fend for themselves. Inside the succubus's palace, the voices of several aged female succubi echoed. Your Majesty, could what the troll chieftain said be true? At this moment, the succubus queen Yelena narrowed her eyes slightly, tapping her fingers lightly on the armchair next to the throne, lost in thought. After a long while, the succubus queen, Yelena, spoke. Go and prepare a dowry for Yelena according to the standards for a royal wedding. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena turned to the group of succubus elders and spoke. Whether it's true or not, We need to be prepared. If so, a marriage alliance with the trolls would provide us with another way out in the future. If not, the troll clan's dowry wouldn't be enough for a marriage alliance with my royal succubus. The succubus queen Yelena's words caused whispers to rise in the hall. However, in the end, not a single succubus stood up to object. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While his elder brother Grell and the succubus queen Yelena were discussing the important matter of a marriage alliance between their two races, Shaksha was lying on a beast's skin, holding the little snake girl Aya in his arms. At this moment, the little snake girl Aya's face was flushed red, and her light purple snake tail swayed restlessly. Meanwhile, Shuxie's large hand was unconsciously caressing the snake woman Aya's slender waist. These past 2 days, Shax has been living a very comfortable and carefree life. Aside from not being able to truly serve Shuxie, the little snake girl Aya was thoroughly examined by the curious Shuxie from head to toe. That's why the little snake girl Aya collapsed weakly in Shax's arms. Of course, Shuxie wasn't idle these past 2 days either. He devoured the 5 giant food flower potions, and his elite template data improved again. Name, Shuxie Mayan Elite Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 100 to 100 plus 20 maximum. Agility, 90 to 100 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 95 to 100 plus 20, can be increased. Constitution, 100 to 100 plus 20, maximum. Skill, 1. Advanced Spear Mastery. Trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. A branch skill specializing in spear throwing. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Be careful, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Bloodline Intermediate Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are tripled, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation Advanced Martial Skill. Levitation, seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50%. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Surprise, Bloodthirsty Aura. Compared to when his bloodline had just awakened, Shuxie was much stronger. First, the power of the elite template reached its maximum value of 100 by consuming 5 magic potions. Even agility increased by 2 points due to the potion, reaching 90. In addition, Shax received 2 extra surprises. One is that as the skill of Void Levitation becomes more proficient, Shuxie's agility increases by an additional 2 points. Another surprise is that Xerox's soulmate, the powerful Abyssal Greyman, grants Xerox an additional plus 20 to all attributes. The appearance of this extra attribute made Shax feel like he had struck gold and gotten a huge bargain. I wonder if Ash Seed, who sold the rare mind contract skill to Shax, would be so angry he'd vomit blood if he found out. Go get me something to eat. Shax gently patted the snake girl Aya's waist, sending her away. After the little snake girl Aya left, a chest of ashes suddenly appeared in Shuxie's hand. With a thought, Shuxie opened the treasure chest, and the ash treasure chest turned to ashes and disappeared. In Shuxie's hand, there was an extra dark red scroll. Bloodlust Aura. Type, Halo Scroll. Scroll description, tear the scroll apart, and you will learn the aura skill, Bloodlust Aura. Shuxie narrowed his eyes slightly. The appearance of this halo scroll was somewhat unexpected. However, upon closer reflection, it makes perfect sense. On the morning that Shuxie arrived at the stone gate of the valley to prepare for his first hunt, Elder Genkai was able to dispel Shuxie's fear with his roars. At that time, Shuxie suspected that Elder Genkai should also have mastered an aura-type skill or a skill with a similar effect. Shuxie smiled and tore the scroll to shreds without hesitation. The next moment, Shuxie turned his gaze to his elite template. Sure enough, the information on the elite template of the Shuxie has changed again. Name, Shuxie Mayan Elite Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 100 to 100 plus 20, maximum. Agility, 90 to 100 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 95 to 100 plus 20, can be increased. Constitution, 100 to 100 plus 20, maximum. Skill, 1. Advanced Spear Specialization, omitted. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. Spear Specialization Branch Skill, omitted. 3. Troll Bloodline Intermediate Skill, omitted. 4. Advanced Void Levitation Martial Skill, omitted. 5. Mind Contract Technique, Rare Skill, omitted. 6. Bloodlust Aura Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst and only a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura will cause the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In the berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. This is a really good aura skill. Of course, Shax wasn't wrong either. This was a hero-level skill. In other words, this is a skill that only hero-level natives can drop. This wave of profits is phenomenal. Looking back now, Regio Otto, who was killed back then, was also a hero-level native. However, this hero-class monster is nothing compared to Abyssal Tyrannoman. Unfortunately, the elite template of the Cassius is still a bit far from reaching its maximum potential. Agility and intelligence, in particular, are extremely difficult for trolls. The prerequisite for the advanced template of the cracks is that the elite template must have full data. Otherwise, advancement is impossible. When his own strength could not be greatly improved in a short period of time, Shax turned his attention to external factors. Currently, the only reliable people around Shaxi are Abyssal Tyrannoman and Little Snake Girl Aya. Needless to say, Abyssal Greyman is definitely a key target for Shax's training. As for the Little Snake Girl Aya, Shaxi fell into deep thought. The Little Snake Girl Aya has already signed a slave contract, so there's no need to worry about her loyalty. However, Shaxi has no clue how to improve her. Later, the Snake Girl Aya brought a large table of food to Shax. After quietly finishing his food, Shaxi lay down on the animal's skin, patted himself, and beckoned to the Little Snake Girl Aya to sit down. Come on, tell me your story. I'm really interested now and want to hear the story of the snake people. The Little Snake Girl Aya came to Shakushi's side, and as soon as she sat down, Shakushi grabbed her waist with his big hand and pulled her into his arms. I'll tell you, the Little Snake Girl, Aya, was very well behaved and came closer. At this moment, Shax felt that this world was pretty good. The dog-eat-dog world instilled in him a fascination with strength, power, and women. Master, my full name is Aya Nina Ivanovna Ivanova. We are a race of pure Medusa blood. Our tribe was defeated in the last Medusa war and was driven out. My people have nowhere to go and can only wander around. We crossed a vast desert, then a swamp, and only recently entered this forest. This place is dark and damp, perfect for us snake people to live in. We relied on our guardian beasts to avoid many dangers and also killed quite a few high-level magical beasts. My guardian beast, the Black Iron Serpent, was killed in the last war. The Little Snake Girl Aya said a lot, which broadened Shax's horizons considerably. Of course, most importantly, Shaxi gleaned two crucial pieces of information from the story of the Little Snake Girl Aya. First, the Snake Girl Aya can sign contracts with snake-type guardian beasts. Secondly, the Snake Woman Aya has pure Medusa blood. However, the Little Snake Girl Aya's rank is still very low, and she cannot evolve into the Medusa form yet. While fondling the Little Snake Girl Aya's slender waist, Shaxi pondered. After a while, Shaxi withdrew his large hand, lifted the Little Snake Woman's pointed chin, and kissed her. The kiss was long, lasting until the Little Snake Woman was almost suffocating, at which point Shax spoke in a hoarse voice. Aya, as my slave girl, you are too weak. I want you to become stronger, to become Medusa, to become my woman, to become the sword in my hand. Chapter 24, A Pleasant Cooperation, Wandering Soul. Shaxi's words made the Little Snake Girl Aya's heart flutter and tremble. Master, can I really do it? Shax laughed heartily, and once again placed his large hand on the Little Snake Girl Aya's slender waist, saying with great bravado, if I say yes, then yes. Unless you're unwilling, or you don't want to put in the effort. The Little Snake Girl Aya hurriedly answered, I do, and lay down in Shax's arms. All right, next time we go hunting, you'll come with me. Upon hearing this, the Little Snake Girl Aya became even more agitated, her snake tail swaying unconsciously, showing that she was very unsettled. I love this barbaric and violent world. After sighing inwardly, Shakshita, holding the Little Snake Girl Aya in his arms, drifted off to sleep. The next day, a troll came to Shaksha's tent and told him that Elder Gankai had something to discuss with him. After a moment's thought, Shax guessed that all the supplies he had brought back had probably been distributed and the results should have been tallied. In other words, the magic core belonging to Shaxi will soon be in his hands. Without delay, Shaxi followed the trolls to Elder Gonkai's tent. Haha, Shaxi, I heard you haven't left your tent for several days. Are you captivated by your snake woman slave girl? Shax shook his head and said with a faint smile. Elder, you know perfectly well that little Aya hasn't evolved into Medusa yet, so she can't do anything. Haha. Elder Genkai laughed heartily, and when he was tired of laughing, he picked up a heavy package next to his seat and handed it to Shax. Here you go, as you requested. It's full of magic cores. I had my people carefully select them. They are all magic cores of level 3 or higher. I hope your abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast can advance to a higher rank soon. Shax took the package and felt slightly excited after hearing Elder Gonkai's words. With another large batch of magic cores in hand, Shaxi felt he could finally look forward to the even more expensive items on the Ashes platform. Just as Shaxi was excited and preparing to leave, Elder Genkai stopped him and said seriously, the clan leader should be back in a couple of days. For the next few days, you should stay in the tribe and not go out hunting. Shaxi had originally planned to go hunting again in 2 days, but Elder Genkai dissuaded him from doing so. Alright, I'll wait for the clan leader to return before going out. After thinking it over, Shaxi agreed to Elder Gonkai's suggestion. Shaxi thought he would take these few days to look at the items on the Ash platform and find the items or potions that would allow him to advance to the hero level. While the elite level Shaxi was reasonably strong, he was still no match for his brother Grell and Elder Genkai, who both possessed hero level templates. In the Black Wasteland Forest, almost every race has a prominent figure who possesses hero level strength. Therefore, Shaxi is eager to advance his template and push his strength and status to another level. A day later, Shaxi lay in the tent with his eyes half closed, his whole mind focused on the Ash platform. As for the little snake girl Aya, she received Shaxi's permission to pick up her martial arts again and practice swordsmanship outside Shaxi's tent. On the Ash platform, Shaxi tried to contact the wood elf Lyena, and to his surprise, she was actually there. Hey you, is my pet beast pill ready yet? Shortly after, Shax received a reply. I'm not that person, you can call me Elf. Also, your pet pills are ready, cash on delivery. By the time Shaksha finished reading the message, the wood elf Lyena, who claimed to be an elf, had already initiated the transaction. Shax didn't waste any time, directly trading the magic cores and sending a reply. Did you see that clearly? 120 level 1 magic cores. Apart from the 80 cores purchased last time, the rest are the deposit for the next purchase, plus 200 pet pills. By the way, you can call me Luo Shanhai. After thinking for a moment, Shaxi revealed his real name from the previous world. Since nobody knows him anyway, he'll just keep the name as a memento. It was a pleasure working with you, Luo Shanhai. Elf, you are very trustworthy. Our cooperation can continue to deepen. As you wish. Shax tried to close the distance between them, and the other party was very accommodating. After the transaction was completed, Shaxi and the elf chatted casually for a while, and then did not contact each other again. They seemed to have just met, and both were wary, avoiding any sensitive topics. Shax didn't care. He shifted his focus and concentrated on finding items that could help him break through. It wasn't until after nightfall that Shaxi finally found something suitable for himself among the vast array of items. Bloodstone. Type: rare and exotic treasures. Item description: a rare treasure born in the heart of the land of the dead, formed from countless drops of blood. The bloodstone contains not only powerful life essence, but also terrifying blood essence. Consuming the bloodstone will instantly elevate any life form below hero level to hero level. Special note: if a life form of hero rank or higher consumes it, the chance of advancing will be greatly reduced. Failure will increase the life form's constitution and related attributes. Transaction price: 1 gold grade weapon or item. Other items are negotiable. Honestly, when Shaxi saw this item, he was drooling. Once this item is obtained, Shaxi's template can be directly upgraded, and his strength can reach the hero level. Judging from the description of the bloodstone, it may not be a weakling among heroes even after advancing to hero level. However, the seller's price was simply too expensive. The Shax has never seen a gold level weapon before. The so-called gold level weapons are indistinguishable in the world where Shaxi is currently located. The reason for this weapon tier distinction is because of the Ash chest. Only some items from the Ash chest have different levels. Shax already knew this when he was browsing the trading market. The item tiers are simple and easy to remember, from lowest to highest. They are iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, and demigod. Of course, Shax has been browsing the market for so many years and has never seen a single piece of equipment or items such as dark gold, legendary, or demigod level. I have seen a few pieces of gold, but each one was very expensive, beyond the reach of the Kshatriyas of that time. Shax looked at the seller of the bloodstone. It was a seller with a name, called Wandering Soul DOD. Shax really wanted the bloodstone, so after thinking about it, he sent the other party a message. How about exchanging a large number of magic cores for your blood essence stones? Shakespeare's message was neither too deliberate, nor did he appear overly eager. Of course, this is just Shuxy's own idea. Chapter 25 The Name of Lewdness. It's best that way. This time, Shuxy didn't receive a reply for a long time. 3 days later, before his brother Grell returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shaksha still hadn't been able to buy the bloodstone. Inside the chieftain's tent, the core council of elders of the tribe, led by Chieftain Gerald and assisted by Elder Gankai and other elders, gathered together. Shuxy, as a member of the Council of Elders, was among them. There are a few things to announce, so everyone should be prepared. First, winter is approaching, and heavy snow will cover the earth, bringing darkness day and night. We must hurry to gather supplies for the winter. Grain, meat, furs, and firewood are all essential. I will not allow any of my people to starve or freeze to death this year. As the head of the clan, Gerald's words at this moment were extremely heavy, solemn, and brooked no argument. Grell scanned all the elders, not even sparing Shuxy, and only after everyone nodded did he narrow his eyes and remain silent for a short while. Secondly, with the approaching winter and eternal night, the tribes surrounding the territory will surely be tempted to venture out and hunt across regions. Therefore, our tribe must issue a kill order. Anyone who sees a foreigner in our hunting territory shall be killed on sight, and all their belongings shall be confiscated. Prior to this, our fellow members of the Athos Troll clan had already trespassed into our territory to hunt, so everyone must be on high alert from now on. At this point, Gerald glanced at the Grand Elder and Shuxy, indicating that he already knew what had happened. However, Gerald didn't elaborate, but simply mentioned it briefly. The next hunting trips will be led by me and the Elder in turns, with each member of the tribe going out to hunt. Remember, from now on, no one in the clan is allowed to go out alone. Everyone must act as a group. Well, speaking of which, Grell glanced at Shaxi again. Shax shrugged and did not refute. Thirdly, our Troll and Succubus clans have successfully formed a marriage alliance. Elder Shuxi's marriage partner is Lady Yuina of the Succubus royal family. Lady Yuina is the twin sister of the Succubus Queen Yelena. If we, the Mayan Trolls, wish to advance further, we need a wise sage, and this sage must be one of our own. Although Succubi are known for their licentiousness, they are also known for their wisdom and loyalty. Shuxi, you need to grasp this point. Shuxi nodded, his face equally stern. Succubi are indeed a contradictory race. They are promiscuous, but once tamed, they are loyal. The female succubus are generally highly intelligent and skilled in seduction and scheming. The combination of the ferocious troll race and the succubus race is indeed a very good choice. However, for this marriage, you, Shuxi, need to personally go and fetch her. After Grell said those words, all the troll elders turned their gaze to Shaksha. Upon hearing this, Shuxi couldn't help but squint and ponder. However, before Shaxi could draw a conclusion, Grell had already explained the reason. The Succubus clan was somewhat skeptical that Shuxi's battle beast was Abyss Grayman. So, Shuxi, when you go to fetch the bride this time, you must demonstrate your power and conquer those succubi. Upon hearing what Grell said, Shuxi's thoughts gradually became clear, and a divine light shone in his eyes. Don't worry, Chieftain, I will definitely bring back Yuina of the Succubus royal family. Yes, that would be best. After giving a calm reply, Jurliel turned to look at Elder Gankai. Elder, you will lead the hunt tomorrow. However, the Bloodline warriors need to assign a small team to Shuxi, as he needs someone to guide him. The Elder glanced at Shax and nodded in agreement. Also, I brought back a lot of supplies from this hunt, which I distributed to ensure that all the tribespeople can survive the winter. By the time Shuxi stepped out of the chieftain's tent, it was already dark. The meeting of the Council of Elders lasted a long time, with the latter part of the time spent discussing the details. Shax entered his tent, where the little female slave snake girl Aya had already prepared a sumptuous dinner for him. Shuxi sat on the animal skin and, without saying much, began to gnaw on a piece of fully cooked monster meat. After eating until he was about 3/10 full, Shuxi spoke to the little snake girl Aya. Get ready tonight, and come hunting with me first thing tomorrow morning. Really, master? Shuxi glanced at the little snake girl Aya, said nothing, and continued to eat the food on the table. Soon, the night was over. Because he possessed the stomach pouch of a cuckoo bird, Shuxi was able to travel light. As for the little snake girl Aya, Shuxi got her a fine leather armor from the storeroom. The little snake woman Aya had a long, thin sword hanging at her waist. It was sharp, but too small and thin for the troll. At the entrance to the valley, a large group of bloodline warriors gathered, all fully armed. When Shuxi arrived with the little snake girl Aya, Elder Genkai had already been waiting for him for a while. Shuxi, the four of them will be hunting with you from now on. They are also the bloodline warriors who will accompany you to the Succubus clan this time. Shuxi glanced at the four trolls standing behind Elder Steelk, each of them a bloodline warrior about 2.5 meters tall. The four trolls exuded a violent aura simply by standing there. All right, Shakespeare, you can handle the rest yourself. I'm going out with the team. Shuxi reached out and touched Elder Genkai's arm, then said sincerely, Elder, may a bountiful harvest accompany you. Elder Genkai nodded, and after roaring at the door for a while, seeing the morale of the troops rise, he turned around and led his people out of the valley. Please introduce yourselves. Shuxi withdrew his gaze from the Grand Elder and scanned the four trolls before him. These four trolls will follow him from now on, and will be considered his nominal subordinates as Elder Shuxi. Elder, I am Terminer, specializing in two-handed great axes. Elder, I am Longmu, specializing in spears. Elder, I am Deafike, specializing in two-handed greatswords. Elder, I am Ermi, specializing in two-handed warhammers. Shuxi sighed. This is what trolls are like. A small squad of troll warriors, all melee fighters, not a single wizard or archer. This combination is a bit unreasonable. The guy named Longmu, although he specializes in spear techniques, he is a melee spear user and has not also studied spear throwing techniques. Shuxi didn't waste any words with them. A burst of bloody light flashed from his chest, and the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast immediately appeared outside the valley. Shuxi grabbed the little snake girl Aya around the waist and jumped onto the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus. Defek, you know the way and are familiar with the terrain, so lead the way. Chapter 26 Level 5 Magical Beast, Snake Woman Contract. Although he had seen Abyssal Greymon many times, feeling its aura up close still made the troll's scalp tingle. Defek, do you know which area has snake-type monsters? Shuxi sat cross-legged on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, gazing at the distant dense forest, occasionally reaching out to stroke the several spears on its back. Elder Shuxi, regarding snake-type magical beasts, there is a triangular python with both dark and fire attributes in the northern region. The triangular python is a top-tier level 5 magical beast, not to be trifled with, and we try to avoid it when we go hunting. Upon hearing this, Shuxi remained silent, turning his head to glance at the little snake girl Aya behind him. The little snake girl, Aya, nodded without saying anything. Take me to the triangular python's territory, let's go and meet it. Shuxi turned around and told Defek, who was leading the way, about the first goal of this hunting trip. Elder Shuxi, are we going to the northern region? The Succubus race's territory is in the east. We'll circle around it. Defek kindly reminded Shuxi that the four of them were genuinely worried that Shuxi would be late in picking up the people from the Succubus territory. Shuxi didn't speak immediately. Suddenly, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus under his mount roared, startling the four trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who all staggered. Just then, Shakis's cold voice came through. If you come hunting with me, you have to listen to me. My words are commands. I don't want to hear any dissenting voices, nor do I want to see any behavior that disobeys my orders. If you're not used to my style, you can go to the clan chief or the great elder when you go back this time, and ask them to transfer you back. Remember this, in my team, you have to listen to me. Shake's words were cold and ruthless, showing them no respect whatsoever. Thus, under the intimidation of Shuxi, the four troll warriors, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, all restrained their tempers and dared not make any excessive reactions. Shuxi ignored them until they became his confidants. These trolls, whether dragons or snakes, had to remain coiled. As a result, the atmosphere in the team became somewhat tense, and for a moment no one spoke. Everyone was focused on getting on their way. The team, focused on their journey, felt time fly by. After traversing dense forests and thickets, they finally arrived at the triangular python's territory in the early hours of the second day. Aya, can you feel its presence? Upon hearing this, the little snake girl, Aya, slowly closed her eyes, as if searching for something. Master, it's in that direction. Shikushi nodded, picked up the little snake girl Aya, jumped off the back of Abyss Greymon, and pointed out the direction to Abyss Greymon. Roar. A terrifying roar of a dragon beast rang out, and the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast trampled forward like a giant war chariot. After running for 3 minutes, on a huge rock, Shax and the others saw the triangular python, a level 5 magical beast with both dark and fire attributes, coiled up and raising its head high, ready to fight. The 3 curved horns on the head of the triangular python are extremely eye-catching, giving people a sense of vicissitude and heaviness. Roar. However, at this moment, Abyssal Greymon had already launched its attack. The level 6 peak Abyssal Tyrannosaurus didn't care about the triangular python's abilities at all, and opened its huge mouth to bite it. The next moment, Abyssal Tyrannomon and Triceratops began to entangle themselves. The nearly 30-meter-long body of the triangular python was no joke. It coiled around the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, continuously compressing its living space. If it were a regular monster, it would likely become increasingly weak. But Abyssal Tyrannomon is different. It not only has a copper skin and iron bones, but its entire body is also imbued with a black abyssal aura. This aura can not only heal Abyssal Tyrannomon's injuries, but also corrode its opponents. In less than 2 minutes, Abyssal Tyrannomon had already taken over the top. If it weren't for Shuxie's orders, Abyssal Tyrannomon would most likely already be devouring this supersized spicy snack. Master, it has become weak. It is afraid. I can make my move now. Upon hearing this, Shuxie didn't say much and had the little snake girl Aya step forward to sign the contract. The contract between the snake girl Aya and the triangular python, although not a slave contract, still has a superior subordinate relationship. Clearly, the snake girl Aya is the one in control. A mysterious emerald green magic circle appeared between the snake girl Aya and the triangular python, and a happy smile appeared on Aya's face. Master, that's enough. Triangle has become my guardian beast. Shax was surprised, feeling that the name Triangle was quite direct. Shuxie nodded, signaling Abyssal Tyrannomon to relent. After letting out a roar, Abyssal Tyrannomon released Triceratops and returned to Shax's side. After patting the Abyssal Tyrannomon's outstretched head, Shuxie looked at Aya, the little snake girl who was affectionately communicating with the Triceratops. Tell it to lead us to its lair. We'll rest here for the day. Upon hearing Shuxie's words, the little snake woman Aya made a hissing sound. Is that parcel tongue? Shuxie was a little curious and asked a question. Yes, master, the snake people are born with the ability to speak snake language. As he spoke, Shax had already put away Abyss Greymon. As long as Abyssal Greymon exists, whatever it does will make everything except for Zeki feel uneasy. Fortunately, Shaxu simply stored Abyss Greymon inside its heart, which made things easier for everyone. The little snake girl Aya jumped onto the head of the triangular python and extended an invitation to Shax. With a leap, Shax appeared behind the little snake girl Aya and reached out his large hand to hug her slender waist. The little snake girl Aya's face immediately turned bright red. Fortunately, the triangular python's head had 3 curved horns. Aya stretched out her hands, grabbed the horns, and steadied herself. The triangular python flicked its tongue and swayed its body, carrying Aya and Shax towards the depths of the dense forest. As for the 4 trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, they could only follow behind the triangular python, weapons in hand, their faces filled with shock. The 4 trolls following behind exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of awe. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of the power of the Shuxie, especially after seeing that even the young female slave of Shax could control a level 5 triangular python demon beast. The shock in their hearts gradually turned into fanaticism. Shaksha has no say in what the troll subordinates think. His brother Grell assigned him these 4 trolls, not just for show. The main reason was that Shaksha needed a guide to reach the territory of the Succubus race. Of course, considering that the Succubus clan might donate some supplies, a small team was dispatched to Shuxie. Without further ado, the triangular python carried Aya and Shax into the dense forest and stopped in front of a small hill. There is a natural stone cave at the foot of the small hill. The cave is about 100 square meters in size, neither too big nor too small. It's safe here. You can set up your tents at the cave entrance. Everyone's tired from traveling all night. After saying that, the triangular python carried Aya and Shax into the cave. Upon hearing this, the 4 trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, nodded to each other and set up camp on the spot. Chapter 27 Discovery of the Mine, Advanced Items. Inside the cave, the entrance was fairly bright, but it became somewhat dark once inside. Fortunately, it was dark, but not damp. Suddenly, the triangular python spat out a ball of flame, igniting a half-meter-high rock nearby and brightening the cave considerably. However, under the firelight, Shuxie was able to clearly see what the burning stone looked like. Dark flame stone. Shax exclaimed in surprise that the burning stone was actually a rare mineral. Master, Triangle said there are more stones like that at the bottom of the cave. What? Shaxi turned his head and gazed at the little snake woman, Aya. Master, Triangle said there are more stones like that at the bottom of the cave. The little snake girl Aya was startled by Shax, but she still repeated what she had just said. The snake woman Aya also knew very well that this cave should be a dark flame stone mine, but she didn't know how much dark flame stone could be mined from it. Shax didn't say anything, but started inspecting and patrolling the cave. Deep inside the cave, Shaxi found a dark flame stone that was about the same size as the one he had just found. Shaxi reached out and lifted the dark flame stone with one hand. It seems this really is a mine. Thinking of this, Shaxi felt a surge of joy and excitement. Dark flame stone is a rare ore. When forging weapons, adding some of it can create rare fire tribute weapons. Without hesitation, Shaxi put all the dark flame stones from the cave into the cuckoo bird's stomach. After sweeping everything away, Shaxi took out a piece of animal hide and placed it aside. Tonight, Shaxi is going to spend the night here. At the command of the snake woman Aya, the triangular python swam into the innermost part of the cave to rest and recover from its injuries. As for the snake woman Aya, she had already left the cave to prepare food for Shax. Shaxi dozed off for a while, feeling rather bored, so he focused his mind on the ash platform, wanting to see if he could find any items that would be helpful to him. However, after Shaxi entered the ash platform, he received a reply from the bloodstone seller, Ghost. What level of magic core? The message was extremely simple, leaving Shakespeare unsure how to reply. After thinking for a moment, Shakespeare replied to the message. Level 5 magic cores, 200 in total. Shakespeare's reply showed his utmost sincerity. His 200 level 5 magic cores were almost all he had. Of course, he also had some level 3 in level for magic cores, but Shax estimated that the seller wouldn't be interested. Because he can sell bloodstones and ash seeds, his own strength is at least hero level. In other words, this seller named Ghost DOD is at least an ashbringer with a hero template. Just as Shaksha was about to continue searching for items, he didn't expect that the wandering spirit Dodd would reply so quickly. Not enough, add a little more. Upon seeing this information, Shax felt like vomiting blood. 200 level 5 magic cores are not enough? This was the amount that Shaksha had obtained by looting almost half of the troll tribe's collection. Shax narrowed his eyes. He realized that the other party wasn't complaining about the low price he offered, but rather wanted to squeeze him to the maximum extent possible. Once he understood this, Shax felt like he had been put into a juicer, unable to express his suffering. However, in order to advance to the hero template, Shaxi had to bleed a lot of money. After a moment's thought, Shaxi replied to the message from the wandering soul Dodi. Add 3 more level 6 magic cores, that's the most. To be honest, Shax was a little nervous. He was afraid that the other party would refuse the deal and stop negotiating. Half an hour passed, then an hour passed, and just when Shax thought the other party had lost interest in his offer, the other party finally replied. Sorry, I had something urgent to attend to earlier, but I have some free time now. Your offer is only SOSO, but magic cores are hard currency, so I'll take the deal. My name is Wandering Soul. May I ask your name? Seeing these replies, Shax finally understood that the other party had been torturing him like a hawk, waiting for him to lose his patience. However, after seeing that Shaxi was not replying to messages, she realized that Shaxi's value should be fully exploited, so she finally stepped in to play the role of a nice guy and make a deal with Shaxi. Shady businessman. Shaxi cursed the wandering soul Didi inwardly, gaining a profound understanding of those ash seeds who had awakened earlier than him. You can't truly trust anyone but yourself. My name is Luo Shanhai, and your blood essence stone has drained me dry? Shaxi grumbled a little and initiated the trade, placing the rare 3 level 6 magic cores on the board. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency Luo Shanhai, all the expenses are worthwhile in order to improve our strength. Investing in yourself will yield the greatest returns. Keep bluffing. Shax felt even worse when he saw the toxic chicken soup that the wandering soul Dodd had sent back. Therefore, Shaxi chose to ignore the wandering soul Dodd who was exploiting him. Despite feeling uncomfortable, when the palm-sized blood essence stone actually landed in his hand, Shaxi could feel his heart pounding wildly. Thump thump. The sound of his heart pounding wildly with excitement was irresistible to Shakespeare. Finally, Shaxi put the bloodstone into his stomach pouch and waited for his heartbeat and emotions to calm down. Around noon, the snake girl Aya brought in some roasted meat, as well as some thin porridge made from buckwheat and monster meat, which filled Shax up completely. And so, the day passed by uneventfully. As night fell, the little snake girl Aya and the triangular python were sent by Shax to guard the cave. At this moment, Shakushi's mind had calmed down, and he was ready to break through to the hero template right now and here. Shax took out the blood essence stone and examined its properties more closely. Bloodstone, a rare treasure born in the heart of the land of the dead, formed from the condensation of countless drops of blood. It contains not only powerful life essence, but also terrifying blood essence. Consuming a bloodstone will instantly elevate any life form below hero level to hero level. Special note: if a life form of hero rank or higher consumes it, the chance of advancing will be greatly reduced. Failure will increase the life form's constitution and related attributes. Shax took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the bloodstone in one gulp. The next moment, a massive amount of life energy emanated from Shuxi's abdomen. Without a second thought, Shuxi activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, to resist the pain. In an instant, Shuxi's entire body hair turned blood red, even his eyeballs. A terrifying energy surged within Shuxi's body, constantly impacting his entire being. The feeling was complicated. It felt like his whole body was being torn apart, but his body would feel comfortable for a while, and then it would hurt again. The interplay of pain and pleasure created a cycle that left Shuxi unable to resist, prompting him to roar. Outside the cave, the triangular python had blocked the entrance. The little snake girl Aya stood on the snake's head, her eyes sharp, following Shuxi's orders to guard the cave entrance. The four trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing Shuxi's roar, unsure of what to do. They had previously received instructions from Shuxi to guard the cave entrance. But now Shuxi's roar was clearly in great pain, which put the four trolls in a dilemma. Chapter 28 Template Advancement, Amazing Growth. Shakespeare was indeed very painful, but it was a bittersweet experience. As the bloodstone melts, the elite template data of the Shuxi is gradually approaching its maximum value. Before this, Shuxi's agility and intelligence were 90 and 95 respectively, not yet reaching 100. But in just about 5 minutes, all the data on the X-Force Elite template reached its maximum value. Then, all of Zake's cells became incredibly active, like ants, as if they were reshaping Zake's body. Shake's cries of pain continued until late into the night. After that, not a sound came from the cave. It was completely silent. Shax finally woke up from his coma at noon the next day. The first thing Shax did upon waking up was not to get up, but to silently check his template data. Name: Shakshi Mayan Hero Template. Race: Troll. Title: Seed of Ashes. Title description: a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength: 325 to 500 plus 670 can be increased. Agility: 310 to 500 plus 22 can be improved. Intelligence: 320 to 500 plus 20 can be increased. Constitution: 300 to 500 plus 20 can be improved. Resistance: 10% against all negative status effects. Skill: 1. Advanced Spear Mastery. Trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of Troll Blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. A branch skill specializing in spear throwing. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Be careful, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Bloodline Advanced Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation Advanced Martial Skill. Levitation, seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50%. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst and only a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura will cause the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In the berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Trollheart Heroic Skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. Shax stood up, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the stone wall. Bang! The stone wall was shattered in large areas, and a large crater was formed where Shax's fist struck. Is this the hero template? Is this the power of a hero? Ha ha. Shax's maniacal laughter came from the cave entrance, which relieved his anxious subordinates who were waiting outside. After seeing his own attributes, Shaxi suddenly felt that buying that bloodstone was a really good deal. Because during this advancement breakthrough, not only did Shaksha break through his template, but he also awakened a hero skill called Troll Heart. This is a terrifying skill. It grants Shakshi twice the power. The creation of this skill instantly propelled Shakus to become an incredibly powerful being among the hero-level beings. Similarly, the hero template has also gained a new attribute. That's resistance. Although it's only 10% at the moment, it's better to have it than nothing. I'm hungry. Get me something to eat, little Aya. Shaxi's voice came from the cave. Upon hearing this, the little snake girl Aya and her 4 troll subordinates quickly started cooking meat. Not long after, Shaxi came out of the cave. As expected, the snake girl Aya, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi all turned their attention to Shax. Elder Shaxi, you seem to have changed. The one who spoke was Defek. Although he had been warned by Shaxi once, he was actually the closest to Shaxi among the 4 trolls. Oh, tell me, what changes have occurred? After staring at Shaxi for a while, Defek slapped his forehead and said with a sudden realization, Elder Shaxi, you've grown quite a bit taller. Shax was also taken aback when he heard this, and he looked down at his own body. Sure enough, the leather armor he was wearing now fit him perfectly. Shaxi was wearing leather armor custom-made from the wizard Black Flame. Shaxi had previously asked Elder Black Flame to make the leather armor larger so that it wouldn't tear when he transformed. Now, this leather armor can only be worn normally. Shaxi looked at his leather armor and wondered if he could buy a more suitable and functional leather armor from the Ashes platform. Elder Shaxi, have you broken through to a higher level? Shaxi nodded and said casually, You're right. I suffered through the agony last night after taking some magic potion. Shaxi's words instilled awe in the 4 trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. As fellow trolls, they could certainly sense that Shaksha's troll bloodline was now purer than before. Of course, the Cassiopeia has become even more powerful. Elder Shaxi is indeed the strongest being of this generation. Elder Shaxi's aura is terrifying. Should I also follow Elder Shaxi and become his guardian warrior? Trolls OO. The aura of Shaksha caused his troll subordinates, who had not yet submitted to his cause, to have wild thoughts. However, Shaxi didn't care. At this moment, he had already accepted the dried meat that the little snake woman Aya handed him to satisfy his hunger. After wolfing down his food to fill his stomach, Shakespeare drank some water and addressed the others. After lunch, you should rest well. We'll travel tonight and hunt some magical beasts along the way to present to the Succubus clan as gifts. Everyone nodded and continued with their work. As for Shaxi, he had already taken his spear and started practicing in the woods outside the cave. Sizzle. With a slight exertion, the spear flew out of Shaxi's hand. Puff, puff, puff. The spear pierced through more than a dozen giant trees before finally embedding itself deeply in one of them. Too light. It seems that when I go back this time, I will not only need to replace my leather armor, but also some higher-grade spears. 2 hours later, everyone finished eating and began to rest. Shax sat outside the cave, basking in the sun, half closing his eyes and feeling every active cell in his body. As his body grows taller, his strength, speed, and perception all improve. This requires Shaxi to gradually adapt and quickly master the power within his body. Chapter 29 Buffalo Frenzy, a Great Gift. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of Succubi. Moo moo moo. Shoot shoo shoo. The frenzied bellowing of the bulls echoed throughout the dense forest, and a rain of arrows fell on the Mad Bull men, but they felt nothing. The Mad Bull, oblivious to pain, continued his charge toward the Succubus's position. The delicate Succubus clan had no choice but to fight and retreat, ceding half of their hunting grounds to those madmen. The atmosphere inside the Succubus palace was extremely oppressive. Damn bullmen, why don't they go to the mountain giants' territory? Why don't they go to the trolls' territory? Are we Succubi really that easy to bully? Damn mad bullmen, cowardly buffalo tribe. The Succubus queen, Yelena, was furious, but helpless. Those buffalo men who had gone mad were completely unaffected by the Succubi's charms. With winter fast approaching and all races scrambling for prey, the Succubus race's hunting grounds have been invaded by buffalo. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Yes, Your Majesty, are we just going to abandon them? This is our territory, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, winter is coming soon, and we have not yet prepared enough supplies. Inside the palace, the chattering of the Succubus elders only worsened Queen Yelena's mood. Just then, A succubus elder who was close to the queen suddenly spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty, perhaps we should seek help from the trolls? Their bloodline warrior, that troll with the war beast, isn't he trying to form a marriage alliance with us? Could we take this opportunity to ask the trolls to help us drive away those mad cowmen who have invaded our territory? It must be said that the succubus elder's words calmed down the succubus queen Yelena, who was so agitated that her head was about to explode. Yes, if internal forces can't solve the problem, then we should borrow external forces. This should be the way for us succubi to survive. The succubus queen, Yelena, is introspecting, deeply examining and analyzing herself. Have any traces of trolls appeared within the territory? The voice of the succubus queen, Yelena, entered the palace. It was cold, yet carried a hint of allure. Your Majesty, we have not yet discovered anything. After these words were spoken, the palace fell silent once more. After a long while, the succubus elder muttered something under his breath. Your Majesty, has the troll race changed their minds and no longer wants the marriage alliance? It must be said that while the succubus race is intelligent, it is also a suspicious race. The succubus elders were about to discuss this issue when they were immediately silenced by the voice of the succubus queen, Yelena. It's unlikely they'll back out. Chief Grell of the troll race left behind a considerable dowry. Knowing Grell as I do, he wouldn't let these gifts be given away for nothing. Therefore, the trolls will definitely appear in our territory. As for that person, it's hard to say whether he is a troll knight or whether he has a deep-sea tyrannosaurus. The words of the succubus queen, Yelena, silenced the succubus elders for a moment. A moment later, the succubus elder who had just suggested asking the trolls to help drive out the minotaurs spoke cautiously again. Your Majesty, shall we still marry Lady Yelena off to another country? The succubus palace was quiet, and no one answered the question. The succubus queen, Yelena, who was being questioned, leaned back on her throne, squinting her eyes and lost in thought for a long time. The troll territory in the dense forest. Shax pulled a spear from the head of a giant earth bear and gestured for the troll warriors Teeming and Longmu to come over and break down the meat, fur, and magic core. As for the rest, they all became snacks for abyssal tyrannomen. Shax stretched and felt incredibly powerful. Since his template was upgraded to the hero template and his strength was doubled, Shax felt that monsters below level 6 were almost no match for him. The combined power level of nearly 1,000 made Shax feel like a Superman, possessing immense strength. Teeming and Longmu looked at the idle Shax with awe, their fervor for Shax growing ever stronger. Although the earth demon bear in front of them was a variant, it was still a level 5 peak magical beast, but Shax killed it by simply throwing a spear. Defect, how far are we from the succubus territory? Reporting to Elder Shax, since we are taking a long detour, we should reach the border around nighttime. Shax patted the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his arms, then looked at the several large packages on the back of the triangular python, and was quite satisfied. Have you ever met Lady Yelena? What does she look like? As Shax asked this question, Aya, the little snake woman who was pouring water for Shax, also looked up at Defek. The little snake girl Aya was very curious. Could the succubus race, known for its beauty and allure, be even more beautiful than their high-ranking snake woman Medusa? Maybe even a succubus isn't as pretty as me. The little snake girl Aya thought to herself. After all, she was also one of the candidates for Medusa, the chieftain of the snake people tribe. Her bloodline was very pure, and she was very likely to advance to become Medusa. Defek shook his head and said blankly, I have never met Lady Yelena, but I have heard that she is the twin sister of the succubus queen Yelena, so she should be about the same age as Yelena. Shax narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then asked, Chief Gerald has never seen him either? I don't know about that. Defek shook his head again. His answer did not satisfy Shax. Half an hour later, the earth demon bear was completely disintegrated, and the group set off again. This time, Shaxu didn't put Abyss Grayman away, but instead walked directly to the front. We'll arrive at the succubus territory soon. It's our first time there, so Shax needs to make a grand entrance. A day later, led by Shax, an abyssal tyrannosaurus and a triangular python entered the hunting territory of the succubus race. However, not long after entering the succubus territory, Shax and his companions encountered a group of uninvited guests. They were a group of exceptionally strong and tall buffalo men. Before the troll warrior Defik could even step forward to ask, a dozen or so buffalo men who had gone mad had already charged toward them. A cold glint flashed in Katsuki's eyes as he stood on Abyssal Tyrannoman's back, and he patted Abyssal Tyrannoman. Roar. The next second, the roar of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast and the screams of the mad Minotaur echoed through the dense forest. A quarter of an hour later, Shuxi looked at the buffalo men lying on the ground and spoke to the 4 troll warriors, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. Go, find a vine, string them together, and take them to the Succubus clan. I think this will be a great gift. Shuxi squinted, a strange smile on his face. Upon seeing this group of buffalo people, Shuxi had a pretty good idea of what had happened in the Succubus territory. Chapter 30 The Troll Knight. He's terrifying. This is actually quite easy to guess. Winter is approaching, and all races must hunt in order to survive and gather more supplies. If there aren't enough prey within your territory, then hunt in other areas. Even if such behavior carries enormous risks. But if we don't fight for it now, are we going to wait until winter comes and let our race starve to death? The Mayan giant demon clan is considered a powerful race in this black wilderness forest. That is, the Athos, who are of the same race, occasionally dare to sneak across the boundary to hunt. However, once discovered, the outcome is almost always the same, death. Just like the group of Athos that Shuxi killed last time, he showed no mercy and no leniency. Therefore, relying on the fact that they had become mad bulls after going berserk and were no longer susceptible to succubi's charms, the buffalo people forcefully invaded the succubus territory at this time. This is perfectly normal. If Shuxi were a buffalo, he would have done the same. After all, the succubus race was seen as an easy target by the buffalo people. At this moment, Shuxi was thinking about whether to take the opportunity to make exorbitant demands and bring back more succubi, or extort more dowry. In short, Shuxi has a lot on his mind right now, and he's in a pretty good mood. Just as Shuxi was deep in thought, he discovered another uninvited guest. However, this time the uninvited guest was well hidden. Sizzle. The moment Shuxi turned his head, he had already drawn a spear from his back and thrown it. Puff. Shuxi heard the sound of a spear piercing through a body, and a smile appeared on his lips. However, as Shuxi walked deeper into the dense forest, he only saw a pool of blood. Shuxi frowned. Although the opponent was quite far away, his strength was extremely high, yet he still couldn't kill him. This shows that the person who was hiding was quite capable. Succubus territory, Succubus palace. Your Majesty, Elder Yuga, is injured. A female succubus with 2 horns rushed in from outside the palace, reporting the latest news about her race to the succubus queen, Yelena. How did you get injured? When the succubus queen Yelena heard that an elder had been injured, her expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment when manpower and strong individuals are most needed, a succubus elder has actually been injured. Didn't I warn them not to go near those buffalo people? Who is so bold as to disobey my orders? Just as the succubus queen Yelena was questioning him, the injured succubus elder had already entered the palace. The succubus queen, Yelena, looked up and saw that Elder Yuga had lost his left arm. Yuga, do you take my words as just words? When the succubus queen Yelena saw the miserable state of the succubus elder Yuga, she felt no sadness or pity whatsoever. Instead, she coldly questioned him. The succubus elder, Yuga, bowed respectfully before speaking excitedly. Your Majesty, I have not disobeyed your orders. My injury wasn't caused by those crazy bulls. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, the succubus queen Yelena did not speak, but waited with a cold face for the succubus elder Yuga to explain. Your Majesty, they have arrived. The succubus queen, Yelena, didn't understand and spoke sharply with a cold face. Who came? Explain yourself. Was it that group of buffalo men? Elder succubus Yuga pressed her right hand against the wound on her left arm, shook her head, and said excitedly, Your Majesty, the bloodline warriors of the troll race have arrived. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena's eyes lit up, showing a hint of anticipation. However, the succubus elder Yuga's next words made the succubus queen Yelena feel uncertain and anxious. Your Majesty, this time it's the troll knights. He is a true troll knight, a troll knight who came riding an abyssal tyrannoman. These 2 sentences immediately silenced the succubus palace, making it so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Elder Yuga, are you telling the truth? The question was not posed by the succubus queen Yelena, but by a succubus elder who appeared somewhat frail and elderly. However, Elder Yuga's reply was addressed to Queen Yelena, the succubus. Your Majesty, I didn't see it wrong. I witnessed the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast attack and kill more than a dozen buffalo men. Look, my left arm wasn't caused by the buffalo man. Rather, it was because I was so shocked when I saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus that my aura became unstable, which was sensed by the powerful troll knight. He threw a spear from afar, which pierced my arm and severed it. Luckily, I used a secret technique of my clan to escape, which saved my life. Your Majesty, that troll knight is terrifyingly powerful. I have never seen such a powerful being before. The succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, speechless for a long time. Why are such powerful warriors not found among succubi, but rather among trolls? Why should succubi be bullied by buffalo men? Your Majesty, I think we need to reconsider our attitude and etiquette towards that troll knight. I think this is a good thing. With Lady Yelena marrying into the troll race, we have successfully tied ourselves to the trolls. Perhaps, after this winter, our succubus hunting grounds will become even more expansive. The old, decrepit succubus elder spoke with a seductive air. Her words made the succubi fantasize and anticipate a wider hunting territory. Of course, the succubus queen Yelena also had her expectations. Elder Yuga, I will send a squad of succubi guards to accompany you to meet that esteemed troll knight. I want you to apologize to that troll knight in person and beg him to forgive your sin of spying. Elder Yuga, do you have a question? The succubus elder, Yujia, shook her head and bowed as she spoke. Yuga is willing to go, Your Majesty. All right, go. If this succeeds, you'll be highly rewarded. In the succubus territory, Shaksha no longer hunted monsters. This is the territory of succubi. It would be a bit unreasonable to hunt monsters here as gifts. Because of this, Shaxi and his group were able to advance much faster. At noon on the second day, Shaxi and his group encountered the succubus squad that came to greet them. Roar, roar, roar. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus's incessant roars, like the voice of the dead, lingered in the ears of the succubus squad. That group of female succubus warriors almost lost their footing. Seeing that the effect of his fist demonstration had been achieved, Shaxi patted the abyss Tyrannoman, stopping its roar and withdrawing its oppressive aura. Honorable Troll Knight, we are the outpost dispatched by Her Majesty the Queen to guide you. Welcome to our succubus territory. Shaxi nodded, said little, and gestured for the succubus squad to lead the way. At this moment, the troll warrior Defik, who was tasked with leading the way and making diplomatic contributions, stepped forward and spoke with the group of succubus warriors, informing them of what had happened after Shaksha and the others entered the succubus territory. Defek chatted and laughed, occasionally pointing behind him to the string of buffalo carcasses being dragged by Teeming and Longmu. Chapter 31 3 Gifts, Willing to Serve. Succubus Territory, Succubus Palace. Shaxi leaned back in his chair, with 4 troll warriors standing behind him. Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. The little snake woman Aya was also behind him, but closer. At this moment, Shakus had a faint smile on his face. It has to be said that the succubus queen Yelena is very charming, seductive, and sexy. She's a stunning beauty. While being scrutinized by all the succubi in the palace, Shaksha was also scrutinizing the succubus race. As rumored, most succubi are scantily clad, with hot and sexy figures, and are alluring and seductive. Unlike the succubus queen Yelena and several older succubus elders, they were dressed appropriately, using semi-transparent gauze to cover part of their private parts. Troll Knight from the troll race, welcome to our succubus clan. After scrutinizing Shaxi, the succubus queen Yelena finally spoke. Shaksha was not as tall and strong as the succubus queen Yelena had imagined. Compared to the strong bodies of other trolls, Shaksha was actually rather short. However, when Shaxi entered the territory, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast he rode was no mere imposter. Its terrifying aura swept across the succubus territory, causing the tribesmen to tremble. Therefore, the succubus queen Yelena was very polite to Shaksha. Shaxi stood up, performed a troll salute, and gestured to the 4 people behind him, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, to bring in his gifts. Soon, the 4 men carried packages into the palace, and each package was opened to reveal fresh chunks of meat and fur. After demonstrating these, Shaxi smiled and spoke to the succubus queen, Yelena. Winter is coming, and in this desolate forest, meat and fur are the best gifts. This is a small gift. I hope your majesty will accept it with pleasure. The succubus queen, Yelena, had a smile on her face the whole time. After nodding to an elder next to the palace, the elder led a group of succubus warriors out and accepted the gift from Shaxi. After all the packages had been moved, Shaxi continued speaking. Territory is the foundation of a tribe's survival. When faced with invasions from other tribes, we should expel them and teach them a lesson. Your Majesty, the string of buffalo corpses outside the palace is my second gift to the succubus race. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena's smile deepened. Lord Shaxi, I believe the marriage between a troll and a succubus will bring new changes to the Black Wasteland. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena clapped her hands lightly. Then, a succubus dressed in a black feather wedding gown and with a transparent black veil covering her head, led by 2 succubus elders, walked from the side hall into the main hall. Lord Shaxi, This is my twin sister, the royal succubus Yuina. Yuina, a royal succubus, is the person Shaksha will marry into this alliance. Through the black veil, Shakshi saw Yuina. She was beautiful. Yuina looks exactly like her sister, but compared to Her Majesty the Queen, Yuina appears slightly more youthful. If we were to describe the succubus Queen Yelena as sexy and voluptuous, with arched eyebrows and full cheeks, that younger sister, Yuina, was a beautiful and graceful woman. To put it simply, the succubus queen is more mature, while her younger sister, Yuina, is more gentle and refined. Of course, this is just the surface. Shaxi knew very well that every succubus was passionate and fiery when it came to lust and love. It's just that the way it's expressed is different. Yuina greets Lord Shaxi. Shaxi nodded without saying anything, but gestured for Yuina to sit down next to him. Once Yuina sits on it, it means she has become Shaxi's woman and is willing to be Shaxi's woman. It's very realistic. There's no such thing as mutual consent. When racial interests are at stake, all personal feelings must take a back seat. Yuina approached Shaxi amidst the attention of everyone, and after a gesture of deference, sat down in her designated spot. Upon seeing this scene, Setsuki's lips curled up, and a smile spread across his face. Great, everything is going smoothly. All of this is supported by strong capabilities. Then, Shaxi turned to face the succubus Queen Yelena and said very seriously, Your Majesty, this is my third gift. As a troll knight, I am happy to help the succubus race and drive our enemies out of succubus territory. After Shaxi finished speaking, a commotion immediately broke out in the palace. Lord Shaxi, are you serious? The speaker was one of the most powerful elders of the succubus clan. She was somewhat old, and her eyes and brows were no longer captivating, but rather clear and bright. Looking into those eyes, Shaxi could see the word wisdom. Trolls never break their promises. I, Shaxi, mean what I say. Shaxi spoke these words to the succubus queen, Yelena, his eyes sharp and aggressive as he spoke. Then I'll have to trouble you, Sir Shaxi. If this matter succeeds, I will also present Lord Shaxi with a great gift. Haha, okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Shaxi stood up, grabbed Yuina from the side, and pulled her into his arms, laughing as he walked out of the succubus palace. Your Majesty, please lead the way. From afar, Shaxi's voice, demanding to lead the way, came from outside the palace, causing a group of succubi to hesitate. Let's go and see for ourselves, witness the power of Lord Xerxes, and relive the terror and savagery of Abyssal Grayman. After giving her orders, the succubus Queen Yelena led her entourage out of the palace. In a dense forest within the succubus's territory, the buffalo people were excited. The succubus territory was rich in large prey, and in the past few days, they had accumulated and transported back a considerable amount of food and furs. Sizzle. Suddenly, a spear tore through the air and trees, piercing through the dense forest and pinning the strongest buffalo man deep into a giant tree. Buffalo people, leave all your supplies and go back to your territory. Roar. Shaxi's cold voice came from afar, followed by an extremely terrifying roar of a dragon beast. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy thud resounded as the abyssal tyrannoman emerged from the jungle, trampling over various trees, its wild aura sweeping across the entire area. Two people were sitting on the back of the abyssal tyrannoman, Shakushi and Yuina. Following the abyssal tyrannosaurus, a massive level 5 peak magical beast, the triangular python, slid in, and the snake woman Aya stood atop its head. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Moo moo moo. Before long, the group of buffalo men reacted, and one by one, the strong buffalo men charged towards Shaxi without fear of death. As they charged forward, driven by excitement and fervor, the buffalo men went into a frenzied state, transforming into mad buffalo men in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32 Threat of Killing, Leaving Supplies. Faced with the reckless charge of the buffalo men, a cold glint flashed in Shaxi's eyes. Kill. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Shaxi hurled 5 spears from behind him in quick succession. Each spear, amplified by his terrifying power, was like a grim reaper, reaping the lives of the buffalo men. In the blink of an eye, the 5 buffalo men running at the front were killed by the Shaxi. Shax picked up Yuina and leaped to the top of the level 5 magical beast, the triangular python. The brutal and bloodthirsty abyssal tyrannoman was completely unleashed. Roar. The abyssal tyrannosaurus roared and launched a counterattack against the group of buffalo men. The next moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere on the battlefield as the buffalo man and the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast clashed. In the distance, the succubus Queen Yelena and a group of succubus elders took in all of this. The buffalo men, whose arrows had previously been ineffective against the succubi, were like paper before the spears of the Shaxi. Horrifying. Utterly horrified. Gulp. A succubus elder couldn't help but swallow hard, speaking in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, has Lord Shax's power already reached its peak? It's terrifying, but not yet. The succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Although the power of the Shaksha had not yet reached the level of a leader, it had already far surpassed that of a hero. The succubus queen Yelena knew very well that a hero-level succubus like herself might not even be able to catch a spear thrown with all her might by Shaxi. Thinking of this, the succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but look at Shaxi, who was holding her younger sister Yelena on the snake's head. This troll is too powerful. Could it be that the long desolate black wasteland is about to welcome a new leader? The moment the succubus queen Yelena had this thought in her mind, her heart couldn't help but flutter, and a trace of madness from her very soul stirred within her. Leader level, that's something above hero level. Over the years, the Black Wasteland Forest has produced very few such great figures. In the distance, on the battlefield, the buffalo men were besieging the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, but unfortunately, they couldn't even break through its defenses. On the contrary, several buffalo men have already sacrificed their lives in the struggle. Everyone, including Shaxi, was waiting for the abyssal Tyrannosaurus to kill all the buffalo men, or for the buffalo men to withdraw from the succubus territory. However, those buffalo people were just too straightforward. Despite the sacrifice of their companions, not a single buffalo man retreated or fled. This fact even made Shax somewhat uneasy. This is a group of warriors who are not afraid of death. Moo moo moo. Suddenly, from deep within the dense forest, a low, continuous mooing sound came, bringing the frenzied water buffalo people back to their senses. The next moment, the buffalo men, who were engaged in fierce fighting, retreated and went to meet their leader in a dense forest. Boom, boom, boom. A sound of footsteps echoed as the jungle was torn open, revealing a buffalo man nearly 3 meters tall, covered in mysterious magical patterns, with curved bull horns on his head and a thick, fiery red iron chain around his waist. Moo, mighty troll knight. We buffalo are no match for the abyssal beasts. Shall we call it quits? This is a hero-level buffalo man. At this moment, although the buffalo man was saying words of truce and begging for mercy, there was no sign of him bowing his head on his face. Shaxi stared intently at the buffalo people and simply replied coldly, "Kill." Roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman roared again and charged once more. Boom boom boom. In a short while, 2 more buffalo men died under the terrifying teeth of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Moo. Seeing his people being slaughtered, the hero-level buffalo man in the distance roared and charged towards the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Shaxi snorted coldly, put down Yuena, and left a message on the snake's head. You all stay here and wait for me to come back. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaxi shot out, his spear pointing directly at the hero-level buffalo man charging towards the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shaxi wasn't stupid. He couldn't just stand by and watch the hero-level buffalo man ambush the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast without doing anything. Upon seeing Shaxi approaching, the hero-level buffalo quickly slowed down, shifted its target, and charged towards Shaxi. Both sides are hero-level, and Shaksha is not afraid at all. Bang! The spears and chains clashed, and both the Shaxi and the buffalo men were knocked back. However, Shaxi only took 2 steps back, while the hero-level buffalo man slid back a considerable distance. Impossible. Impossible. Even if you're a troll, you can't possibly be stronger than us buffalo. After regaining his footing, the hero-level buffalo man kept shouting that it was impossible. Clearly, the buffalo man was shocked by the terrifying power possessed by Shaxi after that attack. Buffalo people, nothing is impossible. If you don't admit defeat, it won't be long before your entire clan is wiped out. Their deaths were all because of your wrong decisions. Shaxi's cold voice reached the ears of the hero-level buffalo man like an invisible blade, tearing at his fragile heart. You. Roar. Before the hero-level buffalo could finish his next sentence, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus roared again, and 2 more buffalo fell at its feet. Stop. I, the buffalo, utterly admit defeat. We, the buffalo people, hereby withdraw from the succubus territory. However, Shaxi remained unmoved. In the distance, the slaughter by the abyssal Tyrannoman continued unabated. Stop. Why don't you stop? What else do you want? Upon hearing this, Katsuki, who was holding the spear upside down, responded calmly. Leave all supplies behind before you can leave. That's absolutely impossible. Shax didn't speak. What the buffalo man had just said meant there was no room for negotiation. So the killing continued. Over the next few minutes, the buffalo man's screams of agony continued until the heroic buffalo man, Nyo Handy, finally couldn't hold on any longer. We'll keep half of the supplies. That's the most we can do. Otherwise, they'll die sooner or later. After gritting his teeth and saying this, the buffalo man, Nyohan, narrowed his eyes and thought for a while before turning his head to look at the succubus queen, Yelena, in the distant dense forest. The succubus queen, Yelena, was incredibly clever and made her decision in an instant. Yes, we succubi agree. However, the buffalo people must promise that they will not invade our territory again next time. Shax looked at the water buffalo man shaking the ground, which meant it was up to them. I promise you. The fighting should stop. Shuxi didn't speak, but raised his spear high. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast bit off half of a water buffalo man's body and walked step by step to Shuxi's side. Shuxi jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and looked at the water buffalo leader, Neo Handy, and said, Buffalo people are brave, and I hope your commitment will be as steadfast as your courage. Chapter 33 Abyss Core, Succubus's Tenderness. Your Excellency Troll Knight, the buffalo people never go back on their word, and we will keep our promise. Shuxi nodded but did not speak further. Your Excellency Troll Knight, may I ask for your name, Buffalo Earthshaker? Troll Knight, Shuxi Mayan. The water buffalo man was suddenly struck by the realization that the man was a powerful member of the Yin giant demon clan. Next, under the command of the buffalo man Neo Handy, the buffalo man left behind half of the supplies and withdrew from the succubus territory. After the succubus queen Yelena and the elders accepted the supplies, they all wore joyful smiles. Your Majesty, our supplies are almost complete, enough to get us through this winter. I see. The succubus queen Yelena was joyful, but upon seeing the departing Kshatriya, she felt a strange sense of loss. The succubus queen Yelena came before Shuxi and sincerely pleaded with him to stay. Lord Shuxi, why don't you stay in our succubus territory for a while longer? Shuxi shook his head, glanced at the succubus queen Yelena's magnificent breasts, and said calmly, Your Majesty, rest assured, the words of the buffalo man can still be trusted. If the buffalo people lose even the quality of integrity, then after the winter, there will be no more buffalo people. Shuxi saw through the reason why the succubus queen Yelena wanted to keep him, but this was entirely Yelena's overthinking. She probably lacked a sense of security and didn't trust the buffalo man. Just as the succubus queen Yelena was about to speak, Shuxi spoke first. Winter is coming, and all races are preparing supplies for the winter, and we trolls are no exception, Your Majesty. The succubus queen, Yelena, wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. However, the next second, the succubus queen Yelena took something out of the bag at her waist and handed it to Shuxi. This is the gift I promised you. Shakus accepted the gift, somewhat puzzled, but it wasn't convenient to examine it closely at the moment. He put it away and said thank you. After saying that, Shuxi flipped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and pulled Her Majesty the Queen's sister, Yuina, into his arms, his large hand even stroking Yuina's slender waist. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. Respectfully seeing off His Excellency Shuxi. And so, with the abyssal Tyrannosaurus in front, the triangular python in the middle, and the 4 troll warriors at the rear, the group disappeared into the dense forest. Your Majesty, why don't you speak to Yuina? An elder succubus approached the succubus queen, Yelena, and sighed softly. Since I ascended the throne, I have imprisoned Yuina. We didn't have much sisterly affection to begin with, so why bother? Why? The succubus elder was also helpless. She really hoped that the succubus queen, Yelena, and her sister, Yuina, would have a better relationship, so that the succubi could use Yuina as a connection to bind the two races together more deeply. Elder, I know what you're thinking. If Shuxi can truly grow into the leader of this black wilderness forest, I have a better way to bridge the gap between the two races. After saying this, the succubus queen Yelena turned around and led her subordinates back to the succubus palace. 2 days later, without hunting at full speed, Shuxi and his companions finally returned to the territory of the Mayan trolls. Let's find a place to rest for the night, and then we'll hunt our way back. The 4 troll warriors, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, all nodded in agreement. At this moment, their attitude towards Shuxi had changed drastically. The power and terror of the Shaksha, the glory it earned in the succubus territory and before the buffalo, instilled in the 4 troll warriors a sense of awe and fanaticism towards it. Soon, a temporary tent belonging to the Shake's branch was set up. Inside the tent, Shuxi took out the item given to him by the succubus queen Yelena. He found it strange because he didn't recognize the item in his hand. Shuxi thought for a moment, then squeezed the succubus Yuina, who had been silent in his arms. Do you know what this is? The succubus Yuina looked up and gazed deeply at Shuxi, as if trying to merge Shuxi into her eyes, her expression filled with deep affection. This is an abyssal spirit core. It is a spirit core that can only be conceived by a very small number of abyssal monsters, and it belongs exclusively to abyssal monsters. Every abyssal beast possessing an abyssal spirit core will give birth to its own unique abyssal magic. Shax was taken aback upon hearing this, but immediately realized what it meant. You mean that if Abyssal Greymon consumes this, Abyssal Greymon will develop its own abyssal magic? As Shaxi played with the abyssal spirit core that resembled a crystal gem in his hand, his affection for the succubus queen Yelena shifted from lust to a spiritual level. The succubus Yelena looked up and gazed at Shaxi once more. Yelena was very curious. Weren't trolls supposed to be violent and bloodthirsty monsters? Why was the troll in front of her, her future husband, named Shaksha, so intelligent and quick to understand many things? Shaxi glanced at the succubus Yuna who was staring at him, reached out and lifted Yuna's chin, then kissed her directly. This kiss was done through a veil. Even though there was a veil between them, Shaksha could still feel Yuna's passion. Her eyes were full of longing and desire. However, Shakushi only kissed him once before pulling his mouth away. Yuna, my future enchanting wife, do not bewitch me. Once you return to Alligator Turtle Valley, meet my brother, and meet the trolls, you will be truly accepted. If I did this to you here, would you be willing? The succubus Yuna shook her head. Just kidding. If I were to have relations with Shaxi here, I wouldn't be officially Shaxi's wife. When she moves into the tent of the demon, she will not receive respect, nor will she receive the rights that a demon wife should have. For example, ordering the little snake girl Aya, who is currently outside preparing food for the Shakespeare. Everyone says you succubi are sexy and revealing, cunning and beautiful. However, Yuna, I don't see this quality in you or your sister. Shax Dolly hugged Yuna tightly and chatted with her with great interest. To be honest, Shaxi really wanted to learn more about succubi from Yuna. Despite the fact that Yuna was being manipulated by Shaksha in his arms, Shaksha could clearly sense that the beauty in his arms was a genuine hero-level succubus. My future husband, please don't compare royal succubi with ordinary succubi. That would make you seem very ignorant. Yuna's voice was soft and weak, but it carried a captivating allure. Oh, tell me about it. Shaxi lay down on the animal skin, but his large hand holding Yuna's slender waist tightened even more. Shax tightened his grip on Yuna, pressing her small face against his chest, and his large hand moved up, grasping the forbidden area that he shouldn't have touched. Yuna raised her pink, jade-like face and glared at Shax. My future husband, are you still wondering why I don't have goat horns and fleshy wings? Shax chuckled and gave it a hard squeeze with his large hand. After a soft moan, Yuna finally spoke. Only lower-ranking succubi have goat horns and fleshy wings. We, the succubus royal family, are already high-ranking beings. We have freed ourselves from the influence of external things. Of course, if needed, we can obtain it through morphological changes. Chapter 34 Abyss Magic, A Tale of the Arabian Nights. After the succubus Yuna finished speaking, a black mist swirled around her body, and a pair of rose-red fleshy wings grew from her back, which were extremely pleasing to the eye. Curious, Shaxi lifted the succubus Yuna with both hands and looked at her with curiosity as she changed form. Finally, Shaksha and the succubus Yuna locked eyes, and Yuna's rose-red eyes captivated Shaksha. Yuna, you are indeed very beautiful. Shaxi released his grip, letting the succubus Yuna fall freely, and she pounced hard into Shaxi's arms. Master, the roast meat is ready. Would you like to have something to eat first? Outside the tent, the voice of the little snake woman Aya rang out, waking Shaxi from his reverie. Shaxi patted the succubus Yuna's shapely buttocks through her gauze dress, signaling her to get up quickly. After tidying up, Shaxi walked out of the tent alone, while the succubus Yuna refused to leave the tent for some unknown reason. Shax came to the fire, took the roasted meat and a pot of water handed to him by the little snake woman Aya, and began to eat. After finishing his meal, Shaxi, under the strange gazes of the little snake girl Aya and the 4 troll warriors, walked to the open space next to him and released the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. After abyssal Tyrannomon emerged, it lowered its massive head and allowed Setsuki to stroke it. Shaxi gently patted the abyss Tyrannomon's large head and handed the abyss spirit core, which resembled a crystal gem, to the abyss Tyrannomon's mouth from his pocket. Through telepathy, Kashiwa could sense the deep longing within abyssal Tyrannomon. Shaxi chuckled and stuffed the abyss core into the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast's enormous mouth. Abyssal Tyrannomon was delighted and willingly lowered its head, allowing Shaxu to stroke it. Eat, and nurture your own abyssal magic. Roar. After roaring, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast swallowed the abyssal spirit core in one gulp. Just when Setsu thought something magical was about to happen to Abyssal Greymon remained unchanged. This puzzled Shuxi. Shuxi calmed the Abyss Tyrannosaurus and made it wary before lifting the tent flap and going inside. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna was also eating. It was the little snake woman Aya who brought her monster meat. The little snake woman Aya's actions made the succubus Yuna develop feelings for her. My Yuna, tell me why the Abyss Tyrannomon didn't change at all after eating the Abyss core. Shuxi approached the succubus Yuna, pulled her into his arms, and personally picked up a piece of monster meat to feed her. Yuna stuck out her tongue, rolled the monster meat into her mouth, and swallowed it before speaking in a sweet voice. My future husband, abyssal magic needs to be nurtured. The fact that Abyss Greymon consumed the Abyss core does not mean it can immediately control Abyss magic. Well, although Shaxi had already guessed the answer, he was still somewhat disappointed after hearing Yuna's reply. My future husband, you and your Abyssal Tyrannomon are already very powerful. You need to be patient. Shax shook his head, hugged Yuna tightly, and said very seriously, not powerful enough yet. My goal is to become at least a demigod, or even a being that surpasses a demon god. Silence fell over the tent. Yuna stared blankly at Shuxi with her big, rose-red eyes. Those big, rose-red eyes seemed to be asking Shuxi, you're not kidding me, are you? Shax chuckled, shook his head, and didn't continue. Some things, if said now, would truly be considered a fantasy. This went on for 3 days. Shuxi, accompanied by 4 troll subordinates, had been hunting monsters along the way, and the bundle on the triangular python's body had grown considerably. On this day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the branches of the dense forest. Defect, who was scouting ahead, suddenly turned back and whispered to Shuxi. Elder Shax, we have detected a signal from our tribesmen ahead. There should be some tribesmen hunting nearby. Upon hearing this, Shuxi nodded, pondering who might be hunting in this area. If I'm not mistaken, they should be your people coming to pick you up. The succubus Yuna stepped down from under the head of the triangular python, came to Shuxi's side, and shared her guess. How can we tell? Shakushi's face remained expressionless as he asked the question indifferently. Abyssal Greymon would be incredibly important to any race. Especially as winter approaches and the dark tide is about to strike, Abyssal Greymon will become the most important top-tier combat force. Moreover, your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus will be of great significance to the troll race during the territorial wars next spring. If I were the chieftain of the troll race, and you had not returned for a long time, I would also send people out to find out what was going on, and hopefully bring you back safely. Shuxi turned his head and stared straight at the succubus Yuna. So this is why Elder Brother Grell and Elder Genkai supported the marriage alliance with the succubus race. This isn't just about marrying a wife, it's about acquiring a wise and resourceful strategist. Ha ha ha, my Yuna. We, the Mayan trolls, will be your best home. Yuna showed off her skills and won Shuxi's appreciation. Follow the signs of your people. However, remain vigilant, lest this be a trap set by the Athos trolls. Defect nodded and disappeared back into the dense forest. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi felt that it was not safe for Defect to go alone, so he spoke to the other 3. Teeming, Longmu, Ermi, you all follow along. Remember, always be cautious. After responding to Shax's call, the 3 bloodline warriors, Ula, Teeming, Longmu, and Ermi, also disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. With a swift movement, Shuxi grabbed the succubus Yuna and leaped onto the head of the triangular python. Shax reached out with his other hand and took the arm of the little snake girl Aya, saying boldly, "Let's go, this is troll territory, it's relatively safe." On the other side, in a small clearing in the dense forest, 3 temporary tents have been set up facing each other. Inside the tent, Elder Genkai listened to his subordinates' reports while gnawing on a large bone from an unknown magical beast. Elder, we have laid down a lot of markings in this area. As long as any clansman passes through here, they will definitely see them and follow the markings to find their way here. Elder, we haven't found any marks left by Elder Shuxi along the way. Should we send some people to check the succubus territory? Is it possible that Elder Shuxi has already been murdered? Elder Genkai raised his head, glared angrily, and said in a gruff voice, "Remember this, with Abyssal Tyrannomon protecting you, even if the clan leader and I are killed, Shax will live a good life. Also, don't even think about going to the succubus territory. Going there at this time would be a sign of distrust towards them and also towards the Shaxi. All of you better behave yourselves and wait here. When the cold winter arrives, that will be the time for us to set off." Chapter 35, The Enchanting Demon Wife, Distribution of Supplies. However, Elder Genkai could not wait for the arrival of winter. On the afternoon of the second day, the Shuxi squad joined up with Elder Genkai's main force. Ha ha ha, Shakshi, I knew it. You're capable enough to marry Lady Yuina. Shaxi jumped off the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, his right arm colliding with Elder Steel Kai's arm. Elder, I had a feeling it was you who led the team to welcome us. Well done, Shakespeare. Come on, let's go to my tent for some wine and meat. Over the next few days, Shax and his group followed the main group back to Alligator Turtle Valley, and also briefly went hunting during the journey. After hunting enough prey, the group returned home satisfied. Of course, what excited Elder Genkai this time was not only that Shax brought back the Succubus Yuina, but also the level 5 peak magical beast triangular python controlled by the little snake girl Aya. When Shaxi and his group returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Grell came out to greet them, mainly because the Succubus Yuina was worth it. That evening, witnessed by the trolls, Yuina officially moved into Shaxi's tent, becoming Shaxi's first woman. However, Yuina's identity is different from that of ordinary women. Yuina is the demon wife of Shaxi and has the authority to manage Shaxi's tents, which means she is above other women in status. Yuina is also an unofficial elder of the troll race, that is, a strategist. So, on this night, inside Shaxi's tent, succubi and trolls were rolling around. Yuina was experiencing her first stirrings of love. Shaxia was truly reaching adulthood, and the troll's tent also took in its first tigress. The next day, when Shaxi woke up, Yuina was curled up in Shaxi's arms like a kitten. Shaxi smiled, recalling their intimate conversation the night before. He kissed the succubus Yuina and then stood up and walked out of the tent. In the open space outside the tent, the little snake girl Aya was practicing her sword intently. When she saw Shax come out, her face turned red instantly. Last night, the conversation between Shax and Yuina was so genuine that it almost caused collateral damage. If Aya, the little snake woman, hadn't yet evolved into Medusa, she probably would have fallen for her last night. Practice hard, my little Aya. After teasing the snake woman Aya, Shaxi turned and went to the chieftain's tent. Shakespeare, we thought you weren't going to get up today? Inside the chieftain's tent, the elders, upon seeing Shaxi's arrival, began to tease him. Shax shrugged, showing off his muscles to indicate that he was strong. This action once again elicited laughter. Okay, everyone stop now. Let's get down to business. When Chieftain Grell spoke, all the trolls stopped laughing and their expressions turned serious. With a flick of his wrist, Drelier gently swung the tent flap open, letting in a cool breeze. Can you feel the coolness in this breeze? Winter is fast approaching. This icy wind is familiar to every troll who has survived winter. A cool breeze swept over him, and Shaxi recalled those difficult days in the cold winter before he came of age, vivid in his mind. Elders, I demand that within 3 days you thoroughly investigate your guards and their families to ensure that every troll survives this winter. We've made so many preparations this winter, I don't want to see any more trolls freeze or starve to death. Furthermore, with winter approaching, the tribespeople are forbidden from going out. During this period, it's possible that some foreign tribes might forcibly cross regional boundaries to hunt for survival. Besides, the Council of Elders lasted all morning. Although Shaxi's position in the council was insignificant, he still learned a lot from it. How at least one tribe should function properly is not a simple matter, Shaxi thought. Shax, you're back. Back in the tent, the succubus Yuina immediately clung to him. At this moment, Yuina no longer addressed Shaxi as her future husband as she used to, but instead called him by his name to show her closeness. Shax pulled Yuina into his arms and kissed her passionately for a while before sitting on the animal skin. He stroked Yuina's slender waist as he spoke. Yuina, there are grains, meat, furs, and magic cores in the wooden box. Organize them as soon as possible, and take out a portion tomorrow and divide it into 4 parts. I need to give 1 portion of the winter supplies to the troll guards. The so-called troll guards refer to the 4 trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. They were assigned to Shaxi by the clan chief and basically worked under Shaxi from then on. The reason for doing this is to ensure that the elders have subordinates they can rely on, so that they can lead the hunts smoothly in the future. Of course, this also means assigning a guard squad to each elder who may become the clan leader. The population distribution of this troll tribe is actually arranged in a tree-like structure consisting of the chieftain, the council of elders, the guard trolls, and the ordinary trolls. Shax thought for a moment, then took out some level 6 magical beast pelts from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his arms and said, Winter is coming, and it's time to make some winter clothes for me, for you, and for little Aya. The right to manage the tent was granted to the succubus Yuina by Shaxi on the 2nd day after Yuina moved into the tent, which is today. The succubus Yuina offered a kiss and spoke in soft, sweet words. Shakespeare, I'll take good care of your tent. Shaxi nodded, put his arm around Yuina, and squinted his eyes. After having a close relationship with the succubus Yuena, Shaksha gained a deeper understanding of succubi. To be precise, it was Shaxi who gained a deeper understanding of the succubus Yuena. The succubus Yuena didn't seem very enthusiastic on the surface, nor did she flaunt her graceful figure. However, when she wants to have relations with Shaksha, the succubus Yuena is like a ball of fire, capable of anything. Thinking of this, Shax couldn't help but think of a word: inner charm. Dear Zaxi, I'm going to clean out our things. Hearing Yuena's gentle and sweet voice, Shax patted Yuena's pert buttocks and then let go, indicating that she was free to move around. Meanwhile, Shaxi himself had already devoted his attention to the ash platform. Winter is coming, and Shax needs to make preparations. At least the spear and a set of leather armor need to be replaced. It's impossible to have the tribe's craftsmen make them. Not only would the quality be poor, but it would also take a lot of time. To acquire high-end goods, Shaxi pinned his hopes on the ash platform. Upon entering the ashes platform, Shaksha received a reply from the elf Liena. Luo Shanhai, the pet pill is ready. Log in and complete the transaction as soon as possible. Upon seeing the words online, Shax couldn't help but recall the software from before the destruction of the last world. Perhaps we are always online. Chapter 36 New Orders, Letter from a Shady Merchant. Shaxi sighed and initiated a trade with the elf Liena. After the transaction was completed, Shaxi initiated another transaction, trading another batch of magic cores for the elf Liena. Elf, these magic cores are the deposit for the next 500 pet pills. All future transactions will be based on 500 pills. If you need more, we'll replenish the magic cores during the transaction. Good. The Forest of Nature, a gathering place for wood spirits. Inside the treehouse, when the elf Liena saw the reply from Shax, she couldn't help but raise her little fist and shout, Ollie gay. With 500 pet pills as the base for the transaction, it means that the elf Liena can earn more profits from it. Moreover, what Shax meant was that he would collect as many pet beast pills as possible from now on. This means something completely different to the elf Liena. First, with a stable source of income, the elf Liena can restart her alchemy progress. Secondly, everything that Shaxi traded to the elf Liena consisted entirely of magic cores. And not all of them were level 1 magic cores. Sometimes level 2 and 3 were used as substitutes. The elf Liena decided that she must hold on tightly to Luo Shanhai Shikisi, this god of wealth, from now on. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. Shax received a new batch of pet pills and was in a good mood. Because now Shaxi not only has to raise the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, but also the triangular python of the snake woman Aya. The triangular python is at the peak of level 5 magical beasts, and Shax really hopes that the triangular python can advance to level 6 magical beasts by consuming pet beast pills. That way, Shax would have even more confidence in the strength he possessed. Of course, this can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly. Speaking of trading, Shax suddenly realized that he had always been a buyer, so why not become a seller and use the ash platform to earn more profits? Acting on his idea, Shax took out a level 6 magic core and a dark flame stone from the stomach of the cuckoo bird and put them up for sale on the ash platform as a barter. After finishing this task, Shaxi finally had time to search for what he wanted. Just as Shaxi was searching for spear-type weapons, an old acquaintance sent him a message. Your Excellency Luo Shanhai, the blood essence stone seems to be quite effective, doesn't it? The message was sent by a wandering soul named Dodd, a shrewd businessman, a greedy capitalist, and a black man. Indeed, in that instant, the first impression of the wandering soul Dodd appeared in my mind. Therefore, Shax was cautious and did not reply to the message immediately. Why would this unscrupulous merchant contact me? Is it to retrieve the bloodstone? No, he didn't eat the blood essence stones himself. Rather, his message didn't mention anything about retrieving them. Why is that? Shikesa was deep in thought, his mind racing. Shady merchants, no business is without shady dealings. Could it be that this guy is after those 2 new items I put on the shelves? Yes, apart from those 2 things, he had absolutely no need to contact me or try to build a relationship with me. After figuring this out, Shakes's lips curled up into a strange smile. Bloodstone works well, but unfortunately, I'm penniless right now. After replying to the message, Shaxi waited for the ghost Dodi's reaction, and a strange sense of wicked pleasure arose in his heart. You can sell level 6 magic cores and rare ores, and you call that being poor? Soon, the wandering soul Dodd replied to the message, which carried an unseen sour taste. Yeah, I'm poor. If I weren't poor, why would I sell those 2 things? Shaxi's words left the wandering spirit Dodi on the other side without a reply for a long time. Based on these pieces of information, Shakespeare confirmed it. The wandering soul, Dodd, came for that level 6 magic core and the rare ore. The Netherworld, a mysterious holy land. The undead Lord Dede sat quietly on his throne of bones, his mind lost in the ashes. Judging from his reply, he must have guessed my purpose. Last time I stabbed him, and judging from his current state, he'll definitely stab me back. Oh well, what can you do when there isn't even a single magical beast in this netherworld? Sigh. Dodd was very frustrated. He had awakened in the netherworld, and it had taken him a very long time to grow from a ghost into the undead lord he was today. The setbacks I experienced were not something I could tell outsiders. The underworld is good for souls. However, for Dodd, who wanted to reverse his fate, be reborn, gain a physical body, and enjoy material desires, this was rather barren. As the life source of magical beasts, the magic core contains a large amount of convertible life energy, and DoD has an extreme need for magic cores. Unfortunately, there are no magical beasts in this netherworld, so the magic core cannot be found. When Shax came to buy items last time, he offered 200 magic cores, which allowed DoD to make a hefty profit. What do you need? Perhaps I have something you can use. When the wandering soul Dodd sent this message, he was very confident. The wandering soul DoD knew that Shax must have bought the bloodstone for use in advancing his template. In other words, Shax is still an ash seed of a hero template. For beings of the level of Shax, the wandering soul DoD has plenty of things that Shax could use. 400 level, 5 magic cores. However, when the wandering spirit DoD saw Shax's reply, he almost jumped off his bone throne. Good heavens, this guy actually doubled the price from last time. He's clearly trying to rip off that wandering soul Dodd. The wandering soul Dodd was somewhat amused and exasperated. The things that Shax was selling were not worth the price at all, and he felt that Shax was just being stubborn. The key point is that the demon core soul DoD has a need for it. If the dark flame stone is refined and integrated into his weapon, it might be able to deal a heavy blow to the enemies around his territory. The magic core was secondary. What soul DoD really wanted was the dark flame stone that Shax was selling. However, in his deal with Shax, the wandering soul DoD held back, focusing his efforts on the magic core. Your Excellency Luo Shanhai, I am very sincere. Tell me, what type of items do you need? In the end, the wandering spirit Dodd still sent out this message. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shax saw the message from the wandering soul DoD, he immediately became more vigilant. What kind of trouble is this guy up to now? No, this guy didn't bid for anything. He was actually asking me what type of items I needed. Is this a strategic retreat? What a shrewd businessman. After considering it for a long time, Shakespeare replied with a vague message. Weapons, armor, skill scrolls, template upgrade items, high-level potions, and more. All are welcome. In the netherworld, upon the throne of bones. When the wandering spirit DoD saw that Shax had recovered, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap!" Shake's reply was essentially meaningless, as the scope was too broad and the number of responses was uncertain. The wandering soul DoD remained silent for a long time, pondering how to secure the deal with the scythe and prevent it from raising its price, and how to initiate a trade. Oh well, this guy got off easy. Without saying much, the wandering spirit DoD sent the information of an item he had to Shax. See, if you're interested, we can chat again. Chapter 37 Itching to Make Friends. Curious, Shax checked the information sent by the wandering soul DoD. This one look was quite something. It made Shakespeare gasp and feel an irresistible urge to see it. Jade Bone Armor. Type, Armor. Quality, Rare Gold Growth Type. Armor Description. The Jade Bone Armor is crafted using the bones of the Ghost Bone clan from the Netherworld. It is exceptionally hard, impenetrable by weapons below the gold rank. Inheriting the characteristics of the Ghost Bone clan, the Jade Bone Armor advances in rank by absorbing and fusing with more bones. Additional skill, Mount Assimilation. Skill Description. When wearing the Jade Bone Armor, if there is a mount, the Jade Bone Armor can extend to cover the mount, selectively covering the mount skeleton. It can be said that when Shax saw this golden equipment, he immediately thought that this was the armor that was tailor-made for him. Shax, who had been lying on the animal skin, suddenly sat up straight, half closed his eyes, and began to think seriously. The succubus Yuena, who was cleaning up Shax's belongings inside the tent, glanced back at Shax and, seeing that he was deep in thought, did not disturb him. And what about the Shax? He was really deep in thought. The fact that the wandering spirit DoD sent information about this armor to Shax was clearly an attempt to lure Shax into a trap, hoping to fleece the little lamb. If Shax were curious and checked the information, given his hero-level strength, he would definitely crave this Jade Bone Armor. After a long while, Shax slowly exhaled. Human hearts are truly unpredictable. Shax became even more cautious. From the bloodstone to the newly displayed magic cores and ores, and now the jade bone armor, Shaksha saw how the wandering soul Didi controlled people's hearts, and saw how he himself was being led by the nose because of his desires. While the Ashes platform allows for bartering and trading of items, it is also vulnerable to remote manipulation. After sighing for a moment, Shax had no choice but to check the information on the jade bone armor again. It must be said that Daughter had once again exploited the weakness of the Shakti. Not wanting to be ripped off, Shaxi could only pretend to be stupid. What do you mean? Are you going to trade this for one of my 2 items? Mr. Luo Shanhai, are you joking with me? Dod the ghost, I'm not kidding you. He. Seeing the 2 replies from the wandering soul Dodi, Shaxi was not discouraged, because this was something he had expected. After thinking for a moment, Shakesa edited the message and continued replying. Could it be 2 items? Lord Luo Shanhai, do you really not understand the value of my armor? To be honest, Mr. Dodd, I understand, but when you send me the information, aren't you trying to make a deal with me? Forehead. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Looking at the message from Shaxi, the wandering soul Dodi suddenly realized that the other party was pretending to be stupid. After a moment's consideration, the wandering soul Dodd stopped beating around the bush and directly stated his purpose. The wandering soul Dodd was very confident because his jade bone armor was really valuable. Moreover, judging from the way Shax pretended to be stupid with him, Shax had his eye on the jade bone armor. Upon thinking of this, a red light suddenly flashed in the dark pupils beneath the skeleton of the wandering soul Dodd. I don't want to elaborate on the value of the jade bone armor. If you want it, those 2 things you have aren't enough. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shaxi saw the reply from the wandering soul Dodi, the corners of his mouth curled up. In this confrontation, Shax felt that he had finally gained a slight advantage. However, despite taking the initiative, Shax will still have to pay a price if he wants to acquire the jade bone armor. Shax narrowed his eyes again, staring at the 2 items he had put up for sale, a level 6 magic core and a dark flame stone. A level 6 magic core is valuable, but not enough to make the wandering soul Dodi bring out the jade bone armor. Shaxi was well aware of this. In other words, what the wandering soul Dodi really cares about is the dark fire stone. In other words, the dark flame stone is extremely valuable, at least for the wandering soul Dodi. Shaxi glanced at the several pieces of dark flame stone lying in the stomach of the cuckoo bird, and at the mine in the northern part of the troll territory that he had buried with a pile of stones when he left. Gradually, Shaxi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It seems that during his conversation with the wandering spirit Dodi, Shaksha found a way to make a fortune. Finally, Shaxi took out the smallest piece of dark flame stone from the cuckoo bird's stomach pouch and put it on the ash platform. After completing the operation, Shaxi replied to the message from the wandering soul Dodi. Look at the items I've put on the shelves. Those are my last remaining stock. If you're willing, let's make a deal. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. When the wandering soul Dodi saw the small piece of dark flame stone that Shaxi had put up for sale, he was also startled. Another dark flame stone? Could it be that Luo Shanhai just got lucky and discovered a dark flame, stone mine, or vein? This guy? In the end, the wandering soul Dodi initiated the trade and acquired the 2 dark flame stones and 1 level 6 magic core that Shaxi had listed. After the transaction was completed, Ghost Dodi took the initiative to send a message to Shaxi. We've done 2 transactions. Both went well. Let's be friends. If you have any needs in the future, ask me first. I will never charge you below market price and will never let you suffer a loss. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. When Shax saw the line, never lower than market price, you won't lose out, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. You won't sell it below market price. You won't let me lose money. I don't believe you for a second. The Ashes platform is mostly a barter system. There's no market price. It's all about getting what you need. However, Shaxi didn't care about such kindness and saving face that could be given for free. Sure, let's be friends. I'm currently in need of a spear-type weapon. Ghost Dod, my good friend, would you like to lend me a hand? Honestly, when Shax replied to this message, he was just joking with the other person to avoid making the message too dry. Unexpectedly, 5 minutes later, the wandering soul Dadi initiated a trade, sending a bone spear to Shaksha. The bone spear and jade bone armor go perfectly together. I'll give them to you. Shaxi stared at the bone spear, stunned. This support came way too easily. Weapons just by talking? You're not kidding, are you? In the end, Shaxi replied to the wandering soul Dodi to express his gratitude. The ghost Dodi responded quickly, not taking the bone spear seriously. If you want to sell something good in the future, just contact me first. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul DOD casually traded a silver grade bone spear to Shaxi, treating it as a free gift. Because in the inventory of the wandering soul DOD, there are so many of these silver grade bone spears that they are countless. These are all things that the wandering soul DOD has accumulated as he progressed from an ordinary wandering soul to a great lord. This kind of thing is really trash to the wandering soul DOD. The silver grade bone spear was merely a standard weapon that Ghost DOD used to equip his skeleton warriors. There's a saying that goes something like this: you work hard your whole life to grow and succeed, only to be able to sit on equal footing with someone and have a cup of coffee. This situation refers to the unawareness of the situation by the Shakshina. Chapter 38 Dark Source Crystal. I'm going to scout the way. After the transaction was completed, Shax was in a particularly good mood. Inside the tent, after Shaxi dealt with the succubus Uina, the only sound in the tent was their breathing. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the tent, the animal hide sewn onto the tent surface suddenly began to rustle, and the sound continued for a long time. It's a cold wind. Winter is here. The succubus Uina lifted her head from Shaxi's chest, her large, rose-red eyes revealing a drunken, infatuated look. Shax put his arm around Uina's slender waist and asked with a slightly serious expression, "How did succubi survive the winter?" The succubus Uina kissed Shaxi's chest, then propped her chin up with her hands, lay naked on Shaxi's chest, and said in a somewhat nostalgic tone, "Every year when winter comes, the succubi return to their palaces, close the gates, and escape the cold. Taking this opportunity, the succubi will also mate and reproduce to produce the next generation. However, in the coldest times, everyone will pick up their weapons and stand ready to face the perilous dark tide." As Shax listened, he suddenly asked a question. "Do you know anything about the dark tide?" The succubus Uina shook her head, then nodded, and after thinking for a moment, she spoke. "No one knows how the dark tide occurs, but along with it comes a large number of dark creatures. When dark creatures descend, weaker races are slaughtered. To be precise, it was completely devoured. To those dark creatures, we are food, precious food. Shax, we must survive." The succubus Uina seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and suddenly lay silently against Shaxi's chest. Shaxi reached out and gently patted the succubus Uina's back. "Master, I've heard from my clansmen that killing dark creatures, extracting the dark source crystals from their bodies, and consuming them greatly increases the chances of advancing our cultivation level." From the animal hide beside them, the little snake woman, Aya, suddenly poked her head out and, following the words of the succubus Uina, said something that made Shaxi extremely excited. "Aya, what did you just say?" Shaxi reached out his left hand and pulled out the little snake woman Aya from under the animal skin. At this moment, the little snake girl was also naked from the waist up, with her light purple snake tail swaying freely, exuding a very exotic charm. "Master, I've heard from my people that although the dark tide is a disaster, many warriors in the main branch of the serpent people will take the opportunity to fight dark creatures, devour as many dark source crystals as possible, and advance to Medusa." Shaxi stared at the little snake woman Aya, and after confirming that what she said was true, he turned to look at the succubus Uina. The succubus Uina shook her head, thought for a moment, and then said, "Most of the races in the Black Wasteland Forest can only protect themselves. Very few are willing to actively fight against dark creatures. Shaxi, perhaps you could ask the clan leader and other elders." Shaxi nodded, pulled the little snake woman into his arms, and the three of them slept together under the same quilt. The next day, when Shax lifted the tent flap, a blast of cold air hit them. "It's snowing." In just one night, a layer of snow half a meter thick was laid. "Shaxi, the chieftain wants you to go to his tent." Not far away, the troll Rand, who was clearing snow with several other trolls, saw Shaksha emerge from his tent and immediately sent a message over. "Understood, Rand." Shakshi looked at the snow in front of the tent, then gently stomped his left foot on the ground. A wave of air rose from beneath Shakshi's feet, pushing away all the snow nearby. A moment later, Shaxi entered his brother Grell's tent, his breath hot. "Shakespeare, you've arrived. Sit here. When the Grand Elder arrives, the elders will have a meeting." Shakshita stepped to the right of his brother Grell and picked up a bowl of hot soup from the table to drink. Shax could tell that everyone present was somewhat apprehensive. This anxiety mainly stems from last night's snow. It's snowing, which means winter is coming. From now on, the trolls will live a life of shoveling snow every day without interruption. A moment later, the Grand Elder also walked in with a solemn expression. "Chieftain, I just took a look around. The fortifications in the valley are mostly complete, but some minor details need some time to be refined." Chieftain Greel of the Trolls nodded, gesturing for Elder Genkai to sit to his left. Elders, as you can see, it's snowing. Winter is coming, so get ready. Although the polar night is still some days away, it's not far off. The arrival of the polar night means the onslaught of the dark tide. This time, I hope that our Mayan troll clan can survive this harsh winter and this polar night intact. Chieftain Grell of the Trolls said a lot, and Shaksha listened quietly to many things he had never heard before. In previous years, every winter, all underage trolls were not allowed to step out of their tents. In retrospect, the reason is quite simple. There was danger everywhere outside the tent. Chieftain, the first snow of the year has arrived, and most of the magical beasts in the Black Wasteland will surely migrate south. In the next few days, a migration tide of beasts will definitely form. Should we take this opportunity to hunt one? Chieftain Greel of the Trolls shook his head, rejecting the suggestion from one of the elders. We have enough food reserves, and even if we hunt a beast tide, we cannot escape unscathed. So, everyone, take a break. Rest and build up your strength so that your women can give birth to more offspring for the tribe. When the dark tide arrives, I urge everyone to fight to the death to protect the tribe. The elders' meeting did not end until late afternoon. Seeing that Shaksha was not getting up to leave, both Gerald and Elder Genkai looked at Shaksha with strange eyes. Shuxi gestured to the curtain that was still hanging, and his brother Grell waved his hand, closing the curtain. Last night, I received information from Aya of the Snake People clan that after killing those dark creatures in the dark tide, extracting the dark source crystals from their bodies and consuming them would greatly increase the chances of advancing in rank. Shuxi made no attempt to hide anything and told everyone he knew. Really? Is it really what I said? Shuxi nodded without speaking, waiting for the reactions of Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai. However, the next second, the troll Chieftain Grell, sitting in the main seat, took out a black bead the size of a grape, as black as ink, from his cuckoo's stomach. Shakesaw, is this what you mean? Shaksha shook his head in response to Grell's question. Shuxi had never seen the dark source crystal before, and he wasn't sure if what Grell had in his hand was the dark source crystal that the snake woman Aya had mentioned. Chieftain, let me give it a try. Anyway, I'm old and have many hidden ailments. Let me scout out the way for you. Shakes didn't speak. Silence was the best choice at this moment. Chieftain Greel hesitated. Although Elder Genkai was old, he was still the main fighting force of the troll tribe. Chapter 39 Increased Strength, Hidden Murderous Intent. Just as Clan Chief Grell hesitated, Elder Steelk produced a cloud of blood mist and snatched the dark source crystal from his hand. Glug! Elder Genkai swallowed the dark source crystal without much hesitation, even swallowing a mouthful of saliva to help it go down. I don't feel anything. However, the moment Elder Genkai finished speaking, a massive and extremely powerful surge of life energy rose from his body. While rapidly enhancing Elder Genkai's aura, that life energy was also repairing the hidden injuries and ailments within Elder Genkai's body. However, this situation only lasted for less than 3 minutes. After a long while, Elder Genkai opened his eyes and said with a mixture of excitement and regret, Shuxi was right, dark source crystals really can enhance strength. Not only that, it can also repair some hidden injuries and ailments. The problem is that a single dark source crystal only lasts for a short time. To reach the next level, we need a large number of dark source crystals. After listening to Elder Genkai's words, the troll Chieftain Grell fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Shikushi narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, Chieftain Gerald sighed. With our strength, the Mayan trolls are not strong enough to hunt down dark creatures on a large scale. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai looked somewhat disappointed and left the clan chief's tent with a sigh. Shakes didn't say anything, stood up, and prepared to leave. Here, this is for you. Shuxi turned around and saw that his brother Grell had another dark source crystal in his hand. This is the last one in our Mayan troll collection. Hope it helps. Shakes looked at his older brother, unsure of what to say. Take it, you can eat it yourself, or give it to your abyssal tyrannoman. It's up to you. Grell handed the dark source crystal to Shuxi and said very seriously, Shuxi, remember this. The stronger you are, the more you can help me, and the more your people will rely on you. Don't feel burdened, just go. Shuxi nodded, turned around, and walked out of the chieftain's tent. Not long after, Elder Genkai, who had left earlier, returned. Chieftain, have the items been given to Shuxi? It's given. Elder Genkai nodded. He had just gone out to give Chieftain Grell the opportunity to hand over the remaining piece of dark source crystal to Shuxi. Elder Genkai knew very well that, given Shuxi's temperament, he would never feel at ease taking these 2 dark source crystals once he knew they were the only 2 in the clan. Elder, we need to change our approach to dealing with this dark tide. Chieftain, what do you mean? I've decided to stop focusing on self-preservation and instead dedicate all my efforts to killing the dark creatures, pushing one of you, me, Xerox, or Abyssal Greyman to a higher level. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai stared intently at the troll chieftain, Grell. Before Jerlir could finish speaking, he continued, his eyes fixed on Elder Steelcare. The one most likely to break through is the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. It is already at the peak of level 6, and with our help, perhaps. Chieftain, we'll do as you say and arrange it the way you want. Meanwhile, Shuxi returned to his tent with a mix of excitement and heaviness in his heart. At this moment, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya were preparing food for the three of them. Shax ignored the two women and immediately swallowed the dark source crystal after entering the tent. Before swallowing it, Shuxi thought about it for a long time and hesitated. When faced with the choice between Abyssal Greyman and himself, Shaxu chose himself. The reason is that Shuxi had no experience or confidence in facing the unknown dark tide. In this situation, improving one's own strength is the only way to make Shuxi feel a little more at ease. After swallowing the dark source crystal, Shax felt a surge of life energy sweep over his entire body shortly afterward. The feeling of pleasure almost made Shuxi scream. However, the pleasant sensation only lasted for about 3 minutes before it was gone forever. Instead of checking his physical condition first, Shax focused his attention on the data template. Name, Shakshi Mayan Hero Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 345 to 500 plus 710, can be increased. Agility, 330 to 500 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 340 to 500 plus 20, can be increased. Constitution, 320 to 500 plus 20 can be improved. Resistance, 10% against all negative status effects. Skill. 1. Advanced Spear Specialization, omitted. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. Spear Specialization Branch Skill, omitted. 3. Troll Bloodline Advanced Skills, omitted. 4. Advanced Void Levitation Martial Skill, omitted. 5. Mind Contract Technique, Rare Skill, omitted. 6. Bloodlust Aura Hero Level Skill, omitted. 7. Troll Heart Hero Level Skill, omitted. Looking at the data on the panel, Shuxi gained a clear understanding of the enhancement provided by the Dark Source Crystal. Strength, agility, intelligence, and constitution all increased by 20 points, but resistance did not increase. If Shax wants to push all the panel values to their peak, he will need at least 10 Dark Source crystals the same size as the one he has today. If we add Abyssal Tyrannoman, then the exact number becomes unknown. Shuxi opened his eyes, a hint of fanaticism and murderous intent flashing in them. It seems that the Dark Tide is not as simple as Shuxi had previously thought. Perhaps the Dark Tide brings not only fear and slaughter, but also mutual hunting. This is an opportunity for me, and I absolutely cannot let it slip by. Shuxi silently pondered, already considering how to kill more dark creatures. Chapter 40 Morale is low, and people are impatient. Winter in the Black Wasteland Forest is truly unbearable. The heavy snow has been falling continuously. Alligator Turtle Valley was just cleared yesterday, but overnight it has accumulated another half-meter of snow. From this, one can imagine what the world outside the valley is like. What's worse is that the snow shows no sign of stopping. I really don't know how the magical beasts left behind in the Black Wasteland survived such a winter. Shax, wearing a thick animal skin coat, looked at the snow falling all around and couldn't help but sigh. Most of the monsters that survived were either hibernating or had strong resistance to ice. The succubus Yona also wore a fur coat, which concealed her beautiful figure and gave her an air of elegance. It was a very strange feeling. The succubus was exuding an air of dignity. Just like the little snake woman, Shakus, your little Aya, doesn't even want to get up in this kind of weather. Shuxi, with the succubus Yuina in his arms, wisely refrained from engaging in conversation about the little snake woman Aya. Yina, have you ever seen a dark creature? I've met you, Shuxi. The succubus Yuina clung to Shuxi's strong arm, looking up at the snowflakes that kept falling on them. When the snow and wind stop and the entire Black Wasteland is frozen solid, the Dark Tide will arrive. I have seen many dark creatures that prey on us. Even the lowest-ranking monsters among them are stronger than our bloodline warriors. Shakus, promise me you'll survive. Shuxi didn't speak, but instead wrapped his arms tightly around the succubus Yuina, turned around, and went into the tent to study the succubus's body structure. Days passed by, Until one morning when Shax opened his eyes, it was still pitch black outside the tent. Shax saw, the polar night has arrived. The succubus Yona's voice was solemn as she and the snake woman Aya each held onto Shax's arms. Shax could sense the worry of the woman inside his tent. Don't worry, I'm here. Shaxi patted the succubus Yona's pert buttocks, and at the same time pinched the little snake girl Aya's soft snake tail. Prepare some hot food for me when I get back. Shaxi got up, changed into a set of close-fitting leather armor, and then walked out of the tent wearing a large cloak. Alligator Turtle Valley is filled with bonfires, giving it a brightly lit feel. Upon arriving at the chieftain's tent, most of the elders were already there. The atmosphere was extremely tense as no troll spoke. If it were just the harsh winter, most races in the Black Wasteland Forest could grit their teeth and endure it. However, when the polar night descends, dark creatures and the biting cold attack together, becoming a nightmare for all living things in the Black Wasteland Forest. Once everyone had arrived, the troll chieftain Grell spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment forward, the Mayan troll will be on 24/7 alert. I, Elder Genkai, and Shax took turns leading teams to guard Alligator Turtle Valley. I have divided the Council of Elders into 3 teams, and you will lead all the Bloodline Warriors to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley. Remember, the troll crisis has arrived. Do not let the fire burning in Turtle Valley go out. When the Council of Elders ended and Shaxi stepped out of the chieftain's tent, he was followed by 4 elders. Go back and prepare, eat and drink your fill, and make sure you have all your weapons. We'll start our shift this afternoon. Uare, Uare. The 4 troll elders responded to Shaksha, turned around, and returned to their tents to gather their guards. Shax braved the wind and snow, gazing intently into the darkness beyond the valley. This is my chance to become stronger, and I absolutely cannot miss it. In the afternoon, it was still very dark. Shaxi has already led 4 elders to replace Elder Gonkai's team of trolls. These 4 troll elders are Luo Sha, Ander, Gukto, and Assel. At this moment, Shax stood on the stone watchtower at the entrance of the Crocodile Turtle Valley, letting the cold wind blow against his face. Such a cold wind is truly unforgettable. Elder Losha of the Trolls stood behind Shaxi. He was in his prime, and the hideous scars on his face, which stretched from his eyes to his chest and were visible beneath his clothing, were quite striking. Elder Losha, a one-eyed troll, had one eye punctured by a dark creature last winter. What dark creature did you encounter last winter, Elder Luo Sha? Shax turned to ask Luo Sha, his calm tone calming the tense elders somewhat. A type of humanoid dark creature, we call them Nightwalkers. The limbs of those Nightwalkers were all deformed. Some had limbs that were sharp blades, others had limbs that were pincers. They were all strange and unusual. Even more extreme are those with multiple arms. Their bodies are bizarre and extremely agile. A Night Stalker of that strength is far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary troll warrior. Luo Sha spoke with lingering fear. Even the 3 elders standing nearby, Ander, Gakoto, and Assel, who had also experienced the previous winter, looked terrified at the mention of the tiger. Shax frowned. Judging from the situation, everyone's morale was somewhat low, which was unacceptable. After thinking for a moment, Shax released Abyss Grayman. With a leap, Shaxi jumped from under the city wall onto the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast and raised his spear. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, a roar from the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast echoed throughout the entire valley. At the same time, Shax's deep, resonant voice rang out. Troll brothers and sisters, I am Shaxi. Winter is coming. Darkness is descending. Take up your weapons and join me in resisting the enemy and protecting our homeland. Inside the Crocodile Turtle Valley, all the trolls were stunned for a moment, but some of them immediately reacted. It's a Kexis, a troll knight, and a deep Grayman. Yes, it's Shaksha, the most powerful troll bloodline warrior. Are the Shakshiri fighting the enemy? Shaxi didn't hear the trolls' discussions. He was still shouting passionately. Are you willing to fight for your family and your people? Are you willing to fight for your family and your people? Are you willing to fight for your family and your people? Roar, roar, roar. With each word Shaxi spoke, a ferocious and ear-piercing roar from the abyssal Tyrannoman would ring out. The atmosphere of worry and solemnity that had enveloped Crocodile Turtle Valley suddenly became relaxed. Uare. It was unclear which troll bloodline warrior roared Yura, and the entire valley was filled with passionate shouts of Yura Yura. Even from the tents deep within Alligator Turtle Valley, sounds could be heard. Hearing the resounding shout that echoed through the valley, Shaxi smiled slightly. Of course, behind that smile lay a deep-seated murderous intent and an impatient desire. Chapter 41 Dark Creatures, Voidworms. Deep within the Crocodile Turtle Valley, the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai, who were discussing matters, emerged from their tent and exchanged a glance. Young people just lack experience. Chieftain Grell of the troll's side. Shaksha was good at raising the atmosphere, but such a commotion would definitely attract all the dark creatures in the vicinity. It's okay, just consider it a lesson learned. Shax is too young and needs to grow. How can he become a pillar without experiencing some things? Chieftain Grell of the trolls nodded, agreeing with Elder Genkai. Elder, you go and rest for a while. I'll keep an eye on things here, and I'll have someone from the clan inform you if anything happens. Good. After saying this, Elder Genkai, along with 2 guards, returned to his own tent. The troll chieftain Grell gazed at the Shaksha on the stone wall at the valley entrance, praying that this time the creatures he had sought out were not some high-ranking dark beings. However, things did not go as planned. 15 minutes later, Shakespeare, who was standing on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, was the first to react. Shake stood up and gazed into the distance at the dark, snowy landscape. At the same time, a sound like the chirping of insects came, with a piercing force. Hiss hiss hiss. Behind Shuxi, the 4 troll elders, Losha, Ander, Gukto, and Assel, also stood up and followed Shuxi's gaze. A moment later, Elder Luo Sha exclaimed in surprise. It's a void worm, with strength equivalent to a peak level 6 magical beast. Elder Luo Sha's voice trembled slightly. Almost instantly, Elder Luo Sha turned around and gave instructions to the guards. Quickly, go and inform the clan leader and the Grand Elder. Shakes frowned slightly and glanced at Elder Luo Sha, whose face was filled with fear. Of course, the 3 elders, Ander, Gakoto, and Assel, were not much better off. Shuxi gazed into the distance and suddenly said in a low voice, "You guard the stone gate. I'm going to deal with this dark creature." As soon as he finished speaking, Shakes jumped down from the stone gate. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared outside the stone gate and caught Xerox. The next moment, a set of bone armor grew from Abyssal Tyrannoman, enveloping both Abyssal Tyrannoman and Shaktora. This is the effect of the jade bone armor, which Shuxi wore on the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Because when the Abyssal Tyrannoman is preying and gnawing, the jade bone armor can also devour various bones, which can help it evolve and strengthen itself. Roar. The Abyssal Tyrannoman also spotted the enemy in the distance, roared to the sky, and charged out. As they drew closer, Shuxi finally got a clear look at the full appearance of the approaching dark creature. The creature before me, called the Void Worm, roughly resembles a millipede. The difference is that the Void Worm is much larger, about 30 meters long, and it flies in at low altitude. The Void Worm has countless thin, long tentacles on both sides of its body that constantly sway, supporting the Void Worm's rapid flight at low altitude. Sizzle. Shuxi threw a spear with all his might. The spear sliced through the air and pierced the Void Worm with a tearing effect. Bang! The spear shattered, leaving only a shallow dent on the Void Worm, from which black blood oozed. Hiss hiss hiss. Shuxi's provocative attack directly enraged the Void Worm. The Void Worm continued its long chirping as it accelerated its descent towards Shuxi. Shaxu on the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman raised an eyebrow, feeling a little regretful and somewhat powerless. The power of the Kshatriya was already great enough, but unfortunately the spears it threw were of poor quality and their material could not withstand the impact. Otherwise, that attack would have definitely penetrated the Void Worm's body and caused it considerable damage. Seeing that the spear-throwing technique was not very effective, Shaksha had no choice but to take out the silver gray bone spear that the Wandering Soul Dodi had given him and prepare to fight the Void Worm in close combat. No sooner said than done. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus and the Void Worm, which were charging at each other, had already come into close contact and started a melee battle. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's massive maw lunged straight at the Void Worm's head, its sharp teeth gleaming. At the same time, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's claws also reached for the Void Worm's lower jaw. However, all of this was in vain. Just as the Abyssal Tyrannoman was about to succeed, a large amount of dark green mist emerged from the mouth of the Void Worm. The mist formed a spherical shield that blocked the powerful attack of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. The next second, from the Void Worm's enormous body, a pair of claws that were longer and sharper than the other tentacles suddenly popped out from behind its head, in the middle of its body, and at its tail. The Void Worm dodged the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's attack, then flicked its newly extended claws against the ground, launching its entire body into the air as if to swoop down and attack the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus's back. Abyssal Greymon reacts extremely quickly. Its head and claws can't reach its enemies, but it still has its tail. The Abyssal Tyrannoman turned around and lashed out with its tail, striking a section of the void worm's massive body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The void worm in midair stiffened, and after making a hissing sound, its ferocity remained undiminished. Despite its injuries, it continued to attack the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Bang! The void worm successfully pounced and landed on the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. With its nearly 20-meter-long body, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast was only 2/3 the length of the void worm. Having succeeded, the void worm lashed out with its tentacles and claws around its body, attempting to pierce the layer of bone armor covering the abyssal Tyrannosaurus's back. Clank! A series of clanging sounds reminded Shax, who had just used the momentum to jump onto the head of the abyssal Tyrannoman, that now was an opportunity. With a flip and leap, Shaxi landed on the back of the void worm. In the distance, atop the stone walls of the valley, Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai had already been alerted, and they both led their men to the scene. Watching the scene of Shaxi fighting alongside abyssal Tyrannoman against void worms, the two felt both excited and apprehensive. The excitement stemmed from the fact that their Mayan troll clan finally had a member capable of confronting this large, dark creature. It's worth noting that in the past few years, the Mayan trolls had also encountered void worms. Although the void worms in the past were not this large, they still caused considerable damage to the Mayan trolls. Last time, the Mayan troll risked losing almost half of his bloodline warriors to wound the void worm and drive it out of the valley. And the anxiety stemmed from the saxophone. Neither Grell nor Elder Gungai wanted Shaki and abyssal Tyrannoman to get hurt, because they still needed to rely on their strength during this cold winter and the dark tide. Outside the valley entrance, a fierce battle had already broken out. Of course, the two locked in fierce combat are abyssal Tyrannoman and void worm. With its jade bone armor protecting it, and its own dragon scales protecting it, the void worms could only target the void worm's weak points and could not seriously injure it for a while. Conversely, each counterattack by the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast as it turned its head resulted in a bloody mess on a part of the void worm's body. Chapter 42 Fierce Battle to the Death, Resentment Resolved. And Shaxi once again proved his worth. Shaxi gripped the bone spear with both hands and plunged it into the head of the void worm. The next moment, streams of black blood gushed out, and the void worm writhed and struggled wildly on the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast. Seeing this, Shakesa quickly and cleanly thrust in and out more than a dozen times. Shaxi breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that the void worm's large head remained motionless. Roar! However, the furious roar of abyssal Tyrannoman did not stop. During the void worm's violent struggle, its claws had already covered the inside of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus's thigh. The inner thigh of the abyssal Tyrannoman was unprotected by bone armor, and several claw marks appeared. Shax narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, this kind of millipede was indeed dead but not stiff. With no other option, Shaxi pulled out his spear and continued to plunge it into the void worm's body. The next moment, Shaxi stepped on the back of the void worm and rushed towards its tail at full speed. Sizzle! A deep, sparkling scratch appeared on the back of the void worm, like a deep crack left after the earth has dried up. Finally, the constantly writhing and swaying body of the void worm stopped moving. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus turned around, bit down on the void worm's large head, and pulled the humiliating reptile off its body. Shaxi stood a little further back, panting heavily. Abyssal Tyrannoman swallowed the void worm's head in a few bites, then carried the void worm's body to Shakiri. Shakiri then leaped onto abyssal Tyrannoman's back. The man and the beast, dragging their heavy prey, walked step by step toward the stone wall at the mouth of the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus were not treading on the ground, but rather on the hearts of every troll bloodline warrior, including Chieftain Grell and Elder Steelk. Arriving outside the stone wall, Shaxi raised his spear high, his eyes fixed sharply on the tribesmen on the wall. Uare! Shaxi shouted, channeling all the passion and excitement left over from the battle into this single shout. Uare! Uare! The next moment, the entire stone wall was filled with shouts. The shouts echoed deep into the valley, alarming all the trolls. Inside the tent of the Shaxi, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya quietly opened a corner of the tent and secretly observed the situation outside. Unfortunately, all they saw was the raging fire in the square and the darkness beyond the light. Sister Yuna, judging from the situation, the dark creatures haven't broken in. Certainly, the strength of the Mayan trolls is among the top few tribes in the Black Wasteland Forest. Just then, a series of roars from the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast rang out, startling both the succubus Yuna and the little snake girl Aya. However, not long after, Cheers rang out from the mouth of the valley into the valley. At the entrance to the valley, the stone gate had been opened, and Shaxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman had entered the valley. The enormous body of the Void Worm was also pulled in. Chieftain, Grand Elder, the Void Worm has been killed by me. The troll chieftain Grell hugged Shaksha tightly and patted Shaksha's back repeatedly. Shakespeare, very good, very good. It's good to be back. From these words, Shakus felt the care from an older brother. Shaxi, well done. You truly deserve to be the most powerful bloodline warrior of our Mayan trolls. Elder Genkai, dragging his spiked club, stepped forward and patted Shax on the shoulder. Just now, Elder Genkai really wanted to leave the valley and drag his spiked club to help Shax. However, Chieftain Gerald stopped them, saying that such a battle was not something they could interfere with. Shaxi chuckled, feeling quite accomplished at killing a level 6 peak dark creature. Chieftain, this creature is yours to handle. Its tentacles are very sharp and suitable for making weapons. Okay. Shaxi put away the Abyss Tyrannosaurus and returned to the stone wall. It was his turn to be on duty, so he couldn't be careless. As for the task of dissecting the Void Worm, it was naturally left to his elder brother Grell and Elder Genkai. As for the Dark Source Crystal on the Void Worm, Shaxi believed it would definitely be delivered to him. However, half an hour later, Chieftain Gerald personally brought bad news. Shaxi did not find any Dark Source Crystals on the Void Worms. We speculate that the Void Worm's Dark Source Crystal is inside its head. However, the Void Worm's head has already been eaten by your Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. When Shax heard the news, he was also stunned for a moment. At the time, Shaxi hadn't really noticed that the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus had devoured the Void Worm's head in several large bites. However, it didn't really matter, since Shaxdak had the idea of upgrading Abyssal Greymon this winter anyway, so he could only smile wryly at his brother Greel. As the clan chief, his elder brother Gerald was also helpless. He sighed and left the valley entrance. Chieftain Gerald left, and Shaxi continued to guard the stone wall at the valley entrance. This time, all the troll bloodline warriors looked at Shaksha differently. Respect, worship, fanaticism. Of course, some trolls were embarrassed. The one who felt embarrassed and ashamed was none other than Elder Luo Sha, the troll. The moment the Void Worms, dark creatures, appeared, he sent someone to inform Chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai. This is clearly a sign of distrust towards Shaxi. However, none of this is a problem anymore. Shaxi's victory over the Void Worm while riding the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus has already changed these trolls' perception of him. At the same time, Shaxi also established his authority among these people. In other words, these people will not disobey any of Shaxi's arrangements or orders from now on. Don't overthink it. It's all for the sake of the tribe. We should all understand and protect each other. Shax's words were both to comfort everyone and to dispel Elder Luo Sha's grudges. For elders, you will lead the patrols of the 2 peaks of the valley to prevent any dark creatures skilled in climbing from entering the valley. With me in charge at the valley entrance, everyone can rest assured. Soon, Shaxi assigned the task. The 4 elders, led by Luo Sha, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Shax had no feelings towards them. As they left, the 4 troll elders, Luo Sha, Ender, Thukto, and Assel, whispered among themselves about Shaxi's bravery and invincibility. Perhaps because the aura of the Void Worms had not dissipated, Crocodile Turtle Valley did not encounter any attacks from dark creatures in the latter half of the night. Chieftain Gerald appeared on the stone wall on time and relieved the shift leader, Shaxi. Go and get some rest. Although you weren't injured in last night's battle, Abyssal Greymon was quite exhausted. The Void Worm has been dissected. I've already sent some of the edible meat to your tent, and the rest has been distributed to the tribesmen. Shaxi nodded, extended his arm to complete the handover with Grell, left a sentence, and then left the stone wall. Be careful and call me anytime if anything happens. Chapter 43, I will love you forever, don't hesitate. Inside the tent, the return of Shaxi brought a great deal of peace of mind to the Succubus Yuena and the snake girl Aya. Especially the Succubus Yuena, after a long, passionate kiss with Shaxi, released the unease and care in her heart. This is the Succubus, passionate, alluring, yet loyal. After everything calmed down, Shaxi took the bowl of hot soup handed to him by the little snake girl Aya and drank it down in one gulp. Good, your skills have improved. Shax threw the soup bowl aside, pulled the little snake girl Aya into his arms, and cuddled her tenderly. Although he relied on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast to fight the Void Worms this time, Shaxi was still somewhat nervous deep down. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Having killed the Void Worm, Shaxi gained a basic understanding of the dark creatures that came with the dark tide, and felt slightly relieved after learning the general idea. Shaxi, I heard you killed a void worm. Is that true? The succubus Yuna peeked her head out from under the animal skin, her blush still lingering, making her look extremely alluring. Shax couldn't resist and leaned in to kiss Yuno again. Only when both of them were unable to breathe did Shaxi release the succubus Yuina. It's true, a void worm that's 30 meters long. If it weren't for the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast holding it back, many troll bloodline warriors would probably have died. The succubus hyena was both excited and envious. In the past, when the succubus clan encountered monsters of this level, they could only hide in their most fortified palaces, trembling with fear and praying that the monster would leave quickly. If any unfortunate succubus is snatched away and eaten, there's no chance of her tribesmen coming to her rescue. Shakshi, my hero, Yuino will always love you. As the succubus hyena pondered these thoughts, her body began to feel increasingly hot. And so, after another commotion inside the tent, things finally calmed down. The next day, Shakshi was awakened by a commotion, and his keen senses immediately alerted him to something amiss. Judging from the sound, there must be a problem at the mouth of the valley. At such a moment, if a problem occurs at the mouth of the valley, it must be because a dark creature has appeared. Shakshi rolled over, startling the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya awake. You guys keep sleeping, I'll be back later. Shakshi reassured his two women, changed into leather armor, slung a bundle of spears over his shoulder, and walked out of the tent. At the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell looked at the 100 or so nightwalkers who were about to launch their attack, his face showing a hint of ruthlessness and decisiveness. Archers, prepare. Spearmen, prepare. The rest of the melee trolls, once the enemies get close to the stone gate, charge out with me and kill them all. As Shaxi climbed the stone wall, he overheard Chieftain Gerald arranging his troops, indicating that Gerald was preparing to personally lead the charge into battle. Brother, Shaxi, you've arrived. These humanoid dark creatures are what we call nightwalkers. Despite their humanoid form, they are devoid of any spirit and only know how to kill and devour. Do they possess dark source crystals? This last point is what Shakestraw truly cares about. Grell nodded, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Yes, the one given to the Grand Elder last time was obtained from this kind of monster. Upon hearing this, Shakessa's eyes lit up. Just then, the 100 or so dark nightwalkers entered the attack range of the archers and spearmen. Shaxi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately pulled out a throwing spear from his back. Sizzle! A spear tore through the air, flying out with a terrifying whistling sound, instantly killing two monsters in one fell swoop, pinning one with giant pincers in its arms and the other with crescent-shaped blades in its arms. Well done, Shakespeare! Chieftain Grell of the Trolls exclaimed in admiration, pleased with Shaksha's prowess. Shaxi didn't speak, but threw out several more spears, killing more than a dozen dark nightwalkers in an instant. When Shaxi wanted to throw another spear, he discovered that he had run out of spears. Upon seeing this, the troll chieftain Greel quickly summoned a troll and ordered him to fetch the spear. Shake shook his head and said in a low voice, It's too late, they're almost here. Chieftain Grell of the Trolls paused, then raised an eyebrow at the group of dark nightwalkers who were indeed approaching the stone gate. He prepared to rush out and have a good slaughter. However, just as the troll chieftain Grell set off, he was stopped by Shaksha. Elder brother, you are the clan leader, you must not act rashly. I'll go. You stay at the gate and check for any omissions or oversights to prevent anyone from being overlooked. Before Grell could react, Shaxi had already jumped off the stone wall. Beneath the stone wall, the massive body of abyssal Tyrannoman appeared and steadily caught Xerox. Roar! The next second, a roar from the abyss resounded, and Shaxu, riding abyssal Tyrannoman, launched a death charge. During the charge, the jade bone armor and bone spear appeared automatically. Shaxi held the bone spear, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and shouted Yura. Behind them, all the troll bloodline warriors followed the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, shouting Yura as they charged at the Dark Nightwalker. A massacre ensued. Shaxi stood atop the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, leaving behind only the corpses of Dark Nightwalkers in its wake. Of these, 8 or 9 out of 10 were the work of abyssal Tyrannoman, and Shaxu was merely the one who finished them off. After the abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged back and forth 5 times, almost all of the 100 or so Dark Nightwalkers were wiped out, with only a few remaining and being besieged by the trolls. In front of the Shaxi, there was a Night Stalker with 4 arms forming a spiral cone. Shaxi jumped off the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and charged toward the Nightwalker. The 4-armed Night Stalker also saw Shaxi. It charged forward with 1 arm, aimed straight for Shaxi's head with another, thrust at Shaxi's legs with 1 arm, and flicked its other arm, making its movements unpredictable. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, not daring to be careless, and immediately activated troll blood and void levitation. The next moment, Shuxi's figure blurred, drawing a strange arc in the air, dodging the four-armed Nightwalker's attack. Uft! The charging Shuxi and the four-armed Nightwalkers both stopped moving. The difference is that Shuxi was completely unharmed, and the bone spear was nowhere to be seen in his hand. Not far away, the four-armed Nightwalker had his chest pierced by the bone spear of the Shuxi. Bang! The four-armed Night Stalker lay lifeless on the ground. Just moments ago, in a split second, Shuxi assessed the pros and cons of both sides and decided to suddenly release his grip just as they were about to make contact, sending the bone spear flying and piercing the four-armed Night Stalker to pieces. Meanwhile, Shaxi used levitation to dodge the four-armed Nightwalker's erratic arm. Shuxi stepped forward warily, carefully pulled out his bone spear, and then casually struck the four-armed Nightwalker on the head. Only then did Shuxi feel relieved. After the battle ended, by the time Shaxi returned riding Abyssal Tyrannoman, the battles of the other tribesmen were also nearing their conclusion. This is another victory. Such a victory was unimaginable for the trolls in previous winters. On the battlefield, everyone spontaneously shouted out the name of Shaxi. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Can you understand Chapter 44? Successfully advanced. After confirming that no other dark creatures were approaching, Shaksha returned to his tent. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya immediately surrounded them, asking all sorts of questions. Shuxi didn't hide anything and told the two women about their troll clan's achievement of annihilating over 100 Dark Nightwalkers, which surprised them with the troll clan's fighting strength. After another round of tender and affectionate moments, the succubus Yuna suddenly spoke. Shax, next time you're on duty, can you bring Yuna along? Yuna didn't want to worry about her beloved Shakestra while she was in the tent. Upon hearing this, Shuxi turned his head and met the succubus Yuna's rose-red eyes. Her face was still flushed with desire, giving her a unique charm. If you want, I promise you. I don't want my woman to be some weak, helpless little goblin. Goblins are the most useless and worthless trash in the troll tribe. With Shuxi's permission, the succubus Yuna leaned in and offered him a kiss. Master, I want to go too. The little snake girl Aya, who was already filled with lust but had no other choice, wagged her tail and made a low sound. Shax found it somewhat amusing. The little snake woman Aya's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, as if she was afraid Shax wouldn't hear her, yet also afraid the succubus Yuna would. Haha, my little Aya, you can go if you want. You can bring your triangular python with you. Master, it's cold outside. Triangle doesn't want to move. Driving it out, although this kind of weather is not friendly to snakes, can increase its resistance to cold over time. All right, Master, I'll do as you say. Thus, Shuxi slept lightly in his tent for another half-day. Not long after, a member of the tribe came to inform Shuxi that the chieftain had invited him. A hint of joy appeared in Shuxi's eyes. He had already guessed why Chieftain Grell had summoned him. A moment later, at the chieftain's tent. Shuxi, here are all 112 dark source crystals for you. As soon as Shaksha sat down, before he could even take a few sips of the hot soup his brother Grell had handed him, Grell tossed a bag of dark source crystals in front of Shaksha. You continue. You drink yours, I'll talk. Shuxi nodded, glanced at the bag of dark source crystals, suppressed his excitement, and forced himself to calm down. So, Shakespeare picked up the hot soup and drank it again. I've discussed it with Elder Genkai, and we'll give you all the dark source crystals. But it's not for you to consume. It's for Abyssal Tyrannoman to consume. We even decided to supply the dark source crystals we harvested later to Abyssal Tyrannoman until it advanced to become a level 7 magical beast. Upon hearing this, Shuxi narrowed his eyes, finished the bowl of hot soup in one gulp, and quietly looked at Chieftain Grell, waiting for him to continue. I thought you would object. Or, unable to contain their excitement, they might stand up and loudly object. Shuxi, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I wouldn't believe you're a troll. After all, where else can you find a troll as calm and powerful as you? Haha. Shuxi remained silent, still watching Chieftain Gerald quietly. Chieftain Gerald finished his joke, but seeing no reaction from Shuxi, he felt quite bored. Then, Chieftain Gerald's face hardened, and he spoke very seriously. Shuxi, I hope you can understand the good intentions of me and the Grand Elder. Whether it's you, me, or the Grand Elder, none of us can advance after consuming these dark source crystals. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus is a peak level 6 magical beast. If these dark source crystals are given to it, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus will most likely break through its rank and become a level 7 Abyss magical beast. A level 7 abyssal monster is a being above the hero level, with strength equivalent to a leader level. A race has a leader level magical beast, Shuxi. Do you know what that means? At this point, the troll chieftain Grell suddenly became extremely excited, stood up, swung open the tent flap with one hand, and pointed to the darkness in the distance. Shuxi, once the Abyss Tyrannosaurus becomes a level 7 magical beast, all the trolls of the Black Wasteland Forest will have to submit to our Mind Troll clan. Furthermore, next spring, in the territorial war, we will defeat all the races of the Black Wasteland, and they will have to submit to us. The Black Wasteland Forest will be the territory of our Mayan giant demon clan, and we will be in charge. A gust of cold wind blew into the tent, causing the long hair on the heads of Chieftain Grell and Shuxi to flutter. So, Shuxi, can you understand us? I know you have the heart of a strong person, and doing this will slow down your path to becoming stronger, but Shuxi shook his head, stopping Chieftain Gerald from speaking. There's nothing I can't understand. Increasing Abyss Grayman's strength is increasing my strength. Brother, I'm fine. Moreover, if I have the ability, I am happy to do what I can for my community. The troll Chieftain Grell was taken aback, but his face lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, Shakespeare, my little brother, I knew you'd understand. Well done, Shuxi. Shax shook his head, a smile returning to his face. Alligator Turtle Valley, a clearing at the deepest part of the valley. After Shuxi and Chieftain Grell arrived here, Shuxi released the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Abyssal Tyrannoman lowered its head, allowing Xerox to stroke its single horn, appearing extremely affectionate. When I was young, I also went to the Abyss. At the time, I was confident that I could sign an Abyssal Frost Spider, but after seeing the Abyssal Tyrannoman, I gave up the idea of signing an Abyssal Frost Spider. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. Not only did I fail to sign Abyssal Tyrannoman, but I also failed to obtain Abyssal Frost Spider later on. Chieftain Grell of the Troll clan looked at the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus with a hint of envy on his face. Shax remained silent. When others are expressing their feelings, listening is the best option. Let's begin. After reminding Shaksha of something, the Troll Chieftain Grell walked away a little further ahead. Shuxi took out the bag of dark source crystals from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird and showed it to the Abyss Tyrannoman. Roar, roar, roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman's eyes were filled with fanaticism as it carefully nudged Shaxu's chest with its massive head. Shuxi grinned and teased Abyss Grayman for a while before pouring a bag of dark source crystals into Abyss Grayman's mouth. Glug! The Abyssal Tyrannoman swallowed all the dark source crystals in one gulp and stared at Shaxu with wide eyes. A short while later, the Abyssal Tyrannoman roared and then laid down on the spot. Under the astonished gazes of Shuxi and Chieftain Grell, streams of black, demonic energy continuously emerged from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. The demonic energy grew increasingly dense, eventually enveloping the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and condensing into a giant black cocoon. Looking at the giant black cocoon, Shaxu instinctively thought that it must be a Tyrannosaurus egg. This scene means that Abyss Grayman is already advancing towards becoming a level 7 magical beast. The troll Chieftain Grell was shocked. Shakespeare was also shocked. Unexpectedly, just 100 or so dark source crystals were enough to advance the Abyss Tyrannoman's power level. Chapter 45. You take my surname, Dark Eaglebat. However, it is not something that can be accomplished in a short time for the Abyssal Tyrannoman to advance to the level 7 magical beast. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi took the Abyss Tyrannoman into his heart and let it evolve inside his body. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong before Abyssal Grayman wakes up. Without Abyss Grayman as a support, Xerox's safety level drops drastically. Currently, Shuxi's strength is only slightly greater than that of his elder brother Grell and the Grand Elder. At most, his strength lies in raw power. After Shuxi activates the Troll Blood skill, his power becomes terrifying, exceeding the limits of the hero level. However, this power is not effective in suppressing some large dark creatures. Don't worry, I'll send more people over the next couple of days. After offering a word of comfort, Chief Gerald returned to his tent. Meanwhile, Shuxi walked towards his tent. In a few hours, it will be his turn to be on duty. Fortunately, this time, Shuxi will bring along the Succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya. In particular, Aya's triangular python temporarily made up for the lack of Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Time passed quickly, and as evening fell, Shuxi led the fully armed Succubus Yuina and the little snake woman Aya out of the tent. The guard squad of Shuxi, consisting of 4 trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, was already waiting outside the tent. After giving a shout, Shax headed towards the entrance of the valley. At the stone gate at the valley entrance, elders Luo Sha, Ander, Gukido, and Assel met up, and Shax took over the duty shift from Elder Genkai. Aya, summon the triangular python. Let it release its own energy. That will save us some trouble. Upon hearing this, the little snake girl Aya took out a vertical flute from her bosom and began to play it. A strange, rhythmic clarinet sound rang out, and the ground shook. Soon, a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, poked its huge head out from the mound of earth outside the stone gate at the valley entrance. Hiss hiss hiss. The triangular python hissed, but its entire body was not fully exposed. Even its head retracted into the large hole it had just created. Shax didn't care. He only wanted the triangular python to release its magical beast aura to deter some unnecessary trouble. Of course, if intimidation fails, then fighting is the only option. Time passed second by second, and the 4 elders, Luo Sha, Ander, Gukutu, and Azur, had been sent by Shax to patrol the peaks on both sides of the valley to prevent other reptiles. The succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya followed Shaxi closely, never leaving his side. The succubus Yuina's beautiful eyes kept scanning the crocodile turtle valley. This was the first time she had left the Bloodline Warriors' tent area in many days, and she was quite curious about this place. Shaxi, your Mayan troll settlement is a good camp, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Shaxi turned his head and reached out to hug the succubus Yuina's waist. It doesn't belong to you, Mayan, but to us Mayan. Yuina, you are now my demon wife, and you take my surname. Your name is now Yuina Mayan, understand? Sorry, Shakus. The succubus Yuina apologized and tiptoed to kiss Shaxi on the cheek. To be honest, the succubus Yuina hadn't quite realized that she was now part of the Mayan trolls. The darkness and cold before my eyes are the same as always, with the unknown and fear always present. Just as the succubus Yuina was speaking, the triangular python in the cave outside the valley suddenly poked its head out and made a hissing sound. Master, the triangle senses danger. The little snake girl, Aya, trembled slightly. The triangular python's reaction gave him the feeling of fear and terror. Shax narrowed his eyes, then reached out his other large hand to embrace the little snake girl Aya, calming her down. At the same time, Shaksha had already turned to the guard troll terminal behind him and spoke. Sound the alarm. Everyone on high alert. Yes, Elder Shaxi. Nevertheless, Shaxi's brow remained furrowed. Shaxi gazed at the darkness beyond the valley entrance, but there was no movement or any dark creatures appearing. But the triangular python's low growls became clearer and deeper. In this situation, even a fool would know that the attacking dark creatures are either difficult to detect or come from the sky. Thinking of the sky, Shaxi quickly looked up, and just then, a dark shadow broke through the clouds and swooped down. The target of the dive was a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, that had poked its head out from outside the valley. It's up there. Shaxi pushed the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya away, then drew his spear from behind and threw it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spears were thrown by Shaxi in quick succession, forming a triangular formation as they hurtled away. Buzzing. The next moment, a dizzying ultrasonic wave appeared, shaking all the troll bloodline warriors in the arena to the point of staggering. The battle came too suddenly, and Shaxi couldn't care less about the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya. Uare. Shaxi's reaction in that instant was incredibly fast. With the aid of troll blood and troll heart, Shaksha's power increased more than 5-fold. Moreover, the roar that Shaxi just let out was no ordinary roar. When he roared, Shaxi activated his bloodlust aura, causing all friendly units within 100 meters to enter a berserk state. In other words, the troll bloodline warriors have all woken up from their dizziness. The succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya behind Shaksha were both in a berserk state. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Shaxi threw 3 more spears, this time at a speed so fast that they were almost invisible to the naked eye, leaving only 3 streaks of light visible in the air. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled thuds came from midair, and a look of joy appeared in Shakespeare's eyes. Hit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, the triangular python in the burrow, under the influence of the bloodthirsty aura of the Shaxi, also crawled out, coiled up, raised its head, and roared and hissed at the dark shadow in the sky. The dark shadow high in the sky had previously destroyed the spear thrown by the Shaxi using ultrasonic waves. However, when Shaxi, whose power had just reached its peak, attacked again, the dark figure was caught off guard and failed to dodge, thus sustaining some injuries. Originally, the dark figure was about to leave, but unexpectedly, the triangular python in the burrow crawled out and made a provocative move. The provocation from the crawler made the dark figure in the sky feel insulted. Then, the shadowy figure became even more ferocious and charged down again without regard for anything else. Buzzing. Another wave of sound waves hit, and the trolls, who had entered a berserk state, felt a little better. Although it was uncomfortable, it wasn't unbearable. Shakespeare, what's going on? This is... The troll chieftain Grell had just arrived at the valley entrance and was about to inquire about the details of Shaksha. It's a dark hawkbat. However, his question was answered by Elder Gankai, who had arrived first. What? Dark hawkbat? Chieftain Grell's expression changed drastically. He immediately looked up at the sky, trying to find the dark eagle bat. However, what the troll chieftain Grell saw was the sight of dark eagle bats swooping down like meteors. On the ground, the ferocious triangular python had already opened its mouth wide, ready to spew venom from a distance at any moment. Chapter 46 Death Scythe, Succubus Saves Lives. The dark eagle bat is a dark creature comparable to a level 6 magical beast, and it is also a flying dark creature. As long as the dark hawk bat doesn't lower its flight altitude, it's practically invincible and unkillable. However, at this point, it's hard to say. Clan Chief, Grand Elder, this is now in your hands. As he spoke, Shuxi had already donned the jade bone armor and was holding the bone spear in his hand. After saying this, Shuxi jumped off the stone wall and ran towards the place where the dark eagle bat and the triangular python were fighting. Shax knew very well that although the triangular python had entered a berserk state and its strength had greatly increased, it was still no match for the dark eagle bat. The dark eagle bat swooped down, its sharp claws already descending towards the triangular python. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Seeing this, Shakshi could only throw his spear again. 3 more spears flew out in succession, one aimed straight at the dark eagle bat's head, one at its fleshy wing, and one at its heart. Uft, uft. Except for the spear aimed directly at the dark hawkbat's head, which was dodged, the other 2 spears struck the dark hawkbat. As it ran, Shuxi felt fortunate that the dark hawkbat was covered in downy fur, not scales. Otherwise, Shuxi's spear-throwing technique might not have caused much damage. Just as Shuxi was feeling relieved, the dark eagle bat and the triangular python had already come into close combat and started fighting. Because of the influence of the spear, the dark hawkbat's swooping direction changed, and its sharp claws did not strike the triangular python's head. Having dodged the fatal blow, the triangular python spat out a mouthful of venom, which was blocked by the dark eagle bat's fleshy wings. Then, it sprang up and coiled around the dark eagle bat, attempting to strangle it. The dark eagle bat is no slouch in close combat. It not only has eagle-like talons, but also short claws on the protrusions of its fleshy wings that are like hooks, aiming straight for the triangular python. Furthermore, the dark eagle bat's large mouth is filled with countless sharp teeth, and its 4 claws and large mouth work together to scratch and bite the triangular python, leaving it covered in wounds. However, in the face of death, the triangular python was ruthless enough to disregard its injuries and continuously compress the dark eagle bat with its body, strangling it. At that moment, Shuxi approached and circled around to the back of the dark hawkbat. Kill! Shuxi roared and leaped up, landing on the back of the dark eagle bat. Uft! A large hole appeared at the base of the dark hawkbat's neck, and Shuxi immediately stabbed it in that vital spot. The dark hawkbat felt the pain and sensed the danger. So the dark hawkbat released the triangular python it was biting, turned its head, and lunged at Shuxi. When the dark hawkbat was stung, Shaksha was already on guard, so he quickly released the bone spear and leaped away. The triangular python seized the opportunity, its large head swinging in an arc, first hitting the dark eagle bat's large head, and then biting the dark eagle bat's neck. Seeing this, Shuxi also found an opportunity, jumped onto the back of the dark hawkbat again, and pulled out the bone spear to continue stabbing the dark hawkbat. At this stage of the battle, the dark hawkbat sensed a life-threatening crisis. Moreover, a large wave of troll warriors had already rushed out from behind the stone wall in the valley, led by the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Gankai. The dark hawkbat knew that if it didn't leave soon, it would be surrounded and killed. So the dark eagle bat struggled to spread its fleshy wings, and its eagle-like claws forcefully tore open a section of the triangular python's body, freeing its wings. The triangular python, in its agony, became even more frenzied and violent. The remaining half of the triangular python's body continued to strangle the dark eagle bat and was now coiling around its neck. Buzzing. The dark hawkbat emitted another ultrasonic wave, repelling the troll bloodline warriors who were surrounding them. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the dark eagle bat flapped its fleshy wings a few times and then rose into the sky in a shaky and hesitant manner. The kshatriya on the back of the dark eagle bat and the triangular python wrapped around it were also taken up with it. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Below, the troll bloodline warriors, having realized what was happening, shouted the name of Shaksha, and a bad premonition rose in each of their hearts. As for Shuxi himself, he had no choice but to hold on tightly to the bone spear. Of course, Shuxi was also trying to find a way. He was stomping on the back of the dark eagle bat with all his might, trying to crush it to death before it rose too high. This method would definitely not work for anyone else, but it works for the Shikuji because the Shikuji's power is terrifying, and its stomping power is also terrifying. The mission of the scythe is to trample. The triangular python was desperately strangling and killing. Meanwhile, the dark eagle bat is struggling to fly high as if fighting for its survival. The dark eagle bat flew higher and higher, and when it reached a certain critical point, it began to fall. Gradually, the falling dark eagle bats began to plummet, their speed increasing. The dark hawk bat is dead, and Shuxi knows it very well. However, the saxophone and the triangular python, which fell along with it, also sensed their impending death. Call. A beautiful figure flashed by, catching the falling Katsuki before losing her balance and flying sideways. In midair, Shaksha looked at the succubus Uena, who had sprouted a pair of fleshy wings from her back and caught him in midair, and a sense of relief and gratitude rose in his heart. Shuxi, are you all right? Fine. Having just escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, Shaksha was still shaken and unconsciously pulled the succubus Uena into his arms. As if sensing the succubus Uena's heartbeat and warmth, Shaksha finally came to his senses and realized he had survived. My Yena, you are so beautiful. Shax hugged Yena tightly, his gratitude overflowing. Bang! Bang! Just then, the dark eagle bat and the triangular python landed, their heavy impact sweeping away all the surrounding snow. Let's go check on the triangular python and see if it's still alive. Meanwhile, Shax is constantly responding to the little snake girl Aya. She knows the situation of the triangular python best, and only Aya knows whether it can survive. As for the dark hawk bat, it was already dead beyond any doubt. Shax was the first to reach the triangular python, whose body was already 1/3 missing. Moreover, the fall had almost shattered all the bones in the triangular python's body. If the triangular python hadn't used the rest of its body to protect its head and heart, it might have died along with the dark hawk bat. Looking at the triangular python's half-closed eyes, Shax shouted loudly. Aya, Aya, where are you? Shaksha didn't receive a response from Aya, but the troll chieftain Grell and Elder Genkai arrived at Shaksha's side. Shuxi, are you all right? Shuxi, how are you? Shax shook his head and looked at his elder brother and the Grand Elder. I'm fine. Yena flew over and caught me. Landed safely, no injuries. Chapter 47, is there still hope? We're getting closer. That's good. It's good that you're all right. After Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai investigated Shuxi, a great weight was finally lifted from their hearts. Then, Grell and the Grand Elder's gaze fell on the pair of rose-red fleshy wings on the succubus Yuna's back, and surprise appeared in their eyes. Afterwards, Grell and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, both of them even more satisfied with the succubus Yuna who had married into the troll race. They felt that this marriage between the troll and the succubus was a very wise decision. Master, I'm here. Behind the troll bloodline warriors, the little snake woman Aya couldn't squeeze in, so she had to call out to Shuxi loudly. Upon hearing this, Shuxi parted the group of trolls and pulled the little snake girl Aya to the side of the triangular python. Is there any hope for the triangular python? The little snake girl Aya had tears streaming down her face. She was somewhat downcast and sad. Master, Triangle is seriously injured. Neither Aya nor Triangle knows whether it will survive. Shax was taken aback, raising an eyebrow slightly, whether he didn't know or wasn't sure. Unknown, uncertain. Seemingly realizing she hadn't explained herself clearly, the little snake girl Aya immediately added a sentence. The only option now is to freeze Triangle and force it into hibernation. Perhaps it can recover on its own, or perhaps. After Aya, the little snake woman, said that, Shax finally understood. The fate of this triangular python is uncertain, we can only leave it to fate. Let it hibernate. Yes, master. As she spoke, the little snake girl Aya prepared to collect the nearby snow to freeze the triangular python. You guys go help too. Shuxi glanced at the trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, and told them to go help the little snake girl Aya. After dealing with the triangular python, Shax led Yuyina and Aya back to the stone wall. With this battle, the crisis brought about by the dark hawk bats has finally been resolved. However, Shax also lost a level 5 peak magical beast, a triangular python, and Shax himself walked back and forth on the tightrope of death, which frightened him quite a bit. Fortunately, no more dark creatures attacked during the subsequent shifts. Shax guessed that it was highly likely that the lingering aura of the dark eagle bat and the triangular python had not dissipated, which was why those dark creatures dared not enter this area. Half a day later, Shaxi, Yuna, and the snake woman Aya returned to their tent. After eating a meal of meat, they all fell into a deep sleep to conserve their energy for the days to come. After the sky rose and the earth fell, and all things returned to peace, Shaxi embraced the succubus Yuna and stroked her back. Where are the wings hidden? Uft. The question from Shaksha made the succubus Yuna, who was teasing Shaksha with strands of her hair, giggle. My Shakushi, those aren't wings, they're succubus wings. Oh, is there a difference? They can both fly? The succubus Yuna giggled again, climbed onto Shaxi's chest, kissed him, propped herself up on her hands, and looked into Shaxi's eyes. My Shakshi, your Yuna is a succubus royal, and Yuna has no fleshy wings. That's just one form that appears after the bloodline is activated. Moreover, Yuna cannot fly. For now, she can only glide at low altitudes. Shaxi laughed heartily, hugged Yuna tightly, lifted her up in front of him, and kissed her face to face. After a tender moment, Shakus's voice finally rang out softly. Whether flying or gliding, my Yuna is amazing. At least she saved my life. Yuna was very happy. She could feel that she and Shaxi had grown closer since she saved Shaxi. Perhaps, we've already crossed the line into love. In fact, in the past, Shaxi had always treated the relationship between Yuna and the snake woman Aya from the perspective of a man conquering women with his strength. However, from this day forward, Shaxi's opinion of Yuna changed. Therefore, Shaxi was even less able to resist Yuna, and the two let their desires burn each other. The next day, Shaxi woke up feeling refreshed. The snake girl Aya was preparing food, while the succubus Yuna was naked and huddled in an animal skin. Elder Shakisi, the clan leader requests your presence. Not long after, a troll warrior arrived outside the tent to deliver a message. Shax put on the animal skin, called out to the little snake girl Aya, and then walked out of the tent. In the chieftain's tent, only the elder brother, Gerald, was present this time. Shaxi, this is for you, the dark source crystal of the dark eagle bat. Instead of taking the dark source crystal from the table, Shaxi turned to stare at his brother Grell, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Don't doubt it, Sakisi, you are our second choice. The elder brother, Gerald, reached out and gently patted Shaxi's shoulder, speaking with deep affection. Shaxi, the Grand Elder and I both know very well that you have more potential than any of us. The Dark Source Crystal will be given to you first. After you also advance in rank, it will be my turn and the Grand Elder's turn. Shakespeare, don't let us down. Shaxi gazed at his brother Grell for a long time before finally reaching out to take the Dark Crystal. I guarantee that as long as I am here, the Mayan Troll clan will not decline. Without saying much, the elder brother Gerald patted Shaxi's shoulder again and handed him a bowl of meat soup from the side. Haven't eaten yet? Here's a stew made from the meat and bones of the dark hawkbat. Have a taste. Shax took the hot soup, and after finishing the bowl, he felt warm all over. Go ahead. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shaxi felt a heavy weight on his heart. A new responsibility had been placed upon his shoulders. When he returned to his tent, the succubus Yuna had already woken up. Her well-fitting leather armor concealed her alluring figure, making her dignified demeanor even more pronounced. Shakushi, you're back. Is there trouble with Taniguchi again? Shax shook his head, took the meat porridge handed to him by the little snake woman Aya, and talked about the situation in Crocodile Turtle Valley while drinking it. Before returning, Shax was feeling a little heavy-hearted, so he made a special trip to Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll cultivate for a while. I still have to go and relieve the Grand Elder tonight. After finishing his meal, Shaxi gave an instruction to the two women and, without any hesitation, took out the dark source crystal from the dark eagle bat and swallowed it. Soon, a burning sensation rose from his abdomen, and a surge of life energy began to cleanse Shax's entire body. Shaxi activated the troll bloodline, enduring the burning sensation and carefully sensing the changes in his body. 10 minutes later, the life energy disappeared. Shaxi did not open his eyes immediately, but instead focused his attention on the data panel. The dark source crystal that was consumed this time was much larger in size and energy than the one that Shax had consumed before, and it also took longer to continuously evolve and cleanse the body. Seeing that all the stats on the hero template had increased by a full 60 points, Shaxi was overjoyed. Chapter 48 Blind Spider, not fast enough. Soon, Shax quickly scanned the data of his hero template, a wide smile on his face, extremely happy. Name, Shaxi Mayan Hero Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 405 to 500 plus 830, can be increased. Agility, 390 to 500 plus 22, can be improved. Intelligence, 400 to 500 plus 20, can be increased. Constitution, 380 to 500 plus 20, can be improved. Resistance, 10% against all negative status effects. Skill. 1. Advanced Spear Mastery. Trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. A branch skill specializing in spear throwing. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Be careful, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Bloodline Advanced Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation Advanced Martial Skill. Levitation, seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50%. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst and only a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura will cause the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In the berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Trollheart Heroic Skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. The increase in data acted like a stimulant, fueling Shax's thirst for dark creatures. Of course, this improvement also allows Zakisi to look to the future. Hunting dark creatures is risky, but also highly rewarding. Faced with the prospect of reward, Shaxi had lost all reverence for the dark creatures. I can become even stronger. After muttering something to himself, Shaxi pulled the succubus Yuina, who had come close to him, into his arms. Succubi are inherently passionate and wanton, and after Shaxi's teasing, Yuina's eyes became alluring. And so, another round of shameless humming and laughing erupted inside the tent. At midnight, Shaxi and his guard squad appeared precisely on time at the stone wall at the valley entrance. Shax smelled a strong, pungent odor of blood. Grand Elder Yu. It's nothing, just a small group of Night Stalkers. We've already killed them, and our people were only slightly injured. Shaxi frowned and glanced at the group of bloodline warriors behind the Grand Elder. Many of them were missing limbs and were clearly unable to continue fighting. Shakespeare, I'm leaving this place to you. The Elder sighed. Although he didn't say anything discouraging, Shaxi could tell that he was very down. Following behind the Elder were his clansmen who had hunted and fought alongside him against enemies for many years, and their bond had become very strong. Elder Genkai must be feeling terrible about these clansmen being injured. Shax took a deep breath, exhaled the pent-up anger in his heart, and turned to speak to the 4 elders behind him. As usual, I will be stationed at the valley entrance, while the 4 elders, Luo Sha, Andy, Gukido, and Assel, will lead the patrols. If anything happens, they will sound the alarm. Go. After the 4 troll elders and Shaksha touched arms in greeting, they led the group towards the valley peaks. Alligator Turtle Valley is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a cliff on one side and hillsides on the other 2 sides. Although the hillsides have been somewhat modified, some magical beasts skilled in climbing can still cross the mountains and attack the valleys. Shaxi was stationed at the valley entrance, and there were some decent quality throwing spears on the stone wall, which Chieftain Grell had prepared specifically for Shaxi. Grell vividly remembered the last time Shaksha had thrown all the spears away, so he found a troll warrior to carry the spears for Shaksha. Snow is falling and ice is forming. The harshest phase of winter has arrived. The succubus Yuna reached out and caught a clump of snowflakes, then blew it away. Once frozen, the ground is no longer so soft, and most dark creatures will come out to hunt in groups. The cold was bad enough, but the hunting by dark creatures made the black wasteland a nightmare. Shaxi remained silent. Having experienced the void worms, dark nightwalkers, and dark eagle bats, he had gained a general understanding of dark creatures. Trying to defeat these dark creatures with one's own strength is wishful thinking. Winning once does not mean winning every time. If you get hurt a little each time, and it happens a few times, not to mention trolls, even dragons will be worn down. Of course, it's easier to get along if you unite the strength of your community. However, it is still dangerous if the tribe is too weak. If a leader-level expert is in charge, it is an absolute pillar of stability for a race. This is why Chieftain Grell and Elder Steelk wanted to devote all their resources to nurturing Abyssal Tyrannomen. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, an alarm bell rang out from the mountains to the east. Leave a squad of bloodline warriors to continue guarding the valley entrance. The rest of you, follow me. Shuxi reacted quickly, leading a group of troll bloodline warriors to the scene of the accident. On the stone wall, the troll elders, Losha and Ander, were leading a group of their people in throwing javelins and spears. Down the hillside, 7 or 8 dark creatures, much larger than adult elephants and resembling spiders, were climbing up. Elder Shuxi is a group of blind spiders, 9 in total, and they should be from the same nest. Shuxi nodded, staring at the group of blind spiders on the hillside that were almost touching the stone wall. His eyes narrowed and gradually sharpened. The javelins thrown by the trolls varied in power. Some could damage the blind spider, while others were deflected by the spider's raised legs. Elder Shuxi, these blind spiders have no eyes. They sense things with their minds. The javelins and spears thrown by our people rarely hit them. Shuxi did not respond to the troll Elder Luo Sha, but instead reached out and took the spear handed to him by Defect, a member of the guard, and threw it with full force in his normal state. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, and the blind spider crawling at the front of the hillside froze and exploded. Seeing this, Shuxi breathed a slight sigh of relief and spoke. The javelins you threw weren't fast enough. If they were faster, they would have hit their targets. Chapter 49. Heavy Casualties, Limit Up Enhancement. Sizzle. Shuxi took another spear and threw it with all his might. Bang. Another blind spider couldn't withstand the power of the Zex and was shot to pieces. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The successive deaths of their companions made the group of blind spiders feel threatened, and with a series of squeaks, they quickly retreated. Seeing this, Shuxi launched 3 more spears in a flash, but this time, only 1 blind spider was killed, while the other 2 managed to block Shuxi's spears. No, there's an even more powerful one lurking behind this group of blind spiders. The blind spider that was able to defend other blind spiders from a distance against the spears of the Xerxes was definitely not simple. Shuxi frowned as he looked at the blind spider, which had already retreated from the range of his spear. If these blind spiders continue to roam the troll territory, they will definitely pose a major threat, a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The spider leader hiding behind the scenes was something that Shuxi was very wary of, and he didn't dare to just chase after them and kill the group of blind spiders. Ding, ding, ding. However, at that moment, an alarm bell rang out from the valley entrance, causing Shake's expression to change drastically. Elder Luo Sha and Elder Andy, you should continue to guard this place to prevent the blind spiders from attacking again. Other bloodline warriors, come back to the valley entrance with me. At the mouth of the valley, in the dark snow ahead, 100 or so night walkers broke through the black mist and charged into the Crocodile Turtle Valley with reckless abandon. Shoot, shoo, shoo. On the stone wall, the troll warriors, who had not received the order from Shuxi to charge, could only keep throwing javelins and firing crossbows. However, the group of Dark Night walkers charged recklessly and quickly approached the stone wall. When Shuxi returned to the stone wall at the valley entrance, the group of Dark Night walkers was already close by, and the 2 sides had to engage in close-quarters combat. You stay here and assist with the crossbow firing. After turning his head and leaving a message for the succubus Yuena and the little snake woman Aya, Shuxi led a group of troll warriors out of the stone wall and charged into the Dark Night walkers. Shuxi dared not hold back in the slightest, activating all 3 skills, Troll Blood, Void Levitation, and Bloodlust Aura, and shooting into the Dark Night walkers like cannonballs. Wherever he passed, Dark Night walkers fell to the ground and died. The other troll warriors, empowered by the Bloodlust Aura of Shaksha, also appeared brave and aggressive, fighting fearlessly against the group of Dark Night walkers. The battle quickly descended into mutual slaughter. In less than an hour, the group of Dark Night walkers outside the stone wall in the valley were all wiped out. As the more than 100 trolls charged in, more than a dozen trolls were killed, sacrificing themselves heroically. A small number of trolls also suffered minor injuries, and Shaksha's mood was slightly heavy. This was the worst casualty he had ever suffered since he led the team. Elder Assel, you take your people and deal with the battlefield. I'll take a few bloodline warriors and guard the area. Yes, Elder Shuxi. Soon, the bodies of the tribesmen were carried away to be burned and buried, and the Dark Night walkers were dissected and dismembered, yielding a considerable amount of Dark Source crystals. After the battlefield was cleared, Shaxi led his team back to the stone wall, and the stench of blood lingered in the vicinity for a long time. Shaxi's heart was constantly in his throat. He was genuinely afraid that the large dark creatures would be drawn by the smell of blood, which would put the troll race in serious trouble. Fortunately, no dark creatures attacked until Chief Gerald came to hand over the duties. Shakespeare, go and rest. Leave this to me. The Shaxes suffered 2 attacks from dark creatures in one night. Chieftain Grell was awakened when the blind spider attacked, but fortunately the Shaxes managed to withstand everything. Chieftain Grell held Shaksha in his arms, feeling that his younger brother, Shaksha Mayan, had grown up completely and become a pillar of the troll race. Here, take it all. I have high hopes for you. Chieftain Grell handed 2 bags of dark crystals to Shaksha. One bag contained the dark creatures that Elder Steelk had killed during his turn to guard the area, and the other bag contained what Shaksha had obtained that night. I brought them over before I arrived. Take advantage of this rest period to improve your strength. Shaxi accepted the dark source crystal without hesitation. After reminding them of the blind spiders lurking to the east of the Grell Mountains, he led the exhausted trolls back to the tent. Inside the tent, only Shaxi remained. The succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya had both voluntarily come out of the tent to guard Shaxi. Now is the crucial time for Shaxus to enhance his strength. In the dark tide, all the trolls were on high alert, either fighting or preparing for battle. Even Shaxi felt a sense of urgency that drove him to keep moving forward. Inside the tent, Shaxi activated the troll blood, enduring the burning pain as he devoured the dark source crystal piece by piece. When Elder Genkai was on duty, he obtained 73 dark source crystals, though they were rather small. Each time you swallow one piece of XYZ, the value on the data panel will increase by between 10 and 20 points. When Shaxi consumed the 10th piece, his strength value on the data template had already reached its limit, reaching 500. She didn't stop taking the saxifrage, she continued to take it. When the 15th piece of Oxalis was consumed, the values of all attributes on the data template had reached their maximum values. The hero templates have finally stopped changing. Name, Shakshi Mayan Hero Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 500 to 500 plus 1020 maximum. Agility, 500 to 500 plus 22 maximum. Intelligence, 500 to 500 plus 20 maximum. Constitution, 500 to 500 plus 20 maximum. Resistance, 10% against all negative status effects. Skill, 1. Advanced Spear Mastery. Trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of Troll Blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing Technique, a branch skill specializing in spear throwing. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Be careful, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Bloodline Advanced Skill, a transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased 5-fold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation Advanced Martial Skill. Levitation, seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50%. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst and only a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura will cause the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In the berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Trollheart Heroic Skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. Chapter 50 Unexpected Advancement, Boiling Blood Sacrifice. Nevertheless, Shax did not stop taking dark source crystals. The reason is simple. Just after the data of the Shax template reached its limit, the life energy in his body actually began to gather towards his heart. That place is where the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was born. Abyssal Greymon, in its evolutionary stage, conveyed to Zess its intense desire for energy through its mind. Therefore, Shaxi did not stop taking dark source crystals. The life energy generated by those dark source crystals is partly used to continuously transform the body of the Shaxi and partly absorbed by the abyssal Tyrannoman. Time passed by, and soon the bag of dark source crystals that the Grand Elder had hunted was completely used up. Shax didn't feel any remorse. He took out the more than 100 dark source crystals that he had hunted with his team and continued to consume them. A dark source crystal was dropped and absorbed by the abyss Tyrannoman. Another dark source crystal was dropped and absorbed by abyssal Tyrannoman once again. Shaxi remained expressionless and continued swallowing. When only a small portion of the dark source crystal remained in his hand, the abyssal Tyrannoman in his heart stopped absorbing it and underwent a strange and inexplicable change. Roar. A roar erupted from the heart of Shaksha, echoing throughout the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley, awakening all the trolls. Alligator Turtle Valley was thus plunged into a brief period of turmoil. Soon, the riot subsided, and Alligator Turtle Valley returned to peace. On the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell gazed at the area of bloodline warrior tents, his large hands trembling slightly behind his back. That voice was from abyssal Tyrannoman Shaxus. Shaxus must succeed. Deep in the valley, Elder Genkai was also awakened from his slumber. Elder Genkai stepped out of his tent, his eyes fixed intently on the other side of the tent area, where the tents of Shax were dimly lit by the campfire. Shakespeare, keep it up. Our fate as trolls is now intertwined with yours. Inside the tent, Shaxi could already sense that the Abyss Tyrannoman had successfully advanced to a level 7 magical beast, which is a leader-level magical beast. However, this was not the most surprising thing for Shax. Just now, the strange energy change that occurred when Abyssal Greymon advanced has affected Setsu. Shaxi, whose hero template data had reached its peak, was also affected by that strange energy and began to advance his template. Template advancement requires a large amount of life energy. Without any hesitation, Shaxi swallowed the remaining dark source crystals in a short period of time. With the emergence of sufficient life energy, a wondrous change occurred in Kshatriya's body. As for Shaxi himself, he had already fallen into a state of enlightenment. Half a day later, the Kshatriya inside the tent suddenly opened his eyes and roared. Roar. This is the roar of a troll. It was also a roar from the Shaxi. That roar carried the suppression of bloodline power. On the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell couldn't help but kneel down, suppressed by the bloodline of the Shakshini. Behind Chieftain Grell, all the troll warriors prostrated themselves on the ground, as if on a pilgrimage. Deep in the valley, inside the Grand Elder's tent, Grand Elder Genkai was also prostrate on the ground, but he showed no anger. On the contrary, Elder Genkai was trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. It was a success. Shaxazaz, he really succeeded. By the name of the great demon king, glory has descended upon the Mayan giant demon clan. Just then, cheers suddenly erupted in Alligator Turtle Valley. Shakespeare. Uare. Shakespeare. Uare. The two voices echoed as all the trolls shouted, and the bloodline warriors were especially excited. Outside the tent, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya, who were closest to Shaxi, were already prostrate on the ground, looking at the tent with great excitement. From that moment on, both the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya understood that the man they followed was a great being. Inside the tent, Shax didn't rush out, but instead checked his data template. Name, Shakshi Mayan Leader Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Ash chest quantity, 7. Strength, 1500 to 5000 plus 3200, can be increased. Agility, 1250 to 5000 plus 202, can be improved. Intelligence, 1200 to 5000 plus 200, can be increased. Constitution, 2000 to 5000 plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20% against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72% troll. Skill, 1. Advanced Spear Mastery. Trolls gain 75% more attack power when fighting with spears. Warriors of troll blood, trained from childhood as spearmen, dare to face even dragons with their spears in hand. 2. Spear Throwing Technique. A branch skill specializing in spear throwing. When a troll throws a spear, its attack power increases by 100%. Be careful, the spear can pierce anything. 3. Troll Bloodline Advanced Skill. A transformation skill of the troll race. After transforming into an ancient troll, all attributes are increased tenfold, and the transformation effect lasts until stamina is exhausted. Roar Trolls. 4. Void Levitation Advanced Martial Skill. Levitation, seeking nowhere, going nowhere. When used, increases movement speed by 50%. The higher the skill proficiency, the greater the chance of gaining additional agility. 5. Mind Contract Technique. Rare skill. After learning this skill, you will receive a mental blessing and can form a mind partnership. A powerful mind partnership can provide feedback to the host, increasing all attributes. 6. Bloodlust Aura Heroic Skill. Blood is merely a catalyst and only a small sacrifice. Activating Bloodlust Aura will cause the user and allies within a 100-meter radius to enter a berserk state. In the berserk state, allies' constitution is increased and their pain perception is reduced. 7. Trollheart Heroic Skill. Revel in your power. Prove to all other races that trolls are the strongest warriors in the world with the power of the trolls. Trolls who possess this skill gain a double power boost. 8. Boiling Blood Sacrifice Special Hero Level Skill. Power from the troll bloodline. When Boiling Blood Sacrifice is activated, the troll loses half of its life energy. The lost life energy will be transformed into a sacrificial power. The sacrificial power will instantly kill any being of the same rank, and has a 50% chance of instantly killing any being one rank higher than itself. It has no effect on any being of a higher rank. After carefully reviewing his template data, Shax slowly let out a breath. This advancement came so unexpectedly. Shax thought he would be stuck at the peak of hero level for a while, but unexpectedly he was given a boost by Abyss Greymon and seized the opportunity to advance successfully. However, it also has significant drawbacks. Among the leaders, the Shaxi are considered to be at the lower level. Compared to the extreme values of each attribute, the average value of XYZ is less than 1500, which seems too low. Now, Shaxi feels like he's full of power, his muscles are bulging, and his physical defense is strong enough to withstand some low-level weapons. As the rank increases, the limit value of the data template of the saxophone also increases, directly from 500 to 5000. This shows that the difference between boss level and hero level is very large. Of course, with this advancement, a new attribute has also appeared in the data template, Bloodline Purity. The Shikshita bloodline is that of a troll, with a bloodline purity of 72%. Regarding bloodlines, Shaxi knows some information on the surface, but he is still unclear about the hidden aspects. However, there's no rush, we'll figure it all out one by one in the future. Furthermore, the newly introduced special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, significantly increases the safety of the Zakisi. Chapter 51 Six-Winged Flying Serpent, Roar of the Fiery Dragon. Of course, besides Boiling Blood Sacrifice, other skills have also undergone some changes. For example, after the Troll Blood is activated, all attributes are increased by 10 times. However, the drawbacks have also increased. Stamina is consumed faster, and if the skill lasts too long, it can lead to a period of fatigue. When exhausted, the Shaxi will be unable to move and will be at the mercy of the enemy if they encounter one. Finally, the attribute values that Abyssal Greymon gave back to Xerox have also increased from 20 to 200. This is an expected improvement. At the mouth of the valley, the troll chieftain Grell had just stood up from the ground, his excitement still fresh, when the Valley of Alligator Turtles was greeted by dark creatures. A sound like a tiger's roar came from the horizon, growing ever closer. This was the sound of the Shax's howl, which traveled to great distances, attracting the dark creatures that came to investigate. Chieftain, you are a dark creature. A troll elder looked up and was the first to spot the dark creature. Meanwhile, the dark creature that had been emitting the howling sound drew ever closer, its figure moving through the darkness, its body blotting out the sky. Another tiger's roar rang out, and Chieftain Gerald's voice was stern and fierce. Quickly, go and summon Shakstra. However, just after Chief Gerald finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. Brother, don't worry, I've arrived. Shax, clad in leather armor and carrying a bone spear upside down, slowly approached the valley entrance. Shax looked up and the dark creature in the sky was now clearly visible. It was a flying serpent nearly 100 meters long. The flying serpent's body had 3 pairs of fleshy wings spread out, creating a magnificent sight that blotted out the sky. However, Shaxi remained calm, as the dark creature before him was not a leader-level dark creature. The six-winged flying serpent is merely a being that surpasses the hero level, and its aura is very similar to that of the hero-level Shaxi after activating the troll blood. Shaxi, be careful, this should be a leader-level dark creature. Shax shook his head, looked at the sky, and instead of using his signature spear-throwing technique, released the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Roar. The roar of dragons rose and fell, and the abyss Tyrannosaurus appeared outside the valley. Its original 20-meter length had increased to 40 meters, more than doubling in size. The appearance of the abyssal Tyrannoman caused the six-winged flying serpent in the air to stiffen and almost fall down. The dark creature, the six-winged flying serpent, reacted quickly. It sensed the aura of the abyssal Tyrannoman. That was the aura of a leader, so the six-winged flying serpent turned around and prepared to flee. But it was too late. Boom. The sound was like a giant cannon, echoing throughout Alligator Turtle Valley. Just now, the abyssal Tyrannoman opened its mouth wide, its eyes flashing with ferocity, and an abyssal flame dragon bullet formed in its mouth and shot out. This is Abyssal Greyman's latest skill, and also its only ranged attack method. Abyssal Flame Dragon Bullet is a skill that Abyssal Tyrannoman developed after consuming the Abyssal Spirit Core. In midair, the six-winged flying serpent was hit, its body burst into flames, and its entire huge serpent body tumbled and fell downwards. Boom. Not long after, the six-winged flying serpent crashed to the ground, not yet completely dead. However, at that moment, Abyssal Greyman had already rushed out. The Abyssal Tyrannoman charged forward with its massive body, causing the ground to tremble. Click, click, click. When Shaxi, Chieftain Grell, and Elder Genkai appeared beside the six-winged serpent, the six-winged serpent was already dead. The most terrifying thing was that the six-winged flying serpent's neck was bitten in two by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Shaxi made Abyssal Tyrannoman absorb the abyssal demon flames, and the air was immediately filled with the smell of burnt meat. Not bad. Although this snake is a bit thin, its body is long enough and it still has a lot of meat on it. Shaxi muttered something to himself, leaving the trolls following behind speechless. Shaxi, is this a leader-level dark creature? The elder who had asked the question, Shaxi turned his head and smiled at him, speaking softly. Not quite, but close enough. If I had encountered this before, I probably would have been in grave danger, since this giant snake could fly, while I couldn't. Boom, boom, boom. After swallowing several large mouthfuls of the flesh of the six-winged flying serpent, the Abyssal Tyrannoman trampled the earth and returned to Shaxu's side. Roar. A deep, angry roar resounded, and an immense pressure swept over them, causing the trolls behind Shaxi to unconsciously retreat. Only Shaxi remained unmoved, reaching out to stroke the even more ferocious head of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Not bad. That single horn on your head is quite interesting. Roar. Abyssal Greyman responded with a roar, and Shaxu patted Abyssal Greyman's big head. The next moment, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast transformed into a streak of blood-red light and returned to the heart of Shaxi for gestation. Given the size of the Abyssal Tyrannoman, it is really not suitable to continue feeding it in the Alligator Turtle Valley. Furthermore, the Cthulhu is about to embark on a hunt for dark creatures, and the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which doesn't know how to conceal its aura, is not suitable to appear in the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Brother, the dark source crystal of the six-winged flying serpent can greatly enhance your abilities. In front of everyone, Shaxi extended his spear, personally dug out the dark source crystal of the six-winged serpent, and handed it to the troll chieftain Grell. This is the first gift from Shaxi, and there will be more to come. Don't make excuses. Once you advance, you'll be the Grand Elder. Shaxi was very assertive, and his tone left no room for argument. Greel, the troll chieftain, is Shaksha's older brother, and they have a very close brotherly relationship. Therefore, after Shaksha advanced to the leader level, he forcefully listed Grell as the first person whose strength needed to be improved. Haha, chieftain, please accept this. As the patriarch of the Mayan giant demon clan, he certainly cannot be too weak. Elder Genkai stepped forward and offered some advice to Chieftain Grell. Elder Genkai knew very well that Chieftain Grell was hesitating about whether to give him the opportunity first. Elder, perhaps. Chieftain, no. Listen to Shaxi. Finally, the troll Chieftain Grell glanced back at Shaksha and accepted the dark source crystal. Upon seeing this, Shaxi smiled. Then Shaxi turned to look at the Grand Elder and said very seriously, "Thank you for your understanding, Elder. I don't care about anything else, but after my brother Grell, the one who needs to improve strength is you, Elder." Shaxi spoke with great authority, seriousness, and earnestness, leaving no room for doubt. Currently, the only ones most likely to advance to the leader level in the entire Mayan Troll clan are Clan Chief Grell and Elder Genkai. The others are still quite far behind. It is impossible for the Shaxi to waste such scarce resources on improving clansmen who are not strong enough or not closely related to them. Leave the rest of the time to me. Brother, you go and improve your skills first. Chieftain Gerald nodded emphatically, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Of course, I felt mostly excited. Grell hadn't expected that not only had Abyssal Tyrannomen advanced, but even Shuxi had. This sudden surprise caught the clan leader off guard. Does our Mayan troll clan truly have 2 leaders? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Chapter 52, passionate and direct, a pillar of strength. Tonight is destined to be anything but peaceful. First came the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, then the howl of the Shuxi, and finally the howl of the 6-winged flying serpent, which completely awakened the men, women, and children of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Before long, the 6-winged flying serpent's 100-meter-long body was carried into the valley in sections, causing a sensation. This night will be etched in the memories of all trolls. Because, on this night, 2 beams of glory descended upon Crocodile Turtle Valley and upon the Mayan Troll clan. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Shax, stood with his hands behind his back on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, facing the darkness in the distance, his black hair and animal skin clothes fluttering in the cold wind. The lingering aura of the 6-winged flying serpent was still quite strong, and no dark creatures attacked in the latter half of the night. This allowed the trolls' bonfire feast to proceed smoothly, and Alligator Turtle Valley was plunged into a brief period of revelry. At dawn, the Grand Elder led his people to replace Shuxi. Shakespeare, go have a good meal, and then take a long nap to replace me. Shuxi nodded, looked at the Grand Elder, and spoke in a respectful tone. Elder, if there's anything, have someone from the clan come and inform me. My existence is to reduce the sacrifices and injuries of my people. Elder Genkai nodded emphatically. He understood that Shax was concerned about him and about his people. Don't worry, Shakespeare. Shuxi nodded, holding his spear upside down, and braved the wind and snow to return to the Bloodline Warriors' tent area. Hey little brats, perk up and defend our home. The good days for us Mayan trolls have arrived. Ha. Shuxi went to the valley square, and news of his killing of the dark creature, the 6-winged flying serpent, had spread. All the tribesmen enjoyed a high-class monster meat dinner. Of course, what reassured the trolls was that Shuxi had advanced to become a leader-level powerhouse. The presence of a leader-level powerhouse means that Crocodile Turtle Valley will be safe and sound this winter, and the trolls will no longer suffer the constant loss of their bloodline warriors as before. Soon, Shuxi returned to the tent. My Shuxi, hero of the troll race, you have finally returned. As soon as Shuxi entered the tent, the succubus Yuina approached him. The succubus was wanton and passionate, direct. While offering kisses, the succubus Yuina helped Shuxi remove his leather armor. The two then spent some time together, filled with sweetness and shyness. After everything calmed down, Shuxi fell into a deep sleep, holding the succubus Yuina. Half a day later, Shuxi woke up and patted the succubus Yuina, who was pressing down on his arm, to wake her up. Shuxi turned his head, intending to wake up the little snake girl Aya as well, but the latter had already opened her big eyes and was staring intently at Shuxi. Is something the matter? Master, I'm all right. Just then, the succubus Yuina's lazy voice rang out from inside the animal skin. My dearest Shakespeare, your little slave girl is in heat. The succubus Yuina giggled incessantly, while the little snake woman Aya lowered her head and remained silent, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Shax shrugged, seemingly unaffected. Shaksha is a troll. He is no longer a human from the world he once was. His environment has made him forget those strange ideas about morality and shame. Hurry up, get up and get something to eat. You'll be coming with me for your shift in a bit. When it came to serious business, the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya quickly got up, changed into leather armor, and efficiently prepared a meat meal for Shuxi. The main reason was the bonfire party last night, where the trolls sent a lot of roasted meat to the bloodline warriors' tents, which could be eaten after being heated up. An hour later, when Shuxi stepped out of the tent, a group of trolls had been waiting outside for some time. Led by 4 troll elders, along with the guards of Shaksha, Teminal, Longmu, Defike, and Ermi. The team of nearly 20 people warmed Shakespeare's heart. Let's go? Shax didn't ramble on or try to motivate his subordinates, because there was no need for it at the moment. The appearance of the Shuxi was the greatest encouragement and the strongest pillar of stability for the tribe. After handing over the duties to Elder Genkai, Shuxi left the 2 troll elders, Luosha and Ander, at the entrance of the valley, while he led the other 2 troll elders, Gakoto and Assel, to patrol the mountains on both sides of the valley. Shakespeare still remembered that there was a nest of blind spiders at the foot of the mountains to the east. Regarding this time bomb, Shax decided to remove it tonight. How can one allow others to snore under one's bed? Isn't that the logic? Upon arriving at the eastern mountain ridge, Shuxi first inquired with the troll warriors stationed there. Reporting to Elder Shuxi, no trace of the blind spider has been found so far, nor have any other dark creatures been discovered. Shax nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you know the specific terrain below the mountains?" The troll warrior shook his head, and Shaksha was slightly disappointed. However, the troll elder Gakodo, who was standing behind Shuxi, spoke up at this moment. Below is a hilly area with many canyons and fissures between them, where the blind spiders must be hiding. Shuxi turned around, and the troll elder Gakodo did not avoid Shuxi's gaze. During the summer, the elder led us to clear some of the fallen ancient trees below to prevent those magical beasts from climbing up to this place. Upon hearing this, Shuxi looked at the dark, bottomless hillside and suddenly turned to the others. "You wait here for me. I'm going down to check the situation." After saying that, Shuxi leaped down and slid rapidly down the slope. "Elder Shuxi, you." Before the troll elder Gakodo could finish his persuasion, Shaksha had already disappeared from sight. The car went down the slope, getting faster and faster. Shuxi would occasionally tap the stone wall with his bone spear to slow down. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, what appeared before Shuxi was an underground fissure. The light was so dim that even though the trolls had night vision, they could not see very clearly. Shuxi found no dark creatures, and the group of blind spiders had vanished without a trace. Shuxi sighed, intending to immediately turn around and crawl back. However, after thinking for a moment, Shuxi roared at the underground crack, and his leader-level aura swept down unrestrainedly. Unfortunately, there was no response from underground. Without any hesitation, Shuxi turned and began to climb. The roar that Shuxi just let out was a warning, just in case, to the dark creatures that might be hiding in the underground cracks. Bang! Shuxi landed on his feet and successfully returned to the stone wall. Upon seeing Shuxi's return, Yuna, the snake woman Aya, and the 4 troll elders all breathed a sigh of relief. No trace of dark creatures was found, but we must remain vigilant and continue to be on alert. After saying that, Shuxi led Yuna and the snake woman Aya back to the mouth of the valley. Back at the mouth of the valley, after sending Luo Sha and Andy out to patrol, Shax stood on the stone wall and fell into deep thought. Shuxi needs to increase the strength of those around him and his clan, and he needs a large amount of dark source crystals. So the question at hand is, how can we attract more dark creatures? This is a problem that Shakespeare is considering. Chapter 53, Creating Bait, Dark Demon Attacks. If Shuxi wants to obtain more dark source crystals, he must kill more dark creatures. The idea of luring and killing was Shuxi's plan. Of course, this also became the choice of the Shakus. Lure and kill involves using special methods to lure prey into a trap and then kill it. To lure and kill, you need bait. Bait. Shax stood atop the stone wall, his thoughts churning. As night fell, a group of strangely shaped dark night walkers broke through the snow fog and stormed into Alligator Turtle Valley. Roar. Shuxi did not have the troll warriors open the stone door. Instead, he jumped down from the stone wall by himself, grabbed his bone spear, and rushed out. This time, Katsuki didn't summon Abyss Greymon. He wanted to use these dark night walkers to get used to his growing power. With a spear in hand, I have the world at my command. At this moment, Shax is like a lone general holding off 1,000 troops, displaying a heroic spirit. However, on the other hand, the leader-level Shuxi was indeed very strong, so strong that this group of dark night walkers could not harm him. In Shax's hands, the spear leaped like a dragon in the clouds, lurked like a giant fish in the water, and when it was thrust out, it was like a tiger emerging from its cage. About half an hour later, Shuxi withdrew his spear, and the ground was littered with corpses. At this moment, the 4 troll guards, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, had already emerged from the valley. Dispose of the corpses properly, dig out all the dark source crystals, and send them to the clan leader. Also, collect the blood of these monsters, stir it well, and don't let it coagulate. I have a great use for it. After giving instructions to his guard squad, Shuxi returned to the stone wall. Shuxi, what are you doing collecting that blood? The succubus Yuna had been following behind Shuxi ever since the battle ended, and she had heard Shuxi's instructions. To act as bait, I want to thicken the blood aura around Alligator Turtle Valley to attract more dark creatures. Shuxi, do you intend to hunt those dark creatures? Yes, my elder brother needs to improve, the grand elder needs to improve, and as my women, you all need to improve, as well as many other clansmen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shakespeare. The succubus Yuna wanted to say something, but her rosy lips were already silenced by Shuxi's large mouth. My Yuna, you must understand that after we, the Mayan trolls, survive this harsh winter, we will devour the other troll tribes in the surrounding area. Next, we will unify the Black Wasteland. Yuna, we need you. Your wisdom should be put to use, and you should enjoy the glory. Shaxi spoke with great emotion, and the succubus Yuana was also stirred up. Shaxi, I will do everything I can to help you. I will help you, the Mayan giant demons. Haha, great. At dawn, the polar night still lingers. The troll chieftain Grell walked in with heavy steps, his breath extremely long. Brother, Shakespeare, it's my turn. Go and rest. Shakes nodded, and orderly withdrew his men. Brother, how are you feeling? While waiting, Shaxi asked about his brother Grell's condition. Very good, excellent. Although I haven't reached the level of advancement after consuming so many dark source crystals, I'm not far from the peak of my current level. Chieftain Gerald was very confident and assertive, and as he spoke, he even raised the warhammer in his hand and shook it twice. That's good. By the way, if any dark creatures attack, collect their blood. I'll use it as bait. After giving that brief explanation, Shaxi didn't say anything more. Reaching a higher rank wasn't so easy. Even Shaxi himself only managed to advance successfully because he received support from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus. If Abyssal Tyrannoman had not been taken back to its heart and nurtured by Shaxi would have lost the opportunity to advance. A moment later, Shaxi led Yuina and Aya back to his tent. After a passionate encounter, Shaxi, with Yuina on his right arm and the snake woman Aya on his left, asked indifferently, "How is the triangular python doing?" The little snake girl, Aya, stiffened for a moment and said somewhat dejectedly, "Master, Triangle is not doing well. It has been frozen and is half dead. If spring arrives and Triangle hasn't woken up yet, it's probably..." The little snake girl, Aya, didn't say the last thing. Shakus fell silent and remained silent for a long time. Let's wait and see. Once we've supplied the Grand Elder with enough dark source crystals, if there are any left over, I'll ask you for some. When the time comes, unseal the triangular python, feed it some dark source crystals, and see if we can save it. After a long while, Shaxi calmly uttered these words, much to the delight of the little snake girl Aya. "Master, is it really okay?" The little snake girl Aya didn't receive a response from Shaxi, but instead was teased by the succubus Yuina. "What, little snake woman, do you dare doubt my dear Kshatriya, your great master?" As she spoke, the succubus Yuina had already grabbed the little snake girl Aya and was scratching her waist and armpits. Next, sounds of pleas for mercy and laughter filled the tent. And so, the days passed one by one. Winter was soon more than halfway over. On this day, it was Shaxi's turn to be on duty. Shaxi directly dispatched troll warriors to splatter blood all over the snow outside the valley, waiting for the dark creatures to take the bait. In recent days, Shaxi has been using this method to attract many dark creatures. After slaying these dark creatures, not only did Chieftain Grell reach the peak of heroic level, but even Elder Steelk was close to it. During this period, Elder Steelk consumed a considerable amount of dark source crystals, several times more than Chieftain Grell. The main reason is that Elder Gankai is old and has little life energy in his body. In addition, Elder Gankai had been stuck at the hero level for many years and had countless hidden injuries on his body. After consuming a large amount of dark source crystals, it took a lot of life energy to fully repair those hidden injuries. Elder Gankai is now even more vigorous, and even the hair on his head has grown back quite a bit. This idea of luring and killing dark creatures is something that only Shakespeare, during his turn to be on duty, dares to do in the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, this time, Shaxi lured not the Dark Nightwalkers, but a large group of dark demons. The dark demon is entirely black, has no eyes, only limbs and a large mouth, and its body is extremely flexible, about the size of an ordinary tiger. Strangely enough, when weapons are shot into the dark demon's body, there is no bleeding, and the dark demon does not feel any pain, which is extremely bizarre. Even Shaxi frowned upon seeing this group of at least 40 dark demons. Dark demons are extremely difficult to deal with, almost as if they are immune to physical damage. Chapter 54 Snake Woman Skills, Four-Winged Bloodbat. Shaxi, should we notify the clan shaman? The succubus Yuna has integrated into the troll tribe and naturally identified herself with the troll identity. Shaxi hesitated as he looked at the group of dark demons rushing towards him. Troll wizards, each one a treasure to the tribe. Even when the dark tide arrived, Chieftain Grell couldn't bear to send those troll wizards to the battlefield. Among the troll race, very few trolls are born with wizarding talents due to their innate physical characteristics. Every troll wizard can comprehend corresponding blood magic and abyss magic. Of course, in the eyes of the trolls, the magic of troll wizards is witchcraft. Troll wizards have unique abilities. Due to their blood magic, most of them possess healing spells, and some can even regrow the limbs of wounded trolls. Most importantly, The troll shamans in the tribe possess various sacrificial, sealing, and prayer magic arrays recorded on the troll clan's artifacts. Therefore, troll wizards have always been treasured by the troll race. Just as Shaxi was deep in thought, the little snake girl Aya beside him suddenly spoke. Master, perhaps I can help you. Shaxi turned his head and stared intently at the little snake woman Aya, making the latter feel extremely uncomfortable. My little Aya, tell me, how can you help me? Shax tried to soften his tone to make the little snake girl Aya feel at ease. Because of the bondage of slavery, Shaxi's emotions could be directly manifested in the heart of the little snake girl Aya, and the little snake girl Aya quickly calmed down. Master, Aya can enchant your weapon, giving it a low-level petrification effect for a short time. Shaxi's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he handed the bone spear to the little snake woman, Aya. The little snake woman, Aya, didn't hesitate. She held up Shaxi's spear with both hands and muttered a spell that Shaxi couldn't understand. That must be parcel tongue. Shax had seen the little snake girl Aya communicate with the triangular python in this language, and he remembered it vividly. Master, that's enough. Shaxi nodded, leaped off the stone wall, and charged toward the dark demon that was right in front of him. The speed and strength of the Shaxi were great. Wherever it passed, it would surely strike the dark demon. The dark demons injured by Shaxi were all afflicted with petrification magic. Half of their bodies were petrified, and they lost their ability to move. Seeing that the petrification spell was effective, Shaxi increased his speed again. 5 minutes later, all the dark demons lay on the ground, their bodies half frozen. Shaxi stepped forward and finished them off one by one. After that, Shaxi left the rest to his subordinates. He had already returned to the stone wall and to the side of the little snake girl, Aya. Shakushi looked at the little snake girl Aya with the eyes of someone who had discovered a treasure, making the latter very embarrassed. My little Aya, I never knew you knew such a special magic as petrification. The little snake girl, Aya, shook her head shyly, thought for a moment, and whispered, Master, it's not that Aya's petrification technique is powerful, but rather that the magic resistance of those dark demons is abnormally high. Upon hearing this, Shakshi's eyes became puzzled. Master, Aya's petrification spell is only at the beginner level, and her enchanted petrification spell is also at the beginner level. Although Aya didn't know what the dark demons were, she understood that the basic petrification spell could produce the same effect as before, and that the dark demons had very low magic resistance, almost none at all. Master, once Aya advances to Medusa, her petrification spell will also advance, allowing her to enchant your weapon with an even stronger petrification spell. When it came to the advanced Medusa, the little snake woman Aya's voice was very low, as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Whenever Medusa is mentioned, the snake woman Aya thinks of the crazy things that Shaxi and the succubus Yuina did in the tent. Gradually, the little snake girl Aya's face turned red, and her snake tail, which was dragging on the ground, began to sway involuntarily. Shaxi didn't notice anything unusual about the little snake girl Aya. He was currently thinking about how to maximize the use of Aya's petrification technique. Of course, there's also how to quickly advance the little snake girl Aya to hero level, then to Medusa, and enhance her petrification spell. Shaxi didn't notice Aya's unusual behavior, but it couldn't escape the notice of the clever succubus Yuina. The succubus Yuina stared at the little snake woman Aya with a smile, and then a wicked grin appeared on her face, as if she had thought of something. If you look closely, you can also see a hint of lust and lewdness in the eyes of the succubus Yuina. Soon, the battlefield was completely wiped out, and Shaxi, Yuina, and the snake woman Aya stood on the stone wall once again, waiting for the dark creatures to come to them. Unfortunately, no dark creatures came again until dawn. Elder Genkai arrived with a group of trolls, ready to take over from Shaxi. However, at that moment, Shaxi raised an eyebrow and looked up at the distant sky. There, a dark figure is approaching. Dark Hawkbat. This was the first reaction in the minds of Shax and Elder Genkai. However, when the dark creature got a little closer, the expressions of Shaxi and Elder Genkai changed drastically. Oh no, it's a leader-level dark creature, a four-winged bloodbat. Elder Genkai cried out in shock, for the previous patriarch of the Mayan troll clan had died at the hands of such a monster. You should retreat back to the depths of the valley. This is not a place for you to stay. Shaxi gave a brief instruction to the succubus Yuina and the snake girl Aya, then took out a spear from his back and threw it with all his might. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. 5 spears, each with a blood-red tail, tore through the air and soared into the sky. Buzzing. The familiar sonic attack shattered the 5 spears as soon as they got close, as they were instantly destroyed by the 4-winged blood bats. At the same time, All the trolls in the entire alligator turtle valley were awakened, and the next second all the trolls covered their ears in extreme pain. Shax activated troll blood and bloodlust aura ahead of time, causing all his tribesmen nearby to go berserk, making the situation slightly better. However, trolls below hero level are still not much better off. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shax then hurled 5 more spears into the air in a counterattack. Buzzing. Another sonic attack shattered the spear once more. The 4-winged bloodbat in the sky was highly intelligent. Seeing that Shax was a leader, it did not rashly swoop down. The 4-winged bloodbat spirit hovered above Shax's head, constantly attacking him with sonic waves. However, at this time, Shax had already activated the troll bloodline, causing all his attributes to surge and his physique to improve significantly. The X-ray could easily withstand such a powerful sonic attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shax jumped off the stone wall, away from some of the crocodile turtle valley, and threw 5 more spears. The spear was shattered again, but this time the sonic attack from the 4-winged bloodbats was much weaker. Upon realizing this, Shax finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he was able to throw the spear with such force was because his power had increased tenfold after the activation of the troll blood. The 4-winged bloodbat, however, does not possess troll blood. However, Shakushi's stamina was also rapidly depleting. Thinking of this, Shax suddenly had an idea to lure and kill the 4-winged bloodbats. Chapter 55 Lure and Kill the Leader, I Will Love You Forever. Having come up with the idea of luring and killing the 4-winged bloodbats, Shax turned off the troll blood skill. The next second, Shax's aura and power plummeted, and the data on the data panel returned to normal. As Shax's aura weakened, it was immediately detected by the 4-winged bloodbats in the sky. However, the 4-winged bloodbats were clever and did not immediately swoop down. Shax took 3 more spears from the cuckoo's stomach and threw them out again. Although Shax threw it with all his might this time, its speed and power were nowhere near as fierce and terrifying as when it was empowered by the troll blood. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 spears exploded one after another, their power far less than before. The decrease in the number of spears and their diminished power seemed to foreshadow something. The 4-winged bloodbats in the sky seemed to have seen hope and attempted to swoop down. Seeing this, Shax threw out 3 more spears in an attempt to stop the swooping 4-winged bloodbats. The 4-winged bloodbat flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and spat out a wind blade that shattered the spear. Shax's expression changed slightly, and he turned and fled into the crocodile turtle valley. Shax's actions were clearly seen by the 4-winged bloodbats in midair. Hiss hiss hiss. The 4-winged bloodbat emitted a strange hissing sound, as if mocking the weakness of the Shax, or perhaps the helplessness of its prey as it fled. The 4-winged bloodbat continued its descent, getting even closer to the ground. Shax controlled his speed, retreating towards the stone gate at the valley entrance while observing the location of the 4-winged bloodbats. Just as Shax was about to arrive at the stone gate, the 4-winged bloodbats flew in at low altitude. This is the time. A flash of blood-red light appeared, and the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast materialized. Its mouth opened wide, and the abyssal flame dragon cannon blasted fiercely at the 4-winged bloodbat. Boom. Bang. The 4-winged bloodbat was hit head-on by the abyss flame dragon cannon and fell to the ground with a strange cry. At this moment, Shax had already jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, its entire body covered in jade bone armor, and charged towards the 4-winged bloodbat with a thunderous roar. The abyss Tyrannosaurus beast attacked, and the 4-winged bloodbat endured the pain as it struggled to its feet, attempting to take flight. Sizzle. Shax, having once again activated the troll bloodline, hurled his bone spear with tremendous force, which pierced precisely into the chest of the 4-winged bloodbat. Hiss hiss hiss. A painful scream rang out, and the 4-winged bloodbat lay sprawled on its back. At this moment, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast had already closed in, opening its huge mouth and biting down hard on the neck of the 4-winged bloodbat with its sharp teeth. Hiss hiss hiss. The 4-winged bloodbat's throat gurgled and throbbed, as if it wanted to spit out wind blades to retaliate. Unfortunately, its neck was bitten to death by the abyssal Tyrannoman, and its counterattack ended in failure. Like a cornered beast, the strange cries of the 4-winged bloodbats echoed through Crocodile Turtle Valley once more, but gradually grew fainter and fainter until they ceased completely. Shax jumped off the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, retrieved his bone spear, and then broke open the head of the 4-winged bloodbat to obtain a dark source crystal the size of an apple. This is a dark source crystal from a leader-level dark creature. If his elder brother Grell consumes it, he might also advance to the rank of leader. Let's go, let's drag it back. Shuxi gave an order to the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, which was devouring the four-winged bloodbat, to carry it back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Inside Crocodile Turtle Valley, the old, young, and children of trolls had already hidden in tents and burrows. Only some powerful bloodline warriors remained standing on the stone walls, watching the battle between Shuxi and the four-winged bloodbats. Chieftain, Shaxu, and Abyssal Greyman have won. Elder Gonkai's voice trembled. He was incredibly excited. Upon learning that Shuxi had successfully advanced, Elder Gankai was excited and had taken a tranquilizer. However, when he witnessed Shuxi slaying a leader-level dark creature, and a flying-type leader-level dark creature at that, Elder Steel Kai's heart burned fiercely, as if doused with kerosene. Shakespeare! Shakespeare! Elder Gankai personally led the way, loudly calling out the name of Shuxi. Immediately afterwards, a group of bloodline warriors also joined in the shouting. Finally, all the trolls in the entire Alligator Turtle Valley heard the cheering and excited shouts and joined in the shouting. Before the stone gate in the valley, Shuxi recalled Abyss Tyrannosaurus. The enormous corpse of the four-winged bloodbat was placed in front of the stone gate. Shuxi returned to the stone wall and came to his brother Grell. Brother, this Dark Source Crystal might help you break through your rank. Shuxi handed over the Dark Source Crystal, and the troll chieftain Grell accepted it with trembling hands, his voice slightly hoarse. Shashakos, is this for me? Shuxi smiled, said nothing, and turned to Elder Gankai. Elder, the rest is up to you. Good. After saying that, Shuxi turned around and prepared to leave. Shakespeare, wait. The troll chieftain Grell took out a bag of Dark Source crystals and placed it in Shuxi's hand. The Grand Elder and I have reached our peak. These ordinary Dark Source crystals are part of what we've harvested in the last few days. You can take them back for your own use. Shax did not refuse, took the Dark Source crystal and left the valley entrance. Clan Chief Grell and the Grand Elder are currently at a bottleneck. To advance, they would need to consume high-quality Dark Source crystals, such as the one that Clan Chief Grell is holding. Chieftain, go back to your cultivation. I await your good news. The Elder laughed heartily. He had already seen hope. If the Clan Chief also advances to the leader level, then he will most likely also advance to the leader level with the help of Shuxi and Clan Chief Grell. The seeds of hope have been sown, and Elder Gankai is very optimistic about his future. Deep within Alligator Turtle Valley, in the Bloodline Warriors' tent area. After returning to his tent, Shuxi did not engage in any intimate conversation with Yuina, but instead handed a bag of Dark Source crystals to the Succubus Yuina. Yuina, these are all for you. The Succubus Yuina's beautiful body trembled slightly, but she quickly relaxed and became natural again. My dearest Shakshi, Yuina will love you forever and is willing to serve you forever. Shax pinched Yuina's slender waist and told her to hurry up and start cultivating. The little snake girl Aya, standing to the side, had a look of envy and longing in her eyes. After kissing Shuxi, the Succubus Yuina turned and went to a corner of the tent to quietly refine the Dark Source crystal. Shuxi wasn't idle either. He lay half reclined in the animal hide, squinting his eyes, and focused his mind on the ash platform. Luo Shanhai, the 500 pet beast pills you requested have been refined. Please complete the transaction as soon as possible. Currently, on the Ashes platform, Shaksha has only one stable partner, namely the elf Laina. Without hesitation, Shuxi directly initiated a trade request to Laina. After paying for the magic cores in one go, Shuxi replied to Laina with a message. This time it's 1,000 pet pills. The deposit has been paid. Okay. Nature's forest, the habitat of wood spirits. Inside a treehouse, the wood elf Laina was humming a lullaby, her lips curved in joy. After obtaining a large number of intermediate-level magic cores from Shuxi, the wood elf Laina's strength is rapidly increasing. Having finally succeeded in advancing to the elite template, her stats have reached their peak, something the wood elf Laina never dared to imagine before. The speed of improvement is simply too fast. May the god of nature bless you, Luo Shanhai. You great scoundrel. You must live on. My future rests on your shoulders. Honestly, for the wood elf Laina, the pet beast pill is basically a risk-free business. Most of the potions used to make pet pills are readily available in the forest of nature and are practically worthless. Moreover, wood elves are the best plant cultivators, making it extremely easy for them to cultivate low-level magical potions. What they lack is a magic core, and this is an extremely rare commodity for wood elves who abhor killing. The appearance of Shuxi gave the wood elf Laina an opportunity. Chapter 56. What a surprise. The clan chief advances. Besides the wood elf Laina, Shaksha also received a message from the wandering spirit Dordmi. My friend, do you still have any dark flame stones? The message was sent half a month ago. Since the beginning of winter, Dark Tide has kept Shuxi extremely busy, and he hasn't paid attention to the Ashes platform recently. Not at the moment. Shuxi became smarter. His reply didn't immediately reject Ghost Dodi, but the word temporarily gave Ghost Dodi a glimmer of hope. Luo Shanhai, my friend, help me get another dark flame stone. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Shakespeare's reply showed considerable interest. A method for quickly advancing from heroic to boss level. Not interested. After Shuxi sent this message, the Ghost Dodi on the other side seemed to be choked and did not react for a long time. Having received no reply, Shuxi had no choice but to focus his attention on other items for trade. However, Shax didn't find anything he liked for the time being. After all, Shuxi is now a leader-level being, and most of the things on the Ash platform are no longer of any use to him. Instead, they consume the few magic cores he has. Recently, all the magic cores of the Mayan troll clan have been looted by Shuxi. After the trolls learned that Shuxi needed magic cores, their chieftain gave an order, and all the magic cores of the Mayan trolls ended up in Shuxi's hands. Having failed to purchase any useful items, Shuxi fell into a deep sleep after logging out of the Ashes platform. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. A thoughtful glint appeared in the deep, skull-like eye sockets of the wandering spirit Dodd. Shuxi's previous reply made even an old monster like Dod the Wanderer realize that Shuxi had successfully advanced to the boss level. Indeed, every single ash seed is not to be underestimated. Although he woke up a little late, his growth rate is too fast. In such a short time, he has already grown to the level of a leader. How long did it take me to advance from a wanderer to a boss? 10 years or 100 years? My memory is a bit hazy. After a long while, the wandering spirit Dodd stopped thinking, and two scarlet lights suddenly flashed from the skull black hole under the crystal crown. Actually, looking at it from another perspective, Luo Shanhai's advancement to the leader level is a good thing. At least, the scope of his transactions with me has expanded considerably. As long as our interests are mutually satisfied, I can get enough high-level magic cores and rare minerals from him. Ga. The laughter of the wandering spirit Dodd is very mesmerizing. It's the sound of bones grinding together, and any normal person would get goosebumps upon hearing it. The wandering spirit Didi wrote a very tempting message and sent it to Shaksha, then sat on the bone throne and waited for news. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Roar. Shuxi was awakened from his slumber by a troll's roar, and an aura much weaker than his own swept through the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley. The succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya inside the tent were so frightened that they were lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. Shuxi looked toward the chieftain's tent, a smile gradually creeping onto his lips. With a swirling aura, the aura that had enveloped the tent vanished, and the succubus Yuna and the little snake woman Aya returned to normal. Don't be afraid. It's my elder brother, the troll chieftain Griel, who has successfully advanced to the leader level. After saying this, Shuxi closed his eyes and fell asleep again. This time, Shuxi slept soundly and peacefully. Inside the tent, the succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially the succubus Yuna. First there was Shaksha, then the troll chieftain Grell. Clearly, after winter, the sky over the Black Wasteland Forest will change. However, the thought that Shaksha was her husband, and that she was Shaksha's rightful demon wife, and that the troll chieftain Grell was also her brother, immediately brought a smile to the succubus Yuna's lips. Dear Shakespeare, let's rest together. The succubus Yuna stopped consuming the dark source crystal, snuggled into Shake's arms, and closed her eyes, resting her head on Shake's arm. After hesitating for a moment, the little snake girl Aya also came to the other side of the Shakesaw and fell asleep with the Shakesaw as her pillow. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the mouth of the valley. The troll chieftain Griel had already concealed his aura, but all the trolls had felt the suppression of his bloodline. The bloodline suppression that had occurred not long ago reappeared, and all the trolls went into a frenzy. Even the Grand Elder is no exception. Little rascals, can you feel it? That's the aura of Chief Griel, the chief of our Mayan trolls. The clan leader has successfully advanced to the rank of chief. Grell. Uare. Tonight, another sleepless night. The Mayan troll clan has welcomed its second leader-level powerhouse, which is an incredible thing. After concealing his presence, the troll chieftain Grell stepped out of the chieftain's tent. Every troll who saw Chieftain Griel bowed deeply and cheered Griel's name. Chieftain Gerald greeted everyone as they arrived at the valley entrance, where he stood with Elder Gankai. Chieftain, you are our glory. Elder, this time it was all thanks to Shax. If he hadn't killed that four-winged bloodbat, I wouldn't have had the chance to advance. Ha ha ha. Chieftain, Shaxi is your younger brother. That's only right. Ha ha. The troll chieftain Grell laughed heartily. Shaksha was his younger brother, and family members should help each other. Elder, now that Shaxi and I are working together, can we increase the amount of bait and expand the hunting area? Chieftain, what do you mean? Elder, you also have a chance. Let's work together to make it happen. Furthermore, the strength of our clansmen should also be improved. The following points were the first things that came to mind for the troll chieftain Grell after his advancement. Currently, the troll tribe, including the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, has 3 leader-level powerhouses. If another leader-level dark creature is lured in, Chieftain Grell is very confident that he can kill it. Chieftain Grell wasn't confident in himself, but in Shaker and abyssal Tyrannoman. Chieftain, let's discuss this together once Shaxi wakes up. Good. The troll Chieftain Grell looked toward the direction of the Shikshita tent, feeling a pang of guilt. Since Shaxi advanced to the rank of leader, he hasn't had a proper rest. The lives and safety of the entire clan rested on Shaxi's shoulders. Although Shaxi didn't say anything, both Chieftain Gerald and Elder Genkai knew that Shaxi was under immense pressure. Many times when dark creatures attacked, Shaxi was awakened from his sleep and immediately joined the battle, minimizing casualties among the tribal bloodline warriors. Chapter 57: The Snake Woman's Evolution, the Four-Blooded Spear. The next day, Shax woke up very late and slept until he naturally woke up. After getting up to change his clothes and instructing the succubus Hyena to continue her cultivation, Shaxi strolled to the chieftain's tent. Come on, Shakespeare, I've prepared some fresh roasted meat and meat porridge for you. Let's have breakfast together. Shaxi didn't stand on ceremony. This wasn't a formal meeting. Chieftain Grell was speaking to him as an elder brother. Did you sleep well last night? Great. Smells wonderful and makes me feel refreshed. Haha, I knew it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chief Gerald began to speak while drinking his meat porridge. Shaxi, can we increase the bait to attract more dark creatures? Shaxi looked up and saw the hopeful look in his brother Grell's eyes, knowing that his brother's ambition was gradually growing. Yes, that's a good thing. The stronger the tribe, the more and richer the resources that the Shaxi can obtain. Why not? My brother and I can easily kill ordinary leader-level dark creatures together, and it won't cause too many casualties among our people. The troll chieftain Grill laughed, a very happy laugh. Haha, great. Shaxi, here you go. These are all what I got last night when I got itchy and went out to kill a bunch of dark demons. Chieftain Grell pulled a bag of dark source crystals from his pocket and handed it to Shaxi without a second thought. Chieftain Gerald knew very well that recently, in order to meet his and the Grand Elder's cultivation needs, all the harvest from each shift had been delivered to him and the Grand Elder. Shaxi didn't stand on ceremony and took the dark source crystal, stuffing it into his pocket. Putting aside the fact that Shaxi himself needs dark source crystals to enhance his strength, the little snake girl Aya in the tent and the frozen triangular python are still unaccounted for. Chieftain Grell's bag of dark source crystals perfectly filled some of the gaps in Shaxi's resources. Furthermore, winter is more than halfway over, and the dark tide will recede, making cultivation resources like dark source crystals impossible to find. Brother, spring is here. Should we wage war against the various tribes? Shaxi asked this question because he coveted the magic cores held by other races. The proverb, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, perfectly illustrates this point. As long as you have enough strength, what belongs to others becomes yours, which is also what the Setsuki belongs to. Of course, I've already had a preliminary discussion with the Grand Elder. We must not only wage war, but also wage war in advance, catching all ethnic groups off guard. At the mention of conquering other races, the troll chieftain Grell's face immediately lit up with excitement, his eyebrows dancing with anticipation, as if he had endless targets to conquer. After discussing with his brother about increasing the bait, Shaxi left the chieftain's tent. Inside his own tent, Shaxi took out the bag of dark source crystals from his arms and tossed it into the hands of the little snake woman, Aya. My little Aya, it's time for you to train hard. I've never seen what Medusa looks like, so don't disappoint me. Shax gave a teasing laugh, making the little snake girl Aya blush with embarrassment. The succubus Hyena, who was cultivating, opened her eyes, glanced at Shax, and the little snake girl Aya said nothing and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Shaxi could sense that the succubus Hyena's strength had increased. If the succubus Hyena was at the beginner level of hero when she married Shaxi, she is now at the intermediate level. However, the succubus Hyena hadn't finished consuming the dark source crystal in her hand and could continue to enhance her power. However, The little snake girl Aya entered the evolution stage after consuming 12 pieces of dark source crystals. A wondrous change was taking place in the little snake woman Aya, a change that Shax watched with wide, unblinking eyes. A layer of petrified skin appeared on the little snake girl Aya's body. Starting from her tail, the petrified skin gradually spread upwards, gradually engulfing Aya's entire body. After swallowing 5 more dark source crystals, the little snake girl Aya's entire body was completely covered in petrified skin, as if she had been petrified. This change even startled the succubus Yuina, who was cultivating in a corner. Shakespeare, what happened to your little slave girl? It must be advancing. Yuina, have you ever seen the snake people's advancement process? Yuina shook her head, and after watching the petrified little snake girl Aya for a while, she lost interest and continued to cultivate with her eyes closed. Shax also stared at it for a while, but after a while, he got a little tired of it. Gradually, Shaxi also closed his eyes and focused his mind on the ash platform. However, before entering the ash platform, Shaxi suddenly remembered that he still had 11 ash chests to open, and he immediately perked up. Through this period of accumulation, Shaxi's ash chests increased from 7 to 11. Given the pitifully low drop rate of treasure chests, Shax felt that his luck was pretty good. A series of flashes of light appeared, and a small pile of items appeared in the stomach of the cuckoo bird. There are several bronze-level weapons and quite a few different types, including battle axes, spears, two-handed greatswords, warhammers, and one-handed swords. Shaxi squinted, feeling that these weapons all seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection, these weapons are remarkably similar to those on the arms of the Dark Night Walkers who attacked Crocodile Turtle Valley last time. Shaxi recalled that most of those ash chests were indeed contributed by the Dark Night Walkers. Among the dark creatures that attack Crocodile Turtle Valley, the Dark Night Walkers are the most numerous. These monsters love to charge into battle mindlessly and are unafraid of killing and death. Of course, there are also a few pieces of silver-grade equipment, a soft armor, a one-handed sword, and a dagger. These are all good items. Shaxi plans to find an opportunity to give the soft armor and dagger to the succubus Yuina. As the wife of Shaxi, the succubus Yuina didn't have anything good to offer and lacked any real power. The succubus queen Yelena had prepared some dowry for the succubus Yuina, but it consisted mostly of furs and pieces of meat, which Shaxi didn't find appealing and therefore didn't bring. That one-handed sword would be perfect for the little snake girl Aya, since she practices swordsmanship. Shaxi turned his attention to the last 3 items. He could use 2 of them, but he didn't quite understand the other one. 4-bladed blood spear. Type, spear-type weapon. Quality, gold. Additional skill, bloodlust. Skill description. The 4-edged blood spear can slowly absorb the life energy of living beings by coming into contact with them, and then feed it back to the weapon's owner. Weapon evaluation. This weapon embodies the essence of the leader-level creature, the 4-winged bloodbat. It is bloodthirsty, greedy, and treacherous. Oh my god. Gold tier weapon. This is the first time that Shaxi has opened a gold-level item from the ash chest. His luck is absolutely phenomenal. Moreover, this gold-grade weapon is exactly what the Shax desperately needs. It's a necessity. Unable to resist the temptation, Shaxi took out the 4-blade blood spear and held it in his hand, feeling the texture of a gold-grade weapon. The 4-bladed blood spear is 3 meters long, with 4 undulating blades at the tip, resembling a long cone, making it extremely ferocious. In Shaxi's eyes, this 4-bladed blood spear was like a gun or a spear, which could be thrown or held in the hand as a primary weapon. A nice blood spear, Shaxi really likes it. Chapter 58 Swift Charge, Snake Woman's Evolution. The second item was a skill scroll. Shaxi decisively tore the scroll apart and learned the skill. This skill is called Swift Charge. It's a rare skill, neither particularly good nor bad. Swift Charge. Type, skill scroll. Skill description. After learning Swift Charge, your speed is doubled when you initiate a charge. The last item was a bit strange. It was a mold shaped like an arrow tower. Shax couldn't figure out how to use it for a while, and the mold instructions were also full of question marks, which puzzled Shax. So he simply kept it in the cuckoo's stomach pouch. Next, Shaxi saw a message from the wandering soul Dodi, the content of which made Shaxi frown in confusion. Luo Shanhai, do you know what template is above the leader template? Shax really didn't know that. What template is it? Shax replied to the message, awaiting a response from the wandering soul, Dord. Ghost Dodd replied quickly, as if he were always online and always paying attention to the Ashes platform. My friend, go find the Dark Flame Stone. Next time we trade, I'll give you some higher level intelligence for free. Shax really wanted to complain, but it was obvious that the wandering soul DOD was just fishing for information and keeping people in suspense. After considering for a moment, Shaxi did not reply to the wandering soul DOD. Instead, he decided to give the other party the cold shoulder and see who would get anxious first and who would lose their composure first. And so, the night passed. The next morning, Shaksha looked at the little snake girl Aya, who was still petrified, shook his head, and then prepared to go on duty with the succubus Uena, whose strength had greatly increased. Before leaving the tent, Shaxi took out the silver-grade soft armor and silver-grade dagger and handed them to the succubus Uena. Wear it, consider it a little gift from me. The succubus Uena received the exquisite soft armor with great delight and offered a sweet kiss. Right in front of Shaxi, Uena happily put on her soft armor. The soft armor retracted on its own, fitting snugly against her body. Uena tapped it gently from all sides, finding it irresistible. Thank you, my dear Shakespeare. Then, the succubus Uena held the dagger upside down and slashed it a few times in the air, clearly enjoying it. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the mouth of the valley. Shaxi, you've arrived. Elder Genkai looked somewhat tired. Shax, smelling the strong stench of blood around him, asked a question. No prey is taking the bait. Shaxi asked the question knowing the answer already, in order to express his concern for Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his weary eyes. In order to lure out the leader-level dark creatures, they have recently stained the snow outside the valley with blood. However, it didn't attract a single leader-level dark creature, but instead attracted quite a few dark nightwalkers and dark demons. With the clan leader in charge, these dark creatures were quickly annihilated. Moreover, as the dark source crystals were distributed, the strength of the troll race gradually increased. Nowadays, the trolls no longer feel fear or dread when they see dark creatures. On the contrary, their eyes were green. The trolls craved dark creatures and dark source crystals. Shakus, I'm going back. I'm leaving this place to you. Shax nodded and watched Elder Genkai and his clansmen leave. Shakshi, the Grand Elder, looks rather disappointed. Shaxi reached out and embraced the succubus Uena, gazing into the darkness in the distance, and said calmly, I would feel disappointed too. The opportunity to advance was right in front of them, but the leader-level dark creature had not appeared yet. The Grand Elder had waited for so long, and given his volatile temper, it was already a miracle that he hadn't roared out in anger. The succubus Uena hugged Shaksha back and looked up at him with eyes full of infatuation. Thinking about the dark source crystals she still hadn't finished consuming, Uena was filled with anticipation for the future. This is my husband, a hero of the troll race, a young leader-level powerhouse. Under the polar night, there is no distinction between day and night. During Shake's shift, a wave of dark nightwalkers were attracted. After these dark creatures were killed, 60% of the dark source crystals were immediately distributed to all the charging troll warriors. 1/10 was handed over to the clan treasury, and 3/10 were taken into the coffers of the sheikhs. Chieftain Gerald arrived expectantly to replace Shaxi, but a light rain spoiled his mood. On the stone wall, all the trolls stretched out their hands to receive the rain, and many of them murmured to themselves. Is it raining? Is this spring rain? Is winter coming to an end? The polar night is almost over. The arrival of a spring rain brought smiles to the faces of the troll people. However, Grell and Shaksha, as the patriarch and elder of the troll race, who wanted to take the opportunity to enhance the strength of their people, had no reason to laugh. Time flies. Chieftain Gerald sighed, for the arrival of this spring rain meant that the cold winter was coming to an end and the dark tides would recede. As the dark tide recedes, the creatures of darkness will be nowhere to be found. The Grand Elder's wish will probably not be fulfilled until next year. Shaxi sighed. In the end, their Mayan giant demon clan still failed to achieve the expected result of 3 leaders appearing in the world. Soon, Shaxi led his men back to the Bloodline Warriors' tent area. Upon entering the tent, Shax saw Aya, the little snake girl who had successfully advanced to the next level. At this moment, the little snake girl Aya had not only grown taller, but her temperament had also become much more aloof, especially her long, beautiful legs under her leather skirt, which were extremely eye-catching. Master, Aya has successfully advanced. If it weren't for that timid and hesitant voice, Shax would have thought he had entered the wrong tent. Oh dear, Shakus, your little slave girl has evolved into Medusa, and her little tail has turned into beautiful legs. The succubus Yuna's voice was slightly coquettish, carrying a hint of surprise and a touch of jealousy. Shax laughed and pulled Yuna along to examine the snake woman Aya closely. The snake girl Aya was a little shy. Evolving into Medusa made her feel somewhat uncomfortable and embarrassed. After enjoying the sights, The three of them prepared some food in the tent, and after a hearty meal, they went to rest. 2 days later, Shaxi, Yuina, and the little snake girl Aya arrived at a cave deep in the Crocodile Turtle Valley. The triangular python hibernates in this cave, in a state of suspended animation. Break the seal, and feed it all these dark source crystals. The little snake girl Aya took the dark source crystal handed to her by Shakespeare, nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed with shyness, a hint of spring still lingering in her heart. Soon, the frozen triangular python was awakened from hibernation, but its condition was not good. It was on the verge of death. The little snake girl Aya entered the cave, stroked the triangular python for a while, and then fed it a bag of dark source crystals. Triangle, keep going. I believe you will definitely advance and be reborn. The triangular python swallowed the dark source crystal, closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Master, shall we wait here? You wait here. I'll go check on the chieftain's tent. Leaving Yuina and Aya behind, Shax headed towards the chieftain's tent. A spring rain a few days ago caused the snow to freeze completely. All living things will survive these coldest days and then recover when spring returns to the earth. This period will also be the best time for the trolls to plot against the Black Wasteland Forest. Chapter 59 Four Domain Lords, Invasion of Myriad Races. The chieftain's tent, a meeting of the elders. Because of a spring rain, the heavily guarded Alligator Turtle Valley finally relaxed a bit. The three most powerful and prestigious trolls, the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and Shaxi, gathered together. Once the ice and snow begin to melt, I plan to have the Grand Elder oversee Crocodile Turtle Valley, while Shax and I will split into 2 teams, one in the south and one in the north, to subdue the various tribes and unify the Black Wasteland Forest in the shortest possible time. Elders, what are your thoughts? The troll chieftain Griel was very straightforward, stating his ultimate goal and general plan in order to gather opinions and feedback. However, none of the troll elders, who were all hot-tempered, objected. Moreover, with 2 powerful leaders, Chief Gerald and Elder Shaxi, in charge of the Mayan troll clan, all the trolls were full of confidence in unifying the Black Wasteland Forest. Chieftain, whatever you say, we'll do. We'll all listen to you. Yes, Chieftain, with you and Shaxi leading the charge, we trolls will surely be able to unify the Black Wasteland Forest and make this forest our hunting grounds. Chieftain, I am willing to go to war for the tribe. Chieftain, I am also willing. For a time, everyone in the tent was expressing their opinions, creating a noisy and chaotic atmosphere. Shax frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Shakespeare, what do you think? Chieftain Gerald noticed that Shaxi was frowning and asked him a question. I fully support the conquest of all tribes. Shax looked up and first indicated which side he was on. Then Shaxi met the gazes of each of his tribesmen who looked at him, and finally fixed his gaze on the chieftain Grell and expressed his thoughts. Shax added a few more words following up on what he had just said. When conquering various tribes, should we inform them first and encourage them to surrender voluntarily? After all, we can't possibly kill them all, can we? Also, the Succubus clan and we have a marriage alliance. How should we deal with that? Shaxi's words caused the troll elders to fall into deep thought. Chieftain Gerald and Elder Gankai exchanged a glance, then frowned in thought. Finally, after much deliberation, Chieftain Gerald looked up and pressed Shaxi for an answer. Shakespeare, do you have something on your mind? Shaxi tapped the table lightly with his fingers, not speaking immediately, as if he was pondering the question of the clan leader. After a long while, Shaxi spoke solemnly. I think we need to figure out what our purpose is in occupying and unifying the Black Wasteland Forest. Should we drive the other races out of the Black Wasteland, or should we designate this place as the exclusive territory of our troll race? Or perhaps we should enslave various races, forcing them to continue living in the Black Wasteland and serve us trolls. Even kill them all. When these questions from Shaxi came out, the trolls, whose brains weren't working properly, fell silent. Even the clan leader, Grell, and Elder Gankai were speechless. I suggest that the unofficial elder, the Succubus Yuina, attend the elders' meeting so that she can analyze the pros and cons of various options for us. Shaxi stopped short of making a move and pushed out the Succubus Yuina. Succubi are known for their intelligence and resourcefulness, and the words of the Succubus Yuina will convince more people. But Shax, Yuina is an outsider. Shaxi reached out and interrupted a troll elder who was about to speak. I know everyone is concerned because Yuina is a succubus, an outsider. But what was the reason we entered into a marriage alliance with succubi in the first place? Wasn't it because we believed Yuina could be used by us? Now, Yuina is called Yuina Mayan. She is my person, she is one of us trolls. Moreover, with me and the clan chief here, we won't let what you imagine happen. If the clan leader and I cease to exist, then all our worries will be in vain, won't they? Inside the tent, the atmosphere was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, a beast's roar came from deep within the valley, breaking the silence. All the trolls stood up, trying to rush out. Don't be impatient. It's the guardian beast of the snake woman Aya. It's that triangular python. Judging from its sound, it must have successfully advanced to a higher level. Upon hearing this, Chief Gerald's eyes lit up. He went to Shuxi, grabbed Shuxi's hand, and pulled him outside. Come on, Shakespeare, take us to see that triangular python. With Shuxi in front and the others behind, they all rushed to the cave where the triangular python hibernated. However, the triangular python was not coiled up in the cave at this time. It had already crawled out of the cave, raised its head high, and arcs of electricity flashed from its 3 horns. Ha ha ha, Shakespeare. The triangular python has really advanced to a level 6 magical beast. Elder Gang Kai burst into laughter upon seeing the triangular python. The triangular python's advancement to a level 6 magical beast means that the Mayan trolls have gained another powerful force. Shikushi, bring the 2 of them to the elders' meeting. They are qualified now. Chieftain Gerald spoke in a loud and clear voice, making no attempt to hide his decision. Shuxi nodded, signaling the Succubus Uena and Medusa Aya to follow him. The Council of Elders meeting lasted a long time, and in the end, everyone left satisfied. After this meeting, the Bloodline warriors in Alligator Turtle Valley became busy once again. As winter fades and spring arrives, and the ice and snow melt, the first rays of sunlight slant into the black wilderness forest, and this long silent forest gradually comes back to life. However, at this critical moment, just as the Mayan troll was preparing to leave the valley to conquer the various races, Crocodile Turtle Valley welcomed an uninvited guest, a messenger. By order of Lord Axe of the 4 domains, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. By order of Lord Axe of the 4 domains, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. Refuse is not permitted. A deep voice came from midair, and Shuxi and Chieftain Gerald quickly rushed out of the tent. After hearing clearly what the person in midair was saying, Chieftain Gerald's expression changed, and his brows furrowed. The messenger in midair glanced down at Crocodile Turtle Valley and sensed 2 leader-level auras. He never expected that the weakest Black Wasteland Forest would have 2 leader-level beings this time. The messenger did not linger. He had to go elsewhere to deliver messages. His storm vulture let out a long cry, turned around, and left Crocodile Turtle Valley. Alligator Turtle Valley, Shake's brow has been furrowed since the beginning. The reason is simple. The person who sent the message in midair and the storm vulture both exuded the aura of a leader. Shuxi couldn't understand where this leader-level being had come from. And what the heck is this for Domain Lord's thing? Chieftain Gerald seemed to understand Shuxi's current confusion and telepathically called for an emergency meeting of elders. Shuxi, bring Uena. It's time for an emergency meeting of the elders. Shuxi nodded, called out to the Succubus Uena, and then hurried toward the chieftain's tent. A few minutes later, all members of the Council of Elders arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have heard, the Lord of the 4 Realms, Axe, has summoned me to participate in the war of invasion by all races, and I must go. Prior to this, I hereby announce that the management of Crocodile Turtle Valley and the Mayan Troll clan will be handed over to Shuxi, with Elder Genkai as his assistant and all the elders as witnesses. Does anyone have any objections to Shuxi serving as acting clan leader? Chapter 60. The world is vast above the leader. After a long time, the meeting of the elders ended, but Shuxi and the Grand Elder did not leave the chieftain's tent. Elder brother, who is Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains? What is the invasion of all races? After the other elders left, Shuxi couldn't wait to ask the question that had been bothering him. Chieftain Gerald gestured for Shuxi to calm down, took a sip of fruit wine, and then began to speak in detail. This is my fault. I just advanced to the leader level and forgot about the Lord's affairs. Chieftain Gerald sighed. Although he was caught off guard, his eyes were filled with more excitement. Shuxi, Elder, what I am about to say is something that only the clan leader was previously qualified to know. After you hear it, do not spread it. The Black Wasteland Forest is vast, but the world outside is even larger. Do you know about the outside world? Shax and Elder Genkai both shook their heads. Shax had thought about the outside world, but hadn't had time to leave the Black Wasteland Forest yet. The Desert Continent, the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the Underground Demon Abyss are the other 3 areas adjacent to our Black Wasteland Forest. All 4 places are ruled by one lord, namely the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. When Chieftain Gerald said these words, he was filled with longing. A Lord-level being was something Grell had never dared to imagine before. Shax and Elder Genkai were also quite unsettled. Keywords such as Desert Continent, Poison Dragon Swamp, Cave Demon Abyss, and Lord Axe of the Four Domains sounded completely unfamiliar to them, yet they were inexplicably excited. Shax quickly calmed down because he could easily accept these things. After all, the world was too big. Take, for example, the elf Lyaina and the wandering spirit Dodi that Shuxi met on the Ash platform. Shuxi guessed that these two were definitely not on the same map as him, or even in the same realm. Lord level refers to those above the chieftain. Alas, in the last few hundred years, our Mayan troll clan has not produced a single leader-level powerhouse. I had almost forgotten about these things. At this point, Chieftain Gerald sighed again. Although Chieftain Grell had advanced to the rank of leader, the messenger from the Four Domain Lord Axe arrived too quickly and too early. Chieftain Gerald had not yet had time to unify and integrate the Black Wasteland Forest, and therefore could not mobilize troops from other races and tribes. Shakshi Elder, do you know? Without a leader-level being to guide us, we are not qualified to be ruled by the Four Domains Lord Axe, not qualified to participate in the war of invasion by all races, and not qualified to compete for the endless resources in the south. Shuxi raised an eyebrow, as he keenly grasped something important. Brother, are there endless resources in the south? Chieftain Gerald nodded, his eyes filled with longing, anticipation, and excitement. Shax, the invasion of all races, refers to the large army that invaded southward under the leadership of the Lord, in order to expand the Lord's territory. To the south, it is said that abundant sunshine has fostered more diverse ethnic groups and abundant resources. If we can occupy a territory in the south and get a share of the spoils, we, the Mayan trolls, will become even stronger, and our growth potential will be increased. Chief Gerald became more and more excited as he spoke, and at this point, he stood up and paced back and forth in the tent. Shax, Elder, I must go during this invasion of all races. This is our chance to rise as the Mayan giant demon. So, Shax, Elder, I'm entrusting Crocodile Turtle Valley to you. Shax and Elder Genkai exchanged a glance and nodded. Shuxi, Elder, I will take away half of the tribe's bloodline warriors. I believe that with the existence of Xerox and Abyssal Grayman, you will definitely be able to unify the Black Wasteland Forest according to your plan. Chieftain Gerald said this while looking at Shuxi. It was a task he gave Shuxi, and also an expectation he held for him. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's expression immediately became more serious. Brother, rest assured, when you return, you will see a different Black Wasteland Forest. Haha, great. Shakespeare, I believe in you more than I believe in myself. These words touched Shuxi slightly. 3 days later, at the mouth of the valley, Shuxi and Elder Genkai stood on the stone wall, watching Chief Gerald depart into the distance. Elder, do you also want to go south? I see longing in your eyes. Ha ha ha, Shakespeare, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I really want to go. Maybe I can break through in this battle. Shuxi remained silent. Trolls were inherently warlike. This kind of war, which is inherently invasive and involves plundering all resources wherever it goes, is exactly what these warmongers like trolls crave. Elder, I'll leave you half of the remaining bloodline warriors, and I'll also leave the level 6 magical beast Triangular Python to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley. Is that alright with you? Shax, don't you trust me? Besides, with the Triangular Python helping us, even if the other races of the Black Wasteland Forest come together to besiege Crocodile Turtle Valley, I'm confident I can defend this place. That's settled then. As Shuxi gazed at the blurry horizon in the distance, his voice grew increasingly serious, and his eyes grew colder. By the way, before I return from my campaign, don't let the tribesmen leave Crocodile Turtle Valley, just in case. I understand. When it came to serious matters, Elder Genkai also had a solemn and serious expression. Although the Mayan troll clan currently has 2 leaders, Chieftain Grell has taken half of the bloodline warriors south to fight for the future. At present, Crocodile Turtle Valley is severely lacking in manpower to conquer various races and unify the Black Wasteland Forest. Inform the other elders to come to my tent for a meeting at noon. Good. Half a day later, the remaining 5 troll elders appeared in Shuxi's tent. Including Elder Shuxi and Elder Genkai, a total of 7 troll elders participated in this council of elders. Chieftain Grell was wise. He kept the 4 troll elders that Shaksha already had at his disposal, Losha, Ander, Gukto, and Aesel, while also leaving 1 old subordinate for Elder Genkai. Everyone knew each other, and after Shakshi invited everyone to sit down, he gestured to the Succubus Yuina, who was sitting to his left, that she could speak. The The succubus Yona was dressed in a tight-fitting leather armor outfit, making her look extremely capable. Elders, the clan leader has taken away half of the bloodline warriors, so our previous plan for a joint north-south campaign can no longer be implemented. Therefore, our best option now is to initiate a bloodline war within the trolls and subdue the Ader troll clan next to our territory as soon as possible. Once the Athos trolls submit, we will have more troll bloodline warriors available, and with the added intimidation of the Shaxi, we can begin to subdue the other races of the Black Wasteland one by one. After the Athos trolls submitted, our second target was the Succubus race. I was born into the Succubus race, and our two races have already formed a marriage alliance. My older sister is a clever succubus, and I believe she will choose to submit. If my sister does not choose to submit, I will challenge her in the name of the royal succubus, defeat her, and take over the succubus race, making all succubi submit to the majesty of my husband, Shaksha. Chapter 61 The Troll Athos, the Oath of the Demon God. The Black Wasteland Forest, Western Region. Hidden among these mountains and forests is a large karst cave. The settlement of the Athos trolls is hidden in this cave. At this time, the bloodline warriors of the Athos troll tribe had dwindled by nearly half. Although caves provide shelter, they also become a primary habitat for dark creatures like blind spiders during the dark tide. Therefore, the chieftain of the Atho trolls, Dels Atho, had an extremely unpleasant expression on his face at this moment. Chieftain, the dark tide has receded. Shall we organize our people to go hunting? Elder Jaha, now is not the time. The ice and snow outside have not completely melted yet. But chieftain, our supplies are almost gone. We can only last another day at most. The little cubs in the tribe can't afford to go hungry. Upon hearing this news, Dels Atto was also helpless. Before the harsh winter, Jaha led a hunting party out, but all their spoils were looted by the Mayan troll clan, and even Elder Lei Jiao was killed. This left the Achuo troll clan short of supplies at a critical moment. Damn Mayan troll. If they hadn't plundered our supplies before winter, we could have survived until the snow melted. Zahe glanced at the troll chieftain Dels, his eyes darting around uncertainly. Zahe began to hurl insults at the Mayan troll clan, attempting to further intensify Chieftain Dels's hatred for the Mayan trolls. Chieftain Dels of the Athos troll clan frowned. He was actually somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the hunting territory of the Mayan trolls is much larger and more extensive than that of the Otto trolls, so they shouldn't be crossing over to hunt in the Otto trolls' hunting area. The Black Wasteland Forest is so vast that crossing into the hunting grounds of other races is far less dangerous than entering the territory of the Athos trolls. Sometimes, Dels would suspect that Zag was lying. However, the deaths of Elder Rayhorn and the other trolls were a fact, and Dels couldn't think of anyone other than the Mayan troll who could so easily kill his own people. Jaha, go and tell the tribesmen to prepare. Tomorrow I will personally lead the hunt. Yes, chieftain I. Boom. Before Jaha could finish speaking, the earth shook violently. Roar, roar, roar. Then came a terrifying roar, and a terrifying aura pressed down into the cave, engulfing all the Otto trolls. O Lord Om Mani Padme Hum. Obeying the oath of the demon god, the lowly must follow the high. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting patriarch of the Mayan trolls, demand that the Achuo trolls follow in my footsteps and wage war for the troll tribe. Following the terrifying roar of the beast, a deep and majestic voice, carrying the suppression of bloodline and possessing unparalleled majesty, appeared, forcing all the members of the Achuo trolls to prostrate themselves on the ground. This is bloodline suppression from a leader-level being. Chief of the Athot clan, Delzathet, please come out and have a chat. By the name of the demon god, I, Shuxi Mayan, grant you permission to challenge me by blood and reclaim your freedom. In the mountains and forests, in front of the entrance to a karst cave, Shuxi stood atop the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, followed by the two troll elders, Luo Sha and Ander, as well as the succubus Uena and the little snake woman Aya, both dressed in tight-fitting clothes. The terrifying explosion and earthquake just now were caused by the abyssal Tyrannoman's abyssal flame dragon cannon. Inside the cave, upon hearing Shuxi's telepathic message and sensing the suppression of the troll bloodline, the troll chieftain Dels's expression changed drastically. The demon god's oath of bloodline challenge to reclaim freedom. After whispering twice, the troll chieftain Dels got up from the ground, glanced at the troll elder Zahe and the other tribesmen who were still prostrate on the ground, and roared loudly. Stand up, everyone, and come with me outside to take a look. A moment later, at the dilapidated entrance of the cave, Dels, leading a group of Athos trolls, appeared in Shuxi's sight. O Lord Om Mani Padme Hum. Obeying the oath of the demon god, the lowly must follow the high. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting patriarch of the Mayan trolls, demand that the Atuo trolls follow in my footsteps and wage war for the troll tribe. Obeying the oath of the demon god, I, Shuxi Mayan, grant you permission to challenge me by bloodline and reclaim your freedom. Upon seeing the bloodline warrior of the Otto troll, Shuxi stood atop the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, looking down at him with an indifferent voice and icy tone, repeating the demon god's oath once more. It's him. Jaha, standing behind Dels, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, which caught Dels' attention. Jaha, do you know this fellow countryman from the Mayan trolls? In that instant, Jaha was thrown into chaos, and his expression changed drastically. But soon, a sinister and resolute look appeared on Jaha's face and in his eyes. Chieftain, it was him. This is the person who led the attack that wounded me, killed Elder Lejiao, and killed all the clansmen who accompanied us. Before he even said those words, Zahe had already made up his mind. He had to throw mud at people. Zaha wanted to nail Shuxi to the pillar of the troll enemy Otto, and to insist that Shuxi was the murderer. Although Shuxi now appears incredibly powerful, Zaha has no choice. He must do it. Otherwise, when the people of the Otto troll clan find out what he has done, not only will he die, but his descendants will also die, and his women will be divided and looted. Upon hearing this, the chieftain of the Otto trolls, Dels, changed his expression repeatedly. Finally, Dels stepped forward, performed a troll salute to Shuxi, and then spoke in a deep voice. My fellow troll from Mayan, Lord Shuxi Mayan, I, Dels Atho, challenge you by bloodline and fight for freedom. Upon hearing this, Shaxu, who was atop abyssal Tyrannosaurus, climbed down from abyssal Tyrannosaurus's head, holding the four-bladed blood spear upside down, and planted the spear in the ground. Obeying the oath of the demon god, this is a challenge to be won without the use of weapons. Obey the oath of the demon god. Dels Athos planted his two-handed sword in the ground and strode toward Shuxi. Lord Shuxi, are you ready? Please. As soon as Shax finished speaking, Dels showed no mercy, charging forward like a wild beast with his 3-meter-tall body. In comparison, Shuxi, who is only 2.2 meters tall, looks like a half-grown boy. However, this young boy simply took a step forward with his left foot and swept his right foot out horizontally. Bang! The charging Dels Athos was sent flying backwards, crashing into the stone wall in front of the cave and creating a dent. Again, Dels Atho emerged from the crater, his body swirling with chi and blood, his hair and beard flying wildly, his aura rising to another level. Call! With a roar, Dels Atho charged forward once more. This time, Dels has activated his bloodline skill, which has improved his strength and agility. Bang! However, Shuxi only swept out one leg, so casually. As a result, Dels was sent flying backwards again. Chapter 62, Admitting Defeat and Surrendering, Audacious Beyond Expectations. This time, Dels was clearly injured. When Dels crawled out of the crater again, he was coughing incessantly, his chest heaving, and his mouth was covered in blood. Chieftain, Dels. The warriors of the Otto troll clan cried out in alarm, but dared not step forward to stop them. This is a bloodline war among the troll race. Whoever tries to stop it will die. To be honest, it wasn't that Shuxi was deliberately showing off, but rather that Dels was simply too weak compared to him. At this moment, under normal circumstances, the total power value on the data panel of the Katsuki is 4,700 points, which is extremely terrifying. Not to mention the attributes of Shuxi after activating the troll blood skill, where his power increases tenfold. Currently, among the basic attributes on the Shax data panel, the strength attribute is really high. Name, Shakshi Mayan Leader Template. Race, Troll. Title, Seed of Ashes. Title description, a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength, 1500 to 5000 plus 3200, can be increased. Agility, 1250 to 5000 plus 202, can be improved. Intelligence, 1200 to 5000 plus 200, can be increased. Constitution, 2000 to 5000 plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20% against all negative status effects. Skill description, omitted. Although its other attributes are still very low, the power of the Kshatriya has truly reached the level of a deformed monster. Dels Athos, are you still not going to admit defeat? Seeing Dels coughing up blood, Shuxi's voice was somewhat cold as he tried to subdue Dels through words. After all, according to the plan, Shaksha wanted a group of trolls who were good at fighting. Rather than a useless person who has been injured or crippled by himself, or a group of trolls who are hostile to him. I haven't lost yet. Let's go again. Del's Addo is stubborn, persistent, and unwilling to admit defeat. That's what trolls are like, especially since Del's is the chieftain of the Athos troll clan. His pride won't allow him to fail or admit defeat so easily. Let our fighting spirit coalesce. Another change occurred in Del's. All that could be seen was that Del's flesh and blood withered away, and around him condensed into a blurry, indistinct, hot-blooded battle spirit. A fierce warrior roars to the sky, invincible. Meanwhile, Del's raised his fist, channeling all his strength into his fiery battle spirit, and charged towards Shaxi at high speed. Rumble. Shake's face was cold, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason for his narrowing eyes was not because of how powerful Del's hot-blooded battle spirit was. Instead, Del's was determined to continue the challenge, even at the cost of his life. This means that whatever the final result may be, Shaxi will end up with a powerful auto troll who needs to recuperate and meditate. Since that's the case, let's just be direct. Shake's voice was cold, bone-chillingly cold. Boom. Shake's kicked away the fervent battle spirit that Del's had gathered, and then stomped on Del's under his foot. Shake stepped on Del's large face, and his icy voice once again echoed through the mountains and forests. By obeying the oath of the demon god, I, Shikushi Mayan, have won the battle. You, Del's Athos, are you going to admit defeat? Are you, the Athos trolls, willing to admit defeat? At this point, Shaxi increased the pressure on his foot, stomping on Del's face until it was somewhat deformed. The atmosphere in the surrounding area was quiet. At this moment, neither of the opposing bloodline warriors dared to stand up and speak. There's no other reason than that Katsuki's strength is simply too terrifying. After a long while, Del's Athos, who had been trampled on the ground, moved. Del spread his hands out, patted the ground 3 times with the backs of his hands and palms, then hugged Shaxi's feet and lifted them up. In the customs and rituals of trolls, this means complete submission. Seeing this, Shaxi sneered inwardly. Trolls were all stubborn and wouldn't learn their lesson until they saw the coffin. Of course, this also applies to Zekus. Shaxi reached out and helped Del's Otto up. Del's Athos knelt on one knee and spoke in a voice that all the trolls present could hear. I, Del's Otto, am willing to submit to Lord Shaxi Mayan. On behalf of the Otto troll race, I am willing to submit to Lord Shaxi Mayan. May glory descend upon the trolls. May the glory of Lord Shakshath shine upon all trolls. Uare, Uare. Del's Addo's voice echoed throughout the entire mountain forest. Gradually, both the Mayan troll and the Achuo troll began to shout the name of Shaxi and praise the glory of the demon god. Behind them, the Succubus Yuna and the snake girl Aya stood together, watching Shaxi stand in the square outside the cave, bathed in the cheers and gazes of the trolls, even his back view radiating dazzling light. This is my husband, the great troll warrior. The Succubus Yuina's rose-red eyes gradually became intoxicated, sinking into the brilliance and magnificence of the Shaxi, unable to extricate herself. Master, in Aya's heart, you are the most powerful being. Because of the slave contract, the little snake woman Aya's worship of Shaxi has escalated to a fanatical level. Shaksha released Del's, drew his spear, and raised it high, silencing all the trolls who had been calling his name. Jaha, come out and face your death. However, the moment Shaksha lowered his spear and spoke the first words to the Otto trolls, the atmosphere froze again, immediately falling into a stalemate. Your Excellency Shaxi, could it be that you? Del's Otto tried to speak, but was interrupted by Shaxi. Let him come out and say it himself. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jaha Otto stepped out from the crowd, prostrated himself before Shax, and spoke with tears streaming down his face. Lord Shaxi, the troll Zahe begs for your forgiveness. It's all Lei Jiao's fault. It's all Lei Jiao's fault. It was all his idea. Zahe should not have followed Lei Jiao across regions to sneak into the territory of the Mayan trolls to hunt, and he should not have attacked Lord Shax after being discovered. Zahe's words made the troll chieftain Del's frown. It's obvious that what Zaha told him when he escaped back was very different from what Zaha is saying now. The troll chieftain Del stepped forward, intending to question Zahe. But Shaxi's cold words had already arrived. No matter what you say, you will die today. As he spoke, Shaxi had already raised his spear. However, at that moment, Zahe, who was lying prone on the ground, suddenly jumped up and grabbed Del's by the neck as he approached. Your Excellency Shaxi, I can guess what your purpose is in subduing the Athos troll race. I think you definitely want a living, powerful Del's to fight for you, not a troll corpse. Your Excellency Shaxi, if you promise to spare my life and let me leave the Black Wasteland, I will let Del's go. How? This sudden turn of events was something neither the Mayan trolls nor the Achuo trolls had anticipated. The troll elder Zahe of the Auto Troll clan pulled off this stunt that was really too out of character. Even Shuxi didn't expect that Jaha would dare to take his chieftain hostage at such a moment. Such a troll, acting and pretending, is truly audacious. Chapter 63 The Headless Troll, The Real Reason. Jaha, do you know what you're doing? I am Dels. I am the chieftain of the Athos trolls, your chieftain. Dels, whose neck was held by Jaha, had a purplish-red face and looked extremely unpleasant. Dels was furious. He never expected that there would be a troll in the Athos troll clan who would dare to hold him hostage. Chief Dels, oh no, I should call him Elder Dels now. From the moment you submitted, our Athos troll tribe has been without a chieftain. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The idea of leading the tribe to hunt across regions was my idea, and I'm also the one who killed Lei Jiao. But I really wanted to hunt more resources for the tribe. At most, I was just a little greedy and wanted a cuckoo's stomach. I just never expected that I would be caught by the esteemed Lord Shuxi during that cross-regional hunt. Your Excellency Shukti, I think we... Whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind howled past, and Jaha lay on his back on the ground, dead. This is the headless corpse of a troll. At the head of the corpse, a bloodstained spear was deeply embedded in the ground, its shaft still swaying. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the Athos troll clan, Dels, was splattered with blood and covered in bloody fragments. Shuxi stepped forward, drew his four-bladed blood spear, and glanced at the tip with great satisfaction. The four-bladed blood spear, due to its four blades, generates a spiral and has an explosive effect. Shuxi was very happy with this new discovery. If it's just cross-regional hunting, and you escape, I don't care at all, because everyone is just trying to survive. Zaha, you never understood until your death that the reason I wanted you dead was because you abandoned your people and your faith for your own sake. Shuxi's voice was calm and collected, but to every troll present, it was like a bolt from the blue. Those who abandon their people shall die. This is the will that the Shuxi conveys to every member of the tribe, and it is also the rule. Shuxi held the four-bladed blood spear upside down, leaped back to the top of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's head, and his voice echoed out. I, Shuxi Mayan, the acting patriarch of the troll race, hereby appoint Deers Otto as the 16th elder of the troll race. Dels, I'll give you half a day to pack up your supplies and bring all the trolls back to Crocodile Turtle Valley with me. From this day forward, we will unify the Black Wasteland Forest, and this forest will become the territory of us trolls. As he spoke, Shuxi raised his spear again, pointing it at the sky, and unleashed his leader-level aura without restraint, sweeping across the entire area. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman roared and howled repeatedly, its roars deafening. The Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast exuded a leader-level aura, causing all the bloodline warriors of the Auto Troll race to tremble. We're beast. Abyssal Tyrannoman? Leader level. Troll Knight. O Lord Omnipotent, your glory descends upon the Black Wasteland Forest and upon the troll race. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. The expressions on the faces of the Auto Troll warriors regarding Shakshi and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus have shifted from initial resistance and antagonism to current worship and fanaticism. Meanwhile, Shaksha, through his own strength, forcefully subdued the Auto Troll clan. Half a day later, all the members of the Auto Troll clan emerged from the cave. The Athos troll tribe also numbered around 2,000, but at this moment, the number of bloodline warriors in the Athos troll tribe had decreased significantly. In the dark tides of winter, some bloodline warriors perished in battles against dark creatures, while the vast majority of the surviving bloodline warriors suffered injuries to varying degrees. Fortunately, aside from the old, weak, sick, and disabled, the Athos troll clan still has more than 600 bloodline warriors who can take up arms. Given enough time to raise them, the troll race, with its manpower combined with the Shuxi and the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, would be able to sweep away the other races in the Black Wasteland Forest. A few days later, on the way home, how many of the former hero-level elders of the Athos troll tribe are still alive? Lord Shuxi, there are 8 elders left. 1 is seriously injured, 2 are slightly injured, and including myself, there are only 5 elders who can fight. Shuxi and a group of troll elders walked at the front. Shuxi did not conceal his aura, and the monsters in the jungle had long since fled, so the journey was extremely peaceful. What have you all experienced this cold winter? Lord Shuxi, we have been invaded by a large number of dark creatures, with blind spiders and subterranean beetles being our main enemies. How many dark creatures have you killed? Not many. We held our ground at the cave entrance, and only when the entrance was breached would we confront the dark creatures head-on. What about the corpses of those dark creatures? They were all thrown outside. The meat of blind spiders and subterranean beetles is poisonous and cannot be eaten. Shaxi was somewhat disappointed. Besides the magic core, he also wanted to collect some of the dark creatures killed by the Auto Troll tribe in the Dark Tide. Little did they know that the precious corpses of those dark creatures had been discarded by the Atho Trolls. It's truly pathetic to see a mountain of gold, but not know it. Given the greed and savagery of the dark creatures, those corpses were probably devoured that very night. This bad news left Shax feeling rather dejected. The elders of the Mayan giant demons following behind him sighed in their hearts upon hearing this. Later in the winter, the dark source crystals from the tribal hunts were distributed, which boosted the strength of the troll elders. Many bloodline warriors have even advanced to the hero level, but their battle achievements are not outstanding, and they have not yet been promoted to the elders. The bloodline warriors that Chieftain Grell took away were mostly trolls like that. They were all after battle merits and endless resources. Dels walked behind Shaxi. He could sense that among this group of Mayan troll bloodline warriors, there were quite a few hero-level trolls, but most of them were just beginning to reach hero level. The sheer number of these hero-level trolls astonished Dels. Lord Shaxi, has Chieftain Grell truly advanced to the rank of leader? When Dels first heard that Grell, the chieftain of the Mayan trolls, was also a leader-level being, he found it hard to believe. The sudden emergence of two leader-level powerhouses in the Mayan giant demon clan is nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. To be precise, they were three leader-level powerhouses. The Abyss Tyrannosaurus was a leader-level magical beast. Shaxi glanced at Dels and said calmly, "My elder brother, Grell, took half of the bloodline warriors with him and was conscripted by the Four-Domain Lord, Axe, to participate in the war of invasion by all races." Upon hearing this, Dels stood frozen in place, as if he were a stone statue. The secrets of the Four Domains Lord Axe and the invasion of all races were known only to the tribal chiefs, since the troll race, which lived in the Black Waste Forest, had not produced a leader-level powerhouse for hundreds of years. Hearing this news from the mouth of Shaxi, a leader-level powerhouse, Dels had no choice but to believe it. "Dels, tell your clan's original elders that the Black Wasteland Forest is about to be unified. Heroic trolls who wish to retain their elder positions must earn them battle merits." Chapter 64 Military Merit and Status, Rejection of Love. "I understand, Your Excellency Shaxi." Dels nodded, his expression becoming slightly more serious, showing a hint of disappointment and regret. Shax turned his gaze back to the front and said slowly, "This isn't just targeting the Auto Trolls. It applies to all the bloodline warriors of our Mayan trolls as well. Of course, those races that are about to submit to us trolls must use their military achievements to gain status." After saying these words, Shaxu took a step forward and landed on the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman. Shax reached out and wrapped his arms around the waists of the Succubus Yuna and the Snake Girl Aya, one on each side, and chuckled. "We're not far from Alligator Turtle Valley. Yuna, go back and rest for a bit, then lead us to the Succubus territory." The Succubus Yuna embraced Shaksha with her arms around him, offering him a sweet kiss, her eyes filled with seductive allure. "As you wish, my dearest Shaxi." At the rear of the group, elders Luo Sha and Ander of the Mi Yin trolls flanked Dels on either side, speaking with great excitement. "Dels, you didn't expect this, did you? The glory of the trolls has fallen upon our Mayan clan, and two of them at once." Elders Luo Sha and Ander were acquainted with Dels. They were troll bloodline warriors from the same era. The hunting territories of the two tribes were adjacent to each other, and they saw each other all the time. Therefore, these elders were familiar with the major figures in both clans. "Luo Sha, how is Gankai?" "Huh, you mean Elder Gankai? He's very good, extremely good, just a bit unlucky." "What does it mean to have bad luck?" "It's nothing special. Elder Gankai has reached his peak and entered a bottleneck period. He's staying home to guard Alligator Turtle Valley." Upon hearing this, Dels was startled once again. Reaching the peak and entering a bottleneck period means that at their level, that is the peak of the hero level, the strongest combat force in the Black Wasteland Forest in the past. "I can't say for sure what the specifics are. You'll have to ask the Grand Elder when you get to Crocodile Turtle Valley." Elder Luo Sha's words were shrouded in mystery, leaving Dels somewhat puzzled. Fortunately, Alligator Turtle Valley was just ahead, and they were about to arrive. Even from a great distance, the sound of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast shaking the ground could be heard in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Gankai personally walked out of the valley to welcome Shaxi's triumphant return. Looking at the massive troll army before him, Elder Gankai's old face beamed with joy. Without asking, one can tell from this scene that Shaxi has subdued the Auto Troll clan. Now, Elder Genkai could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the addition of the Auto Troll clan, their troll clan will have enough bloodline warriors to guard Crocodile Turtle Valley, and enough bloodline warriors to accompany Shuxi on his expeditions to conquer other races. Amadata above, Shaksha, the glory of the trolls, welcome back. Shaxu jumped off Abyssal Tyrannoman and hugged Elder Steel Kai. Elder, I have fulfilled my mission. Haha, great. Afterwards, amidst the cheers of his people, Shuxi, with the succubus Yuna and the little snake woman Aya in his arms, slowly walked into Crocodile Turtle Valley. Meanwhile, Elder Genkai had already arrived before Dels, the former patriarch of the Athos troll clan. By the grace of Amoda, Dels, welcome to the team. When the Black Wasteland is completely shrouded in the shadow of trolls, you will be proud of the decision you made at this moment. Dels also hugged Elder Genkai. Feeling the immense power and vitality within Elder Genkai's body, Dels felt somewhat disappointed. Dels hadn't expected that even Elder Genkai's strength was above his own. On this day, countless bonfires were lit in Crocodile Turtle Valley, and large quantities of meat were taken from the storehouse to reward the victorious warriors. Of course, it also fed its hungry fellow Auto Trolls to their heart's content. By the campfire, Dels and Elder Genkai sat facing each other. Elder, aren't we afraid of shortages if we distribute food so indiscriminately? Dels knew very well that all the trolls were eating their fill tonight. After carefully calculating, Dels felt somewhat panicked about the amount of food he had consumed that night. If they eat like this every day, it won't be long before the Mayan giant demon's food reserves are completely depleted. By then, the ice and snow will not have completely melted, and no magical beasts will be able to be hunted, so everyone will go hungry. Haha, Dels, eat without worry. Don't worry, you and your people will definitely not go hungry. Elder Genkai laughed heartily and generously. He tore off a piece of roasted meat, smacked it a couple of times, and swallowed it, saying with utmost confidence, Dels, you're so lucky. Just watch, the age of trolls is coming. Chieftain Grell and Elder Shuxi will be the two brightest lights in the Black Wasteland. With the Chieftain and the Shuxi around, we won't go hungry. Dels, isn't the entire Black Wasteland enough for us to hunt? Haha. Elder Genkai was chatting with Dels, hoping that the Auto Troll clan would integrate into the large group of Crocodile Turtle Valley as soon as possible. The other Mayan trolls in Crocodile Turtle Valley also got along very well with the trolls of the Achuo clan. After all, integrating a 2,000-strong troll tribe into the community would present challenges in terms of food, drink, shelter, and sleep, requiring coordination from high-ranking members like the Grand Elder. Inside Shuxi's tent, beneath animal hides, Shuxi was already exchanging marital affections with the succubus Yuena and the snake woman Aya. The next morning, there was a constant commotion outside the tent. Shake's pride opened the two small hands that were wrapped around him, put on a set of light leather armor, and walked out of the tent. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Shax sensed something was different. At some point, pieces of high-quality animal hides had been sewn onto the exterior of the tent. At first glance, Shax thought his tent had grown mold. Not far from the tent, a dozen or so female trolls peered intently at Shax's tent, their eyes filled with anticipation. Upon witnessing this scene, Kshatriya felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't that Shaksha disliked women, but rather that the female trolls were simply too unattractive for him to bear looking at, making it difficult for him to even consider eating them. So, Shuxi took a spear from the stomach of the cuckoo bird and stuck it upside down in front of his tent. Shaksha rejected the advances of another female troll. Ha ha ha, see? I told you so. Elder Shax looks down on them. In the distance, Shuxi's friends, Beg and Land, were gathered with several Athos trolls, seemingly making a bet. Shax glanced at them, and Beige and Rand shrugged sheepishly. Shax didn't take it seriously and didn't go over, not wanting to get involved in their bet. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi took a step toward Elder Genkai's tent, intending to discuss matters concerning the Succubus clan. The Succubus and Troll clans are related by marriage, and the Succubus clan is considered the descendant of the Shakshi, so they need to be taken special care of. Chapter 65, Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone. It should be so. Inside the tent, Shuxi and Elder Genkai sat facing each other. Shakespeare, tell me what you think. Shuxi hesitated for a long time before asking the Elder in a questioning tone. Elder, the Succubus race is different from our troll race. What's different? Shax sighed, took a sip of fruit wine, and then slowly spoke. The Auto Trolls and our Mayan trolls are of the same race, so the Auto Trolls were able to integrate into our race without any conflict or grudge. Our people also readily accept our fellow members of the Auto Troll race. There is no doubt that, starting last night, The women and children of the Athos trolls have begun to integrate into the tribe. However, the succubus race is different. They are succubi, and almost the entire race is female. If the succubus race submits to our troll race, how should we deal with the succubus race? Should we bring them to settle in Alligator Turtle Valley, or let them remain in their original territory? If this applies to succubi, what about other races? Shake's question left Elder Genkai somewhat dumbfounded. At the previous meeting of elders, the succubus Yuina analyzed the various pros and cons, but she did not have the authority to make a decision. Now that the matter was right before his eyes, Elder Genkai realized that things were not as simple as he had thought. The other races that inhabit the Black Wasteland Forest cannot be subjugated simply by conquering them. To get these races to serve the troll race, we need to find a way to control them while also properly managing them. Shakespeare, tell me, what should we do? Shikushi held up 3 fingers and said very seriously, there are 3 things we need to do immediately. First, designate Alligator Turtle Valley as the inner valley and set it as the trolls' living area. Secondly, a large area was planned outside the valley entrance, and settlements were built to make it an area for other races. Third, begin building the fence in preparation for the next winter. Shuxi explained it very simply, and Elder Genkai understood it immediately. Shuxi, do you mean we need to relocate other races to the vicinity of Alligator Turtle Valley as well? Shakes shook his head, then nodded, and then said very seriously, we've only taken over a portion of them. We need to settle the families of the high-ranking officials from various races, as well as the talented young people. As for the others, let them continue to live in their original territories. In this way, they can not only continue hunting, but also hand over supplies to us, and even become permanent guards of our territory. After hearing what Shake said, Elder Genkai slammed his hand on the table. Okay, that's a good idea. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Shuxi, you're very clever. Shakes shook his head, refusing the elder's flattery. In reality, what Shuxi truly wanted to settle were the hostages sent by various races. Of course, we can't say it like that publicly. Moreover, during the winter, for safety reasons, people of all races will gather in Alligator Turtle Valley to seek refuge. By then, Alligator Turtle Valley will be very crowded and will consume a lot of resources. Therefore, Alligator Snapping Turtle Valley must expand in any way. If the various tribes of the Black Wasteland Forest were previously just scattered villages, now Shuxi is going to transform Crocodile Turtle Valley into a large town, making it the center of the Black Wasteland Forest. The future that Shuxi showed to Elder Genkai made the latter's eyes shine brighter and brighter, as if a new door had been opened. Also, in 3 days I will be leading a campaign that will take most of the bloodline warriors of the Athos trolls with me. I must take the elders of the Dells and Athos trolls with me. They must earn their place in the tribe through battle merits. Elder, during this period, you must integrate Crocodile Turtle Valley as soon as possible and completely merge the 2 troll tribes of Mayan and Achuo. Shikesa spoke of this point with utmost seriousness and earnestness. If this is not done well, the trolls of Otto might riot one day. This is also why Shuxi wanted to take away most of the high-ranking members of the Otto troll clan. Without the deterrent force of the police, it's not safe at all. It must be said that Shakespeare has a long-term vision. It's much more far-sighted than Elder Genkai's approach. Ha ha ha, Shuxi, if I hadn't watched you grow up, I would have thought you were a succubus. Elder Genkai laughed heartily, taking in everything Shuxi said. Okay, Shuxi, I will do as you say. Shakes nodded, picked up a glass of fruit wine, and took another sip, saying in a bold tone, Elder, let's strive to completely integrate the Black Wasteland Forest before our eldest brother returns. Give him a big surprise, and let him see a completely transformed Alligator Turtle Valley. Hearing what Shake said, Elder Genkai became more and more excited and hopeful. Bang! I disagree. Why should I? However, at that moment, a muffled sound came from the Bloodline Warriors' tent area, and a deep, angry roar could be clearly heard. Shakes and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, then got up and left the tent. These next few days are a crucial time for the Athos trolls to integrate into the tribe, who will jump out and cause trouble at this time. Is it possible that the camp will break up in less than a day? Shuxi narrowed his eyes, a cold, killing intent flashing in his pupils. In the Bloodline Warriors' tent area, the former chieftain of the Athos trolls, Dels, forcefully held back a young Athos troll, preventing him from rushing out to fight. On the other side, Elders Luo Sha and Ander also held back one of the Bloodline Warriors of the Mi-Yin Giant Demon, preventing the 2 sides from clashing again. What happened? Shuxi's majestic voice rang out, along with his terrifying bloodline suppression. Including Dels, the trolls who had been arguing and trying to break up the fight all crawled on the ground, overwhelmed and unable to breathe. Elder Dels, can you tell me what happened? This one. Dels Athos mumbled for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. I'm not having it. Why should he be allowed to steal the female troll from my tent? Shuxy's expression turned serious as he looked at the giant demon Mayan who was being pointed at. It turned out to be Shuxy's friend, Rand. Rand, tell me what happened. When asked by Shax, Rand hurriedly and hesitantly recounted what had happened. Shuxy, no, the clan chief, he was the one who started the trouble. Last night, a female troll named Athos checked into my tent, and today he came to cause trouble, claiming that the female troll belonged to him. Shuxy looked at Dels, whose face was slightly flustered, with a questioning look in his eyes. Chief Shax, that's right. The young people's little squabbles are nothing serious. Shaksha shook his head, glanced at the unfamiliar auto troll, thought for a moment, and asked, Dels, how did the Athos trolls handle this kind of thing before? Whoever has the bigger fist gets the female troll. Shuxy nodded and spoke to the young Atho troll. The rules for the Achuo trolls and the Mayan trolls are the same. Whoever has the bigger fist gets the female troll. However, the winning side cannot force the female troll to move into their tent. Do you agree with this? The young Athos troll nodded, showing no fear whatsoever. Okay, it's very simple. There's a fighting area in the square. You and Rand can have a duel, but stop when you're done for, and don't kill anyone. The young Auto troll's eyes lit up, and his impression of Chief Shuxy improved considerably. That's how it should be. If it weren't for the clan chief. Oh no, if it weren't for Elder Del stopping me, I would have knocked his teeth out. The young Athos troll raised his right hand, pointing at Rand through gritted teeth. Chapter 66 Retrieve some items, challenged the queen. Shuxy did not continue speaking, withdrew his bloodline pressure, and glanced at Dels, who was getting up from the ground. Let them be. Troll matters should be resolved in the troll way. Dels nodded, his feelings quite complicated. Dels, there's no need to be so careful. Trolls aren't goblins. There's no need to be humble. I understand, Chief Shuxy. Dels breathed a sigh of relief. He had been trying to break up the fight, fearing that the two sides would come to blows, and that the young troll of the Ader clan would suffer. It seems that, at least on the surface, Shaksha treats all trolls equally. Shuxy nodded, glanced into the distance, and said calmly, Elder Dels, get ready. Take stock of the bloodline warriors who are still fighting. We will embark on our journey in 3 days. As you wish, Chief Shuxy. Dels raised one hand to his chest, responding with a yes gesture. 3 days later, led by Shuxy and escorted by Elder Gankai, the trolls marched out of Crocodile Turtle Valley in a grand procession. Dear Shuxy, why are we heading north? Isn't the Succubus's territory to the east? The Succubus Yuina was curious. She affectionately hugged Shuxy's arm and asked the question that had been on her mind. Shuxy didn't seem to be in a great hurry during this campaign against the Succubus race. After leaving the Alligator Turtle Valley, Shuxy surprisingly decided to take a detour to the north. It's nothing, I'll just pick up something while I'm at it. Shuxy explained his purpose, but did not say what he was going to retrieve. A few days later, in the cave where the triangular python used to live, rumbling sounds continued to emanate from the cave. After the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast dug a large hole in the cave, Shuxy handed over the mining work to a group of troll bloodline warriors. Abyssal Greyman will only come forward to help when it encounters a large rock that it cannot step on. Not far from the cave entrance, Shuxy held a fist-sized dark flame stone in his hand, his expression not as excited as one might expect. Judging from the amount of dark flame stones obtained so far, the cave in front of us is more likely a dark flame stone mine. This means that there are not many dark flame stones, and no vein has been formed here. However, it's better than nothing, no matter how little. At this moment, Shuxy was thinking about how to use this batch of dark flame stones to exchange for more benefits from the Wandering Soul DoD. There's no rush, because there's no particular need for saxophone right now. Shakushi's strength is still in a growth stage, and there is a lot of room for self-improvement. Dear Shakespeare, can you promise me one thing? The Succubus Yuina swayed her slender waist as she approached Shuxy, reaching out to hug Shuxy's right arm. Shuxy knew very well that when Yuina made this gesture, she was trying to get help by acting cute. Shuxy pulled the Succubus Yuina into his arms, kissed her, and said affectionately, Tell me, my Yuina, as long as it's not too much, I'll agree to anything you ask. Stimulated by Shuxy, the Succubus Yuina's face gradually flushed red, becoming alluring and revealing obvious signs of spring. However, the Succubus Yuina did not forget her main task. My dearest Shuxy, as you know, I have been imprisoned ever since my sister Yelena ascended the throne. If it weren't for your marriage alliance with the Succubus clan, I would still be stuck in that dark and gloomy palace. Shakus, I want to challenge my sister, the Succubus queen. I will prove that I am stronger than her. I will seize the throne, I will gain the recognition of the succubus race, and I will take control of their kingdom. The succubus Yuina was already moved and took the initiative to fall into Shax's arms, offering him a kiss. Shax squinted at the cave, letting the succubus Yuina wreak havoc in his arms. After a long while, Shax lowered his head and kissed the succubus Yuina's forehead. I promise you. However, this must happen before I explain my purpose. So, Yuina, if you want to get things done, you need to be more proactive. The succubus Yuina's rose-red eyes shone brightly. She understood the meaning behind Shax's words. Whatever the succubus Yuina wants to do, she can. However, the premise is that it absolutely cannot affect what the Shax is going to do. This is the bottom line for the Kshatriya. The succubus Yuina was a clever person. Through this incident, she also figured out the extent of Shax's tolerance towards her. As long as she doesn't jeopardize important matters, the succubus Yuina has a lot of room to maneuver. Thank you, my dear Shakespeare. Whether I succeed or not, I will serve you forever, my Shakti. Everyone loves to hear nice things, and Shax is no exception. 3 more days passed, and Shaxi collected over 100 dark flame stones of varying sizes. After digging more than 10 meters underground for several days without any results, Shax stopped digging. However, just in case, Shaxi buried the mine pit again. Shax thought that he would try his luck again when conditions were right. After resting for 2 days, the army set off for the succubus territory. Succubus territory, succubus palace. The succubus queen, Yelena, sat on her throne, her brows furrowed. The ice and snow have melted. Yuga, who led the hunting trip this time. Your Majesty, it is Elder Gain who led the elite succubus squad out. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena felt much more at ease. What about that group of buffalo people to the east? Have they made any moves? Your Majesty, not yet. The succubus queen Yelena's expression turned much colder, and the succubus elder Yuja thought for a moment and added a sentence. Your Majesty, rest assured, the scout team is keeping watch over there, and we will be informed immediately if anything happens. The succubus queen, Yelena, remained silent, her beautiful eyes, framed by her brush-like eyelashes, gazing at the early spring outside the palace. Actually, the succubus clan had a pretty good winter. Apart from one palace being breached by dark creatures, resulting in the loss of some ordinary succubi, they suffered no major losses. Ultimately, it was the trolls who sent a large amount of supplies before the harsh winter. To be honest, the succubus clan is living a pretty good life. At least, it's much better than last winter. For example, even now, the succubus clan stockpile of supplies has not been exhausted. This is the source of succubus queen Yelena's confidence in sitting quietly on her throne right now. Your Majesty, the territorial wars between the various races could begin at any time. Should we send an elite succubus squad to the troll race to inform them? Elder Yuga noticed the lingering worry on the face of the succubus queen Yelena, realizing she was concerned about the upcoming territorial battle. Upon hearing the name of the troll race, the succubus queen Yelena snapped out of her reverie and turned to look at Elder Yuga. That's a good idea. Elder Yuga, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Remember, let the clever and cunning succubus do it. I'll also bring some supplies with me. Winter has just ended, and I imagine the trolls are short of food. Speaking of this, the succubus queen Yelena couldn't help but think of her twin sister, and the troll knight who rode the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, Shaksha. I wonder if they made it through the winter? Chapter 67, Doing Whatever One Pleases, ending in a draw. A few days later, the messenger sent by the succubus queen Yelena returned, looking slightly flustered. Your Majesty, Lord Shaksha, the acting patriarch of the troll race, has come to visit. Also, Princess Yuina is in the group. Your Majesty, Yuina wants. Before the succubus messenger could finish speaking, a seductive voice rang out from outside the succubus palace. Sister Yelena, according to the clan rules, every member of the royal family has the right to challenge the queen. Your Majesty, Yuina challenges you. Although Yuina's voice was charming, her tone was cold and detached, and her words carried a strong sense of confidence. Upon reaching the throne, the succubus queen Yelena sensed her sister Yuina's powerful aura and instantly stood up. Needless to say, she's here. The succubus queen, Yelena, walked out of the succubus palace with a group of elders, her face expressionless. Outside the succubus palace, a large number of succubus warriors gathered, completely surrounding the area. In the outermost part of the jungle, there were still a large number of ordinary succubi curiously peeking out and observing. The struggle for the throne is common among all races, and succubi are no exception. At this moment, the succubus Yona, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, stood guard against thousands of enemies on the road leading to the succubus palace, allowing the succubus people to look her over. Sister Yuina, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have Lord Shakestraw backing you up. The voice of the succubus Queen Yelena came from the palace. A few breaths later, the succubus Queen Yelena and several succubus elders arrived one after another. Upon seeing her younger sister, Yelena, the succubus Queen Yelena's pupils constricted slightly. The succubus Queen Yelena's gaze did not linger on Yelena, but instead fell on something not far away. There, Shaxi sat quietly cross-legged on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, lost in thought. Impossible. How is this possible? The next second, the succubus Queen Yelena's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed in surprise. Then, the succubus Queen Yelena muttered to herself, as if possessed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Elder Yuga of the succubus reached out and gently shook the succubus Queen Yelena. After a long while, the succubus Queen Yelena came to her senses and stared intently at Shax. As for Shaxi, he had already closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep or meditating. Your Majesty, Yuina challenges you. When the younger sister, Yelena, saw that her older sister, the succubus Queen Yelena, looked so distraught, she naturally knew why she was like this. However, this moment is Yelena's time to challenge herself. After taking one last deep look at Shaxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman, the succubus Queen Yelena finally turned her gaze to Yunina. Yelena, I accept your challenge. After saying this, the succubus Queen Yelena paused for a moment before speaking again, but in a much gentler tone. Sister, now it seems that marrying you to Lord Shakespeare was a wise decision. As the succubus Queen Yelena spoke, she glanced at Shaxi. However, Shaxi remained unmoved, keeping his eyes closed and saying nothing. The succubus Queen Yelena was very clever. She immediately guessed that Shaxi didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the succubus clan. He was just covering for Yelena. Your Majesty, what just happened? Nothing much. Lord Shaxi has become a leader-level powerhouse. After saying this, the succubus Queen Yelena stepped out of the group and walked towards her younger sister, Yelena. Meanwhile, the succubus elders, upon hearing the words of the succubus Queen Yelena, were immediately stunned, unable to recover for a long time, let alone speak or act. Yelena, you've grown a lot. You even have the courage to challenge me. Have you forgotten the countless lessons of the past? Yelena took out the dagger that Shax had given her from her waist. It was a dagger called Nightwalker, a silver-grade weapon. Sister, you talk too much nonsense. Snort. The succubus queen, Yelena, gave a soft snort and pulled a strangely styled black whip from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in her bosom. Yelena, the challenge is about to begin. As soon as she finished speaking, a pink aura erupted from the succubus Queen Yelena, and most of the succubi and trolls around her fell into an illusion, including several troll elders. Shaxi closed his eyes tightly and sighed softly. Shax was quite impressed. This succubus queen, Yelena, was truly a fairy and a talented individual. This illusion control technique alone is definitely a powerful tool in large-scale team battles. Roar. The next moment, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus let out a deep roar, startling the trolls who were trapped in the illusion, each of them looking terrified. Same old tricks, no progress. Call out. With a sharp cry, Yelena's figure swayed and split in two, attacking the succubus Queen Yelena from the left and right. Snap. The succubus queen, Yelena, lashed out with her black whip, the tip of which tore through the air, producing a heavy, piercing crack. Puff. The black whip lashed out like a snake, striking a figure that instantly vanished. Hearing the sound of the whip cracking, even Shaxu, who was sitting steadily on the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, couldn't help but frown. What's the origin of this whip? The cracking sound of the whip is so dull and piercing, it's like it's echoing in my heart. With that kind of power, it's definitely a weapon of at least the gold grade. Shaxi was on edge, because he knew that with this strange whip, the succubus Queen Yelena couldn't possibly lose this challenge. Although Yelena's true strength is slightly higher, her silver-grade dagger is no match for the whip in the hands of the succubus Queen Yelena. Sizzle. The younger sister, Yelena, had already closed in on her older sister, Yelena. The dagger in her hand was treacherous and swift as lightning, tearing through the succubus Queen Yelena's transparent veil. The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Yelena appeared even more assertive when she got close. However, the succubus Queen Yelena was no less formidable. She managed to wrap the long whip around her right arm in an instant. In this way, the succubus Queen Yelena's right arm is practically invulnerable, making her even more ruthless than Yelena. Whoosh whoosh. These two beautiful succubus sisters danced gracefully like butterflies. Like a strange phantom, It comes and goes without a trace. After a series of battles, Yuyina, who was at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, gradually showed signs of weakness. Yuyina was extremely unwilling to accept defeat, and her attacks became increasingly ruthless, with each move a strategy of trading injury for injury. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air and struck like lightning between Yuyina and the succubus queen Yelena, stopping the two from continuing their battle. The match is now over, a draw. I said it. Shaxu opened his eyes, got up and walked step by step from the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman to the top of his head. Then, Abyssal Greymon slowly lowered its head and brought Xerox to the ground. Shuxi walked between the twin sisters, Yuyina and Yelena, and pulled out the still trembling spear, his voice heavy and authoritative. Your Majesty, still your Majesty. These were the words that Shuxi spoke to Yelena, who was right in front of him. Underneath the torn transparent gauze dress, Yelena was mature, voluptuous, and alluring. As you wish, Your Excellency Shukti. The succubus queen, Yelena, bowed respectfully, not daring to object. Shuxi turned around, looked at Yuyina, his face full of tenderness. Yuyina remains unchanged. She is still my Yuyina. Chapter 68, 3 Choices, Shared Glory. The succubus Yuyina smiled, her face blooming like a flower. Sheathing her dagger, the succubus Yuyina came to Shuxi's side and gently took his arm. Just as the succubus queen Yelena breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that things were in order, Shuxi's indifferent voice rang in her ear. My elder brother, Gerald, has become a leader-level powerhouse and has been recruited by the Four-Domain Lord, Axe, to participate in the war of invasion by all races. I, Shuxi Mayan, am currently the acting patriarch of the troll race, and also a leader-level powerhouse. Shaxa was telling a story, recounting the cause and effect. Next, Shuxi changed the subject, his tone becoming extremely stern. Yelena, I'm giving you 3 choices. First, submit to me, submit to the troll race. Secondly, leave this territory. I will not harm you in the slightest, but I will expel your succubus race from the Black Wasteland Forest. The third is resistance, and being enslaved by me. From this day forward, the Black Wasteland Forest will have only one master, the troll race. Roar. As Shaktius finished speaking, the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannoman reverberated through the heavens, rising and falling in waves. At the same time, the terrifying aura of the Abyssal Tyrannoman leader swept across the entire area. All the succubi were forced to prostrate themselves on the ground by this overwhelming force, trembling in fear. Of course, even the succubus queen Yelena was no exception. And Shuxi stood before the succubus queen Yelena, looking down at her like a god, looking down at this peerless beauty. The atmosphere had become incredibly heavy without anyone noticing. It seems that a battle could break out at any moment. All the succubi are awaiting the decision of the succubus queen, Yelena. Some succubi had even reached for the crossbows and longswords at their waists. Shuxi did not allow Abyss Greymon to retract its power, but continued to suppress the succubus queen Yelena. At the same time, the massive body of Abyssal Tyrannoman was ready for battle, and an abyssal flame dragon cannon was gradually forming in its mouth. Lord Shaksha, Yelena is willing to submit to you, and the succubus race is willing to submit to the troll race. The succubus queen Yelena's trembling voice rang out, sounding like a sobbing, pitiful little woman who had been bullied, helpless, and aggrieved. However, at this moment, Shaksha was not buying into the succubus queen Yelena's pitiful act. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful pressure disappeared. With a flick of its mouth, the Abyssal Tyrannoman launched the Abyssal Flame Dragon Cannon into the sky. Boom. A tremendous explosion and a scorching shockwave swept over, and countless succubi once again prostrated themselves there, trembling. If that Abyssal Fire Dragon had been fired at their succubus race, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even the succubus queen Yelena froze upon seeing this terrifying scene. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Ula. The next moment, all the trolls behind Shaksha were chanting his name. Shaksha made the succubus race submit without using a single soldier, something the trolls could never have imagined. Especially the troll elders standing at the very front, led by Dels, looked at Shaksha with eyes full of fanaticism and awe. Dels, how about it? Don't you see a great being rising before your eyes? This is the shared glory of us trolls. The 2 troll elders, Luo Sha and Ander, had already become die-hard fans of Shaksha since the beginning of winter, and were even more excited at this moment. Yes, you're right. Lord Shaksha is the common glory of all trolls. At this moment, the former chieftain of the Auto Trolls, Dels, gradually felt relieved and finally willingly submitted. Perhaps, having such a great troll as our leader is the best choice. The succubus queen, Yelena, slowly rose from the ground, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at Shaxi. Shaxi didn't care, his left arm around Yelena's slender waist, accepting the attention and scrutiny of all the succubi present. Yelena greets Lord Shaxi. No need for formalities. Very well. Yelena is quite sensible, no longer acting like a queen, and her tone is extremely polite. May I ask, Lord Shaxi, what difference will there be if our succubus race submits? This succubus queen is so clever. Shaxi looked at the succubus queen Yelena. This queen was indeed worthy of being in a high position for a long time. She possessed both composure and wisdom. The succubus queen, Yelena, asked what would be different, which was actually her way of asking what benefits the succubus race would receive for submitting. Moreover, this question was asked after submission, so it didn't seem abrupt at all. As the queen, she automatically joined the council of elders under the troll chieftain. As for the other succubus elders, they must earn their status through military merit. This isn't just a criticism of succubi. It applies to us trolls too. In front of all the succubi, Shaksha affirmed the status of the succubus queen, Yelena. The succubus queen, Yelena, kept her eyes fixed on Shaksha, clearly dissatisfied with the current outcome. The succubus queen, Yelena, stood there quietly, waiting for Shaxi's next move. Succubi can still inhabit this territory, but they need to hand over half of their resources. At the same time, the troll race opened Alligator Turtle Valley to the succubus race, allowing the succubi to come and go freely. Furthermore, when winter comes, all succubi will be allowed to enter Alligator Turtle Valley for refuge, and we will guarantee your safety. And you, the succubus race, have the duty to protect the troll race, to protect the Crocodile Turtle Valley, and to protect this territory. In fact, the conditions offered by the saxophone were quite lenient. Shaxi had no intention of enslaving succubi, nor did he intend to drive the succubus race to be used as cannon fodder. Furthermore, Shaxi promised to protect the succubus race during the coming winters. It's important to understand that having a leader-level being to provide protection during the dark tide is absolutely unimaginable. The more the succubus queen Yelena listened, the happier she became. According to Shaxi, she not only did not lose her rule over the succubus race, but also gained the status of an elder of the troll race. Of course, succubus warriors also have many duties to fulfill. As you wish, esteemed chieftain Shaxi, the succubus clan is willing to submit and fulfill our obligations. As she spoke, the succubus queen Yelena knelt on one knee in front of Shaxi. As the succubus queen Yelena knelt on one knee, the succubus warriors around her followed suit. Gradually, the ordinary succubi near the succubus palace also knelt down. Finally, even the troll warriors behind Shaksha knelt down on one knee to show their respect for Shaksha. The succubus Yelena turned her head, looked up at Shaxi for a moment, and then knelt down with a smile. Shaxi's expression was extremely serious. He pulled the spear out of the ground and placed the spearhead on Yelena's shoulder. I am Shaxi, the acting patriarch of the troll race. I hereby declare that I accept the submission of the succubus race. With the demons as witnesses, from this day forward, we will watch over each other until death do us part. I will grant my men protection, shielding them from foreign invasion, and they will defend our territory to the death. We fight together, and the direction my spear points is the direction the succubus race will fight. With all the succubi and trolls as witnesses, Shaksha recited the oath. From this moment on, the succubus race officially joins the troll race. Wah! At the same time, a deep horn sounded among the troll bloodline warriors. This is not a battle horn, but a celebration horn. Shaxi broke the spear in his hand in two. This item is a token, and also a testament to the succubus clan's submission. Shaxi handed the spear tip to the succubus queen Yelena, his indifference fading and replaced by a hint of joy. Chapter 69 Mutual Consent, Aversion to Betrayal. The succubus queen, Yelena, took the spear tip, a slight smile appearing on her face. Next, the succubus queen Yelena invited Shaxi and his party into the palace, where they were treated to food and wine, and everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Furthermore, the succubus queen Yelena even set aside a most luxurious palace for Shaksha, making it Shaksha's exclusive residence. Night falls, the succubus clan's treasure vault. Lord Shaxi, look, this is all the treasure of our succubus race. All the magic cores you requested are stored here. The succubus queen, Yelena, spoke in a very gentle voice, especially now that she was alone in a room with Shaxi. Shaxi nodded and, without any hesitation, put all the magic cores into his cuckoo's stomach. We don't need any other supplies, we. Shaxi turned around, his pupils contracted slightly, and stared blankly at the succubus queen Yelena in front of him. At this moment, The succubus queen Yelena was completely naked, standing naked in front of Shaksha. Your Excellency Shuxi, I have never believed in oaths. I only believe in mutual motivation driven by the desire to satisfy one's own interests. Your Excellency Shuxi, I am willing to grant all your personal desires. As she spoke, the succubus queen Yelena began to twist her body and perform a strange dance. Shuxi remained silent, watching everything unfold quietly. When the succubus queen Yelena saw that Shuxi was silent, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. In situations like these, silence is tacit consent. The succubus queen, Yelena, stepped forward, her breath sweet as orchids and her voice enchanting. Your Excellency Shuxi we. The succubus queen, Yelena, tilted her head back, her face full of allure. Shuxi remained silent, but his breathing had become slightly rapid. Mountains have ridges, heaven and earth unite, the heavenly pillar collapses. You are under my protection. But remember, if you betray me, the end will be terrible. Shuxi pulled up his pants, turned around, and walked out of the succubus clan's treasure vault alone. As the succubus queen Yelena watched Shuxi's departing figure, the words, if you betray me, the end will be terrible, echoed in her mind. Can't betrayal even extend to the body? The succubus race is indeed lewd, as can be seen from the behavior of the succubus queen, Yelena, just now. The succubus queen, Yelena, still feeling the effects of spring, dressed herself and walked out of the treasure vault with a satisfied and smiling face. Inside the palace of the royal succubus, the younger sister, Yelena, had been waiting for the succubus queen, Yelena, for quite some time. Seeing the lustful look on the face of the succubus queen Yelena and the strange fragrance emanating from her body, her younger sister Yelena was furious. I knew it. You'd always try to take what's mine. Yelena, you're too possessive. Do you even respect me as your younger sister? The succubus queen, Yelena, glanced at her younger sister, Yelena, a smile playing on her lips, her mature voice captivatingly alluring. Yelena, my sister, you should know that according to the rules of the succubus royal family, a royal family that loses the competition cannot continue to exist. I locked you in the dark hall, which saved your life, so don't deny it. The succubus queen, Yelena, looked at her younger sister, Yelena, with a teasing look in her eyes and a very unrestrained laugh. Furthermore, someone as powerful as Lord Shakshi is someone you can't steal. The strong possess their own will. At this point, the succubus queen Yelena's mature voice inexplicably turned slightly serious. Yelena, let me remind you, when you're by Lord Shakespeare's side, it's best not to have any ulterior motives or try to influence the will of a powerful person. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. This was a subtle reminder from the succubus queen, Yelena. She was hinting at something to her sister. The younger sister, Yelena, wasn't stupid either. She stared at her older sister, Yelena, on the throne, as if asking a question. However, in the end, the succubus queen Yelena said nothing. Mind your own business and watch yourself. Seeing her sister Yelena's flushed skin after lovemaking, Yelena felt restless, like a cat's claws scratching at her heart. What Shuxi hates most is betrayal. In the end, the younger sister, Yelena, left the royal succubus palace. However, before leaving, he kindly reminded his sister, Yelena, of something. Do you hate betrayal? The succubus race cannot betray? Is it that neither my person nor my heart can betray me? The succubus queen, Yelena, leaned back on her throne, murmuring to herself as she fell into deep thought. 3 days later, the succubus elder Yuga led half of the succubus warriors to follow Shuxi to the territory of the buffalo people. On this outing, the buffalo man was the next target after the succubus clan. After bidding farewell to the succubus queen Yelena, Shuxi stood on the back of the abyss Tyrannosaurus, with Yelena on his left arm and Medusa Aya on his right, looking quite content. Dear Shakespeare, who is more beautiful, me or my sister? They really are twin sisters, they asked the same question. Shakes's lips curled into a smile, an awkward one. It was obvious that Yelena knew he had a relationship with the succubus queen Yelena. Yelena was using this subtle questioning to express both jealousy and flirtation. Shuxi kissed Yelena and said with deep affection, of course, Yelena, who accompanies me day and night, is more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Yelena smiled broadly and let the matter drop. Because Yelena has already gotten the answer she wanted. The northernmost part of the Black Wasteland Forest. This is a hilly area, adjacent to the abyss of the underground cave, one of the 4 major regions. This hilly area was occupied by a group of burrowing spiders. Queen Trissis, have you made up your mind? Let's join forces and defeat the troll race. All resources, equipment, and slaves are yours. The long unseen elder of the snake people tribe, with red eyes, stood on a boulder, gazing at a cave in front of him, constantly tempting the cave spider queen, Trissy, with tangible benefits. Rustling. A rustling sound of animals crawling came from the cave, and the spider queen Trissy, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of an 8-legged spider, crawled out of the cave. Red-eyed, what do you want? Crocodile Turtle Valley, a territory where our snake people can live. So, why should I believe you? Spider Queen Trissy was not stupid. She was well aware of the temptations lured by the Snake Man Elder's red eyes. They will definitely pay a heavy price to defeat the trolls in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Perhaps, their entire clan of cave spiders will be wiped out. Queen Trissis, I know what you're worried about. Please rest assured, we will not let your people be used as cannon fodder or sent to their deaths. Our serpent people race has already controlled 8 level 5 serpent-type magical beasts. With them charging ahead, you can rest easy. The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red with confidence, continued to seduce Queen Trissy. With the harsh winter just over, these spiders must be incredibly hungry. They need food, and they need to fight. Chapter 70 The Prophet Geta, Kill the Obstacles. The cave spiders need food, while the snake people need territory. The two groups united, each getting what they needed. If it weren't for the fact that the number of snake people warriors is still too small, in the past, the red-eyed elder would never have shared such a good thing with other races. Queen Trissis, Elder Greenfong of my tribe, has already traveled to the territory of the obsidian stone golems with good intentions. I think you should make a decision as soon as possible. After all, time waits for no one. The red-eyed elder of the snake people squinted, staring at the silent cave spider queen before him, awaiting her reply. After a long while, the spider queen looked up at the red-eyed elder and finally spoke. Snake Man, remember your promise. Everything except the territory belongs to us, the crypt spiders. The red-eyed elder's face lit up with joy, and he nodded emphatically. Of course. Queen Trissy, assemble. We will set off in 3 days to conquer the troll territory of Alligator Turtle Valley, the Black Wasteland Forest in the south. Go back, Snake Man. Greenfong, another elder of the Snake Man tribe, looked at the tall, obsidian stone figures on the rocks in front of him and felt extremely aggrieved. These obsidian stone golems were all exceptionally powerful, especially the 2 tallest ones, which posed a great threat to him. Chief Heiyao, please reconsider. Help our serpent clan conquer Crocodile Turtle Valley, and we can provide each of your obsidian stone golems with 1 petrify spell. On the mountain rocks, the obsidian stone figures remained silent and unmoved. Go back, Snake Man. This is not a place for you. The heavy voice came again, this time with a stronger tone and carrying the aura of a powerful figure. Elder Greenfong tightened his grip on his scepter, but ultimately said nothing and disappeared into the dense forest with a look of disappointment. Half a day later, at the top of the stone mountain, Heiyuzi, the chieftain of the Obsidian Stone Men, arrived at a giant rock. Prophet Geta, the serpent man, is gone. Rumble. After a series of booming sounds, the boulder split open, revealing a huge obsidian stone golem hidden inside. Black Jade Boy, are you tempted? Black Jade, the chieftain of the Obsidian Stone people, nodded, his voice somewhat deep and honest. Yes, Prophet Geta, I was indeed tempted, but I listened to you and rejected the Snake Man. The Prophet Gatai looked at Black Jade's face, which was full of confusion and doubt, and said in a deep voice, Black Jade Boy, I have lived for many years. I followed the previous leader of the Black Wasteland Forest. I will never forget that aura. Now, I sense a similar aura from the Black Wasteland Forest again. Do you know what this means? The Prophet Gata gazed toward the center of the Black Wasteland and spoke earnestly. Whoever wants to unify the Black Wasteland Forest will come looking for us. Now, all we need to do is wait quietly. Black Jade Boy, remember this. The first monster to make a sound in the forest is the easiest to hunt. Black Wasteland Forest, Eastern Region. While the Serpent People, in alliance with the cave spiders and obsidian golems, were preparing to conquer the troll race, Shaksha was leading his own forces toward the Buffalo People's hunting grounds. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo People are all lunatics. They won't say a word to us, nor will they reason with us. The Succubus Elder Yuga stood beside Shuxi, recounting the ignorance and madness of the Buffalo People. Just now, news came back from the front. A scouting party composed of succubi and trolls was attacked as soon as they entered the territory of the Buffalo Men. This was a bad start. Everyone seemed to smell a faint scent of blood. Elder Yuga, tell me about the specifics of the Buffalo People. As their neighbor, the Succubus should know them well, right? Shuxi looked at the Succubus Elder beside him, who looked old but still had a charming appearance, and politely inquired about the Buffalo Man's situation. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo Men are a bunch of lunatics. Once they go mad, they will kill every living creature in their path except for their own kind. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, let's talk about the specific structure and strength distribution within the Buffalo people. Elder Yujia nodded humbly, his voice aged yet melodious. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo people are divided into chiefs, elders, mad buffalo warriors, and ordinary buffalo people according to their status, from top to bottom. According to our current intelligence, this buffalo tribe has 1 buffalo chief, 3 buffalo elders, and the number of mad buffalo warriors is currently unknown, but it is definitely no more than 1,000. Shuxi didn't interrupt and listened to the succubus elder's story as he continued on his way. The chief of this buffalo tribe is named Monadu, and his strength should be at the late stage of hero level, which is stronger than our queen. Elder Yuga spoke very seriously, without holding anything back, and told everything he knew. Their 3 elders are Manaya, Monahorn, and Nahandi, all of whom are heroic figures. The rest. Before Elder Yuga could continue speaking, a troll warrior had already run up to Shuxi. Elder Shuxi, Luo Sha has sustained minor injuries, and the outpost squad has lost a succubus warrior. The sudden news made the atmosphere instantly oppressive. Everyone's heart seemed to stop beating. Shuxi sighed. It seemed impossible to get the Buffalo Men to surrender without a fight. Dels, your subordinate is here. Dels Athos, carrying a 2-handed greatsword on his back, stepped out from among the troll elders, exuding a powerful aura. Dels, you lead the elite troll squad and clear the way ahead. Anyone who gets in your way, kill them. Yes, sir. Go. At Dels Athos's call, the elite trolls in the group stepped forward and headed towards the battleground. You all get ready too. If the Buffalo Men refuse to surrender, slaughter them all and leave no one alive. Uare, uare, uare. As Shuxi finished speaking, the troll bloodline warriors behind him began to roar, their momentum and emotions surging up instantly. The succubus Elder Yuga looked at the succubus warriors shouting along with the trolls and felt a chill run down his spine. If Her Majesty the Queen had not chosen to submit in the first place, this might have been the fate awaiting our succubus race. However, when he saw the robust trolls and alluring succubi getting along well and developing mutual affection in their eyes, Elder Yuga of the succubi felt gratified and happy. This phenomenon indicates that the troll race is indeed accepting the succubus race, and the 2 races are merging with each other. Centuries have passed, and it's time for the Black Wasteland Forest to be unified once again. The outside world that I heard my elders talk about when I was a child. Maybe I can still see it. Shaksha, Great Troll Knight, rise up. Chapter 71 Arrogant and Boastful Chief. Call. Where the sword's edge passed, even the bull's horns snapped. Dels Athos, wielding a 2-handed sword, mercilessly slaughtered the Buffalo Men who had gone mad. Moo. In the distance, a deep, resonant moo rang out, clearly indicating the arrival of a water buffalo man of heroic strength on the battlefield. Dels twirled his sword, flicking off the blood, and gazed at the approaching buffalo elder, Monahor. Mona Cape's nostrils were pointing upwards, and he was breathing rapidly, with 2 streams of air coming out of his nostrils like chimneys. Trolls, this is the territory of the buffalo people. Go back to your own land. Del sneered, his attitude contemptuous and disdainful. From this moment forward, the Black Wasteland belongs to the trolls. Elder Mona of the buffalo people laughed wildly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, are all trolls this arrogant? How shameless. Arrogance comes at a price. I'll smash you to pieces, grind you into mincemeat, and use you as fertilizer for my magic potion. Elder Mona, the buffalo elder, charged toward Dels with a pair of meteor hammers in hand. Dels did not back down. He activated his bloodline skill, gripped his sword with both hands, and charged in the opposite direction. Behind the battlefield, Shuxi, the succubus Yuina, Medusa Aya, the succubus elder Ga, and others had approached the battlefield and were observing the situation. Lord Shuxi, he is Mona Cape. Monadu, the chief of the buffalo people, is the younger brother of Monadu and one of the 3 elders of the buffalo people. Shuxi nodded without saying a word, watching the battle intently. The clash between Mona and Dels was intense. Mona won because of the ferocity of his meteor hammer, while Dels won because of his agility. Overall, the troll Dels still had the upper hand. Trample the charging enemy, crush them to death. Suddenly, the buffalo elder Mona Horn launched a trampling charge, increasing its speed several times over, even carving a trench in the earth. Dels was cautious and skillfully dodged the charge from Cape Mona. However, the charge at Cape Mona did not stop. After changing direction, they charged again. Moreover, Mona's meteor hammer was hurtling towards them from another direction, making the situation extremely perilous. Dels realized that avoiding a direct confrontation was no longer an option. Fervent fighting spirit, solidify. The next moment, the troll Dels and the buffalo man Mona clashed, and a wave of energy emanated from the center of the two, sweeping across the surrounding battlefield. Bang! Ultimately, the buffalo man Mona was no match for Dels's fierce fighting spirit and was knocked back with a single punch. The buffalo man, Mona, fell to the ground, swallowing blood, and luckily escaped his berserk state. Troll, you wait. My big brother, the buffalo chieftain, won't let you get away with this. The buffalo man, Mona, stood up, dragged a pair of flail hammers, and headed into the dense forest, trying to escape the place. Behind the battlefield, Shax reached out and took the spear handed to him by the troll warrior Termin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shaxi took a step forward, and the spear in his hand flew out with it. Call! A piercing sound of tearing through the air rang out as the spear pierced through the dense forest, pinning the fleeing buffalo elder, Mona Horn, to a giant tree. Go, cut off his head, and impale him with a javelin, so that every buffalo man will see the consequences of resisting us. Tell all the buffalo people, if you don't submit, you'll end up like those at Cape Mona. Shake's voice was icy cold, and his words were cruel and violent. Upon hearing this, the guardian troll Terminal led 2 bloodline warriors into the dense forest. Inside the chief's tent of the buffalo tribe. Chief, something terrible has happened. Elder Mona Cape has been killed in battle. A buffalo man rushed into the chief's tent in a panic, and before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by the buffalo chief, Monadu. Damn little buffalo, who gave you the right to gossip and spread false information? Inside the chieftain's tent, a muscular minotaur, standing 2.6 meters tall, emerged from the tent. His head was adorned with a pair of curved, upward-pointing horns, making him appear extremely ferocious and terrifying. Chief, it's true. Elder Mona has died in battle. Chief Monadu of the buffalo people was enraged and wanted to kick the buffalo man who had brought the message again. However, the buffalo man's next sentence left Chief Monadu frozen in place. Chieftain, Elder Mona was impaled on a giant tree by a troll with a spear. I, standing at a distance, witnessed it with my own eyes. The Elder of Mona Cape had his head cut off and used as a trophy by the trolls, which they displayed throughout our territory. Chief Monadu, the buffalo chieftain, stared wide-eyed, suppressing the burning rage within him. He lifted the buffalo man with one hand, his voice extremely deep. Little buffalo, do you know what you're saying? The buffalo man was lifted into the air by Monadu, his limbs flailing and kicking wildly, trying to break free from Monado's control. Chief, I'm not lying. The other tribesmen who escaped also saw it. Chief Monadu of the buffalo people was stunned for a while before slowly putting the buffalo down. Go and summon elders Manhwa and Bullshatter. However, after a short while, Chief Monadu of the buffaloes did not receive a single buffalo elder. Chief, Elder Manhwa has rushed to the front lines of the battlefield after hearing that Elder Monahor had died in battle. What about the ox shaking the ground? Chief, Elder Bullshaker has led a hunting party out and hasn't returned yet. Bang! Chief Monadu, the buffalo, kicked the central support pillar of the tent, causing the tent to collapse with a loud crash. Little buffalo, lead the way. Let's go and meet those trolls who have invaded our territory. Yes, Chief. Eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the buffalo people. It must be said that the trolls and succubi cooperated extremely well in battle. The trolls clashed head-on with the buffalo men, while the succubi positioned themselves at the back, harassing them with arrows and illusions. This coordinated approach resulted in minimal damage and left behind a considerable number of buffalo carcasses. With the succubus Yuina and the little snake woman Aya providing support, the other elders had joined the battle, accelerating the harvesting of the buffalo people. Moo. In the distance, another deep moo of a buffalo echoed, signaling the arrival of yet another heroic buffalo. Dels, you take a rest. Let me go and meet this buffalo elder. Elder Luo Sha, the troll, grabbed Dels, who had just finished fighting and was about to rush out, and charged ahead with his spiked club in hand. Dels, don't worry, Luo Sha has made some progress. Another troll elder, Ander, carrying a spear, strolled over. With several troll elders joining the battle, the buffalo men were quickly routed and simply couldn't kill enough of them. It's always better to be cautious. Elder Ander, the troll, nodded and thought for a moment before speaking. Let's go watch the game together. Good. Boom. Deep in the dense forest, the troll elder Luo Sha had already engaged in battle with the buffalo elder Monai. The battle was wide open and quite intense. The troll elder, Luo Sha, wielded a spiked club, while the buffalo elder, Mona Yi, used a very thick totem pole. The two collided like a car accident, accompanied by savagery and violence, roars and bloodshed. Chapter 72 Fatal Flaw, the Soul of the Ancestor. Shuxi held his spear upside down, silently watching the battlefield. Strangely enough, it was this simple action of Shaksha holding the spear upside down that made the trolls and succubi feel incredibly safe during the battle. As everyone knows, when faced with a life-threatening crisis, a terrifying spear will always tear through the air to save them from danger and pull them back from the brink of death. This is the role a strong person played in maintaining order and controlling the situation. Bang! In the distance, another clash took place, with the troll elder Luo Sha and the buffalo man Manai evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet because the rest of the buffalo people were either killed or controlled. All the troll and succubus warriors were silently watching the battle between the troll Luo Sha and the buffalo man Manai. Shuxi pushed through the crowd and approached the troll elders Dels and Ander, speaking calmly. Go forth and join forces to kill Manaya. Our victory does not require Elder Luo Sha to shed blood. The battlefield is never a one-man battle. Shuxi looked at the slightly stunned troll elders Dels and Ander with a blank expression. Dels and Ander felt a little flustered by Shuxi's indifferent gaze, so they quickly bowed and joined the battle. Your Excellency Shuxi, did you do this intentionally? Shuxi nodded, looked at the battlefield, ignored the succubus elder Yuga who came to his side, and muttered to himself. Whether they are trolls or buffalo, pride flows in their veins. This pride makes them disdain fighting outnumbered or bullying the weak. This is an advantage, but also a fatal flaw. Unity creates greater strength, a point that you succubi understand clearly, which is why your succubus race has been able to occupy a corner of the Black Wasteland Forest. Indeed, Shuxi's words deeply moved the succubus elder Yuga. Lord Shuxi is joking. If we had united, that kind of thing wouldn't have happened between Her Majesty the Queen and Princess Yuna. Elder succubus Yuga sighed with slight disappointment. That's different. Two tigers cannot share one mountain, and there can only be one throne. Elder Yuga surely understands this, right? Compared to the prosperity and continuation of the race, sacrificing one Yuna would be the same choice for me. The succubus elder, Yuga, was moved once again. Staring at Shake's back, she felt a chill run down her spine and couldn't breathe for a long time. This is awe-inspiring insight and cognitive ability from a troll, and even more so, a display of extraordinary wisdom. Elder Yuga, the succubus, never expected that Shuxi, as a troll, would be so intelligent. What? Is that strange? The succubus elder, Yujia, nodded and bowed, appearing extremely humble. I believe that under His Excellency Shuxi's leadership, the Black Wasteland Forest will become even more prosperous. Shaksha's response was perfunctory. These succubi and trolls who submitted to him were intentionally or unintentionally referring to him as the leader of the Black Wasteland, as if they had forgotten about Chief Grell, who had attended the invasion of all races. However, Shuxi didn't take it seriously. Some things will naturally be resolved once my brother Grell returns. The battle ahead is nearing its end. The combined attack of the three heroic troll elders, Dels, Luo Sha, and Ander, on the buffalo man Manai was simply beyond Monet's ability to withstand. Therefore, at this point, Manaya had already had one of his arms severed by Dels. Having lost an arm, Manai, like a cornered beast, struggled on, panting heavily. Looking at the three trolls surrounding and killing him, the buffalo elder Manai was furious, as if he had been humiliated. Damn trolls, where are your dignity and principles as blood warriors? Dels ignored Monet's shouts, and the troll elder Luo Sha, who was just as bad as Manai, reminded Manai out of respect and good intentions. Buffalo man, you are quite strong. Submit to our troll race, and we will spare your life. Damn trolls, the buffalo men will never yield. Little did they know, Elder Manai of the buffalo men was completely unmoved. Don't waste time arguing with him, just kill him. Don't keep Chief Shax waiting. As he spoke, Dels had already swung his two-handed sword, aiming straight for Monet's neck. How dare you? I'd like to see who dares to kill my brother Mona. Moo. From within the dense forest came another roar of a cow's moo, the sound carrying a hint of menace. Just as Dels's two-handed sword was about to stop midway, Shuxi's calm voice came at this moment. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Elder Dels of the Trolls did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. At the same time, the sound of charging and trampling echoed through the dense forest, indicating that a powerful being was approaching and trampling the earth. In the distance, Shuxi hurled his spear, which pierced straight into the depths of the dense forest. The next moment, The sound of trampling in the dense forest came to an abrupt halt. Click. At that moment, the head of the buffalo man manhwa was cleanly severed by the troll elder Dells with a single sword stroke. Moo, damn troll, poor Mona. I'm going to kill you all. Ah, slumbering souls of our ancestors, awaken with my blood as the catalyst. In the dense forest, an ancient soul awakens and possesses the body of Manadu, the chieftain of the buffalo people. Boom. Heavy footsteps approached, slow in pace, but each step felt like a trampling on the hearts of all the trolls and succubi. Moo. After a moo, a giant tree in the dense forest was knocked down, and a terrifying water buffalo with blood-red eyes, a huge body, and mysterious runes carved all over its body appeared before Shaxi. Leader level? No, it's just that he temporarily stepped into the leader level with the help of external forces. After sensing the terrifying aura of the buffalo before him, Shaxi breathed a sigh of relief. You all step back, it's in danger now. Boom. Just as Shaxi was speaking, the buffalo chieftain Manadu, who had summoned the ancestral spirit and transformed into a terrifying buffalo, charged forward. Throughout the entire arena, it was Shaxi who posed the greatest threat to him, so Manadu chose to be the first to charge Shaxi. Shax didn't dare to be careless either. He activated his bloodline skill, Troll Blood, which made him grow taller, surrounded by demonic energy, and his strength increased tenfold. Wow. Shaxi roared, leaped up, clenched his fists, and slammed them hard into the charging, terrifying buffalo horns. Bang! Shaxi landed steadily, the terrifying buffalo's four hooves embedding themselves in the ground, sliding backward and crushing another clump of giant trees. These cow horns are interesting. Shax frowned. He had just unleashed a blast with 10 times the force, yet this terrifying buffalo had barely managed to withstand it thanks to its horns. This is unbelievable. Seeing that the terrifying water buffalo seemed determined to regroup and charge again, and considering the vast difference in size between himself and the terrifying water buffalo, Shaxi released the abyssal tyrannoman, which was even larger than the terrifying water buffalo. Roar. A deep, hoarse, and tearing dragon-like roar resounded as the abyssal tyrannoman appeared before Shaxu, its mouth agape, and its icy eyes fixed on the terrifying buffalo. The sudden appearance of the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast caused the terrifying buffalo to stiffen, but the buffalo, now in a mad bull form, showed no fear. Instead, the terrifying buffalo let out a loud moo and, oblivious to its own mortality, charged towards the abyssal tyrannosaurus. Chapter 73. You are very clever, and I will enslave you. Feeling challenged, abyssal tyrannoman stomped its foot and charged forward. Clang. A sound like metal clashing together rang out as the horns of the terrifying buffalo and the single horn of the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast collided violently. The terrifying buffalo was knocked back, and the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward and bit the buffalo's neck. At the same time, the abyssal tyrannosaurus extended its front claws, tearing the flesh of the terrifying buffalo mercilessly like a cutting machine. Moo. A moment later, the terrifying buffalo's howling grew lower and lower, and its pair of scarlet eyes gradually lost focus. Chief Manadu. From afar, a mournful cry rang out, and another group of buffalo people arrived late. Shaxi, holding his spear, looked in the direction from which the sound came and couldn't help but mutter to himself. One wave after another. Are we about to see a scene like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather? Buffalo people are so incredibly straightforward. Shaxi approached the abyssal tyrannoman and gestured for it to release the terrifying water buffalo. As the abyssal tyrannoman relented, the terrifying buffalo shrank like a punctured balloon. The terrifying buffalo's life force also vanished, which was extremely strange. Bang! After the terrifying buffalo completely shrank, a pair of ancient and mysterious horns fell to the ground and were picked up by Shaxi. Is this the thing that withstood 10 times my strength? Shaxi put away his bull horns, cut off the head of the buffalo chieftain Manadu, and held it in his hand. At that moment, the group of buffalo people who had just been wailing also came into Shaxi's view. It's the bull shaking the earth. The leading buffalo was the heroic buffalo that Shaxi helped drive away the Succubus clan in order to welcome the Succubus Yuena. Are you calling him? Shaxi held a spear in his right hand and the head of the buffalo chieftain Manadu in his left. He raised it slightly and watched indifferently as the buffalo shook the ground. At the same time, the aura of Shaxi and the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast leader swept towards the group of buffalo men, suppressing them all and making them tremble in fear. The bull shook the ground and prostrated itself, placing its weapon on the ground in a gesture of prayer and submission. Behind Nyohandi, the group of buffalo people followed suit and discarded their weapons. Respected Troll King, Water Buffalo Man Oxhollow, is willing to submit. Upon hearing this, Shax walked step by step to Nyo Handy in front of him and looked down at him. When I drove you away last time, I already realized that you were no ordinary buffalo. Ox handling earth, you are very clever. I accept your submission. Shax's words made Nyo Handy relax completely, and he finally exhaled the breath that had been in his throat. However, Shax's next words made the cow's tail on Nyo Handy's rump tighten again. But your submission doesn't mean they will submit too. Shaxi pointed to the buffalo men who were not quite dead yet, but were being held down on the ground by the troll warriors and had gone mad. All right then, considering that you've submitted to me, I'll spare the lives of anyone who voluntarily surrenders. As Shaxi spoke, he raised the spear in his right hand and then lowered it again. Click, click, click. The troll warriors received orders to behead the restless buffalo people. Don't want. The ox lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move rashly, and could only weep and howl in sorrow. The black wasteland forest is about to be unified. The bull shakes the earth, submits to me, is enslaved by me, and fights for me. The killing intent emanating from Shaxi was fading, but his voice remained indifferent, as if nothing had just happened. In return, I will return the body of Buffalo Chief Monadu, so that the buffalo people may be respected and Monadu may die with dignity. Of course, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the areas where the buffalo people live will also be forgiven and protected. After saying these two sentences, Shakesa gazed silently at Nyo Handy, waiting for the latter's response. The atmosphere around us was so quiet that time and space seemed to freeze for a second or two. Nyo Handy represents the buffalo people, who are willing to submit. The coldness on Shakespeare's face gradually melted away, and a smile rose in the wind. Elder Black Flame. Black Flame, the troll elder who had once sewn leather armor for Shaxi, stepped out of the group and came to Shaxi's side. Elder Black Flame is a troll wizard who knows blood magic. He is a subordinate of Elder Steelk, but this time he came out to fight alongside Shaksha. The significance of Elder Black Flame's existence is, at present, to preside over the slave contract ceremony. Elder Black Flame used a knife to cut open Nyo Handy's forehead, and using Shax's blood as a guide, he inscribed a contract magic circle, quickly signing a slave contract. Nyo Handy, remember this. In my eyes, Shax's Mayan, disobedient water buffalo people are useless. Shaxi placed the head of the buffalo chieftain Monadu in front of the bull Earthshaker, then turned back to the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. Clean up the battle damage and set up camp on the spot. As soon as the order was given, the team quickly got to work. The reason why Shaxi chose to station himself in the territory of the buffalo people was to wait for Nyo Han to unify the buffalo people. The fact that Nyo Handy's group of water buffalo people submitted does not mean that all water buffalo people in the entire water buffalo people's community will submit. Shax didn't bother dealing with the old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the water buffalo people settlement. If Elder Nyo Handy, the water buffalo, can't even handle these small matters, Shaxi wouldn't mind completely eliminating the water buffalo people. People born in the year of the buffalo are prone to becoming wild and difficult to control. If the team also includes some rebellious individuals prone to acting out, it will be even more likely to cause a ruckus. This is a situation that Shakespeare absolutely will not allow to happen. Therefore, we must prevent it from the very beginning and eliminate all those who are unwilling to submit. The Black Wasteland Forest in the north. The snake people have begun to assemble, and all of them are full of fighting spirit. Having survived the harsh winter and weathered the dark tides, and after sacrificing a small number of their own people, the serpent people enhance their strength by hunting dark creatures. Although the serpent people cannot hunt leader-level dark creatures like the Shax, they can still handle ordinary dark creatures. Therefore, during this harsh winter, the strength of the snake people did not decrease but increased, and their ambitions gradually grew. This gave rise to the idea of the snake people to drive out and exterminate the troll race, and they wanted to seize Crocodile Turtle Valley. It's a pity that those obsidian golems refused to join the battle. If we combine our petrification technique with the obsidian golem's petrified skin, those trolls will definitely suffer a terrible fate. Elder Green Fong, a snake man, recounted his experience of going to the obsidian golem clan, which made Elder Red Eyes feel very sorry. If this plan, targeting the trolls, can successfully persuade the cave spiders and obsidian golems as well, it will be a perfect one. Obsidian golems are natural-born charging warriors, while crypt spiders excel in sheer numbers. Combined with the serpent people's bows and arrows and magic, they are virtually invincible. Forget it, with those 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts charging in place of the obsidian golems, we still have a great chance of winning. Chapter 74 Beheading as a Public Display. The thief's heart remains undiminished. Click. The buffalo elder, Neo Handy, gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he beheaded the people who opposed him. Neo Handy's eyes were bloodshot. He was almost turning into a mad bull. Now, can you calm down? Neo Han swept his gaze across all the buffalo people in the settlement, his voice strong and clear. Elder Mona Cape and Elder Mon I have both died in battle. Chief Monadu was also killed. Do you also want to die with them? I can grant your wish. This day is a disaster day for the buffalo people. The entire high-ranking buffalo were almost entirely slaughtered, except for a few who went hunting with Buffalo Earthshaker. The bull deeply loves its tribe. To ensure the survival of his tribe, Neo Handy beheaded a group of buffalo warriors who opposed him, thus maximizing his prestige. The Black Wasteland Forest is about to be unified. If we, the buffalo people, do not know how to choose, we will be slaughtered and driven away, and we will have no home to speak of. Lord Shaxi is a leader-level powerhouse. To follow in his footsteps, just like our ancestors, is an honor, without a doubt. My people, behave yourselves, for we buffalo people are about to face a major change. At the makeshift camp, a succubus scout reported bull shatters every move in the buffalo people's settlement to Shaksha. That bull shaking the ground is quite interesting. Shaxi enjoyed the massage from the succubus Yuna and began to think more highly of the buffalo elder, Neo Handy. Dear Shakespeare, you are unaware of this. Oh, tell me, what's the secret behind this? Shaxi turned his head and looked at the succubus hyena's delicate collarbone, flames gradually burning in his eyes. The succubus hyena's small, soft hands massaged him as she spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. The buffalo people have two major surname branches. One is the Mona, and the other is the Nyo surname. The Mona buffalo people are mostly fierce and robust, while those with the surname Nyo are mostly intelligent and calm. This is why the buffalo people, who are prone to madness, have not become extinct. Shax squinted, deep in thought. Hyena, do you mean that some buffalo people can actually suppress mad cow behavior? My dearest Shaksha, you are the smartest troll I have ever met. Shax smiled gently and pulled Yuna into his arms, cuddling her tenderly. However, only the branch of the Nyo family, the water buffalo people, could barely suppress the mad bull phenomenon. Shax suddenly realized why Nyo Handy had acted perfectly normally and with great composure on both occasions when he met him. Once Bull Shakes the Earth has finished reorganizing the buffalo tribe, we'll head back to Crocodile Turtle Valley the day after tomorrow. Shakus wanted to go back. For some reason, Shakshi felt a vague unease, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Black Wasteland Forest, the hunting grounds of trolls. Following orders from the Grand Elder, Elder Axel, the Troll Elder, led an elite squad of trolls to hunt in the jungles near Alligator Turtle Valley while also keeping watch over the area. With the arrival of spring, various races may invade troll territory at any time in their struggle for hunting grounds. Elder Genkai was very vigilant and immediately made arrangements for these matters after Shax left. Suddenly, strange bird calls echoed through the dense forest. Upon hearing the birdsong, the troll Elder Assel's expression changed drastically. A moment later, a troll warrior rushed out of the dense forest in a panic, saying in terror, Elder Assel, something terrible has happened. A large number of snake people and cave spiders have been spotted heading towards Alligator Turtle Valley from the border of our territory. What did you say? Say it again. Elder Assel, a large number of snake people and cave spiders have been spotted heading towards Alligator Turtle Valley from the border of the territory. This time, the troll Elder Assel was certain that he had not misheard. After a few breaths, the troll Elder Assel spoke to the troll bloodline warrior. You must hurry back to Alligator Turtle Valley and report what you have seen to the Grand Elder. Elder Assel, and what about you? I led the rest of the elite squad to find out what was going on. Elder Assel of the trolls kicked the troll warrior in the buttocks and said anxiously, Why aren't you going back and report this? Oh. The troll Elder Assel handed out a token shaped like a bone pendant, driving the troll warriors back. Half a day later, in Alligator Turtle Valley. Damn snake people, I knew they were up to no good. And those burrowing spiders, are they tired of living? Elder Genkai paced back and forth in the tent, holding the token pendant in his hand, looking extremely agitated. Go and fetch Steel Shield for me. A moment later, Elder Steel K instructed his subordinates to summon his son, Steel Shield, a troll bloodline warrior. Steel Shield, I have a task for you. Go to the Succubus clan and inform Shuxi that the Snake People and the Cave Spider clan are attacking. What are you waiting for? Get out of here right now. Elder Steel Kai was very irritable, and his son Steel Shield was also completely bewildered. However, after processing the news that Elder Steel K had just said, Steel Shield didn't even think about it. and without saying goodbye to his father, he turned around and ran out of the tent in a flash. The troll territory in the dense forest. Wah! The traps that the trolls had set up earlier were triggered one by one, and one cave spider after another was shot dead on the spot. However, those burrowing spiders that were shot down were immediately devoured by their kin swarming in from behind, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Retreat. Retreat back to Alligator Turtle Valley immediately. After confirming the fact that the serpent people and the cave spiders had joined forces to invade the troll territory, Elder Assel led his elite squad to retreat while setting traps. Shoot, shoo, shoo. A burst of arrows flew out from the dense forest, leaving two troll warriors who were slow to retreat behind. The troll warrior fell, and the swarm of cave spiders rushed up, instantly devouring him. Red Eyes. Our whereabouts have been discovered. Queen Trissy, there is no need to worry. It is normal for our two races to be discovered when we join forces. In the dense forest, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes stood beside the cave spider Queen Trissy, a long sword at his waist, exuding a gloomy yet confident aura. We're not far from Alligator Turtle Valley, so even if they find us, there's nothing they can do about it. Unless they leave Alligator Turtle Valley and ask for a fight. But wouldn't that be exactly what we've been dreaming of? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Snake Man Elder's red-eyed laughter was sinister, and the thin snake tongue in his mouth flickered in and out, revealing his cunning. The troll territory is teeming with prey, and my people are enjoying their meal. Spider Queen Trissy crossed her arms over her chest, her upper body almost naked, making her appear extremely voluptuous and alluring. However, the words spoken by the Spider Queen Trissis seemed so greedy and naive. It was agreed that, apart from the territory, all resources belong to us, the crypt spiders. Queen Trissy, rest assured, we snake people keep our word. The ruthlessness in the Snake Man Elder's red eyes flashed by in an instant, but Spider Queen Tracy was completely unaware. Chapter 75. A charge, I understand. The Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the Buffalo people. Shax stared at Nyo Handy, making the latter feel a little embarrassed. Your Excellency Shuxi, the Buffalo people truly submit and are willing to follow you as a whole. Shax didn't say anything, but glanced at the group of Buffalo people with their families in front of the camp, and his face darkened. According to Shuxi's original intention, the plan was to keep the Buffalo people in their original territory so that they could hunt and hand over supplies while also serving as the guardians of the territory. However, since Nyo Handy decided to relocate his tribe to Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shax had no objections. Keep an eye on your people. I don't like disobedient subordinates. I understand, Your Excellency Shuxi. After that, Shuxi led his men on their way back. Alligator Turtle Valley, at the entrance to the valley. After deliberation among the few elders, Elder Genkai finally made the decision to personally lead elite bloodline warriors in a surprise attack on the combined forces of the snake people and the cave spiders. This is a very dangerous move. If the retreat is not completed in time, there is a high probability that they will be surrounded and killed outside. Elder Steelk was a very irritable and impatient troll. As long as he thought a plan was feasible, he would immediately take action without the restraint of Chieftain Griel and Shaksha. Listen up, everyone. Charge in and then retreat. Anyone who refuses to fight or disobeys orders will be executed on the spot. Elder Genkai habitually let out a battle cry at the mouth of the valley to boost morale. Uare, uare. The trolls were all young and vigorous, and they responded fiercely and with high morale. Half a day later, in the dense forest, countless cave spiders swept forward, triggering a trap, only to be met with a barrage of crossbows and spears. After Elder Genkai led his people in a charge against the spider tide, they quickly disappeared into the dense forest and withdrew from the front lines. Red Eyes. The troll elites launched a surprise attack. Their strength is beyond what my people can handle. What about those monsters you mentioned? Shouldn't we send them out? The Snake Man Elder, his red eyes half closed, gazed into the distance at the dense forest where Elder Genkai had disappeared, and a gloomy feeling settled in his heart. Red Eye sensed Elder Steel Kai's aura, which was definitely at the peak of the hero level, a level higher than his own. Could it be that the troll race also knows that hunting dark creatures can increase their strength? Red Eyes was secretly shocked. He was stunned by Elder Steel Kai's strength. Red Eyes clearly remembered that when he fought Elder Steel Kai last year, Elder Steel Kai's aura wasn't this strong. Back then, thanks to his guardian beasts, Red Eyes was able to stand up to Elder Steel Kai head-on. But that's not necessarily the case now. Red Eyes, are you just trying to fool me? Spider Queen Trissy's voice turned cold. She felt deceived. Especially the snake man beside him, with his eyes half closed, looked incredibly sinister. Sorry, Queen Trissy, I just saw that troll elder, and it reminded me of my fight with him last year. I got distracted. The snake man, his eyes red, snapped out of his daze and immediately began to explain, making excuses for himself once again. Queen Trissis, now is not the time for those 8 magical beasts to appear. That was just a small sneak attack, wasn't it? Wouldn't it be better if they came out and charged out to intimidate the trolls once they reached Alligator Turtle Valley? That's our trump card. We can't reveal it now. It must be said that the snake man with red eyes and a silver tongue easily persuaded the Spider Queen. In the dense forest, although the previous charge was exhilarating, Elder Genkai was far from happy. There are so many cave spiders that even the entire population of Crocodile Turtle Valley, including the old, weak, sick, and disabled, probably doesn't have as many as the cave spiders. Moreover, there was a group of snake people watching them intently from the sidelines. To make matters worse, Elder Genkai had not been able to ascertain how many guardian beasts the snake people had brought. This sense of uncertainty about the enemy made Elder Genkai restless and increasingly irritable. Although the Crocodile Turtle Valley is guarded by the triangular python, the guardian beast of the snake woman Aya, Elder Genkai believes that the snake people race must also have many guardian beasts. Hopefully, Steel Shield can find Shax as soon, otherwise. With a heavy heart, Elder Genkai led his people back to Crocodile Turtle Valley via a shortcut. Upon returning to Alligator Turtle Valley, Elder Steel Kai sounded the alarm. Aside from the elderly and weak who couldn't lift weapons, even the female trolls were mobilized by Elder Steel K. Alligator Turtle Valley immediately went on high alert. Eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the territory of the Succubi. Before Shuxi even arrived at the Succubus Palace, the Succubus Queen Yelena led a squad of Succubus warriors, carrying a troll warrior, and charged forward. Your Excellency Shaksha, your people have been found unconscious in the jungle by our Succubus guards. Before he fell into a coma, he kept calling your name. At that moment, Shakus's heart skipped a beat, as if he had a premonition of something. Shax arrived at the makeshift wooden stretcher and recognized who it was. The newcomer was none other than the eldest son of Elder Steel K, Steel Shield, a troll warrior of troll blood, who had just reached the hero level. Shuxi checked Steel Shield's breathing. It was steady, indicating extreme exhaustion that had caused him to fall unconscious. Elder Black Flame. The troll Elder Black Flame, summoned by Shuxi, stepped forward, took out a bottle of fresh monster blood, and cast a blood-based healing spell on Steel Shield. 15 minutes later, the troll warrior Steel Shield regained consciousness. Upon seeing the Kshatriya, Steel Shield reflexively jumped up from the stretcher and shouted urgently. Elder Shashaxi, the snake people and the cave spiders have joined forces to invade our troll territory. Steel Shield swallowed a non-existent mouthful of saliva and continued. 2 days ago, they entered our hunting area. Buzz. The Steel Shield caused an uproar in the troll team. Even Shuxi was stunned for a moment, unable to come to his senses for quite a while. However, what followed was a violent rage and endless killing intent that filled the surrounding air. Shuxi nodded and patted Steel Shield on the shoulder. I understand. I'll get back as soon as possible. You should rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Steel Shield immediately closed his eyes and collapsed onto the stretcher. Steel Shield ran for 2 days and 2 nights straight on his bare legs from Alligator Turtle Valley to the Succubus territory without ever resting. Even as a hero-level being, Steel Shield was already overdrawn. Shakus stood there, eyes closed, his mind racing. After a long while, Shuxi turned around, his voice extremely calm. Dels, your subordinate is here. Elder Dels Athos, the troll, stepped out of the group with a frosty expression and his whole body tense. Next, you will lead the team, with the Succubus Queen Yelena as your assistant, and head back to Crocodile Turtle Valley at full speed. Remember, if you encounter the snake people or the cave spiders along the way, wipe them out. After saying this, Shakushi released Abyss Greymon, and then, pulling Yuina and Aya along, jumped onto Abyss Greymon's back. I'm going back to provide support first. You have 3 days to get back. Shakushi's words were still echoing in the air, while the roar of Abyssal Tyrannomen could be heard in the distance. Chapter 76. Driving Away the Encirclement and Assassination, Heartbreaking. Alligator Turtle Valley, a great battle is imminent. The armies of the snake people and the cave spiders have surrounded Crocodile Turtle Valley. Those damned burrow spiders. Elder Genkai stood on the stone wall at the entrance of the valley, looking at the vast number of cave spiders, his face extremely grim. Elder, how should we defend next? Elder Gakordo, the troll elder, stood beside Elder Genkai, his face also solemn. In the past, although the territorial battles in the Black Wasteland were fierce, the trolls had never encountered such a situation. At this moment, in Crocodile Turtle Valley, including the Grand Elder, Gukto, Assel, and 2 troll warriors who had just been promoted to hero level in winter, there were only 5 hero-level trolls in total. This battle will not be one that can be won so easily. The triangular python is already lying in ambush underground. In a moment, we'll surround it and strangle these bastards. However, before Elder Genkai could finish speaking, 8 huge mounds suddenly rose up on the ground at the mouth of the valley. 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts emerged from the ground, raised their heads high, and hissed at Crocodile Turtle Valley. This scene terrified the Elder, Gakoto, Assel, and others. However, it wasn't just the Grand Elder and his group who were alarmed. The Snake Man Elder in the distance, Hongyan, was also terrified. Is this the aura of a level 6 magical beast? The Snake Man, his eyes red, gasped and stared in disbelief at Crocodile Turtle Valley. Just now, the level 5 guardian beast with red eyes, the Snake Man, transmitted to him the aura of a level 6 beast of the same kind. This is absolutely amazing news. The Snake Man with red eyes was stunned. A level 6 magical beast is even more ferocious than a peak-level hero-level bloodline warrior of a normal race. For example, if Elder Steel K were to face the triangular python, without the help of other trolls, Elder Steel K would inevitably be the one to die and be devoured. For a moment, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes hesitated. Red eyes, charge. However, upon seeing the appearance of the 8 level 5 serpentine magical beasts, Spider Queen Trissy's confidence surged, and she began urging the serpent elders to turn red. The Snake Man Elder, his red eyes narrowed, stared intently at Crocodile Turtle Valley, and finally said yes, in a vicious and cold tone. All right, charge. The Snake Man Elder with red eyes also understood. At this moment, the arrow was on the bowstring and had to be released. Although there was the aura of a level 6 magical beast, the beast did not appear, and red eyes held a sliver of hope. Perhaps the trolls are playing a trick? Outside the valley, a strange bone flute sound rang out, and 8 level 5 giant snakes roared as they charged toward Crocodile Turtle Valley. Uare! On the stone wall, the elder raised his spiked club and shouted at the top of his lungs. Uare! Uare! All the troll warriors responded to the elder, and the fear and terror in the trolls' hearts were dispelled one by the elder's battle cry. Hiss hiss hiss. A deeper hiss echoed from underground, and the triangular python emerged from the ground with a head and body even larger than a level 5 magical beast, its pair of pitch-black snake eyes icy cold. Level 6 magical beast, the Triceratops. In the distance, Elder Red Eyes, the Snake Man, immediately sensed the triangular python's unbridled aura, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, it was too late. Roar. The triangular python stretched out its body, bit a level 5 giant snake, and quickly retreated back into the ground. The next moment, a hissing scream unique to snakes rang out, chilling all the snake people to the bone. In the distance, the Snake Man Elder, his eyes red with rage, was furious and enraged. Elder Red Eyes immediately understood that the triangular python possessed extremely high intelligence, and the reason it hid underground was because it was afraid of being ganged up on and killed by the other 7 level 5 giant snakes. Even though the triangular python was already a level 6 magical beast, it still chose a cowardly fighting style when facing so many enemies. Damn it. All of you, get underground and drive it out. Surround and kill it. The Snake Man Elder with red eyes immediately gave the order, and the strange sound of the bone flute rang out again. The remaining 7 level 5 giant snakes burrowed into the ground in the blink of an eye, and the land in front of the valley mouth immediately surged and undulated like waves in the sea. Half an hour later, the triangular python emerged from the ground with 7 other level 5 snakes. The triangular python was covered in wounds of varying depths. Make your move. At the valley entrance, Elder Genkai shouted and charged towards the snake horde, wielding his spiked club. Behind the Grand Elder, the 2 troll elders, Gukto and Assel, followed closely behind, with 2 young troll bloodline warriors bringing up the rear. Hiss hiss hiss. Roar roar roar. The serpent hissed, the troll roared, and the melee began. Queen Trissy, command your people to charge into Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll go stop those trolls. With red eyes, the Snake Man Elder drew his rapier from his waist and charged rapidly into the battle between the snake horde and the troll elder. Upon hearing this, Spider Queen Trissy made a series of squeaking sounds, and the weaker cave spiders began to crawl towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. Although the cave spiders are not very strong, they have a great number of them. At a glance, there were no fewer than 5,000. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the stone wall at the valley entrance, the troll bloodline warriors, who had been on guard for a long time, began to continuously fire crossbows and spears. The nearby cave spiders were being shot down continuously, and they were unable to break through the trolls' firepower blockade for the time being. Especially when a group of female trolls poured potion oil at the foot of the stone wall, and the oil was ignited, flames covered the stone wall. The cave spiders were stopped 50 meters away from the stone wall. On the other side, Elder Genkai, being at the peak of the hero level, wielded his spiked club with great force, becoming invincible for a time. One of the level 5 snake-type magical beasts that confronted the Grand Elder had its head smashed open by the Grand Elder, resulting in its death. After the monster died, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes stepped in to fill the gap, wielding a rapier and launching a sneak attack from behind Elder's steel armor. Elder Genkai remembered the Snake Man Elder's red eyes, the pain of the snake venom, and the grudge of the sneak attack. Elder Genkai swung his spiked club and smashed it hard behind him. Just as both sides were about to suffer heavy losses, the Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, suddenly stopped, flicked his snake tail, and jumped away, escaping the attack range of the spiked club. Damn snake people, you'll be terrified of what you did today. Despite Elder Genkai's threat, Elder Snakeman, with red eyes, remained unconcerned. Trolls, give up Alligator Turtle Valley, and perhaps we can sit down and negotiate, and you can leave. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai suddenly burst into laughter, almost laughing until tears streamed down his face. Snake Man, that's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Ha ha ha. A fierce glint flashed in the Snake Man Elder's red eyes, and his disgust for the trolls intensified. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, a nearby triangular python, despite being injured, killed another giant snake. The snake people lost 3 giant snakes at once, causing the red-eyed Elder's eyes to twitch wildly, his heart aching with regret. On the battlefield, another strange sound of bone flutes rang out. Upon hearing the sound, the red-eyed Elder turned and flew away. At the same time, the remaining 5 giant snakes, each with varying degrees of injury, also disappeared underground. After hissing softly, the triangular python, carrying a giant snake in its mouth, retreated back into the ground. Elder Steel Kai frowned and, with the other 4 hero-level trolls, cautiously retreated back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Chapter 77. Who did you say it was? Divide and kill them. Green Fong, tell me, why did you send out the retreat signal? The Snake Man Elder, with red eyes and an extremely unfriendly tone, coldly questioned another elder of the Snake Man tribe, Green Fong. Green Fong, the Snake Man, is the snake controller who just played the bone flute. Red eyes, it's not that I want to retreat, it's that the Spider Queen Trissy is retreating, and I have to make you back down. Who do you think it is? The Snake Man's red eyes spoke in a very low and gloomy tone, as if he was suppressing his anger. It's me. Spider Queen Trissy crawled over with a cold face and an extremely unfriendly tone. Red eyes, what did you promise me before? You suggested sending a few level 5 magical beasts to lead the charge, but what actually happened? My people were at the forefront of the attack on Alligator Turtle Valley. Spider Queen Trissy was furious because the trolls were constantly hurling crossbows and spears at her people, causing them great losses. Fortunately, when the trolls lit the potion, the Spider Queen Trissy gave the order to retreat. Otherwise, the losses of her people would have been even greater. Queen Trissy, can't you see? We're entangled with that level 6 magical beast and 5 hero-level trolls. We're fighting, can't you see? When the Snake Man with red eyes said this, it was almost a roar. However, the Spider Queen Triss's response was extremely cold. Red-eyed, I don't care what you're doing, I will not let my people charge to the front lines. Also, what are your Snake Man warriors doing behind the battlefield? Want to watch a play? Or are you just trying to exploit my people? This is the real reason why Spider Queen Trissy was so angry that she decided to retreat temporarily. It's obvious that the snake people are using a few magical beasts as a cover to trick her into fighting on the front lines. As the queen of the cave spiders, Trissy is intelligent. Her mind is not solely filled with greed. This Spider Queen Trissy's question left the Snake Man Elder, red eyes, speechless, unable to find any rebuttal. Because their Snake Man warriors had indeed been watching the battle from the rear, the Snake Men were furious and speechless. However, some things still need to be said face to face. Queen Trissy, we are now in the same boat. Our 2 races are bound together by life and death, and our interests are intertwined. Please do not speak such hurtful words. We snake people were just looking for an opportunity. Next time we will mobilize the entire army. At that time, I also hope that Queen Trissy will personally come to the battlefield and divide up those heroic troll warriors. The Snake Man Elder, with his red eyes, had a thick skin, and was very good at lying through his teeth. However, Red Eyes did have some merit. The snake people and the cave spiders were indeed bound together. Red-eyed, I don't care what you're thinking, I will not let my people charge to the front lines. There's a reason why the Spider Queen Trissy is so stubbornly insistent on this point. As the war progressed, the number of cave spiders dwindled, and the fewer her subjects she had, the more insecure Queen Trissy became. This is the most sensitive response of matrilineal groups to safety. They will feel uneasy no matter what causes the population to decline. The Snake Man Elder, his red eyes narrowed, stared at the Spider Queen for a moment before turning his gaze toward the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Queen Trissy, let's rest for a while, and then launch our attack again at dusk. We must conquer Crocodile Turtle Valley as quickly as possible. Once those trolls adapt to the rhythm of the battlefield, we will surely be defeated. The Snake Man with red eyes saw this very clearly. The trolls are strong and robust. If they grit their teeth and withstand the most powerful waves of attacks, they might be able to launch a counterattack by relying on the resources and terrain of the Crocodile Turtle Valley. The atmosphere in Alligator Turtle Valley was somber. At first, the triangular python fought 7 opponents single-handedly, practically risking its life. It wasn't until Elder Genkai and others helped them recover that they managed to kill another level 5 giant snake. Elder Genkai, Gakodo, Assel, and others were also in a bad situation. Each troll was facing a level 5 snake-like magical beast, and it was fortunate that no one was lost. Elder, the medicinal oil in the treasury has run out. What should we do next? Medicated oil is a liquid fuel made by boiling monster meat with special medicinal herbs. It has excellent combustibility and is a valuable war reserve. This medicinal oil was originally intended for the dark creatures of winter. However, last winter, the troll tribe produced 2 powerful leaders, Shaksha and Grell, who saved this batch of war supplies. Elder Genkai frowned, unsure of what to do. With their medicinal oil depleted, they will be unable to withstand the siege of the cave spiders in the next wave of attacks. Elder Genkai was in a real bind. He wished that either Shax or the Succubus Yuna were in Crocodile Turtle Valley, because that way he wouldn't have to use his brain. Make sure the little ones are well fed and watered. No matter what happens, we will fight to the very end. I believe that once Shax receives news of the invasion of Alligator Turtle Valley, he will rush back immediately. Moreover, even if we die in battle, when Shuxi returns, he will make those damned snake people and cave spiders pay for our deaths. Elder Genkai spoke with great confidence. Upon hearing this, the surrounding troll warriors were invigorated, and a fighting spirit and conviction to die for their cause arose within them. Time passed, and night fell. The strange and melodious sound of bone flutes rang out again outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, both chilling and eerie. Hiss hiss hiss. Squeak squeak squeak. The deep hiss of the giant snake and the squeaking of the cave spiders, arriving with the dusk, sent chills down the spines of the young troll cubs. Uare! Uare! At the mouth of the valley, the trolls' roars and howls rang out simultaneously, and the battle resumed. A level 6 magical beast, a triangular python, sprang from the ground and was entangled by a level 5 giant snake, unable to break free for the time being. The other 4 level 5 giant snakes also dispersed and rushed straight towards the stone wall city gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Gakodo, Assel, Ada, and Jaku, we split up, each holding back a level 5 snake, waiting for the triangular python to come and help. Seeing this, Elder Genkai decisively decided to divide his forces, determined not to let the level 5 giant serpent approach the city gate. If those level 5 giant snakes successfully approach Crocodile Turtle Valley, the consequences will be unimaginable. Damn troll, where are you going? The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, leaped out from the swarm of cave spiders and blocked the path of Elder Steel Kai. To prevent Elder Steel Kai and other hero-level trolls and level 6 magical beasts like the triangular python from banding together, Elder Red Eye, Elder Greentooth, and Spider Queen Trissy discussed for an entire afternoon before coming up with this underhanded plan to divide and kill them. Now that the conspiracy is about to succeed, Elder Red Eyes, the Snake Man, will not let Elder Steel Kai leave. Call out. The Snake Man Elder, his eyes red, drew his sword and swiftly thrust it at Elder Genkai, a move both fast and sinister. Dirty Snake Man, die? Elder Genkai was not to be outdone, swinging his spiked club with a ferocious and domineering air. Chapter 78 Spider Queen, slaughter them all. The battlefield is always bloody. Sometimes, dying on the battlefield is a luxury. The battle in front of Alligator Turtle Valley lasted for an unknown period of time. Call out. A cold, sharp arrow pierced through the chaos and struck the troll Elder Gukter in the head. The hero-level troll bloodline warrior, Gakoto, died. Among the swarm of cave spiders, Spider Queen Trissy released the bowstring with her right hand, a murderous glint shooting from her eyes. The troll elder Gukto was just entangled with a level 5 giant serpent when he was ambushed and shot dead by the Spider Queen Trissy. Spider Queen Trissy changed her arrow again, turned the bow and arrow around, and aimed it at the troll elder Asel on the other side. Call out. The arrow successfully pierced Asel's heart, and the deadly poison on the arrowhead spread rapidly. After a muffled groan, the troll elder Asel also collapsed on the battlefield. Gakoto, Asel. Elder Genkai roared furiously, his voice hoarse. Elder Genkai reached out his left hand to grab the long sword that the snake man elder with red eyes was thrusting at him, and then swung his spiked club out fiercely. Bang! The snake man elder, his eyes red, flew backward, his scales shattering and revealing the soft armor beneath. Despite wearing double layers of armor, the snake man elder, red eyes, was still in bad shape. A large dent in his chest was visible, and he was constantly spitting out blood. Elder Genkai's furious attack was no joke. After shaking off the snake man elder's red eyes, Elder Genkai hurriedly rushed towards the stone wall gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Under the relentless onslaught of the serpent warriors and a large number of cave spiders, the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley is on the verge of collapse. Several demonic beasts were ramming the stone gate, while the cave spiders were spitting out spider silk, which stuck to the stone wall. A large number of cave spiders took the opportunity to climb up the stone wall and fight the troll warriors. Call out. Spider Queen Trissy has once again shot and killed a hero-level troll named Ada. But that wasn't all. Spider Queen Trissy set her sights on Zacher, the last hero-level troll besides the Grand Elder. Screw it. Dodge. The Crypt Spider Queen is trying to shoot you. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hero-level troll warrior Zack heard Elder Steelk's reminder. As Zack turned to look at the tide of burrowing spiders, the arrow pierced right through his chest. Uft. Another heroic troll warrior has fallen, and the Grand Elder's heart is bleeding. Boom. Just then, the stone gate of Alligator Turtle Valley also collapsed. The strange bone flute sounds that echoed across the battlefield grew increasingly cold and eerie. The 3 remaining level 5 snakes rushed towards the triangular python. Since the start of the battle, the level 6 magical beast, the triangular python, has already strangled 2 level 5 giant snakes. Now, the level 6 magical beast triangular python is once again being besieged by 3 level 5 giant snakes. On the battlefield, the deep hissing sounds unique to snakes echoed continuously. Sometimes, the battles among beasts are even bloodier and more cruel than those among intelligent beings. Elder Genkai had no time to worry about the other trolls anymore. At this moment, the Elder was guarding the city gate alone, a formidable fortress against all. Among the spider swarm, Spider Queen Trissy's gaze darted back and forth between Elder Steelcare and the Triceratops. These two are currently the 2 strongest fighting forces of the troll race, and Spider Queen Trissy is hesitating about which one to shoot first. Finally, the Spider Queen Trissy set her sights on Elder Steelcare. Knock the arrow, draw the bow, release, all in one fluid motion. Call out. The arrow whistled as it came hurtling towards them, but Elder Genkai was extremely alert. He held his spiked club horizontally in front of him, thus dodging the attack. Clang! The arrow fell to the ground, and Elder Genkai's brow twitched wildly, still shaken. However, at that moment, more than a dozen cave spiders swarmed in and rushed straight at Elder Steelkai's face. Get out of my way. The Elder swept his spiked club out, smashing more than a dozen cave spiders into a pile of mangled flesh. Uft! An arrow shot out and pierced the Elder's left shoulder. Elder Genkai staggered, but did not fall down. Elder Genkai roared, enduring the pain to break the arrow in 2, and once again brandished his spiked club to block the cave spiders from entering Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Steelk was in a terrible but tenacious state, and the troll warriors on the stone wall and in the Crocodile Turtle Valley were in no better shape. Not only are there many cave spiders, but the key issue is that some Snake Man warriors are also mixed in with them. For ordinary troll warriors, the Snake Men's arrows and petrification spells were a disaster in this situation. The battle continued, and blood flowed everywhere. Spider Queen Trissy drew her bow again. She had almost killed Elder Steelcare. This time, Spider Queen Trissy decided to completely kill the strongest troll on the field. Spider Queen Trissy looked at Elder Steelkai, who was sweeping across the battlefield in front of the stone gate, and a cold smile crept onto her lips. Sizzle! Bang! A long spear tore through the air from a great distance, blasting the Spider Queen Trissy directly into her body. The death of Spider Queen Trissy caused all the attacking burrowing spiders on the battlefield to freeze in place. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, from afar, the urgent roar of a dragon beast came, echoing through the sky. Abyssal Greyman has arrived. The troll warrior Shuxi has also arrived. As soon as Shuxi arrived, he hurled a spear from a great distance, blasting the Spider Queen Trissis to pieces. It's Abyssal Greyman. It's a saxophone. Upon hearing the roar of the dragon beast, Elder Gang Kai froze, his spiked club stiffening for a moment, almost slipping from his grasp. It's Elder Shuxi. Elder Shuxi is back. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. Uare. Uare. Inside the Crocodile Turtle Valley, all the troll warriors heard the roar of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus. The previously extremely low morale suddenly surged, and the troll warriors, whether excited or angry, all entered a berserk state. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavy footsteps of Abyssal Tyrannoman approached from afar, and its leader-level aura erupted without restraint. Leader level? How is that possible? The eerie, chilling sound of the bone flute abruptly stopped. Elder Green Fong, the Snake Man, was the first to sense the aura of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast because he was standing at the very back of the battlefield. On the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman, Shax's expression was icy, and he held another throwing spear in his hand. This time, Shuxi's target is none other than Green Fong, the elder of the snake people. Sizzle. The spear emitted a sonic boom, slicing through the air, never to return. Before Elder Green Fong could react, he exploded and died. Shakus patted Abyss Greyman on the back, and then jumped off Abyss Greyman with the Succubus Uina and Medusa Aya. Go, kill them all. Let's deal with those snakes first. Roar. With a roar, the Abyssal Tyrannoman joined the battle like a Death Reaper. You should all go together and help out. After giving instructions to the Succubus Uina and Medusa Aya, Shuxi picked up his spear and walked toward the Snake Man Elder Red Eyes in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 79 Enslaving Them. There are no winners. With one step, two steps, the sprinter began to accelerate rapidly, its speed increasing faster and faster. This is a new skill that Shakesaw has learned, Swift Charge. After launching the charge, the speed of the Kshatriya doubles. And Shuxi's target was, of course, the Snake Man Elder, Red Eyes. As they charged, the aura of a leader of the Shuxi spread out, making the Snake Man Elder, with his red eyes, gasp for breath. However, in this life-or-death moment, the Snake Man Elder with red eyes remained resolute. After withstanding the pressure from the Shuxi, he drew his sword and fought back. Boom. The clash between the spear and the rapier was swift, almost instantaneous. A drop of blood fell from the spear of the Shakshi. The victor was the Shakshi. Snap. The Snake Man Elder with red eyes dropped the rapier in his hand. He looked down in disbelief at the hole in his chest, which was larger than a bowl. Truly a leader-level being. After saying this, the Snake Man Elder, with red eyes, breathed his last and collapsed completely to the ground. After glancing at the red-eyed corpse of the Snake Man Elder, Shuxi turned his attention to other battlefields. With the addition of Abyssal Tyrannoman to the battlefield, the troll's morale was boosted, and the collapsing situation was alleviated. Roar. With the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus joining the monster battle, the three level 5 snake-like monsters were like 3 spicy strips, offering no resistance whatsoever. One of them had its head bitten off by Abyssal Tyrannoman and was beyond dead. The other one was cut into 3 pieces by the claws of Abyssal Greyman, and its fate was also tragic. The last one was strangled by the triangular python, its entire body swallowed whole. After freeing the Triceratops, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus rushed to the stone wall at the entrance of the valley and trampled all the smaller cave spiders to death. The battle did not last long. The group, composed of cave spiders and snake people, quickly descended into chaos, with some dying and others fleeing. By the time Shuxi arrived at the mouth of the valley, the battle was almost over. Most of the troll warriors also left Turtle Valley to hunt down the fleeing cave spiders and snake people. Shakus, you're finally back. Elder Gang Kai leaned against the stone wall, panting heavily, one hand on his spiked club. Elder Gang Kai wore a satisfied expression. Although he had suffered heavy injuries in this battle, he had fought to his heart's content. Elder, it's all right. Shuxi switched the spear to his left hand, extended his right hand to support Elder Gang Kai, and together they entered Crocodile Turtle Valley. After a troll wizard began healing the elder, Shaksha also saw the Succubus Uina and Medusa Aya returning from battle. Master, those snake people, can I? Medusa Aya looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Thinking of her struggling people, Medusa Aya still spoke softly, pleading for mercy in a stammering voice. Shuxi stared indifferently at Medusa Aya without saying a word. In this joint invasion by the serpent people and the cave spiders, the hero-level troll elders Gukto and Assel were killed in battle, as were 2 hero-level troll bloodline warriors. The casualties of the remaining troll warriors are unknown. Under these circumstances, Shuxi had no reason to let any snake people go. My dear Shuxi, I think enslaving a few snake people who can petrify is a good option. Just when the atmosphere was so tense it was about to explode, the succubus Yuna spoke up. Shuxi turned his head and stared at the succubus Yuna with a cold expression and questioning eyes. Petrification is a rare spell, isn't it? Moreover, enslaving them would be far more beneficial than killing them. Under the cold gaze of Shuxi, the succubus Yuna mustered her courage and spoke her mind. This is not something I can decide. If you want to save your people, go find the Grand Elder. Shax passed the ball to Elder Genkai. According to Shax's own idea, anyone who is an enemy should be killed without exception. Of course, considering the unique nature of petrification magic, enslaving those snake people who possess this magic is indeed a good option. However, Elder Genkai was the main force in this war, and Shuxi felt that he had no right to make a decision. As night fell, and the battlefield was nearly cleared, dawn broke on the horizon. This invasion battle lasted from nightfall to dawn, demonstrating the ferocity of the fighting. Shax stood on the stone wall at the mouth of the valley, feigning sleep, both to maintain order and to prevent the strong smell of blood from attracting a beast tide. Master, the Grand Elder has permitted me to select 3 members of my people from among those snake people to serve you as your slaves. Medusa's voice sounded behind Shuxi. Shuxi opened his eyes but did not turn around. Go ahead and choose for yourself. Thank you, Master. Medusa Aya breathed a sigh of relief and carefully retreated to save her people. After a moment of silence, a pair of small hands hugged Shakushi from behind. My dear Shuxi, your snake woman slave girl looks so pitiful. The succubus Yuna breathed softly, her voice alluring, and the part of her body pressed against Shuxi's was warm and soft. Are you pleading for her? Shuxi pulled the succubus Yuna into his arms, lifted her delicate chin, and gave her a slightly enigmatic look. Well, not really. It's just that I feel there's a severe lack of wizards and magicians in Shakespeare's team. The succubus Yuna's sweet and innocent voice made Shuxi's bones melt. Shuxi lowered his head and kissed him. A moment later, Yuna, with her alluring eyes, continued speaking. Those snake people are very rare, and Shuxi will definitely need them in the future. Enslaving them will not only win Medusa's heart, but also make her grateful to you. Moreover, those snake people might bring unexpected gains to my dear Shakespeare in the future. Upon hearing this, Katsuki's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. My Yuna, you are worthy to be my demon wife. These words, spoken by Shaksha, are more effective and emotionally stirring than directly praising the succubus Yuna. The battlefield in front of Alligator Turtle Valley was not cleared until noon. For the trolls, this was a war that yielded almost no gains. The snake people and the cave spiders didn't drop any magic cores, and their flesh wasn't tasty either. The trolls, however, suffered truly significant losses. Apart from the 4 fallen hero-level trolls, 70 ordinary bloodline warriors also perished, and countless others were wounded. There are no winners in this battle for territory. Speaking of territory, the hills that the burrowing spiders occupy in the north are still somewhat useful. The one who reaped the greatest benefits was actually the Shakshi, who joined the battle last. When Shaksha killed Spider Queen Trissi and Snake Elder Red-Eye, both of them dropped ash chests. The Abyssal Tyrannoman trampled countless cave spiders and also contributed 3 ash chests to the Shact. Therefore, Shuxi obtained 5 ash chests, becoming the biggest winner. Meanwhile, in the dense forest near Alligator Turtle Valley, the chase between trolls, snake people, and cave spiders continues. Chapter 80 The Heart of a Lord, a Pillar of Spirit. Inside the tent, both of them looked exhausted. Shax held Yuna in his arms, his eyes slightly narrowed, staring blankly at the message sent by the wandering soul Dodi. You actually know about the existence of Lord-level beings? It seems I underestimated your sources of information. However, do you feel that your progress in the leader stage has become slower? Want to know how to advance to the Lord level? The messages sent by the wandering spirit hit every sore spot for Shuxi. Before Shuxi is promoted to the leader level, eating some high-level monster meat will slowly increase the stats on his character panel. However, once you reach the boss level, no matter how much monster meat you eat, it can only replenish your body's energy and cannot increase the values on your stat panel. In other words, the days when Katsuki could increase his strength by eating are gone forever. Shax entered the ash platform intending to trade pet pills with the elf Laina. Unexpectedly, I was bothered by the wandering spirit Dodd, and he took the initiative to start a conversation about realm and strength. Shuxi took out a piece of dark flame stone the size of a pigeon egg from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird and initiated a trade with the wandering soul Dodi. Tell me how to improve my strength at this stage, and how to advance to the Lord level. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The ghost Dodd's hollow, skeletal jaw swayed incessantly, emitting a series of cacophony laughs. The dark flame stone, the size of a pigeon's egg, fell into the hands of the wandering soul Dodi, who played with it constantly. Dod, the wandering soul who had been ignored by the Shuxi for a long time, felt that he had once again grasped the Shuxi's fatal weakness. A chilling ball of white bone flame appeared in the hand of the wandering soul Dodi. The dark flame stone instantly turned into a drop of black liquid, flowing into the greatsword that was stuck upside down next to the bone throne. After completing this operation, the wandering soul Dodi slowly replied to the message from Shuxi. Luo Shanhai. Every ash seed at the leader level must consume a massive amount of magic potions to push the various attribute data on the panel to the maximum value. As for advancing to the Lord level, in addition to possessing the Lord's heart, you also need to own a territory. The Lord's heart isn't something you can just get for a few Darkfire stones. Haha. Alligator Turtle Valley, inside a tent. Shakushi's expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. No wonder Shakespeare hasn't felt any improvement in his strength lately. It turns out he's been taking magic potions. Shaksha was clever. When the wandering spirit Dodi suggested consuming the magic potion, Shaksha associated himself with the flesh of monsters. Monster meat doesn't have enough elemental concentration to provide nutrients for boss-level monsters, but potions with sufficient elemental concentration can. Ultimately, it comes down to the concentration of elements. This is the key and the pathway to increasing the strength of leaders. As for advancing to the Lord level, Shuxi is not in a hurry right now. His stats are still a long way from reaching their maximum value. Therefore, Shuxi was not in a hurry regarding the crucial territories and the hearts of the lords. From the message sent by the wandering soul Dodi, Shaksha could guess that the wandering soul Dodi possessed the Lord's heart. However, to obtain the Lord's heart, Shuxi would probably have to be squeezed dry. Chief Shuxi, the Grand Elder sent me to inform you that the Council of Elders is having a meeting. Just as Shax was deep in thought, his friend Beija's voice rang out from outside the tent. I understand. Tell the Grand Elder I'll go right away. After responding with a shout, Shuxi pried open the succubus Yuana's hands that were wrapped around his waist, stood up, and put on a leather armor. A moment later, inside the Elder's tent. Although it was called an Elder's meeting, it actually consisted of only two people, Shuxi and the Grand Elder. The two elders who remained to guard the area were both killed in battle. Shakespeare, come drink. Shax narrowed his eyes as he looked at the elder, whose arms were bare and whose shoulders were wrapped with animal skin medicine belts. Was the arrow poisoned? Yeah, that damn giant spider is too insidious. It only knows how to ambush from among the spiders. Seemingly thinking of the several hero-level trolls who had been ambushed and killed, Elder Steelk was indignant, lamenting, and regretting. Shuxi, your tribe has captured some cave spiders and snake people. What do you plan to do with them? Shax paused for a moment, but immediately thought of Medusa and Aya's plea to the Grand Elder to save people. Perhaps that's why Elder Genkai asked for his opinion. Kill them all, and let their blood bring peace to the souls of our people. Okay, that's what I think too. Let's do it your way. Shax could tell that Elder Genkai was much happier. Next, Shuxi told Elder Genkai about the conquests of the Succubus and Buffalo tribes. Upon hearing that the combined forces of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men would arrive at Alligator Turtle Valley within 3 days, Elder Steelk finally smiled. Now the Succubus and Buffalo tribes have submitted, and the Snake Man and Cave Spider tribes have been scattered by us. Only the Obsidian Golem tribe remains in the Black Wasteland Forest. Shuxi, shall we send the Obsidian Golems, or shall we send them? Shax took a sip of beast blood wine and said calmly, I don't quite understand the Obsidian Golem race, so just in case, I'll go myself. Elder Genkai did not object, because he had seen the Obsidian Golems and had dealt with them before. Obsidian Golems are no weaker than trolls in terms of physical strength, and may even be stronger. Elder, the invasion of the snake people and cave spiders has disrupted the terrain outside Alligator Turtle Valley. Let's take this opportunity to plan out the surrounding area. This way, we can better accommodate the succubus and buffalo people who are about to arrive. Suddenly, Shuxi thought of the territory and the heart of the Lord that the wandering soul Dodi had mentioned, and couldn't help but propose a plan for Alligator Turtle Valley. That is indeed a problem. So how big of a place do we need to plan? This was a question that even Shuxi couldn't answer, and he could only stare at Elder Genkai in bewilderment. While Shuxi wasn't completely ignorant about town planning, he didn't yet have concrete data to support his understanding of the number of various ethnic groups. Let's designate an area first, and then divide it further according to the actual situation once they arrive. Well, that's all we can do. Half a day later, at the entrance of the valley, the troll clan held a clan sacrificial ceremony. To be precise, it was a killing contest. The captured snake people and cave spiders were killed one by one. Their bones and flesh were used to build an altar, and their blood was used to fertilize it. These are all offerings to the demon god and his people. When Shakshi returned to his tent, the succubus Yuana also went to join the killing party. Inside the tent, only Medusa Aya remained, lost in thought. Without saying a word, Shuxi went up and stripped Medusa Aya naked, then set her on fire with his bathing flames. As the dream faded and the sun and moon returned to their proper places, Shuxi, with Medusa Aya's slender waist in his arms, spoke calmly. Remember, you are mine now. I will allow you to take my surname and change your name to Aya Mayan. In racial conflict, it's either you die or I die. Shuxi has nothing to say. However, even a night of intimacy can have 100 days of grace, and Shuxi provided Medusa with a strong spiritual pillar and source of comfort once again. Chapter 81 Three Things, Clan Chiefs Return. 2 days later, a combined force of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men arrived at Alligator Turtle Valley. Looking at the overturned ground outside the Alligator Turtle Valley, the joint team couldn't help but gasp in shock. When they saw the altar built from the corpses of cave spiders and snake men, all the trolls, succubi, and buffalo men were speechless. They never imagined that in just 1 or 2 days, the snake people and cave spider clans that occupied the Black Wasteland Forest would be nearly wiped out. The succubus Queen Yelena and the buffalo man Johan stared at the mountain-like altar, a chill running down their spines. Half a day later, inside the tent of the Shax, the meeting was presided over by acting chieftain Shuxi, with Elder Genkai as his deputy. The 3 troll elders, Dels, Luosha, and Ander, were all present, along with the succubus Queen Yelena and the buffalo elder Nyohandi. This marked the most complete meeting of the troll clan's elders ever. I'll tell you 3 things, and you need to get started on them immediately. Shuxi sat in the main seat, scanning the members of the Elder Council with a dignified expression and a calm tone. The first thing is for each race to send half of their bloodline warriors to accompany me to the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest to conquer the Obsidian Golem race. No one dares to question Shuxi on this point. In the Black Wasteland Forest today, there is only one leader-level powerhouse, Shax, and no one can stop him. The second thing is that 4 major areas will be divided outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Yelena and Bull Shaker, you each choose one area to settle your people. Shax has already discussed this matter with the Grand Elder. Furthermore, when dividing the areas, Shakestraw deliberately left enough room for development. Alligator Turtle Valley was large enough to house the troll race, and the succubi and buffalo men also had a place to live. No one raised any objection to this. The third thing is that city walls will be built outside the 4 major areas. We need to start building them now, and they must be completed before winter arrives this year. Finally, this matter was presided over by Elder Genkai and supervised by Elder Yelena. When Shuxi brought this up, Dels, the succubus Queen Yelena, and Nyohandi all frowned. In their minds, with winter approaching, shouldn't everyone be retreating into Alligator Turtle Valley to defend against the creatures of darkness? Judging from Shake's tone, they not only intend to defend themselves strongly, but also to actively hunt. Remember this, all of you. Dark creatures may be terrifying, but they are also a blessing in disguise. Shax understood their concerns, and, sitting in the main seat, spoke indifferently. After saying this, Shuxi ignored the doubts of Dels, the succubus Queen Yelena, and Nyohandi, and continued speaking. Elders Luo Sha and Ander stayed behind to assist the Grand Elder in guarding Crocodile Turtle Valley. Dels and Nyohandi, you 2 will accompany me on the expedition in 3 days. However, just as Shuxi finished speaking, an excited voice rang out in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Shax, the clan leader, and the others are back. The troll warrior Rand shouted loudly outside Shaksha's tent, trying to send a message to Shaksha. Shakas stood up from the main seat, glanced at everyone, and said calmly, "Come on, let's go greet our clan leader." Elder Genkai, Elder Luosha, and Elder Andy, the 3 elders of the Mayan giant demon, all stood up and responded enthusiastically, their faces filled with excitement. The 3, Otto the troll Dels, the succubus Queen Yelena, and the buffalo man Nyohandi, looked at each other, exchanging glances. Clearly, all 3 of them had their own concerns and worries. Fortunately, these thoughts only churned within their minds. Outwardly, the three of them continued to follow Shax towards the valley entrance. Rumor has it that the troll chieftain Grell is also a leader-level powerhouse. Is it true or not? This was the thought in the mind of the troll Athos. As a fellow troll, he felt both envy and excitement. After all, this glory belongs to the trolls, and Dels acknowledges the Mayan troll. They're both leaders. Will the brothers clash? My sister Yuana is definitely on Shakushi's side, so what about me? Am I also on Shakushi's side? Perhaps the troll race isn't as united as I thought. This is what the succubus queen Yelena is thinking. She doesn't act on emotion. She considers things from the perspective of her own and her people's interests. The troll race is indeed full of powerful individuals. I never expected there to be two leader-level experts. The water buffalo man, Neo Handy, was actually quite intelligent, but at this moment he didn't have any complicated thoughts. Because Neo Handy had signed a slave contract with Shax, he did whatever Shax told him to do. It was that simple. However, as Shax stepped out of the tent and gradually approached the mouth of the valley, he frowned. Shuxi did not sense the aura of his elder brother Grell, nor did he sense the power of a leader-level expert. Shax's heart sank, sinking into an abyss. As Shuxi stepped out of the valley, he looked at a group of troll warriors who were standing outside the valley. These trolls had no luster or savage arrogance on their faces, and looked like a bunch of eggplants that had been hit by frost. When faced with Shax's scrutiny, these troll warriors all lowered their heads. Shuxi didn't speak, but led the Grand Elder and the others towards the group of troll bloodline warriors. Where's the clan leader? Where is Elder Bloodfeather? Where is Elder Blackia? Where is Elder Aha? Where is Elder Srira? Where is Elder Corolla? Before Shuxi could speak, Elder Genkai stepped forward, grabbed a familiar troll bloodline warrior, and frantically questioned him. Elder Genkai also failed to sense the presence of Chieftain Grell and the others. Like an elder who had lost his family and descendants, he questioned the troll bloodline warriors. Chieftain Grell was personally trained by Elder Genkai. They were not only master and apprentice, but also as close as father and son. Elder Steelcare treated Chief Greel better and more affectionately than he treated his son Steel Shield. Because Elder Genkai had high expectations for Chief Gerald. Last winter, with the help of Shuxi, Chieftain Gerald successfully advanced to the rank of leader. From that time on, Elder Genkai was proud because he had raised the clan chief, Grell, and the Shuxi were indirectly created by him and the clan chief Gerald. However, Elder Genkai can no longer sense the presence of Chieftain Grell. Speak up, I'm asking you, where is the clan leader? Thud, thud, thud. Elder Steel Kai flew into a rage and immediately started beating people, knocking down all the troll bloodline warriors standing at the front. Shuxi stepped forward and grabbed Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai was still furious. He turned his head and glared angrily at Shuxi, wanting to beat Shuxi up as well. However, when Elder Genkai and Shax in different gazes, which seemed to freeze everything in the world, met, he suddenly calmed down and became dejected. Shuxi released his grip, walked up to a hero-level troll bloodline warrior named Felix, looked at the latter, and said indifferently, "Tell me, what happened to you?" Foray didn't speak, but lowered his head and turned his body to the side. At the same time, the group of troll warriors stepped aside, revealing their chieftain Grell and a group of troll elders who were surrounded by them. Chapter 82 Headless Corpse, the Strongest Thug. Shax took a deep breath, stepped forward, and lifted the black shroud made of animal hide. The next moment, Shuxi's eyes turned blood red, and his leader-level aura rippled out without any restraint. What Shax saw were 6 headless corpses, headed by Chieftain Grell, followed by the troll elders Bloodfeather, Blackia, Aha, Slyra, and Corolla. There were a total of 6 headless corpses. Shuxi looked up at the sky and roared silently. After a long while, Shaksha turned his head, his scarlet eyes staring indifferently at the hero-level troll named Felix. "Tell me everything that happened on your journey, down to the smallest detail." The bloodline warrior Felix knelt on one knee, and the other troll warriors followed suit, trembling with fear at the sight of Shaksha's imposing aura. "Elder Shax, we followed the clan leader south and left the Black Wasteland Forest. We received orders from the Lord of the 4 Domains to head south into the Thunder Domain Forest, where we encountered the powerful Thunder Eagle Knight, Utes. The clan leader died in battle against the Thunderhawk Knight Utes. The 5 elders went to their aid, but they were all killed. Elder Shuxi, Thunderhawk Knight Utes cut off the heads of the clan chief and elders and hung them on the city wall of Thunderhawk City, leaving them to be exposed to the wind and sun. Roar. The one who roared was Elder Steelcare. He couldn't imagine how humiliating and devastating it was for the heads of the troll clan's chieftain and elders to be displayed as spoils of war on the city walls by the enemy. This is unforgivable. Elder Shuxi, the clan leader's conquests southward have yielded magical potions and cores, but these have been stolen by the swamp dragon Hofen, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. He left a message saying that if you want those supplies, go to the poison dragon swamp and ask him for them yourself. Elder Shuxi, we are powerless. The troll Felix spoke again, uttering another piece of news that made Shuxi's chest heave. Shax clenched his fist, then relaxed and clenched it again, his killing intent lingering in his heart. After a long while, Shuxi finally regained his composure. Shuxi's tone was indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, and his pupils were filled with coldness. We respectfully welcome the return of the clan leader and the 5 elders. We will set up an altar and capture and sacrifice all kinds of beasts. Shax raised his large hand, lightly touched his brow with his fingers, and murmured something. You braved death and plunged into darkness. May you return to the embrace of the demon god and be freed from the torment of damnation. All the trolls, like Shaksha, began to raise their hands, lightly touch their brows, and pray softly. Less than 3 days later, another large funeral was held in Alligator Turtle Valley. The morale of the trolls seemed to have been forcibly cut off, and the faces of the tribesmen lost much of their luster. Other races were not yet clearly visible, and they had never seen a chieftain like Grell. But the people of the Mayan troll tribe were different. They watched helplessly as 2 of their tribe's chieftains were reduced to 1, a sorrowful spring. Their pride and glory as trolls seemed to have been halved. At the mouth of the valley, on the stone wall, Shax looked at the southern landscape and fell into deep thought. Shakus, take over. Lead us to become stronger, and I will reclaim the heads of the chieftain and the elders. Elder Genkai appeared behind Shax, also gazing south with longing in his eyes. Of course, at the very bottom of that longing was deep hatred. Shuxi did not turn around, nor did he immediately agree to the Grand Elder's request. I had planned to wait for my elder brother to return and then choose a suitable time to challenge him. In this battle for glory among leaders, no matter who loses, there is no feeling of being discouraged or embarrassed. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and the opportunity was lost. Shuxi turned around and spoke to the Grand Elder in a very serious, cold, and confident voice. I will succeed as the chieftain of the troll race, and I will lead my people to prosperity. I will personally retrieve the heads of my elder brother and all the elders during the next war of invasion by all races. Shuxi's voice echoed throughout the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley, his undisguised power and confidence inspiring the trolls within. Ula's shouts rang out one after another, until finally they formed an overwhelming force. This is exactly the effect that Shakespeare wanted. Shuxi's succession as chieftain of the trolls was a matter of course, a perfectly legitimate and justifiable outcome, and the result that everyone had hoped for. Shuxi is powerful and doesn't need to hide his ambition. The glory of the Shuxi must not be tarnished. I will officially succeed to the throne after I have conquered the obsidian golem race. This is the tone set by Shuxi. The best choice is for Shuxi, with his invincible power, to succeed as clan leader after the complete unification of the Black Wilderness Forest. 3 days later, the army set out on the expedition. Elder, I'm entrusting Alligator Turtle Valley to you. Shax stood at the mouth of the valley and explained the matter of building a city wall in the area near Crocodile Turtle Valley. Then Shuxi turned to look at the succubus queen Yelena and said in a calm tone, You're a smart person, you know what you should and shouldn't do. Don't let me down. Roar. With a roar, Abyssal Tyrannoman carried Shaxu and headed into the distance. Half a month later, in the southwestern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, the Shuxi had already surrounded the stone mountain where the obsidian dwelled. The mixed force of trolls, succubi, and buffalo men terrified and shocked the obsidian on the mountain. Roar. Shuxi did not restrain the roar of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. The deep, tearing roar entered the stone mountain and echoed there, carrying a sense of intimidation. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. Black Jade Boy, can you feel it? It's an aura that only a leader-level powerhouse can unleash. If you had accepted the Snake People's invitation back then, you would be scattered by now. Black Jade, the chieftain of the Obsidian clan, stood beside the prophet Geta, his heart filled with trepidation. He could clearly feel the suppression emanating from his rank. Prophet, what should we do now? The prophet Geta rose from the pile of stones, nearly 10 meters tall, appearing incredibly huge, strong, and solid. Let's go and greet the leader of the Black Wasteland. Black Jade, you don't need to be afraid, because we never intended to fight against the leader. We've been waiting for his call all along, haven't we? The prophet Gato's voice was deep and resonant, as if it had been cleansed by time, its superficiality washed away, carrying a mysterious charm. Beneath the rocky mountain, Shakshi was slightly surprised, because Shakshi sensed the aura of the prophet Gata, a special being that lies between the hero level and the leader level. The prophet Gata is far beyond the hero level, but not quite at the leader level. His aura was even more profound and deep than that of Manadu, the buffalo chieftain who had transformed into a terrifying buffalo. Shax never expected that such a powerful being was hidden in the Black Wasteland forest. Shakshi felt lucky because this would be the strongest henchman under his command, wouldn't he? Chapter 83 Unable to Resist, for Wolf Pups. On the mountain, Shakshi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the distant black wilderness forest. Standing here, I realized that this stone mountain is the best hunting ground in the black wilderness forest. The prophet Gata stood behind Shaksha, a slight sigh escaping his lips. He hadn't expected that the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest would be so young. My lord, you may not know this, but the previous leader of the Black Wasteland Forest was none other than our Obsidian Stone clan. This area was the territory at that time. Shakshi nodded, gazing into the distance, then suddenly turned to look at the prophet Gata. So, will your Obsidian race submit to me, or will I exterminate your entire race? Shakshi's tone was slightly cold, but the prophet Gata behind him showed no fear whatsoever. The prophet Gata stepped forward, half a step behind Shakti, and looked south. Chief, we, the Obsidian Golems, will not rebel against you. For hundreds of years, we, the Obsidian people, have held fast to this place, waiting for a new leader to emerge and lead us to conquer the more fertile lands outside. Chief, our Obsidian Golem race has seen the outside world. The Black Wasteland Forest is too small. The prophet Gata's voice carried a longing and a desire for higher level power. Shakshi paused for a moment, then quickly smiled. You Obsidian Golems are more interesting than any other race. The prophet Gata shook his head and said with some sadness, Your Excellency should be well aware of how difficult it is for the Black Wasteland Forest to nurture a leader-level powerhouse. We've waited hundreds of years for you, our leader. Shax shook his head and said calmly, There are two, and my elder brother is also a leader. Shaksha's words startled even the usually composed prophet Gata for a moment. However, a few days ago, my elder brother went south and died in battle during the invasion of all races. Before the prophet Gata could react, Shaksha dropped another bombshell, once again overturning the prophet Gata's understanding. You are very capable, have a broad vision, and are also very wise. You deserve the name of a prophet. Submit to me, fight for me, and become the true prophet of the Black Wasteland. I will bring you glory and hope. Boom. The prophet Gata stepped back a few paces and knelt down on one knee. My lord, the Obsidian Golem Gata is willing to submit, and the Obsidian Golem clan is also willing to submit. Shaksha turned around and looked at the prophet Gata, who was still taller than him even after kneeling on one knee. Remember this. I, Shakshi Mayan, despise betrayal the most. Facing the prophet Gata and the Obsidian race, Shaksha made no oath. It wasn't that it was unnecessary, but rather that the Shax were showing respect to the prophet Gata. The prophet Gata is a powerful being on the verge of becoming a leader, and oaths are a constraint for him. In Shaxi's view, as long as he could give the prophet Gata a leader-level dark source crystal, he would definitely advance to the leader level. Looking back now, the reason why the Black Wasteland Forest wasn't annexed by the leaders of the other three regions for hundreds of years is because of your existence, right? The prophet Gata rose, nodded, and a proud smile appeared on his face. My lord, I dare not speak of anything else, but in terms of defense, I am confident that I can withstand the attacks of a typical leader-level expert. Shaxi stared at the petrified skin of the prophet Gata, squinting as he carefully examined it. After carefully examining the prophet Gata, Shaksha was even more satisfied with his strongest henchman. Tell Black Jade to pack up and come back to Alligator Turtle Valley with me. The mountains on both sides of Alligator Turtle Valley belong to your Obsidian Stone clan. Both sides got what they wanted. The Black Wasteland was peacefully unified, and the prophet Gata seemed quite pleased. My lord, there's a little gift I've prepared for you on the back mountain. Let me show you. With curiosity on his face, Shaxi gestured for him to lead the way and followed the prophet Gata toward the back of the mountain. There is a cave on the back mountain. 2 level 6 magical beasts live in the cave, 1 male and 1 female, a wind wolf and a frost wolf. When Shax arrived, the 2 wolves seemed to receive a signal and carried 4 wolf cubs out of the cave. My lord, Alfong and Ashwang have given birth to 4 wolf cubs, which I present to you as a gift. Shax nodded without speaking, his heart pounding with fear. This is the legacy left by the previous leader of the Obsidian Golem clan. Not to mention the 2 level 6 magical beasts. Once the 4 wolf cubs reach adulthood, they will most likely also be level 6 magical beasts. How often do they give birth? Upon seeing the 4 wolf pups, Shaxi had a bold idea. My lord, Afong and Ashuang only give birth once every 100 years. In the past, only 1 wolf cub was born, but this year 4 were born. The prophet Gato's words instantly extinguished the thoughts in Shax's mind. What a pity. Come to think of it, both of these wolves are level 6 magical beasts, so it would be very difficult for them to breed cubs with the same potential as level 6 magical beasts. The higher the level of the magical beast, the harder it is to breed. Below the Rocky Mountain, Shaxi carried 4 wolf cubs in front, followed by the prophet Gata and Black Jade, chief of the Shaxi clan. Chieftain. Upon seeing Shaxi, the worry on everyone's faces vanished, and they all stepped forward to greet him. Shaxi nodded and summoned his 4 guardian trolls. Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, for troll bloodline warriors, were personally selected by their elder brother, Grell, for the guardian trolls of Shaksha. For a long time, these 4 guardian trolls were like invisible figures, not particularly noticeable. Of the 4, only Teeming reached the beginner level of hero, while the other 3 have not made any progress. Now that Shaxi is about to succeed as clan leader, he cannot be without strong guards by his side. Here, each of you take 1 and raise it well. This is a level 6 magical beast. Shax's words silenced the surrounding atmosphere, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The 4 trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who were holding the wolf cub in their arms, almost dropped it from their grasp. What? You don't believe me? This is a gift from the Obsidian Prophet Gata of the Obsidian race. He has taken good care of it for me. If anything happens to any of the 4 wolf cubs, you will be held responsible. When the Obsidian race was mentioned, Shaxi turned around and pointed to the Prophet Gata and Black Jade as he introduced them. This is the Prophet Gata of the Obsidian Golem race, and also the Prophet of our Black Wasteland. This is Hei Yuzi, the Patriarch of the Obsidian clan, and also a member of our Elder Council. Afterwards, Shaxi introduced the people to the Prophet Gatai and Black Jade, especially Dels and Bull Earthshaker. When the Prophet Gata talked to them, he would mention their fathers and grandfathers, and they quickly became part of the group. On the contrary, Hei Yuzi appeared extremely shy, like a simple and honest young man. 2 days later, the group set off back to Alligator Turtle Valley. As for the Shakespeare, although he seems to be leisurely, he is actually very busy, or rather, troubled. Upon assuming the chieftainship, Shaxi will consider a wider range of issues, including town development, territory management, food reserves, and the dark tide. Chapter 84 Spider Eggs, Swamp Mole. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. It has been almost half a month since Shaxi succeeded as the clan chief. Crocodile Turtle Valley is no longer a tribe belonging solely to the troll race, but rather a tribe composed of 4 major races: trolls, succubi, buffalo, and obsidian. The area outside Crocodile Turtle Valley was officially renamed Black Wasteland Town. This mixed tribe was renamed the Black Wasteland Tribe by the Shax. Along with the Black Wasteland Tribe, 4 elders were also born to assist Shax in managing Black Wasteland Town. They are Elder Gankai, the Elder of Punishment, Elder Dels, the Elder of Battle, Elder Yelena, the Elder of Deacon, and Elder Gata, the Prophet of Revelation. To put it bluntly, the 4 of them were simply pushed out by Shakespeare to share his burdens. They share the work and responsibilities in areas such as law, combat, administration, and think tanks. After working for so long, Shaxi finally completed the initial reforms of the tribe. The once chaotic Alligator Turtle Valley is finally showing some signs of improvement. Chieftain, Black Jade has found a piece of black marble. This stone is hard enough to be used to build city walls. The tent flap of Shax remained open, and Elder Gankai and Haizai walked into the tent with smiles on their faces to report the good news to Shax. Chieftain, black marble is hard, waterproof, wear-resistant, and weather-resistant. If this type of stone is used to build city walls, they can last for at least 50 years. Moreover, we use local materials, making repairs very convenient. The Obsidian race has an innate affinity for earth elements, and their understanding of stone is far more profound than that of the Shaxi. The Obsidian Golems, who were originally assigned to the fighting force, were temporarily and specially assigned by Shaxi to become porters building the city walls. Black Jade, the Patriarch of the Obsidian clan, is temporarily in charge of this group of porters. Black Jade boy, I believe in you. Let's use the stone you chose to build the city wall. To find out how many people are needed, ask Elder Deacon Yelena. After sending the Grand Elder and Black Jade away, Shax fell into deep thought. The city wall to be built in Black Wasteland Town must be at least 20 meters high to barely stop and restrain most of the attacking dark creatures. This is a huge project, but fortunately, apart from the Succubi, the rest of the workforce in Shakespeare's hands are all power-type races. For the Obsidian race, in particular, moving giant stones is as easy as eating and drinking. The hunting party is operating normally, urban development is on track, and the rules of Black Wasteland Town have been initially established. The next step is how to develop the population. When it comes to population, Shakespeare truly has a lot to say, but can't. The combined population of Black Wasteland Town, consisting of the 4 races of trolls, succubi, buffalo men, and obsidian men, is less than 15,000. Among them, the most numerous are the succubi. Water buffalo people are the fewest, and most of them are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Population issues have become the most troublesome problem for the Kshatriya. Although the intelligent races in this world have almost no reproductive isolation, the chances of having offspring are extremely low, especially for interspecies reproduction. Frustrated by these problems, Shaxi took out his last 5 ash chests, hoping to find some good stuff to perk him up. Shaxi was impatient and opened 3 ash chests in a row, each of which dropped a bronze-level spider spear. Shaxi didn't even bother to examine this kind of item, and simply threw it into the throwing spears to replenish his inventory. The next 2 treasure chests, one dropped by the Snakeman Elder Red Eyes and the other by the Spider Queen Trissy, were something Shaxi was quite looking forward to. The treasure chest dropped by the Snakeman Elder with Red Eyes turned to ashes, and a red and green whip appeared in Shaxi's hand. It was a silver-grade weapon. Looking at the whip, Shaxi couldn't help but imagine the succubus Yuena tenderly offering him the whip, a wicked thought of her seeking instruction. Shaxi trembled all over, snapping out of his reverie and quickly opening the last ash chest. An egg the size of an apple appeared in Shaxi's hand. After squinting and checking its attributes, Shaxi raised his eyebrows. Crypt spider eggs. Type: insect egg gold. Egg description: it is crystal clear, it is pure white, it is a pearl among spiders. Hatchet: this is an egg that will give birth to the queen of the burrowing spider. Shax put the insect eggs into the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, his eyes narrowed and sharp as he looked at the busy tribesmen outside the tent. Thinking back to the night of the racial invasion, when hordes of cave spiders besieged Crocodile Turtle Valley, a crazy idea popped into Shaxi's head. However, this idea still needs to be tested and cultivated little by Zakisi. The spider egg energized Shakespeare, giving him a surge of motivation. However, just as Shaksha was getting into the swing of things, the guardian troll Terminer ran into the tent, bringing Shaksha bad news. Chieftain, the hunting party has sent word. In the eastern part of the territory, in the area where the buffalo people used to hunt, traces of a group of swamp rats were discovered. Upon hearing this, Shaxi raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and then said, "Go and inform the 4 elders that the Elders' Council is having a meeting." "Yes, sir." About half an hour later, inside the tent of Shaxi, the 3 elders, the Elder of Punishment, the Elder of Deaconship, and the Elder of Revelation, gathered together. As for Elder Dells, he is leading a hunting party and cannot come. A group of swamp rats has arrived in the eastern part of our territory. What do you think about this? Shakesa was very direct, giving everyone no time for pleasantries, and laid out the facts. After a brief silence inside the tent, the succubus queen, Yelena, asked in confusion, "Eastern part of the territory? Outside the Buffaloman's territory, beyond the Black Wasteland Forest, isn't there a group of mountain giants living there? Why are there swamp rats here?" The succubus queen Yelena's former territory was also in the east, so she was quite familiar with the power distribution in the eastern part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Logically speaking, with the mountain giant blocking the way, it should be impossible for swamp rats to appear in the territory of the buffalo people. Chieftain, Swamp Rat, is a vassal of the Swamp Dragon clan and a subordinate of Hoffenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. The voice of the prophet Gata echoed, recounting the origins of the swamp rat. Upon hearing the name of Hoffenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Shaxi immediately thought of the troll bloodline warrior, Felix. "Teminer, go and fetch Foray for me." "Yes, chieftain." Fortunately, the troll warrior Felix was off duty today and did not go hunting. A moment later, Fei Lai entered the chieftain's tent. "Fei Lai, please recount in detail how your resources were looted during the invasion of the myriad races." The troll warrior Felix bowed and began to recount the story again, his voice filled with resentment. "After Chief Gerald and the 5 elders died in battle, we received the retreat order from the Lord of the 4 Realms. On our way back, My people and I were intercepted by the shaman under Chief Hoffenel, who robbed us of all our supplies. My people and I made it back by hunting magical beasts along the way. Chieftain, that sage with swampy eyes is from the swamp rat tribe. He can summon swamps. He's extremely troublesome, and we can't defeat him. Later, we went to Chief Hoffen to plead for mercy, but he ordered you, Chief, to retrieve the supplies yourself. Chapter 85A Test, Leaving No One Behind. After Felix recounted the whole story, Shuxi waved his hand, and Felix left the tent. What do you think, Prophet Geta? Shuxi directly asked the Prophet Geta, because he was the only one who was most familiar with the world outside the Black Waste Forest. The Prophet Geta did not speak immediately, but pondered for a long time before beginning his analysis. Patriarch, if Foray is not lying, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, should have withdrawn from the war of invasion of the myriad races beforehand. Shakshi frowned, a look of confusion on his face. Aside from lords, clan leaders are considered top-tier combatants in the Great War of the myriad races. This southward expedition resulted in the early loss of our former clan chief by the lords of the four regions, significantly impacting their combat strength. He must have failed. In other words, the leader of the Swamp Dragon clan, Hoffenel, should have returned to his territory. Upon hearing this, Shaksha immediately understood the meaning behind the Prophet Geta's words. You mean to say that the swamp rats were sent by Hoffenheim? Was that swarm of swamp rats a test? The Prophet Geta nodded, his expression slightly grave. I think that with the previous chieftain dying in battle in the south, Hoffen must have developed an interest in the Black Wasteland Forest. Even if it wasn't an open invasion, it was still a test of the clan leader. As for the purpose of the test, I don't understand it yet. Shuxi didn't speak, but instead focused his gaze on the succubus queen, Yelena. Yelena smiled charmingly, reached out and brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and her melodious, mature voice rang out. Chief of the Shuxi clan, the enemy's objectives are nothing more than three things: resources for survival, hunting grounds, people, and slaves. Personally, I prefer the last one. Shuxi nodded but didn't speak. Instead, he encouraged Yelena to continue with his eyes. According to the prophet, the lords of the four regions returned defeated, and defeat would certainly mean loss of manpower. Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, must have also lost many bloodline warriors. As she said this, Yelena narrowed her eyes slightly, exuding an air of profound mystery and composure. Hoffenel's target might be the mountain giants and buffalo. He certainly didn't expect that the buffalo tribe had already moved to Crocodile Turtle Valley, so he came up empty-handed. It must be said that 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge-liang. Moreover, all of the people present were exceptionally intelligent leaders. Elder, what do you think? Elder Gang Kai did not continue the analysis, but spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The dignity of the Black Wasteland tribe cannot be insulted, and our territory cannot be violated in the slightest. Any enemy that invades our territory should pay the price. Shakshi was startled because Elder Genkai had reminded him. Now, Shuxi is the tribal chief, and he must uphold the dignity and honor of the tribe. Only in this way can we unite and have cohesion. A leader who is timid and hesitant, afraid of this and that, is definitely not a qualified leader. Having thought things through, Shuxi glanced at the Grand Elder, Yelena, and the Prophet Geta, and said calmly. Thus, the Grand Elder and Yelena stayed behind to guard Black Wasteland Town, maintain its stability, and ensure the progress of the city wall construction. The Prophet Geta and I went to the eastern border to see what the situation was. Shuxi stated his decision directly, leaving no room for argument. Once those swamp rats arrive, they won't be going back. Elder, in addition to maintaining the stability of Black Wasteland Town, you must also be more vigilant. I will leave Medusa, Aya, and the Triceratops at your command. Thus, the meeting of the elders concluded. The next day, Shaksha and the Prophet Geta led a group of blood warriors eastward. A few days later, in the former Succubus territory, Shaksha met Dels, who had come to meet him. Chieftain, Shax reached out his large hand and touched Dels's arm in response. Tell me, what's the situation now? Did those swamp rats run away? Dels made way, leading Shaksha and the Prophet Geta to the largest Succubus palace. Chieftain, those swamp rats are still there. They've taken over the Buffalo people's former settlement, and they've been hunting in that area for the past few days. In order not to alert the enemy, we did not expose ourselves or send anyone to lie in ambush. Should we now? Shax shook his head, stopping Dels's idea. Under the surprised and puzzled gaze of Dels, Shuxi said coldly, Get ready, I'm going to wipe them all out here tonight. I don't want to see a single swamp rat escape from under my nose. The dignity of the Black Wasteland tribe is inviolable. Our territory must not allow any foreign forces. Anyone who comes, die? Upon hearing this, Dels nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. After Dels went down to prepare, Shaksha turned to the prophet Gata and spoke. Prophet, how much do you know about Hoffenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp? After recalling the events, the prophet Gata began to explain them to Shaksha in detail. The 4 regions under the jurisdiction of Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, are the abyss of the underground demon, the Black Wilderness Forest, the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the Desert Continent. Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, dwells in the abyss of the underground cave, in the northern and northwestern parts of our Black Wasteland Forest. Shax listened attentively. It was the first time he had heard news about Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains. Seeing that Shakti did not intend to interrupt him, the prophet Gata continued speaking. The west is a desert continent, a cold desert ruled by a swarm of black scorpions. I've never been there, and I don't know much about the rest. To the east, right next to us, lies the Poison Dragon Swamp. The Swamp Dragon clan inhabits the Poison Dragon Swamp. Despite being called Earth Dragons, they have absolutely no relation to Earth Dragons. They are just a group of swamp lizards. When it comes to the Swamp Dragons, the prophet Gata scoffs at the idea. Earth Dragons are already considered low-ranking dragons. The lowest-ranking adult Earth Dragons are at least level 6 magical beasts. The Swamp Dragons in the Poison Dragon Swamp are an insult to the name Earth Dragon. The leader of the Swamp Dragon clan, Hoffenal, came from this group of swamp lizards. Swamp lizards are compatible with water and earth elements. In swamps, they are extremely powerful, and their combat strength can double. When it came to combat strength, the prophet Gata was initially very confident, but later frowned slightly. Chieftain, I am confident that if I were to encounter Hoffenal in the land jungle, I would not be defeated in a short time. But if I were in a swamp, I would be ground to death. This was a reminder from the prophet Gata to Shaksha, and also an expression of goodwill. Shuxi nodded, offering no comment on the Swamp Dragon clan or on Hoffenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Shax fell silent, remaining silent until night fell. Chieftain, everything is ready. Shall we proceed now? Everything is ready except for the final push. The troll elder Dels approached Shaksha and asked for instructions. Except for the lead gopher, who was spared alive, none of the others were spared. Go. Chapter 86, A Feast of Blood, Saving Your Life. This was a high ground in a dense forest, where the Shakshi and the prophet Gata stood, gazing at the carnage in the distance. With the buffalo man leading the way, Dels and his companions easily and stealthily entered the swamp rat's territory. Instantly, flames roared throughout the settlement, shouts of battle filled the air, and cries of agony echoed everywhere. Those swamp rats that reacted quickly and fled into the dark forest were also shot to death by succubi lying in ambush in the forest. The survivors who dodged the arrow rain would be wiped out one by the succubi that approached them. Under the cover of darkness, a bloodbath is about to begin. The battle ended in less than 2 hours. Shuxi led the way, followed by the prophet Gata, as they slowly entered the former settlement of the buffalo people. The chieftain, none of them escaped. He is the leader of this group of swamp rats. The troll elder Dels approached carrying a humanoid creature with a pointed snout and long beard, which did indeed resemble a groundhog. Oh, strange intruder, tell me who you are and why you are in my territory? Shuxi's voice was gentle, and his humble demeanor made him stand out from the other trolls. My esteemed sir, I am Momoha of the Swamp Rat clan, and I have no intention of trespassing on your territory. I only heard that this area no longer had an owner, so I brought my people here to migrate. Shax glanced at the swamp rat who called himself Momoha. The rat had shifty eyes and tiny, green eyes that gleamed with a green light. Can you tell me who told you that? If the answer satisfies me, I might spare your life. Upon hearing this, the swamp mole Momoha's little green eyes widened in surprise. Sir, are you telling the truth? Shax smiled but didn't speak, waiting for Momoha to continue. My lord, I migrated here based on what my clan chief, Zhongmu, told me. Shuxi's expression was extremely calm, appearing even more gentle. Is the clan chief Zhongmu the one who dwells in the Poison Dragon Swamp? After saying this, Shax finally showed some surprise in his tone and expression. My lord, have you heard of our clan chief? Yes, I've heard of him. The swamp mole, Momoha, had bright eyes, as if it had grasped at a straw. Then, sir, could you spare me for the sake of the clan leader? I promise I will never enter your territory again. Shax nodded and looked at the swamp rat Momoha. Okay, I promise you, I'll spare your life. However, whether they will let you off the hook or not, I don't know. As he said this, Shuxi pointed to the troll elder Dels and the buffalo man ox-hitter beside him. Dels grinned, stretched out his hands, and tore the swamp rat Mamaha in two. Shax glanced around at the surroundings, thought for a moment, and then said to Dels, "Take inventory of the supplies here and move them to Alligator Turtle Valley as soon as possible." After saying that, Shuxi turned and walked into the settlement. The tall prophet Geta remained silent, following behind Shaksha in silence. Shax climbed a wooden building and gazed eastward. "Prophet, what do you think?" The 10-meter-tall prophet Gatai, standing upright, was not much shorter than the Shakti on the wooden tower. "Chieftain, these swamp rats must have been instigated by their chieftain Zhongmu. If Zhongmu can summon swamps, then he must be a wizard. He robbed the former chieftain of his spoils, so behind him must be Hafenal, the leader of the Swamp Dragon clan. I'm sure this is a test. Chieftain, perhaps this test will not be the only one." The prophet Geta's answer was very affirmative. His voice was leisurely and rhythmic, carrying an air of confidence and detachment, as if he did not take Hoffenheim seriously. A moment later, the troll elder Dels, who had made the arrangements, also went up to the wooden building and reported to Shuxi from behind. "Chieftain, the supplies have been cleared out. Meat chunks, furs, magic cores, and grain have all been packed. They will be transported to Crocodile Turtle Valley after dawn." Shuxi gave a soft, and after a long silence, he turned to Deers and spoke. "Dels, make arrangements to spread spies and informants along the borders of the territory. I need to know immediately about any race that enters our territory from the Poison Dragon Swamp." After responding with a "yes, sir," he walked down the wooden building. Shuxi gazed eastward again, his eyes narrowed, his thoughts shifting unpredictably. "Prophet, what do you think about us taking this opportunity to storm into the Poison Dragon Swamp and kill Hafenal of the Swamp Dragon clan?" Shuxi's voice was so light and airy that the prophet Geta thought he was hallucinating. The prophet Geta raised his head, looked up at Shaksha, and asked in a voice tinged with the weight of time, "Chieftain, what did you just say?" Shaksha chuckled softly, offering no response to the prophet Geta. After a while, Shuxi repeated what he had just said. "Prophet, what do you think about us taking this opportunity to storm into the Poison Dragon Swamp and kill Hafenal of the Swamp Dragon clan?" "What?" Shaksha heard a rapid breathing sound, a sound that came from the prophet Geta, from his enormous body. "Chieftain, you mustn't." "Chieftain, you're not kidding, are you?" Shaksha lowered his head, looking down at the prophet Geta, his voice suddenly becoming incredibly cold and indifferent. "What? Are you afraid I'll get killed, or are you afraid you'll die in battle?" Although Shuxi did not release the pressure of a leader-level powerhouse, the prophet Geta still felt immense pressure when he looked at Shuxi. "Chieftain, that's not what I meant. For the sake of honor, Geta will not shy away from battle. Clan Chief, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, once decreed that leader-level powerhouses are not allowed to fight each other across domains." Upon hearing this, Shuxi's expression softened, but he immediately fell silent. Poison Dragon Swamp, the territory of the swamp rat. Strangely enough, the swamp mole's gathering place is not an underground burrow, but rather a row of neatly built wooden houses. The wooden house was built on hard ground in a swamp, which is extremely rare. Inside the wooden hut belonging to the swamp rat chieftain, the shaman Zhongmu, the head of the tribe, was frowning deeply. There hasn't been any news from Momoha's branch of the family for several days. One of the swamp rat warriors responsible for receiving intelligence stood up and spoke loudly. Reporting to the clan leader, "It has been almost half a month." The wizard's brows furrowed even more, making him look even more lewd and sinister, given his already somewhat shifty appearance. No news has come from them. Could it be that something happened to them? Did those buffalo men come back and start fighting? A variety of thoughts raced through the wizard's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. "Chieftain, should we send some people over to check the situation?" An elder from the swamp rat clan in the cabin offered a suggestion, and after considering it for a moment, the wizard Zhongmu spoke to the elder. "Zhongseer, you go there yourself. Remember, be careful, keep your guard up, and don't reveal yourself too easily. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, mention the name of the leader, Hafenal. It might save your life." Chapter 87. Several survivors, 2 targets. Thus, after waiting for more than half a month in the Buffalo People's settlement, Shuxi and his men finally encountered the second wave of invaders. "Chieftain, another group has arrived from the Poison Dragon Swamp, a squad of over 100 swamp mole rats." The news brought back by Elder Dels, the troll elder, greatly cheered up Shaksha's impatient heart. "Make arrangements to send them deeper into the area, ensuring that none of them escape." "Yes, sir. Black Wasteland Forest, border region." Elder Zhang Xier of the Swamp Rat clan, disguised as a lowly henchman, walked at the back of the group. Zhang Xier had a plan in mind. No matter what dangerous situation the team encountered, he would turn around and run away. Since entering the unfamiliar Black Wilderness Forest, Zhang Xier had felt very uneasy. To be honest, Zhang Xier was extremely reluctant to risk venturing into such an unfamiliar area. If it weren't for the immense pressure exerted by the clan chief Zhang Mu, who forced him to come and gather information, Zhang Xier would never have set foot in this territory. Fortunately, the clan chief Zhang Mu had promised that if he succeeded, he would be rewarded with an incredibly beautiful female groundhog. The thought of the female ground squirrel he had longed for made Zhang Xier feel a little better. Long tail, big ears, my mother groundhog is waiting for my return. However, just as Zhang Xier was thinking about his mother groundhog, countless arrows and spears suddenly flew out from the dense forest. Shoot, shoo, shoo. The swamp rat squad of 100 men was wiped out in the blink of an eye, with more than half of them falling. Seeing his subordinate fall to the ground, Zhang Xi's pupils dilated, and the next moment he turned and fled towards the poison dragon swamp. However, just as Zhang Xier fled to the foot of a giant tree, he was caught in a large net that suddenly rose up and was hoisted into the air. Troll Elder Dells and Buffalo Man Oxhand emerged from the dense forest one after the other and walked towards Swamp Rat Zhang Xier. As for why it was Zhang Xier, it's because among the entire 100-man Swamp Rat squad, only Zhang Xier was a hero-level existence. Neo Handy, this little groundhog is in your hands now. Remember, cripple him, but don't kill him. Dells walked behind the giant tree and slowly lowered the beast net. Bang! The water buffalo man, bull shaking the earth, was truly ferocious. Before Zhang Xier even landed, he had already unleashed a flying kick, severely injuring Zhang Xier. No, please, have mercy. Click. The water buffalo man, Nyohan Di, didn't stop at all, and with one kick, he severed one of Zhang Xier's thin legs. Then came Zhang Xier's tail, which was severed cleanly at the root by the bull shaking the ground like slicing onions. Zhang Xier was in great pain, screaming loudly. Zhang Xier stopped wailing when he saw Shax, and looked at Shax with a look of horror. Shax didn't even glance at Zhang Xier, but stared at Dells and asked, how many people were left alive? The clan chief, including himself, left 5 people alive. Shuxi nodded, his face hardening, and said in an icy tone, drag him away, torture, and interrogate him. If he is willing to surrender, spare his life. If not, chop him up and feed him to the wolf cubs. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Elder Dells of the Trolls dragged Zhang Xier out. Before they even reached the door, Zhang Xier began shouting in panic. Spare me. I surrender. I surrender. Shax ignored Zhang Xier's screams, and Dells dragged Zhang Xier out with a bloodthirsty look on his face. After Zhang Xier disappeared from sight, Shakespeare turned to ask the prophet Gatai. Prophet, do you think this prisoner can reveal anything? The prophet Gata nodded and said calmly, yes, swamp rats are timid by nature, and they hunt and kill enemies in groups. This swamp rat is a hero-level creature. It definitely knows something. He will definitely surrender after seeing his comrade being chopped to pieces. A mole will always be a mole, and will never become a dragon. Shuxi smiled. He felt that the prophet Gata's last words seemed to contain something profound and mysterious. An hour later, the troll elder Dells once again dragged the swamp rat Zhang Xier into the wooden building. Chieftain, he said he was an elder of the swamp rat clan and had important information to report to you. Elder Dells the troll laughed. His acting was quite good. The prophet Gata laughed too. His prediction had been successful. Shax smiled as well. He put down his beast horn wine cup and looked at Zhang Xier with a calm gaze. Are you an elder of the swamp rat clan? My lord, I am a subordinate of Lord Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. I am the 4th elder of the swamp rat clan. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. This swamp rat, even on the verge of death, still managed to bring out Hoffenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, to threaten Shaksha. Drag him away, chop him up, and feed him to the wolf cubs. Shax didn't ask any further questions. Swamp rat Zhang Xier was being a bit unruly, and he still needed to play the game of feigning indifference. Yes, chieftain. Dells turned around and dragged Zhang Xier out. Now, Zhang Xier was completely panicked. Zhang Xier harbored resentment towards his clan leader, the shaman Zhang Mu. It was all because of the instructions given by the clan chief Zhang Mu before his departure that Zhang Xier was able to resort to such underhanded tactics. My lord, spare my life. I'll answer whatever you ask, and I promise I won't ramble on. It must be said that Zhang Xier was indeed quite clever. Even at this point, he still wouldn't admit that he had just used Hoffenel to threaten Shuxi. What's your name? Shuxi's voice came faintly, and the troll elder Del stopped in his tracks, but did not turn back. Respected sir, my name is Zhang Seer, and I am the fourth elder of the Swamp Rat clan. Zhang Seer's voice was urgent, as if he was afraid that if he answered too late, he would be dragged out and chopped to pieces by Dels. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Zhang Seer had personally witnessed Dels chop up 2 of his subordinates. Zhang Seer, why have you trespassed into my territory? Shuxi's voice carried a slight air of authority, a sign that he was about to erupt in anger. My lord, I have been sent by my clan chief, the shaman Zhongmu, to this area to investigate the whereabouts of the water buffalo people and another group of people. It was through this question and answer session that Shuxi obtained a lot of crucial information. First of all, Zhang Seer was sent by Zhongmu. Secondly, the chapter was written under the orders of Hafenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Finally, Zhongmu, he was indeed the wizard who robbed the troll race of their supplies during the invasion of all races. Furthermore, Zhang Seer agreed to guide Shax. Yes, that's right, leading the way. During this month spent in the former Buffalo settlement, Shuxi pondered many things. Some things require Shuxi to personally investigate before they can be confirmed. If he wanted to test the waters, Shuxi would have to personally venture deep into the Poison Dragon Swamp. Whether for public or private reasons, Shakespeare has to go on this trip. Shuxi had 2 small goals. One was to kill the chief of the Swamp Rat clan, the wizard Zhongmu. Anyone who dares to steal from a troll will pay with their life. Another small objective is to see if we can lure out Hafenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, and kill him as well. This was a crazy operation. When the Prophet Geta learned of Shax's true intentions, he was completely petrified. The Prophet Geta thought that Shaxi had gone mad. Chapter 88 The Giant on the Mountaintop, Chapter-Style Wizard. My lord, ahead lies the Black Ridge Mountains, the dividing line between the Black Wasteland Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp. A group of mountain giants inhabit this mountain. They are very powerful, and even our leader has not been able to conquer them. Because Zhang Seer had a broken leg, he was always carried by the water buffalo manhwa handy. Upon arriving at the Black Ridge Mountains, Zhang Seer pointed to the mountain before him, his eyes brightening considerably, as if his previously desolate heart had found a glimmer of hope for life. My lord, once you cross this mountain, you'll reach the Poison Dragon Swamp, which is the territory of our Swamp Rat clan. Shuxi looked up and gazed at the Black Ridge Mountains. The Black Ridge Mountains gradually increase in height from north to south, and the area where Shuxi is located can only be considered the starting point, with no significant elevation. Keep going forward. Ignore those giants on the mountaintop. Shakus's voice rang out faintly in the ranks, seemingly unconcerned. However, just as they were about to cross the Black Ridge Mountains, Shaksha and his companions encountered the mountaintop giant. However, the 2 sides only exchanged glances from a distance without speaking or greeting each other. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the leader of the Shuxi clan made the giants on the mountaintop extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't until Shax and the others disappeared into the Black Ridge Mountains and entered the Poison Dragon Swamp that the giants on the mountaintop began to whisper among themselves. Brother, was that leader-level expert from the Black Wasteland Forest? It should be. The 2 people speaking were brothers, the elder brother Tiger and the younger brother Tyree. Brother, didn't you say that the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest was killed by that harpy from the Thunder Domain Forest? Could it be that 2 leader-level powerhouses have appeared in the Black Wasteland Forest? The older brother, Tiger, did not answer the younger brother Tyree's question because he was also curious. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, that was Gata, the prophet of the Obsidian Golem race. He has submitted. Yes, it's him. I know him, it's Guy. Tiger, the chieftain of the giants atop the mountain, gazed in the direction where Shaksha and the prophet Geta had disappeared, his brow furrowed in deep thought. We warn our people not to trespass into the Black Wilderness Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp. When a leader-level powerhouse travels across regions, things are bound to get rough. Shuxi was unaware of the discussion between the mountaintop giants, Tiger and Tylai. Shuxi now faces the Swamp Rat clan. After entering the Poison Dragon Swamp, Shuxi and his group of outsiders, who had swaggered in, were quickly discovered by the Swamp Rat clan, and several small-scale battles ensued. Poison Dragon Swamp, a gathering place for swamp rats. Chief Zhongmu had just shivered a few times while catching a shiver from a female ground squirrel when a sharp sound rang out from outside the wooden house. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A group of trolls and buffalo men have broken in. Zhongmu donned an animal skin, opened the wooden door, and spoke menacingly. You damn scum, do you know what you just did? You've ruined my enjoyment. I demand that you offer up your female groundhog to win my forgiveness. The clan chief, Zhongmu cursed and swore, declaring that he would carry forward the spirit of Cao Cao. However, the clan chief Zhongmu quickly realized what was happening. What did you just say? Say it again. The swamp rat that came to deliver the message knew its patriarch's temperament well and quickly explained. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A group of trolls and buffalo men have broken in. They're about to invade our settlement. So many of our people have died. Ding ding ding. Just then, the alarm at the gathering place was sounded. Clearly, the swamp mole was several beats too slow to react. Damn it, are the trolls and buffaloes crazy? Do they want to start a regional war? This is the swamp rat family. When they secretly send troops to invade other people's territories, they never consider the possibility of starting a regional war. When they themselves are invaded, they immediately jump out to stand on moral high ground and blame others. Whoosh. The water buffalo, like a bull, charged forward, shaking the earth and fighting recklessly. The troll elder Dells lingered near Shaksha, killing all the swamp rats that tried to approach Shaksha. Compared to trolls and buffalo men, the bloodline warriors of the swamp rat race appear utterly vulnerable. However, the number of swamp rats was truly enormous. Despite the brutal slaughter by Shuxi and his men, countless swamp rats still rushed forward one after another. Don't linger in battle, charge straight towards their gathering place. Once Shuxi's order was given, all the troll warriors and buffalo began a frenzied charge. Half an hour later, just as they were about to reach the swamp rat tribe settlement, Shaksha's first small target, the chapter wizard, finally appeared. How dare you trespass into the territory of our swamp rat clan? Whoever you are, you shall die. The voice of the wizard Zhongmu came from afar, his attitude arrogant and condescending. Dells, go test his strength. Yes, chieftain. The troll elder, Dells, twirled his sword and then began to charge forward at a trot. The target was none other than the swamp rat clan chief, the wizard Zhongmu, who was gradually approaching the battlefield. Dells was very fast. All the swamp rats that passed by him fell to the ground, dead. The wizard quickly sensed Dells's murderous intent towards him. He raised his staff and chanted a spell in a low voice. Heavy earth elements, swamp spirits, heed my call. Soon, the earth element in the air became dense, and the grassland around the wizard Zhongmu turned into a swamp. Dells's charge was thwarted, and he became mired in the swamp, his life hanging by a thread. Shax stood at the rear and witnessed the wizard Zhongmu summon the swamp, trapping Dells inside. The prophet spell is a disaster for melee-loving trolls, buffalo, and obsidian golems. We, the Black Wilderness tribe, cannot have such neighbors. Shakshi's previous words were still a side directed at the prophet Geta. When he said the last sentence, his tone had become extremely cold, and a murderous intent was clearly revealed. Shuxi took out a long spear. If he didn't make a move soon, the troll elder Dells would be in danger. After trapping Dells, the wizard Zhongmu summoned a group of swamp rats to attack Dells with bows and arrows. Fortunately, Dells wielded his greatsword with both hands, temporarily blocking the rain of arrows. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, arriving swiftly, suddenly, and with unparalleled dominance. Bang! Because of his small size, the wizard Zhongmu was shot to death by the spear, and the swamp rats around him also perished. The wizard was shot dead, the swamp magic stopped, and it turned into a puddle of mud. Elder Dells of the trolls was quickly pulled out of the mud by the other trolls and rejoined the battle. Go ahead, burn down their wooden houses, kill their people, and loot all their supplies. Destroy their will to resist and eradicate these scourges completely. Shuxi's voice was no longer cold, but his words were utterly indifferent. Shax has acquired a new quality, a disregard and ruthlessness that regards life as ants and all things as straw dogs. The prophet Geta stood behind Shaksha, looking down at Shaksha, who was much shorter than him, and felt a sense of awe and reverence for no reason. Shuxi implemented a scorched earth policy, genuinely intending to exterminate the swamp rat race. Putting everything else aside, just the ability of the Zhongmu wizard to summon swamps just now. If there were more of these ground squirrels, they would be a nightmare for the Black Wasteland tribe. Chapter 89 is mesmerizing, with mysterious patterns. As soon as Shuxi gave the order, the troll and buffalo warriors in the ranks went berserk, shouting and roaring incessantly. These guys are controlled by their emotions of killing and violence. They need to vent. In an instant, flames erupted and thick smoke billowed from the hard ground where the swamp mole colony was located, filling half the sky above the swamp. Flocks of crows and vultures hovered in the sky, waiting to feast on the rotting corpses and debris of the war. Prophet, look, how mesmerizing is this thick smoke that fills the sky. Shax looked up at the sky, where smoke and fire filled the air, the best signal and challenge he could give to Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. The prophet Geta looked up and saw not smoke, but murderous intent. The prophet Geta felt that this generation's leader of the Black Wasteland was different from the previous ones. Shaxi seems to be wiser and more cold-blooded. In the eyes of the prophet Geta, the Shikshita at this moment was like a god, silently watching over the life, death, and cycle of all living things. The prophet Geta shook his head, dispelling some unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Chieftain, do you really want to kill Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp? Shax walked with his hands behind his back toward the pile of supplies that Dels and Nyo Handy had cleared out, and helped put some into his cuckoo stomach. If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Shuxi's voice was calm, but the prophet Geta heard a murderous intent in it. Prophet, you should also take some, so that the warriors will have an easier time when we go back. The prophet Geta stepped forward and also filled his cuckoo's stomach with a large amount of supplies. The fire that engulfed the swamp mob colony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The area surrounding the swamp has been significantly dried out by the high temperatures. On the morning of the 4th day, amidst a sparse sound of footsteps, Shuxi finally met his second small target, Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp. On the horizon, a large contingent of swamp dragon warriors waded through the water, including many war beast riders riding anacondas and crocodiles, creating an extremely imposing sight. With Shaxi in front, followed by the prophet Geta, the elders Dels, and the bull earth shaker, all of them showed no fear in the face of danger. Behind the four, a large number of troll warriors, buffalo warriors, and succubus warriors had formed small teams, ready to fight at any time. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the territory of Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains? Do you have a death wish? Yoho. Just from these words, it's clear that Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, is not a stupid earth dragon. To invoke the banner of Axe, the lord of the 4 domains, right off the bat, is this an attempt to borrow power or to intimidate others? However, Shuxi didn't care. Sizzle. Shuxi was swift and agile, throwing a spear in the blink of an eye. The spear shot out with a whistling sound as it tore through the air, carrying a murderous intent. Bang! Shuxi's spear was deflected by the swamp dragon leader Hafenel, and flew horizontally, piercing through a horned crocodile beneath a war beast knight. The crocodile let out a mournful cry, clearly indicating that it was not going to survive. Hafenel, I was invited to the poison dragon swamp by you, wasn't I? The spear was knocked away, which Shuxi had expected. He had only thrown it casually, and his goal of gaining the upper hand had already been achieved. Who are you? Do I know you? Why did you invade the poison dragon swamp and attack my vassal race, the swamp rat? Hafenel asked 4 questions in quick succession, his tone extremely cold, as if he would start a war if Shuxi didn't give a clear answer. Hafenel, you should return my elder brother Greel's shipment of supplies. Shuxi's voice came from afar, and Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, was stunned when he heard it. The next moment, his vertical pupils shrank by a third. Big brother? Grell? Troll? From the Black Wasteland? Are there really 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Wasteland forest? Hafenel is awe-inspiring, but also complex. Before Gerald died in battle, he didn't believe that there would be 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Wasteland. After Greel's death, Hafenel became even more unscrupulous. Therefore, the spoils that the troll chieftain Grell had fought so hard to obtain were boldly seized by Hafenel for his own use. Are you Shakespeare? Hafen's voice drifted over from afar, carrying a mixture of caution and curiosity. Of course, to Shikessa, it sounded somewhat disdainful. What? You've heard of me, Hafenel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp who robs others of their resources. Shakessa's reply was laced with sarcasm and disdain. Heh, Shuxi, you have invaded the poison dragon swamp, the home of my swamp dragon clan, without cause, and attacked and killed innocent swamp rat clan members. You shall be punished by Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. Shuxi laughed, shook his head, and shouted to the bloodline warriors behind him. Phalai, the hero-level troll warrior Felix stepped out of the group, and after receiving a signal from Shuxi, he looked at Hafenel in the distance and shouted loudly. Chief Hafenel, it was you who, in front of us trolls and your subordinates, told our chieftain to come to you personally to retrieve the supplies that belonged to the trolls. In front of so many warriors, the troll warrior Felix's words were like a resounding slap across Hoffenheim's face. Hoffen's expression instantly turned extremely ugly, his mood shifting wildly. Gradually, Hafenel harbored murderous intent towards Shuxi and all of Shuxi's subordinates. Ha! You guys went into the poison dragon swamp yourselves, so even if you die, I can give you a reasonable explanation. Boom. Hoffen was secretly gathering his resolve to leave Shaxi and his group in the poison dragon swamp, but Shaxi unexpectedly chose to strike first. Call. Shaxi, wielding the four-bladed blood spear in his right hand, activated the skill Swift Charge, striking Hoffenheim like a bolt of lightning. In just a few breaths, the XKS had already closed in on Hoffenheim, who was 100 meters away. Hoffen reacted quickly, grabbing the bone two-handed greatsword from his back and charging towards Shaxi. Boom. The clash between leader-level powerhouses, while not earth-shattering, was still enough to cause the ground to tremble. In the special region of the poison dragon swamp, centered on Shaxi and Hoffenheim, a shockwave surged out, creating a huge wave of water that quickly spread outwards. The subordinates watching from both sides dared not easily join the battle and quickly retreated 1,000 meters away, leaving enough space for Shaxi and Hoffenheim to fight. Damn troll, didn't you want to take back those supplies? I'll take you to see your brother, who's been beheaded. Go and ask him for it. Ha ha. Hoffen swept aside the Shaxi with a single sword strike, gripped the sword with both hands, and kept chanting mysterious incantations. The next moment, a mysterious blue pattern appeared on Hoffenheim's chest, and the pattern gradually spread to Hoffenheim's entire body. In an instant, Hoffenheim transformed into a monster covered in mysterious patterns, but that wasn't the end of it. The mysterious patterns on Hoffenheim's body did not stop there, but continued to spread to the grass at Hoffenheim's feet, until they covered an area of 20 meters around Hoffenheim's feet. To Shax's astonishment, the area within 20 meters of Hoffenheim began to writhe, and instantly turned into a body of water. Troll, I must say, you have a lot of courage. How dare you challenge me, Hoffenheim, a great swamp dragon leader, in the poison dragon swamp. Shaxi, I will cut off your head and place it in the very center of the poison dragon swamp, so that all my men can come and kick it. I will use your suffering to demonstrate my power. Chapter 90. Only long-range attacks, skill drawbacks. Shaxi dared not be careless and immediately activated the troll blood, temporarily increasing his attributes tenfold. At the same time, Shaxi once again used Swift Charge, his figure rushing away like a phantom, so fast that he could walk on water. Boom. After a loud bang, Shaxi staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while the swamp dragon Hoffenheim was blasted more than 100 meters away. This exchange of blows shocked both Hoffenheimer and Shaxi. Hoffen was shocked because the power of the Kshatriya was simply terrifying. As for Shaxi, he felt that most of his power was dissipated by the waves beneath Hoffenheim's feet and the mysterious patterns on his body, and some of it even rebounded back. Otherwise, Hoffenheim would not have been blasted more than 100 meters away. How is this possible? Why is his power so terrifying? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. We're both at the same level of leader. I can't believe the difference is so huge. Swamp Dragon Hoffenheim steadied himself, gripped his two-handed sword in front of his chest, and continued to chant incantations in a low voice. Splash, splash, splash. The water beneath Hoffenheim's feet began to churn, and in no time, 2 waterspouts rose into the air from the swamp beneath his feet. At the same time, the water area beneath Hoffenheim's feet expanded again, from 20 meters to about 50 meters. The 2 waterspouts merged and enveloped Hoffenheim. The next moment, Hoffenheim was covered in a layer of water scales and was swept away by a water tornado, rapidly rushing towards Shaxi. Shax, standing some distance away, frowned, knowing he couldn't afford to charge blindly any longer. Once Shaxi is trapped in the waterspout and the swamp beneath his feet, he will not be able to escape easily. Therefore, close combat is no longer an option. Ranged attacks are the only viable option. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 long spears, like sharp blades, flew out rapidly, leaving traces of nothingness in the void. With 10 times the power, the spear thrown by the Shaxi was extremely powerful. Thud, thud, thud. The waterspout that was brought by Hoffenheim paused for a moment, then continued its fierce onslaught. Hoffenheim himself, however, disappeared into the waterspout. With the waterspout approaching, Setsukushi had no way to deal with it, and could only summon Abyss Greymon. Roar. Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared, accompanied by a low growl, and an abyssal flame dragon cannon began to condense in its large mouth. Boom. The abyss flame dragon cannon fired, and the waterspout shattered, turning into countless raindrops that fell from the sky. As the sunlight shone down, a rainbow appeared over the swamp. Shaxi jumped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, squinting as he looked at the now collapsed swamp. Hoffenheim has vanished. Has Hoffenheim, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, escaped? This outcome was something that Shax had never anticipated. Shax glanced at the group of men that Hoffenheim had brought in the distance. They seemed to have received some signal, and were also preparing to flee. Kill. With a roar, Abyssal Tyrannoman charged forward, carrying Shaxu. In the swamp area, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was restricted and its speed was not very fast, but it was still many times faster than the swamp dragons that were intimidated by the leader's aura. Another massacre was launched, and blood, flowing with the water, stained this rare, hard soil red. At the very back, the Prophet Geta and the warriors of the Black Wasteland tribes all had fervent zeal in their eyes after seeing Shuxi defeat the leader-level powerhouse Hoffinal. The Prophet Geta, in particular, had the most profound understanding. Shaksha defeated Hoffinal head-on in the swampy waters. This shows that Kshatriya's strength is extremely terrifying. Moreover, the Abyssal Tyrannoman under the command of Shuxi is also extremely ferocious. At that moment, the Prophet Geta seemed to understand why Shak looked so confident and aloof. In the span of half a day, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus killed most of Hoffenheim's subordinates, and those who managed to escape were not pursued by Shuxi. It must be said that the swamp dragons do have a significant advantage when fighting in swampy areas. At present, the Shakshi do not have the strength to ignore the terrain and dare not venture into the depths of the swamp. Chieftain, is Lord Hoffinal of the Poison Dragon Swamp dead? The one speaking was the troll Elder Dels. As the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus appeared, Hoffin disappeared from the battlefield. No, he ran away. Shax shook his head, then gave an order. Let's quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat back to the Black Wasteland Forest. Yes. Except for the Prophet Geta, all the warriors went to clean up the battlefield. The alien warriors who died at the hands of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beasts had leather armor and weapons that were considered decent supplies. Shuxi also believed that several cuckoo bird stomachs would definitely be found among this group of alien warriors. Chieftain, are you all right? Shax shook his head. The troll blood skill was deactivated, and he immediately felt a wave of fatigue and soreness throughout his body. The tenfold increase in attributes after transforming into an ancient troll is not without its drawbacks. First, after Shikuji transforms, his size increases, and although he has the bloodline to enhance him, he will still feel pain in his muscles and blood vessels. Secondly, with his physical strength greatly depleted, as the battle continued, Shakshi's distance from death was constantly decreasing. Finally, if Shaksha has no guards by his side, once the troll blood skill is deactivated, if he encounters other enemies, Shaksha will surely die. Prophet, you are right. It is extremely unwise to fight the swamp dragons in the swamp. An hour later, Dels and Nyo Handy returned, looking excited, having cleaned up the battlefield. Chieftain, we've amassed countless leather armor and weapons, and even 7 cuckoo stomachs. Those stomach sacks also contained quite a few magic cores and low-level magic potions. Shax took the cuckoo's stomach pouch filled with supplies and said in a low voice, "Get ready, we'll be retreating to the Black Wasteland Forest soon." "Yes, sir." Poison Dragon Swamp, deep within an unknown swamp. There is a small pond here. The water is murky and its depth is unknown. Suddenly, the pool water rippled for no apparent reason, and a swamp dragon parted the murky water and climbed up from the bottom of the pool. Cough cough wawa. As soon as Hoffinal crawled out of the muddy water, he couldn't help coughing and vomited a mouthful of black blood. Damn trolls, those damn Shakshini, I will definitely avenge this. I will definitely kill you. It was obvious that the one who crawled out of the pool was Hoffinal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Hoffinal was in a sorry state. His left arm had disappeared. Judging from the injury, Hoffinal's left arm was severed at the shoulder by a spear from the Kshatriya. In the previous battle, the waterspout blocked a spear for Hoffenheim, and the water scale armor also blocked a spear for Hoffenheim. Only the last spear, swift and deadly, shattered Hoffenheimer's left shoulder. Having lost an arm, Hoffinal dared not continue fighting against the Shuxi. He had no choice but to use the waterspout as a cover to sneak into the swamp and escape from its depths. Chapter 91 The Lords of the Four Domains, Unfathomable. Damn it, why does this troll named Shakshi possess the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus? Could it be that he has a connection with the Lord, and that the Lord bestowed this upon him? Damn it. As Hoffin continued to speculate, his expression gradually changed from clenching his teeth to becoming gloomy and uncertain. As the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Hoffinal is not only powerful, but also an intelligent earth dragon. After Scyther summoned Abyss Grayman, Hoffinal lost the will to fight. Hoffin also felt some regret. Had he known that there were really 2 leader-level powerhouses in the Black Wasteland, he would never have tried to steal the spoils that the troll chieftain Grell had seized. Now look what's happened. He's lost an arm because of a little magic potion. This deal was a huge loss. On the other side, due to excessive physical exertion, Shikushi did not put away Abyss Grayman. Instead, he sat on Abyss Grayman's back and led the way. On their journey home, The warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe were filled with excitement and awe. They won a great victory in this cross-regional war initiated by the Shaxi. However, 7 days later, as they were about to cross the Black Ridge Mountains and enter the Black Wasteland Forest, all the bloodline warriors, except for Shaxi and the Abyss Tyrannosaurus, including the Prophet Gata, were forced to the ground by a powerful pressure, trembling and crawling on the ground. Even the Shakti felt extremely uncomfortable under that oppressive aura. Shaxi roared and activated the troll blood once more. His attributes temporarily increased tenfold before he felt a little better. Roar. You are very good. You are much stronger than your elder brother Grell. A roar of a dragon beast came from the dark forest in the distance. A deep dragon, which was not much smaller than the deep dragon under Shaxi, pushed over a clump of giant trees and walked out of the forest. Roar. Upon encountering their own kind, the two abyssal tyrannomen began roaring at each other, constantly demonstrating and warning each other. Shake's entire body was tense, and his mind was on high alert. On the back of the abyssal tyrannosaurus in the distance, a female warrior sat cross-legged. The female warrior had 2 horns on her head, a chiseled face, and wore a half-body armor that exposed most of her shoulders. However, it was this exposed shoulder that showed such bulging muscles, as if cast in gold. Shaxi narrowed his eyes, looking at the terrifying female warrior, and tentatively asked a question. Lord Axe, Lord of the Four Realms? The female warrior stood up, revealing a very short battle skirt, and her laughter was extremely rough. It seems you're not only powerful, but also very intelligent. Shaxi focused his mind, his brows furrowed slightly, his whole body tensed, and his hands and feet were ready for battle. The Four Domains Lord, Axe, is a female warrior, a Tyrannosaurus warrior. Because the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, is herself a half-dragon. Based on the 2 horns on the head of the Four Domain Lord Axe, Shaxi speculated that she might have inherited the bloodline of the Abyss Dragon. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Realms, may I ask why you have come? Shaxi bowed, speaking in a very humble tone and behaving extremely politely. My partner has a special ability. He senses the presence of others like himself and comes out for a stroll whenever he has nothing else to do. Unexpectedly, I even witnessed a cross-regional leader battle. Bang bang bang. Shax could hear his own heartbeat quickening and his blood and chi flowing rapidly throughout his body. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, I have only come to retrieve some items at the invitation of Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. My elder brother Grell fought for Lord Axe and died in a foreign land. Even his spoils of war were stolen. I have only come to retrieve my elder brother Grell's belongings. Shaxi spoke respectfully, but his words concealed disgust and blame. Are you blaming me? Lord Axe of the Four Domains stared at Shaxi and said this with a half-smile. I wouldn't dare. Shax shook his head and clasped his hands, still appearing humble, but did not continue speaking. You must understand one thing. The war of all races is not only for me to expand my territory, but also for you to increase your own living space. Boom. Just when Shax thought the atmosphere would remain tense, the Four Domain Lord Axe suddenly threw a punch at Shax from a distance. The terrifying pressure and the force of the punches tore through the void, sweeping in like a storm. Shaxi opened his eyes, spear in hand, and thrust it out with all his might. Bang! A muffled thud echoed through the air, and Shaxi and Abyssal Tyrannomen were blasted back about 50 meters. Is this just a casual strike from a Lord-level powerhouse? Yes, that's terrifying. Not bad, not bad. Although you relied on the power of your bloodline, you were able to withstand a casual blow from me. You have the right to be arrogant. Seriously, Shaxi had already prepared his special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, intending to sacrifice half of his life energy to fight to the death against the Four Domains Lord, Axe. Although he only had a 50% chance of killing the Four Domains Lord Axe, Shaxi was still willing to give it a try. However, after throwing a punch, the Four Domain Lord Axe immediately stopped, sat back on the back of the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, and squinted at Shaxi. Are you going to participate in next year's invasion by all races? Shakushi secretly exhaled, suppressing his heart which was about to leap out of his chest, and nodded, saying in a deep voice, I will definitely go. I will retrieve the heads of my elder brother Gerald and all the elders. Lord Axe of the Four Domains nodded, looked at Shaxi whose eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust, and suddenly chuckled. Given your existence, I will allow you to occupy a piece of land as your own territory during the invasion of all races. Of course, you are not required to make offerings, but you must obey orders, understand? Shax frowned in thought. The 2 sentences from the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, were truly puzzling to him. For a moment, Shax couldn't understand why the Lord of the Four Regions, AKS, would make such a request. Understood, Shaxi obeys the orders of Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Regions. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, burst into laughter. His laughter and posture made it impossible for him to be a woman. Haha, very good, very good. Well then, prepare well this year, and I will send a messenger to inform you next year. After speaking, Lord Axe of the Four Domains lightly patted the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast beneath him, turned and entered the dense forest filled with towering trees, disappearing into the darkness. Your abyssal Tyrannoman is pretty good, take good care of it. The voice of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, came from the dense forest, elusive and uncertain. Shaxi breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that he was covered in sweat, and the animal hide on his back was soaked. The pressure from a Lord-level being is too immense. It could even be said that it is close to becoming a reality. Even with 10 times the attribute, Shaxi understood that there was still a long way to go between him and the Lord level. Perhaps the power of a Lord-level being cannot be summed up in a single sentence by template attributes. Shaxi deactivated the Troll Blood skill and collapsed once again onto the back of Abyssal Tyrannoman. Rise, all of you. Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has already departed. Shaxi glanced at his subordinates, who were all prostrate on the ground, trembling, and dared not utter a word. Even a special being like the Prophet Gata couldn't withstand that pressure, which shows how unfathomable a Lord-level being truly is. Chapter 92. What to do? Awakening Ritual. Patriarch, was that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, just now? The speaker was Elder Dels, a troll who had never seen such a great figure before. Of course, this was also the first time he had ever seen a Shaxi. The Prophet Gata may have been the only one to have seen this group of Shakshita's men. Yes, she is Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Strangely enough, ever since meeting the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, Shaxi no longer felt much awe towards her. Perhaps it was because the veil of mystery surrounding the Four Domains Lord Axe had been lifted that Shaxi no longer felt that unknown and unfamiliar fear towards her. Let's go, let's cross the Black Ridge Mountains as soon as possible and return to our own territory. Shakus's voice sounded slightly tired, and he was unwilling to speak any further, urging Abyssal Tyrannoman to lead the way. The Prophet Gata stood up, looking deeply troubled. The Prophet Gata strode after Shaksha, not falling behind. If anyone were to observe the Prophet Gata closely now, they would find that his eyes shone with awe and fervor. The Prophet Gata was awestruck, overwhelmed by the immense power of the Four Realms Lord, Axe. However, what shocked the Prophet Gata even more was that their Black Waste Tribe's chieftain, the troll Shaksha, was able to withstand an attack from a Lord-level powerhouse without getting injured. That's really impressive. Moreover, from the conversation between Shaxi and the Lord of the Four Realms, the Prophet Gata gleaned some insights. The power of the Shaxi was acknowledged by Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Although the Prophet Gata did not know just how powerful their chieftain Shaksha, the troll who led the way, truly was. But the Prophet Gata was willing to believe that by following Shaksha, he would also become powerful. Thinking of the future, the Prophet Gata was filled with confidence in Shakti and in himself. Half a day later, Shaxi led the silent crowd across the Black Ridge Mountains and back to the Black Wasteland Forest, back to their own territory. Chieftain, what should we do with this little ground squirrel? The water buffalo man, Nyo Han, brought Zhang Seer to Shakisi and asked how to deal with the latter. Shax glanced at Zhang Seer, thought for a moment, and said in a very cold tone, "This trip to the swamp went fairly smoothly. Zhang Seer, you weren't lying. You did a good job leading the way. Here's what I'll do, Zhang Seer. I'll give you two choices. First, become my slave. The second one is death. The next option is to leave you with a complete corpse and have them bury you." No sooner had Shaxi finished speaking than Zhang Seer, the fourth elder of the Swamp Rat clan, had already made his choice. Master, my respected master, my great master, Zhang Seer, chooses the first one. Zhang Seer is willing to become your slave and be at your command forever. Shax nodded and summoned a succubus elder. Under her guidance, he signed a slave contract with Zhang Seer. Let's take him with us and head back to Alligator Turtle Valley. Seemingly remembering something, Shaxi turned and gave an order to the troll elder, Dels. Dels, send some clever scouts to patrol this area and keep an eye on the Poison Dragon Swamp. Yes, chieftain. Thus, Shax led a large group of men, transporting a full load of supplies, and it took them almost half a month to return to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Elder Steel Kai and Succubus Queen Yelena both breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shuxi's return. Ever since receiving news that Shuxi had led a team into the Poison Dragon Swamp, Elder Genkai hadn't slept a wink, constantly worried. As for the Succubus Queen Yelena, she is probably worried about losing a tool for sexual gratification. Half a day later, inside the tent of the Shakes, the elders of the Black Waste tribe, Elder Genkai Punishment, Elder Del's Battle, Elder Yelena Deacon, and Elder Geta the Prophet Revelation, gathered to begin the council meeting. Hoffenheim of the Poison Dragon Swamp escaped, and I also witnessed the invasion of all races by the Four Domains Lord, Axe. I will definitely go next year. Shakes recounted all the events that had happened during his trip. The most attentive listeners were Elder Genkai and the Succubus Queen Yelena, because the other two elders were with Shaksha and had experienced what Shaksha was talking about. What do you think? Shakespeare spoke, and this time it was aimed at everyone. Chieftain, will Hoffenheim of the Poison Dragon Swamp come knocking on our door? This was Elder Genkai's biggest worry. A leader-level expert coming to cause trouble was no laughing matter. It doesn't matter. If he really dares to sneak into the Black Wasteland Forest, I'm confident I can kill him. The Grand Elder need not worry about this. However, in the future, when the tribesmen go out hunting, they should be more careful and cautious. Shuxi's words reassured Elder Genkai considerably. Next, Shuxi turned his gaze to the Succubus Queen, Yelena. Do you have any questions? The Succubus Queen, Yelena, shook her head and offered no comment on Shuxi's experience this time. However, in other aspects, the Succubus Queen Yelena made demands. Chieftain, the construction of the city wall is progressing as planned. However, the tribespeople are overexerting themselves with daily labor, and the grain reserves in the warehouse are constantly decreasing. If this continues, it may affect our winter grain reserves this year. This is a big problem. Shakes was already considering it even before he went to the Poison Dragon Swamp. Although the Black Wasteland tribe sends out a large number of hunting teams every day, the consumption is too great, and the total amount of food is constantly decreasing. Moreover, since the various tribes merged, the Shuxi never let the elderly, children, sick and disabled of any tribe go hungry. Everyone ate with their bellies open. I will consider this matter later. I brought back a lot of food and dried meat from this trip, which should last for a while. Now that I'm back, the Grand Elder can lead the hunt and patrol the territory. Shuxi resolved the problem of the Succubus Queen Yelena and also assigned a task to Elder Genkai. Shaksha took a sip of the blood wine and then spoke to the Prophet Gata. Prophet, you will take over the management of the city walls for now. I will have Yelena consolidate all the resources of our tribe. Yelena, you have a heavy responsibility ahead of you. I require you to categorize and organize all the tribe's weapons, food, magic cores, furs, and magic potions, making sure you know the quantity and type. Alright, take out the magic cores and potions, I need them. When the topic of managing and reorganizing Alligator Turtle Valley came up, Shakes went on and on. Shakes didn't stop until his mouth was dry. Chieftain, the day when the little ones awaken their bloodline is approaching this year. Shouldn't you make some preparations? Upon hearing this, Shakes slapped his forehead. If Elder Genkai hadn't brought it up, he would have completely forgotten about it. Elder, I'm entrusting you with the task of collecting beast blood offerings. Tomorrow I will go to the demon cave to activate the formation, and the bloodline awakening ceremony will be held in half a month. Elder Genkai nodded and agreed to the matter. Next, Shuxi called Nyo Handy into the tent and asked the Succubus, Buffalo, and Obsidian tribes if they had similar bloodline awakening rituals. Everyone shook their heads, which made Shakespeare breathe a sigh of relief. If other races require sacrifices to awaken, then Crocodile Turtle Valley's food reserves will truly be in dire need. Alright, go and do what you've been told. Shuxi urged everyone to leave. Elder Genkai, Dels, Prophet Geta, and Earthshaker all came out of the tent, but the Succubus Queen Yelena did not budge. Is there anything else? Shuxi had some doubts and asked the Succubus Queen, Yelena. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, nodded, her eyes alluring and her face radiant with spring-like joy. This is my own matter. I need the clan leader to resolve it for me. With a wave of his hand, Shuxi lowered the curtain of the chieftain's tent, and a gentle spring breeze filled the room. Chapter 93 Fusion of the Demon Pool, Sugar-Coated Bullets. The next day, Shakes got up from Ching Siu's arms, put on a fur coat, and climbed up the mountain in the valley. Accompanying him were the Battle Elder Dels, as well as the guardian trolls of Shuxi, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi. At this moment, each of the four guardian trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, was accompanied by a small wolf cub the size of a mongrel. About half an hour later, at the entrance of the stone cave, Shuxi received the magic pool from Dells with great care and seriousness. Magic pool. Type, mysterious item. Description of the magic pool. This is a masterpiece of the gods, containing divine power and bloodline. It can purify the bloodline of related races and has a certain chance of awakening bloodline skills. The magic pool is the key item for trolls to awaken their bloodline. The magic pool that Shuxi is holding now belongs to the troll Otto. The demon pool belonging to the giant demon Mayan is now lying quietly in the cave. You guys wait for me here. After saying this, Shax activated his bloodline power and used the clan chief's secret technique to break the seal on the cave and went inside. This was a passage that Shax was familiar with, because he had climbed out through this passage before. About 15 minutes later, at the deepest part of the cave, Shuxi arrived at the awakening pool, also known as the demon pool. A surge of bloodline power coursed through Shuxi's body, causing the demonic pool, which had been embedded in the ground, to rapidly shrink and fly into Shuxi's hand. With two magic pools in hand, one on the left and one on the right, Shax compared the two pools and found that the one belonging to the Mayan giant demon was slightly larger, but not by much. Shax held his breath, slightly nervous, and then slowly brought the two demon pools closer together. As the two demonic pools approached each other, they transformed into two streams of black water, intertwining and merging together, creating an extremely mysterious scene. A moment later, a new magic pool appeared in Shuxi's hand, larger in size, and with an even stronger mysterious aura. With a gentle lift of his right hand, Shuxi sent the demon pool flying out and embedding it back into the ground. This time, however, the demon pool occupies a larger area, and the black water in the pool boils incessantly, making it extremely eerie and mysterious. Shuxi formed a hand seal, a tradition passed down only to the clan leader. These mysterious spells were obtained by Shuxi when he succeeded as clan chief and offered sacrifices to the demon god. The mark of awakening the bloodline has been applied. Next, all that's left is for Elder Genkai to gather the offerings and blood. After completing all this, Shakus's lips curled into a smile. In the past, awakening one's bloodline was a matter of life and death. Most trolls couldn't survive long enough to emerge from the pool. Instead, they were swallowed up and became nourishment for other races. However, after merging with the magic pool of the Athos troll, the newly appeared magic pool should have evolved, and its ability to awaken bloodlines should have been enhanced. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder how many bloodline warriors will emerge from here this year. Shax emerged from the cave, smiling and nodding to Dells, who immediately understood that the fusion of the magic pool had gone smoothly. A successful fusion means that the Achuo troll and the Mayan troll are truly indistinguishable from each other. Chieftain, I'm going out hunting with the team. Go. To be honest, before the two races' magic pools were truly merged, the troll elder Dells was very uneasy. Despite his previous enthusiasm, whether at the Elders' Council meeting or on the battlefield of the Poison Dragon Swamp, Dells may not have seemed very proactive. Beneath this positive facade lurked unease and fear. He feared that Shuxi would find a pretext to slaughter and kill off the Otto trolls one by one. Therefore, the troll elder Dells always acted with great caution. Only now, with the complete fusion of the two races' magic pools, has Dells truly been free of worries and has truly integrated into the tribe. Of course, if even the trolls of their own race have this concern, the Succubi, Buffalo, and Obsidian races certainly do as well. These are all things that Shax himself needs to consider, ponder, and dismantle one by one. Only when everyone eliminates their concerns will the Black Wasteland tribe truly become a united front. Ugh, there are so many headaches. Shax sighed and turned to walk down the mountain. Down the mountain, the chieftain's tent. As soon as Shuxi entered the tent, the succubus Yuina clung to him, clinging to his arm and offering him tea and water, showing concern and care. Dear Shakespeare, what can I do for you? Shuxi lowered his head and kissed the succubus Yuina. The Black Wasteland tribe was gradually getting back on track, and everyone was busy with their own affairs, except for the succubus Yuna and the snake woman Aya, who felt like they had nothing to do. This kind of life made the succubus Yuna somewhat uneasy. The leisurely days made her feel incompetent. The succubus Yuna is the wife of Shuxi and the second mistress of the chieftain's tent. Therefore, the succubus Yuna felt she should do something for the Shakshi, something for the tribe. Shakespeare embraced his wife, and after a moment of intimacy, he spoke gently. My dear Yuna, just in time, I have something very important that I need you to do for me. As he spoke, Shuxi took a wooden box out of the cuckoo bird's stomach and carefully opened it. Inside the wooden box, a cave spider the size of an orange, entirely black, with 8 small, scarlet eyes, lay quietly. Shuxi extended a finger into the wooden box, and the cave spider crawled up the finger and into Shuxi's palm. This is a burrowing spider that I obtained by chance. Isn't it beautiful? Shuxi placed the cave spider in the succubus Yuina's hand and said calmly, "This is a spider queen larva. Please help me raise it." Upon hearing this, the succubus Yuina's jade-like hand trembled, somewhat incredulous. Crypt spider queen larvae? The succubus Yuina's voice trembled slightly, as if she had heard some earth-shattering secret. "This is very important. I don't trust anyone else to handle it, so I can only leave it to you and Aya. Don't let me down. Once she enters her growth period, I will provide her with plenty of food." Shuxi reached out and stroked the succubus Yuina's face, which was slightly tense due to surprise and shock. Medusa Aya, who was standing next to her, was also shocked, and Shuxi reached out and touched her. However, instead of stroking Medusa's face, Shuxi stroked her hair. Medusa Aya's hair is very smooth as small snakes, and feels extremely strange and mysterious. If the Spider Queen grows up and we have enough food to provide for her, then we will have countless burrowing spiders fighting for our tribe. By then, Shakespeare is making grand promises and showcasing the future. But the succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya believed in Shuxi, thinking that what Shuxi said would definitely come true. The reason Shuxi said all this was to tell the two women that the Spider Queen was an important trump card that Shuxi had prepared for the future. The Spider Queen's larvae have already signed a slave contract with Shuxi. They are not afraid of betrayal, but they are afraid of being wiped out before they can grow up. The succubus Yuina took a deep breath and returned the Spider Queen larva to the wooden box. "My dearest Shax, I promise you, even if it means my death, I will raise it." Shax shook his head and pulled the succubus Yuina into his arms. "My Yuina, I don't need you to die. I just need you to stay with me forever. The Spider Queen is precious, but she's not even a fraction as valuable as you." After being bombarded with sweet words and compliments by Shuxi, the succubus Yuina completely fell into Shuxi's arms. Chapter 94 My Magic Core, Intermediate Magic Potion. After a long while, Shuxi exhausted his strength and completely subdued and dealt with Yuina and Aya. He lay down on the animal skin and focused his mind on the ash platform. "Luo Shanhai, the pet beast pills you requested have been completed. Go online and start trading now." Upon entering the ashes platform, Shuxi saw a message from the elf Laina. Shax did not delay the final payment and initiated the transaction directly, paying for a large number of magic cores. "Why so many magic cores? Is it a new order?" Less than a minute later, the elf Laina sent a confirmation message. Shax squinted and thought for a long time before replying to the message. "Yes, the extra 1,000 level 3 magic cores are the deposit for the next batch of pet pills. Currently, the pets that Shuxi needs to supply are not only abyssal tyrannomen, but also triceratops. Shaksha would even occasionally feed the 4 wolf cubs under the command of the 4 guardian trolls. Furthermore, Shax is already preparing to cultivate the cave spider queen, which will increase the demand for pet beast pills in the future. However, today Shuxi not only wants to place an order with the elf Laina, but also wants to get something else from her. "Elf, would you like a more advanced magic core?" As he spoke, Shuxi also made a deal with the elf Laina. Shax first placed 100 level 5 magic cores, then withdrew them, and then placed another level 5 magic core, trading it to the elf Laina for free. This was bait released by Shuxi, the purpose of which was, of course, to show the elf Laina the huge benefits so that she would work hard to do her job. A wooden cabin in a natural forest. "Ah, my magic core." The wood elf Laina looked at the 100 level 5 magic cores that Shuxi had withdrawn, grabbed her hair, and screamed and howled in pain. The wood elf Laina's voice only stopped when Shuxi traded her a level 5 magic core for free. "Luo Shanhai, can you just be direct and tell me what you need?" Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shuxi smiled as he saw the wood elf Laina's reply. To be honest, what Shuxi saw was not Laina's reply, but Laina's emotions. The thrill of remotely controlling someone's emotions is intoxicating to Zakisi. No wonder that guy, Ghost Odd, always loves to do this. It's so fun. Shuxi calmed himself down and thought for a long time before replying to the wood elf Laina's message. Trade it for high-grade potions and food. This time, the wood elf Laina replied to the message quickly and simply. "What type of potion do you want?" This question left Shakespeare speechless. However, after a moment's thought, Shuxi gave his reply. "Anything is fine, the more advanced the better." Inside a wooden cabin in a natural forest. The wood elf Laina was furious when she saw Shuxi's reply. Because of Shuxi's reply, it was as if he said nothing at all, essentially leaving the decision to Laina. Although wood elves are skilled at cultivating plants, They are not bad at low-level potions, which can be found everywhere in the natural forest. However, high-grade potions are a different story. The high-grade potions in the forest of nature are monopolized by high elves and high-level magical beasts. If Laina wants to obtain high-grade potions, she has to cultivate them herself. High-grade potions, however, are mostly not matured once a year, but rather once every few years, or even decades. The higher the quality of the potion, the longer it takes to mature. Advanced potions can not only increase physical constitution, but also increase the values on the stat panel, something the wood elf Laina certainly knew. Unfortunately, the wood elf Laina didn't have any high-level potions, otherwise she would have already upgraded herself. After a long time, the wood elf Laina replied to Shaxi and initiated a trade. I don't even have any high-grade potions, so don't even think about it. However, you can take a look at the intermediate-level potion I cultivated, the Thorn Spirit Tulip. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shax accepted the deal and received a Thorn Spirit Tulip. Shax checked the attributes of the Thorn Tulip and was quite satisfied. Jingling Tulip. Type: Intermediate Potions. Potion description: This is a thorny potion, an auxiliary ingredient in many intermediate-level magic potions. After consumption, it can increase elemental affinity and slightly improve physical constitution. This potion is a good thing. It is much stronger than the wild low-grade potions that Shax collected in the Black Wasteland Forest. The scent of the fairy bath towel? Shax told a lame joke, pondered for a moment, and then asked a crucial question. The product is good. How much of this potion do you need? Can you supply it long-term? Laina replied quickly, but the content left Shax speechless. We can only supply 1 plant per month for now, no more. Upon seeing this reply, Shaxi smirked and prepared to bombard Laina first. What can 1 plant do? You're an elf, aren't you? Don't you know how to scale up production? Don't you know how to hire other elves? Don't you know how to improve things? Shaxi rambled on and on, leaving the wood elf Laina of the nature forest completely bewildered and questioning her very existence. That's settled then. 1 elf bath towel fragrance for 1 level, 4 magic core. Okay. And so, in a state of utter bewilderment, the wood elf Laina entered into an unequal deal with Shaksha. Don't you elves produce food? The wood elf Laina pondered this question for a long time before giving a cold answer. We elves eat magic potions and drink moon water. Don't compare us to ordinary mortals. Shake's response was a series of dots. The wood elf Laina's answer was arrogant, but very relatable. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Shax doesn't even see himself as the person he used to be, then how can he see others as the same person? The old is the past, the present is reality, and the future is hope. Shaxi believes this is a life attitude that every ash seed should understand. It's a bit of a shame that the wood elf Laina didn't help Shaxi solve his food problem. Shaxi had no choice but to look away, glancing at the message that the wandering soul Dodi had left for him. Luo Shanhai, my friend, have you made any new discoveries? Shaxi dismissed the message from the wandering spirit Dodi with disdain. A cunning person is a cunning person. They are always polite on the surface, but when they turn ruthless, they will devour people without spitting out even a bone fragment. They didn't explicitly ask for dark flame stones, only inquiring about any new acquisitions. Shaxi decided to give the old cunning ghost Dodd the cold shoulder in order to build up his confidence for the next deal and negotiation with him. Moreover, Shaxi wasn't stupid. He could guess that old Inbi Yohunduod must have been born in the land of the dead, where there were many undead. Those places don't even get sunlight, so they can't produce food at all. Therefore, Shax had to search for food-related items among the vast array of goods available on the Ashes platform. This Ashes platform is completely user-unfriendly. It doesn't even have a search function. While searching for the items he wanted, Shax complained about the rigidity of the Ashes platform. On the other hand, Shaxi actually felt awe, curiosity, and gratitude towards the Ash platform. Because of this cheat-like platform, although it is a bit rigid, it has made things much easier for countless Ash seeds. Shax is such a beneficiary. Although he complains, deep down he hopes that the Ash platform can maintain the status quo for a long time and never have any accidents or changes. Chapter 95 Searching for Food, City Wall Foundation. After a long time, Shax finally found what he wanted. The item listed on the Ashes platform is 10 tons of rye, the unhulled kind. The asking price was 10 level 4 magic cores, and Shaxi only considered it for a few minutes before buying the item. 10 tons of rye, according to the item description, can produce 8 tons of grain, and the grain quality is quite good. To be honest, these 10 tons of rye are just a drop in the ocean compared to the Black Wasteland tribe's food consumption. The main reason why Shaxi bought these 10 tons of rye was to contact the seller of the rye, a seed of ashes called Scarecrow. Are you there? I need to buy a large quantity of food. Shax sent a message to the Scarecrow. The message was very simple, greeting him and explaining his purpose. The reason for doing this is to prevent the Scarecrow from thinking that Shax is the kind of bad guy who causes trouble for no reason, like a piece of chewing gum that sticks to everyone and sends out advertisements and commits fraud. The ultimate goal was simply to get the Scarecrow to reply so that both sides could move into the negotiation and transaction process as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Shax waited for almost half an hour but still didn't receive a reply from the Scarecrow. Thus, Shax withdrew from the ash platform and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the area outside Alligator Turtle Valley was bustling with activity. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the planned walls surrounding Alligator Turtle Valley are finally taking shape. The foundation of the city wall has been laid, and a faint black horizon can be seen in the distance. That was the foundation of the completed city wall, with huge stones embedded in the ground, the exposed part averaging 1 or 2 meters. It was this exposed area of 1 or 2 meters that attracted the attention and admiration of all the people in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Looking at the foundation, everyone's eyes were filled with imagination for the future. Perhaps, this winter, a sturdy city wall will protect everyone. Shax was also very interested and led 4 guardian trolls to the foundation of the city wall. Chieftain, look, the foundation of our city wall has been laid. Shax nodded without speaking, his gaze slowly extending along the foundation of the city wall. The prophet Gato wore a look of excitement and pride, for this was his masterpiece, completed under his guidance. The future city wall of Black Wasteland Town will encircle Crocodile Turtle Valley from the east, west, and south. The base of the city wall will be 50 meters wide, and the initial planned height is 20 meters. Prophet, come with me for a walk. Let's go see some other places. Yes, Chieftain. Along the way, the busy tribespeople would put down their work and greet the chieftain, Shax. Shax didn't pretend to be aloof and nodded in response to each one. After inspecting the foundation, Shax and the prophet Gato arrived at the eastern mountains. Prophet, can the 20-meter-high city wall be completed before the dark tide arrives? This time, the words spoken by Shax did not refer to the time before winter arrived, but rather to the time before the dark tide struck. Chieftain, rest assured, my people and I have joined the construction team, and we will definitely finish building the city wall before winter arrives. Shax nodded, quite relieved. Since the prophet Gato said so, he was confident that the project would be completed ahead of schedule. Prophet Before Shax could finish speaking, he saw Elder Genkai rushing towards him. Anything that can make Elder Genkai anxious must be significant. Shax shut his mouth, stopped talking, and waited for Elder Genkai to arrive. A moment later, Elder Genkai came to Shax and, without bowing or greeting him, hurriedly said, Chieftain, something terrible has happened. Shax took a bag of water from the guard troll Defik and handed it to Elder Genkai. Elder, please don't rush, speak slowly. Elder Genkai took the water, but instead of drinking it, he adjusted his breathing and said anxiously, Chieftain, there is unusual activity on the southern border of the territory. A large number of magical beasts are migrating here, and their numbers are extremely astonishing. It is very likely that it is a beast tide. The mention of the words beast tide caused Shax to frown slightly. Logically speaking, the arrival of a beast tide should mean abundant prey, which should be a good omen. Elder Genkai, are you sure it's a beast tide? Not just a normal monster migration? Suddenly, the prophet Gatai, the elder of revelation, asked the Elder Genkai in a solemn tone, with great seriousness. In my experience, it's definitely a beast tide, and it might even be. Rebound. The word, return, came from the mouth of the prophet Gato. Chieftain, I think we're in trouble. Shax was a little confused. It's just a beast tide. Why are you two so flustered? Seemingly noticing the confusion on Shax's face, the prophet Gato then began to explain in detail. Chieftain, as everyone knows, the beast tide is not so scary, because as long as you seize the opportunity, you will reap a rich harvest. However, the retracement is different. It is not an ordinary beast tide, but a large-scale man-made beast tide. Shax frowned, puzzled, his face full of confusion. Chieftain, this backflow is actually a backlash caused by the invasion of all races. Well, the prophet Gato's words left Shax even more bewildered. Chieftain, you didn't participate in the invasion of all races, so perhaps you don't know. In the war of invasion by all races, regardless of which side wins or loses, many bloodline warriors will die. When the prophet Gato spoke these words, his eyes were gazing southward, and his eyes showed palpitations and terror. Shax remained silent. The best way for the ignorant to grow is to listen. If the war of invasion by all races drags on for too long, the losses of the lords in the south will increase. In order to weaken the power of our northern lords and alleviate the pressure for the coming year, the southern lords will unite to drive the magical beasts that inhabit the south northward. The monsters in the south are countless. This would create a terrifying beast tide, and among these magical beasts, there might even be leader-level magical beasts. At this point, the Prophet Geta's tone became extremely solemn. However, before the Prophet Geta could finish speaking, he turned to look at Shaksha, his expression extremely tense. Chieftain, most importantly, once these magical beasts no longer feel the driving force from the south, they will migrate back south. In other words, we will experience two beast tides, one caused by being driven away and the other by the return of monsters. Chieftain, this is the tide. Shax finally understood that no matter what force one was, in the face of such a large beast tide, let alone hunting, hiding in fear and praying for the protection of the demon god was the only right choice. Chieftain, with you and Abyssal Grayman present, I am not worried about the safety of our tribe. My concern is that if our alligator turtle valley is hit by a beast tide, the foundation of the newly built city walls will most likely be destroyed. By then, we probably won't be able to complete the construction as planned before winter arrives. What the hell? Only then did Shuxi realize how serious the situation was. If the walls outside Crocodile Turtle Valley are breached and the Dark Tide cannot rebuild them beforehand, then all of Shaksha's future plans will fall through. Moreover, the thought of all four races crowding into Alligator Turtle Valley is enough to send chills down one's spine. Chieftain, sound the alarm. This time, we not only have to defend against the beast tide, but also protect the foundation of our city walls. Chapter 96, Driving Away in Advance to Protect Oneself. The return of the tide completely ruined Shakespeare's good mood. Wah! The war horn sounded in Alligator Turtle Valley, and all the bloodline warriors were mobilized. The elderly, women, and children of all ethnic groups hid in tents and caves, while outside the valley, the Shuxi personally oversaw the situation. The Abyssal Tyrannoman has been released by Shax, and it is currently roaring as it surveys an area outside the foundation of the city wall. Shakus told Abyssal Grayman that it was Abyssal Grayman's territory and should not be violated. In the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest, starting in the morning, large numbers of magical beasts have been frequently appearing and fleeing northward. This phenomenon startled the magical beasts that originally inhabited the Black Wasteland Forest, causing them to flee north. This led to the beast tide becoming increasingly massive. Elder of the battle, a large number of sharp-toothed beasts have appeared to the south, and they are fleeing in the direction of our Crocodile Turtle Valley. A nimble troll warrior emerged from the dense forest in terror, bringing bad news to the battle elder, Dels. Let's go back to Alligator Turtle Valley and tell the clan chief everything. Send a signal for the other two squads to retreat. The monsters in the dense forest are increasing in number. It's too dangerous. With the approach of the beast tide, the dense forests where Dels used to hunt are no longer temporarily part of their Black Wilderness tribe. Half a day later, when Elder Dels returned to Alligator Turtle Valley, the scene before him made his scalp tingle. In midair, a group of flying magical beasts hovered above, unwilling to leave for a long time. That was a lion bat beast, with a lion's head and a bat's body, a level 4 group living magical beast, with extremely sharp teeth and claws. They were the first wave of magical beasts to attack Crocodile Turtle Valley. With a wingspan of nearly 5 meters, they left the valley's bloodline warriors helpless. The troll Dels scaled the foundation of the city wall and came to Shuxi's side. Chieftain, these magical beasts are. Shuxi looked up at the approximately 200 lion bat beasts in midair and, before Dels could finish asking his question, said calmly, "The lion bat beast has been here for over half an hour, probably wanting to capture some of our people for a feast." Shake's voice was casual, but cold. "Dels, have you made any discoveries?" Upon hearing Shuxi's question, Elder Dels, the battle elder, remembered the purpose of his return. "Chieftain, a large herd of sharp-toothed beasts is fleeing from the south towards our Crocodile Turtle Valley. Their numbers are unknown. We'll definitely reach Alligator Turtle Valley in half a day at most." The news brought by Dels was like adding insult to injury. Shuxi lowered his head in deep thought. He knew very well that he absolutely could not allow the lion bat beast and the sharp-toothed beast in midair to merge. Once they merge, there will be monsters everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground. At that time, not only the city walls and foundations will be affected, but even Crocodile Turtle Valley will suffer. "Temener, Longmu, go and get me more spears." After taking the throwing spear he carried with him from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, Shaksha had his guardian troll go to the inventory and get some more. Then, Shuxi said to Dels, "Take your squad west. The defenses there are a bit weaker." Upon receiving the order, Dels hurriedly led his team to the foundation of the western city wall. Shuxi took a deep breath, unfastened the animal skin cloak on his back, and reached in to pull out a spear. Since the lion-bat beast and the sharp-toothed beast cannot be allowed to merge, Shuxi is prepared to personally drive the lion-bat beast away. The lion bats flew so high that most of the spears and crossbows thrown by the bloodline warriors could not hit them, which was why the group of lion bats was so unrestrained and unwilling to leave. Even the oppressive aura of Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman did not faze this group of lion bat beasts. Call out. Suddenly, a long spear shot into the sky, shooting down the largest lion bat beast in the sky, causing a chorus of roars from the beasts. Bang! The lead lion bat fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. Shax glanced at the landed lion bat beast, which was a level 5 magical beast, one level higher than the other lion bat beasts. To catch a thief, first catch the king. To kill a herd of beasts, first kill the leader. With the death of the lead lion bat beast, a series of deep lion roars suddenly echoed in midair, and the scene descended into chaos. The sight of those lion bat beasts wanting to fly down, but not daring to does so greatly excited Shuxi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shuxi fired 3 spears in quick succession, this time sending as many as 4 lion bat beasts plummeting down. One spear even pierced 2 of them, a truly domineering display. Ugh. Just then, the prophet Geta, who was guarding the other side, also made his move, and his power was also incredibly great. A stone a meter square, in the hands of the prophet Geta, was like a small pebble, whistling through the air as it was thrown. Bang! The prophet Geta was also quite accurate, hitting the lion bat beast repeatedly. Although the lion bats hit by the stones did not die on the spot, they stumbled and fell to the ground, where they were surrounded and killed by warriors from various races. Shoot, shoot. Shuxi's throwing didn't end there. Another series of spears flew out, shooting down more than a dozen lion bat beasts. The successive deaths of their companions finally instilled panic in the lion bat pack. With a roar, the group of lion bats gradually moved northward. Call. Shuxi let out a breath. The heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. Chieftain. Prophet. The departure of the lion bat beast finally brought the tribe to its senses. The people constantly praised their chieftain and prophet, and they were filled with fervor and awe for the power of the prophet Chukri and Gata. Shaksha nodded to the prophet Geta from a distance, acknowledging his earlier action. The reason why Shuxi didn't take action earlier was because they hadn't received any news of the attack by the sharp-toothed beast. Before this, Shuxi had the idea of hunting more lion bat beasts to provide extra food for his people and to stockpile meat for the tribe. It wasn't until Dels brought news of the attack by the sharp-toothed beast that Shax had no choice but to drive away the lion bat beast ahead of schedule. This was something we had no other choice. Watching his prey slip away before his eyes, Shuxi felt somewhat disappointed. Fortunately, this feeling vanished in an instant, as a herd of sharp-toothed beasts was about to arrive at Alligator Turtle Valley. The sharp-toothed beast is a boar-like variant with fiery tusks and a violent temper. The sharp-toothed beast was plump and fleshy. When it charged, the fangs on its mouth would rub against the air and generate a ball of flame. Flames can ignite the fur of magical beasts, and the sharp-toothed beast, which is affinity-full with fire elements, is actually extremely ferocious. Dear Shuxi, your glory shines upon the Crocodile Turtle Valley and upon our Black Wilderness tribe. The flying monsters retreated, and the Succubus Yuina gently draped the animal skin cloak back over Shuxi. As the demon wife of Shaksha, upon hearing the war horn, the Succubus Yuina led Medusa Aya out of the chieftain's tent and joined the battle. Shuxi pulled the Succubus Yuina into his arms and gazed into the distance. Yuina, the sharp-toothed beast, is attacking. Protect yourself. And Aya, as my woman, you must be prepared to make sacrifices. What was originally a caring and affectionate remark was rendered somewhat cruel by Shuxi. Trolls are actually quite straightforward. Chapter 97, A Counterattack, Flying Magical Beast. Half a day later. In the distance, the sound of countless beasts galloping could be heard, along with the low, guttural screams of the sharp-toothed beasts, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Roar. The deep, piercing roar of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast drowned out the screams of the sharp-toothed beast, and the distant horde of monsters was briefly thrown into chaos. From atop a wooden building, Shaxu could see clearly that the Raptormon had begun to split up after sensing the pressure from the abyssal Tyrannoman. The group of sharp-toothed beasts running at the forefront are moving towards both sides of Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, The sharp-toothed beasts, unaware of the situation, continued their rampage after the beast tide. By the time they sensed the pressure and aura of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, it was too late. Some of the sharp-toothed beasts were forcibly pushed forward by the pack behind them. Roar! Feeling its authority challenged and its territory invaded, the abyssal Tyrannoman swung its massive tail and charged towards the horde. Shax raised his hand and gave the order to hunt. Wah! As the war horns sounded, powerful bloodline warriors from among the trolls, buffalo, and obsidian charged out. The sharp-toothed beast is a level 4 magical beast, which is very dangerous, but its flesh and blood are also excellent food. This is why Shax drove away the lionbat beast and focused on dealing with the sharp-toothed beast. In Shax's eyes, this wave of sharp-toothed beasts had become a pile of reserved food. Shax planned to ensure that his tribe would obtain enough meat directly from this wave of beasts. Chieftain, the Grand Elder sent me to inform you that there's something happening in the back mountains of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Just as Shax was holding the fort at the rear, surveying the battlefield and reassuring his people, a succubus warrior came up behind Shax and told him some bad news. The group of lion bats flew back, launching a surprise attack. Shax's mind raced, and after a moment's thought, he spoke to the troll guard beside him, Teminal. Go and summon the succubus queen, Yelena, to me. Yes, chieftain. A moment later, the succubus queen Yelena arrived at the wooden building, her expression slightly puzzled. Put aside what you're doing and stay here to coordinate things. I'm going to check out the back mountain. Before the succubus queen Yelena could reply, Shax had already led his men toward the back mountain. In this critical moment, only 4 people in the Black Wasteland tribe could take charge of the overall situation. One of them was Elder Genkai, but at the moment he was patrolling the back mountain to prevent monsters from climbing up from the 2 mountain ridges. Then there are the Prophet Gata and the Elders Dells, but both of these elders have already taken the lead and charged out to hunt more prey for their people. Only the succubus queen Yelena was in charge of logistics, but she has now been recruited by the Shax. Alligator Turtle Valley, behind the mountain. When Shax arrived, the black dot in the distant sky was already clearly visible. Chieftain, those beasts didn't leave. They actually flew back. Shax squinted, gazing at the returning lionbat beasts, his thoughts becoming deep. The Grand Elder is probably not as simple as we think. I have already shot down the leader of the lionbats, so they should be leaderless by now. But now they've all flown back together. Don't you find that strange? After Shax's analysis, Elder Genkai's eyes widened, as if he had thought of a possibility. Chieftain, do you mean their true leader is still alive? Shax didn't speak, staring at the lionbat beast for a long time before finally saying something. Their leader must be dead, otherwise they wouldn't have flown away in such a hurry. Their return to attack now suggests only one possibility. A leader-level magical beast, and one that is flying, is hidden within the beast tide. This group of lionbat beasts was driven back by that flying-type leader-level magical beast. Upon hearing this news, Elder Genkai's expression changed drastically. A leader-level flying magical beast is definitely not something they can afford to provoke. As long as this kind of monster doesn't fly at low altitudes and deliberately seeks death, there's nothing Shax can do about it. Chieftain, what should we do now? Shax could tell that Elder Genkai was somewhat flustered, and his speech was even incoherent. Elder, don't worry, these lionbat beasts are no problem. I'll kill as many as they come. Even if there really is a leader-level flying magical beast, as long as it dares to lower its flight altitude, it's just coming to be eaten. Shax was full of confidence and spoke very boldly. It wasn't that Shax was arrogant, but in front of so many of his people, Shax had to give them confidence and support. Only in this way will those bloodline warriors have the courage and confidence to resist the beast tide and face even stronger opponents. But Shakespeare was already on high alert. Shax believed that the leader-level flying magical beast must have sensed his and the abyssal Tyrannoman's presence, so why would it drive the beast tide to attack Crocodile Turtle Valley? This is what Shax doesn't understand, and is extremely eager to figure out. Sometimes, the best solution is to address the root cause of the problem. Defike, Ermi, prepare my spear. Yes, chieftain. While pondering the problem, Shax kept an eye on the approaching horde of lionbats and ordered the guard trolls to prepare for battle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Because of its terrifying strength, even in its normal state, the spears that Kshatriya throws are incredibly powerful. Those level 4 lionbat beasts were killed upon contact with Shax's spear and wounded if they were even grazed. The lionbat pack was very wary of Shaksha, and after losing 3 of their companions, they once again increased their flight altitude. Suddenly, a strange and shocking scene unfolded in Alligator Turtle Valley. A large flock of lion-bat beasts hovered over Crocodile Turtle Valley, lingering there, ready to attack at any moment. At the exit of Crocodile Turtle Valley, the bloodline warriors of the Black Wilderness tribe and the sharp-toothed beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Abyssal Greyman was in front, blocking most of the Razordon's charge. The tribesmen were also clever. They surrounded the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast to intercept the shrewd beast horde, and the effect was quite good, yielding a considerable harvest. Chieftain, what do we do now? These beasts are just stuck up there and won't leave. Elder Genkai was furious and frustrated, as he had no way to deal with this flying magical beast. Shuxi held his spear in one hand, looked up at the group of lion-bat beasts, and his expression was not good. Although the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast guards the area outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shuxi is also afraid that there may be leader-level magical beasts hidden among the beast tides on the ground. If things really get to that bad point, not only will the foundation of the city wall be damaged, but Crocodile Turtle Valley itself will also suffer. Shax turned his head and looked back at the battlefield outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Although it was chaotic, the situation had stabilized. I'm watching here. Elder, you should lead the clansmen to the outside of the valley to provide support and prevent any unforeseen events. Elder Genkai agreed with this assessment. They're wasting their manpower by having such a large group of people sitting here doing nothing. Good. Elder Genkai didn't waste any time and hurriedly led his subordinates out of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shuxi, don't you think these beast tides are coming for our tribe? Chapter 98, A Dark Shadow, Significant Losses. Shuxi turned his head and looked at the succubus Yuina who was speaking. The latter smiled charmingly. After a moment, Shuxi said with a somewhat uncertain expression, Yuina, do you mean that the leader-level flying magical beast that drove away the lion bat was specially sent by those lords in the south? The succubus Yuina didn't speak, but simply smiled as she looked at Shuxi. Since Shuxi himself has already said it, it's basically true. If that's the case, then the second attack by the lion-bat beasts and the beast tide outside Crocodile Turtle Valley makes sense. Aren't they afraid of losing their leader-level magical beasts in the north? The succubus Yuina stepped forward, embraced Shuxi, and said in a sweet voice, Dear Shakespeare, are flying monsters so easy to kill? A single word awakened me from my dream. Shuxi's eyes widened, forgetting the most basic things. The beasts that drove the tide of monsters were flying magical beasts. As long as they didn't fly at low altitudes, they could turn around and run away even if they encountered enemies in the air. Just then, a shadow flashed past Katsuki's feet and was caught by Katsuki, who was deep in thought. Shax looked up at the sky, and a dark shadow disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Leader level. Shax's senses were very sharp, and he immediately spotted the flying magical beast flying over Crocodile Turtle Valley. However, due to the distance, Shuxi could not clearly see the appearance of the shadow. It really is a flying type. Shax fell silent, occasionally glancing up to check the movements of the group of lion-bat beasts. Upon closer inspection, the problem was immediately apparent. The group of lion-bat beasts were actually swooping down one after another. Damn it, it must have been that flying-type magical beast that came to force them. Shoot, shoo, shoo. Without saying a word, Shuxi threw out his spears one after another, killing all the lion-bat beasts that came the fastest. The four guards beside them, the trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, were busy with their tasks. Two guarded the four directions, while two handed spears to Shuxi. Instantly, everyone was busy. At the same time, the tribesmen guarding the surrounding area also fired their crossbows, shooting down the lion-bat beasts that Shuxi had missed. The succubus Yuna and the snake woman Aya were not idle either. Aya summoned a triangular python, which coiled nearby and roared angrily at the lion-bat beast in the sky. The succubus Yuna pulled out a longbow and also started shooting into the sky. The battle broke out instantly, and Shakus was the busiest one. One spear after another flew out, and because of their extremely high speed and accuracy, very few were thrown off course. This rapid throwing continued for less than 5 minutes, and the number of lion bats in the sky was reduced by more than half. The remaining small group howled and roared in the sky, too afraid to continue diving down. A moment later, the remaining lion bats scattered and fled in all directions. They weren't completely stupid. They actually knew to scatter and escape. Shuxi gently rubbed his right arm, watching the fleeing lion bats, and whispered a sigh of relief. The scattered and fleeing lion bat beasts will likely be helpless, even against that leader-level flying-type magical beast. A portion of the tribesmen were to clean up the battlefield, while the rest remained on guard and did not let their guard down. After arranging things, Shakespeare finally had time to turn his attention to the outside of Alligator Turtle Valley. Roar. In the midst of the beast tide, abyssal tyrannoman had gone berserk, its exterior covered in a layer of bone armor, showing no fear of the fiery fangs of the Razor Dawn. With its massive mouth and claws, the abyssal tyrannosaurus beast was like a harvester. Wherever it went, a large number of sharp-toothed beasts fell over, and blood flowed freely. After this period of fighting, small pools of blood have begun to form in the area outside the city wall foundation, a truly gruesome sight. That's good. With so much blood and sacrifices, the awakening of the young clansmen can be brought forward. Faced with the carnage outside the Crocodile Turtle Valley, Shax felt no pity, but rather a surge of excitement and joy. The battlefield on the back mountain was quickly cleaned up by the tribesmen, and the corpses of the lion-bat beasts were moved into the cave, which was where the trolls used to store food. Stay on high alert, and do not let your guard down. Notify me immediately if anything happens. After giving the order, Shax, along with the succubus Yuna and Aya, as well as a group of subordinates, hurried out of Crocodile Turtle Valley. A moment later, Shax climbed up the wooden building. Chieftain. After bowing to Shax, the succubus queen Yelena and her sister Yelena disliked each other. Fortunately, this was a battlefield, and Shax was nearby, so the two sisters didn't get into a fight. Go ahead and get busy. I'll call you if anything comes up. Yes, Chieftain. The succubus queen, Yelena, returned to her post in charge of logistics. Shax surveyed the battlefield, his eyes narrowing slightly. Charge eastward. Shax gave orders to the abyssal tyrannosaurus because he discovered that the sharp-toothed beasts were very dense in the east, putting great pressure on the tribesmen guarding the area. With Xerox back in the wooden building, Abyssal Greyman's combat power was effectively utilized, and its attacks from left and right relieved much of the pressure from all three directions. After about 2 hours, the number of sharp-toothed beasts outside Crocodile Turtle Valley finally began to decrease, and the beast tide scattered around Crocodile Turtle Valley and fled to both sides. This was mainly thanks to the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, which fought and roared outside the city wall foundation, preventing the horde from attacking the newly built city wall foundation. Chieftain, we won. The tribesmen have cleared out more than 20,000 sharp-toothed beasts, and the winter's food reserves will be collected ahead of schedule. Elder Dells, covered in beast blood, arrived at the wooden building to share the good news with Shax. Shax nodded and gave the order. Send out some clansmen skilled in stealth to scout out the situation of the next beast tide. Upon receiving the order, Dells wiped the blood from his face and turned to make the arrangements. Chieftain, have you dealt with the group of lionbat beasts in the back mountain? Well, most of them died, and the rest scattered and fled. Elder Steel Kai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The words scattered and fled meant that the lionbats would not attack in groups again. That's wonderful. Elder Gankai was very excited. He put down the spike club he was carrying on his shoulder and kept hitting the ground with it, looking extremely happy. Before long, the prophet Gatai, the buffalo man, and the earth-shattering bull also arrived in front of the wooden building to report the battle losses and gains to Shax. Overall, although a small number of tribesmen were killed or injured, the gains were enormous. Shax had his 4 guardian trolls set up a temporary tent and invited several important elders of the Crocodile Turtle Valley inside. Next, Shax recounted his and Yuana's speculations and the shadow they had seen to everyone. After hearing all this, the prophet Gato was the first to speak. Chieftain, if what you say is true, the lords in the south must have suffered considerable losses in this war of invasion by all races. Although leader-level flying magical beasts are rare, they are not uncommon in the north. As far as I know, Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains, has one under his command. Chapter 99 Young A Shun, brightly lighted. The words of the prophet Gata reminded Shax of the beginning of the year when the Mayan trolls were preparing to leave the valley to conquer the various races. A leader-level storm vulture descended upon Crocodile Turtle Valley, bringing with it the summons from Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. Prophet, are you referring to that storm vulture? A look of surprise flashed across the prophet Gato's face, but he quickly recovered. Yes, chieftain. Shax nodded and then asked another question. Do you know what the messenger's name was? The prophet Gata thought for a moment and then spoke in a somewhat uncertain tone. Chieftain, if you are referring to the master of the storm vulture, then it should be Lord Palari. Shax remained silent and did not speak. The one riding on the back of the storm vulture must be its owner, Lord Palari. Getting back to the main point, when the prophet Gata saw that Shaksha did not continue to ask about the storm vulture and Palari, he turned the topic back to the flying monster. Chieftain, this kind of resurgence hasn't happened for nearly 100 years. We don't know the specifics of the last war of invasion by all races, which is like having our eyes and ears covered, preventing us from seeing the outside world. Chieftain, if possible, you could consult with the leaders of other regions or Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. Shax shook his head. They had completely offended Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, who was closest to them, so there was no way they could ask him for advice. The cold desert to the west is too harsh. One might die there before even seeing the main character. As for Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, Shaxi could tell from their last meeting that he was not someone to be trifled with. A few days after the great battle between Shaxi and the swamp dragon Hoffenel, the Lord of the Four Domains intercepted Shaxi on the way. Shaxi wouldn't believe that the Four Domain Lords would casually stroll around just because the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast smelled the scent of its own kind. Next year, I will personally lead the team to open up a gateway to the outside world. Shaksha rejected the Prophet Gatua's suggestion and changed the subject back to the Beast Tide. I estimate that the Beast Tide won't just be 1 or 2 waves. It will likely continue for several more. I'll keep an eye on that flying magical beast above Crocodile Turtle Valley. You guys just focus on dealing with the beast horde on the ground. Also, take a break and recover your strength, because the battle could start again at any time, and then it will be difficult to rest. The impromptu meeting lasted less than half an hour before Shaxi sent the exhausted elders to rest. The Prophet Gata and his men slept for only 2 hours before the war horn was sounded in Alligator Turtle Valley. One by one, the bloodline warriors were awakened from their sleep, grabbed their weapons, and rushed out of the valley. Father has run out of the tent again with an axe. Inside a troll tent, looking through the curtain, you can see a 3-year-old troll looking at the outside world with a curious expression. In the little troll's mind, today's Alligator Turtle Valley is very different from the past. Because the little troll is grounded today, he can't even leave his tent, and even his mother can't go out. Shun, stay in the tent, and Mom will make you some roasted meat. Mother, I want to practice with the spear. I want to become a powerful warrior like the chieftain. Okay, Shun can practice with the spear and grow up to become a bloodline warrior like the clan chief. Yes, I'll listen to my mother. Little troll Shun, holding a wooden stick that her mother had casually broken off, started waving it around inside the tent. This heartwarming and inspiring scene will not be witnessed by Shaxi, the clan leader, because in the distant area outside Alligator Turtle Valley, there were more minor earthquakes. Chieftain, it's a 4-bladed lizard. It was Dels who spoke. He was still sleepy and had been startled awake. Shaxi gazed into the distance, thought for a moment, and then asked a question. Did your tribesmen not bring back any news? Upon hearing this, Dels's face fell, and he looked somewhat sad. No, not a single member of the tribe has returned. Shax remained silent. Not a single member of his tribe had returned, and another beast tide had appeared outside. There was only one outcome. They all died outside. I understand. Go and prepare. After Dels went down to arrange the battle, Shaxi asked the Succubus twins standing behind him, Queen Yelena and demon wife Yelena. What do you think? The Succubus queen, Yelena, smoothed her windblown hair, gazed into the distance, and frowned deeply. Chieftain, all the spies sent out by Elder Dels are members of our Succubus clan. Among the clansmen, 2 were elders, and the rest possessed special abilities to conceal their identities. None of them returned. Either they were all wiped out, or they must be trapped outside. Although they were her own people, the Succubus queen Yelena analyzed the situation without a trace of emotion in her tone. Chieftain, sacrifice is necessary for survival. Seemingly sensing that Shaxi was feeling down, the Succubus queen Yelena offered a gentle word of advice. Shaxi slowly exhaled. Since becoming the clan chief, he really couldn't ignore the lives of his clansmen being lost and gone before his eyes. Perhaps this is what it means to be in a position of power and fulfill one's responsibilities. This is the only way Shax could console himself. You should go too. The logistics team can't do without you. Yes, sir. The Succubus queen, Yelena, bowed and then descended the wooden building. Dear Shaxi, the beast tide is imminent, and we will all follow your orders. Yuanet didn't say anything else, but offered Shaxi encouragement. Shax nodded, gazing into the distance, his mind focused and extremely vigilant. None of the spies sent out returned, and Shaxi was more inclined to believe that they had all sacrificed themselves. The only ones who can target them, expose them, and prevent them from escaping are leaders. In other words, there is a high probability that a leader-level magical beast is lurking behind the current beast tide. I just don't know if it's that flying-type magical beast. Shax murmured softly, his eyes flashing like sharp glints or hooks in that instant. At this moment, night is falling and dusk is approaching. Shax couldn't help but sigh. These beasts really knew how to choose their attack timing. Terminer, give the order. Instruct Elder Deacon Yelena to light bonfires throughout the area of Crocodile Turtle Valley and the City Wall Foundation. I want the area where my people fight to be brightly lit. After the Guardian Troll Terminal responded, he hurriedly ran off to relay the order. Aya instructed the triangular python to lie in ambush underground outside the City Wall Foundation, specifically to deal with any approaching four-edged lizards. Yes, master. After Shaxi gave Medusa Aya instructions, the beast tide was already approaching, and a battle was about to break out. You all go too. Cooperate with the triangular python, protect the foundation of the city wall, and cover your people. Shaxi took a silver-grade one-handed sword from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird and handed it to Medusa Aya. This sword is for you. After driving Yuina and Aya to the battlefield, Shaxi stood alone on the wooden building, gazing into the darkness in the distance. There, Shaxi faintly sensed a powerful aura. Chapter 100 Monster Levels. Stars fall like rain. The four-edged lizard is a level 4 magical beast, already considered an elite level 1 with full stats, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The reason it's so troublesome is that the four-edged lizard has two protruding bony blades growing from the corners of its mouth and under its ribs. When it runs, the bony blades of the four-edged lizard are like a cutting machine, ferocious and violent. Before Shaxi came of age, his distinction between magical beasts was very simple. Even at levels 1 through 9, there is no clear understanding of the strength of magical beasts. It wasn't until Shaxi reached adulthood and began hunting that he gained a much deeper understanding of the strength of magical beasts. Simply put, level 1 and level 2 monsters are equivalent to the strength of a normal template. The level 2 monsters and the normal templates have roughly the same maximum stats. They're about equal. Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters are equivalent to elite templates. Tier 3 monsters have incomplete stats, while Tier 4 monsters have full stats. Level 5 and Level 6 are similar. They are both hero templates, but the data values are different, resulting in different strengths. Level 7 monsters are the template for bosses. Abyssal Tyrannoman is at this level. He had never seen an 8th level magical beast, Shaxi, before, and guessed that it might be a Lord-level beast. The lower the level of the monster, the easier it is to distinguish its strength. The higher the level, the more complicated it becomes. As monsters advance, they awaken various abilities, and a very small number of monsters can even fight across levels, which is not impossible. Could the hidden boss-level monster be a level 7 four-edged lizard? Shax stood on the high platform, gazing into the darkness, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. It was dusk, and only the trolls and succubi of the Black Waste tribe possessed night vision. The fighting strength of the buffalo and obsidian golems would be affected. Roar. After Abyssal Tyrannoman roared, the beast tide finally approached. Some of the four-edged lizards split up and fled to both sides, while those that couldn't make it in time could only confront Abyssal Tyrannoman head-on. Outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, trolls roared, buffalo men bellowed, succubi whispered incantations, and obsidian men charged forward. Warhammers roared, giant axes were hard, maces exploded, spears charged, greatswords leaped, and even wands danced. All of this was incorporated into the roars of the beast tide. Shaxi stood on the high platform, coldly observing everything. It wasn't until a cry of an eagle rang out in the dark sky that Shaxi was moved. The eagle's cry was high-pitched and sharp, whistling through the air and startling the clouds. The whistling sound pierced the eardrums of all the bloodline warriors, and many warriors took a moment to look up at the starry sky. But they saw nothing. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, illuminating the heavens, and a dark shadow streaked across the sky, clearly visible. The lightning bolt struck the Abyss Tyrannosaurus in the blink of an eye. Half of the bone armor on the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast's body shattered, and the exposed flesh was also blasted into a bloody mess by the lightning. Lightning naturally has a certain restraining effect on abyssal demonic energy. The Abyssal Tyrannoman was injured. It roared in pain, swung its giant tail and claws to clear out the surrounding four-edged lizards, and looked up at the sky in great anger. Another eagle's cry rang out, sounding so high and mighty. Call out. A long spear pierced the air, tore through the thunderclouds, and hurtled upwards, striking the sky. Bang! A terrifying explosion, accompanied by thunder, came from the sky. Shax has made his move. Upon seeing the leader-level flying magical beast, Shaxi had already drawn his spear. The moment the leader-level flying monster unleashed its lightning, it was locked onto by Shaxi. Shaxi activated the troll bloodline, increasing his power tenfold. The spear he hurled had tail fins and was like a missile, unstoppable. The painful cry of an eagle came from the sky, and Shuxi's eyes were filled with madness as his hands never stopped moving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several more spears flew into the sky, but a bolt of lightning flashed in the heavens, and the figure of the leader-level flying magical beast disappeared, causing Shuxi's subsequent attacks to miss. They ran away? No, the oppressive aura is still there. It must have hidden in the thunderclouds. Shake's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the sky. But the sky was obscured by a layer of thunderclouds, and no trace of the flying monster could be seen. Greymon, get ready. In the distance, Abyssal Tyrannoman received Xerox's command, raised its terrifying head, and an abyssal flame dragon cannon condensed in its mouth. 2 breaths later, the abyss flame dragon cannon, having gathered its maximum energy, shot towards the clouds in the sky like a laser beam. At the same time, a shockwave appeared on the ground centered on the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. The shockwave did not distinguish between friend and foe, and it blew all the monsters in the vicinity away. Boom. After that, the abyss flame dragon cannon exploded in the sky, and the blast wave created a terrifying shockwave that completely shattered the thunderclouds. Using the light from the explosion, Shuxi once again locked onto the leader-level flying-type magical beast that was fleeing towards the south wind. You think you can run away? Shuxi gripped his 4-bladed blood spear and began to run. Call. Shuxi leaped into the air and jumped towards the sky. Immediately afterwards, the approaching abyssal Tyrannoman swept its massive tail upwards, creating a booster ladder for Xerox in midair. Wah! Shuxi's body rose higher again, and just before reaching its highest point, he threw the spear in his hand. Sizzle! The spear, imbued with the power of Shuxi's bloodline, burst into flames and unleashed a terrifying sonic boom, hurtling towards the enemy like a doomsday meteor. Meanwhile, the rapidly falling Shuxi was caught by a beautiful figure who flew over, and they both fell towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. With the help of the Succubus Yuina, the speed of Shuxi's fall was slowed down. Shax grabbed Yuina with his arms behind his back, adjusted his position, and the two landed safely, albeit narrowly. No one noticed the perfect teamwork between Shax and Yuina, because everyone's attention was focused on the long spear that was burning with flames and tearing through the sky as it hurtled towards the enemy. Shuxi looked up at the sky, and just then, a ball of flame exploded in the heavens. As the flames exploded, the cry of an eagle marching towards death echoed through the sky. The next second, a ball of fire plummeted from the sky like a meteor. My Yuina, can you see this? Tonight, the stars are falling like rain. 1 strike, 1 kill. Shuxi watched the flames fall after the explosion, then, carrying Yuina, leaped onto the back of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus and headed straight for the place where the flying-type magical beast had crashed. On the battlefield, all the soldiers were stunned, bewildered by the rain of fire. As for the group of 4-edged lizards, after the explosion, the smart ones had already fled to both sides, while the foolish ones were so frightened that they lay limp on the ground, trembling. Rumble, rumble. The abyssal Tyrannoman moved with steady steps, and any 4-edged lizards that blocked its way were either crushed or had their necks snapped by its throat. 5 minutes later, the abyssal Tyrannoman broke through the beast tide and brought Shaxu to the place where the leader-level flying monster had crashed. Let's take it and go back. As Shuxi gazed at the leader-level flying magical beast, which had been reduced to a pile of roasted meat, he released his leader-level aura, driving away the surrounding 4-bladed lizards. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, carrying the corpse of the flying monster, dragged it toward Crocodile Turtle Valley like a king. Chapter 101 Punishing the Elder, Super Big Pie. The death of a leader-level flying monster is like a signal. The 4-bladed lizard beast horde seemed to have been liberated and continued to flee to both sides of the Crocodile Turtle Valley. Moreover, after what Shuxi and Abyssal Tyrannoman did, the group of 4-bladed lizards were even more afraid to approach Crocodile Turtle Valley. An hour later, the fighting completely ceased in the area outside Alligator Turtle Valley. The warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe began cleaning up the battlefield. They dissected the 4-bladed lizard's corpse and removed all the flesh and magic core. Inside the temporary tent, Shuxi sat back in the main seat, enjoying massages from the Succubus Yuina and Medusa Aya. Prophet Gata, Dels, Earthshaker, and Elder Steelk took their seats, awaiting the arrival of the Succubus Queen Yelena. Cleaning up the battlefield is a logistical matter, which falls under the purview of Elder Deacon Yelena, so everyone is waiting for her. A moment later, the guard troll reported, and Elder Deacon Yelena lifted the tent flap and came in. Shuxi gestured for Yelena to take her seat, and then sat up straight himself. Yuina and Aya behind him also stopped and stood quietly behind Shuxi. Without saying a word, Shuxi took a wooden box out of the cuckoo's stomach. This wooden box has a unique fragrance and is made from a rare type of wood from the Black Wilderness forest. Most importantly, the wooden box reduces the dissipation of magical elements when storing potions and magic cores. Inside is the magic core of that leader-level magical beast. As you can see, it is compatible with the lightning element. After being identified by the Prophet Geta, this monster was determined to be a level 7 Thunder Eagle. Shax was in a great mood, even happier than when he successfully killed the level 7 Thunder Eagle. This leader-level Thunderhawk is very likely the mount of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. And Thunderhawk Knight Utes was the culprit who killed his elder brother Grell. Therefore, at this moment, both Shax and Elder Genkai had smiles on their faces, smiles of satisfaction at having partially avenged their great grudge. No one spoke. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the wooden box in front of Shakespeare. Everyone understood that one of them would be lucky enough to receive this item. Shax glanced at everyone, took a sip of beast blood wine, and then spoke in a firm and irrefutable tone. My principle is simple. Make the best use of resources and talents. However, before I integrated the Black Wasteland Forest, during the Dark Tide last winter, I promised Elder Punishment that I would give him the next boss-level magic core. Upon hearing this, all the elders except for Elder Genkai showed disappointment on their faces. Shax reached out and gently pushed the wooden box into Elder Genkai's arms. Shax saw. Elder Genkai crossed his arms, holding the wooden box, his whole body trembling, and he spoke haltingly, completely lacking his usual straightforwardness and boldness. Elder, what's yours is yours, and no one can take it away. Shax's voice became more indifferent and carried a hint of threat beneath its coldness. The Prophet Geta sighed and concealed the disappointment on his face. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, remained silent, and the disappointment on her face was fleeting. However, all sorts of thoughts began to surface in the mind of the Succubus Queen, Yelena. I'm practically a woman of the Shikshita, right? And I'm also a deacon elder. If I didn't get it this time, will I get it next time? If I don't get it next time, will I get it the time after that? When will I be able to obtain a leader-level magic core? That's a leader-level being. Or should we try to please Shax even more in the future? In the bedroom, and also in tribal administration. To be honest, the Succubus Queen Yelena is very smart, but smart people tend to think more and think more complicatedly. The myriad aspects of human life, including the joys and sorrows of several elders, were observed by Shax in a short period of time. After the elders had accepted reality and their minds had mostly returned to normal, Shax continued to speak. You need to understand one thing. This is a leader-level magic core, not a leader-level dark source crystal. The energy it contains is not as pure as that of a dark source crystal. Even the Elder of Punishment must combine some magical potions with special secret techniques before he can consume the magic core. Whether he can advance to the leader level is still hard to say. Shax spoke up to awaken the Prophet Geta and others who were blinded by the leader-level magic core and explained the implications. Moreover, this is a lightning-type magic core with extremely violent energy, posing a great risk. Elder, you should think this through. Elder Genkai nodded without saying anything. However, Shaksha could see that Elder Genkai's eyes were filled with determination. So Shaxi stopped trying to persuade him and continued speaking. I said, make the best use of everything and everyone's talents. I will grant the next leader-level magic core or leader-level dark source crystal to Elder Geta the Prophet. Shax's words greatly disappointed the three elders, Dels, Neo-Handy, and Yelena. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Geta's eyes, which had been extinguished, shone brightly once more, and he stared at Shaksha in disbelief. The reason is simple. The Prophet's level is higher than yours. I'm certain that if the Prophet obtains either a leader-level magic core or a leader-level dark source crystal, he can advance to the leader level. One last reminder. My principle is to make the best use of resources and talents. After exchanging glances with the disappointed Dels, Neo-Handy, and Yelena, Shax thought for a moment and then turned to Yelena and Aya and said, You two are the same. If you want to advance, then work hard. I will prioritize providing all rare resources to the tribe members who are most likely to benefit from them. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have made outstanding military achievements and are 100% loyal to our Black Wilderness tribe. Shax took another sip of beast blood wine to moisten his throat before continuing to talk about his plans and ideas. Furthermore, resources for leaders are currently only available to clan members at the elder level. Following the Prophet, whoever reaches the peak of heroic level first among you will be the next. And the qualification to obtain leader-level resources will be based on this sequence, and then the queue will continue. Taking this opportunity, Shaxi also improved part of the reward system, which was part of his plan. The reason why Shuxi did not bring it up in the elders' meeting before was that the reward and punishment system was not convincing and the reward items were not impressive enough. Shuxi knew very well that there should be feelings between the people of the tribe to bind them together. But Shax knew even better that only shared interests could bind people together, and only when interests were aligned could everyone be united. So, Shuxi made another big promise to everyone. If the Elder of Punishment successfully advances to the boss level, I am very confident that, together with the Elder of Punishment, we can hunt down boss-level dark creatures again during this year's dark tide. By then, the Prophet will surely have successfully advanced to the leader level. What about the future? If we can do it next year, we can do it the year after. Shax's voice had a seductive quality, extremely alluring. Inside the tent, everyone's breathing quickened upon hearing Shuxi's description of the future. According to Shax's description, high-ranking figures such as Gata the Prophet, Dels, Neo-Handy, Yelena, Yuyina, and Aya may all become leader-level powerhouses in the future. This, whoosh whoosh. Inside the tent, all that could be heard was the sound of gasps for breath. Chapter 102 The Road to Heaven, Sharp Wooden Spikes. Shax narrowed his eyes, his expression calm, his gaze distant and unfathomable. After the elders recovered from their shock, Shuxi spoke again calmly, his tone extremely confident. Keep it up, everyone. Being a leader isn't the end, at least not for me. In my eyes, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, is not that powerful. At least, I'm not completely helpless against her. Compared to the empty promises he made before, what Shax said now was like a bolt from the blue. Chieftain you. The Prophet Gata stared wide-eyed at Shaksha in disbelief. Shaksha met the gaze of the Prophet Gata with an indifferent look, his confidence and arrogance undisguised. Under the sharp gaze of Shaksha, the Prophet Gata gradually lowered his head. At this moment, the Prophet Gata had already guessed Shikshita's ambition. It was a crazy, yet awe-inspiring, path to heaven. Chieftain, the Obsidian Godii is willing to sign a soul contract with you. You are my master, and I will assist you. I am willing to follow you for life, never abandoning you, never giving up on you, and never betraying you. The Prophet Gata rose, knelt on one knee, and made a deep, bowing gesture of submission. At the same time, a mysterious mark appeared on the forehead of the Prophet Gata. The mark was blood red, and after a moment, a wisp of soul, visible to the naked eye, drifted out and flew into Shuxi's forehead. Shuxi realized that this was the soul contract, and that the Prophet Gata had given up his soul and life to himself. However, what surprised Shakespeare was far more than that. Chieftain, Dels is also willing to sign a soul contract with you. After hesitating for a moment, Dels stood up, went to Shax, and signed a soul contract with Shax. Just after Dels signed the contract, another wisp of soul flew into Shax's brow. Chieftain, now I am completely yours. Shuxi glanced at the succubus queen Yelena, who was exceptionally alluring and exuded a captivating charm. Shax ignored Yelena's captivating eyes. He never expected that by simply making empty promises, he could turn several core elders into true allies. As long as his subordinates obeyed his orders, Shuxi believed that he would soon eliminate the racial divisions among the Black Wilderness tribes. As for the Water Buffalo Man, he was at his most carefree at this moment, eating and drinking as he pleased. Because Neo-Handy and Shikisi had signed a slave contract, he didn't even think about these things. Neo-Handy believed that if he had the necessary strength, Shax would definitely help him advance. What was supposed to be a proper meeting of the elders was inadvertently turned into a meeting to sign a covenant by the Prophet Gata. Even Shaxu felt a deep sense of melancholy and regret. Go and rest, everyone. Although the beast tide has receded, there's no guarantee there won't be another wave. Everyone nodded, bowed, and left the temporary tent. Elder Gang Kai hesitated slightly and did not leave immediately. Elder, go and cultivate. I'll keep watch over things here. Elder Genkai gave Shax a deep look, nodded emphatically, and then turned and walked out of the temporary tent. As Shuxi watched Elder Genkai's retreating figure, he knew that Elder Genkai was hesitating about whether to sign a contract with him, just like the other elders. However, the reaction of Shuxi just now made Elder Genkai breathe a sigh of relief. I do have some reservations about the other elders. However, Elder, I have completely opened my heart and soul to you. If even you would betray me, then our Black Wasteland tribe has no hope of rising to power. Shax sat in the main seat, gazing at the distant campfire, lost in thought. Shaksha was born into the troll race, and he has made Turtle Valley his home, where all the trolls are his people. Therefore, Shuxi is very tolerant and has high expectations for his people. If he couldn't even rely on his own people, Shuxi felt that life would be utterly meaningless. The night passed quietly. The next morning, The bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe had all had a good rest. The soldiers on duty, having eaten and drunk their fill, looked energetic and spirited. Shax and the prophet Geta surveyed the foundations of the city wall, their mood neither good nor bad. Prophet, the foundations of the city walls on both the east and west sides have been impacted and damaged considerably. Shax frowned slightly as he inspected the city walls. He noticed that part of the foundations had been completely damaged and needed to be rebuilt. Yesterday's diversion of the beast tide caused excessive crowding, inevitably resulting in some damage to the foundation of the city wall. Chieftain, rest assured, if it's only this level of damage, we can repair it in a short time. The worst fear is that the already damaged foundation will suffer further damage from another beast tide. These words from the prophet Geta chilled Shax to the bone. Regardless of whether the northward migration of the beast tide has ended, it will definitely be affected again when the beast tide returns. Shax walked up the eastern mountain ridge and looked back at the foundation of the city wall on the horizon. Suddenly, an idea struck me, and I tentatively asked a question. Prophet, if we set up a ring of wooden spiked deer emplacements in front of the city wall foundation, would the defense and protection be better? When the prophet Geta heard this, his eyes became even brighter. Chieftain, your idea is brilliant. It can reduce damage by at least 30%. After receiving confirmation from the prophet Geta that his idea was feasible, Shax immediately turned to the guard troll terminal and spoke. Go and fetch elder deers from the battle clan. The troll warrior terminer responded and ran off. 15 minutes later, elder deers arrived at the mountain ridge, looking hurried. Chieftain, what are your orders? Shax recounted his and the prophet Geta's ideas, and Del's, after a moment's thought, also found them feasible. Chieftain, I will lead the people to cut down some giant trees in the surrounding dense forest in a short while, and try to build up the foundation of the city wall before nightfall. Okay, go ahead. The fact that elder deers did not leave immediately puzzled Shax. Chieftain, of the spies we sent out a couple of days ago, 2 have returned, but the others are nowhere to be found. This is good news, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Shax thought that all the succubus spies he had sent out had been wiped out, but unexpectedly 2 of them returned. Go and speak with Elder Yelena. After all, they are all her people. Yes, Chieftain. Only then did Dels turn around and hurry out of the alligator turtle valley. Standing on the eastern mountain ridge, Shax couldn't help but gaze into the distance, his thoughts drifting a little far away. After a long while, Shax suddenly asked the prophet Geta a question for no apparent reason. Prophet, are you familiar with those mountain giants in the Blackridge Mountains to the east? Chapter 103 The Morning Banshee, slashed down to the end. The prophet Geta was caught off guard by the sudden question from Shax. After a moment of silence, the prophet Geta asked Shax with some doubt. Chieftain, are you referring to the mountain giants we encountered in the Blackridge Mountains last time? Chieftain, do you wish to subdue them? Yes, is that possible? The prophet Geta fell silent again, pondering the possibility of subduing the giants. During their last brief encounter, Shax was rushing to the Poison Dragon Swamp and didn't want any accidents to happen along the way, so he didn't negotiate with the group of giants on the mountaintop. Shax vividly remembered how powerful those mountain giants were. Among those mountaintop giants, there was one whose strength was comparable to that of the prophet Geta. Furthermore, there is another individual whose strength is also at the peak of the hero level. If these mountain giants can be subdued, the number of personnel that Shax can command will increase significantly. Chieftain, the leader of the mountain giants, is named Tiger, and his strength is about the same as mine. He also has a younger brother named Tai Lai, whose strength is not much different. If you want to subdue them, you'll probably have to take action yourself. Shax turned around, looked at the prophet Geta, and gave him a look that said he was eager to hear more. The mountain giants, like us obsidian golems, revere strength and have seen the outside world. They are the best human shield warriors. At this point, the prophet Geta seemed to recall something, his brow furrowed, and his tone became somewhat grave. The clan leader, the mountaintop giants, previously had their own leader-level powerhouse. Moreover, I heard that their previous leader was the most capable warrior under Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. I think the reason why the mountaintop giant did not submit to the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp before was because he was waiting for a leader-level powerhouse to emerge from among his own people. Shax nodded, agreeing that the prophet Geta's words made sense. Any tribe that has produced a leader-level expert has some foundation, and they know how to cultivate a leader-level expert. Such tribes do not easily submit to ordinary chieftains, unless they are great beings like Arcs, who are lords. Forget it, when the time is right. Prophet, you can accompany me on another trip. The prophet Geta nodded. Ever since he learned that Shaksha had a more ambitious goal, his heart, which had been dormant for hundreds of years, had also become passionate. Alligator Turtle Valley is very quiet and relaxed today. The fact that no beast tide attacked throughout the entire day reassured the tribespeople. However, in the middle of the night, from the depths of the dense forest outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, came a series of eerie songs, both beautiful and chilling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon hearing the song, Shuxi, the prophet Gata, Dels, and others who were resting in the Crocodile Turtle Valley burst out of their tents and came to the foundation of the city wall to gaze at the distant dense forest. A moment later, the succubus queen Yelena arrived with a large number of her people, her expression slightly unnatural. Do you know what's hiding in the dense forest? Shuxi was very observant. He had noticed earlier that Yuina's complexion was a little off. Now the succubus queen Yelena has arrived, and her expression is exactly the same as Yuina's. Chieftain, this is a lament, and lurking in the dense forest is a sorrowful banshee. The succubus queen, Yelena, gazed into the distant dense forest, her beautiful eyes appearing extremely cold. Just as Shuxi was filled with doubt, his demon wife, Yuna, spoke up to explain. Dear Shuxi, the sorrowful banshee is actually a branch of us succubi. They are traitors. Succubus branch, traitor? Yuna nodded, seemingly recalling the ancient history of her tribe. Like trolls, succubi are of pure blood from the abyss. However, after descending upon this continent, some succubi were influenced by other gods and transformed into sorrowful banshees. The one who spoke was the succubus queen, Yelena. Her voice was cold, yet also sacred. Ironically, after the gods used the sorrowful banshees to fight the divine war, they abandoned them. They are a group of outcasts, rejected by any race, and forced to hide in fear. I never imagined that there was still soil in the south where they could live. After saying these words, the succubus queen Yelena bowed to Shuxi. Chieftain, as the queen of the succubus race, your subordinates and women beg you to let us succubi clean up our own mess. Shuxi glanced at the succubus queen Yelena. This woman was still playing tricks at a time like this. Go. Shakespeare was straightforward and did not object. Dear Shuxi, cleaning house is a duty flowing in the blood of royal succubi. The demon wife, Yuna, stepped out from behind Shax and took out the dagger and whip that Shax had given him. Be careful. Shuxi stared at Yuna for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After giving her a kiss, Yuna went to the side of the succubus queen, Yelena. This is a rare sight. The succubus twin sisters are united in their hatred of the enemy and work together. In the name of our ancestors, drive out the filth and slay the rebels. The succubus queen Yelena raised her scepter high, and the succubus warriors in the battle formation stepped forward and gathered around her. Like the other tribespeople, Shuxi were sizing them up. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi activated the bloodlust aura, putting the group of succubus girls into a berserk state and enhancing their physical abilities. At the same time, the succubus queen Yelena began to sing, with her sister Yelena leading the way. A mysterious and enchanting melody rang out, drowning out the singing from the distant dense forest. Deep in the distant forest, the chilling song paused for a moment before transforming into screams of agony. Swish swish. Yelena and Yelena glided low in the air ahead, leading their tribesmen into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, some buffalo and troll warriors rushed forward, ready to provide assistance. Stop! Don't go there. The battle between succubi is filled with illusions, and the dense forest is dangerous. Furthermore, since the elder deacon has instructed the succubi to clean up their own mess, we should refrain from interfering. All we need to do is trust the elder deacon. Shuxi's voice was calm, and the tribesmen he had called back returned to their ranks, gazing into the distance at the dense forest. In the dense forest, the songs of succubi rose and fell, while the shrieks of mournful banshees grew sharper and fainter. Chieftain, I suggest that all the giant trees within a kilometer radius of the city walls be cut down. Why? This is too dangerous. The dense forest of giant trees is such a good place to hide enemies. The prophet Gato's advice reminded the Shukti. Shuxi wholeheartedly agreed with the idea of hiding the enemy. Dels, did you hear that? This task is assigned to you. Don't worry. Chieftain, I'll lead the tribesmen to cut down the giant tree first thing tomorrow morning. Dels nodded in agreement, also agreeing that there shouldn't be too many trees in the area outside the city walls. In the distance, a rather piercing scream rang out, a mournful wail tinged with grief. The screams rose and fell several times before finally stopping abruptly. Chapter 1045 Senses Scream, Mental Disorder. Deep in the dense forest, The succubus's song and the mournful screams of the banshee clashed and suppressed each other. Snap! The head of a grieving banshee flew into the sky, her beautiful face revealing a mixture of sorrow and relief. Yuina, the younger of the succubus twins, glanced coldly at the grieving banshee whose head had been severed in midair, without the slightest pity. The sorrowful banshee and the succubus are similar in appearance, but the sorrowful banshee is entirely white, including her eyebrows, hair, and eyes. Yuina didn't stop, continuing to rush deeper into the dense forest. Yuina sensed that deeper within the dense forest lurked a powerful queen-level bloodline, the sorrowful banshee. Yelena, the older sister, followed Yuina at a leisurely pace, her chanting never ceasing, sounding like a blessing or a prayer. Howl! Suddenly, a mournful scream rang out, and the twin sisters both frowned. This is a 5-cent scream, an illusion that only a succubus with royal blood can awaken. This is a technique that can alter and strip away the subject's sensory perception, making it impossible for them to see, touch, taste, smell, or hear things that are completely wrong and indistinguishable from reality. Furthermore, this is a group illusion. The succubus queen, Yelena, frowned, glanced at her sister, Yuina, who was flying ahead, and continued chanting. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, Yuina, who was flying ahead, let out a silvery laugh, a laugh filled with joy and sweetness. This is Yuina's bloodline skill, mind derangement, which is also a kind of illusion. This illusion can cause the subject to see things in a distorted and disoriented manner. Most importantly, this is a special kind of mental illusion that can affect the mind of the enemy. The 5 senses, screaming and mental confusion, to some extent, are similar in that they both confuse the enemy into distinguishing between true and false friend and foe. Because of the interaction between these two illusions, the battle between the succubi and the banshees suddenly became chaotic. In the name of my ancestors, I purge you, you rebels from the abyss of succubi. Whoosh! Deep in the dense forest, the succubus queen Yelena stopped chanting, took out her strange black whip, and flew to her sister Yuina's side. Not far from the twin sisters stood a sorrowful female demon dressed in a white gauze robe, her entire body pure white. Poor rebels, filthy blood abandoned by God, vanish. Screams erupted as the twin sisters soared out in perfect unison, creating a breathtaking scene. When all was quiet, as Yelena and Yuina led their people out of the dense forest, a ray of cool moonlight shone down, making the blood-stained succubi appear strangely beautiful. Shax frowned. He noticed that Yuina and Yuliana were somewhat different. The most obvious change is that both Yuina and Yuliana have a mysterious pattern on their foreheads. Furthermore, Shax could sense that Yuina's strength had improved, and she had actually reached the peak of the hero level. Those favored by God. The prophet Geta exclaimed in surprise, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Yelena and Yuina. What is a prophet, a person favored by God? Shakesa asked questions out of curiosity. Chieftain, those favored by God are the lucky ones who have been blessed by God. Divine grace can not only enhance strength, but also talent. Shuxi was puzzled. He couldn't understand why Yelena and Yuina had changed after he killed some of the grief banshees. Dear Shakespeare, I'm back. Fortunately, Yuina remained affectionate with him as always, clinging to Shuxi's arm and refusing to let go. After kissing Yuina, Shuxi glanced at Yelena but did not ask the sisters what had happened in the dense forest. Sometimes, the best choice is to ignore it. The attacking succubus was annihilated by the Succubus clan, and Crocodile Turtle Valley returned to peace. However, just in case, Shuxi insisted on guarding the foundation of the city wall for one night. At dawn, while Shuxi was eating, the Succubus scout brought back good news. No further traces of the beast tide have been found in the area south of the Black Wasteland Forest. This phenomenon indicates that the beast tide has passed. Next, they just need to wait for the beast hordes to return. If they can successfully resist, the Black Wasteland tribe will usher in a period of explosive growth in overall strength. With no beasts attacking, outside Crocodile Turtle Valley, Elder Deers led a team to cut down giant trees in the nearby area. Because of the previous beast tide, many of those giant trees collapsed, which greatly reduced the workload. The prophet Geta, the Elder of Enlightenment, was also busy. He led his people to move stones back and forth to repair the damaged foundations. At the same time, a ring of wooden spikes was gradually built around the foundation of the city wall. Looking at the thriving Alligator Turtle Valley, Shuxi felt extremely happy. 3 days later, the Succubus scout brought back news that the beast horde had begun its return. Chieftain, the interval between the beast horde's return tides this time is too short. The prophet Geta had some doubts and reminded Shaksha. Is there a problem, prophet? The prophet Geta had experienced several herds of beasts returning, and his experience still has much to offer. Chieftain, in the past, the return of the beast herds would occur every 7 days to half a month. This resurgence started just 3 days ago, and there are probably some things happening that we don't know about. Shax raised an eyebrow. He hated these kinds of incomprehensible, mysterious, and unknown situations the most. Is there any way to do this? The prophet Geta shook his head, looking utterly helpless. Terminer, send a message to all the elders, informing them that the beast tide has begun to return and that they should take precautions. Yes, chieftain. With no good solution in mind, Shax could only instruct his people to be on high alert and wary of the beast tide. Half a day later, the beast horde rushed in. Sensing the overwhelming aura of the leader of the Shuxi, the monster horde fled in panic to the south from both sides of Crocodile Turtle Valley. That's really strange. Shax stood atop a wooden building, gazing at the fleeing herd of beasts, and also noticed something amiss. The herd of animals returned, looking somewhat panicked, and they had lost interest in our Alligator Turtle Valley. Look, those four-edged lizards didn't even glance at our Alligator Turtle Valley. Shuxi pointed to the west side of Alligator Turtle Valley, where a group of four-edged lizards were running and charging, as if they hadn't seen Alligator Turtle Valley at all. Chieftain, this may be a good thing. Whatever happens during the beast tide, as long as it doesn't impact our Alligator Turtle Valley, it doesn't matter. Shuxi nodded, agreeing with the prophet Geta's view. However, the doubts buried in the hearts of the prophet Chakravartin and the prophet Geta were answered a day later. A cry of an eagle rang out in the sky, carrying the aura of a leader. Shax stood on the wooden building, looking up at the sky. A storm vulture came from the north, releasing its oppressive aura as it went, as if it were driving something away. The elders of Crocodile Turtle Valley quickly gathered behind Shax, also looking up at the sky. Don't be alarmed. It's the storm vulture, a subordinate of Lord Axe of the Four Realms. Shax's voice was calm, showing no sign of panic whatsoever. Chapter 105 The Naki Clan, Awakening Opportunity. Upon seeing the storm vulture, Shaksha immediately understood what had happened. The beast tide was driven north by the leader-level Thunderhawks, while the four-domain Lord Axe went in the opposite direction, sending storm vultures to drive the beast tide back south. I must say, this is a brilliant idea. However, Shax felt that something was amiss about this matter. Lord Axe of the Four Domains reacted somewhat slowly to the beast tide. Logically speaking, Lord Axe of the Four Domains should have taken precautions before the beast tide began. Lord Axe of the Four Domains should have acted a few days earlier to drive them away in the opposite direction. Chieftain, it seems that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has made his move. Shaksha did not respond to the prophet Geta, but instead looked up and stared at the storm vulture. For a brief moment, Shaksha could feel the storm vulture staring at him. However, the storm vultures did not make any aggressive moves, but continued to drive away the beast tide. After a long while, Shuxi turned around and spoke to the battle elder Dels. Dels, lead the hunt for the herd. This is an opportunity to obtain supplies, don't miss it. Upon hearing this, the troll Dels' eyes lit up. After agreeing, he turned around and loudly summoned his battle party, thus beginning a large-scale hunt. Go if you want, but be careful. Shax glanced at the eager Yeyina and Aya, who were now raising a triangular python and a cave spider queen and wanted to hunt and feed them themselves. Yeyona cheered, cuddled with Shuxi for a while, and then joined the hunting party with Medusa and Aya. In a short while, only the not-so-agile Prophet Gata remained behind Shaksha. Prophet, the beast tide issue has been resolved. It seems our plan to build the city walls will have to be brought forward. Shakespeare was quite happy. The appearance of the storm vulture caused the beast tide to return ahead of schedule. Furthermore, Alligator Turtle Valley did not suffer a second major blow, and the foundation of the city walls was preserved. Chieftain, rest assured, the construction plan will be completed before winter arrives. Shax looked at his tribesmen who were roaring and charging into the beast horde, thought for a moment, and pointed to a few corners of the city wall foundation. If time permits, build a few towers in these locations. When the time comes, we'll get some large crossbows, which will also pose a certain threat to flying magical beasts. The prophet Geta nodded and agreed to the matter. In the south, in the Thunder Forest, in Thunder Eagle City. Clang. Damn it, can someone tell me what happened? Why has my Kegel leader-level Thunderhawk lost its telepathic connection? Thunderhawk Knight Oots is a leader-level powerhouse and a powerful being who possesses a leader-level flying magical beast. It was thanks to the assistance of the leader-level Thunderhawk that Thunderhawk Knight Oots was able to easily defeat the troll chieftain Griel and even kill 5 troll elders who came to his aid. At this moment, Yetizi was both angry and terrified. In a bad mood, Yutizi smashed the bone glass he was drinking from to pieces. Brother, what happened? A tall, slender girl with a striking, handsome face and a prominent aquiline nose walked into the castle hall after hearing the sound of something being smashed. The girl affectionately linked arms with her brother Yutez, whispering words of comfort and concern. Sister, the telepathic connection between Kajia and me has been severed. I don't know if it flew too far, or... Yutez didn't continue speaking. If the latter scenario were true, his strength would be greatly diminished. Don't worry, brother. Kajia must have flown too far and lost her senses. Kajia can drive away the beast tide. As long as she doesn't fly at low altitudes, she won't be in danger. Moreover, the lord of the 4 domains adjacent to our territory, Axe, only has 1 storm vulture under her command. However, Jier is faster than the storm vulture, so nothing will happen to her. After being comforted by his sister Yuduf, Thunder Eagle Knight, Yutez finally felt a little better. That makes sense. In the sky, apart from that storm vulture, no one can pose a threat to Kogel. Moreover, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez had previously instructed Thunderhawk, Kegel, not to get too close to the north or to the 4 domains Lord Axe. Sister, how's the progress on your end? That Thunderhawk is stubborn. It still refuses to sign a contract with me. Thunderhawk Knight Oots and his sister Uf are a very rare race. They belong to a rare race called the Nachi. The Nachi are born with the ability to communicate with Thunderhawks and have a high chance of signing a contract with a Thunderhawk to become powerful Sky Knights. Be patient. You need to show it your goodwill and intentionally demonstrate your strength and potential. When communicating with Lei Ying, open your heart and treat it like family or a partner. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez patiently shared his experiences with his sister. Only then could his anxious heart be slightly relieved. In the Black Wasteland Forest, the beast tide has completely flowed back to the south. Shax seized the opportunity, allowing his people to obtain a large number of prey during this wave of beasts. For the group, they obtained enough food. For Shax, he obtained enough mid to high level magic cores. The distinction between magic cores is simple. Level 1 and Level 2 magic cores are low-level magic cores. Level 3 and Level 4 are mid-level magic cores, and Level 5 and above are considered high-level magic cores. Of course, those at Level 7 and above are already rare. During this beast tide, the Black Wasteland tribe united as one. Although they lost a small number of bloodline warriors, the tribe is about to welcome a new batch of bloodline warriors. Chieftain, the offerings and blood for the demon pool are plentiful, and the blood has filled the demon pool completely. The one who came to the chieftain's tent to report the matter was the battle elder Dels. Originally, Elder Genkai was in charge of the offerings for the demon pool, but since he obtained a level 7 magic core and entered a state of cultivation, the matter was handed over to Dels. Very good. Go and compile a list of trolls that have met the awakening requirements. We will begin the awakening ceremony tomorrow. By the way, this time it doesn't matter whether you're male or female. We have so many offerings that it's enough for the whole tribe to squander. Elder Dels was extremely excited. Enough sacrifices meant that enough troll bloodline warriors would be born. Moreover, this time, the awakening of bloodlines is not limited to men or women. His daughters can also take this opportunity to enter the demon pool to awaken their bloodlines, which is an exciting thing. Of course, the trolls would not show any pity to those of their tribe who could not persevere and leave the demon pool, because those tribesmen were considered useless by the trolls, and they were wasting a lot of the tribe's resources. At most, it's a pity for the resources. Even the Shakshi didn't have any goodwill towards those of their people who couldn't climb out of the demon pool. For trolls, there is no glory without becoming a bloodline warrior. Chieftain, are the old folks included too? Shax paused for a moment, then thought for a moment, and said, let's include them all. Anyone who meets the awakening criteria, whether they are elderly or women, should be given a chance. Hey, okay. To be honest, Elder Deers was deeply moved when he heard Shuxi's words. Shax also felt a little sad, because these things were caused by the scarcity of resources in the past. It should be noted that in the past, the opportunity for awakening, whether for the Mayan troll or the Achuo troll, was reserved for those young, strong trolls with great potential. As for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, the tribe would not abandon them, but would only provide them with a meager living. The reason why Shuxi dared to relax the awakening conditions this time was because the beast tide had hunted a large number of magical beasts, which gave him the confidence to do so. Chapter 106 Nephew Luolu, I succeeded. 3 days later, Shuxi led a group of trolls to stand outside the demon cave, anxiously waiting. At this moment, Shakshi finally understood his elder brother Grell's state of mind back then. Waiting is always hard, especially when you're concerned about your loved ones. This time, the number of trolls who entered the demon cave to awaken was nearly 500. Of course, there are fewer than 200 truly young trolls. And Shaxi's nephew, Lolo, was among these 200 trolls. Lolo was the eldest son of his elder brother Grell and the nephew of Shaxi. Last year, it was Gerald who welcomed Shaxi. This time, it's Shaxi's turn to welcome Lolo. In fact, Luolu was not much younger than Shikisi, only one generation younger in terms of seniority. Luolu, you must live up to your elder brother's reputation. Shax prayed silently, praying that Luolu would successfully escape the demon cave. If Luolu can become a bloodline warrior, at least Shax can train him. In this way, Shaxi could give his elder brother Grell a psychological explanation and also find some comfort in himself. Chieftain, this waiting is truly agonizing. However, I feel gratified whenever I see a member of my tribe crawling out of the demon cave. Battle Elder Dels was once the chieftain of the Athos troll race, and he was all too familiar with this kind of waiting. This time, many of Dels's juniors entered the demon cave, and he was very nervous and anxious. This time the offerings are plentiful, and I believe there will be more bloodline warriors than ever before. Dels nodded. He thought so too. If only the demon pool could evolve again, then most of our people would be able to awaken successfully, and the awakening process would be less painful. Del sighed and voiced a question that Shaxi was also pondering. However, Shaxi knew very well that there were probably no other troll tribes in the surrounding territory. The magic pool inside the magic cave can't evolve anytime soon. Just as Shaxi and Dels were feeling down, the surrounding tribesmen suddenly shouted excitedly. Shax and Dels looked up and saw that some of their people had crawled out of the demon cave, which drew screams and cheers from their waiting relatives. Shaxi's eyes brightened, shining with anticipation. Time passed second by second, and half an hour later, Shax's lips curled into a smile as he saw a familiar figure. Luolu, over here. Shax stepped forward, put his arm around Luolu's shoulder, and patted him hard. Uncle. Well done, Luolu. You didn't disgrace your father. A smile played on Luolu's face. He was a little shy, excited and happy, but also a little embarrassed. Come on, back to Alligator Turtle Valley. I'll personally select a pelt for you, and set up your own tent. Shax put his arm around Luolu's shoulder, nodded to Dels, and then walked down the mountain. Next, Shax spent half a day helping Luolu set up the tent before going to Elder Black Flame's tent. Shaxi was unlucky. The leader-level Thunderhawk didn't drop an ash chest for him. Fortunately, the tip of Thunder Eagle's hook-shaped beak was removed by Shax and sent to Elder Black Flame. Chieftain, you've arrived. Elder Black Flame, the best blacksmith in the troll tribe, handed the already polished scimitar to Shaxi and said proudly, Chieftain, look at my craftsmanship. This is Black Flame's proudest work of art. Shax took the small curved knife, casually brandished it, and found it to be excellent in his hand. It's clear that Elder Black Flame's skills have improved again. Elder Black Flame, the troll, smiled broadly. He had been the one who processed the beak and claws of the leader-level Thunderhawk. After this period of honing his skills, he had indeed improved a lot. Just as Shax decided not to linger in Elder Black Flame's tent, a leader-level pressure suddenly erupted from Crocodile Turtle Valley, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Shax's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped out of the tent, looking towards the Grand Elder's tent. Ha ha ha, Chieftain, I did it. The Grand Elder lifted the tent flap and stepped out with boundless pride, his body crackling with electricity. Shax saw it clearly and guessed that the Grand Elder must have awakened lightning-type abilities as he advanced in rank. Chieftain, I succeeded. Elder Genkai approached Shax and bowed respectfully, his excitement mingling with his deference. Shax smiled, knowing full well the meaning behind Elder Genkai's gesture. Although Elder Genkai is very straightforward and inflexible, he is not stupid. He was establishing the authority of the Shaxi and enhancing the Shaxi's status. Elder Genkai demonstrated through his actions that even though they had advanced to the leader level, they still had to treat Chief Shax with utmost respect. Shaxi chuckled and pulled Elder Genkai along, talking as they walked. A few days ago, I had Yena brew a batch of rye wine, just waiting to celebrate the Grand Elder's arrival. Elder Genkai laughed heartily. His laughter was very unrestrained, and he let Shax pull him along. Upon entering the chieftain's tent, Shaxi pondered for a moment. Elder Genkai's successful advancement was a major event and a cause for celebration for the tribe. The order is given. The tribe shall light bonfires, fill them with wine and meat, and celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Teeming, go and invite all the members of the Elder Council here. Tell them that the Grand Elder has successfully advanced to the next level, and I will treat everyone to some rye rice wine. The Guardian Troll Teeming acknowledged the order and ran off to deliver the message. For the next half hour, All the elders were present except for Elder Bull Earthshaker, who had led the hunting party. All the hero-level elders looked at Elder Steel Kai, who was sitting to the left of Shuxi, with pride and fervor in their eyes. In particular, the three chief elders, Gata the Prophet, Dels, and Yelena, looked at Elder Gankai as if they were looking at their future selves. The most excited and thrilled of all was the Prophet Gata, for he was the most likely to advance to the leader level. At this moment, the Prophet Gata deeply believed that the pie in the sky that Shaxi had painted was no longer just a pie in the sky, but a real dream that could be realized. After the beast tied, Elder Gankai's promotion to the leader level was like auspicious omens descending from heaven after a bumper harvest, informing all the Black Wasteland tribe members that next year would definitely be another bumper harvest. 3 days after the Black Wasteland tribe celebrated, the Demon Cave in the back mountain also came to its closing day. 500 trolls entered the Demon Cave to awaken, and 302 eventually emerged. Nearly 40% of the clansmen did not leave the Demon Cave and were absorbed by the Demon Pool, becoming nourishment. When sealing the Demon Pool, Shuxi had no other thoughts in his mind. They can't escape the Demon Pool, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. They chose this path themselves, so they can't blame anyone else. We hope that more members of our tribe will successfully awaken at next year's awakening ceremony. Days passed by, spring came, and autumn went, and the sun and moon revolved. The city walls outside Crocodile Turtle Valley are also rising at a visible rate, gradually approaching the target of 20 meters. Since the beast tied, the Black Wasteland Forest has enjoyed peace, and the Black Wasteland tribe has entered a stage of rapid development in its overall strength. Everything is progressing. Chapter 107 Blind Confidence, for the sake of the people. It wasn't just the Black Wasteland tribe that made progress, but also the Shuxi. With the various low-level potions and a small number of mid-level potions collected by the Devouring Clan in the Black Wasteland Forest, Shuxi's attributes also increased significantly. Of course, this also includes several intermediate-level potions that Shaksha traded from the elf Lyena. Name: Shakshi Mayan Leader Template. Race: Troll. Title: Seed of Ashes. Title description: a Nirvana one who awakened after the great annihilation of the world. When you kill creatures of the new world, there is a certain chance that they will drop ash chests, which can only be seen by ash seeds. Strength: 1725 to 5000 plus 3650 can be increased. Agility: 1480 to 5000 plus 204 can be improved. Intelligence: 1525 to 5000 plus 200 can be increased. Constitution: 2225 to 5000 plus 200 can be improved. Resistance: 20% against all negative status effects. Skills: omitted. Taking the potion significantly boosted Zax's attributes, increasing each attribute by over 200, but it was still far from his peak value. Inside the tent, Shuxi stared at his attribute data, somewhat belatedly realizing what was happening. The templates before the leader level allow for rapid advancement. However, after advancing to the boss level, the rate of improvement, while not exactly snail's pace, is still far too slow for a Shakshi who craves power. Slow speed means there will be a process. The other ash seeds are probably similar to me, or even worse. The goods displayed on the ash platform clearly show that boss-level ash seeds are extremely rare. In other words, most people are stuck at the hero-level template. Could it be that those powerful individuals start to differentiate themselves at the leader level? I once exchanged blows with Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. How much of her strength did she use back then? I'm afraid the Lord-level beings are far more powerful than I imagined. As his strength increased, Shaxu no longer became blindly confident. The tenfold attribute boost from activating the Troll's Blood skill, in Shuxi's opinion, might just be an increase in quantity, without any change in quality. It seems that when facing a Lord-level powerhouse, it's best to avoid them. Sometimes, simply surviving is the key to victory. Shakus ended his contemplation, pushed away the 2 jade arms hanging on him, put on his cloak, and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, the guardian trolls on duty today are Defike and Ermi. At this moment, a giant wolf the size of a buffalo was crouching beside Defike and Ermi. The wolf cubs, once so young, have been fed for more than half a year and are now old enough to be taken out and frighten people. Good dog. Good dog. Shuxi fed each of the 2 giant wolves a pet pill, and while stroking the wolves' heads, he spoke to Defek and Ermi. Has the hunting party returned? Defek bowed and said in a deep voice. Reporting to the clan leader, Elder Dels and Elder Bull Earthshaker have already returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley this morning. Shakes nodded, said nothing more, and went to inspect the city wall. Upon reaching the city wall, Shakshi saw the prophet Gatai, who was directing his people in building the tower. "How is the prophet?" "Chieftain, you've arrived." After bowing his head in homage, the prophet Gata pointed to the tower ahead and spoke. "Chieftain, there are still 4 towers left to be completed. In 7 days at most, our city wall will be finished." The prophet Gata was somewhat excited, for these walls and towers before him had all been completed under his supervision. As the city walls grew taller little by little, the prophet Gata was filled with a sense of accomplishment. "Okay, very good. Thank you for your hard work, prophet." Shax was also delighted, as the construction of the city walls meant that Crocodile Turtle Valley would truly become Black Wasteland Town. The establishment of Black Wasteland Town signifies that the Black Wasteland tribe has begun its journey towards civilization and will give rise to an even more advanced civilization. This is the first and most crucial step that Shax is taking in its pursuit of development. With this city wall as their support, the Black Wasteland tribe will face significantly less pressure, whether facing dark creatures or beast tides. The prophet Gata accompanied Shaksha to inspect the city walls. Before leaving, Shaksha spoke to the prophet Gata. "Prophet, the Council of Elders is having a meeting at noon. Don't be late." The prophet Gata nodded, indicating that he understood. Shaxi walked down the city wall and looked at the younger generation of trolls, buffalo, and obsidian warriors who were fighting each other in the square. A smile appeared on his face. Back in their tent, Yuna and Aya had already prepared a sumptuous meal for Shax. "Dear Xerxes, come quick. Your little spider has gone into hibernation." Shaxi walked into the tent compartment, looked at the cave spider queen, which was already the size of a watermelon, in the wooden box, and said with great joy, "Looks good, it's about to advance." The previous crypt spider queen was so powerful that even a child could kill her, let alone a Warcraft player. In other words, the newly hatched cave spider queen doesn't even have the strength of a normal template. After such a long period of feeding, Shaxi, the cave spider queen, is about to advance into a normal template monster. If we don't evolve, it will be unacceptable. Shaxi closed the wooden box to keep the cave spider queen warm. Then, Shaxi gave Yuna a piece of advice. "Prepare some food. You'll be attending the elders' meeting later." "Okay." At noon, Shaxi filled the tent with food. After all the elders had arrived, Shaxi gestured for everyone to be quiet. The atmosphere fell silent. Shaxi remained silent, as did the elders. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew in from the curtain that Shax spoke. "Did you feel it? The cold wind has arrived. Winter is coming." The atmosphere inside the tent remained quiet, but fear and panic flashed in the eyes of the elders from various tribes attending the meeting. However, the fear in everyone's eyes gradually dissipated when they saw Shaxi sitting in the main seat, and Elder Gankai, the Elder of Revelation, and Elder Gata, the 2 elders on either side of Shaxi. This year's Dark Tide saw 2 leader-level powerhouses and 1 near-leader-level powerhouse join forces to protect the tribe, which reassured everyone considerably. The magical beasts of the Black Wasteland have migrated south. In the next few days, if we want to hunt enough magical beasts, we will have to travel back and forth in the dense forest several times. The speaker was Elder Dells, who, along with Bull Earthshaker, had always been the main leaders of the hunting party. They knew the situation in the Black Wasteland forest better than anyone else. "We have enough food. You can put the hunting aside for now." Shaxi glanced around at everyone and spoke in a dignified voice. "Next, we need to make some preparations for the Dark Tide and also make some arrangements for the invasion of all races next year." Shax reached out and drank the beast blood wine in front of him in one gulp. The fiery, fishy taste made him feel much more energetic. "From now on, we should stock up on medicinal oils, crossbow bolts, throwing spears, spikes, leather armor, and all kinds of weapons, just in case. There's also firewood. Under the polar night, I need to keep our Black Wasteland town brightly lit to ensure our people stay warm. Starting this year, I want our people to never feel the cold again, never feel the darkness again. Everyone, can you lend me a hand?" Shaxi stated his demands and desires in a firm and forceful voice, then opened his eyes wide and met the gaze of his subordinates. "For the sake of our people, for the clan leader, for the Black Wasteland tribe, we swear to defend our homeland to the death. We are willing to make any sacrifice." The elders' passion was instantly ignited by the saxophone, and they began to boil violently. Chapter 108 The First Batch of Monsters, Information Forgotten. That morning, Shax woke up from the lingering fragrance of creamy perfume and felt a slight chill in the air. Shax put on his cloak, lifted the curtain, and the world outside had changed. The cold wind is like a knife, the snowflakes are like feathers, and winter has arrived. Outside the tent, The guard trolls Terminal and Longmu were directing some trolls to clear snow from the surrounding area. Chieftain, you're awake. Shax nodded, glanced at the people of Crocodile Turtle Valley, and then walked out of the valley. Since the city walls were built, Black Wasteland Town, under the command of the Succubus clan, has constructed several large stone palaces within the city walls. These large buildings not only provided shelter for the tribespeople, but also served as temporary granaries and armories. At this time, Black Wasteland Town was still quite lively. Under the light of the campfire, the tribesmen were orderly clearing the snow. The clan leader has arrived. Good morning, clan chief. Shax nodded in response to the greetings from his tribesmen. Only after reaching the city wall did Shax, seeing the excited Elder Genkai, smile and ask a question. Elder, you seem so happy. Did you perhaps gain something last night? When Elder Genkai saw Shax come to replace him, he patted the snow off his body and bowed slightly in greeting. Haha, chieftain, you've arrived. He didn't get the dark creature, but he did win a piece of high-quality animal hide from Dells after making a bet with him. Dells shook his head and smiled wryly, without saying what he and Elder Genkai were betting on. Shax didn't ask, and just smiled and said, Leave this to me, you guys go and rest. Elder Genkai and Dells nodded, then carried their weapons and walked down the city wall. A few minutes later, the Prophet Geta climbed the city wall and took his turn for duty. Prophet, you remain at the city walls. I will go and inspect them. Yes, chieftain. The Prophet Geta was far too large to patrol around, so Shax had to go and check it out himself. As Shax walked along, he first went to the tower next to him to take a look. Seeing that all kinds of crossbows and spears were piled up to the brim, he walked out of the tower with satisfaction. Upon reaching the eastern mountain ridge, Shax gazed at the underground canyon below, his expression somber. Shax had a lingering worry in his mind, a nest of blind spiders that had vanished without a trace here last year. Be on high alert, and watch out for attacks from dark creatures like blind spiders. Yes, chieftain. The area is guarded by a mixed force of succubi and trolls, all of whom possess night vision, making them the best candidates to protect this region. Chieftain, the prophet sent me to inform you that there is a situation at the south gate. The one who came to deliver the message was the troll warrior Rand, a good friend of Shax. Shax didn't say anything more and led his men to the south gate at top speed. The south gate is the section of the city wall facing south, which is the most spacious area. Over there, Shax had his people drop a large amount of bait. Soon, Shax returned to the south gate. Prophet, what's going on? The prophet Gata did not speak, but pointed into the distance, where a group of dark demons were devouring bait in a trap set by their people. Chieftain, these are the first batch of dark creatures to appear this year. There aren't many of them yet. Should we wait a little longer? Shax checked the number of the dark creatures. There were only about 30 of them. No need to wait. Kill them. Take out the dark source crystal and retreat, making them part of the bait. The prophet Geta nodded, picked up the huge stone hammer, and tried to walk away. Shax pulled the prophet Geta back and said in a deep voice, Prophet, you'll train those new recruits. You just need to oversee things. I understand, chieftain. The prophet Geta was slightly taken aback, but he quickly realized that Shax was preparing to hone the tribe's newly promoted bloodline warriors. Although the dark tide is coming, everyone knows that this year's dark tide will pass by easily. We are now honing our bloodline warriors in preparation for an invasion by all races. After all, the intelligent races to the south are not dark creatures. They are more cunning and know better how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Next, the Shax, a type of military officer, took up positions on the city walls to prevent any accidents. The prophet Gata led the hunt for that small group of dark demons. The battle began quickly and ended just as quickly. After all, it was a large group of bloodline warriors besieging more than 30 dark demons. There were far more wolves than meat. Half an hour later, the prophet Gata, holding several pieces of dark source crystals, climbed the city wall and handed them to Shax. According to the rules, 20% of the spoils from each battle are handed over to the warehouse, and the rest are distributed according to merit. Dark crystals can only be hunted once a year. They're incredibly rare. Shax toyed with the dark source crystal in his hand, sighing deeply. This thing is indeed precious. Not only in the Black Wasteland Forest, but also in other regions, dark source crystals are very rare. Upon hearing this, Shax asked a follow-up question without any hesitation. Oh, Prophet, do other races also know that hunting dark creatures will drop dark source crystals? As soon as he said those words, Shax regretted it, feeling like he had been brain dead. Such a question is simply thoughtless. The information about Shax itself was given to him by the snake woman Aya. The snake people know this, and other races know it too. Is that so strange? However, The experienced prophet Geta still answered some unknown questions for Shaksha. Chieftain, as far as I know, almost every race with a leader-level being is aware of this news. Leaders can easily hunt down dark creatures. Such races are generally quite powerful and have a strong foundation. Even we Obsidian people know that every year when the dark tide arrives, we organize our people to hunt down dark creatures. When the prophet Geta spoke these words, he seemed to be recalling some unforgettable memory. The prophet Geta composed himself, looked into the darkness in the distance, and continued speaking. Of course, for safety reasons, we only hunt a small number of dark creatures. When we encounter high-level or large groups of dark creatures, we hide in our shelter and pray that we won't be discovered. Similar to us are those mountain giants to the east. When the prophet Geta spoke of this, Shikshita had a question in his mind. Prophet, why didn't we trolls know about this before? The prophet Geta withdrew his gaze and met the eyes of Shaksha. Chieftain, your ancestors must have known. However, over the centuries, with the transmission of information from generation to generation, people have become increasingly fearful of dark creatures, and many races have forgotten about them. Those races that did not forget either eked out a living or declined in number, and dared not hunt dark creatures indiscriminately. Moreover, no other race would be willing to bring up such a method that could increase strength. This is because it relates to interracial conflict and competition for hunting grounds. At that moment, Shuxi suddenly realized what was going on. Before Shuxi awakened, the strongest race in the Black Wasteland Forest was neither the trolls nor the succubi, but the obsidian golems. The main reason why the obsidian golems did not unify the Black Wasteland Forest was that they were accumulating resources and waiting for the birth of a leader-level powerhouse within their clan. The prophet Gata before Shaksha should be the hope of this generation of obsidian. Chapter 109. Do you understand? Business is business. Before a leader-level powerhouse emerges within their race, the obsidian golems would never wish for other races in the Black Wasteland to rise. This is one of the reasons why the obsidian golems ignored the Black Wasteland Forest, and it was also the main reason why the obsidian golem chief, Heiyuzai, treated the snake people with indifference. Shaksha looked at the prophet Gata with a strange smile on his face. The rise of my elder brother and me was something the prophet had not foreseen, was it? Yes, chieftain. There's nothing for the prophet Gata to hide. Back then, his obsidian golem clan had their own agenda, and the power struggles within the Black Wasteland were a result of their laissez-faire approach. Although I have never witnessed Chief Gerald's power, I have no doubt about your strength. The prophet Gata offered a small compliment, which Shaksha simply laughed off. In the past few hundred years, has the prophet ever heard of a leader-level expert breaking through to the lord level? Shikushi gazed into the distance, into the darkness. Although he asked the question casually, a deep seriousness shone through his eyes. No, I've never heard of that. The lords in the surrounding area have remained unchanged. In that instant, Shuxi's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp, even somewhat captivating. As expected, the vast majority of powerful individuals were stuck at the leader level. As his suspicions were indirectly confirmed, Shuxi's aura fluctuated slightly, but it quickly subsided. The prophet Gata sensed the fluctuations in Shaksha's aura and quickly inquired about it. Chieftain, is there something wrong? Shax smiled, shook his head, and looked somewhat disheartened. It's all right. A flying-type dark creature just appeared in the sky above Crocodile Turtle Valley and has already flown far away. While the prophet Gata breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a pang of regret. If a leader-level dark creature were to attack, the prophet Gata felt that his opportunity to advance was just around the corner. Prophet, do not be anxious. What is meant to come will come. Shuxi offered a word of comfort to the prophet Geta, then put the dark source crystal into the cuckoo's stomach pouch, his expression calm and unmoved. By evening, when Elder Genkai and Dells came to take over, Shuxi still hadn't seen the second wave of dark creatures. Elder, be cautious and give those newcomers some experience. If anything happens, just call out, and I'll come right away. Elder Genkai nodded. He was somewhat unwilling because he hadn't seen any dark creatures last night and hadn't earned any extra money. He became excited upon hearing that dark creatures had appeared. Don't worry, Chief. I'll let you know if anything happens. Shax nodded and led his tribesmen away from the city wall. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's tent. With the help of Yeena and Aya, Shax was full and satisfied. It is said that when people are well-fed and warm, they think of lustful thoughts. As Shax looked at Yeena and Aya, the atmosphere between them was gradually building up. After the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Shuxi held the two sleeping women in his arms and focused his mind on the ash platform. As usual, Shuxi initiated the transaction, paying the elf Lyaina a batch of magic cores in return for pet pills and intermediate-grade magic potions. After thinking for a moment, Shaxi tentatively asked the elf Lyaina a question. Do you know about the Dark Tide? In the past, Shakespeare would never have asked such a question so rashly. This could easily expose one's location, potentially bringing unnecessary and unknown dangers to the scythe. However, after getting to know the elf Lyaina, Shaksha learned some of Lyaina's temperament. Knowing that the other party is just a miserable, low-class elf, lacking both resources and connections. If it weren't for getting involved with Shaxi, the elf Lyaina would have remained stuck in the elite template for a long time. Of course, it's possible that the elf Lyaina is a skilled actress. However, in order to uncover more information, Shakus couldn't resist probing. What's Dark Tide? Never heard of it. Shaxi frowned and pondered as he looked at the message from the elf Lyaina. Nature's forest, fairy treehouse. The lowly wood elf, Lyaina, was also deep in thought as she looked at the message sent by Shaxi. Dark Tide. Just from the name, it sounds terrifying. Luo Shanhai, you can't just die like this. This elf is still counting on you, my scapegoat. By the god of the elves, please bless Luo Shanhai, this great scoundrel, and grant him the chance to live until I, the elf, become powerful enough to die. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shaxi has finished thinking and has come to two conclusions. First, if the wood elf Lyaina wasn't lying, then the two of them shouldn't be on the same continent. To put it simply, they're not on the same map. Secondly, if the wood elf Lyaina is lying, then she must be trying to hide something. As for what they're hiding, that remains unknown. Furthermore, it will also spark many speculations among the authorities. Shaxi put his mind at ease and didn't reply to the wood elf Lyaina, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. Next, Shaxi paid attention to the grain merchant Scarecrow. This guy was very aloof and hadn't replied to Shaxi's message for a long time. Does this guy think my message is spam and just ignore it? Shax was somewhat disheartened. For the Black Wilderness tribe to develop, food was an inescapable obstacle. Currently, the Black Wasteland tribe's food sources, besides monster meat, are some wild mushrooms. The Black Wasteland forest does have fruits and similar things, but in very small quantities. As for food, needless to say, the Black Wasteland forest has so little sunlight throughout the year that it's impossible to grow any crops. Shax had long harbored the idea of leading his people to reclaim wasteland and cultivate the land. However, this path was rejected by Shakespeare long ago. Because of insufficient sunlight and unfavorable natural environment, farming is a dead end. In other words, the Black Wasteland tribe cannot pursue the path of production. If they wanted to develop, they could only choose the path of plunder. This is also the path that Shax has planned for himself and the Black Wasteland tribe. What Shax wants to do is to make himself and his people stronger and stronger, and then launch invasions, burning, killing, and looting, and developing a predatory civilization. There's a saying that goes, if you're strong enough, what belongs to others will become yours. The grain merchant, Scarecrow, was someone Shaksha wanted to establish a stable grain purchasing channel with, just like the elf Lyaina. Mutual cooperation leads to win-win outcomes. Good things come to those who wait, so please be patient. Shakesa comforted himself, cheered himself up, and sent another message to the grain merchant, Scarecrow. Purchase 100 tons of food using magic cores. Shax didn't believe that the grain merchant Scarecrow would be tempted by such information. Finally, Shaxi focused his attention on information about the unscrupulous merchant, the wandering spirit Dodi. Luo Shanhai, my friend, are you sure you're not dead yet? This time, the message from the wandering soul Dodd didn't discuss a deal. Instead, it was a message of concern for Shaxi. Dodd the ghost, my old friend, I'm not going to kick the bucket. I'm currently buried in hard work, building up my savings. Well, although Shaxi labeled the wandering soul Dod as a black-hearted merchant, he also learned a lot from him. Moreover, every transaction between Shaxi and the wandering soul Dodi was a mutually agreeable one. To be honest, Dodd was a benefactor of the Shakshini. However, in business, whether it's acting or genuine friendship, Shakespeare has to use some tactics and bargain for his own benefit. Chapter 110 Ambitious, Don't Dawdle. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul Didi suddenly received a reply from Shaksha and stood frozen on the throne for several seconds. Ha. The wandering spirit Dodd suddenly burst into laughter. He saw in the shackles the shadow of his own struggles hundreds of years ago. You're only replying to my message now, so it seems like we have something to talk about. A flash of red light appeared in the deep pupils of the wandering spirit Dodi, and he replied to Shaxi. Tell me, what do you want? Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. When Shax saw the reply, he didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Do you have any high-quality standard weapons and armor? Shax originally wanted to send back the requested quantity of 2,000 sets, but after thinking about it, he cancelled the idea. A moment later, the wandering spirit Dodd replied to the message without saying anything, but simply provided information on a set of armor and weapons. Shax first opened the weapons information, and he frowned as he read it. The standard weapon provided by the Wandering Soul DoD is of very good quality. It's a silver tier weapon. However, the special effects and skills of these weapons all require necromantic or soul power to activate. Without a second thought, Shaxi rejected these standard weapons outright. However, the armor that followed caught Shaxi's eye. Black bone armor. Type, armor. Quality, bronze. Additional special effects, conjoined bones. Skill description. When wearing the black bone armor, it can connect with the user's own skeleton to form an adaptive set of armor. Armor rating. This is already the best bronze armor. What more could you want? Regardless of the defensive strength of bone armor, bronze-level equipment is definitely much better than leather armor. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the black bone armor is its adaptability. The Shaxi's army is a mixed force of warriors from different races, each with a different height and build. The black bone armor's additional effects completely ignore this point. In short, Shaxi was very fond of the black bone armor. Old friend, are you trying to fool me with these weapons? Also, how reliable are these armors? Their defensive capabilities haven't been clearly explained. My subordinates are not necromancers. They don't have your abilities and cannot control necromancy. Shaxi didn't hold back either, starting to nitpick and ridicule the equipment of the Wandering Soul DoD. Of course, Shaxi also had some ulterior motives, subtly probing the truth of whether the Wandering Soul DoD was a necromancer. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The Wandering Spirit DoD was fully aware of Shax's ulterior motives, because he had done the same thing long ago. Luo Shanhai, my old friend, just tell me directly, do you like it or not, and how many you need? Also, I only need magic cores and rare ores. The Wandering Spirit Dodd, seated on his throne, let out 2 cackles of laughter before sending back the message. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Dodd's reply struck a chord with Shaxi, leaving him unable to even come up with a lie to deny it. This guy has an amazing eye for talent. Shax pondered, realizing that his little scheme had been seen through. There was no need to continue acting. His next step was to state his demand and prepare to negotiate the price. 5,000 sets of black bone armor, traded for magic cores. Shax's true intention was 2,000 sets, but he ended up saying 5,000 sets. If the price of black bone armor is too high, Shaxi will use this as a reason to reduce the quantity purchased. Of course, if the price is right and there is enough stock of Soul DoD, then the Nozhaks will not lose out, as it is equivalent to stockpiling war supplies. At the same time, through this incident, Shaxi can also further probe the depths of the Wandering Soul DoD. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Ghost DoD was somewhat surprised to see the quantity of the purchase request for the Kexos. This caused the Wandering Soul Dodd to fall into deep thought, and his ideas multiplied. Is Luo Shanhai serious? 5,000 sets of black bone armor. That's enough to equip a medium-sized army. Or is this guy scheming and planning his way to becoming a lord? This idea was quickly rejected by the Wandering Soul Dodd. Or perhaps he came from a powerful background and began to wield power. No, judging from the bone armor he bought and the items he sold before, he definitely doesn't come from any powerful force. Moreover, this guy seems to have a lot of magic cores, more like a pioneering group, and he doesn't seem to have any powerful backing. The Wandering Soul Dodd was very confident. He had great faith in his own guesses. That's interesting. It seems like another ambitious kid is about to rise to prominence. The map this guy is on looks like it's worth exploring. Also, 5,000 sets of black bone armor. Can this guy really handle that? Is this guy testing me? Haha, it's been so long since I've met such a fun friend. The white bone at the jaw of the Wandering Spirit Dodd began to tremble and make a creaking sound that echoed in the empty hall, creating an extremely eerie atmosphere. However, there was a hint of joy in that voice. Sure, 5,000 sets of black bone armor and 10,000 level 4 magic cores. The Wandering Soul DoD replied to Shaxi and specified the price. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shax's spirits, which had been low, instantly soared. It wasn't because he was shocked by the fact that 5,000 sets of black bone armor required 10,000 level 4 magic cores. What shocked Shaxi was the sheer power behind the Wandering Soul DoD, who could casually produce 5,000 sets of black bone armor to sell. Shaxi was speechless with emotion at that moment. To put it bluntly, the strength of the Wandering Soul DoD is definitely above that of the Four Domain Lord Axe. Because of his in-depth conversation with the Prophet Geta, Shaksha had some understanding of the power of the four-domain lord, Axe. Excluding the forces in the Black Wasteland Forest, the Desert Continent, and the Poison Dragon Swamp, the forces in the Abyss, which is under the jurisdiction of the four-domain Lord Axe, are only twice as many as the total forces in these three regions. Nevertheless, the four domains Lord Axe would absolutely not be able to produce 5,000 sets of equipment similar to the Black Bone armor to arm his subordinates. The forces of Axe, the Lord of the four domains, consist mostly of bloodline warriors who fight naked. Therefore, Shakushi's feelings at this moment were more complicated than ever before. It took Shakushi half an hour to calm down and reply to the message. 10,000 level 4 magic cores are too expensive, 2,000. Dodd's reply was quick and commercial. My friend, considering our special relationship, I'll sell you 8,000. Shax frowned. He could continue to play along with this kind of haggling. However, Shakespeare disliked this kind of haggling. He personally felt that it was neither manly nor straightforward. Therefore, Shakushi gave the wandering soul a straightforward reply. One price, 5,000 level 4 magic cores. If you're a man, don't hesitate. Chapter 111 The Troll King is not a man. Haha. Upon seeing Shakushi's reply, the wandering soul Dodd suddenly burst into laughter. The wandering spirit Dodd reached out and looked at his bony fingers adorned with various magical rings, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Men, well, I'm no longer one. I wonder if you are? Perhaps you are no longer one. With so many races in this world, it's impossible that you would happen to awaken as a human. The price quoted by the saxophone amused the wandering soul Dodd. If Shakushi keeps haggling with him, Dod the ghost will definitely deal with him in the same way. From now on, Shaksha's relationship with the wandering soul Dod will be at most that of a buyer and seller, not even a cooperation. Okay, one price, 5,000 level 4 magic cores. By the way, I'm definitely not a man. I am the male skeleton. I am the king of skeletons. This is the reply from the wandering soul Dodd. While agreeing on the price, he also introduced himself and assertively stated his status and position. When Shakushi saw the reply, he was neither shocked nor afraid, nor did he feel any reverence. Shaksha was a smart man. The reply from the wandering spirit Dod was sending him a signal that he was willing to be friends with Shaksha, even if the relationship was just ordinary. Shakushi took a deep breath, and his heart burned with passion. I am not a man. I am a troll, the future king of trolls. Shaksha also reintroduced himself to the wandering soul Dod. As for the future troll king, that was Shaksha's ambition. At the same time, Shakushi initiated a transaction with the wandering soul Dod, paying 5,000 level 4 magic cores. Don't die too soon, future troll king. This was a message from the wandering spirit Dodd, which sounded both sarcastic and caring. In short, opinions vary from person to person. The Netherworld, the throne of bones. The wandering soul Dod took out a level 4 magic core and, like eating an apple, chewed it up and swallowed it piece by piece. As for whether a skeletal body can accommodate and digest a magic core, and what the situation is like under the armor, no one knows. Please, future troll king, don't die. Keep trying. You need to advance to at least the lord level to enter our circle. The voice of the wandering spirit Dodd echoed in the empty hall, with only clusters of emerald green will-o'-the-wisps flickering on the walls as if in response. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. Shakushi did not remove the armor, but temporarily stored it on the ash platform. This is another use of the ash platform that Shax discovered, temporary storage of items. However, there is a prerequisite. The items must be goods traded on the ash's platform. As long as you don't remove it immediately, you can remove it when needed. If you have a seed of ash who you can trust completely, the ash platform can be considered a huge storage bag. However, a seed of ash with 100% trust is impossible. Because here, Shakushi can't trust anyone but himself. And so, the night passed. The next day, Shakushi woke up Medusa, who was pressing against his chest. Perhaps it's an ingrained habit, but when Medusa Aya sleeps, she always likes to wrap her legs around Xerxes, because she liked to do this even before she evolved. Master, you're awake. Shax was very domineering. He kissed Aya forcefully for a minute before speaking. Okay, sweetie, get up and get me something to eat and drink. Come with me for your shift in a bit. I'll get some dark source crystals for yourself and for the triangular python too. Medusa Aya's beautiful eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she nodded vigorously in agreement. Aya is different from Uyina. Uyina is the demon wife recognized by all her tribesmen. Even if Uyina does nothing, the tribe will still support her. But Aya is different. She is a slave, and if she wants to grow stronger, she has to go out and fight herself. If Aya stays in the tent of the Shakushi, The tribe will not allocate any dark source crystals to her. Of course, unless it's a personal gift from Shaxi to Aya, just like the previous advancement of the triangular python, which was Shaxi's own personal action. Shaxi pried open Yuna's arms that were wrapped around his waist and kissed her forehead. Yuna, keep an eye on our tent. Yeah. Yuna went a bit crazy last night and really messed with Shax. However crazy she was last night, Yuna is just as exhausted right now. Half an hour later, Shaxi, wearing a cloak, led Medusa, who was fully armed, out of the chieftain's tent. Outside the tent, the guardian troll warriors were all present. Terminal, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi were all in place. Before the appearance of dark creatures, the guardian troll warriors of Shaksha took turns on duty. Since the attack by the dark creatures yesterday, they have all stayed by Shaxi's side. Protecting the Shakes is their duty, even if it costs them their lives. This is the mission and the honor of being a guardian warrior for the clan leader. This is also the main reason why Shaxi equipped his 4 guardian troll subordinates with level 6 magical beasts, the frost giant wolf. Shaxi also hoped that the 4 troll warriors, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, would be stronger, as he was currently severely lacking in capable subordinates. At the south gate, when the Shakespeare climbed the city wall, even the heavy snowfall couldn't mask the stench of blood in the air. Chieftain, you've arrived. The Grand Elder, the Prophet Geta, Dels, the Bull Shatterer, and the Succubus Queen Yelena were all gathered here, making it a slightly lively scene. Judging from this, there must have been some success last night. Shaxi said this to the Grand Elder, who laughed and tossed a leather bag to Shaxi. 3 waves of dark creatures came last night, and we had a good blast killing them. Shaxi weighed the leather bag full of dark source crystals in his hand, glanced at Dels and Nyo Handy, and saw that the 2 elders also had a look of joy in their eyes. It seemed that they had also received a considerable share. Everyone's exhausted after a long night. Go and rest. It's our turn now. Elder Genkai laughed heartily, called out to Dels and Nyo Handy, and walked down the city wall with his spiked club in hand. Shaxi felt that Elder Genkai was truly generous. Even though he had been promoted to the leader level, his way of getting along with Dels and Bull Earthshaker remained unchanged. Perhaps this is why everyone follows Shikshita's lead in calling Elder Genkai Elder. Even the Prophet Geta was no exception to this. The Grand Elder has a very upright temperament and is a fearless warrior on the battlefield. The Prophet Geta sighed. He was truly envious of the Grand Elder, who had bypassed him and become a leader-level powerhouse first. Prophet, you seem to have a high opinion of the Grand Elder. The Prophet Geta nodded, without any hesitation, and said calmly, in the past, although our Obsidian race did not wage war against other races, we knew very well the strongest and bravest warriors of each race. For example, Elder Deacon Yelena, Her Majesty the Queen's illusion magic is definitely a deadly weapon on the battlefield. We've always known that. In front of Yelena, the Prophet Geta spoke very frankly. In the past, the Obsidian Golems believed that once a leader-level expert emerged in their tribe, all the warriors of the various races in the Black Wasteland Forest would become their warriors. Therefore, they will certainly find out the details. Shaxi glanced at the fully armed Succubus Queen Yelena, lingering on her waist for a moment. As an elder in our tribe, there's no need for you to lead the charge and risk your life. I will allocate dark source crystals to you as needed. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, her mature voice captivating and mesmerizing. Yelena also wanted to reach the peak of the hero level as soon as possible and did not want to fall behind the elders. Chapter 112 Terrifying Spiny Insects, Facing a Desperate Situation. Shaxi said no more, for power was Yelena's wish. According to the rules of the Shaksha, the order of obtaining leader-level resources, after the Prophet Geta, has already appeared, and that is Yuna. Yuna reached the peak of the hero level first, leaving elders such as Dels, Nyo Handy, Yuliana, Luo Sha, and Ander behind. For the next sequence, Dels and Yelena have the best chance, as they are both about to reach the peak of the hero level. How could Yelena, as the queen of the Succubus race, be willing to lose to her younger sister? Prophet, you and Yelena stay at the south gate. I'll go check out the other places. Yes, sir. Please rest assured, clan leader. Shaxi nodded and led Aya and a group of guard trolls on a patrol from west to east. The mountains to the west of Alligator Turtle Valley are relatively safe, with steep slopes below them and a river flowing down the slopes, forming a natural barrier. It's mainly the mountains to the east. Whenever he patrols this area, Shaxi feels uneasy. Just like this time, when Shaxi stood on the stone wall of the eastern mountain ridge again, he would feel palpitations for no reason. You wait here for me. I'm going down to investigate. Shax gave Aya and the others a word, then followed his instincts, drew his spear, leaped over the stone wall, and slid down into the valley below the mountain. Soon, Shaxi arrived at the bottom of the canyon, a place he had explored before, but without success. This time, looking at the bottomless underground fissure, Shakushi jumped down without much hesitation. As his body descended, all that could be heard was the rustling of the wind. Puff! Half an hour later, Shaxi thrust his spear into the stone wall, stood on the spear, and stared at the still unfathomable crack in the ground, his nerves on edge. This is absolutely incredible. As the Succubus continued to penetrate deeper, the underground fissures not only did not narrow, but instead became wider and wider, giving the Succubus the feeling of entering the inner world of the earth. This change brought Shaxi unfamiliarity, the unknown, and a touch of fear. Shax pondered, looking up at the darkness of the polar night and down at the darkness of the earth below, and decided to take this opportunity to find out. Shaxi pulled out his spear and continued jumping down the stone wall. Half a day later, Shaxi finally reached the bottom of the crevice. The environment here is eerie, with the ground covered in pebbles, and occasionally, you can see the bone fragments of some mysterious monsters. Seeing this environment, Shax was absolutely certain that this was not a desolate place. Shaxi held the spear upside down, looked it over, and then walked towards the wider part of the crack. As you move forward, the landscape is filled with jagged rocks, as if monsters are lurking in the crevices, creating an extremely bizarre and unsettling scene. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After another half-day, Shax finally sensed that something was wrong. The surrounding environment gave him a chill, which might be a visual illusion. But the squeaking sound just now indicated that Shaxi was indeed being targeted by some kind of monster. Shaxi took a bundle of spears from the cuckoo bird's stomach pouch and slung them over his back. Shaxi stood still, motionless, even his breathing slowed down. Rustling. This time, the sound had changed from squeaking to rustling, and the monsters seemed to be getting closer. Shaxi was focused, listening intently to all directions, his entire body tense, already in battle mode. Suddenly, Shaxi turned around and retreated rapidly, his spear flying out in the process. Puff. Shaxi's spear struck the target, but the target remained unharmed and continued to pounce. Shaxi retreated again, taking the opportunity to get a clear look at the monster that had attacked him. It was a terrifying spiky worm that resembled a caterpillar, covered in sharp spines about 3 meters long, with a body length of about 20 meters. Its body was very thick, and it had 4 pairs of light green insect eyes of different sizes, which were extremely frightening. With just a glance, Shaxi knew that he absolutely could not get close to the terrifying thorn insect, nor could he let it get close. You can't fight this thing in close combat. Shax turned and ran, thinking of a solution as he ran. This terrifying thorn beetle is definitely at the leader level, and not just any leader level. One thing that puzzled Shax was that the aura and pressure of the terrifying thorn insect leader were not released at all, and the aura was concealed very well. Damn it, I was wondering why I felt palpitations every time I patrolled the eastern mountains. It turns out there's this huge guy living here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Shaxi's hair stood on end. Without a second thought, Shax did a somersault and moved to the side. Bang, bang, bang. 3 javelins, sharp as spears, were deeply embedded in the spot where Shaxi had just stood. Judging by their power, Shaxi dared not imagine the consequences if he were hit. Seeing that its spikes had missed their target, the terrifying thorn beetle let out a long howl and continued its attack on the shackles. Shax dared not delay and had already stood up, continuing to flee deeper into the area, hoping to find a suitable place to fight. Thus, the Kshatriya and the terrifying thorn beetle began their chase. Shaxi activated his void levitation ability, moving in a serpentine pattern, narrowly dodging the terrifying thorn insect's attacks each time. Shaxi felt a bit aggrieved. In the past, he was the one who used his spear to stab others, but this time he was being chased by a worm. What was even more frustrating was that the worm actually tried to kill Shaxi with its spikes. About an hour later, Shaxi stopped, no longer daring to continue his escape, for before him lay a vast, bottomless abyss. With an abyss ahead and terrifying thorny insects behind, Shaxi is in dire straits. In that split second, Shaxi's eyes lit up, and he had already come up with an idea. Swish, swish. Shaxi threw all the spears on his back, but they weren't aimed at the terrifying thorn bugs. Several soft, thudding sounds rang out, and Shaxi leaped with all his might, flying towards the spear stuck in the stone wall. Grabbing the spear, Shaxi swung with all his might, leaping like a monkey towards the next spear. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, The spikes of the terrifying thorn insects swept in like machine guns, carving a row of holes in the stone behind Shaxi. Using the spear stuck in the stone wall, Shaxi swung 6 times before jumping down and landing behind the terrifying thorn insect. The terrifying spiky insects changed direction and pounced on Shaxi once again. A sharp light flashed in Shaxi's eyes, and a blood-red streak appeared on his chest as the massive body of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus appeared before Shaxi. This time, after abyssal Tyrannoman emerged, it did not immediately charge out to fight. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and directly condensed the abyssal flame dragon cannon. Boom. A single shot was fired, its light illuminating the entire underground crack. Shaxi squinted and saw clearly that the terrifying thorn insect was hit by the abyssal flame dragon's cannon. However, the terrifying thorn beetle was not killed by the abyssal flame dragon cannon. In that instant, the terrifying thorn insect curled up into a ball and took the hit head-on from the abyss flame dragon cannon. The terrifying thorn beetle had most of its spikes shattered, and although green liquid was flowing from its body, it was not seriously injured. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaxu was on edge and his mind was heavy. Fortunately, when he saw where the terrifying thorn beetle had been sent flying, Shaxi smiled. Chapter 113 has another twist, slaughtering the tyrant. The terrifying thorn worm's enormous body had already been blasted away by the abyss flame dragon cannon and was falling towards the bottomless abyss. The terrifying spiky insects in midair roared and stretched out their bodies, trying to grab the nearby rock walls. Unfortunately, it's too far away. The terrifying thorn beetle has fallen into an abyss. Shaxi arrived at the edge of the abyss, gazing at the pitch-black depths with a furrowed brow. Logically, after an object falls, its speed will increase, and a clear sound should be heard when it hits the ground. However, a quarter of an hour had passed, and Shaxi had not heard the slightest sound. Could it really be a bottomless abyss? Or is there something else going on beneath this deep abyss? Unsure of the reason, Shax waited cautiously at the edge of the cliff for 2 hours. Nevertheless, Shax did not receive any results. We have to go back now, or our people will start to worry. Shaxi stared at the bottomless abyss for a while, mentally marking this place as a forbidden zone. A moment later, Shaxi took out a bundle of spears and returned along the same route. Going down this underground fissure is easy, but going up is quite difficult. Using the spear on his body, Shaxi leaped up the mountain in short jumps. Even so, it still took most of the day. When Shaxi appeared at the mouth of the canyon, Aya and the 4 guardian trolls were already anxiously waiting. Owner, it's the clan leader. Chieftain, you're back. The 4 guardian trolls, Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shaxi's figure. If Aya hadn't sensed that Shaxi was still alive through the slave contract, the 4 guardian trolls would have wanted to explore the underground fissure. Before this, both Aya and the 4 guardian trolls had explored the bottom of the canyon several times, but they had not seen Shaxi's figure. After climbing out of the underground crack, the canyon in front of us, though sloping, was much easier to climb. With a few swift movements, Shikessa returned to the stone wall on the mountain ridge in no time. This aura is. As soon as he stood firm, Shaxi sensed an unfamiliar aura, the aura of a leader. This aura comes from the south gate of Black Wasteland Town. Needless to say, it must be a dark creature. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. A large number of dark creatures have attacked the south gate, including a leader-level monster. The Grand Elder sent someone to inform you 2 hours ago. Shax nodded, took a deep breath, and realized he had exhausted himself climbing up the mountain. Come on, let's go out and have a look. Black Wasteland Town, South Gate. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta stood together, watching the dark creatures attacking the city with solemn expressions. I have never seen a monster that can command a large number of dark night walkers and launch such an organized attack. The Prophet Geta lived for hundreds of years, and he had never seen anything like it. Based on his past experience, dark creatures were all bloodthirsty and violent beings. This time, however, a leader-level dark creature was hidden among the attacking monsters, and it was quite intelligent. What's going on with the clan leader? Could it be that you've encountered some tricky situation? Elder Genkai was very worried about Shaxi, who had not yet shown up. Moreover, there are no fewer than 5,000 dark creatures attacking the city, and the entire Black Wasteland tribe has been mobilized. Apart from those tribesmen who were truly unable to wield weapons, even some women were driven into the towers of the city walls to shoot monsters with bows. Elder, are you confident in dealing with that dark slayer? The Prophet Gata stared intently behind the monster, where a 4-meter-tall dark slayer stood. The monster's arms were shaped like spiral spearheads, Its back was adorned with a pair of wing-shaped giant blades. Its feet were like eagle claws, and its tail, which was 7 or 8 meters long and covered in spikes, was swaying rhythmically. This is the leader-level monster among the Dark Night Walkers, the Dark Slayer, also known as the Slaughtering Tyrant. The clan chief had foresight. This newly built city wall saved the lives of countless members of our clan. Our bloodline warriors also avoided many unnecessary sacrifices. While the Prophet Gato was still lamenting, Elder Genkai was already growing impatient. Dels, why hasn't the chieftain arrived yet? Go and see for yourself. Elder Dels, who was overseeing the battle from the side, also felt that something was wrong with the fact that Shuxi had not appeared for a long time, so he turned around and prepared to rush to the eastern mountains. Ha ha ha, the clan leader is here. Just as Dels turned around, Elder Genkai suddenly burst into laughter, for he had already sensed the presence of Shuxi. Prophet, you stay at the city wall and wait for the chieftain to arrive. I'll go and meet that big guy first. Elder Genkai had only recently been promoted to the leader level. He hadn't dared to take action before because Shax hadn't appeared. He had to stay on the city wall to stabilize the situation and give all his people confidence. Now that Shuxi has arrived, the warlike Elder Genkai has been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Bang! Elder Genkai, dragging his spiked club, jumped directly off the 20-meter-high city wall. The impact of his landing was felt even by the elders on the wall. Kill! Elder Genkai raised his ferocious spiked club and charged directly at the Slaughter Tyrant. Beneath the city wall, Elder Genkai, like a wolf among sheep, smashed the dark creatures to pieces wherever his mace touched. On the other side, Shax had already returned to the south gate of the city wall. Chieftain, you've arrived. Shakespeare. While watching his tribesmen shoot down the dark creatures, Shuxi responded to the tribesmen who greeted him. Almost all the elders were present, and even the demon wife, Yuina, was there. Shuxi looked out of the city and saw Elder Genkai fighting among the monsters. He immediately made arrangements. Yelena, you are in charge, commanding the entire situation. Remember, don't let any monsters get onto the city walls. Yelena, take Aya and Teminur and the others to the east city wall to provide support. Dels, ox-handed, you two go and guard the western city wall. After assigning the tasks, Shuxi turned to the Prophet Geta, nodded, and said earnestly, Prophet, go with him to support the Grand Elder. A three-way attack is necessary to prevent this monster from escaping. This is your chance, and it's also our Black Wasteland tribe's chance. The Prophet Geta nodded vigorously, took the huge stone axe off his back and held it in his hand, his heart burning with excitement. Follow me. Shuxi jumped off the city wall, but before he even landed, he was caught by the abyssal tyrannoman that had revealed itself. Charge! The abyssal tyrannoman roared as it charged forward, its target the distant Slaughter Tyrant. The arrival of Shaksha and the Prophet Gata directly turned the tide of the battle. The tyrant behind, seeing that the situation was not good, tried to turn around and run away. Chapter 114 both coughed up blood and disappeared completely. Call out. Shuxi threw a spear from a distance, but it was caught by the tail of the Slaughter Tyrant and sent flying. Damn monster, where do you think you're going? Seeing the monster about to escape, Elder Steel Kai, who was closest to it, roared, his whole body crackling with electricity, and his eyes turning into electric eyes. Sizzle. With a surge of electricity, Elder Steel Kai leaped through the monster horde like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the Slaughter Tyrant in the blink of an eye. Boom. Elder Gang Kai swung his spiked club and clashed fiercely with the drill-like spearhead of the Slaughter Tyrant. Elder Genkai was repelled and flew far away. Fortunately, the route the tyrant took to escape was cut off by the Shuxi. The Prophet Gata was quite clever. Following behind the abyssal tyrannoman, he also broke through the monster horde. However, there were too many dark creatures, and the Prophet Gata was surrounded and trapped by them. Shuxi held the spear upside down and jumped off Abyss Grayman, leaving Abyss Grayman to guard him and deliver a fatal blow to the Slaughter Tyrant at any moment. Faced with the Slaughter Tyrant, a monster whose entire body was covered in weapons, Shuxi dared not be careless. He immediately activated the troll blood, and the jade bone armor began to extend, enveloping Shuxi. At this moment, Shuxi looked extremely savage and ferocious. After activating the bloodline of the troll, Shaksha's height increased dramatically, reaching nearly 3 meters, making him comparable to Elder Genkai. Kill! With a roar, Shuxi unleashed his killing intent and activated his swift charge, dashing off at breakneck speed. Hiss hiss hiss. After a hissing sound of metal scraping together, the Slaughter Tyrant charged toward Shuxi. Shuxi saw it clearly. The Slaughter Tyrant's long tail was swirling in the air. Before its body arrived, the tail's attack came first. Shaxi activated the skill Void Levitation, twisting his body to avoid the whistling cone-shaped tail. Furthermore, Shaxi extended his four-bladed blood spear and slashed fiercely at the tail of the Slaughter Tyrant. Click! The tyrant's tail was slashed with a deep wound by the four-bladed blood spear, and it looked as if the cone-shaped barbs on its tail might fall off at any moment. Shaxi successfully wounded the Slaughter Tyrant, but the Slaughter Tyrant followed up with attacks. The drill bit, sharp and vicious like a gun tip, aimed straight for the heart of the shackles. Shaxi moved again, dodging the drill, and swung his four-bladed blood spear, colliding with the wing-shaped blade slashing down from above. Bang! Shaxi remained motionless, while the Slaughter Tyrant was thrown more than 10 meters away by the recoil. It was this clash that made Shaxi realize that the power of the Slaughtering Tyrant was not to be underestimated, and that Elder Steel Kai and his allies could not confront it head-on. Elder, be careful, don't confront him head-on. Unfortunately, it was too late. After seeing the Slaughter Tyrant injured and forced back by Shaxi, Elder Steel Kai thought he had seized an opportunity and rushed forward with his spiked club. Boom. Another clash ensued, and it was Elder Gang Kai who flew far away again. Elder Gang Kai was not only sent flying, but his spiked club also fell to the ground. Prophet, Shaxi reminded him, and Gaeta the Prophet immediately understood and rushed over to look after Elder Gang Kai. Meanwhile, Shaxi himself has once again launched an attack on the Tyrant of Slaughter. Taking advantage of the Tyrant's unsteady stance, Shaxi struck successfully, thrusting his spear forward and piercing the Tyrant, creating a large hole in its chest. However, the Tyrant who slaughtered others did not die. The tyrannical beast roared in anger, and its drill, giant blade, and cone-shaped tail attacked Shaxi in unison. Shaxi was too late to retrieve the four-bladed blood spear, so he had to let go of it and send it out, severely injuring the Slaughter Tyrant once again. As Shaxi retreated, a silver-grade spear appeared in his hand, which he swept horizontally with a backhand, attempting to block the cone-shaped tail flying from behind. Bang! A powerful shockwave burst forth, and Shaxi was propelled back towards the Slaughter Tyrant. Behind Shaxi, the silver-grade spear shattered into pieces, and the tail of the Slaughter Tyrant was also severed in the collision. Just as the drill and giant blade of the Tyrant were about to fall before him, Shaxi twisted his body again, and a spear appeared in his hand. Clang! The spear and drill collided, and Shaxi used the momentum to be thrown away, causing the Slaughter Tyrant's attack to miss. At the same time, the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast behind it condensed an Abyss Flame Dragon cannon and fired it at the Slaughter Tyrant. Rumble! Even with the Jade Bone armor protecting them, the Shaxi who were caught in the close-range explosion would not have fared well. The surrounding dark creatures were completely wiped out, with only some dark source crystals falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the distant Prophet Gaeta and Elder Genkai both coughed up blood, staggered a few steps, and could barely stand. Roar! As the sound waves from the explosion subsided, Shaxi, not seeing the body of the Slaughter Tyrant, unconsciously raised his eyebrows. However, when he saw the Slaughter Tyrant being held tightly in the mouth of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus in the distance, Shaxu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be on the safe side, Shaxi rushed over and, with a swift motion, sliced off the head of the Tyrant. Only then did the Slaughter Tyrant inside the Abyss Tyrannosaurus's mouth stop struggling. After dissecting the monstrous head of the Slaughter Tyrant and extracting a piece of dark source crystal the size of an apple, Shaxi spoke to the Abyss Tyrannosaurus. It's yours now. With a low growl, the Abyssal Tyrannoman extended its forepaws to assist and began to devour the corpse of the Slaughter Tyrant right next to Shaxi. Can we still fight? Shaxi put away the dark source crystal, retrieved his spear, and then went to see the Prophet Gaeta and Elder Genkai. As long as it's not one of those huge things, there shouldn't be any problem. Elder Genkai coughed twice, raised his spiked club, and looked both proud and heroic. Clan Chief, I can continue fighting too. The Prophet Gaeta's body trembled slightly, and he could barely speak. Clearly, Shaxi's successful slaying of the leader-level dark creature had stirred his heart and emotions. Alright, let's take out these dark creatures first and collect the dark source crystals. We'll talk about the rest later. After leaving those words, Shaxi rushed off. Next, the Shakus joined the battle, leaving corpses strewn everywhere and everything withered in its wake. Before long, the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which had devoured the Slaughter Tyrant, also joined the battle. Shaxi and Abyssal Tyrannosaurus charged off from the left and right, and from the west and east, greatly reducing the pressure on the tribesmen on the city wall. After a long while, the more powerful elder-level bloodline warriors also jumped down from the city wall and began to hunt down the dark creatures. Everyone knows that without the threat of leader-level dark creatures, these monsters are resources for improving strength, and they absolutely cannot be missed. Moments later, the Succubus Yuna and Medusa Aya also jumped off the city wall, stood on the triangular python, and joined the hunting party. This defensive battle lasted for more than 5 hours from start to finish. From unease to tension, from courage to excitement, the process was uneventful, but all the members of the Black Wasteland tribe witnessed the power of Shax and experienced the convenience of the city wall's arrival. From then on, the voices in the tribe that had been secretly complaining about Shax's insistence on building the city wall disappeared completely and never appeared again. Chapter 115 Another Deception, His Woman. As the great battle ended, blood stained the city walls, adding a touch of pathos to the newly built structure and marking the beginning of an epic chapter. The prophet Geta supported Elder Gonke, and they followed Shaksha. The three of them, one in front and two behind, returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley under the awe-inspiring gazes of their tribesmen. Shaxi entrusted the task of temporarily overseeing the city walls to Yuna, while the other elders came to the chieftain's tent to attend an emergency meeting of the Elders' Council. Shax drank a large bowl of beast blood wine, and a burning sensation came from his throat, which seemed to lessen his fatigue a little. Of the dark source crystals seized this time, 20% were handed over to the tribal treasury, and the rest were distributed according to the merits of the battle. 1/10 of the 20% was allocated to the logistics staff according to their job responsibilities. They work quite hard too. This matter will be handled by Elder Deacon Yelena, with Elder Battledeers overseeing it. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, stood up, nodded, glanced at the elders, and sat back down only after seeing that no one objected. Shaxi could clearly see the joy on the faces of the elders. Seeing that no one objected or raised any opinions, Shaxi didn't say anything more about the topic. These battle maniacs, obsessed with strength, can't wait to improve themselves. Shaxi slowly exhaled and took out the leader-level dark source crystal from his pocket, which was packed in a wooden box. According to the rules, this dark source crystal belongs to the prophet Gata. From the moment Shax took out the wooden box until he uttered those words, the entire tent was eerily quiet. Apart from Elder Gankai, who was resting with his eyes closed, all the elders were staring intently at the wooden box on the Shaxi table, especially Prophet Gata. Shaxi glanced at all the members of the Elder Council with an indifferent look. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the wooden box fell into the arms of the Prophet Gata. Because of his large stature, the Prophet Gata sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, the Prophet Gata was holding the wooden box in both hands, as if he were cherishing his own precious treasure. After a long while, the calm and experienced Prophet Gata gradually calmed down and regained his senses from the emotional turmoil. The Prophet Gata put away the wooden box, stood up, and knelt down in worship. By the souls of my ancestors, Gai Tai is willing to defend the clan chief, defend Crocodile Turtle Valley, and defend our Black Wilderness tribe to the death. Look, the elderly who live long and live with clarity are those who are more spiritual and wise. These words will dispel the envy, jealousy, and resentment that arose in the hearts of the elders towards the Prophet Gata. These words not only won over Shaxi, but also the troll race, and even the entire Black Wasteland tribe. Prophet, rise. There is a stone cave behind Crocodile Turtle Valley, a tranquil place. I will have the Grand Elder take you there to cultivate later. After the Prophet successfully advances, I have important matters to arrange for him. The Prophet Gata nodded in agreement and returned to his place. He didn't ask what tasks Shax had assigned him. The Prophet Gata was confident that once he advanced to the level of leader, the tasks assigned to him by the Shaxi would be no problem. After the Prophet Gata returned to his place, Shaksha scanned the other members of the Council of Elders and saw that people's hearts were wavering. After thinking for a moment, Shakespeare spoke up again, continuing to make grand promises. In the summer, when the Grand Elder advanced in rank, I established a rule that leader-level resources would be provided to everyone in sequence. The next to acquire resources is the demon wife, Yelena, but no one has yet qualified for the next sequence after her. Ladies and gentlemen, the dark tide has not yet passed. Yelena has a chance, and so do you. Shax paused for a moment, taking the opportunity to drink a sip of blood wine to moisten his throat, waiting for the burning desire in the eyes of the elders to ignite. After the elders' breathing became slightly rapid, Shaxi spoke slowly and deliberately. If there's no chance this year, then next year. If not next year, then the year after. Even if I were to die in battle, the Great Elder and the Prophet would still be there to support our Black Wasteland tribe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best of times, and the era of our Black Wasteland tribe's rise. Don't you want to take this opportunity to rise up and conquer the lands beyond the Black Wasteland Forest with me? Shaxi said this while gazing into the darkness outside the tent. At this moment, Shaxu's gaze was distant and extremely profound. Chieftain, Chieftain, Shakespeare, Shakespeare, Black Wasteland, Black Wasteland. Shaxi laughed. He had successfully fooled the members of the elders. All the elders stared at Shaxi with fanatical and awe-inspiring eyes, constantly chanting Shaxi's name. From the initial call to Shax, to the position of clan leader, all the way to the final tribal name, Black Wasteland. The Black Wasteland tribe is becoming increasingly cohesive. Elder Genkai opened his eyes, looked at Shaxi in the main seat, and gradually a smile spread across his face. The prophet Geta also looked at Shaksha, his eyes filled with endless fantasies about the future. Dels reached out and touched his heart. He felt his heart beating faster, and he seemed to see the day when he would become a leader-level powerhouse. Neo Handy gulped down a mouthful of beast blood wine, let out a burp, and continued to gnaw on the monster meat. The succubus queen, Yelena, stared intently at Shaxi, her eyes brimming with desire. Shakespeare's eyes are so insightful. If only I had been his demon wife back then. But things are good now. I am his woman too. After making grand promises, Shaxi dispelled the sourness and envy in the hearts of the elders with his fantasies about the future. Keep it up, everyone, and reach the peak of heroic level soon. I look forward to leading a group of my clan's chieftains to conquer the outside world. Land, women, and wealth are all waiting for us to claim. Shax knew when to stop, so he kept quiet and waited for the atmosphere in the tent to completely subside. After a long while, Shaxi finally began to recount his experiences in the eastern mountains. To the east, beneath the mountains and valleys, lies a massive underground fissure, beneath which lies a bottomless abyss. The terrifying thorny insect was over 20 meters long, covered in sharp thorns, and its cry was deep, like a tiger's roar or the sound of a hammer. At that time Shaxi explained in great detail, describing the terrain of the underground fissure and the appearance of the monsters very clearly. After speaking, Shaxi glanced at the members of the Elder Council. Everyone was frowning and deep in thought, and no one spoke. Shaxi turned his gaze to Elder Genkai, who was one of the oldest members of the Troll clan in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Unfortunately, Elder Genkai also frowned, looking somewhat incredulous, as if he were listening to something completely foreign. In the past, we would simply clear away the giant trees that had collapsed on the cracks to prevent dark creatures from climbing up from there, but we never went down to investigate. Our ancestors did go down to investigate, but they found nothing and recorded no important information. Moreover, for hundreds of years, no powerful monsters have been found crawling out of the crack. After saying this, Elder Genkai shook his head. He searched through his memories, but could not find any relevant information. Shaksha was somewhat disappointed and turned his gaze to the knowledgeable prophet Geta. Chapter 116 Tyrant Statue, Spider Queen. Our Obsidian clan has no records of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Chieftain, from what I know of the events that have occurred, nothing major has happened in the Black Wasteland Forest in the last 1,000 years. The prophet Geta shook his head as well, finding the bottomless abyss that Shaksha had just mentioned somewhat of a fantasy. Shax remained silent. Nothing major had happened in the Black Wasteland Forest recently, which meant that no disaster had erupted from the underground fissures outside Crocodile Turtle Valley. Of course, it's possible that it happened, but it just didn't go unnoticed. Shaxi knew all too well how powerful the terrifying thorn beetles were. Was it just one beetle, or a swarm of them? And where does that bottomless rift lead? Shakushi tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering a solution. After a long while, Shaxi sighed. He didn't have any good ideas for the time being, so he could only monitor the underground cracks. Prophet, you should go and cultivate first. Once you've successfully advanced, we can discuss how to deal with the underground cracks. The prophet Geta nodded. He had also realized that the task Shaxi wanted to assign him was related to the underground fissure. The last thing was to arrange for the tribe's healing shamans to help every injured bloodline warrior recover as quickly as possible. Elder, you should supervise this matter. Elder Genkai nodded. He was already injured, and it was just a side thing for him to supervise his clansmen while he was healing. Afterwards, Shaxi talked about some trivial matters of the tribe, and after arranging the duty shifts, the meeting of the elders came to an end. After everyone left, Shaxi was exhausted, both physically and mentally. He leaned back in his leather chair and fell into a deep sleep. When Shax woke up, Yuena and Aya had already returned to their tent. The two women were busy making soup and cutting meat when Shakespeare woke up from the smell of the soup. Shax didn't disturb the two women, but instead focused his attention on the data panel. During this attack by dark creatures, Shaksha obtained a total of 3 ash chests. The reason why Shaxi cares so much about this ash chest is because one of the chests was dropped by the slaughter tyrant. I was pretty lucky. The first 2 treasure chests both gave me silver-grade weapons, a greatsword and a battle axe. A flash of light, and the last treasure chest was opened. This is... Shaxi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the statue in front of him. Slaughtering tyrants. Type, statue. Quality, gold, rare and growable. Special effects, tyrant descends. Special effect description. After absorbing enough faith power, the slaughter tyrant statue can summon a powerful slaughter tyrant. Statue review. Faith can make it grow, so why don't you go and collect the power of faith? As Shaxi looked at the miniature statue of the tyrant in his hand, his thoughts had truly drifted far away. Shax knew very well that what he had just obtained was a rare item, absolutely priceless. Shaxi fell into deep thought because of what the statue revealed. The power of faith. How do you collect this thing? Even if you collect the power of faith, how do you control it? A series of ensuing problems forced Shaxi to rethink the world he lived in. Shax saws. Yuina held Shaksha's arm and gently shook him, waking him from his reverie. Shaxi put away the statue, turned his head, and revealed a smile. What's wrong, my Yuina? Yuina kissed Shaxi, thinking that Shaxi was still thinking about the underground fissure under the eastern mountains. Shakespeare, are you hungry? It's time to eat something. Shax reached out, picked up Yuina in a princess carry, and gave her a long, wet kiss. Oh, tell me, what delicious food have you prepared? Shax was indeed quite hungry, and with the help of Yuina and Aya, he ate his fill. After eating, the evening breeze entered the room, and the night air was slightly cool. The next day, Shaxi opened his eyes amidst an itching sensation. What came into view was a fair and clean face, with a slight blush on her cheeks, black hair, big eyes, and scarlet eyes that shone with intelligence. Master. Shax was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened, and he looked at the little girl lying on his chest in shock. To be precise, it wasn't a little girl, but a larva of the cave spider queen. The larvae of the cave spider queen have the upper body of a little girl and the lower body of a cave spider, making them extremely cute. Hey, do you see? I've raised your little queen a bit. Yuina emerged from the animal skin, her face beaming with playfulness and pride. Clearly, Yuina had known about the changes in the larvae of the cave spider queen for a long time. It evolved? Shax held the baby larva of the cave spider queen and examined it carefully. He had high hopes for this pet. In Shax's future plans, the position of the cave spider queen is extremely important. Master. The cave spider queen enjoyed the warmth of Shaxi's palm and also liked the way Shaxi looked at her. However, the cave spider queen is still somewhat unintelligent and can only utter the word master at present. Nevertheless, the charmingly naive cave spider queen won the hearts of Shaxi, Yuina, and Aya. Please take good care of it for me. Shaxi handed the cave spider queen to Yuina and took out a bag of dark source crystals, handing it to her as well. Then feed it this so it can grow up quickly. Yuina nodded and handed the cave spider queen a dark source crystal. The cave spider queen, holding the dark source crystal, opened her small mouth and bit down. This little guy has pretty good teeth. It can actually bite through the dark source crystal. Hee. Yuina, for some unknown reason, started winking at Shax and chuckling. Shax was puzzled. After patting Yuina's shapely buttocks, he turned to Aya and said, Get ready, come with me for your shift. Yes, master. Outside the tent, the wind and snow continued. Fortunately, the city walls protected the tribe, allowing the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled to leave their tents, sweep the snow, and do their part. As Shaxi traveled along, every troll, succubus, buffalo, and obsidian creature he encountered greeted him. As the various races merged, Shaxi sensed that the Black Wasteland tribes were merging in a wondrous way. Although there were still some stubborn elders in the various tribes who were resistant to intertribal integration, Shaxi ignored them. Because, under the relentless march of survival and development, these people are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting their own demise. Upon ascending the city wall, the succubus queen Yelena and the bull Earthshaker took turns on duty. Greetings, chieftain. Chieftain. Shax nodded, looked at the cleared square outside the city wall, and asked softly, Are dark creatures attacking? Not all night. The succubus queen, Yelena, gently brushed her wind-blown hair, her eyes brimming with the promise of spring. Shaxi glanced at Yelena, who showed no embarrassment or shyness whatsoever. The Grand Elder is injured, and the Prophet is cultivating. We're short-handed these days, so you should all get some rest. Chapter 117 My Woman, completely cut off. Shaxi was stationed at the south gate, while the troll Elder Luo Sha and the succubus Elder Yujia, who accompanied him, were assigned to patrol the mountains on the east and west sides. Only 4 guardian trolls and Medusa Aya remained by Shax's side. As Shaxi gazed into the darkness, the stench of blood in the air seemed to have lessened considerably. What happened to the 3 tribesmen you chose? Medusa was momentarily taken aback by Shaxi's inexplicable question. Master, are you asking me? Medusa Aya raised her head, her delicate face showing some confusion. I remember the Grand Elder gave you 3 spots. What? You didn't choose? Medusa Aya shook her head, then nodded, and said in a conflicted and sorrowful voice. I saved 3 members of my tribe, but they hate me and are cursing me. I don't understand why this is happening. I saved them, so why do they hate me? Medusa Aya felt a little wronged and looked up, hoping to find an answer from Shaxi. Shax reached out and stroked Aya's delicate little head. Kill them. They're not worth your sadness. Medusa Aya was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Shax smiled. He loved Aya's blank little expression. So, without hesitation, Shax kissed him. After a long while, Shaxi released his jaws and pulled the nearly suffocating Medusa Aya into his arms. Terminer, tell me, who was in my arms? Medusa Aya had just come to her senses when she heard Shaxi's indifferent voice. Chieftain, she is Aya Mayan, your woman. Shax laughed and lifted Aya's small face again, speaking with extreme arrogance. Aya, did you hear that? Your name is Aya Mayan, and you are my woman, Shax. A hint of emotion appeared in Medusa Aya's eyes, and then she slowly leaned into Shax's arms. On the city wall at the south gate, Shaxi waited all night in the cold wind, but not a single dark creature appeared. The same applies when Elder Genkai takes over the rotation. Elder, I'm leaving this to you. Don't worry, Chief. Shax nodded, greeted the battle Elder Dells, and led everyone down the city wall. In the chieftain's tent, with no battle taking place, the energetic Shaxi studied the physical anatomy of the succubus and Medusa before falling into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the animal hide inside the tent moved. Medusa Aya poked her little head out from the animal skin, carefully observed Shaxi and Yuena, and only after confirming that the 2 were asleep did she quietly stand up, put on her clothes, and walk out of the tent. Medusa Aya stepped out of the tent, and the succubus Yuena slowly opened her eyes. Beautiful Medusa, what do you want to do? The succubus Yuena sighed inwardly, a smile gradually creeping onto her lips. The succubus Yuena didn't get up. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shaxi's back, found a comfortable position, and continued to snuggle in Shaxi's arms and sleep soundly. Outside the tent, a shadowy figure flashed by, following Aya. Alligator Turtle Valley, a cave prison deep in the valley. Medusa Aya's slender figure appeared here, looking through the stone gate at the 3 snake people who were bound hand and foot. You vile woman, you have insulted the noble Medusa bloodline of the snake people. You shall die a horrible death. I curse you. A hero-level snake man bloodline warrior looked up and saw Aya outside the stone gate. At this point, Aya no longer had a snake tail, indicating that her bloodline had successfully advanced. Furthermore, the snake man bloodline warrior could sense that Aya was no longer pure. Even if she returned to the snake man race, she would never be accepted and would instead be executed. Damn traitor. Faced with the insults from her tribesmen, Aya remained expressionless and simply watched them quietly. Is that Aya? The snake man made quite a commotion, waking up the other unconscious female snake man. The female snake person slowly raised her head and looked at Aya, who was gradually growing up outside the stone gate. Blue and white porcelain, that's me. Facing her former elders and her caring people, Aya finally spoke. After all, Qinghua was one of the few friends who still cared about Aya after she failed to win the throne. Aya, you shouldn't have come. The red-eyed elder and the green-fong elder are both dead. It's no use you saving us now. We have nowhere to go. Medusa Aya remained silent. Aya, you damned bitch. How dare you show your face in front of us? Are you here on behalf of those foolish trolls to persuade us to surrender? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming. The snake people are the most powerful and will never submit. Another female snake person has awakened. She was one of Aya's former teachers and taught Aya many sword techniques. However, as soon as the snake man woke up, he began to insult Aya. Aya glanced at the female snake woman indifferently and spoke. Teacher Acha, I'm not here to persuade you to surrender. Aya's words startled the 3 snake people. Aya isn't here to rescue you. Medusa Aya's next words extinguished the last embers of hope in the 3 snake men. Aya spoke calmly, looking at the 3 snake people, and continued. Aya of the snake people clan is dead. After saying this, Aya paused for a moment, and the 3 snake people all looked at Aya, their eyes full of confusion. Aya was already dead when the snake people and the trolls first clashed in the dense forest. Aya was captured, mentally controlled, and enslaved, but she persevered until the very end. Aya did not receive any help from her tribesmen. Aya was completely overrun and died. Medusa Aya spoke calmly, as if telling a story, but anyone could hear the sadness and despair in her voice. My name is now Aya Mayan, and I am the woman of Shakisi, the great chieftain of the Black Wasteland tribe. I've come here today to sever my last ties with the snake people. Clang. Medusa Aya pushed open the stone door and entered the prison, where she stood before the first snake man to speak. You vile woman, you have insulted the bloodline of Medusa of my race. Click. Medusa Aya reached out and snapped the snake man's neck. Aya let go, looked at the snake man who had already died, and said calmly, my bloodline was evolved by my master using a large amount of dark source crystals, and it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Aya went to the snake man named Acha, who was Aya's former teacher. You taught me swordsmanship, and you just insulted me, so let's call it even. Click. Medusa Aya reached out again and snapped the snake man Acha's neck. Finally, Aya came to the snake woman Xinghua, but did not break her neck. Aya, don't hesitate, do it. Our lineage has completely declined. You are our last hope. Only by getting rid of the old can we innovate. I think you think so too. My death can help you sever the ties in your heart, and I will die without regret. Aya, live on. Medusa Aya did not make a move. Suddenly, the snake woman named Xinghua chuckled. Her laughter was desolate, yet it also carried a sense of relief. Xinghua lowered her head and began to softly sing, her voice mysterious and eerie. After the chanting ended, Xinghua's entire body shriveled up, which was visible to the naked eye. Aya, if you're going to break up completely. After saying this, the snake man Xinghua turned into ashes and fell to the ground. On Medusa Aya's body, black lines, like those of a vengeful spirit, surged and eventually converged between Aya's eyebrows, forming a mysterious black mark. At the same time, Medusa Aya's beautiful hair turned completely black. Next are the eyebrows, pupils, lips, and nails. Chapter 118 Gorgon, the Prophet Geta. The next morning, when Shuxi woke up from his sleep and saw Medusa Aya, who had changed her appearance, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Aya, owner. Shax pointed to Aya's hair, signaling her to explain. Master, those 3 snake people have been executed by Aya. Aya was reborn. She transformed from Medusa into a Gorgon. Shuxi remained silent for a long time before asking calmly, what's the difference between Medusa and Gorgon? Aya reached out and gently plucked a strand of black hair from her head, placing it in her palm. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The strand of hair in Aya's hand changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually transforming into a small black snake as thick as a thumb, which kept darting around in Aya's hand. Master, this is Aya's new ability, snake transformation. This little snake is highly venomous and is currently only a level 2 magical beast. It will grow stronger as Aya levels up. Aya was cursed by the snake people and became a rebel, transforming into Gorgon, the snake people's mortal enemy. Gorgons are a cursed race, a race forsaken by the gods. This news stunned Shakespeare for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. You mean, you're no longer Medusa? Aya shook her head, then nodded. Medusa is the Gorgon, but Medusa is not the Gorgon. Some people might not understand what he was saying, but Shax did. Shax reached out and cradled Aya's head, speaking calmly. Medusa or Gorgon, you are my Aya, my woman. Get ready, you'll be coming with me for your shift in a bit. Tears welled up in Aya's eyes. Shakis's words had deeply moved her. Aya nodded, suppressing all her grievances and sadness, and then, fully armed, followed Shax out of the tent. Soon after, a phantom entered the chieftain's tent and respectfully bowed before Yuena. What did you see last night? Phantom organized her thoughts and recounted what she had seen the previous night. Reporting to Your Highness Yuena, I followed the snake woman to the dungeon in the back mountains last night. However, the dungeon was guarded by a level 6 magical beast, the triangular python, so the subordinates dared not approach. After the snake woman left, the subordinate went into the dungeon to take a look. Of the 3 snake women, 2 died with their necks snapped, and the third seemed to have used some forbidden technique, turning directly into a pile of ashes. Yuena lay half reclined in the animal skin, her figure alluring. Were we not discovered? Yuena spoke casually, but the phantom trembled slightly. The subordinate was very cautious and was not discovered to be being followed. Yuena yawned, thinking about the madness of last night, and a hint of spring appeared on her lips again. All right, you can go now. Go hunt dark creatures for the tribe more often, Your strength is still insufficient. The phantom bowed and then left the tent. Medusa, Gorgon, I hope you don't have any bad intentions. South Gate, on the city wall. Shaxi, spear in hand, surveys the entire situation and occasionally intervenes to save his people from danger. These dark creatures are the latest wave of monsters to arrive since the last great battle. With Shaxi in command, the Black Wasteland tribe's bloodline warriors roared with excitement, all complaining that the number of monsters was too small. Indeed, although this batch of dark creatures numbered 300, compared to the previous 5,000 or so, it was not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Shaxi was in a good mood. According to recent statistics, the overall strength of the tribal bloodline warriors had improved again. Many bloodline warriors took advantage of the huge gains from the last great war to advance to the hero level. Even Shax's 4 guardian trolls, his direct subordinates, have all been promoted to hero level. 4 wolf cubs cooperated with them, and the 4 trolls, Teeming, Longmu, Defike, and Ermi, killed many dark creatures in the last great battle and were allocated a lot of dark source crystals. Not only did the 4 members of the Teminal group improve, but the 4 wolf cubs also grew considerably. The little wolf had grown taller and was now able to carry Teeming and the others. The 4 troll wolf riders planned by Shaksha are finally taking initial shape. Unfortunately, after these dark creatures were killed, no more dark creatures attacked until Elder Steelke came to take his turn. After giving his instructions, Shaxi returned to the chieftain's tent in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Winter is the peak season for all races to reproduce and release their male hormones in the Black Wasteland. Shax, Yena, and Aya were all very excited. After eating and drinking, they all joined the great plan of making a baby. Of course, whether it will be successful is another matter. Half a month passed by amidst the cold winds, heavy snow, and the presence of creatures in the darkness. On this day, Shax returned to his tent and was having a hot pot meal with Yuna and Aya when a fluctuation of energy came from the depths of Crocodile Turtle Valley. Then a hoarse roar rang out, as if thick phlegm that had been accumulating for many years had been suddenly spat out. Shax put down his chopsticks and knife, a smile spreading across his face. The Prophet Geta has successfully advanced. Let's go out and greet him. After saying that, Shaxi stood up and walked out. Yena and Aya hurriedly followed behind him, their faces full of curiosity. Shaxi stepped out of the tent, and before long, the Prophet Geta arrived at the chieftain's tent, surrounded by his people. Geta greets the clan chief. The Prophet Geta knelt on one knee, and Shaksha laughed heartily, then stepped forward and personally helped the Prophet Geta to his feet. Prophet, rise quickly. Shaksha was very satisfied. The Prophet Geta had acted in the same way as Elder Genkai, and even more respectfully and humbly. Looking at the now much taller Geta the Prophet, Shaksha said loudly in front of his many people, Prophet, you didn't expect that, did you? You'll be promoted to leader level so quickly. The Prophet Geta shook his head. He really hadn't expected to realize his dream so quickly and elevate his life to another level. Shaksha was also very pleased and turned to the Guardian Troll Terminal. Teeming, pass down the order. The tribe will hold a grand celebration for 3 days and 3 nights, with continuous wine and meat, and the bonfires will never go out. This is a joyous occasion for the Prophet, and also for our Black Wasteland tribe. Congratulations to our Black Wasteland tribe for gaining another leader-level powerhouse. After Shax finished speaking, the entire Crocodile Turtle Valley became lively. Many tribespeople were calling out the names of the Prophet and the Shakshi, and of course, quite a few were also calling out the name of their tribe. With the Prophet Geta becoming a leader-level powerhouse, the members of the Obsidian Golem clan felt a surge of pride and pride. Prophet, please talk with your people first, then come to my tent for a drink later. I will invite the elder to join us. Shaxi glanced at the obsidian figures who had surrounded him, their eyes filled with fanaticism and awe, and gave the Prophet Geta some time. South Gate, on the city wall. Elder Genkai also sensed the presence of the Prophet Gatai. He was on duty and could not leave his post without permission. However, some of his tribesmen had already informed him that he would be going to the Shaxi tent later to drink with them. The fact that the Grand Elder, a leader-level expert, could drink with him must mean that the Prophet Geta. Dels, you'd better keep it up. I can sense that Elder Deacon Yelena will soon reach the peak of the hero level after the last anomaly. You lost to her, but you can't lose to that idiot Nyo Handy, can you? Chapter 119. I believe in you. I don't blame you. Dels and Nyo Handy stood beside Elder Genkai, both looking ashamed upon hearing this. As for Yena, she was trained by Shaxi when the dark creatures attacked last year, so it's normal that they can't compare to her. As for the Prophet Geta, he was an existence that had long surpassed them. Dels was ashamed that the succubus queen Yelena had surpassed him in strength. Elder Genkai spoke very frankly, and although his words were a bit harsh, he was actually concerned about the two of them. Don't worry, Elder, I'll be there soon too. Dels stroked his greatsword. Last night he had slain many dark creatures, and he figured that if he consumed some more dark source crystals, he could seize the next sequence after Yelena. I have high hopes for you. Elder Genkai reached out and patted Dels on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort and encouragement. And you, Ox shaking the earth? The water buffalo man laughed heartily and shook his head. Neo Handy was the one with the weakest foundation among all the elders. When he was in the buffalo tribe, apart from his own branch with the surname Buffalo, he was almost completely sidelined by the Monadu branch. Back then, in the buffalo tribe, all the hard and dirty work was done by the buffalo shaking the ground. Neo Handy was very intelligent and was also a slave of Shakespeare, so he had a naturally close relationship with Shakespeare. However, Neo Handy's own strength was too low, and the Water Buffalo clan was weak, so he was not even selected as one of the 4 management elders. Among the 4 elders, no matter who they are, none of them can compare to Neo Handy. Moreover, among the 4 elders, the first elder and the prophet Geta are already leader-level powerhouses, making the gap between them even greater. I believe in you. You're working so hard and so relentlessly, you'll definitely catch up. Dels reached out and gently patted Neo Handy. He and Neo Handy had fought together for a long time and had become sworn brothers. He knew better than anyone how reckless Neo Handy was in battle. Neo Handy chuckled, unconsciously reaching out to stroke the horns on his head. Neo Handy is actually very satisfied with his current life. His people are living a life where they have enough to eat and wear, and there are no longer any safety hazards. He is very content. Furthermore, no one in the Black Wilderness tribe suppressed or restricted him. Neo Handy felt that the Black Wilderness tribe was the best place for the Water Buffalo people. Nowadays, Neo Handy, besides striving to improve himself, really just eats and drinks whatever he wants. Half a day later, at the chieftain's tent, Shaxi, Elder Genkai, and Prophet Geta sat at separate tables, with wine and meat laid out on the table in front of them. Shaxi raised his glass to celebrate, first sharing 3 cups with Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta before speaking, as if they were chatting while eating meat. Prophet, after that you, me, and the Great Elder will take turns guarding and monitoring the south gate of the city wall and the underground crevice under the eastern mountain. Previously, due to insufficient manpower, Shax did not include the underground fissures in the eastern mountain range within the monitoring range of the leader-level powerhouses. Now that the Prophet Geta has risen to power, Shaksha immediately placed him under surveillance. The reason for doing this was that the terrifying thorn beetle was simply too terrifying. Even now, Shaxi still feels a chill when he thinks about it. The Prophet Geta nodded and did not object. Protecting the tribe and driving away all dangers and accidents is the responsibility of a leader-level powerhouse. Also, winter is more than halfway over, and the dark tide is about to end. Make some arrangements, everyone. Come with me this spring to leave the Black Wasteland Forest and see the outside world. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gatai remained silent. Instead, Elder Genkai spoke. Chieftain, now that we're all gone, who will guard Alligator Turtle Valley? Shaxi didn't speak. After using his knife to eat the pieces of monster meat in front of him, he finally looked up and said, I plan to have the demon wife, Yuina, guard our rear. I will keep Aya, Dels, and Neo handy to assist her. As the demon's wife, it's time for her to share some of the tribe's responsibilities. Shax spoke calmly, as there were only 3 leader-level experts in the tent at the moment, so they had no reservations. At this moment, the demon wife Yuina and Aya have also been sent by Shax to take turns guarding the south gate at night. Moreover, this is also to accumulate more tribal contributions before she advances to the chief level. Our tribal chieftains not only need to be powerful, but also need to make significant contributions to the tribe. You wouldn't want to waste the resources you worked so hard to obtain on an ungrateful person, would you? Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta nodded, agreeing that Shaxi's words made sense. With the 3 of them advancing to the leader level, they will definitely be able to accumulate more resources in the future. These resources must be used wisely and effectively, especially on capable members of the clan, not on ungrateful wretches and traitors who have made no contribution whatsoever. This time, when we set off, Alligator Turtle Valley was essentially empty of nests, which was also a test for me and Yuina. As the wife of a demon, she will face even greater challenges in the future. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta nodded again, their eyes narrowed in deep thought. On the contrary, Shaxi appeared extremely natural. Shaxi filled his cup with beast blood wine and raised it again to invite others to drink. Elder, prophet, our future is not just Alligator Turtle Valley. Cheers to a brighter tomorrow. That night, on the eastern ridge of Alligator Turtle Valley, the prophet Geta emerged from the chieftain's tent and came here to take his turn. After the obsidian race submitted to Shaxi, the mountains on the east and west sides were actually assigned to the obsidian race by Shaxi. The mountains are full of huge rocks, which is the environment that the obsidian people like. Prophet, should our obsidian golem race? Black Jade, the current patriarch of the obsidian clan, came up behind the prophet Geta, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The prophet Geta gazed at the fissures in the earth beneath the canyon and did not turn back. Black Jade boy, you've never been out there, so you don't know how many powerful people there are, or how big the outside world is. I know what you're thinking and what you want to say, and I don't blame you. After the cold winter, you will come with me on our expedition to see the outside world. If you still have such thoughts when you return, I will ask the clan chief to expel the clansmen who share your ideas. Hei Yuzai was stunned upon hearing this, and looked at the back of the prophet Geta with disappointment in his eyes. Prophet Yu. In Hei Yuzai's view, with the talent of their obsidian golem clan, once they advance to the leader level, their strength will definitely not be weaker than that of the troll clan. Hei Yuzai did not mean that he wanted to rebel against Shax or to remove Shax from power. He simply felt that since the obsidian golems had their own leader-level powerhouse, there was no need for them to humble themselves and submit to Shaxi. However, before Black Jade could voice his idea, it was rejected by the prophet Geta. Without the prophet Geta, Black Jade simply wouldn't have had the courage to face Shaxi alone. Black Jade, wake up. You are also a member of the Elders' Council, and the resources of the leaders have been opened to you. Why don't you try to seize them? Don't you want to become a leader-level powerhouse? Chapter 1:20 You're very capable. Threats and intimidation. With the prophet Geta successfully advancing to the level of leader, the elders of the Black Waste tribe became incredibly enthusiastic, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and were extremely proactive in the face of dark creatures. Many heroic-level powerhouses saw hope, while many members of their own clansmen were pursuing their own selfish interests. In short, a large forest will have all kinds of birds. What hasn't changed is the heavy snow and the still lingering dark tide. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. During these days, Shaxi also consumed a considerable amount of Dark Source crystals. Unfortunately, apart from the Dark Source crystals of hero level and above providing a slight boost to Zax's attributes, the rest are practically useless. Nevertheless, with the accumulation of Dark Source crystals, Shaxi still experienced considerable growth. The data is as follows. Strength, 2253 to 5000 plus 4706 can be improved. Agility, 2110 to 5000 plus 206 can be improved. Intelligence, 1925 to 5000 plus 200 can be increased. Constitution, 2524 to 5000 plus 200 can be improved. Resistance, 20% against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72% troll. Except for his intelligence, which is below 2000, Shaxi's strength, agility, and physique all exceed the 2000 mark. It's worth mentioning that the advanced skill Void Levitation adds an extra 2 points of agility to Shaxi. After all, it's just a high-level skill, so every little bit helps. However, his resistance and bloodline remained unchanged, and Shaxi had not yet found a way to improve these two attributes, so he could only let them be. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shaxi held Yuena, who was nestled in his arms and covered in a fine sheen of sweat, and asked her softly, "Are you a little disappointed that no leader-level dark creature appeared?" Yuena's eyes were alluring, and upon hearing this, she opened her mouth and gently bit Shax. "There is disappointment, but if it doesn't come this year, I'll wait until next year. Anyway, the next tribal chieftain-level resource is mine. There's no way I can escape it." Shaxi hugged Yuena tightly. He liked the sensible Succubus and the composed Yuena. "Spring is approaching, and I plan to leave you in Alligator Turtle Valley to guard our home." Yuena was stunned when she heard this, and her hands holding Shaxi froze for a moment. "I will take both the Grand Elder and the Prophet with me. Aya, Dels, and Neo handy. I won't take them with me. They will assist you. Remember, my requirement is that there can be absolutely no mishaps." Shaxi kissed Yuena's small mouth, and only slowly released her when she was about to suffocate. "My Yuena, demonstrate your abilities and skills to your people that you are capable of managing the tribe, of serving as a demon wife, and of obtaining leader-level resources. Of course, it's also to prove to me that you're very capable." Shax didn't hide his thoughts. Instead, he spoke them frankly. Upon seeing the look of relief in Yuena's eyes, Shaxi understood that Yuena had figured out the key point. Shaxi turned his head and pulled Medusa Aya, whose face was flushed, into his arms, saying the same thing. Aya is the same. She gets what she wants by using her abilities. 7 more days passed. That day, Shax had just finished his shift and gone to sleep when he was awakened by the noise outside the tent. What happened in Terminer? Outside the tent, the guardian troll Terminal, on duty, answered with some excitement upon hearing Shax's loud question. Chieftain, it's raining, it's spring rain. Upon hearing this, Shax's pupils contracted slightly. Then he lay back down on the animal skin and continued sleeping. It's coming. Yes, it's coming. On the 3rd day after the spring rains, the storm vulture reappeared in the skies above Alligator Turtle Valley. By order of the Lord of the 4 Regions, Axe, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest, Shuxi Mayan, is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. He is not to refuse. By order of the Lord of the 4 Regions, Axe, the leader of the Black Wasteland Forest, Shuxi Mayan, is hereby summoned to lead his troops south in 3 days to participate in the invasion of all races. He is not to refuse. The same order as last year caused many trolls to frown. They lost their chieftain, Grell, after receiving this order last year. Therefore, the trolls looked at the storm vultures with anything but friendliness. Shuxi, Elder Gankai, and Prophet Geta all stepped out of their tents, looking up at the storm vulture in midair and the messenger Palari riding on it. Go back and tell Lord Axe of the 4 domains that I will be there on time. Shuxi raised his head and looked indifferently at the messenger Parari and his companion, the storm vulture. Parari, the messenger on the back of the storm vulture, frowned. He could sense that the Shaksha was powerful. However, the messenger Parari did not believe that the Shaksha was powerful enough to contend with a leader-level flying magical beast. Therefore, the messenger Palari felt that the Shakshi was looking down on him. Messenger Palari smiled and communicated with the storm vulture to release their oppressive aura, intending to give Shaksha a taste of its power. However, when the messenger Palari released his aura, 3 leader-level auras swept over him from below, showing him no mercy whatsoever. 3 leader-level powerhouses. How is that possible? The messenger, Palari, exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, he even thought that Alligator Turtle Valley was the territory of some lord. Just then, Shuxi's indifferent voice came from below, his words carrying a strange and mocking undertone. Messenger, last year I shot and killed a leader-level thunderhawk in Alligator Turtle Valley. Its meat was very sweet and delicious. Shuxi's words caused the messenger Parari's pupils to shrink to a single point. This is a threat, and it's intimidation. Immediately afterward, Parari, perched on the back of the storm vulture, shook his head vigorously. No way, no way. He must be lying to me. He must be threatening me. How is that possible? Thunderhawk can't even catch storm vulture. That's impossible. However, when Parali saw what Shuxi was doing, he was completely stunned. At this moment, Shakshi held a small curved knife in his hand. Shax was sharpening his fingernails with a small curved knife, and an arc of electricity would occasionally flash across the blade, which was quite strange. That's the aura of the Thunder Eagle. This. In the end, the messenger Palari said nothing. He stared intently at Shaksha for a moment, then urged the storm vulture to turn around and deliver the message elsewhere. After the storm vulture left, the members of the Elder Council gathered around Shaksha. Shuxi didn't say much and simply passed on his orders. Order. The Elder Council shall convene an emergency meeting. Anyone absent without cause shall be expelled from the Elder Council. Half an hour later, all members of the Elder Council had arrived. Also attending the meeting were the demon wife Yuena and Medusa Aya. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 6 months, we have been preparing for the invasion of all races. It is time to conquer the lands outside the Black Wasteland Forest. I will announce the list of those who will be accompanying me in a short time. I will give you 2 days to say goodbye to your families. Furthermore, all the clansmen who accompanied me on the expedition should go to the treasury to collect a set of bone armor and survival supplies. Chapter 121 Thunder Forest, Killing the Dog as a Warning to Others. Parting the clouds and mist, a lush and verdant forest stretched out before me, a sea of trees like a surging wave. This is a dense forest, the southernmost dense forest in the Black Wasteland Forest. Chieftain, once we cross this river, we will leave the Black Wasteland Forest and enter the Thunder Domain Forest. The speaker was Fei Lai, a hero-level troll who had returned from the last invasion of the myriad races. Having been tempered by the dark tide, his strength has become even greater. During this invasion by all races, Felix became the guide for the Shakshi. Shuxi nodded without speaking, gazing at the Thunder Forest across the river. After a long while, Shaksha turned to ask the Prophet Geta. Prophet, do you know why this forest is called the Thunder Forest? The prophet Geta was also gazing at the thunder forest, which he had not set foot in for hundreds of years. Chieftain, this forest is home to many high-grade lightning-type magical potions and has nurtured many races and magical beasts that are compatible with the lightning element. This is the habitat of lightning-type magical beasts, hence the name Thunder Forest. The prophet Geta was deeply moved and told everything he knew. Chieftain Layla, the lord of the Thunder Forest, was born into the harpy race here. Harpies are not only compatible with lightning, but also with wind. They are born with the ability to fly. Shax nodded, withdrew his gaze, and turned to ask the succubus queen, Yelena. Have the tribesmen who went out to scout the way returned? The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, nodded, tidied her hair behind her ear, and spoke in a soft, seductive voice. Chieftain, the scouts have returned. 5 miles ahead, in the dense forest, some kobold scouts are hiding. These kobolds have a very keen sense of smell, but unfortunately they can't spot a succubi. Hee. Shax slowly exhaled and asked again. How strong are they? When it came to serious matters, the succubus queen Yelena's expression became much more serious. Not bad. There are quite a few hero-level characters. If we were to engage in a fierce battle with them, many of our spies would likely suffer heavy losses. Shax shook his head. He didn't want his eyes to be damaged as soon as he stepped out of the black wasteland forest. Shax beckoned, and the guardian trolls Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi stepped forward. I'm giving you a mission. Lead a squad of bloodline warriors and, together with our succubus scouts, clear out the kobolds in the dense forest ahead. Yes, chieftain. Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi knelt on one knee to receive the order, then mounted their giant wolves, shouted, and led their teams out. Chieftain, are those few capable of handling it? The question was directed to Elder Genkai, who knew very well that Teeming and the others had only recently advanced to the hero level and was worried that their abilities were insufficient. Don't worry, Elder, they can do it. The one who answered Elder Genkai was not Shax, but the prophet Geta. Prophet, this is no laughing matter. The prophet Geta chuckled, gazing at the distant forest, and spoke softly. Elder, don't forget that the beasts Teeming and the others were riding were level 6 magical beasts, the frost giant wolves. Although the frost giant wolf is not yet an adult, it is more than capable of dealing with a group of kobolds. Those kobolds would be so frightened by the sight of the frost wolf that their legs would go weak, and they wouldn't be able to run away. Kobolds, the prophet Geta was very familiar with them. They were an inferior race. The prophet Geta, hundreds of years ago, could have crushed them with a wave of his hand. Now, he would take them even less seriously. Moreover, those 4 frost wolves were a gift from the prophet Geta, so he knew their abilities all too well. The prophet was right. Terminer and his men had the strength to wipe out those kobolds. And don't you think my guardian trolls need some training? With a confident smile on his face, Shax took the lead and walked at the very front, crossing the river that represented the boundary between the 2 domains. Elder Genkai and Prophet Geta exchanged a glance and quickly followed. 15 minutes later, the distant dense forest echoed with the howls of wolves and the barking of dogs. As Shax walked forward, he asked Fei Lai questions. Was this the same road you took last time? Yes, chieftain. Fei Lai looked around, remaining vigilant, and continued speaking. Chieftain, if you continue in this direction, you will come to a vast grassland. It was there that we met Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains. Shaksha nodded and turned to look at the prophet Geta. Gadith knew that Shaksha was asking him for confirmation of some information. Chieftain, that grassland is called Eagle Grassland, but we call it the Gathering Place. Unexpectedly, after hundreds of years, powerful figures from the 4 regions are still gathering there. As soon as the prophet Geta finished speaking, the barking of dogs in the distant forest ceased, leaving only the continuous howling of wolves. It seems the battle is over. I wonder if any survivors were left. 15 minutes later, Teeming, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi arrived riding giant wolves. Behind them, each was a hero-level kobold with a rope around their neck. The 4 kobolds had their hands tied behind their backs, and they could run with only their 2 paws on the ground, which made them quite agile. Shax could see clearly that 2 of the kobolds were hopping, which meant that one of their legs was broken. Yelena, they're in your hands now. Dig out everything they know. The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, beckoned to 2 succubus warriors, and then walked towards the 4 kobolds. Oh dear, poor kobolds. 2 have broken legs, 1 is blind, and the other has lost an ear. Faced with the succubus's smile, the 4 kobolds trembled with fear, not daring to look at the alluring Yelena even once. The reason why Shax entrusted the interrogation to Yelena was because Yelena was skilled in illusion magic, and there was no one more suitable than her. Fellow kobold warriors, can you tell me why you've come here? Yelena's voice is captivating and alluring. If your answers satisfy me, I might let him go. Of course, if someone is dissatisfied or doesn't answer, I'll make them pay. For example, click. A succubus warrior beside Yelena took out a one-handed sword and casually severed the head of the kobold who approached her. This kobold is the weakest of the 4 kobolds. To improve the effectiveness of the interrogation, Yelena killed the dog as a warning to others. Oh dear, how come one of them died? He hasn't even answered my question yet. Yelena feigned surprise, looking at the remaining 3 kobolds with gentle and reserved manner. So, you kobold warriors, who will tell me the answer first? Although Yelena spoke gently, the 3 kobolds were so terrified that they lost control of their bowels and bladders. My lord, I beg you to spare my life. One of the kobolds suddenly knelt on the ground and prostrated himself, saying, My lord, we are here on orders from Lord Utez, the leader of the Thunder Eagle Knights, to monitor the invading enemy. Yelena smiled charmingly, ran her hand through her hair, and began to speak. Is there anything else? Seeing that Yelena was not satisfied, the kobold who had spoken first continued. My lord, half a month ago, Thunder Eagle Knight Utez ordered us to guard this place and to return to him if we encountered any enemies. My lord, my name is Hooktooth Hound, and I am an elder of the kobold race. I am willing to submit to you. Yelena shook her head and said with some regret. Too bad, I can't like kobolds. I'm the chieftain's woman, haha. Click. Another kobold has met its demise. Yelena moved gracefully to the 2 remaining kobolds and asked in a coquettish voice. 2 kobold warriors, do you have any news to tell me? Chapter 122, I want 3 times the amount. What did he do to you? After a long while, Yelena came to Shax's side with a smile and took his arm. Without Yuina and Aya by Shakespeare's side, Yelena was more relaxed. Chieftain, they are spies sent by Thunderhawk Knight Utez, specifically for us. Furthermore, among these kobolds, there is a kobold leader who has his own tribe. Chieftain, I spared the life of that kobold leader. Shax was very satisfied and reached out to gently pat Yelena's delicate hand. Then Shaksha turned to the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai and asked, Prophet, Elder, what do you think? The Prophet Geta looked up at the sky, his dark pupils gleaming with contemplation. Chieftain, judging from the actions of these kobold spies, I am certain. The Thunderhawk you killed during last year's Beast Tide should have been the mount of Thunderhawk Knight Oots. A smile spread across Shuxy's lips. He actually thought the same thing. Because if Thunderhawk were still around, the best scout would be Thunderhawk, not the kobold. Let's continue on our way and meet up with Lord Axe, the Lord of the 4 Realms. After taking a few steps, Shuxy turned to the succubus queen, Yelena, and spoke. That kobold leader, enslave him and incorporate his tribe into your ranks. The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled radiantly and nodded in agreement. For the next 3 days, with succubus scouts and troll wolf riders clearing the way, the group did not encounter any suspicious forces. On the morning of the 4th day, Shax and his group arrived at the Flying Eagle grassland, which was the gathering point. And here, some people have already arrived. In the distance, Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, gathered with a large group of people. Upon seeing the arrival of the Kshatriya, Hoffen's face immediately darkened. However, upon sensing the presence of the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai, Hoffenel was shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief and fear. So it was Hoffenel. I knew you wouldn't die. With a smile on his face, Shuxy led his team closer to the area where Hoffenel was located. Shuxy is just some supplies. I'll repay you double after this invasion of all races is over. I want 3 times as much. Hello, 3 times the amount is fine. The approach of the shackles caused the fear and dread on Hoffenel's face to quickly subside. No matter how things changed, Hoffenel's expression remained grim. Especially when he took the initiative to humble himself and promised to return double. Shuxy actually doubled the amount. Shaxky nodded. He thought Hoffenel was a smart leader. Last time in the Poison Dragon Swamp, Hoffenel saw that things were not going well and decisively fled the battlefield. This time, Hoffener even bowed his head in front of all his subordinates, which shows that he is a smart man who can bend and stretch. You've brought quite a lot of people with you. Shikessa gave a perfunctory reply, thus letting the matter drop. Shuxy glanced at Hoffen's group and realized there were definitely tens of thousands of them. Behind Hoffenel were numerous demi-human creatures and various magical beast races. Especially those swamp crocodiles with their eyes gleaming with intelligence. Just looking at them gave me the creeps. Seeing these swamp crocodiles, Shuxy couldn't help but think of his underground spider queen. It seems we need to speed up the training of the cave spider queen. After all, it was an invasion by all races, so Shuxy and Hoffenel were considered allies. Shuxi didn't want to go too far, lest this guy suddenly stab himself in the back at a crucial moment. Moreover, Shax believed that the people of the Four Domains Lord Axe must have already arrived at the Flying Eagle Plains and might even be monitoring them nearby. Lord Axe of the Four Domains absolutely did not want to see his own troops begin to fight amongst themselves before the invasion even started. Hiss! Just then, a cry of an eagle came from high above, and a flock of storm vultures had somehow appeared circling above the gathering place. The leader-class storm vulture circled down and landed near Shuxi and Hoffinal a moment later. Lord Palali. The newcomer was none other than the messenger Palari, an abyss summoner. Unlike Hoffinal, who was obsequious and bowed to the other party, Shuxi simply nodded in greeting. The messenger, Parari, didn't look too good. He still remembered the threats that Shuxi had made to him in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Moreover, Shuxi is now showing him no respect, which makes the arrogant Palari feel very uncomfortable. Did he upset you? The messenger, Palari, glanced at Shuxi, making no attempt to approach or greet him. The messenger, Palari, stepped forward and walked toward Hoffin's group. Lord Palari, my conflict with Shuxi was just a minor disagreement, and we've already reached an agreement. Hoffinal was observant. He had long noticed that Parari and Shuxi didn't get along. However, Hoffinal was smart. He knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend either Shuxi or Parari. Therefore, Hoffinal never mentioned his conflict with Saxi, not wanting to get involved in unnecessary trouble. The messenger, Parari, squinted at Hoffinal, who bowed and scraped, appearing very humble. Looking at the group of subordinates behind Hoffinal, the messenger Palari dared not go too far. On the other side, Shaksha, the prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and the succubus queen Yelena were discussing in hushed tones. Chieftain, judging from the messenger's expression, he definitely hates us. The succubus queen, Yelena, was adept at reading people, and she had already discerned Parari's hostility towards Shuxi. Shax wore a smile and appeared calm and composed throughout the journey. Let him do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't offend Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, nothing else matters. Although we brought few bloodline warriors, they were all elites, all well-equipped, and they didn't need to be subservient to anyone. Upon hearing Shuxi's words, the others grinned. If someone observes closely, they will find that all of the more than 2,000 bloodline warriors from the Black Wasteland are equipped with the same type of bone armor, and each of them looks majestic. Even the succubus queen Yelena was no exception. Of course, succubi have slightly different skeletons, so their bone armor was very exposed. Could that guy Hoffinal be working with the messenger and trying to trip us up later? The one who said this was Elder Gankai. Whenever he considered someone to be an enemy of the tribe, he would try his best to speculate about them. Chief Hoffinal is always cunning. He probably wouldn't. The prophet Gata narrowed his eyes and said something, but did not completely deny Elder Gankai's guess. It's all right, let them get mixed up together. As long as they dare to jump out. Even if Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, comes, we will kill them without hesitation. Shake's voice was low, calm, and full of murderous intent. For some reason, ever since Shuxi left the Black Wasteland Forest, his attitude towards doing things has become somewhat sharp and aggressive. However, Shuxi's performance was rather unremarkable. Shuxi didn't even summon his weapon or mount, which made both the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai curious. Just as everyone was gathered together and talking in hushed tones, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Chapter 123 Those Neighbors, adding fuel to the fire. The sound was heard, but no one was seen appearing. Everyone, including Shakespeare, looked around. What was that sound? Why can't I see them? Just as everyone was wondering, the prophet Geta spoke in a deep voice. The voice came from underground, from those neighbors in the cold desert to the west. The prophet Geta spoke very politely and with great tact. Shax looked down and noticed the slightly undulating ground in the distance. It turns out to be Gata of the Obsidian Golem clan. No wonder I could feel the thick earth element gathering from afar. I thought you had died of old age. I never expected you to have broken through. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, the lush green grass not far away was torn open, and 3 unusually large black scorpions emerged from it. Judging from the height of the giant scorpion, it must be at least 10 meters tall. As for the length of the giant scorpion's body, Shuxi couldn't estimate it, because the poisonous hook swinging in midair was simply too long and terrifying. Following the 3 giant scorpions, countless scorpions of varying sizes broke through the soil and emerged from the ground. Seeing such a spectacular scene for the first time, Shax felt a chill run down his spine, and his trypophobia was about to kick in. At the same time, Shuxi's nerves also tensed up. After many years, the high priest remains as young and as charming as ever. The prophet Geta first bowed to the Shakti, then stepped out from behind the Shakti and went forward to pay his respects to the high priest. The high priestess was a mature woman standing on the giant scorpion on the left, dressed in a green veil that concealed her voluptuous figure. The high priest glanced at the prophet Geta, then shifted his gaze behind the prophet, moving back and forth between Shaxi and Elder Genkai. Finally, the high priest's gaze fell on Shaxi. It's a troll, and a young troll at that. Could they be like that Grell from last year? Arrogant trolls who don't know their own limitations? Although the high priest's voice was very low, everyone present was a leader-level expert, so who couldn't hear him? Therefore, the high priest did it on purpose. Damn old woman, shaving her feathers to pretend she's a pheasant. Upon hearing this, Elder Genkai instantly became enraged and began to hurl insults, his language somewhat vulgar. Grell was a disciple of Elder Genkai, and not only was he already dead, but the high priest's mockery of Grell was also a mockery of Elder Genkai. Of course, it's also a mockery of Shakus. Shaxi reached out and stopped Elder Genkai, who was about to start cursing again. Terminer. Shaksha called out to his guardian troll. Teeming had followed Shaksha for so long that he knew what Shaksha meant by reaching out his hand. Soon, a spear was placed in Shaxi's hand. Shaxi said nothing, took a step forward, and the spear flew from his hand. Sizzle. A terrifying whistling sound tore through the air as the spear struck the high priest of the Sand Scorpion clan like a meteor. Wah! The high priestess was no pushover either. The enormous scorpion she sat on swung its menacing hook, which protruded into the air and rammed into the incoming spear. Bang! Sizzle sizzle. The giant scorpion was in pain, and its entire body trembled uneasily. In front of the giant scorpion, its hook-shaped tail lay on the ground like a pile of scrap metal. This shocking scene instantly silenced the surrounding atmosphere. High priest, watch your mouth. Mouth ulcers can be fatal. To be honest, Shaxi had no interest in that kind of vicious old woman. Especially after hearing her conversation with the prophet Geta, one could guess that the high priest was at least several hundred years old. After throwing a spear, Shaxi stopped in time and did not pursue the attack. If a full-blown fight breaks out, neither side will benefit. Shax could sense that the other two beings riding on the giant scorpion were also leader-level powerhouses. The fact that the Sand Scorpion clan from the desert continent had 3 leader-level powerhouses was something Shaxi hadn't expected. Strangely, despite the giant scorpion being injured, the high priest did not speak again, but instead squinted and continued to scrutinize Shaxi. After an unknown amount of time, just when everyone thought the conflict had died down, the messenger Parali suddenly spoke up. The high priest was actually frightened. The Sand Scorpion clan is nothing special. Upon hearing this, not only the high priest, but even Shaxi raised his eyebrows. That wretched messenger, Palari, actually stirred up trouble between the high priest and the Kshatriya, adding fuel to the fire. Shaxi's eyes grew increasingly cold. He had already decided to kill the messenger, Palari. On the other side, the high priest standing on the giant scorpion glanced at Shaxi and the messenger Palari and immediately saw through the relationship between the 3 parties. The high priestess had lived for hundreds of years and was already very old and shrewd. She saw through the messenger, Palari. However, since the messenger, Parari, had said so, she had to show some appreciation. Abido, go and learn from the troll leader of the Black Wasteland. Abido, that was a male sand scorpion. Calling him male is an understatement. Abido can only be considered a half-human. His lower body is still scorpion-like. Even so, Abido is still a leader-level powerhouse. Abido commanded the giant scorpion on the far right to slowly walk forward, his gaze towards Shaxi, filled with provocation. Chieftain, let me go and meet him. Elder Genkai, carrying his spiked club, was about to leave the group, but Shaxi remained silent and did not agree. Chieftain, let me go. I know the Sand Scorpion clan quite well. Shaxi glanced at the unbridled Abido and finally nodded in agreement. Prophet, be careful, I'll protect you. Haha. Chieftain, don't worry, Geta will definitely not let them look down on us. Then the prophet Geta stepped forward, his tall and imposing figure causing the high priest and Abido to frown. The high priest frowned because he knew the obsidian golem race and how terrifying their strength and physique were. Abido frowned because it wasn't Shaxi who came out to fight. He felt slighted. Abido, fight with all your might, don't overthink it. The high priest of the Sand Scorpion clan stared at the prophet Geta for a moment before finally speaking to remind his clansmen, the giant scorpion warrior from the desert continent, Black Scorpion Abido. Abido has a bad temper, but he's not stupid. He knows very well the high priest's importance in the Sand Scorpion clan. So Abido raised his battle axe with both hands, focused intently on driving the giant scorpion, and charged toward the prophet Geta. As the enemy charged forward, the prophet Gata roared and raised his enormous stone axe, preparing to cleave it down from above. At the same time, the prophet Gata's entire body of skin gradually turned to stone, becoming incredibly hard. Obsidian golems are very talented. Even after their skin is petrified, they can still move freely and do not appear stiff. In the blink of an eye, the moment after the prophet Gata was completely petrified, Abido the Black Scorpion charged forward. Chapter 124 Life comes as compensation, Redclad Sare. Sizzle. The sound was like a heavy blow, a knife cut, or a piece of burlap being torn apart mercilessly. Boom. The giant black scorpion, like a wrecked super tank, was split in two by the prophet Gata. Abido, who was on the giant black scorpion, had already sensed that things were not going well and had retreated. The prophet Gata gripped the giant stone axe in both hands, panting heavily, and stared intently at Abido in the distance. Again. Come on, come on. The prophet Gata's heavy roar, like a cannonball, pounded into Abido's mind and into the hearts of everyone. Ancestors, can you see this? We, the obsidian golems, have once again emerged from the black wasteland forest. I will show everyone how powerful I, Gata, am. It can be said that the prophet Gates's attack was the culmination of centuries of pent-up resentment. This strike was imbued with the obsidian golem race's yearning for power in the outside world. Uare! Uare! Behind Shaxi, the excited obsidian golem joined in the cheers of his teammate Troll. The prophet Gates's earth-shattering strike was truly inspiring. In the distance, the high priest on the giant scorpion squinted, gazing at the prophet Gata, lost in memories. Many years ago, the high priest also witnessed the obsidian golems sweeping across the battlefield, and the obsidian golem leader at that time was his comrade in arms. The terrifying stone lumps have reappeared on the battlefield. Are we about to rise again? Compared to the high priest's absent-mindedness, Abido, who was stunned by the attack, was somewhat exasperated. Damn rock golem, how dare you kill my comrade? I'll make you pay with your life. Abido raised his battle axe and charged forward once more. This time, Abido was smarter and dared not confront the prophet Gata head-on. Instead, he feigned an attack on Gata and looked for an opportunity. Moreover, because Abido is half-human with the lower body of a scorpion, he has many legs and moves more swiftly. The prophet Gata swung his stone axe, sweeping it left and right as if swatting away flies. He hated Abido's fighting style. Black Scorpion, coward of the Sand Scorpion clan, don't you even have the courage to face me head-on? While defending, the prophet Gata used words to provoke Abido, trying to disrupt Abido's mindset and force him to fight head-on. Abido remained silent, growing increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Abido only rose to the level of a leader in the last 100 years, and he had never fought against the obsidian golems before. Before the prophet Gata, Abido felt his own power was utterly insignificant. Just then, the high priest snapped out of his reverie, looked at Abido who was at a disadvantage, thought for a moment, raised his staff, and cast a slowing curse on the prophet Gata. The high priest's action instantly enraged the Shaxi. Elder, go and smash that scorpion to death. Good. Elder Gang Kai, who had been itching to get his orders, charged out with his spiked club in hand. At the same time, Shaxi reached out, and Temen handed him a spear. Old people always get more confused as they get older. Shaxi, with a veiled sarcasm, gripped his spear and stared intently at the old female high priestess with a strange smile on his face. The high priestess stared at Shaxi, sensing that she was being targeted. If she makes a move, she might be the one dying in the next second. This guy is absolutely lawless. The speaker was Hoffenel, who knew a bit about Shaxi's personality. Hoffenel hadn't expected that Shaxi could be so crazy, and it seemed that the two sides from the Black Wasteland and the Desert Continent were about to go to war. You seem very happy. The messenger, Palari, was right beside Hoffenel, and he felt both relieved and worried. Lord Palari should be very pleased. Isn't this the situation you wanted to see? And it would be perfect for us if they fought each other, wouldn't it, Lord Palari? Hoffenel's tone was very flattering, but the messenger, Palari, could tell that Hoffenel was gloating. Bang! Just then, a dramatic change occurred on the battlefield. Scorpion warrior Abido was sent flying by Elder Steel Kai's spiked club, his battle axe falling from his hand, and blood gushing from his mouth. Just as Elder Genkai was about to rush out and kill Abido, the true leader of the Sand Scorpion clan spoke. Your Excellency Shaxi, let's leave it at that. On behalf of the High Priest, I apologize to you. The trolls and obsidian golems are indeed as powerful as they claim. The voice was like a chant, extremely beautiful. Shax looked at the woman in red robes, masked, with fiery red hair, blue eyes, and delicate eyebrows on the giant scorpion in the center, grinned, and said in a strange tone, "Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Do you have the authority to apologize on behalf of the high priest?" The woman in red smiled gently, looked at Shakespeare, and lifted her veil. "Red-clad sir, that's my name. I am their king." As he spoke the last sentence, countless scorpions behind red-clad cell rustled, as if responding to him. The woman in red is beautiful. She has an exotic beauty. If one had to describe it, in the vocabulary of the Shakshi, only the term flying goddess could match it. Moreover, this sand scorpion queen, like the high priestess, is a complete human form and possesses extraordinary wisdom. "Your Majesty, as you wish, let this matter end here." Shaksha put away his spear, summoned back the prophet Geta and elder Genkai, and acted as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the giant black scorpion that had been cleaved in two by the prophet Geta was devoured by countless smaller scorpions that crawled forward. The speed at which it devoured everything was so fast that it was completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone was shocked by this scene, another giant black scorpion, exactly the same as the one before, slowly crawled out from behind the red-clothed cell. The injured Abido jumped onto the giant scorpion, remaining silent with an extremely grim expression. The reappearance of the giant scorpion surprised not only Shuxi, but also Hoffen and the messenger Parari. "They really are the strongest among us." Feeling a pang of sympathy, Hoffen kept warning himself not to provoke the scorpions. The messenger, Parari, on the other hand, was unfazed. Although he was surprised, it was probably not the first time he had seen such a scene. "Chieftain, have you fallen for that red-clad queen and want to take her into your tent?" Seeing that Shuxi was staring intently at the sand scorpion queen, the succubus queen Yelena reached out and grabbed Shuxi's arm, pulling him closer to her, looking like she was jealous. "Did you guys see how she made her move?" Shakespeare withdrew his gaze, his eyes serious. He had just sensed an elemental fluctuation, but Shuxi did not discover how the sand scorpion queen made her move. This kind of stealthy tactic is impossible to guard against. Therefore, the Shakespeare was very cautious and vigilant. Upon hearing this, the prophet Gata, elder Genkai, and the succubus queen Yelena all showed expressions of surprise. "Chieftain, are you referring to that giant scorpion from earlier, the same one as before?" "Yes, it's the same one the prophet killed. Its life force fluctuations are exactly the same." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded and fell silent. Chapter 125. The Serpent Ready. How dared he? As luck would have it, right after the two sides stopped fighting, a dragon's roar came from the nearby dense forest. Lord Axe of the Four Realms appeared, making his entrance at the most opportune moment. The giant tree was knocked down, and the deep footsteps of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast could be heard. The Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, walked out of the dense forest with a calm expression. Behind the Four Domain Lord Axe followed a large number of bloodline warriors from the abyss of the underworld. Shax sensed clearly that among the subordinates of the Four Domain Lord Axe, there were actually two leader-level powerhouses. In other words, there are three leader-level powerhouses from the abyss of the underground. In addition, there is a storm vulture and an abyssal Tyrannosaurus. This lineup is far more substantial than those from Poison Dragon Swamp and Desert Continent. Lord Axe of the Four Realms glanced at everyone, and when he saw Shuxi and the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai behind Shuxi, his eyes lit up. "Shuxi, you're pretty good." Shax bowed slightly in a polite manner. "How dare you? Why don't you kneel and kowtow before the Lord?" A loud shout suddenly rang out, aimed directly at Shuxi. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. However, out of the corner of his eye, Shuxi saw that Hoffenel, the messenger Palari, the high priest, Abido, and the red-clad Ser all knelt down and kowtowed. Even the prophet Geta and elder Genkai, who were behind Shuxi, had knelt down on one knee at some point. Shax looked at the Four Domains Lord Axe, but she seemed not to see anything, gazing at the distant grasslands and forests. Shax understood. This was an attempt to force him into submission. Shuxi remained silent. He simply took out his weapon, the four-edged blood spear, and held it upside down in his hand. Shuxi stood there, holding his spear, and smiled at the leader-level expert who had just shouted. That was a demon with snake-like eyes, or more accurately, a demonic snake. The Serpent clan hails from the abyss of the underworld and is a subordinate tribe of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains. In terms of bloodline, the Serpent clan possesses a diluted dragon bloodline. Shuxi curled his lips slightly, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and mocked the leader of the demon Serpent clan with disdain. Before the Four Domain Lord Axe could say a word, her dog jumped out and bit people. Shakespeare's response was simple: say nothing and prepare to beat the dog. If you beat the dog so badly it hurts, or even kill it, and then prepare to eat it. The dog owner will definitely come forward. Shaxi raised his spear, pointing it at the demon, and silently mocked him. Reddy the Serpent is a direct subordinate of Lord Axe of the Four Realms. He is skilled in assassination, a treacherous assassin, and the most ferocious dog in Lord Axe's hands. The spearhead of the shackles was pointed directly at Reddy, and the serpent Reddy felt like he was going crazy. In the past, no matter who it was, as long as he shouted, those leader-level powerhouses would all put on a submissive and obedient appearance. But today, not only did Shaxi not do that, he took out his weapon and put on an arrogant expression that said, "What can you do to me? Isn't that infuriating? Damn troll, I said kneel down and submit to Lord Axe. Didn't you hear me?" The serpent Reddy roared again, attempting to continue intimidating Shaxi. However, Shaxi remained calm as he looked at the serpent Reddy, his spear still pointed at the latter. "Chieftain, let's make way for each other." After much deliberation, the prophet Geta, the elder of revelation, whispered a word of advice to Shaksha. After all, the other party has a lord-level powerhouse backing them up, and in the eyes of the prophet Geta, choosing to confront them head-on is rather unwise. Shakshita did not speak and ignored the prophet Geta. Upon hearing Shakshit's silence, the prophet Geta immediately understood his meaning and ceased offering further advice. Elder Genkai tried to stand up several times, but was firmly held down by Prophet Gatai. The prophet Gata knew very well that just because Shaksha dared to stand, it didn't mean that Elder Genkai, and he could too. The atmosphere was silent and still. But to the serpent Reddy, this atmosphere was a slap in the face, a resounding slap in the face. "Damn troll, you're asking for it." Having said that, the serpent Reddy drew his dagger, transforming into a black shadow as he swept towards Shaxi with a sinister expression. As Shaxi watched the rapidly approaching serpent Reddy, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Kill." Shax spoke, uttering a single word, "Kill," low and hoarse, like a demon god roaring in an endless abyss. At the same time, Shaxi activated the troll blood and swift charge skills, shooting out like a beam of light. Uft. The spear is very long, therefore the spear is very strong. The serpent Reddy was impaled on the spear by Shaxi, who controlled the force well and prevented Reddy from passing through his body. Shaxi raised his spear high and grinned. The next second, Shaxi thrust his spear into the ground, pinning the serpent Reddy to the earth. With the monstrous serpent Reddy's eyes blazing with fury, Shaksha raised his right foot and stomped hard on Reddy's face. "Who do you think you are?" When Shaxi said this, he was very indifferent and calm. Moreover, Shaxi did not look down at the demon serpent Reddy, but looked at the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, when he said these words. Therefore, some people are confused as to whether Shaxi was speaking to the serpent Reddy or to the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. However, no matter who he was talking to, no one responded to Shaxi. After a long while, Shaxi lowered his head and looked at the pitiful snake, Reddy. "Poor pug. Remember, the next time the spear pierces through your chest, it won't be your right chest, but your left." Shaxi withdrew his spear and kicked the serpent Reddy away with his left foot. On the other side, Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, was completely shocked by Shaxi's arrogant and domineering behavior. "He's a madman. He's a complete madman. He actually dared to injure one of Lord Axe's direct subordinates. How dare he? Where did he get the courage?" Hoffenel's heart was in turmoil. A giant wave, unlike anything he had ever seen before, rose within him, threatening to overturn the world. He actually dared to do it, and he's incredibly terrifying. The serpent Reddy was no match for him. If Hoffenel was madness, then the messenger Palari was fear. The messenger, Palari, knew very well that he had only dared to stir up trouble between the Shaxi and the High Priest because he had the backing of the Four Domains Lord, Axe. However, Shake's current actions are telling everyone that he doesn't need to care about the face of the Four Domains Lord, AKS. Shaxi can kill whomever he wants. This is what truly terrified all the leader-level powerhouses present. Just as everyone was lost in thought, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, suddenly turned his gaze away from the distance and said very seriously, Chapter 126, almost certain, get closer. How likely is your secret technique to kill me? The words of the Four Domain Lord Axe were like a solar explosion, greatly startling the surrounding group of leader-level powerhouses. Shaxi sheathed his spear and looked at the Four Domains Lord, Axe, with a humble expression. Now that the dog owner has appeared, we can no longer beat the dog. We need to reason with them. 1/10. To be honest, Shaxi is really humble. His special hero-level skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice, has at least a 50% chance of killing the Four Domain Lord, Axe. However, Shikessa still managed to say it was 1/10. Shax was both concealing his true abilities and praising the four domain Lord, Axe. 1% is already quite high. Lord Axe of the four domains spoke in a calm tone, showing no sign of anger. The conditions I promised you remain unchanged. You can occupy a piece of land and designate it as your territory. Upon hearing this, Hoffenel and Red Cell's expressions changed. In the midst of a multi-race invasion, dividing up territory is an impossible task for a leader-level powerhouse. Because that's a qualification only Lord-level powerhouses possess. In an instant, all the leader-level powerhouses changed their way of looking at Shax. Shax didn't speak, neither denying nor agreeing. So, this time you're heading towards Thunder Eagle City. Is it all right for you to conquer the area where Thunder Eagle City is located? Shax bowed and said very respectfully. Thank you so much, Lord Axe. Lord Axe of the four domains nodded, then thought for a moment and said something else. After you take Thunderhawk City, continue your invasion southward and conquer Thunderstorm City. If you also capture Thunderstorm City, you can continue south to Flystream City to join me and help me defeat Layla, the Lord of Thunder Forest. This time, Shax only nodded and did not agree to everything. Although Shax was very tough just now, he was also very clear that the gap between himself and the Lord level was huge, as big as a chasm. Shax's confidence to do this stemmed from the skill, Boiling Blood Sacrifice. With a 50% chance of instantly killing someone one rank higher than oneself, even though it's probabilistic, it can still be the strongest trump card for the Setsuki. Of course, using this skill will cause Shax to lose half of his life energy. This life energy is not simply physical strength or vitality. According to Shax, the life energy here most likely includes lifespan, and the data on Shax's data template may also be affected. In short, Shax doesn't want to use this skill unless absolutely necessary. After assigning the task to Shax, the Lord of the Four Realms, Axe, did not mention what had happened between Shax and the demon serpent ready. Lord Axe of the Four Domains turned his head and focused his gaze on Red-clad Cell, the leader of the desert continent. The Sand Scorpion clan has begun its invasion from the west. With your clan's current strength, you should have nothing to fear from that thunder beast. The Sand Scorpion clan obeys the order. Red-clad Sare will certainly complete the task assigned by Lord Axe. Scorpion King Red-clad Sare accepted the mission without daring to object. Lord Axe of the Four Domains nodded and turned his gaze to Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. Hoffenel, if you encounter enemies you can't defeat along the eastward route, you can seek help from the Shax. Hoffenel responded and accepted the order without daring to object. However, the thought of possibly dealing with the Kexos always sent chills down Hoffen's spine. This time, you absolutely must succeed. Thunder Forest is just our first target. Our goal is the far south, to the place where the sun never sets. If your race wants to grow stronger and your power wants to increase, then we must continue to invade southward. Shax was very familiar with these words and sentence structure. This was clearly just empty promises. Shax remained silent, letting the four-domain Lord, Axe, continue his long and rambling talk. Half a day later, the group dispersed. Shax led his troops to invade from the east to the south, while the allied forces invading from both sides were Hoffen and the headquarters of the four-domain Lord, Axe. Before leaving, the leader of the desert continent, the Scorpion Queen in Red, specially went to Shax to say goodbye. Lord Shax, the invasion of all races has ended. Welcome to our cold desert. We've been neighbors for so many years, we should get closer. Shax nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Next was Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp. This guy only came over to try and get close to Scorpion Queen Red-clothed Cell after she had gone quite a distance. Lord Shax, let me tell you, you must never provoke that Scorpion King. I've heard that Scorpion Queen Red-clad Sare is a wanton woman who sleeps with anyone. Shax frowned. He felt that Hoffenel had revealed some unclear information, but it was as if he hadn't said anything at all. Do you see those scorpions? Hoffen pointed to the departing swarm of scorpions and whispered. It is said that all the scorpions of the Sand Scorpion clan were produced by Red-clothed Cell. Lord Shax, just think about it. How many male creatures would Red-clad Sare have to kill to produce so many scorpions? Upon hearing this, Shax's face darkened. He glanced at Hoffenel and turned to leave. Prophet, how credible do you think Hoffenel's words are? The Prophet Gato was shocked and somewhat disoriented. The scene of Shax instantly killing the serpent ready still echoed in his mind. Especially since Shax had just told the Four Domains Lord Axe in front of everyone that he had a 10 chance of killing the latter. In this way, the Prophet Gaeta had no choice but to feel awe and be convinced by such actions. Prophet. Ah, Chieftain, what brings you here? Elder Genkai lightly touched Prophet Gaeta, who then came to his senses and heard Shax's call. The prophet Geta used an extremely humble tone, even employing the honorific you. Prophet, how credible do you think Hafenel's words are? About the Sand Scorpion clan. The prophet Geta shook his head and said bluntly that it was not credible. Chieftain, you may not know this, but the Sand Scorpion clan was already very powerful before that red-clad Sare became the Scorpion King. Take that high priestess, for example. She was a leader-level powerhouse hundreds of years ago. Moreover, the number of Sand Scorpions was already quite large at that time. After the prophet Geta said this, Shax believed him to some extent. However, Shaxi found it somewhat amusing when he thought of Hafenel's reminder. Judging from Hafenel's expression, does that mean that Scorpion King in red, Cell, has taken a liking to me and wants to suck me to death? A ridiculous and terrifying thought popped into Shaxi's mind, but it was so unrealistic that Shaxi quickly dismissed it. Next, we will invade Thunderhawk City and retrieve the heads of my elder brother, Grell, and several elders. Thinking of this, Shaxi's gaze became even sharper, bloodthirsty, and violent. Teeming, go and fetch Foray for me. I need to get to Thunderhawk City as quickly as possible. Teeming responded, and soon the troll warrior Felix appeared before Shaxia. Fear was very excited, and he looked at Shaxi with awe. Felix never imagined that he would one day return to Thunderhawk City and have the chance to wash away the troll's shame. Chieftain, if we continue our invasion in this direction, we will reach Thunder Eagle City in a month at most. Chapter 127, A Warning for an Invasion. The trees in the Thunder Forest are taller and denser than those in the Black Wasteland Forest. Beneath a giant tree, two guides stood before Shaxi. One was the former troll warrior Feli, and the other was the kobold leader enslaved by the succubus Queen Yelena, a guy named Tekel. My lord, the troll warrior is right. If we invade in this direction, we can reach Thunderhawk City in a month at most. But sir, if you wish to acquire more resources, I suggest you head a little further east, where our kobold territory lies. That land is rich in a high-grade magic potion called Dog's Tail, which is ripe this year, but hasn't been harvested yet. The information revealed by the kobold Tekel greatly intrigued Shaxia. However, the kobold in front of them was not honest, and kept his words to himself, so Shaxi decided to teach him a lesson. Yelena, your kobold slave has a lot of ulterior motives. Starve him for half a month. The succubus queen, Yelena, bowed slightly, revealing a charming smile, as if flirting with Shaxi. As you wish, dear patriarch. At this, Tekel the kobold's face immediately fell. Tekel, tell the chieftain what you truly think. The kobold Tekel dared not disobey Yelena's orders and stammered. Master, there are two more leaders in the kobold territory. Tekel wants to take this opportunity to eliminate them and become the leader of all the kobolds. Master, subduing all the kobold tribes will also be a great thing for you. Yelena wore a faint smile, her anger difficult to discern. Shaxi, however, gazed at the forest ahead and began to ponder. After a long while, Shaxi asked, how many people are there in your kobold territory? Upon hearing this, the kobold Tekel's eyes lit up. He knew very well that the real leader of this group was the respected chieftain before him. Chieftain, the kobold territory currently has a population of over 30,000. Excluding the elderly, children, women, and the disabled, there are over 8,000 adult kobold warriors. More than 30,000. That's a terrifying number. Because this is for more than 30,000 mouths, the daily food consumption is a terrifying figure. Shax remained silent for a moment, hesitant. After a long while, the succubus Queen Yelena, who had some guesses, walked up behind Shaxi and said calmly, Chieftain, this matter is actually quite simple to handle. Shaxi turned around, his eyes filled with expectation, and gestured for Yelena to continue. Chieftain, if what Tekel says is true, most of the kobolds are old, young, women, and disabled. We can leave the women and children where they are and wait, and we'll recruit all the other kobolds. Yelena stared at Shaxi, and seeing no trace of pity in his eyes, she continued. The recruitment was divided into two parts. Normal bloodline warriors were incorporated into our combat teams. Those who are old and disabled are mixed into cannon fodder regiments to clear the way for us. It seems that those who survive in the end are the elite, and they are worth cultivating. That's too ruthless. The most venomous succubus's heart. The succubus Queen Yelena's idea was quite clear, to reuse the kobolds who were burdensome and useless, and keep the usable and renewable ones. Although ruthless, Shaxu liked it very much. Haha, it seems I made the right choice bringing you along this time. This matter is entrusted to you. Let your kobold slave Tekel carry it out. Shaxi reached out and stroked Yelena's face, a face exactly like that of his demon wife, Yelena. If it weren't for the mature female voice reminding him, Shuxi sometimes wouldn't be able to tell whether the person in front of him was Yelena or Yelena. Yes, chieftain. Soon, the kobold Tekle received the order. Tekle the kobold was pleased, because the Kshatriyas had not persecuted the very foundation of the tribe, the women and children of the kobolds. As for the old, weak, sick, and disabled, to the kobold Tekle, they were just a burden and should be eliminated. Therefore, the kobold Tekle readily accepted the order. Some may look down on the kobold Tekle, but he is very proud. At least he protected the women, children, and bloodline warriors of his tribe. So the group began to shift eastward, heading towards the kobold territory. Half a month later, in the Thunder Forest, in the territory of the kobolds. The kobold territory is a plain and forested area with few hills and rocks. In fact, the kobold territory has a population of over 50,000. The reason there are still more than 30,000 left is because the kobold chieftain led more than 10,000 bloodline warriors to Thunderhawk City to be under the command of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. Scattered throughout the woods were many wooden tents, and wisps of smoke rose from many of them. Suddenly, several wolf howls came from the surrounding forest, startling all the kobolds into jumping up. Even the two kobold leaders, Tesega and Firetail, ran out of their tents. Damn Tesega, you bunch of useless trash. It's your tribe's turn to be on duty today. Why did you let the wolves into our habitat? The speaker was Firetail, one of the two current leaders of the kobold territory. Another leader, Tesega, squinted and twitched his nose, trying to search for the scent in the air. Firetail, I was just in the same tent as you. I didn't do anything. Are you trying to frame me? The dog-headed man with Firetail spat and cursed. Just because you didn't slack off doesn't mean your people can't slack off too. Tesega, I'm warning you, this is a special time, a time of invasion by all races. Don't tell me you don't know the importance of vigilance. Tesega was also furious. He had already instructed his tribe's warriors to be on high alert. Unexpectedly, an accident still occurred. Firetail, stop talking. I'm going to see for myself now. However, just as the kobold Tesega finished speaking, howls of wolves and screams, as well as the ground tremors that only occur when a large force charges, echoed from the kobold habitat. Both Tesega and Firetail participated in the great battle and are extremely sensitive to this kind of tremor. Oh no, it's an invasion by foreign tribes. Don't panic, assemble your troops, and resist. At the start of the chaos, the kobold habitat was invaded by the Black Wasteland Alliance forces. Remember, prioritize capturing potions and magic cores, then weapons and armor, and finally food. Notify me immediately if any special loot appears. Shaksha stood in a dense forest outside the kobold's habitat, giving instructions once again to the succubus Queen Yelena, standing beside him. The succubus Queen Yelena was in charge of managing all the spies under the Shuxi, who were also responsible for collecting spoils of war. Although Shuxi had said these words countless times, this time, as he personally supervised the battle, he still couldn't help but remind Yelena. Chapter 128. Who are they? The backlash of the contract. In reality, compared to trolls, buffalo, and obsidian, kobolds are incredibly weak. Fortunately, the kobolds had the advantage of numbers. Although they were caught off guard, they managed to organize an effective attack after the chaos. Kobolds' weapons are mostly maces and bone clubs, though there are also a few axes and javelins. Occasionally, you can see kobolds charging through the crowd, each wielding a wooden shield. However, when Elder Steel Kai, a leader-level powerhouse, joined the battle, the momentum that the kobolds had painstakingly built up was immediately shattered. It's a leader-level expert. Run. How is that possible? Behind the kobolds, the kobold leaders Tesega and Firetail looked at Elder Steelcat, who seemed to be moving through an empty space, exchanging bewildered glances, both feeling a sense of foreboding. The kobold formation was broken up and fell into complete chaos, with the kobolds fleeing in all directions. However, not long after, the howling of wolves coming from the surrounding dense forest made them flee back to the camp. This situation lasted for more than 3 hours. More than 3 hours later, the kobold habitat finally fell silent. Shaksha, the prophet Gata, Yelena, and the kobold Tekle behind Yelena slowly entered the kobold habitat. It's the leader of the Tekle. Damn it, Tekle betrayed the chieftain. Tekle betrayed the chief. Tekle, you traitor. The moment the kobold Tekle appeared, he was met with countless jeers and insults. However, the kobold Tekle paid no heed to the insults hurled at him by his tribesmen, because the kobold Tekle believed that he was about to become the chieftain of the entire kobold tribe. As for the clan chief far away in Thunderhawk City, he was no longer within Tekle's considerations. Chieftain master, this way please. With his dirty cuffs, Tekle wiped a stool clean for Shuxi, becoming a true lackey. Who are those two kobold leaders you mentioned? Find them. Shax didn't mind, sat on the bench, and got straight to the point. After bowing and scraping, Tekel pulled out Tessega and Firetail from among the kobolds in the distance. Damn Tekel, do you not even care about the safety of our tribe? Tekel, tell me, who are they? Tekel completely ignored Tessega and Firetail, and instead went to Shaxu and Yelena to ask for credit and rewards. Shikushi glanced at Tessega and Firetail, then looked at Takuro, and said seriously, Tekel, I appoint you as the chieftain of the kobold tribe. If anyone resists, point it out now and kill them immediately. Of course, treat those who are willing to submit to you well. Teker chuckled and pointed out all the guys he used to dislike. Shuxi waved his hand, signaling the 4 guardian trolls, Temenur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, to step forward and obey his orders. Temenur, you 4 follow Tekel and kill all the rebels, he points out. Yes, chieftain. Then, a few minutes later, screams began to echo from the kobold habitat. A sense of panic permeated the kobold habitat, and everyone felt insecure. Yelena, you can enslave these 2 kobolds as well. The succubus queen Yelena nodded and walked towards the kobold leader named Tessega, preparing to form a contract to subdue him. However, things did not go as planned. Just as the contract was about to be concluded, a contract magic circle appeared between the eyebrows of the kobold leader Tessega, and Tessega's head exploded into dust with a bang. This scene stunned everyone, including Shax. What's going on? Shax stood up, quickly went to Yelena's side, and only asked after seeing that she was all right. Chieftain, that kobold has already been enslaved. That was the backlash of the contract. He died from it. Shuxi frowned. It wasn't a big deal that the kobold leader was being enslaved. The key point is that Shaxi wants to know who enslaved the kobold leader Tessega. Do you know who enslaved him? Yelena shook her head, her pretty face filled with disgust. The kobold's explosion had soiled her bone armor. Forget it, we don't need to form a contract with this kobold. When Tekel returns, let him behead this leader in front of all the kobolds. Shuxi originally wanted to keep the kobold leader, since he was a hero-level kobold, which was quite rare. However, after what just happened, Shikusui immediately abandoned the idea. Shaksha plans to have the kobold Tekel behead Firetail as a pledge of allegiance, hoping to completely win over the kobold race to his side. Although such methods are violent and despicable, they are very effective. Half an hour later, Tekel, led by 4 guardian trolls, happily returned to Shaksha. Tekel, behead him and display his head as a sign of your loyalty. Tekel was taken aback by Shuxi's words. However, Tekel quickly realized what was happening. Respected clan chief, as you wish. Shaksha nodded without speaking, and the guard troll handed a large cleaver to the kobold Tekel. Tekel raised his greatsword and approached Firetail, the kobold leader. Firetail, my friend, goodbye. I will take good care of your 10 wives and 18 daughters. Tekel's words were so informative that even Shuxi's lips twitched. Click. The 2 leaders of the kobold habitat were thus killed. Next, the highest-ranking kobold is Tekel himself. At Yelena's prompting, the kobold Tekel began his performance. My people, if it weren't for me, your good days would be over. Your former chieftain will soon die on the battlefield. Your leader, Thunderhawk Knight Oots, will soon be killed. Now, the Thunder Forest has been occupied by the adults behind me. Our way out is to follow the adults and invade southward together. Now, I declare myself the chieftain of the kobold tribe. Anyone who opposes me shall be punished. The more Shuxi listened, the more he felt that the kobold Tekel was a talent for deceiving his own kind. After being persuaded by the kobold Tekel, many kobolds submitted to him. Of course, some of them were originally Tekel's tribes, and at this moment they felt a sense of superiority. As for the other 2 tribes, apart from women and children, all those who disobeyed were sent to the cannon fodder regiment. Today is a wonderful day for the kobold Tekel. Of course, it was also very good for Shuxi, as he gained a lot of potions and cannon fodder troops. Chapter 129: The Igor Clan and the Fire Raven Clan. Soon, the scavenging team delivered a large number of magic cores and more than a dozen high-grade magic potion dog's tails to Shax. Chieftain, the few dogtails with the most potent medicinal properties have already been taken to Thunder Eagle City by that damned former chieftain of the Leia kobolds and offered to the Thunder Eagle Knight Utes. After learning that the kobold Tekel had a penchant for collecting potions, he led a team that not only harvested potions, but also plundered the kobold's treasure vault. Shuxi put away the potion and the magic core, a smile appearing on his lips. Tekel, you did a great job. I have high hopes for you. Respected chieftain, Tekel is willing to serve you, and Tekel is willing to lead the way. Tekel is very familiar with this forest. Well, if you do a good job next, I will reward you. Shuxi was in a good mood. He had already dealt the blows, and now he was ready to offer a small reward to continue to drive Tekel around. Do you see those armors? If you do something good, I'll reward you with a set. Shaksha pointed to his guardian trolls and the bone armor they wore. Upon hearing this, Tekel's eyes lit up. He really wanted to own a set of bone armor. It's not that bone armor has particularly good defensive properties, but rather that Tekel believes that only by wearing the same armor as his master's companions can he feel like one of his own and have a sense of belonging. Respected clan chief, if we continue south, before we reach Thunderhawk City, we can visit the Igor clan near Thunderhawk City. The Igor clan and Thunderhawk Knight Oots have a very good relationship. It is said that Thunderhawk Knight Oots' Thunderhawk was tamed by the Igor clan. This time, not only Shuxi, but also the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai became interested upon hearing this and gathered around. Respected clan leader, as everyone knows, Thunder Eagle Knight Oots comes from the Nachi clan. This clan is born with the ability to communicate with Thunder Eagles, so they can easily form contracts with each other. The Igor clan is skilled at taming flying magical beasts, and their tribe happens to have tamed 2 Thunderhawks. Chieftain, I've heard that there's an uncontracted Thunderhawk within the Igor clan. When Tekel said those last words, he did so in a mysterious way, even lowering his voice considerably. Shuxi showed no emotion on his face, only saying something indifferently. Since that's the case, let's stop by and take a look at the Igor clan. All right, Chieftain, Tekel is at your service. Thunder Forest, Thunder Eagle City. Inside the chieftain's castle, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez's face was ashen and extremely unpleasant. Because Yutez sensed that his secret slave contract with the Kobold Irontooth had disappeared. In other words, the Kobold leader Tessega is dead. Did Tessega die in a fight within its own clan? Or did the Tessega die at the hands of the invaders from the north? Who could it be? Also, why haven't those kobolds they sent back any messages yet? Yutez was very agitated. Ever since his partner, Kajir Ling, died, Yutez had been in a state of repression and irritability, unable to vent his emotions. The death of Lei Ying, in particular, dealt a heavy blow to Yutez. What frustrated Yutez even more was that his sister, Yudif, had not yet signed a contract with another Thunderhawk, which made Yutez even more uneasy. Someone, go and invite Lord Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor clan. A moment later, a servant went down to invite Nadal, and Utezio's sister, Yudif, also cautiously walked in from outside. Brother, has something happened? Yutez looked at his sister, and his mind calmed down a bit. Yes, there have been instances where my kobold scouts in the northern territories died, and those northern races began invading again. Sister, I will have His Excellency Nadal send someone to take you to the Fire Raven clan to avoid trouble later. Yudify opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking somewhat shocked. Brother, has the situation gotten that bad? Going to the Fire Raven clan to avoid trouble means that Thunder Eagle City is no longer safe. Even the older brother doesn't know. He still doesn't know who the attackers are. Regardless of who it is, the older brother no longer has air superiority, and the outcome is still difficult to determine. Therefore, sister, for your safety, you must now go to the Fire Raven clan. Once this invasion is over, your brother will personally come and bring you back. Yudif was a little sad. It was all because she was incompetent that she couldn't sign the contract for so long. Otherwise, she could definitely help her brother. Brother, I'll listen to you. Yutez reached out and stroked his sister's hair, speaking softly. These are special times, so when you visit the Firecrow clan, keep a low profile and don't act like a spoiled princess. Okay, I understand. Soon after, Nadal, the patriarch of the Igor clan, entered the castle and came before Yutez. Greetings, chief. Yutezi personally went over and helped Nadal up, speaking to him gently. Mr. Nadal, is there really no chance of Kujir surviving? Nadal shook his head. The Thunder Hawk, who had been away for months, was almost certainly not going to make it back alive. Moreover, the Thunder Eagle and his clan did not sense any similar aura in the surrounding area. Therefore, Yutez's Thunderhawk mount must have been killed. My lord, now is not the time for sorrow and grief. As long as we can withstand this wave of invasion, we will have time to gradually get along with Thunderhawk. Perhaps it will be willing to sign a contract with you then. Yutez nodded, suppressing his sorrow. Lord Nadal, the reason I invited you here is to ask you to send your people to deliver my sister Yudif to the Fire Raven clan. Nadal agreed to Yutez's request without hesitation. Because Nadal knew very well that Thunderhawk City was about to face an invasion, and it was perfectly normal to send his family to safety at this moment. Even if Yutezi doesn't say it, Nadal will also arrange for a group of his people to flee south. My lord, I will have my son, Jufu, personally escort Prince Utifei to the Fire Raven clan for refuge. Yutez nodded, a hint of joy finally appearing on his face. Nadal's son, named Khufu, is also an air knight. However, Jufu's mount was only a hero-level wind eagle, which wasn't very useful. Then, my lord, I will make the arrangements right now. Okay, go ahead. Half an hour later, Yutez watched the wind eagle take off from the city, and the expression on his face relaxed a lot. Having successfully delivered his sister to safety, Yutez's determination to resist the formidable enemy has also strengthened considerably. Come on, I want to see who is so foolish as to dare to invade my Thunder Eagle City. I want to add another leader-level expert's head to the walls of Thunder Eagle City. Chapter 130, Enslaving Them, Dreams Shattered. On the other side, on the road leading to the settlement of the Igor clan, Shuxi was currently riding on a giant frost wolf, while the guardian troll Terminal had been driven off by Shuxi to serve as his groom. Shakus was in a joyful mood, because these days, every other day, Shuxi would consume a high-grade magic potion called Dogtail. Under the influence of the potion, Zakisi's data template changed once again. Strength, 2520 to 5000 plus 5240, can be increased. Agility, 2310 to 5000 plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 2225 to 5000 plus 200, can be increased. Constitution, 2722 to 5000 plus 200, can be improved. With the help of the magic potion, Shuxi's strength and physique finally surpassed the 2500 mark. Of course, the attribute that has been increased the most this time is not strength or constitution, but intelligence. Shax knew very well that the intelligence here did not refer to IQ, but to elemental affinity. Sometimes, Shakespeare also felt that intelligence might be linked to mental strength. However, sometimes Shuxi felt that physical constitution and mental strength were also related. In short, Shax himself also had some doubts about the data template. Shax is also feeling his way across the river, and there are many things he needs to experience and explore over a long period of time. Chieftain, we have at most one more day's journey before we reach the settlement of the Igor clan. The kobold Tekel was very shrewd. Through his observations over the past few days, he had discovered the special relationship between Shaksha and his master, Yelena. Therefore, Tekel would often go to Shuxi to make his presence known and to curry favor with him. It's rare to find such a sensible and capable lackey, and Shax doesn't mind Tekel's flattery. Taking this opportunity, Shuxi will also ask Tekel some questions about the Thunder Forest. Tekel, tell me what you know about the Thunder Forest. Tell me about the races and monsters here, and their leaders. Oh, and the distribution of potions, and some special items. Shuxi genuinely wanted to learn more about the Thunder Forest, and as for how much the kobold Tekel knew, Shuxi naturally hoped to know as much as possible. Chieftain, you may not know this, but our kobold territory has relatively few potions. The truly good potions are all found in the southern territories. Unfortunately, I've never been to the south. Tekel glanced at Shuxi out of the corner of his eye. Shuxi was expressionless. Tekel immediately realized that he hadn't hit the nail on the head, so he turned his eyes around and continued. Chieftain, I've heard that the Igor clan has many magical potions that flying magical beasts love to eat. They use these potions to tame and attract flying magical beasts. Furthermore, many high-level magical potions are also cultivated within Thunderhawk City. Shax nodded, neither praising nor getting angry. Tekel the kobold was just a leader. It was already quite knowledgeable for him to know these things. Although Shaksha didn't do much, the kobold Tekel was very enthusiastic. Suddenly, the kobold Tekel seemed to have thought of something and immediately spoke to Shaksha. Chieftain, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez has a younger sister, and it is said that he dotes on her. Also, Thunderhawk Knight Yutez's sister is named Utf, and she is a willful and capricious woman. Shuxi was very curious about what kind of woman would be considered willful and capricious in the eyes of the kobolds. Tekel, how much do you know about this Utfer? When the kobold Tekel heard Shuxi's question, his face turned red. However, after a moment, Tekel revealed the truth. Chieftain, I've been to Thunderhawk City a few times before with that damned former kobold chieftain, Raya, and I've seen Ut from afar a few times. Sir, I don't know anything about urea powder either. I've only heard about it. Shax nodded, not blaming Tekel. Tekel, here's your chance to prove yourself. Drive away the cannon fodder regiment that is invading the Igor clan settlement. Mission accomplished. I'll reward you handsomely. Upon hearing this, the kobold Tekel's eyes lit up. After bowing and retreating, he went straight to the cannon fodder regiment. Once Tekel's figure disappeared from sight, Shuxi turned to Yelena and said calmly, "Your slave is a talent. Nurture him well, and don't let him die." To be honest, Shuxi really wanted to train Tekel. Such a sensible and capable lackey would definitely be useful. Yelena smiled charmingly and nodded slightly. having already made up her mind. Do you know anything about the Prophet, the Ego clan? Compared to the information provided by the Kobold Tekel, Shaksha believed more in the insights and knowledge of the Prophet Geta. Chieftain, the Igor clan has existed for a very long time. To put it bluntly, most of the flying magical beasts in the Thunder Forest come from this race. However, it's strange that the Igor clan has never had its own leader-level powerhouse. Chieftain, if possible, try not to kill them, but enslave them instead. Shakespeare nodded. The advice offered by the Prophet Geta was very practical. If they could truly enslave the Igor clan, Shaxi could gradually cultivate flying magical beasts belonging to the Black Wasteland tribe. Unfortunately, half a day later, the plans of Shaksha and the Prophet Geta fell through. The settlement of the Igor clan is now deserted. Even the immature potions were all harvested, leaving not a single one for Shax. It wasn't just the Shakti who had their dreams shattered, but also the Kobold Tekel. The ruthless Kobold Tekel personally wielded his whip, driving his cannon fodder squad to invade the Igor clan settlement, but gained nothing in the end. Tekel the Kobold was quite disappointed that he hadn't gotten the bone armor he'd been dreaming of. Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. If you had run faster, the Igor clan might not have had time to escape. The Kobold Tekel lashed out with his whip at a crippled kobold, venting his frustration. It seems they knew we were coming and were prepared, so they left beforehand. Shuxi sighed, not particularly disappointed. Even knowing that there would be an invasion by all races, he would have prepared an escape route as soon as possible. Let's continue south. Don't waste any more time. Let's head straight for Thunder Eagle City. Soon, the order from the Shuxi was relayed, and the main force continued southward without stopping. However, just as Shuxi left, a cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above the gathering place of the Igo clan. At the same time, a leader-level pressure swept over, and the kobolds of the cannon fodder regiment were so frightened that they all lay down on the ground. Even Shuxi narrowed his eyes, a spear appearing in his hand, ready to deal with any possible attack. Shuxi, Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai looked up at the sky, releasing their leader-level pressure in an attempt to intimidate the suddenly appearing Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle screeched, and its circling, diving posture began to slow down, gradually increasing its flight altitude. Thunder Eagle is very intelligent and has a keen sense of danger. Chapter 131 The Only Reliance, the Initial Thought. Just now, Thunder Eagle almost entered the range of Shake's shooting. Sensing Shuxi's murderous intent, Thunder Eagle decisively abandoned its hunt and flew away. Clearly, the Thunderhawk had been heading straight for the 4 level 6 magical beasts, the Frost Giant Wolves, near Shuxi. The Thunder Eagle circled and lingered over the territory of the Igor tribe for about half an hour, but finding no opportunity to hunt, it flew south. As soon as Laying left, Shake's face immediately darkened. Do you think this Thunderhawk might be the one belonging to Thunderhawk Knight Utes? Shuxi was asking the questions of the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and the Succubus Queen Yelena, but no one stepped forward to speak, and no one dared to be sure. A dark cloud descended and gathered above the heads of Kshatriya and the others. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy and oppressive. Of course, Shaksha also wondered if the wreckage from earlier might have been the one tamed by the Igor clan. Moreover, this possibility is extremely high, because the place where Shuxi and the others are currently staying is the gathering place of the Igor clan. On the other hand, it's also possible that it isn't. The Thunder Eagle in the sky had unknowingly become a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Despite the crisis, Shakis remained calm, showing no emotion. Shuxi didn't consider himself exceptionally intelligent, but he knew that keeping one's emotions hidden and remaining unpredictable to the enemy was the choice of a fool. Therefore, Shakushi's emotions were very stable. To the Prophet Geta and the Succubus Queen Yelena, this performance was a sign of complete confidence. This is the clan leader I want to follow. We will definitely go much further together. The Prophet Geta looked at Shaksha, who was riding on the Frost Wolf, and stared at his back, feeling a strange sense of calm. As expected, the troll that can conquer me, Yelena, is truly magnificent. The Succubus Queen, Yelena, was also glancing at Shaksha out of the corner of her eye. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle made this hero-level being feel threatened. Yelena immediately thought of Shuxi, the only person she could rely on. The calmness on Shuxi's face reassured Yelena considerably. Although you can't see or hear it, it's very real. Emotions similar to Yelena's were constantly being passed around among the troops heading to the front. The 3 leader-level beings, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai, became the source of confidence and reliance for all bloodline warriors. From the moment they left Black Wasteland Town, everyone knew that the invasion of the myriad races was dangerous, and that there was no chance of ever returning. The attack by Thunder Eagle just now signifies that danger is approaching. The fact that Shaxi, Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai were able to scare away the leader-level Thunderhawk has already given all the Bloodline warriors a significant boost in confidence. The approaching danger made the soldiers tense, but also energized. Shaxi was very perceptive. He noticed the change in his Bloodline warriors, as the way his people looked at him was filled with awe and was more fanatical than ever before. Shaxi thought for a moment and then spoke to Temin beside him. The order is to set up camp on the spot and ensure the soldiers are well fed, watered, and rested. This is the settlement of the Igor clan. The terrain is excellent, making it a good place to rest. Before arriving at Thunderhawk City, it's a good idea to get the clansmen into peak condition. Therefore, Shax decided on the spot to stop advancing and start a fire. As night fell, the three elders, Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Succubus Queen Yelena, gathered inside Shax's tent. According to information provided by the Kobold Tekel, Thunderhawk City was also built in a valley and had only one city gate. The heads of the eldest brother and the other troll elders were hanging on the city wall in front of the city gate. We will arrive in Thunder Eagle City in 3 days. What do you think we should do in this battle? Based on the available intelligence, the Kshatriya has brought up the problems it faces. Of course, Shaxi had his own thoughts. However, it is very necessary to listen to the opinions of others during wartime. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. No one is perfect. Chieftain, the enemy is probably unaware of our intelligence. They are definitely planning to defend as the best offense and remain unchanged in the face of any eventuality. The speaker was the Succubus Queen, Yelena. Shaxi looked at Yelena with admiration and gentleness and encouraged her to continue. The Thunderhawk Knight Oots should not know that Lord Grell is the elder brother of the clan leader. We must retrieve Lord Gerald's head before Yutez learns of this news, to prevent him from using it to blackmail us or make trouble over it. On this point alone, we have room for maneuver. Yelena's words surprised both the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, as they had not expected this. The Prophet Geta, in particular, knew very well how rare it was to find outstanding individuals with a far-sighted strategic vision. After Shikesa drank a cup of beast blood wine on the table in front of him in one gulp, he asked the question, how to operate. Yelena didn't speak, but fell into deep thought. Shaxi did not disturb them, but turned his attention to the Prophet Geta. Prophet, what are your thoughts? The Prophet Geta reached out and rubbed his bald head, squinted his eyes, and slowly spoke. Chieftain, our numbers are less than 15,000 at most, which is not suitable for a frontal assault. This really hit the nail on the head for Shakespeare. Shaxi brought out these 2,000 elite bloodline warriors not to fight a tough battle, but to accumulate invasion experience. Shaxi's initial idea was to plunder resources while invading. Although they subdued the kobold race and gained 8,000 kobold warriors of average combat strength, as well as a kobold cannon fodder squad of nearly 5,000. However, this still did not allow the Shakes to launch a direct attack on the city, as their numbers and combat strength did not permit it. This is determined by the current situation, and there's nothing the authorities can do about it. Of course, the factor of high-end combat power has not yet been taken into account. If we include the powerful forces such as Shaxu, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gungai, and the abyssal Tyrannoman that Shaxu hid to prepare for a sneak attack on the enemy, the situation will be different again. Prophet, do you have any other advice? The Prophet Geta shook his head. He too was pondering how to easily breach Thunderhawk City. Aside from Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, a leader-level powerhouse, Thunderhawk City's defenses are definitely not weak. There should be tens of thousands of bloodline warriors alone. For example, according to the intelligence that Shaxi had previously obtained, the former Kobold chieftain had brought more than 10,000 Kobold warriors to Thunderhawk City. If we add the defensive capabilities of Thunder Eagle City itself, the enemy that Shax and his group are about to face is definitely not weak. Ultimately, it's because the foundation of the forces behind Shaksha is too weak. Also a subordinate of Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, Red-clad Cell, the Scorpion King of the Desert Continent, has countless scorpions serving as cannon fodder. Even in Hoffenl of the Poison Dragon Swamp, tens of thousands of swamp crocodiles charged ahead. Sigh. If that cave spider queen hadn't attacked Alligator Turtle Valley on her own initiative, and I had subdued her, the situation would be very different now. Chapter 132 Second Attack, Chief Leia. Shaxi was preoccupied with the cave spiders, and his mind wandered slightly. The other 3 elders in the tent also looked worried. After a long while, Shaxi regained his composure and revealed his thoughts. Thus, we will launch a 2-stage attack 3 days later. The tactical meeting lasted for half a day, during which Shaxi explained his plans and ideas in detail. Upon learning of the Shikshita tactics, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Yelena's eyes lit up. Finally, the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai left the tent of Shaksha. What do you want to say to me? Shuxi looked at Yelena, who hadn't moved an inch, and asked her a question. Yelena shook her head and smiled charmingly under Shuxi's questioning gaze. My dear clan chief, we are about to face a great battle, and I am ready to charge into battle for you. Aren't you going to satisfy me before the battle? Shake's eyebrows twitched, but he still reached out and closed the tent flap. Under Yelena's active provocation, Shakshi couldn't resist the temptation and committed adultery with her. 3 days later, in a dense forest 5 miles from Thunder Eagle City, the Shake's troops stopped to rest again. At this moment, inside the tent of the Shakshi, the kobold Tekkel was kneeling. Tekkel, tell me, do you want to personally kill the former chieftain of the Rhea kobolds and rightfully become the true and only chieftain of the kobold race? Yes, chieftain, Tekkel dreams of it. With a wave of his hand, Shuxi summoned the guardian troll Terminal, who emerged from a compartment in the tent carrying a set of bone armor. This is the armor I'm giving you in advance. I hope it will help you save your life in the war. Oh, esteemed clan chief, is this really for me? What? You don't want it. I want to. Shaksha smiled slightly and gestured for the guardian troll Terminal to put armor on the kobold Tekkel. When the bone armor was placed on the kobold Tekkel, the white bones on the armor seemed to come alive. Starting from Tekkel's spine, it automatically aligns with Tekkel and then begins to extend throughout the body. Moments later, the kobold Tekkel was covered in a strange suit of armor that not only covered his vital parts, but also his long, thin tail. That's not all. The bone armor forms a cone-shaped barb at the tip of Tekkel's tail, turning Tekkel's tail into a weapon as well. The kobold Tekkel stroked his armor as if caressing the skin of a lover. What beautiful and welcoming armor. By the grace of a certain ancestor of the Aru's kobolds, I am willing to wear this armor forever and never take it off. The kobold Tekkel's bizarre praise of the bone armor amused Shaksha. Tekkel, you've donned the bone armor. Remember, you have a mission. The kobold Tekkel knelt on one knee and spoke with utmost respect and worship. Respected chieftain, Tekkel will certainly complete the task you have assigned. Okay, go and get ready. As he watched the retreating figure of the kobold Tekkel, Shaksha's gaze gradually sharpened. The tactics of the Shuxi are actually very simple. The so-called two-stage attack is just a decoy. In Shaksha's plan, the kobold Tekkel drove the kobold warriors and cannon fodder to launch a frontal assault on Thunderhawk City. Of course, Shakshi didn't simply send the kobolds to their deaths. Charging alongside the kobolds was the leader-level powerhouse, the Prophet Geta. As a leader-level powerhouse, the Prophet Geta, combined with the obsidian golem's naturally tall physique, would surely attract the attention of Thunderhawk Knight Utes. Even in Shuxi's ideal plan, the Prophet Geta would provoke the Thunderhawk Knight Utes. The Prophet Gates had two purposes in provoking him. One was to draw Uts's attention to himself. The second purpose was to test whether Thunderhawk Knight Utes' mount, the leader-level Thunderhawk, was still there. Especially for the second objective, the choice of the vanguard must be none other than the Prophet Geta. Even if the Thunderhawk were still there, with the powerful strength and defense of the petrified Prophet Geta, it could hold out for a while. That's the key point. Of course, if Thunderhawk Knight Utes' mount doesn't appear, then he'll be the one in trouble. Then, after the Prophet Geta successfully diverted the attention of the Thunderhawk Knight Utes, the agile hero-level trolls and succubi hidden among the kobolds made their move, using spears and arrows to sever the ropes binding the heads of Greel and the other trolls. The ultimate goal is to successfully obtain the heads of Grell and several troll elders. Only after that will it be the turn of the Shuxi to take action and truly attack the city. On the city wall of Thunder Eagle City, Thunderhawk Knight Utes, fully armed, stood on the city wall, gazing at the dense forest 5 miles away, wishing he could immediately send men out to cut down all those giant trees. Because of the dense forest, Utes was unable to ascertain the enemy's exact situation. All the spies he sent out never returned. Even when several heroic-level flying magical beasts from the city were sent out to scout, they were blocked by layers of giant trees and unable to obtain information. One flying monster was even shot down by a spear that flew out of the dense forest while flying at low altitude, which made Thunder Eagle Knight Utes very distressed. Your Excellency, Nadal, recall the flying monsters to prevent them from causing any more accidents. Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, nodded. If Utes hadn't been there to supervise the battle, he would have already summoned back the tribe's flying magical beasts. Although the Igor clan is skilled at taming flying magical beasts, the number of flying magical beasts that have actually signed a contract with the Igor clan is only about 5. Furthermore, Two of the flying magical beasts were dispatched to escort Utz's sister, Utfi, to the Fire Raven clan for refuge. Nadal's heart was bleeding as one of the tribe's few three-headed flying monsters had just been shot down. Flying magical beasts are an extremely precious and scarce resource, no matter where they are. Mr. Nadal, when do you think the enemy will launch an attack? When asked by Thunder Eagle Knight Utez, Nadal shook his head. He was also completely confused and didn't know the enemy's specific situation. Chief Rhea, what do you think? Chieftain Rhea of the Kobold tribe frowned, wanting to say something but not daring to. In the past, Utz would never have cared about the thoughts of the kobolds. Because of the existence of the leader-level Thunder Eagle, Utez has always been high and mighty. The kobold race has always been kept out of Thunderhawk City. The kobold chieftain, Rhea, couldn't understand why Utz, the Thunderhawk Knight who used to be so aloof, was being so polite to him. This led to the kobold chieftain Rhea being extremely cautious and hesitant to express his true thoughts. Just now, the kobold chieftain Rhea smelled the scent of his own kind in the air. He could hardly believe it, nor could he be sure. Because of the past prestige of Thunderhawk Knight Utez, the kobold chieftain Rhea feared that if he spoke out, he would be unable to explain himself and might even be killed on the spot. Chapter 133 Warhorn. I was so scared I peed myself. Thunderhawk Knight Utez waited for a long time, but no attack came, which made him extremely uneasy. Just as he was about to rest, as dusk fell and night descended, Shax personally blew his horn in the dense forest. A clarion call to war. Wah! Along with the horn appeared the bloodthirsty aura of the Shax. Driven by the kobold Tekel, a large number of berserk kobold warriors charged towards Thunderhawk City. Upon seeing the charging kobold warriors, Thunderhawk Knight Utez went berserk and grabbed the kobold chieftain Rhea. Damn bastard, are you betraying me? The kobold chieftain, Rhea, shook his head vigorously while panting. My esteemed leader, I have not betrayed you. The 15,000 kobold warriors I brought are now standing on the city wall, ready for battle. I have no idea what's going on with those attacking kobolds. Thunderhawk Knight Utez was furious. His breathing was heavy and rapid. Fortunately, Utezi did not lose his mind. Utz released the neck of the kobold chieftain Rhea, suppressing his anger, and spoke to him in a barely steady tone. I'm sorry, Chief Rhea, I was reckless. My esteemed leader, I think we should deal with the enemy at hand first. Chieftain Rhea pointed to the kobolds who were approaching the city gate, and to the very conspicuous Prophet Gata in the attacking force. A leader-level powerhouse. Obsidian Golem? A tribe from the Black Wasteland Forest? Thunderhawk Knight Utez turned his head and looked at the Prophet Gata, who was also looking at him in the crowd and making a throat-slitting gesture. Upon seeing the Prophet Gates, Utez's pupils contracted. While feeling somewhat fearful, Utez also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Utz knew very well that the leader-level Obsidian Golem was very powerful, but because of its size and physique, Utz was confident that he could hold his own against the Prophet Geta and ensure that he would not be easily killed. Lord Nadal, Chief Rhea, each of you defend one side. I will go and lure away that leader-level Obsidian Golem. Well, given Gata's physique and strength, he would indeed cause a lot of trouble for the defending Thunder Eagle City once he gets close to the city gate. To avoid this trouble, Thunderhawk Knight Utez jumped off the city wall, intending to lure away the Prophet Gata. Thunderhawk Knight Utez's move played right into the hands of Prophet Gata, silencing the taunts and provocations that Prophet Gata had prepared long ago and were already on the verge of being delivered. However, the best part was yet to come. Thunderhawk Knight Utez actually provoked the Prophet Gata, speaking while secretly moving away in an attempt to lure him away. Obsidian Golem from the Black Wasteland Forest, I will twist your head off and have the craftsman turn it into a statue to be despised by all my protected people. Indeed, at this moment, the Prophet Gata felt joy in his heart. Because the task assigned to him by Shaksha was completed by the Prophet Gata without him doing anything. The assist provider was none other than Thunderhawk Knight Utez himself. Damn little ant, I'm going to chop you to pieces. Then, the Prophet Gata roared in feigned anger and chased after the Thunderhawk Knight Utez. The departure of the two powerful leaders brought a sigh of relief to the warriors of all races on and below the city walls. Hidden within the attacking force were trolls and succubus warriors with exceptional night vision, who drew their spears and crossbows and began to carry out their respective mission objectives. The Great War has begun. Charge. Shoot arrows at me. Smash the city gates. Damn trash. Break through the city gates. Whoever slays the Kobold Rhea will be promoted to Kobold Leader and share the power and the title of all female kobolds in Angela with me. Tekel, who was overseeing the battle amidst the kobolds' tide, was truly giving it his all. At this moment, the kobold Tekkel knew very well that he was fighting for his master Yelena, for the chieftain Shaksha, and for himself. From the moment Tekkel the kobold was enslaved, he had no choice. Having no other choice, Tekkel was determined to overthrow the rule of the current kobold chieftain, Rhea. In the dense forest, Shuxi and Elder Genkai stood together. It was clear that they were both slightly anxious. Only after seeing the succubus queen Yelena without attracting any attention and successfully removing Grell's head from the city wall did Shaksha and Elder Genkai both breathe a sigh of relief. Shuxi, it was a very wise choice for the clan leader to personally arrange a marriage with the succubus clan. Yelena is already your woman. Why not take her into your tent? Because Yelena successfully obtained Grell's head, Elder Genkai had a much better impression of her and was already speaking well of her. She said she didn't want to go. Shax smiled wryly. He also wanted to take Yelena into his tent, but Yelena herself was reluctant. Yelena is the queen of the succubus race and also the elder steward of the Black Wasteland tribe. At this time, Yelena had power and status, so why did she enter the Shuxi tent and compete with her twin sister for attention? Isn't it wonderful to be your own queen and wield your own power? If she gets lonely, Yelena can always find an opportunity to have sex with Shuxi. Shuxi's assessment was accurate. Yelena truly thought that way. Yelena loved beauty, but she loved power and status even more. Elder, get ready. It's our turn to make our entrance. Shuxi stepped aside, took the horn handed to him by the guardian troll, and blew it again. As the bugle sounded, the kobold cannon fodder regiment retreated as if they had found a lifeline. The speed at which they fled was nothing like that of a group of old, weak, sick, or disabled people. However, less than 10 minutes later, the war horn sounded again. This time, along with the horn came the terrifying roar of a dragon beast. Roar. A deep, hoarse subwoofer with a metallic, tearing sound came from afar. At the same time, 3 overwhelming pressures, at the level of leaders, swept towards Lei Ying without restraint. Even the battlefield came to a standstill. In the distance, Oots, the Thunderhawk Knight who was fighting with the Prophet Gata, was almost scared to death when he saw Abyss Greymon appear. Because the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast is the Mount of Axe, the Lord-level expert of the 4 domains. Bang! Thunderhawk Knight Utez was distracted during the battle and was directly blown away by the Prophet Gatar's stone axe, spitting blood and suffering from pain all over his body. Boom, boom, boom. When Abyss Greymon appeared, Shaxu immediately made it condense the Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon. 3 consecutive Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon shots were fired, and not only the city gate of Thunder Eagle City, but also a large section of the city wall near the city gate collapsed. Wah! The war horn sounded again, and this time it was a true charge. The charge was led by Elder Steelk, a leader-level powerhouse and a warrior of troll blood. Chapter 134 Killing Intent leads to decapitation, peak momentum. As for Shakus himself, he was already driving Abyssal Greymon towards the place where Prophet Gata and Thunderhawk Knight Oots were fighting. Boom, boom. The heavy footsteps of Abyssal Tyrannomon were extremely oppressive. Thunderhawk Knight Utez stood up, clutching his chest, staring at Shuxi in disbelief. Prophet, leave this to me. Chieftain, be careful. The Prophet Gata, carrying his stone axe, glanced at the Thunderhawk Knight Utez with pity before turning and charging towards Thunderhawk City. Thunder Eagle Knight Utez, I've long admired your name. My name is Shuxi, the new chieftain of the Black Wasteland tribe, and the younger brother of Grell, the chieftain of the Troll tribe. Shake's voice was calm and indifferent. Shuxi looked at Thunderhawk Knight Utez and spoke of his relationship with Grell as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. Grell's brother? Thunderhawk Knight Utez was somewhat bewildered. Shocked by the appearance of the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, he didn't realize for a moment that the Grell mentioned by Shuxi was the troll chieftain whose head he had hung on the city wall. It's him. You are his brother. After a long while, Thunder Eagle Knight Utez suddenly exclaimed in surprise. However, Shuxi had no intention of arguing with him any longer. Shakus, urging the Abyssal Tyrannomon, has already launched a charge towards Thunderhawk Knight Oots. Upon seeing this, Thunderhawk Knight Utez was terrified and turned to run away. Thunderhawk Knight Utez was clever. Instead of fleeing towards Thunderhawk City, he fled towards the dense forest. At this moment, in Thunder Eagle City, the leader-level powerhouses, Prophet Gata and Elder Steel Kai, are wreaking havoc. Shuxi smiled and threw the spear in his hand. Call. The spear flew through the air, piercing through the already wounded Thunderhawk Knight Utez. Shuxi had restrained a lot of its power. Otherwise, Thunder Eagle Knight Utez would not have been shot through, but rather blown to pieces. Shakus stepped down from the head of the Abyssal Tyrannomon and came to Oots's side. Shuxi pulled out his spear and, under Yutez's pained gaze, severed the tendons and bones in Yutez's limbs. Yutez lay sprawled on the ground, unable to move his limbs, howling in pain. Uft! Shuxi plunged his spear into Yutez's abdomen, pinning him to the ground. Yutezi, I have some bad news for you. Your sister, Yutef, has also been captured by me. So is this bad news? Shuxi crouched down, staring at Yutez with a strange, ambiguous expression on his face. No, that's impossible. My sister has already gone to the Fire Crow clan's gathering place. Shax suddenly laughed, a very happy laugh. So she's from the Fire Crow clan. Now I know where to catch her. Indeed, Shuxi truly swears that he only wanted to break the spirit of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, to let him die in despair and resentment. Little did they know, this trickery actually yielded a useful clue from Shakespeare. From Shax's expression and laughter, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez immediately realized that he had been tricked and had inadvertently revealed his sister's whereabouts. That wretched troll, you'll die a horrible death. Before Thunderhawk Knight Yutez could finish speaking, Shuxi drew the small curved knife he had prepared for this moment from his waist. Yutezi, do you know what this is? Shuxi handed the small curved knife to Yutez. The electric current that occasionally emanated from the blade, along with the familiar aura, made Yutez's eyes widen, and his eyeballs instantly became bloodshot. Kujir. Shuxi let out a soft, oh, and said in a sighing tone. So, its name is Kujir, and its meat is really delicious. Do you want some? I kept some and made it into jerky. As he spoke, Shuxi took a piece of dried meat from his cuckoo stomach and stuffed it into Utz's mouth. No, don't. Cough, cough, cough. As Shuxi looked at the constantly coughing Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez, his voice suddenly became indifferent, like ice that had never melted. Yutezi, you made me lose a loved one, a big brother who cared about me. I was furious during that time. So, I've already figured out how to kill you. Don't worry, I'll reunite you with your sister soon, and I won't keep you waiting long. Shuxi raised his scimitar, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace. Please, please let me go. Click. The head of Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez was personally severed by Shuxi. Shuxi killed Xian and then beheaded him. Shuxi took a deep breath, took out his spear, and impaled Yutez's head on the spearhead. Shuxi turned around, picked up his spear, and stepped onto the head of the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Abyssal Greymon, which was already preparing to leave, received a telepathic message from Xerox and raised its hind claws, crushing Utz's body into a bloody pulp. Boom, boom, boom. As Abyssal Tyrannoman and Shaxu entered Thunderhawk City, the city gradually transitioned from chaos to tranquility. Because wherever Shuxi went, everyone in Thunder Eagle City saw Yutez's head stuck in the tip of a spear. Shuxi stood atop the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, holding his spear high, his voice echoing throughout Thunderhawk City. Thunderhawk Knight Yutez is dead, his head is here. Lay down your weapons, surrender, and you will not be killed. Those who resist will be implicated, and their races will be wiped out. Shuxi's cold voice was repeated 3 times in a row, and the bloodline warriors defending Thunder Eagle City were all stunned in place. For a moment, no one reacted. Clang. When a kobold's weapon fell to the ground from the city wall, it was as if a chain reaction was triggered, and warriors of all races laid down their weapons. Shakespeare. Elder Genkai was very excited and happy. He raised his spiked club and shouted the name of Shuxi. Shakespeare. Shakespeare. The next moment, the bloodline warriors of trolls, succubi, buffalo, and obsidian also joined in the shouting. Tekle the kobold was excited. His whole body was trembling. The kobold Tekle felt like he was dreaming. They had actually breached Thunderhawk City. Even the once unapproachable leader-level powerhouse, Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez, was killed. Looking at Utz's head and Shuxi's imposing figure, the kobold Tekle also shouted. With the kobold Tekle leading the way, the kobold bloodline warriors and cannon fodder members who had submitted also shouted the name of Tekle. This, in turn, boosted the team's morale. At this moment, the Black Wasteland tribe's invading force reached its peak momentum. Chapter 135 casually trampled, with an air of superiority. That night, Shuxi stood on the still-standing city wall of Thunderhawk City, watching the chaos and carnage unfold. In Thunder Eagle City, there were not only bloodline warriors resisting on the city walls, but also countless women, children, and the elderly. Warriors of various races burned, killed, and looted in Thunder Eagle City, but Shuxi paid no attention and did not stop them. Because that was permitted by the Shakshi. Invasion, invasion. What is the purpose of the intrusion? Of course, it involved burning, killing, looting, and plundering all resources that could be seized. Women, and the population, are of course included in resources. For some, Thunderhawk City has become hell. Conversely, there is heaven, like the kobold Tekel. At this moment, the kobold Tekel was doing something big. In front of all his surrendered kin, Tekel beheaded the former kobold chieftain, Rhea. Furthermore, following the example of Shaxi, Tekel stuck Rhea's dog head into his javelin. My little ones, follow me and we'll scavenge the best treasures for our clan leader, Lord Shaxi. Tonight, any woman you fancy, you may ravage her as you please. Strangely enough, Tekel's brutality did not arouse hatred, but instead gained him many kobold warriors who followed him. On the city wall, Shaxi watched everything that was happening inside the city. Aside from searching for treasures for the Shaxi, many of the bloodline warriors engaged in rape and plunder. Shaxi truly had no restrictions and did not stop his subordinates from venting their violent emotions. Because this is what they deserve. In this world, one cannot be a saint to the enemy, cannot have any pity, and cannot consider oneself a righteous force punishing evil. This is the way Shaxi survives. Chieftain, here's what you wanted. The succubus queen Yelena, carrying a wooden box and leading a squad of succubus bloodline warriors, appeared behind Shaxi, her mature voice both alluring and gentle. If you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of fanaticism in Yelena's tone. Shax turned around, took the box, opened it, and glanced inside. After a year of exposure to the scorching sun, the eldest brother Greel's head had long since shriveled up, and only the outline of Greel could be vaguely discerned. Brother, I'll take you home. After muttering something, Shaxi put away the wooden boxes handed to him by the succubus warriors. Those boxes belonged to the elders and heroes of the troll race. Well done. I'll reward you when we get back. The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled happily. She had never actually received a gift from Shaxi before. No matter how much spoils they amassed in this battle, Shaxi was very happy. Because he had achieved his goal of taking his elder brother Greel's head, he had given an explanation to all the trolls and to himself. Moreover, Thunderhawk Knight Utez was generous, giving him an ash chest. You should go too. Thunder Eagle City definitely has things you'll like. Yes, chieftain. Upon hearing this, the succubus queen Yelena beamed with joy. If it weren't for the mission entrusted to her by Shaxi, Yelena would have already led her people down to make a fortune. This is also Yelena's first time participating in the war of invasion by all races, and she is full of anticipation for the spoils of victory. After Juliana left, the Prophet Geta led a prisoner up the city wall. The Prophet isn't interested in Thunderhawk City's resources. When asked by Shaxi, the Prophet Geta shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied. Forget about me. Those resources are useless to us anyway. Black Jade Boy, on the other hand, seemed extremely excited. Shaxi nodded, understanding the Prophet Geta's sentiments. Aside from potions that could enhance his strength, the Prophet Geta was not interested in women, magic cores, weapons, armor, slaves, or anything else. Actually, if it weren't for the need to improve their strength, these Shaxi wouldn't be interested in them. Shaxi glanced at the Prophet Geta, then shifted his gaze to the prisoners beside him. Shaxi remained silent, waiting for the Prophet Geta to speak and explain. Chieftain, he is Lord Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe. The Thunderhawk we encountered earlier was tamed by their tribe. He is willing to submit to you, but he has conditions. At this point, the Prophet Geta fell silent, indicating that Nadal should negotiate with Kshatriya himself. Shaxi remained silent, simply watching Nadal. Nadal bowed and was about to speak when a leader-level aura erupted from Kshatriya and swept towards him. Bang! Nadal was caught off guard and was swept up by the overwhelming pressure at close range, directly knocking him to the ground. You prisoner are not worthy to stand and speak to me. Shaxi's voice was cold. This was a right that the victors should enjoy. Of course, this was also a show of force from the Shakespeare Company. As a prisoner of war, if Nadal still wants to negotiate with Kshatriya, he'd better think carefully before he speaks. You'd better think carefully before you speak. I don't have much time. Shakisi held himself in high esteem. He was neither Liu Bei nor Emperor Wu of Wei, so he didn't need to be courteous to scholars or make 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage. Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor clan, now truly felt a sense of awe, making him feel as if he were walking on thin ice. My esteemed leader, on behalf of the Igor clan, I am willing to submit, only asking that you forgive my people and spare their lives. To show our sincerity, our tribe is willing to offer all our supplies and collections. If possible, we are also willing to help you, sir, and sign a contract with the other leader-level Thunderhawk. Shaxi smiled, thinking that this was how a prisoner should behave. To survive, one can give up anything of value. Prophet, what do you think? Shaxi had already agreed to Nadal's submission in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Nadal was brought by the Prophet Geta. When the Shaxi asked the Prophet Geta, It was a sign of respect for him and a gesture of deference. The wise old man, Gata, was well aware of Shax's thoughts. They had already considered subjugating the Igor clan before launching the invasion, and now the time was just right. The prophet Gata was both excited and gratified. The prophet Gata calmed himself down, and his voice became distant and resonant. Chieftain, the Igor clan has a long history, and they are skilled at taming flying magical beasts, making them a rare and exceptional race. Moreover, the Igor clan is small in number, so it's a pity to kill them like this. It's a good thing that the Igor clan is willing to submit. The prophet Gates glanced at Nadal and said some nice things. Suddenly, the prophet Gata changed his tone, becoming much sterner. However, just in case, Gata suggested that the patriarch and Lord Nadal sign a slave contract. Shaksha remained expressionless, exchanged a glance with the prophet Gata, and then coldly addressed Nadal. Would you be willing to sign a slave contract with me? Nadal was conflicted. His best outcome was to sign a soul contract with Shakti. In this way, his freedom will not be restricted. Nadal hesitated for a moment, then fell silent. Shax ignored him and looked away, gazing at Thunder Eagle City, which was engulfed in flames in the distance. Some things, once burned, are gone forever. Chapter 136. The scenery is beautiful, the Flower Garland clan. Shaxi spoke plainly, yet his words carried a hidden meaning. Some things, once burned, are gone forever. Some opportunities, once missed, will lead to irreparable regret. As the head of his clan, Nadal was certainly a smart man and knew that his hesitation had displeased the Kshatriyas. Your Excellency, Nadal is willing to sign a slave contract with you. Shaxi gave a soft and didn't turn around. Kashmir's performance was not as excited or thrilled as Nadal had imagined. It seems that the scarcity of the Igor clan is not as popular with Shakshi as Nadal had imagined. After a long while, Shaki withdrew his gaze and signed a contract with Nadal. Furthermore, Shaxi fulfilled his promise. Teminur and Longmu, you two go with Nadal to release the members of the Igor clan. Yes, chieftain. Shaksha sent the guardian trolls Teminul, Longmu, and Nadal along, relieving Nadal of his worries. Nadal surrenders. The prophet is credited. The prophet Gata chuckled and stood behind Shaxi, watching together the flames and commotion of Thunderhawk City. Chieftain, the scenery here is beautiful. Shakus gave another soft without saying anything more. He also thought it was beautiful. This was the first victory in the war of invasion by all races, which not only pleased the prophet Gata, but also made Shaxi feel that something in his heart had not been released. Shax suddenly felt that this world was even more magnificent than the previous one. Bloodshed and slaughter allowed Shakshi to taste the sweetness of victory and bask in glory. This sense of satisfaction captivated Shax, making him feel as if he were floating on air like a god. Prophet, Thunderhawk City is just our first step. Gata swore to follow the clan leader to the death. Good. Shaxi suddenly burst into laughter, pulled out the spear with the head of the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez stuck in it, and handed it to the prophet Gata. I've heard that the prophet possesses exceptional craftsmanship. I wonder if he could craft a bone cup for me? Chieftain, Gata is happy to serve you. The prophet Gata's eyes lit up. He took the head of the Thunderhawk Knight Yutez and was already thinking about how to preserve the skull as much as possible. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and the sun shone brightly on the earth. The battle began at dusk yesterday and ended before midnight. But the post-war cleanup was not over until dawn. The Kshatriyas took up residence in Yutez Castle last night and established a temporary command center. After indulging in his plundering spree, Elder Genkai returned to Shaxi's side early on. Chieftain, where do we go next? Thunder Eagle City has been breached, but Elder Steel Kai is not yet satisfied and is eager to know the next target. Elder, please don't be hasty. Let's discuss this together after Elder Deacon Yelena has tallied the spoils of war. With such a large population in Thunder Eagle City, and so many beautiful women from other races, why doesn't the Grand Elder select some to take into his tent? Shaxi was in a good mood and took the initiative to tease Elder Genkai. I'm not interested in people from other ethnic groups. Okay, Shakus said the joke didn't get to the point. Just as Shaxi was about to say something, the Succubus Queen Yelena walked into the temporary command center with a smile on her face. Chieftain, I have brought you a gift. Shaxi didn't speak, but looked at the Succubus Queen Yelena with expectant eyes. Chieftain, I've found you a stunning beauty, with both a beautiful face and a great figure. Yelena giggled and clapped her hands twice. Two Succubus warriors brought in a woman bound by ropes and pushed her in front of Yelena and Shaxi. Chieftain, this woman has disguised herself and is hiding among the prisoners. She must have some unspeakable secret. Moreover, her aura is very strange, and I can't understand it at all. Shuxi narrowed his eyes. A woman who could be so unfathomable to Yelena must be something special. Shuxi reached out and personally lifted the veil off the woman's face. How can I describe it? Absolutely stunning. But such a face shouldn't be enough to make Yelena envious. When Yelena walked in just now, her words carried a hint of envy and jealousy. Chieftain, this is not her real appearance. Yelena stared intently at the woman before her, wondering what secret technique this woman had used to change her appearance. But Yelena possessed the secret arts of the succubus race, and she knew very well that this was still not the true appearance of the woman before her. The Garland family. However, at that moment, the prophet Geta, who had been dozing nearby, opened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Shuxi, Yelena, Elder Genkai, and the woman all turned to look at Prophet Geta. The clan leader, with the flower mark between her eyebrows, signifies that she belongs to the Flower Garland clan, whose members, from children to the elderly, are skilled in enchanting magic. When the Prophet Geta said this, Shaksha immediately became interested. Were the runes that shone on the walls of Thunderhawk City during last night's siege their handiwork? Yes, Chieftain, that's the effect of their enchantments. Shuxi clearly remembered that it took the Abyss Tyrannosaurus Beast 3 Abyss Flame Dragon cannons to knock down the walls of Thunder Eagle City. Even the city walls outside Alligator Turtle Valley could only withstand 2 hits at most. At the time, Shakespeare was puzzled, never expecting there to be something fishy going on here. Yelena, I have a task for you. Go and check all the prisoners to see if there are any members of the Flower Wreath clan left. If so, lock them all up. Yelena smiled charmingly, as if she had anticipated what Shuxi would do next. Yes, Chieftain. Then, Shaksha looked at the Prophet Geta and continued to ask for his advice. Prophet, could you tell me about the Garland clan? The Prophet Geta nodded, then looked at the bound woman with some doubt. Chieftain, as far as I know, the Flower Garland clan is a rare race that inhabits the south. In addition to being skilled in cultivating magical potions, this clan is also adept at enchanting. In the Thunder Forest, the Garland clan is directly protected by the Lord. Rumor has it that every member of the Flower Garland clan is as beautiful as a flower. The Prophet Geta was somewhat uncertain about this last point, but he eventually spoke it out. I've heard that every member of their tribe is a woman, and that they are all born from flowers. Well, this is a strange story that Shakespeare has never heard of before. Even Elder Genkai, who was standing to the side, looked on with surprise. Shax stepped forward, reached out, and lifted the woman's face, speaking with a mixture of curiosity and domineering tone. I'll give you 2 choices. First, submit to me and be enslaved by me. If you still have any people, I'll spare their lives. Look at the flames of war outside. My soldiers need to vent their anger, and I know you certainly wouldn't choose the second option. Chapter 137 2 Tasks, Moral Blackmail. The woman, bound by ropes, remained silent, her gaze towards Shuxi filled with curiosity. Another rare race appeared before Shuxi, which was quite a surprise. Shuxi thought for a moment, then ignored the silent woman and let the 2 succubus warriors bind and imprison her. Shax returned to his seat, sipping a drink while waiting for news from Yelena. Of course, I'm also waiting for news from other people. The Igor clan has submitted, and their records and wealth need to be thoroughly investigated. There's also the Kobold race. Although they suffered significant losses, they still have over 10,000 Kobold warriors remaining. The Kobold Tekkel succeeded as chieftain, but has not yet been able to reorganize the tribe in a short time, and the Shakshi are waiting for news from him. Furthermore, the few half-goat and minotaur dwelling in Thunderhawk City are also groups that Shaksha wants to integrate. When the city fell, Shaksha even saw 2 harpies fly away. It's likely that news of Thunder Eagle City's fall will reach the ears of the Lord of Thunder Domain Forest. There aren't many races in Thunderhawk City. The main one is the Nachi race, to which Thunderhawk Knight Oots belongs. The population is already small, and the Nachi race in Thunderhawk City only consists of Oots and his sister. The reason why the half-goat people and some minotaurs were able to settle in Thunderhawk City was because they were enslaved, not only as the city's defensive force, but also as food for the Ute siblings. In that sense, the kobolds are actually quite lucky. It wasn't until noon that the kobold Tekkel walked into the command center, looking exhausted. Respected chieftain, this is Tekkel the kobold reporting for duty. Shuxi glanced at Tekkel, who hadn't slept for several nights. His eyes were dark and swollen. Last night, Tekkel and his kobold minions captured those female half-goat people and started tormenting them. Later, after receiving a mission from Shaksha, Tekkel reluctantly began to torment his kobold kin, and only now has he completed the task of incorporating them into his own race assigned by Shaksha. Get up and tell me about those kobolds. The kobold Tekkel was slightly excited, gesturing wildly as he spoke. Respected clan chief, I have slaughtered all of Raya's confidants and relatives. The rest of the bloodline warriors all listened to me and submitted to me. No, it means they have all submitted to you, chieftain. Tekle the kobold reacted quickly and covered up his mistake. Shaxi didn't bother arguing with Tekle and got straight to the point. To get to the point, how many kobold warriors were there? How many were unharmed? How many were wounded? And how many were fully armed? Shaxi's tone was somewhat serious, and Tekle immediately felt a sense of authority coming towards him. So Tekle immediately knelt down on one knee and told Shaxi everything he wanted to know. Respected chieftain, I have recruited a total of 12,429 kobold warriors, of whom 2,000 are fully armed and equipped with leather armor. There were about 8,000 kobolds equipped with only half armor, and more than 2,000 kobolds armed with only weapons. Upon hearing this, Shaxi narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Kneeling, Tekle couldn't figure out what Shaxi was thinking, so he could only prostrate himself on the ground and wait quietly. The atmosphere in the temporary command center was solemn and dignified, and Tekle felt a sense of oppression. Moreover, the seemingly calm and collected Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkai, who had their eyes closed, now appeared somewhat unfathomable, making the kobold Tekle feel immense pressure. After a long while, Shaksha finally focused his gaze back on the kobold Tekle. Tekle, here are 2 more tasks for you. First, disperse the recruited kobolds and integrate the fully armed ones into your team. Secondly, all the remaining kobolds, as well as the half-goat and half-minotaur, were incorporated into the cannon fodder regiment. Tell them that if they make good contributions, they can be promoted to your team. The order from Shaxi was passed down, and after thinking for a moment, Shaxi continued. The cannon fodder regiment performed well in this siege. Select a small elite group to join your kobold army. Meanwhile, go find your master, Yelena, and ask her for food to feed the cannon fodder regiment. Shaxi's words made the kobold Tekle's eyes shine brighter and brighter. At this moment, the kobold Tekle felt that the army he was leading was growing larger and larger. By the way, send out your clan spies. I need to know the specific situation within a 10-kilometer radius. At this last point, Shakuji spoke with extreme seriousness. The kobold Tekle understood the importance of this mission and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. Tekle guarantees to complete the task assigned by the chieftain. Go. Thus, the situation regarding the kobolds was initially stabilized. Shaxi's arrangement made the Silent Flower Garland clan women look at him in a new light. Rose is the saintess of the Garland clan, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Ro felt her perceptions were being overturned. Shouldn't trolls be synonymous with violence and recklessness? Why is it that the troll chieftain before us is not only powerful, but also exudes an air of strategic brilliance in his speech and actions? Luo Fu couldn't understand it, but she didn't dare to speak. Half an hour later, Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, led by Teeming and Longmu, also entered the temporary command center. Nadal saw Robble, and he also saw the flower mark on Robble's forehead. Nadal was surprised that there were still members of the Garland clan in Thunderhawk City who had not left. Nadal, how are your people doing? Shaxi still cared about the Igo clan. After all, the clan had already submitted to him, and Shaxi did not want the Igo clan to be harmed, so as not to affect the Black Wasteland tribe's plan to use flying magical beasts. Thank you for your concern, Master. We arrived in time, and most of our clan members are safe and sound. Nadal bowed, his tone tinged with gratitude. That's good. Shaxi nodded and pointed to the woman from the Flower Garland clan next to him. Do you know her from the Flower Wreath family? Nadal shook his head, indicating that he did not know the person. However, in order to make a good impression on Kashmir, Nadal still spoke up and shared what he knew. During the summer, I heard Oot say that the Lord had sent a team of enchanters from the Garland clan to enchant and reinforce the walls of Thunderhawk City. It seems that she stayed behind around that time. This news from Nadal brought a smile to Shakespeare's face. Good, it's a team, not just one person. Teammates, clansmen, and relatives are the best candidates for moral blackmail. Without realizing it, Shaxi's gaze towards Luo Fu had become somewhat malicious. Chapter 138 You Can't Wait, Force Contract. A little over half a day later, Yelena walked in with 3 masked prisoners, a smile on her face. Seeing the prisoners behind Yelena, Shaxi felt very pleased. And here comes the target of moral blackmail. However, an accident still happened. Chieftain, as you predicted, she has accomplices. Just as Yelena was reporting, beams of light flashed from the 3 prisoners behind her, and they instantly broke free. 2 of the 3 prisoners charged toward Shaxi, while the 3rd ran toward the bound woman, attempting to rescue his companion. How dare you? He deserves to die. The first to react were Prophet Gata and Elder Gankai. The two roared and instantly stood in front of Shaxi, grabbing the two prisoners. Spare their lives. Shaxi stood still, but his aura was already emanating from him, pressing the Flower Garland clan prisoner who had rushed to rescue his companion to the ground. The three prisoners who had launched the raid were subdued in the blink of an eye. This level of attack is somewhat overestimating their own capabilities. Shax stepped forward, walked up to the woman, and spoke in a very polite tone. Now, can you tell me who you are? The woman glanced at the three prisoners, but remained silent. Grand Elder. Shaxi was not in a hurry and called out to the Grand Elder. Elder Genkai understood, grinned maliciously, and stretched out his large hand to bend the hands of the prisoner in his arms and lock them behind his back. A piercing scream rang out, causing the woman in front of Shakespeare to tremble. May I have your name? Shax changed the question, his tone still polite and gentle. The woman from the Flower Garland clan remained silent, her lips pursed, as if she were persisting in something. Prophet. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gata remained calm, stretching out his enormous hand and pinching the legs of the chick-like captive in his grasp. Don't want. Shaksha raised his hand, and the Prophet Gata stopped what he was doing. With a broad smile, Shax approached the woman, almost cheek to cheek. Now, tell me, who are you? Shax was very happy because he had won this psychological battle. My name is Luo Fu, and I am the saintess of the Flower Garland clan. Shax nodded, taking it all in stride. A person whose clansmen would feign being captured and come to assassinate and rescue him must be of a high status. So what are their identities? Shaxi was referring to the three prisoners who had just made their move. One is my clan elder, and the other two are my female servants. Shax nodded again, very satisfied with Luo Fu's cooperation. Why didn't you speak before? Shaxi stared at Lof and asked another strange question. I'm a little scared. Shaxi was taken aback, then suddenly found it somewhat amusing. The holy maiden of the Flower Garland clan, named Luo Fu, had piqued his interest. However, Shakushi's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an indifferent expression. Submit to me and be my slave. Otherwise, if you die, they will die too. In the future, all members of the Flower Garland clan will also die. I, Shaxi, will not allow such a special race as you to serve my enemies. Shakus's tone and words were domineering and full of murderous intent. Shaxi was not joking. A race that can enchant city walls and other items is a great threat if it cannot be used for their own purposes. As for the major threat, in the eyes of the Shaxi, it must be completely eliminated before he can feel at ease. Your Highness, don't agree to him. The clan chief and the Lord will definitely come to save us. The female captive in the hands of the Prophet Geth, who was unharmed, was struggling and trying to persuade Saint Rove. Shaxi turned around, glanced at the prisoner, and said something indifferently. Will you be saved? Unfortunately, you won't be able to wait that long. After saying this, Shaxi called out, Prophet. Bang. The Prophet Gata clenched his fists, and the prisoner, whom the Shaxi hadn't even had time to interrogate, was instantly crushed by the Prophet Gata. No, don't want. Aru. Unfortunately, it was too late. The voices of Rolf and the other two prisoners were completely ignored by the Prophet Gata. Submit to me and be my slave. This time, instead of asking questions, Shaxi channeled the power of his bloodline, conjuring a contract magic circle in his hand and pointing it at Luo Fu's forehead. The magic circle was imprinted on Luo Fu's brow, but it was blocked by a strange force. Shaxi unleashed his full power, activating the skill Troll Blood, causing his strength to surge. The terrifying power of his bloodline gathered in his hand, shattering the obstructing force and forcibly signing a contract with Luo Fu. After the contract was signed, Luo Fu did not panic. On the contrary, she remained calm. Your calmness surprised me. Shaxi deactivated his skill and looked at Luo Fu with a surprised expression. Our master is very powerful, and those two adults are also very powerful. We have no way to escape. Luo Fu begged her master to spare her two people, promising that she would persuade them and not cause them any trouble. Shax looked at Luo Fu and felt that there was something about this woman that he couldn't understand. Don't worry, they are of use to me. I won't take their lives. With a smile on his face, Shaxi turned to give instructions to the Succubus queen, Yelena. Yelena, you're in charge of training these two. Teach them a thing or two about our rules. The Succubus queen, Yelena, smiled and stepped forward to sign slave contracts with the other two prisoners. Shaxi watched the entire process of Yelena signing the contract, fearing that something similar to what had just happened would happen again. Fortunately, Yelena signed the contract smoothly, and the two prisoners who were bewitched by the illusion signed the contract with ease. The process went so smoothly that it aroused Shaxi's curiosity about Lof. What secrets does she hold? Shaxi looked at Luo Fu, lost in thought, curious yet slightly worried. Uncontrollable things are what Shakshi dislikes the most. Forget it, as long as I keep her by my side, I'll find out what happens when the time comes. Shikesa put his thoughts aside and went back to sit in the main seat. Then Shuxi looked at Luo Fu and said calmly, Luo Fu, come here and tell me about the specifics of your Flower Garland clan. Shuxi waved, signaling Luo Fu to come to his side. Upon hearing this, Luo Fu slowly walked over. Under everyone's watchful eyes, and without any warning to Luo Fu, Shax suddenly pulled Luo Fu into his arms and held her tightly. Luo Fu tried to struggle, but immediately remembered her identity and had no choice but to stay obediently in Shakespeare's arms, not daring to move. Shuxi grinned and gestured for Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Yelena to sit down and talk. The elder and the prophet calmly returned to their seats, appearing indifferent. Yelena deliberately feigned jealousy, pretending to be a simpleton who had inadvertently sent a beautiful woman to Shax. This woman has become increasingly uninhibited since she left the Black Wilderness Forest. Chapter 139 Logibia, Occupying and Abandoning. Master, we, the Flower Wreath clan, are a peaceful race. We do not enjoy fighting. Upon hearing Luo Fu's first words, Shuxi chuckled inwardly. Do peaceful races exist in this world? If it's a peaceful place, why would you work for Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest? In a short time, the Kshatriyas had already labeled the Garland clan as false saints. Shuxi tightened his grip on Luo Fu's slender waist, not wanting to hear any so-called saintly words, and asked directly, how many people are in your Garland clan? Luo Fu looked at Shax and saw the hunger for talent in his eyes. A hint of worry flashed in her own eyes. Fewer than 100 people. Shax secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his nerves also tightened. The enchanting abilities of the Garland clan indirectly prove that Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, must be very powerful. Otherwise, the Lord of the Four Domains, AKS, would not have asked Shuxi to assist her. Where do you live? Shuxi did not show any aggression, which made Luo Fu feel much more at ease. At the southernmost edge of the Thunder Forest, amidst a sea of flowers, we were invited by Lord Layla. Shax narrowed his eyes, already simulating a rough map of the Thunder Forest in his mind. What is the name of the territory south of Thunder Forest, and whose territory does it belong to? Luo Fu was slightly taken aback, but still told him what she knew. Lokibia, the habitat of the two-horned green worms, is ruled by Lokibia, the two-horned green worm king. Lokibia? Yes, master. The name of the green worm king is Logibia, which is also the name of their territory. Shax's eyes were shining, and his heart was beating a little faster. Shax felt that he had already opened a corner of the world stage, but he was not the protagonist on the stage. Who is the patriarch of your Flower Garland clan? Is she enslaved by Lord Layla? Luo Fu shook her head, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Shuxi frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Razn's reaction. Seemingly sensing Shukti's dissatisfaction, Luo Fu added, Master, I don't know either. But the chieftain is extremely respectful to the Lord, so I think Chieftain Mansha must have been enslaved. Shuxi nodded. That's more like it. Lord Layla would not be a good lord if he did not firmly grasp this special and rare race, and he would never have reached his current position. Lord Layla, how much do you know about her? Luo Fu pondered for a moment, then sighed. Master, Rove has only seen Lord Layla a few times from afar and doesn't know much about her. Shikesa was slightly disappointed that he hadn't gotten any important information out of him. However, some things need to be done gradually. Shuxi released Lof and gestured for the succubus warrior to take her to his tent. After Luo Fu left, Shax looked at the three elders of his tribe with a serious expression. What do you think? The prophet Gata took a sip of blood wine and spoke in a slightly low voice. Chieftain, the Flower Garland clan is a peaceful race. In my past battles, I have never seen them participate in combat. We didn't see them during this siege. However, since they have enchanted the city walls, they are now considered enemies. Shax largely agrees with the prophet Gata's view. Shuxi then inquired with Elder Genkai and Yelena, but neither of them had any other particular ideas. After pondering for a moment, Shuxi stopped focusing his attention on the Wreath clan. There are a few things we need to confirm together. First, the inventory of spoils. Aside from what our own people have captured, my requirement is to plunder Thunderhawk City completely. As Shuxi finished speaking, Yelena took out 2 cuckoo bird stomachs from her bosom and placed them on the table. Chieftain, these are the first batch of potions and cores we've plundered. This includes the portion we looted from Thunderhawk Nighthoots. Shuxi reached out, his bloodline power surging, and absorbed the stomach into his hand. Shax glanced at them and saw countless magic cores, all of which were high-level magic cores. There were several hundred high-grade potion plants, something Shax hadn't expected. Shuxi looked at Yelena, who smiled slightly, and offered an explanation. 1/3 of the potions were contributed by Nadal, the patriarch of the Igor clan. Shax nodded. That's not surprising. Another third of it was contributed by your female slave. At this point, Yelena feigned sadness, wiping away tears as if she were about to weep. Shax ignored Yelena's dramatic act, and instead put on a serious face, saying, "Keep an eye on the loot afterwards. I don't want to hear any good stuff slipping through our fingers." Yelena nodded upon hearing this, her jade-like face becoming more serious. The second thing is, what do you think about Thunder Eagle City? Should we occupy it, or give it up? This is extremely important. This is also why Shuxi invited the three elders to discuss the matter together, because the choice they make next will affect their subsequent actions. Chieftain, Thunder Eagle City, let's give up. This idea did not surprise Shakespeare at all. Shakshi looked at the prophet Geta, signaling him to continue. Chieftain, although Thunder Eagle City is good, we don't have enough manpower to manage it. Moreover, occupying Thunderhawk City is contrary to our original plan and will affect our pace and mobility. I do not agree with occupying Thunderhawk City. The prophet Geta knew very well that the elite force they brought out numbered only 2,000, and they simply did not have the spare capacity to manage, build, and defend a city. Shuxi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Elder Genkai. After Elder Genkai finished his beast blood wine, he smacked his lips twice and then spoke. Chieftain, I also disagree with taking over Thunder Eagle City. If we want to continue south, occupying Thunder Eagle City would mean dividing our forces, which would be very dangerous. Elder Genkai's words were very heavy. It was because of the division of his forces that Grell suffered the loss and died far from home. If Grell and Shakshi had been together, they would never have perished like this. Now that Elder Genkai and Shax are fighting abroad, he really doesn't want to be separated from Shax. Elder Genkai felt that if they were to face the danger of death, he would die before Shax, so as to be worthy of his title and status as elder. Shuxi sensed the concern in Elder Genkai's words. Elder Genkai worried that Shuxi would follow in Grell's footsteps. And you? Finally, Shuxi's gaze fell on Yelena. Chieftain, my opinion is the same as the prophets and the great elders. As long as we are together, our strength is always at its peak, and we can calmly face all kinds of dangers. Yelena does not approve of occupying Thunder Eagle City, nor does she approve of sending troops south. Chapter 140 Not Enough Manpower, Flower Goddess Descends. Surprisingly, the three elders shared the same idea as Shuxi. Of course, when Shax seeks the opinions of others, he is also filling in the gaps and looking for areas he hasn't thought of. My idea is the same as everyone else's. We shouldn't occupy Thunder Eagle City. I have 4 reasons. The first reason is, as the prophet said, that we don't have enough manpower. Secondly, Thunder Eagle City is not our target for this southward expedition. Our goal is to plunder resources, not to occupy territory. Third, now is not a good time to occupy it. If the Four-Domain Lord Axe is defeated, occupying Thunder Eagle City would be suicide. Fourth, as long as we continue to grow stronger, Thunder Eagle City will want to seize us. Next year, the year after, and from then on, as long as we head south, we can raid Thunder Eagle City once a year. Wouldn't that be even better? To be honest, Shuxi is treating Thunder Eagle City like a pig farm. Harvesting once a year, isn't that great? Shuxi spoke in a very organized manner, which filled the eyes of the prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Yelena with awe. Is this the clan leader I follow? He is indeed a man of great foresight. The prophet Geta believed that the future was no longer a dream. If only Gerald were still here, the tribe would be exactly what he dreamed of. Seeing the confidence on Shuxi's face, Elder Genkai felt a pang of nostalgia for Grell. This is my man, strong and smart. Yelena looked at Shuxi, her face slightly flushed, her eyes burning with intense desire. She wanted to push Shuxi down immediately and set him on fire. So, next, let's talk about how to deal with the prisoners in Thunder Eagle City. This is also a very important question. Leaving aside the other races inhabiting Thunderhawk City, there are more than 20,000 kobolds alone. Compared to the 2,000 elite troops that Shuxi brought out from Crocodile Turtle Valley, this number of kobolds could potentially turn the tables and take control. They might even devise a plan to kill the kobold Tekel. If those 20,000 kobold warriors united, they would pose a great threat to the 2,000 elite troops led by Shuxi. Yelena, I request that you, in the short term, absorb the elite spies of the kobold tribe and truly turn them into your people. Yelena's expression turned solemn. She understood what Shuxi meant. To truly make them their own meant to enslave them and completely eliminate any possibility of rebellion. To be honest, I'm not optimistic about the strength of the kobold-blooded warriors. However, they are still acceptable as members of the Cannon Fodder Regiment. In the upcoming battle, I will rely mainly on the Cannon Fodder Regiment. We will return to the Black Wasteland Forest when the Cannon Fodder Regiment has lost more than half of its members. Shax's voice was calm and powerful. Therefore, all the prisoners of Laying City, except for women and children, were incorporated into the Cannon Fodder Regiment. Elder, I appoint you as the commander of the Cannon Fodder Regiment, and the Kobold Tekkel as the deputy commander. You are to integrate the Cannon Fodder Regiment within 7 days. This is a crucial task, and Shaxi must entrust it to a reliable person. Moreover, the arrival of a leader-level powerhouse in the Cannon Fodder group can not only deter those with ulterior motives, but also give them more confidence and morale. Don't worry, Chief, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Shaxi nodded, thought for a moment, and gave Elder Genkai some pointers. Elder, when integrating the Cannon Fodder Regiment, it would be best to divide them into small teams, select a captain for each team, and give them special treatment. All squad leaders had to sign slave contracts. In the current situation, only signing a slave contract can put Shaxi at ease. I will do as the clan chief says. Shaksha nodded and turned his gaze toward the Prophet Geta. Prophet, have you begun recording our own map? If Yelena was responsible for the team's supply and search missions, and Elder Genkai managed the Cannon Fodder squad, then Prophet Geta, from the moment he left the Black Waste Forest, led a portion of his people to begin drawing a map that belonged to their Black Waste tribe. Maps are so important. Chieftain, rest assured, every piece of land we have traversed is recorded. However, the distribution of local specialties such as potions, magical beasts, minerals, and races is still just a rumor and has not been truly investigated. Shax nodded. The specific distribution of resources is not the most important thing at the moment and can be put aside for now. The tribe had been prepared for the invasion of all races, but Shaxi still felt very rushed. For example, Shaxi had no clue about the next route. Ideally, there should be several routes to choose from in Shax saw. Unfortunately, Shaxi can only stay in Thunderhawk City for the time being, waiting for news from Yelena and the Kobold Tekkel. The impromptu meeting lasted a long time, until late at night, before everyone finally left the command center. Meanwhile, Shaxi returned to his temporary tent. Although Thunder Eagle City has a castle, neither Shax nor the Grand Elder and the others have moved in. Because the castle built by Thunderhawk Knight Yutez was only suitable for people of average build to live in. Inside the tent, as the curtain was lifted, the female slave Luo Fu's body trembled. Shaxi smirked, stepped forward, picked up the trembling Luo Fu, and tossed her onto the animal skin. You Flower Wreath clan don't have that ridiculous rule about not marrying outside the family, do you? Luo Fu was a little nervous, but she still answered Shakespeare's question. Master, no? Shaxi reached out and lifted Luo Fu's chin, speaking very seriously. Unravel the secrets and let me see your true face. I don't want to never have seen my own woman's true face. Luo Fu gazed at Shax, wanting to see his face clearly and imprint him in her heart. Is this really my man? A powerful troll. In the end, Rose resigned herself to her fate and broke the spell that concealed her face. A burst of light flickered on Luo Fu's face, and a moment later, a stunningly beautiful face appeared before Shaxi. Her appearance was indescribable. She was like the goddess of the Luo River descending to earth, or the goddess of flowers descending upon the world. Shakespeare was captivated, completely mesmerized by Rose's beauty. Luo Fu was a woman even more exquisite and beautiful than Yelena and Yuyina, and Luo Fu's eyes shone with a natural gentleness. So, Shaxi pounced on him like a hungry wolf. However, just as the Shax was galloping across the grasslands, an accident still occurred. From between Rose's eyebrows shone an extremely brilliant light, a divine radiance. How dare you, lowly abyssal race, defile the seeds I have sown? It was a cold and majestic female voice. It belonged to a deity. The moment that sound appeared, the thought immediately popped into the mind of the galloping Shaxi. Faced with such beauty and being disturbed without cause, Shaxi's temper immediately flared up. Shaxi activated the troll blood and the bloodlust aura, putting himself into a berserk state. Chapter 141 The Curse of 100 Flowers. I remember you. Where did this wisp of a soul come from, daring to interrupt my good time? Destroy it. With his bloodline power concentrated in his right hand, Shaxi unhesitatingly channeled it into the contract array between Luo Fu's eyebrows. Under the impact of the powerful force, the divine radiance and that wisp of the divided soul were completely shattered. Just as Shaxi breathed a sigh of relief, a colorful flower flew out from between Luo Fu's eyebrows and imprinted itself on Shaxi's chest. You abyssal crawler that defiles my fragmented soul, bear my curse. The day all the flowers wither will be the day you die. Shaxi looked down at his chest, where a new tattoo had appeared. It was a bouquet of flowers, with 100 blossoms, but the topmost flower had already withered. Shax squinted, somewhat at a loss, and tried his best to control his emotions. Shaxi realized that he was cursed by an unknown god. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out this way. Saintess Lof was also startled by the accident that had just happened. The extremely pleasant sense of satisfaction suddenly disappeared. When Lof opened her eyes, what she saw was the scene of Shaksha being cursed. Shax remained silent. His mind was already somewhat unsettled. In this tense moment, Shaxi looked up at Luo Fu and unconsciously reached out to hug her tightly, wishing he could merge Luo Fu into his own body. At dawn, Shaxi lay on the animal skin, holding Luo Fu in his arms, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Do you know what kind of curse that is? Shaxi gently rubbed Luo Fu's pert buttocks and said casually. Shaxi did not die immediately, and he gradually came to terms with it. It's just a curse. There are ways to break it in this world. Shaxi believed that as long as he was strong enough and had enough means, he could definitely break the curse. That is the curse of 100 flowers. 100 flowers bloom, but only one flower withers each year. Master, I'm sorry, it's my fault that you can only live for 100 years. The curse of the 100 flowers. When all the flowers wither, that will be the day the Kshatriya dies. A century? Not bad. Hearing Luo Fu's explanation, Shakespeare's nerves relaxed a little. This time, Shakespeare suffered a huge loss. He was cursed by the gods because of a beautiful woman. However, when he saw Luo Fu's breathtakingly beautiful face and gentle eyes, Shakespeare felt that dying under the peony flower would be a romantic death. Shax didn't know that the curse of the gods was not so simple. 100 years later, the curse of 100 flowers will strike, and when he dies, everything belonging to Shaxi will belong to the gods. Not only souls and bodies, but also the forces that Kshatriya has built. Everything will become someone else's dowry. By then, it won't be as simple as just death. Remember, this is a secret. Revealing it will mean death. Shax reached out, picked up Luo Fu, looked her in the eye, and said those words indifferently. Master, I understand. Shaxi put ROF down, stood up, and put on his cloak. Be good and wait for me here. After saying that, Shaxi walked out of the tent. Shaxi first inspected Thunder Eagle City and, finding nothing suspicious, entered the temporary command center. Shaxi planned to keep the matter of the gods' curse to himself and not tell anyone. If such news were to spread, the Black Wilderness tribe would inevitably be in turmoil. The temporary command center was empty, so Shaxi took the opportunity to retrieve the ash treasure chest dropped by Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez and opened it. Thunder Eagle voice. Skill type, language. Quality, rare gold. Skill description. Listen, that's the cry of an eagle, the soaring of a majestic eagle, the flash of thunder. Learn this skill to gain the ability to communicate with the Thunder Eagle. This was within Shakespeare's expectations. After opening so many treasure chests, Shaxi has figured out some patterns. The items found inside a treasure chest are closely related to the creature that dropped it. Whether it's skills or weapons, they are all related to the creatures that dropped them. As luck would have it, right after Shaxi learned the Thunder Eagle's cry, a high-pitched eagle cry rang out in the sky above Thunder Eagle City. A moment later, Nadal, the chieftain of the Igor tribe, hurriedly entered the temporary command center. Master, the Thunderhawk that went out hunting has returned. Would you like to try signing a contract? Lead the way. Shaki didn't stand on ceremony with Nadal at all, and directly asked the latter to lead the way. At the highest point of Thunder Eagle City, Shaxi finally saw the Thunder Eagle that he had scared away back then. Laying tilted his big head and curiously looked at Shax. He sensed a familiar aura from Shax. We meet again. Shaxi's voice carried a peculiar vibration. Although it still sounded like the common language, it was no longer the same. Thunder Eagle understood what Shax meant, and its big eyes sparkled with a lively light. Nadal, standing to the side, looked as if he had seen a ghost. My God, what did I just see? A troll can actually communicate with a Thunder Eagle. Shakshi ignored Nadal because he was drawn to the Thunder Eagle. Nadal couldn't understand the chirping of the Thunder Hawk. But for Shaxi, there were no obstacles at all. This is great stuff. You should really like it. Consider it a small gift from me. Shax took a bottle of pet pills from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, poured them out, and threw them at the Thunder Eagle. If you're lucky, this thing might even help you evolve. Shax doesn't mind saying a few more nice things. As for the chance of the pet pill evolving the Thunder Eagle, it's practically zero. Laying hesitated for a moment before catching the pet pill that Shakisi threw to him. This Thunder Eagle was very clever. It held the pet beast pill in its mouth, carefully examined it for a long time, and then swallowed it. I remember you. You were powerful and dangerous. Yoho. Shake's eyes lit up. Thunder Eagle had finally responded to him. Judging from its tone, this is a majestic eagle. I don't think you're strong enough. Signing a contract with me would only hold me back. Laying tilted his head, his big eyes flashing with a look that seemed to say, "You're joking with me." Shax smiled and summoned Abyss Greymon, letting it release its full power. The sheer weight and ferocity emanating from the abyss startled the Thunder Eagle, which flapped its wings twice and fled. Shuxi didn't say anything, but took out another bottle of pet pills and poured them into the mouth of the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast to calm it down. After putting away the abyssal Tyrannoman, Shuxi looked up and shouted at the Thunderhawk circling in midair. "Come down, my partner has been put away." Laying hesitated for a long time, waiting for almost half an hour before landing again. Nevertheless, Laying remained wary and kept a distance from Shax. "See, I wasn't lying, was I? Signing a contract with me is a bit of a hindrance." This time, Laying did not refute. His gaze towards Shax was filled with a mixture of awe and wariness. "However, after signing a contract with me, you will gradually become stronger under my guidance. Just as powerful as my partner." Chapter 142 The Earth Dragon's plea for help is mostly true. I need to think about it. After leaving those words, the Thunder Eagle flew away from Thunder Eagle City. Shax watched Lei Ying's figure without any hurry. Pet pills are like a joyful, addictive drink for magical beasts. Shax believed that Thunder Eagle would eventually fly back on its own. Not far away, Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai craned their necks to look into the distance. It was the aura of the Thunderhawk that had drawn them there. Shax strode over and explained what had just happened. "Chieftain, we should have killed that Thunder Eagle just now. Maybe then we would have gained another leader-level expert." The Prophet Geta had no particular thoughts, but Elder Genkai felt that an opportunity had been missed. Shuxi shook his head and said meaningfully, "The significance of a leader-level flying magical beast to us is incomparable to that of a leader-level powerhouse." Having finally managed to make contact with Thunder Eagle, how could Shuxi possibly leave empty-handed, given his personality? Shuxi can read the Thunder Eagle's mind, provide the pet pills that magical beasts love to eat, and also has the slave Nadal to tame it. As long as that Thunder Eagle isn't stupid, it will definitely fly back. Once a contract is signed with it, Shuxi can command the Thunderhawk at will. Without going into too much detail, with this Thunder Eagle around, Shax and his team are essentially given a mobile radar, making everything much more convenient. After giving Nadal a few instructions, Shaxas led the Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai back to the temporary command center. Here, Yelena had been holding a swamp dragon man captive for quite some time. "Chieftain," he said he was a messenger of Chief Hoffenal, and he came riding a swamp crocodile. As she spoke, Yelena handed a piece of animal hide to Shuxi. "This is the letter they found on him." Upon seeing Shuxi, the swamp dragon man immediately knelt down and spoke very respectfully. "Respected chieftain of the Shakshi, my clan leader has sent me with a message, hoping you will come and help us attack the Lizardmen tribe. My clan leader said that half of the spoils after the city falls can be given to you, sir." Shuxi glanced at the swamp dragon man, but said nothing. Only after reading through the contents recorded on the animal hide did Shax speak calmly. "Tell me what difficulties you encountered. What is the situation with the Lizardman tribe? Where are they located? Are their leaders powerful?" The swamp dragon was very respectful, kneeling on the ground and not daring to get up. "Respected Chief Shuxi, our tribe has encountered fierce resistance from the Lizardman tribe, whose leader is no less powerful than our chief. To complete the mission assigned by Lord Axe of the Four Realms, we need your help, sir. The Lizardmen tribe is located 500 kilometers to the southeast, where there is a shallow lake." Upon hearing this, Shuxi became deep in thought. 500 kilometers is definitely not a short distance. Even with a large force, it would take at least half a month to advance. Shuxi waved, signaling the troll warriors to take the swamp dragon men away. "Teminer, go and summon the kobold Tekkel and Nadal of the Igor clan." 15 minutes later, Tekkel and Nadal entered the temporary command center. Shuxi didn't stand on ceremony with them and had the Prophet Gata bring out a map. "Are you familiar with Tekkel and Nadal, the settlement of the Lizardmen tribe and the Fire Ravens?" Shuxi glanced at the two men, hoping to get a positive answer from them. "My lord, I don't know this." Unfortunately, the kobold Tekkel was of such low status that he knew nothing. "It's all right, you go ahead and get busy. Come back here before evening and tell me the details of the cannon fodder regiment." "Yes, chieftain." So, the kobold Tekkel was sent away by Shaksha to do some work. "Master, I am familiar with the gathering places of both races." Nadal's words drew the attention of Shukti, the Grand Elder, the Prophet Get, and Yelena. Shaki gestured for Nadal to continue, and pointed to the map. Master, the lizard man tribe settlement is here, in a place called Half Moon Lake, several hundred kilometers away from us. If you want to get there, it will take more than half a month to get there. On the map, Nadal first pointed out the location of Thunderhawk City, and then pointed out the location of Half Moon Lake to the southeast of Thunderhawk City, and circled an area. As for the Fire Ravens, they reside within Lord Layla's directly controlled territory. Master, it's dangerous there. Shaki looked at Nadal with a half-smile and said calmly, Nadal, I think you know what I'm talking about. Master, is this for Yutez's sister, Utfi? Shuxi nodded without saying a word, still smiling as he looked at Nadal. Master, it was my son who delivered Yutef on his flying mount back then. They have probably already arrived at the Fire Raven clan. Moreover, 2 harpies escaped from here, so Lord Layla should know about the situation. Nadal was uneasy, not only because he had to deal with Kshatriya, but also because he was worried about the fate of his son. Shuxi stared at Nadal, considered for a moment, and then said calmly, Nadal, I'm entrusting you with the task of capturing Yutef. How to take her down is up to you. Nadal was apprehensive, but ultimately he reluctantly accepted the task. After Nadal left, Shuxi spoke to the elders. Yutez's sister, Utfi, can also communicate with Thunder Eagle. As long as she lives, she will be a source of unease. Shax was indeed somewhat worried. He feared that Yutef would become powerful in the future and specifically cause trouble for the Black Wilderness tribe. At that time, the Shuxi would not dare to easily send out their chieftains. Shuxi briefly mentioned the matter of Utf to everyone, and then turned his attention back to the Lizard Man tribe. Do you think we should help Hoffner with this favor? Instead of offering his own opinion, Shuxi threw out the question. Chieftain, I think we should verify the authenticity of this news before making a decision. Shakshi nodded, saying that the Prophet Geta made a lot of sense. However, Shuxi changed the subject and continued. The news is most likely true. It's not that I believe the messenger and the contents of the animal hide, but rather that Lord Axe of the 4 domains had given us a warning before we set off. It's likely that Axe, the Lord of the 4 domains, had already foreseen the situation that Hoffenel was now facing. After Shuxi's reminder, the Prophet Geta, the Elder, and Yelena also remembered the advice given by the Lord of the 4 domains, Axe. At that time, when the Lord of the 4 regions, Xrang Hoffenel, encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he sought the help of Shuxi. If the news is true, I think we should go and help Chief Hoffenheim. This time, it was Yelena who spoke. Yelena reached out and smoothed her hair. After a few seconds of eye contact with Shuxi, she revealed her thoughts. Chapter 143 New Eyes, Suppressing Chaos. Chieftain, this time when we go to help Chief Hoffener, we can not only demand 50% of the spoils, but also take the opportunity to raise the price and get more. Greed gleamed in Yelena's beautiful eyes. Another point is that Hoffen has experience with multiple invasions by various races, so he should be more familiar with the situation and power distribution in the Thunder Forest than we are. Yelena's words immediately made Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and the Elder's eyes light up. What is their biggest difficulty right now? Of course, it's due to a lack of understanding of other areas of the Thunder Forest. But this problem is not a problem for Hoffener. Therefore, by acting alongside Hoffenel, it was as if Hoffenel had become the eyes and ears of the Shuxi. Chieftain, we can use our cannon fodder regiment as leverage to join forces with Hoffen's troops to attack the Lizardmen tribe of Half Moon Lake. After that, we can also use Hoffenel to attack our next target. Chieftain, Hoffenel has so many subordinates. They should be working for us. Shuxi was very fortunate that this war of invasion by all races had brought Yelena out. This succubus queen certainly has a unique eye for talent. Even the Prophet Geta had to think more highly of Yelena after hearing her words. Chieftain, if we are going to help Hoffener, I suggest we delay for a few more days. We need time to continue negotiating with Hoffener. This was the idea of the Prophet Geta, and his words were immediately agreed upon by Elder Gonkai. Yes, Shakespeare, we also need time to reorganize the cannon fodder regiment. Shuxi nodded. The elders had reached a consensus. Now, all that needed to be done was to decide when to set off. In this way, we'll release that swamp dragon man back in a bit and say that we can agree to provide support, but we want 70% of the spoils. If Hoffenl agrees, let him send a messenger to fetch us. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Shuxi pursed his lips and continued speaking. We will then proceed eastward for 7 days, after which we will make further plans. If Hoffenl disagrees, we'll slow down and wait for him to fight the lizard men. Then we'll pick up the scraps. If you agree, I wouldn't mind giving Hoffenheimer 30% of the spoils. The 3 elders all thought that Shuxi's idea was good, so the matter of supporting Hoffenel was settled. Just as Shuxi was about to continue discussing the next steps with the 3 elders, The guardian troll Ermi rushed in from outside. Chieftain, something terrible has happened. The kobolds of the cannon fodder regiment are causing trouble, and the kobold Tekkel is losing control. Shax narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint flashing within them. Elder, you handle this matter. Take this opportunity to clean up the environment of the cannon fodder regiment. Remember, whoever dares to step forward, kill them all until everyone is terrified. Elder Gang Kai agreed, his face grim, and stood up, walking directly out of the temporary command center. As the leader of the cannon fodder regiment, Elder Gang Kai hadn't even had a chance to cause trouble before someone started making a scene, which he found unforgivable. Watching the Grand Elder walk out with a murderous look on his face, Shuxi's expression gradually calmed down. What are your plans regarding those supplies? Shuxi was asking Yelena about the countless spoils they had seized from the kobold tribes to Thunderhawk City. If all these supplies were brought along, it would definitely cripple the Shuxi army. Some supplies are stored in the barracks for our daily consumption, enough for a month. A small portion was reserved for women and children of various ethnicities. These were the people we had reserved, and we wanted to ensure their survival. The rest, I've hidden away and sealed with a magic circle, intending to take them back when we return or retrieve them during our next invasion. Shax nodded. He was extremely satisfied with Yelena's handling of the supplies. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi continued. Yelena, I have a task for you. Those 2 slaves from the Flower Garland clan are skilled at cultivating magical potions. Let's make use of them and have them search for more potions for us. Their clan should be very familiar with the distribution of potions in the Thunder Forest. Yelena smiled charmingly and accepted the task. After a long while, the emergency meeting ended, and Shuxi walked out of the command center. What drew the Shakespeare out was the sound of wailing and screaming from the city wall. 2 hours earlier, the kobold Tekkel brandished his whip and humiliated and whipped all the kobolds in the cannon fodder regiment who did not acknowledge him and disliked him. 2 of the kobold leaders were stronger than Tekkel. They were Black Fong and Curly Tail, who surrendered after Raya was beheaded. However, the humiliation inflicted by the kobold Tekkel ignited their desire to rebel, especially when they were surrounded by a group of familiar kobold subordinates. The gazes fixed on them forced Black Fong and Curly Tail to bite the bullet and resist. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to survive in the kobold tribe. This is one of the reasons why the morale of the cannon fodder regiment was wavering. Afterwards, under the resistance of Black Fong and Curly Tail, the cannon fodder regiment was thrown into chaos, and there was a faint tendency for the camp to break up. However, the chaos was only suppressed when Elder Gang Kai descended upon the cannon fodder group, and his leader-level aura swept across the entire area. Meanwhile, the kobolds led by Black Fong and Curly Tail were captured by Elder Steel K and beheaded on the city wall. After this, Elder Gang Kai's reputation was finally established within the cannon fodder regiment. Nevertheless, Elder Gang Kai guarded the cannon fodder regiment for 3 days and 3 nights, suppressing all the noise. As the new day began, Shuxi climbed off Luo Fu, who was still fast asleep, exhausted from the previous night. At the entrance of the tent, Nadal of the Igor clan had been waiting for a long time. Master, Thunder Eagle has returned. Lead the way. Without waiting for Nadal to ask, Shaxki immediately told Nadal to lead the way. At the highest point of Thunderhawk City, Shuxi met the leader-level Thunderhawk once again. Have you thought it through? Thunderhawk preened its iron feathers with its sharp beak. The arrival of Shuxi did not alarm it. Do you still have those little things from last time? Shake's lips curled up as he took out a bottle of pet pills and tossed it out. This time, Laying didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. It tastes great, and it's good for my health. I can feel it. Shax took a few steps forward, wanting to get closer to Thunder Eagle. Laying tilted his head, watching the approaching Shax, without panicking or retreating. You haven't answered my question yet. Are you ready to sign a contract with me? Become my partner, and I'll give you plenty of those little things. Shax did not approach any further. He understood that if he wanted Laying to sign the contract voluntarily, he had to do it step by step. Without the aid of skills like Mind Contract, taming magical beasts is very difficult. Unless you start building a bond from infancy, it's really difficult. Even the Igor clan, which tames Thunder Eagles, doesn't have many flying magical beasts. Chapter 144 Crisis Awareness and Adaptability. This time, Thunder Eagle still did not sign a contract with Shuxi. However, the relationship between Shax and Thunder Eagle has grown much closer, which can be considered progress. I'll also give you a gift. The Thunder Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Half an hour later, Thunder Eagle flew back again, a figure clutched in its talons. This impure-blooded fellow is wandering around my territory. He must be your enemy. Shax took out another bottle of pet pills and tossed it to Thunder Eagle. Thank you. He is indeed my enemy. Lei Ying was very happy and let out a few cries on the spot. In Lei Ying's view, exchanging a fool for a pet beast pill was a pretty good option. Bang! The figure landed and rolled in front of Shaxi. Next time you encounter an enemy like this, you can come to me and exchange it for something delicious. After leaving those words, Shaxi carried the figure down the mountain. Thunder Eagle City, temporary command center. The four, Gate Prophet, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Nadal, gathered together, all looking solemnly at the harpy that Shaxi had thrown to the ground. Yes, the gift that Thunderhawk gave to Shaksha was a harpy who came to scout. The harpies are the tribe of Layla, the lord of the Thunder Forest. They are born with the ability to fly. The harpy was already dead, having committed suicide in a way that even the Shaxi hadn't noticed. This was caught by Thunder Eagle near Thunder Eagle City. Shaxi offered a brief explanation and then passed the question on to the elders. However, for a moment, no one stood up to speak. They were all frowning and thinking. Nadal, is this the harpy race? Nadal nodded and pointed to the dead harpy. Master, yes. It has a harpy body with wings on its back, an eagle's beak, and legs like sharp claws. Nadal's affirmation silenced the atmosphere in the command center. After a long while, the prophet Geta finally spoke. Chieftain, it seems that the lack of news from Thunderhawk City has caught the attention of Lord Layla. I suggest we leave Thunderhawk City as soon as possible. The prophet Geta was very aware of the crisis and had already realized that something was wrong. Shaxi remained silent, turning his gaze toward Elder Genkai. Chieftain, the cannon fodder regiment is basically ready to be organized and can depart at any time. Shaxi nodded and looked at Yelena. The logistical supplies were prepared 3 days in advance. Furthermore, I have sent out scouts along our upcoming route, and so far we have not received any bad news. Shaxi glanced at Nadal one last time, and the latter shook his head, indicating that there were no problems on his end as well. All right, go and make preparations. We'll set off tomorrow, heading east as planned. Yes, sir. While Shax was driving the cannon fodder away from Thunderhawk City, some things also happened in the Fire Raven clan settlement. The Fire Crow clan's habitat is a red maple forest, and the Fire Crow's houses are all built on the red maple trees. At this moment, inside a wooden cabin built in a red maple tree, Yudif and Jufu looked worried. Damn it, those damn turkeys forced me to marry that filthy, lewd Evans. Yudif was furious at the unfair treatment he had received, gritting his teeth in anger. A few days ago, when the news of Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez's death came, Yutez felt as if his world had collapsed. If it weren't for Jufu comforting her, Yutifei wouldn't know how she would have gotten through this time. Jufu, what do you suggest we do now? Or should we escape from here and seek help from the Lord? Khufu is Nadal's only son and the young master of the Igor clan. When he first heard of the death of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, he was also terrified. But after no news of his father's death in battle came, Jufu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Jufu thought about it carefully. There were still 3 hero-level flying magical beasts in the clan. If his father wanted to, they should be able to escape. Unless, father is unwilling to abandon those people. Even if we manage to escape from here, and even if we reach the Lord's directly controlled territory, we will be of no use to them. This statement is very realistic and also very hurtful. Fortunately, Jufu has a hero-level flying magical beast by his side, which is of some use. As for Yudif, without signing a contract with Lei Ying, she was practically a weakling in combat. Without the Thunder Eagle, the Nachi race is far inferior to other races. Just like when Utz fought against the Prophet Geta, he could only choose to fight from a distance and didn't even dare to get close. Brother, now, all you can do is sign a contract with a Thunderhawk as soon as possible. Otherwise, we would find it impossible to move an inch within the Fire Raven tribe. When Yudif and Jufu came to the Fire Raven tribe for refuge, the tribe treated them very politely. The tribe chief even came out to greet Yudif personally. When news of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez's death arrived, the Fire Raven tribe's attitude towards Yutez underwent a dramatic change the very next day. It's not that I don't want to, but there are no Thunderhawks in the Fire Crow clan's territory at all. Let alone a leader level 1, I would sign a contract with even a hero level 1. Only now does Yudif realize how incompetent he is. With her brother killed in battle, Yudif is finding it difficult to move an inch. Now, she is being pressured by the Fire Raven tribe to marry Evans. Evans is the son of the chieftain of the Fire Raven tribe. If it were just a matter of marriage, that would be fine. What disgusted Yutifei was that the women of the Fire Raven tribe were communal. To put it nicely, she married Evans. To put it bluntly, marrying into the entire Fire Raven tribe would mean being bullied by all the males in the tribe. Yutifei would never accept this. Khufu actually likes Yutfei very much, and Ute Fei also has feelings for Ku Fu, and the relationship between their two tribes has always been very good. Zhu Fu wanted to comfort Wu Tefei, but didn't know what to say. Just then, several strange bird calls rang out from the surrounding woods. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fu's body trembled slightly. Others couldn't understand it, but Zhu Fu knew very well that it was their clan's secret code. Zhu Fu glanced at Yudif and saw her looking pitiful while muttering curses at Evans, so he whispered something. Fei, are you hungry? I'll go find you something to eat. Thank you for your help. Zhu Fu nodded, turned around, and walked out of the wooden house. Stepping out of the wooden house, Zhu Fu quickly moved and entered a dense forest. Young clan leader, this is a secret letter from the clan leader to you. Zhu Fu took the secret letter, but before he could even open it, he hurriedly asked a question. What about my father? Is he still alive? Young clan leader, the clan leader is safe and sound. The clan leader wants you to read the secret letter and act accordingly. How is the tribe doing? The clansmen are fine, and the losses were minimal. Hearing this, Zhu Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavy weight that had been hanging over his heart was finally lifted. Young clan leader, it is inconvenient for me to appear here. If you need anything, please come here to find me. The figure in the woods left a hidden address and then departed. Zhu Fu opened the secret letter, his brow furrowing from beginning to end. After a long while, Zhu Fu crumpled the secret letter into a ball and swallowed it directly. Chapter 145 Hidden Speculation, Full Speed Ahead. Quick, quick, hide. Anyone who reveals our whereabouts, I'll beat them to death. The kobold Tekel brandished his long whip, driving all the soldiers of the cannon fodder regiment into the dense forest. What caused all of this was the approaching harpies in the sky. This is the 6th day since Shax led his team away from Thunderhawk City. Today, the harpies that have been appearing in the sky from time to time have caused them a lot of trouble. Not wanting to reveal the whereabouts of his troops, Shax had no choice but to order them to hide. Nevertheless, a cannon fodder regiment of tens of thousands of people cannot simply be hidden away. Shax held his spear in his hand and looked up at the harpies in the sky. Chieftain, shouldn't we? Shax reached out his hand, signaling for silence. He needed to concentrate. Yelena, who was about to speak again, was interrupted and stared at Shax with some surprise. Suddenly, Shax took a step forward, ran 20 meters, used a giant tree as a springboard, and leaped into the air, soaring straight into the sky. Whoosh! At the same time, the spear in Shax's hand also slipped from his grasp. Bang! In midair, the harpy flying at low altitude was shot to death by the Shaksha before it could even let out a scream. A cloud of blood mist exploded, leaving no fragments or debris when it landed on the ground. After Shax landed steadily, everyone looked at him with awe. Shax's spear technique has reached a state of perfection, almost divine. Chieftain, the appearance of the harpies is probably not a good thing. The speaker was the prophet Geta, who gazed into the depths of the forest with a slightly somber expression. Shax twisted his neck and waist. He hadn't fought for several days and was still feeling a bit unsatisfied. What are the prophet's thoughts? Tell us. As Shaksha turned to respond to the prophet Geta, he ordered the Guardian Troll Terminal to go down and relay the command, and the troops continued their advance. The prophet Geta nodded, organized his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. Chieftain, that harpy was clearly from Half Moon Lake. In addition, the appearance of the harpy in Thunder Eagle City a few days ago shows that the appearance of the harpy was not a coincidence. Shax, the Grand Elder, and Yelena all nodded in agreement, acknowledging the prophet Geta's statement. I'm wondering what it means that Lord Layla was able to send people to monitor the situation in other regions while dealing with Lord Axe of the Four Domains. This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Anyone who isn't completely stupid knows that something is definitely wrong. Clearly, in his clash with Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe was either at a disadvantage or suffered a complete defeat. Personally, Shax leans more towards the former, while the Four Domain Lord Axe is at a disadvantage. The prophet Geta's prediction silenced several elders. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Shakusui thought for a moment and gave a reminder. It's just speculation, nothing to worry about. Moreover, even if Lord Axe of the Four Domains is defeated, Lord Layla will certainly not fare well. Shakespeare has that much confidence. Based on Shake's understanding of the Four Domain Lords, AKS, a powerhouse of that level would almost always result in mutual destruction unless there was an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, we most likely won't encounter Lord Layla. Besides, wasn't the harpy that just flew over to scout intelligence shot down by me? At least we're safe for now. That last sentence put the three elders at ease. Shakes looked up at the sky, and at that moment, he really hoped to form a contract with that leader-level Thunder Eagle. If that Thunder Eagle were to help, It could not only scout out enemy activity in the surrounding area, but also ensure that any harpies that flew in to scout would be killed one by one. Just as Shax was deep in thought, a commotion arose from the dense forest ahead. "Chieftain, the kobold Tekkel has captured a swamp dragon man. Bring him up, but don't kill him." Shaxi composed himself and gave the order. The fact that Hoffenel sent another messenger so quickly indicates that his situation is somewhat serious. Shax guessed that Hoffener must have agreed to his conditions and sent someone to urge him to arrive at Half Moon Lake as soon as possible. "Your Excellency, Chief, my clan patriarch has agreed to your terms. My clan leader promised that you, sir, will receive 80% of the lizardman's spoils, with 10% being the compensation my clan leader had previously promised." As expected, Shaxi's guess was confirmed. Shaxi waved his hand, signaling the kobold Tekkel to take the swamp dragon man away. "What do you think?" After all the outsiders had gone far away, Shaxi finally spoke up and asked the elders. "That Hoffener is very clever. He knows how to do favors when things are going his way. Chieftain, there's not much difference between 70% and 80% spoils. Taking this opportunity, Hoffenel can not only complete Lord Axe's mission, but also ease the tension between them. Chieftain, be careful when dealing with this Hoffener. He's very cunning." Yelena was stroking a crescent-shaped dagger with her right hand. It was a silver-grade weapon that Shax had given her a couple of days ago. As Yelena played with the dagger, revealing Hoffen's secret thoughts, she exuded an extremely alluring charm. "Hoffenheimer is indeed a cunning fellow." Shaksha affirmed Yelena's words, then turned his gaze to the prophet Gata. "Chieftain, I think Hoffenel might not be able to hold on much longer. That's why he's so anxious. If we want to take Hoffenel's troops with us later, we'll have to go full speed ahead. We can't let Hoffen's troops suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, there's not much point in us helping Hoffen." Indeed, preserving Hoffen's troop numbers and ensuring their combat effectiveness was the true objective of Shaxi and his men. Only if Hoffenel remains powerful can they be used to attack the next tough nut to crack, Thunderstorm City. In this way, the Shaxi could continue to invade southward and seize resources. "Elder, and what about you?" Shax turned his attention to the Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder was rough and reckless, he was occasionally quick-witted and was not a brute in the true sense. Elder Gankai smacked his lips twice and reached out to stroke his stubble, which was as sharp as steel needles. Actually, Elder Gankai felt a little embarrassed. Every time he heard the prophet and Yelena's unique insights at the meetings, he felt quite foolish. "You've all thought of the important points. I couldn't have." Well, Elder Gankai's words made the corners of Shaxi, the prophet, and Yelena's mouths twitch. However, none of them dared to laugh out loud, lest they embarrass themselves. "However, there's one thing I don't understand. Hoffenel is a swamp dragon, a swamp lizard, right? The lizardmen tribe are also lizards, so they should be of the same race. How could Hoffenel be no match for the lizardmen of Half Moon Lake?" Shax frowned. He really hadn't expected this. Chapter 146 Lord Yuta, charging ahead. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While Shax led the troops on a forced march, the demon wife Yuna had already reached the eastern ridge of Crocodile Turtle Valley. "Dels, how is the situation?" Yuna came to the top of the stone wall and looked down at her tribesmen standing on the edge of the underground crack at the bottom of the slope, her expression neither sad nor happy. Lady Yuta Yuna, the tribe's respectful title for the demon wife. None of the tribesmen who went to explore the underground fissure came back up. Only then, upon hearing the devastating news, did Yuna's delicate brows furrow slightly. "The strange noise hasn't come out for the past few days?" Battle Elder Dels shook his head, his expression also grim. Those who went down to investigate were all his capable subordinates. Now his subordinates have not returned for several days, and no one has come to deliver a message. Then there's only one possibility. They all perished below. The demon wife, Yuna, stared at the underground crack for a long time. When Shaxi left, he specifically instructed her to keep an eye on the underground crack. A few days ago, strange cries, like those of beasts and insects, were heard from the cracks in the ground. To find out what was happening beneath the underground fissures, Dels has sent 2 teams down to investigate. Unfortunately, to this day, not a single member of the tribe has returned. Besides the tribespeople monitoring the underground fissures, let's call all the other tribespeople back. I'll think of a solution. After saying that, the demon wife Yuna turned around and walked down the mountain. Dels nodded and carried out Yuna's order. Alligator Turtle Valley, Chieftain's Tent. When Yuna entered the tent, Medusa Io was feeding the cryo spider queen, Scarlet. Yuna walked over, took out a bag of dark source crystals from her bosom, and spoke to the cave spider queen, who had evolved once again. "Little Scarlet, it's your turn to get to work." Yuyena's idea was actually very simple. She took out the dark source crystal not only to help the cave spider queen continue to grow, but also to have it lay eggs and hatch a batch of baby spiders. At this time, the cave spider queen was only an elite level creature, and the warm spiderlings were just ordinary templates with no combat power. However, that's not important. Yuena only wanted the little spiders to go underground and gather information. She didn't need them to fight. Thank you, madam. The Crimson Cave Spider Queen has grown into the upper body of a little girl and can now speak. In other words, we can communicate normally now. The Cave Spider Queen happily agreed to her demon wife Yuena's request. After all, laying eggs is a minor matter for it. Furthermore, with a bag of dark source crystals as a lure, the Cave Spider Queen would be quite willing. 7 days have passed in the Thunder Forest. Shax and his cannon fodder regiment finally arrived at the Half Moon Lake area. Thank you for coming, Shakespeare. Hoffenel, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, greeted Shuxi personally with his subordinates as if he were meeting an old friend. You're being so attentive. I bet the leader of the Half Moon Lake Lizardmen is no ordinary person. Shuxi's expression was strange, and he teased Hoffenel in a tone that was neither a smile nor a laugh. Haha, you guessed right. Hoffenel paused for a moment, then burst out laughing, not feeling embarrassed at all. That damned lizard has a very high bloodline. He's not a demi-human. He's a complete lizard. He's a magical beast, and he's also a parent of both water and fire elements, making him a perfect counter to me. Shuxi's eyes lit up. The question that Elder Genkai had mentioned earlier had finally been confirmed here. Of course, Hoffenel was countered by elemental attributes, something that Shuxi and the others had already guessed. However, no one expected that the leader of the Lizardmen would be a magical beast. I want 80% of the loot, is that alright? Despite the banter and jokes, when it comes to matters involving interests, Shakespeare is very serious. No problem, this is my sincerity. Hoffen's lips twitched, clearly showing some pain. Shuxi laughed and patted Hoffenel on the shoulder, setting the stage for his next plan. If this collaboration goes smoothly and yields fruitful results, I wouldn't mind splitting the profits 60/40ths in the upcoming invasion of all races. Upon hearing this, Hoffen's eyes narrowed instantly, gleaming with wisdom. Shuxi, is this really true? Shax nodded, then shook his head, feigning hesitation. In fact, Hoffenel was even smarter than Shaxi imagined. Hoffen had a pretty good idea of what Shuxi was up to. Nevertheless, Hoffenel remained eager to join forces with the Shax to fight against the enemy in the south. The reason is simple. Intelligent people are afraid of death, and Hoffenel was even more afraid. Compared to the potential gains, Hoffenel valued his own life more. After learning that Shuxi had killed Thunderhawk Knight Oots, Hoffenel greatly valued Shuxi's strength. Another point is that Shuxi has 2 leader-level powerhouses by his side, which is also something that Hoffenel values. Hoffener knew very well that as long as he and Shuxi were together, with their strength and the number of troops, they would live a very comfortable life as long as they did not encounter any Lord-level powerhouses. And that is what Hoffenel needed. Based on this, acquiring more resources is what Hoffenel will consider later. Let me make this clear first. I want all the spoils from this battle, magic cores and magic potions. As for your 20%, you can choose from other resources. Hoffener nodded, as if he had expected it. No problem. With the distribution of spoils settled, everything else is easy to discuss. So, Hoffenel, you should find a place to sit down now and tell us properly about the Lizardman tribe of Half Moon Lake. Hoffen nodded again and led the way, guiding Shuxi and the others into a wooden hut that he had prepared long ago. Inside the wooden hut, there was a simple wooden table with a map made of animal hide on it. Looking at the animal hide, Shuxi spoke to Hoffenel without hesitation. Hoffenel, I have one more condition. I need a copy of your map. Before Hoffenel could even speak, Shuxi stated his demands directly, leaving no room for negotiation. Hoffen shrugged and agreed. Replicating maps is no big deal for Hoffenheim, but for the Black Wasteland tribe to which Shax belonged, it was of great significance. Seeing that Hoffenel did not refuse, the 3 of them, Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai, took their seats with joy on their faces, waiting for Hoffenel to continue his story. As for the Succubus Queen Yelena, she was not yet a leader-level powerhouse and was not qualified to take a seat. She could only stand behind Shuxi and act as a listener. Shuxi, the settlement of the lizard people, is located on Half Moon Island. To reach the island, you have to wade across Half Moon Lake. Fortunately, Half Moon Lake is only a shallow lake, with the deepest point being only about 2 meters. This environment is practically our swamp dragon's home ground, and my troops can charge ahead and take the lead. Chapter 147, The Best Resources, I'll pave the way. Hoffener was indeed very sincere. He first explained the specific terrain of Half Moon Lake, and then took the initiative to take the lead. Shuxi nodded without speaking, signaling Hoffenel to continue. This lizard man tribe has a total population of about 70,000 to 80,000. The number 70 or 80,000 instantly made the eyebrows of Shuxi, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet Geta twitch wildly. Seeing this, Hoffenel, fearing that Shuxi and the others might become hesitant to fight, quickly added. Their total population is around 70,000 to 80,000, half of whom are elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. There are fewer than 50,000 true bloodline warriors. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's heart rate, which had just spiked, gradually decreased. At the same time, Hoffen paused, pursed his lips, and then stated his own request. Shuxi, after conquering the lizard man tribe, I can forego any spoils of war. But all those women and children of the lizard people must be given to me. Hoffener spoke very seriously, looking directly into Shuxi's eyes. Hoffenel, that's really a smart man. He knew very well that after acquiring a vast territory, the best resource was not magic potions or magic cores, but population. Shuxi gazed intently at Hoffenel, a swamp dragon with a far-sighted and intelligent gaze. As you wish. After a moment's thought, Shuxi agreed to Hoffenel's request. However, Shuxi then abruptly changed his tone, speaking without any room for discussion and revealing his sharp edge. However, I must take all those surrendered lizard men into my army. I need them to fight for us. This is something I don't need to explain. You should already know it. The presence of prisoners can reduce our losses. Hoffen nodded. He had absolutely no objection to this. As the head of a clan, no one wants their clansmen to charge into battle and die as cannon fodder. Then, seeing that Shuxi stopped talking, Hoffen continued. After landing, we need to work together to face the enemy. Shuxi did not object. Hoffenel's suggestion was to hope that Shuxi would also contribute to reduce the troop losses in the Poison Dragon Swamp. This aligns with Shuxi's established plan, so Shuxi couldn't possibly have any objections. As for the Hokaka leader-level lizard monster, at this point, Hoffener stammered, unsure how to allocate the funds. After all, neither Shuxi, nor the Prophet Geta, nor Elder Genkai were people he could command. Hokaka is entrusted to me and the Prophet Geta. You and Elder Steelcare assist our bloodline warriors in taking down the Lizard Man tribe as soon as possible. This way, we can reduce the losses for both of us. Hoffenel agreed with the suggestion and had no objections whatsoever. Next, the group discussed some details regarding the attack. Half a day later, everything was agreed upon. Shuxi raised his glass and said with great pleasure, Hoffenel, come on, let's drink to our upcoming collaboration. Hoffen nodded, raised his glass, and prepared to clink glasses with Shax. However, it was only then that Hoffenel noticed the wine glass in Shax's hand, which was very strange and unusual. Could this aura be? Shax chuckled, raised his glass a little higher, and moved closer to Hoffen. The goblet, crafted from the head of Thunderhawk Knight Oots, was made by the obsidian golem master craftsman, Prophet Geta. Isn't this wine glass exquisite? Shax said this in a cheerful and happy tone. But these words sent chills down Hoffenheim's spine. Hoffen hadn't expected that Shuxi would be so ruthless, not only killing Thunder Eagle Knight Oots, but also grinding his skull into a wine glass. Honestly, Hoffen felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the cup in the hands of the shackles was polished from the skull of Hoffenel. Shax stopped laughing and looked at Hoffenel with a half-smile. The reason why Shuxi brought out the bone cup was to intimidate Hoffenel and warn him not to play any tricks in the upcoming cooperation. Otherwise, Shax wouldn't mind having another bone cup to make a pair. Cough cough, it is indeed exquisite. The craftsmanship of the Prophet Geta is superb. Hoffener suppressed the urge to turn away and, with an awkward smile, savored the bone cup with Shakespeare. Hoffenel warned himself that he must not offend Shuxi. After a night's rest, before dawn, Shuxi and his men launched their invasion. Lizards are nocturnal creatures that sleep during the day. Although the lizard men have evolved, their energy levels decrease during the day, resulting in a slight reduction in their combat effectiveness. Launching the invasion at dawn was also the result of discussions between Shuxi and the others. This is a spectacular scene. Countless swamp crocodiles, swamp dragons, and swamp rats swiftly traversed the water, charging towards Half Moon Island from all directions. Those were Hoffen's troops. They had launched a general offensive. Shuxi raised his right hand and then lowered it, and at that moment, the war horn from the Black Wasteland tribe was sounded. The mournful sound of horns echoed across Half Moon Lake, and a force of nearly 50,000 cannon fodder followed closely behind the swamp dragon, charging toward Half Moon Island. Shuxi activated his bloodlust aura, causing many of his cannon fodder subordinates to enter a berserk state. Stay close behind the Grand Elder and be careful. Shaxi turned his head and gave Yelena a word of advice. Shax really didn't want his seductive and charming lover, who knew how to please people, to die on the battlefield for no reason. I know, it's a saxophone. With a major battle imminent, Yelena was pleasantly surprised and delighted to receive Shaxi's concern. She usually addresses Shaxi as chieftain or dear chieftain. Only then did she call Shaxi by his name. Different forms of address indicate different relationships. Anyone with common sense understands this. Shaxi stopped paying attention to Yelena and turned to the Prophet Geta. Prophet, it's our turn to step in. The Prophet Geta gripped his stone axe tightly with both hands, stepped forward, and spoke in a calm voice. Chieftain, I'll clear the way. Good. Shaxi did not refuse, and took out his spear, strolling leisurely behind the Prophet Geta. The lizardmen on Half Moon Island reacted quickly and launched a counterattack. However, wherever the Prophet Geta went, all the lizardmen were wiped out. The monster is in the eastern part of the island's center. Clear. Shaxi sensed the aura of the leader-level magical beast first and reminded the Prophet Geta. The Prophet Geta swung his stone axe, and the path began to veer off course, heading straight for the boss-level monster. Roar. A voice, both serpentine and tigerish, roared out, and a leader-level aura swept across Half Moon Island. Hokaka, the leader of the Lizardman tribe, made his official appearance. Chapter 148, Possessing Magic, Sliding Away. Kobolds run. The war has begun. Charge. 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 All enemies deserve to die. Plunder their women, seize their weapons, and cut off their heads. For the tribe, for glory, for honor. Shakti followed behind the Prophet Geta, calmly surveying the entire scene. What reached Shaksha's ears most was not the sound of fighting or killing, but the Kobold Tekkel's battle declaration and encouragement. Being on such a large battlefield, it's actually very difficult to remain detached. Anyone would be stimulated by the blood and carnage on the battlefield, becoming excited and violent. The battlefield, imbued with magic, unleashes the innate killing intent of all living beings. Shakespeare had a long-term vision, so he saw many details and witnessed many processes. The kobolds wore hammers and javelins roared as they faced their enemies with fear and launched a desperate counterattack. The troll warriors were agile and swift, leaving behind only severed limbs and flowing blood wherever they went. The obsidian golems fought with a brutal pace, like bulldozers, blasting away all the lizard men wherever they went. Meanwhile, the arrows that occasionally streaked through the air and the faint chanting of incantations were the succubi dancing. The buffalo people are the most eccentric. There are a few buffalo people who have gone mad and have charged to the forefront of the cannon fodder group, treating themselves as cannon fodder. The buffalo men, on the other hand, faced countless lizard men charging towards them, fighting desperately for their lives. Shaxi's state was strange. He felt as if he had merged into the battlefield, yet also detached from it. Shax saw many cannon fodder regiment members die in the trampling, and saw the Grand Elder and Hoffenel slaughtering on the battlefield. Of course, Shaxi also saw Yelena, who was wandering around the battlefield, constantly wielding her dagger like a ghost. Boom. With a loud bang, Shaxi was jolted awake from his strange state. The Prophet Geta and the leader-level magical beast Hokaka exchanged blows, but neither could gain the upper hand. The monster Hokaka had somehow acquired a layer of ice armor, giving it extremely high defensive capabilities. The Prophet Geta's strike just now failed to land as he had hoped. The monster Hokaka's sharp claws create bursts of sparks with every swing in the air. As expected, Hoffenel was right. The monster Hokaka truly had both water and fire affinity. Shaxi mustered his strength, held his spear upside down, and began to charge. At the same time, the skills Troll Blood and Void Levitation were activated by Shaksha. Shaxi's body swelled up dramatically, his hair flying wildly, like a demon god descending. Shaxi leaped up, gripping his spear with both hands, his entire body erupting with blood energy and swirling with demonic aura, before plummeting down like a shooting star. At the same time, the Prophet Geta seized the opportunity and launched a horizontal slash. Everywhere you look, there's danger. Damn Hoffenel. Those despicable inferior races. When they can't win, they call on foreign helpers. Flames shatter the ice. I'll fight you to the death. The pace of the boss-level battle was very fast, and the monster Hokaka had no time to dodge, so it had no choice but to face it head-on. The ice armor on the monster Hokaka began to crack, and sparks flashed through the cracks. The next second, the ice armor on the monster Hokaka's body transformed into countless ice blades, shooting out from every angle without blind spots, indiscriminately attacking friend or foe. Boom. Within a radius of 100 meters, regardless of friend or foe, all the bloodline warriors fell. Shax, his entire body encased in bone armor, plunged his spear deep into the back of the monster Hokaka, yet he himself suffered little harm. However, most of the bone armor on Shax's arms had already been removed by ice shards. The jade bone armor was severely damaged, and it is unknown when it will be able to recover its full appearance. As for the Prophet Geta, his entire body was covered in shallow wounds. However, those wounds were nothing to the petrified Prophet Geta. Instead, it was the Prophet Geta's stone axe that, taking advantage of the disintegration of the ice armor, sliced across the arm of the monster Hokaka, severing one of its claws at the root. Roar! Despite this, the monster Hokaka is still alive. The vitality of lizards, especially those from magical beasts, is incredibly tenacious. For them, the ability to regenerate severed limbs and tails is a basic survival skill. Therefore, the monster Hokaka launched another counterattack with its other claw. Bang! The Prophet Geta was struck by the claws and staggered back several steps. Only Shax stood on the back of the monster Hokaka, constantly stirring his spear, causing the latter great pain. Then, the remaining front paws of the monster Hokaka landed to support its upper body, and its tail swept towards Shax like a whip. The terrifying sound of the wind alerted Shax to the danger, and without a second thought, he dropped the spear. Shax jumped off the back of the monster Hokaka, dodging the attack of the giant tail. Upon landing on the ground, Shax immediately spotted the stone axe stuck in the right arm of the monster Hokaka. Shax's eyes lit up, and he sped up to run towards the stone axe. The monster Hokaka saw through Shax's intentions and swung its remaining claws at him. Shax twisted his body, using the skill Void Levitation to avoid the attack, and at the same time touched the stone axe. The stone axe, which seemed enormous to others, was now as nimble as a feather in Shax's hands, as easy to wield as an extension of his own arm. With the stone axe in hand, Shax's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp. Kill! Shax, holding the giant axe in both hands, charged forward. The next moment, a famous scene unfolded, and the visuals were stunning. A 3-meter-tall troll, carrying a stone axe nearly 10 meters long, slid away. The monster Hokaka had a terrifying, suffocating gash cut from its neck to its tail. Immediately afterwards, blood and internal organs fell to the ground. The monster Hokaka let out a defiant roar before collapsing to the ground. He's finally dead. Spears are still not enough to deal with large magical beasts. Shax breathed a sigh of relief. The death of the monster Hokaka meant the battle was over. However, the thought was extinguished as soon as it arose in Shax's mind. Shax sensed danger and, relying on his instincts, swung his stone axe behind him. Boom. Shax remained as steady as a mountain, while the monster Hokaka was blasted back a distance. What terrifying power! No wonder it was able to kill my servant Hokaka. A deep, imposing voice entered Shax's ears, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Meanwhile, the warriors of various races who had been fighting in the surrounding area had all fallen to the ground, trembling and afraid to move. In the vicinity, only the Prophet Chakravartin and the Prophet Geta remained standing. Shax looked at the magical beast Hokaka with a look of surprise and suspicion. The latter was already lifeless, but now it stood up and assumed a fighting posture, which was extremely strange. No wonder that during this invasion, the Four Domains Lord Axe went straight to Thunderfall Mountain and kept dragging me along. It turns out that someone like you was among the invaders. Kneel down, submit to me, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, if I catch you one day, you will die without a burial place. Chapter 149 Illusory Will, Extraordinary Power. Lord Layla. Shax remained silent. It was the Prophet Geta who cried out in alarm. Because he had many doubts in his mind, Shax did not make a choice immediately, nor did he speak. However, the Prophet Geta, after exclaiming in surprise, immediately reminded Shax. Chieftain, that's not Lord Layla himself, but merely a wisp of his will. Upon hearing this, Shax's eyes showed even more confusion. Instead, the magical beast Hokaka, driven by the will of Lord Layla, turned and stared at the Prophet Geta. The monster Hokaka's body had lost its life force. Although its eyes were closed, the Prophet Geta could feel that a pair of deep eyes were scrutinizing him. The leader-level obsidian golem looks a bit like the one I killed hundreds of years ago. You actually know about the illusory will. You must be quite knowledgeable. The Prophet Geta did not speak, but stared intently at the monster Hokaka, preparing to go all out. However, at that moment, the monster Hokaka turned around and ignored the Prophet Geta. Trolls, submit to me. Whatever conditions Lord Axe of the Four Realms offers you, I'll give you double. And you should understand that my territory is further south, where there are more magical beasts and potions, and more races and resources. Once I've recovered my strength, I'll lead you to invade further south. Whether it was out of greed, or because talent was rare, Lord Layla's wisp of will actually began recruiting Shaxi. Upon hearing Lord Layla's words, Shaksha suddenly felt relieved. Lord Layla's offer of service means that Shaxi and his companions are now safe. Lord Layla's will saw the smile on Shaxi's face, and his voice became slightly deeper and colder. You're a smart person, the conditions I've offered shouldn't be bad. Shax nodded and answered in a cheerful voice. It's great, and I'm really interested in it. Shaxi's words inexplicably irritated Lord Layla, but he still asked a follow-up question. So, you've agreed to submit. Shax shook his head and said a faint apology. Since the appearance of Lord Layla's illusory will, the chaotic battles on Half Moon Island have ceased without prior agreement. All the bloodline warriors were watching the conversation between Shaxi and Lord Layla. The Shakshi, who had always wanted to rise to power, could not possibly submit, nor could they show even a trace of awe or fear. Otherwise, the leadership, authority, and charisma that Shaxi had painstakingly built up would collapse completely. A submissive Shikshita will not inspire awe, but will only cause his subordinates to despise him. Therefore, not only must Shaxi not submit, but he must also face the challenge head-on, just as he did when he faced the Four Domains Lord Axe last time. Shaxi took out a long spear, pointed it at Lord Layla, and said with great pride, "This is the second time I have faced a Lord-level powerhouse. I humbly request your guidance, Lord Layla." The fact that Shaxi addressed Lord Ryra as Your Excellency instead of Sir already reveals his ambition and aspirations. Troll, you'll regret this. Shaxi didn't speak, but launched a swift charge, charging forward with unparalleled momentum. Sizzle. However, to everyone's surprise, the Shaxi did not actually charge. Halfway there, Shaxi threw his spear and then suddenly stopped. Roar. At the same time, the figure of Abyssal Tyrannoman appeared, and the Abyssal Flame Dragon cannon instantly condensed and directly blasted towards the illusory image of Lord Layla's will. Boom. This was an unexpected attack, and even the Phantom of Lord Layla's will didn't have time to react. Lord Layla managed to catch the spear thrown by Shaxi, but the Abyssal Flame Dragon cannon from the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus was not so easy to catch, as it was a deep abyssal magic that caused widespread damage. The Abyss Flame Dragon cannon struck the monster Hokaka squarely, also affecting the phantom of its will. Before the Abyss Flame Dragon cannon, the illusory will without a physical body to rely on vanished like a dream bubble. Troll, I will kill you with my own hands. This is the last defiant and stubborn act of the Lord Layla's will, and also a helpless retaliation for the insult to her dignity. With a cold expression, Shaxi stepped out from behind the Abyss Tyrannosaurus and approached the monster Hokaka step by step. Seeing the mangled body of the monster Hokaka, Shaxi drew his four-bladed blood spear and severed Hokaka's barely intact head. Shaxi raised the head of the monster Hokaka aloft and surveyed all the warriors on Half Moon Island. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or you will be spared. Otherwise, extermination of the race. Shax's voice was flat, but such a voice only made people feel indifferent and fearful. The troll leader before them dared to challenge Lord Layla and even shattered a wisp of Lord Layla's will. Gradually, the lizard people on Half Moon Island laid down their weapons. The defeat of Lord Layla's phantom will completely rob them of their fighting spirit. Troll King. Someone in the crowd called out that name. The next moment, all the bloodline warriors shouted, Troll King. Troll King. Shax laughed too, a very happy laugh. Shaxi wasn't happy because of the title King of the Trolls, but because he saw a golden light merge into the ash chest dropped by the monster Hokaka. Although Lord Layla's illusory will did not fall into the ash chest, it transformed into a golden light and merged into the ash chest. This is a new discovery for Shakespeare, and also something to look forward to. It's Kshatriya's anticipation for the ash's treasure chest. Of course, the surprises didn't end there. When Shaxi broke open the skull of the monster Hokaka, he discovered a level 7 magic core. As the battle came to an end, Shaxi moved into the wooden house in the center of Half Moon Island, under the awe-inspiring gazes of Hoffenel, the Prophet Geta, and others. As for the inventory of battle damage and spoils, there are dedicated people to handle that. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. This is the habitat of the Harpy race and the direct territory of Lord Layla. Inside a palace atop a mountain peak, Lord Layla sat on her throne, gazing towards the northeast. A leader-level troll, its power is terrifying. You can sense that his bloodline power is very strong. Could it be that he has awakened some kind of high-level bloodline? Without extraordinary power and the will of a lord, it would be really difficult to deal with him. The strength of the Shaxi truly surprised Lord Layla. But it was just surprise. Lord Layla still didn't take Shaxi seriously. In Lord Layla's eyes, Shaxi was just a special leader-level powerhouse. Lord level. Upon reaching this level, one will possess extraordinary power and awaken a personal will that transcends faith. Faced with extraordinary power, the bloodline power of a leader is utterly insignificant. To put it bluntly, the clash between Shax and the Four Domains Lord Axe was really just a normal test. The Four Domains Lord Axe did not use his extraordinary power or will in front of Shaxi. Chapter 150 Partners, 2 Conclusions. Half Moon Lake, wooden houses on the island. Shaxi sat in the main seat, with the succubus Queen Yelena standing behind him. Seated on the left and right guest seats were Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and 3 leader-level powerhouses, Hoffenheimer. Even now, the people inside the wooden house still look at Shaxi with awe. Although it was only a wisp of will, the courage to challenge a lord-level powerhouse was something that ordinary people could not do. Shax glanced at everyone, neither forceful nor pretentious. Prophet, tell us what the Phantom of Will is all about. The Prophet Geta did not speak, but instead glanced at Hoffenal, the leader of the Poison Dragon Swamp, beside him. Shax had a faint smile on his face and said calmly, "No problem. Chief Hoffener performed well this time and is a qualified partner." The Prophet Geta nodded, organized his thoughts, and spoke what he could say. "Chieftain, this story goes back to my grandfather's time. My grandfather's name is Gali, and he was the previous leader of the Black Wasteland Forest." Shaxi nodded. He had discussed this matter with the Prophet Geta before and knew that the previous leader of the Black Waste Forest was from the Obsidian Golem clan. My grandfather was killed by the Phantom of Lord Layla's while during an invasion by all races. Before my grandfather died, he used a secret method to record the details of his battle with Lord Layla, which is how I was able to recognize the Phantom of Lord Layla's will. Chieftain, this is all I know about the Phantom of Will. At this point, the Prophet Geta fell silent. Whether out of sadness or for some other reason, the Prophet Geta chose to remain silent. Shaksha glanced at the Prophet Geta, but did not pursue him. Instead, he turned to look at Hoffenal. "Hoffenal, we won this invasion. It was a pleasure working with you." Shax raised his glass and clinked it with Hoffenal from a distance. After swallowing a mouthful of beast blood wine, a fiery sensation surged from his abdomen, erupting like a volcano to his throat, making Shax feel extremely comfortable. As previously agreed, the women and children in the population will be yours, and all other lizard men will be filled into the cannon fodder regiment. To be honest, the cannon fodder regiment, composed of kobolds and half-goat people, suffered considerable losses in this charge. The main reason for the damage was their weak combat capabilities. Furthermore, since the lizard men are fighting on their home turf, ordinary kobolds are no match for them in a one-on-one situation. Fortunately, this invasion was led by a powerful leader, and the combined forces of Shaxi and Hoffenal were quite numerous. Otherwise, the losses of the cannon fodder regiment would have been even greater. Lord Shaxi, I have no problem with this, and I am quite satisfied. Hoffen was very satisfied. He couldn't imagine what the outcome would be if he attacked Half Moon Island alone. That would definitely result in a crushing defeat. Moreover, this invasion even involved the Phantom of Lord Layla's will. Hoffenal wished he could be completely invisible, letting Shaxi bear the pressure in front of him. Shaxi glanced at Hoffenal, and he could roughly guess what the guy was thinking. "Hoffenal, we're going to attack Thunderstorm City next, and we need you to lead the way." Hoffen was taken aback. In fact, having invaded to this extent, Hoffen had obtained enough human resources. Hoffenal was somewhat inclined to withdraw, but now he felt somewhat powerless to change his situation. Since joining forces with the Shaxi, Hoffenal has lost his chance to escape. In other words, Hoffenal was bound together with the Shaxi. Hoffen sometimes thought that if he forced himself to leave, he might really be surrounded and killed by the 3 of them: Shaxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai. Of course, there's also the Abyssal Tyrannoman, which was kept hidden away by Shaxu. The thought of Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast actually lessened Hoffenheim's worries somewhat, because the strength of the Shax side was simply too great. "Your Excellency Shaxi, I have no problem." Having received Hoffenal's affirmation, Shaxi turned to look at the Succubus Queen, Yelena. "As you heard, what Chief Hoffenal needs is people, and to relinquish his share of the spoils." The Succubus Queen, Yelena, smiled alluringly, gave a slight bow, and then left the wooden house to arrange the distribution of the spoils. As the Succubus Queen Yelena walked out, Shaxi fell into deep thought. Shaxi really wanted to occupy Half Moon Island due to its unique geographical environment. Unfortunately, none of the tribes of Shaxi were accustomed to water. Moreover, it's not about seizing the opportunity. Why? Shuxi sighed, which sounded rather strange to Hoffenel. Lord Shuxi, why do you sigh? Shikushi looked at the shallow lake outside the wooden house and said calmly, Hoffenel, you should know that Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, once promised me that I would be allowed to occupy a piece of land as my own territory. I'm wondering whether I should take over this place. Shuxi's words made Hoffenel feel very uncomfortable. If Shuxi really occupies Half Moon Lake, then if Hoffenel wants to invade southward in the future, he will have to pass through Shuxi's territory. For a moment, Hoffen felt as if he had eaten shit. Haha, just kidding. I'm already being targeted by Lord Layla, so how could I dare to take over this place as my own territory? Hearing this, Hoffen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is deliberately trying to disgust me. Hoffenel realized that Shuxi was making fun of him. Lord Shuxi, I'm going to check how many people are left in the Lizardman tribe. Hoffenel stood up, bowed, said goodbye, and left the cabin. Shax nodded and did not stop him. Hoffener was a leader-level powerhouse, and not a subordinate of Shuxi, so there was no reason for him to stop her. Moreover, Shaxki was making fun of Hoffenel in an attempt to drive him away. Hoffenel also saw through Shuxi's little scheme and made an excuse to leave the cabin. Prophet, may you continue? After Hoffenel left, Shaksha turned to look at the Prophet Geta. Chieftain, according to the information left by my grandfather, willpower is a unique ability of Lord-level powerhouses. It is a terrifying ability that arises from the mind after possessing extraordinary power, and it is extremely frightening. A wisp of the will of a Lord-level powerhouse, if used properly, can withstand the attack of an ordinary leader-level powerhouse. This news might not mean much to the Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkai, but for Shakus, it was like a guiding light, illuminating the path to advancement. Previously, according to information obtained by Shuxi, advancing to the rank of Lord required a Lord's heart and territory. The information that Shax has now obtained is a hint about the abilities of powerful lords. Based on these two pieces of information, Shuxi immediately deduced two conclusions. First, the Lord's heart is not only an item needed to advance to the Lord level, but it should also contain the secret to obtaining extraordinary power. Secondly, the power of extraordinary strength allows Lord-level powerhouses to concentrate their will and gain the ability to manipulate some extraordinary substances. For example, spirit or faith. Chapter 151, Improving the System, Thunderstorm Bearman. Lord level is currently an existence that Shuxi cannot even dream of. Therefore, the Lord's secret could only remain unsolved. Shuxi glanced at the silent Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai, thought for a moment, and then took out the level 7 magic core left behind by the magical beast Hokaka. Prophet, Elder, I want to give this magic core to the Succubus Queen Yelena, so she can try it out and see if she can advance to the leader level. When we are fighting abroad, having an additional leader means having more security. Shuxi paused for a moment, drawing the attention of both the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai. According to the rules I established before, this magic core should be given to my demon wife, Yuena. However, special circumstances require special handling. What do you think? Neither the Prophet Geta nor Elder Gankai spoke immediately, but instead squinted and pondered. After a long while, the Prophet Geta finally spoke slowly. Chieftain, your proposal is for everyone's safety and for the sake of the tribe, and I support it. However, with this precedent, will it lead to unnecessary disputes and conflicts within the tribe in the future? Shuxi nodded. The Prophet Geta's reminder was very pertinent. The fact that Shuxi has distributed leader-level resources this time is highly likely to become a case study for handling similar incidents in the future. Therefore, the distribution of these supplies must be based on specific reasons, conditions, and restrictions, and must start off well. Shax reached out and stroked his smooth chin, momentarily unable to make a decision, feeling somewhat conflicted. Shakespeare, I agree with your decision. Our Black Wilderness tribe must have rules, and we must act in accordance with those rules. However, I believe that there must be someone in the tribe who can break the rules. The clan leader is the most suitable person for that position. Elder Gonkai's idea was simple. Whatever decision Shax made, he would support it. However, it was this simple idea that inspired Shax. The Black Wasteland tribe must have order, but it must also have a supreme being who can establish and break that order. What a brilliant idea that is. As Shax stared at Elder Gankai, he suddenly felt that beneath Elder Gonkai's robust physique shone a light of wisdom. Even the Prophet Geta was shocked by Elder Gonkai's suggestion. Okay, I'll bestow the level 7 magic core upon Elder Yelena as a reward later, because she helped the tribe find the head of the previous chieftain, Grell. Those who make contributions will be rewarded. At the same time, a special notice was issued to the entire clan that during wartime, The leader-level magic core would be available to all ordinary hero-level elders, but they would have to exchange it for battle merits. Taking this opportunity, we established a battle merit system within the tribe and the cannon fodder regiment. As Shaxi spoke, he became more and more excited. Once his thoughts wandered, he felt that what was in front of him was not a problem at all, but rather an opportunity to improve his own power system. Upon hearing this, both the Prophet Geta and Elder Gonkei's eyes lit up. In their view, Shakespeare was a natural leader who always offered appropriate and wise choices and suggestions at crucial moments. Teminer, go and fetch Yelena for me. Tell her it's an emergency meeting of the elders. The guardian troll terminal outside the cabin responded and then ran out. A moment later, the succubus queen Yelena entered the wooden house and saw that Shaxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Gankai all looked deep in thought, so she thought something had happened again. Chieftain, you wanted to see me? Shaxi nodded, pointed to the seat next to him, and gestured for Yelena to sit down and talk. Without further ado, Shaxi took out the wooden box containing a level 7 magic core from the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird in his bosom and waved it to Yelena. Inside is a level 7 magic core from the magical beast Hokaka. You have done a great service by retrieving the head of the tribe's previous chieftain, Gerald. The discovery of the Holy Maiden of the Flower Garland clan is another great achievement. I consulted with the Prophet and the Elder and decided to bestow the magic core upon you, hoping it will help you advance further. Yelena, don't let us down. Happiness came so suddenly that the succubus queen, Yelena, was somewhat caught off guard. Yelena stood there, unconsciously clutching the wooden box tightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shax. Shaxi felt a little uncomfortable under Yelena's gaze, rolled his eyes, and said slowly, "This is true. Special circumstances require special handling. As the clan's elder deacon, Yelena, you are too weak." Yelena blinked, looked down at the wooden box in her arms, and then looked up to ask, "What about the younger sister, Yelena? Shouldn't this be her resource?" Twins are twins, and sisters are sisters. Although the sisters are constantly fighting each other, they actually care about each other quite a bit. When the demon wife Yuena was mentioned, Shaxi brought up the merit system that he had discussed with the Grand Elder and the Prophet. This system of merit-based rewards is still in its preliminary stages and requires your organization to refine it. In a few days, when we return, we will have to distribute the rewards according to this system of meritorious service. After learning the whole story, Yelena exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Yelena was very touched. Shaxi, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet Gata went to great lengths to ensure that she could rightfully obtain this leader-level resource. For the tribe, Yelena is willing. Yelena wanted to say something to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by Shaxi. "We know what you want to say, but nothing is as direct as immediately perfecting the reward and punishment system. Next, you should assign some experienced personnel to improve this system as soon as possible. Also, we will rest on Half Moon Island for half a month, so you can take the opportunity to train properly. You can take any missing resources from the spoils of war yourself. Just let me know when the time comes." Yelena nodded, feeling grateful. Shikessa had pushed the task of perfecting the reward and punishment system onto her, which was still a way for her to accumulate merit. Moreover, this military rest period was actually to wait for her, hoping that she would gain something from it. This man, I didn't serve him for nothing. The thought crossed Yelena's mind, and a number of romantic ideas began to emerge. Thunder Forest, Thunderstorm City. This is a gathering place for Thunderstorm Bear Men, a truly large tribe. Because the entire tribe has a population of 100,000, and they are all Thunder Bear people. Such a large tribe has also produced 3 powerful leaders. They are the 3 brothers Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue Yin. These 3 brothers are easy to distinguish. The hair on their heads is green, black, and silver-gray, respectively. Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, Kue Tong, Kue Tai, and Kue Yin, were in their stone house hosting a banquet for Lei Jier, a leader-level expert from Leiju Mountain. Rijil is a harpy, and he was sent by Lord Ryra as reinforcements in the past 2 days. Chapter 152 Fearless of Anyone, Soaring into the Sky. The Lord said that as long as we defeat that chieftain troll this time, he will give us a piece of territory when we invade the south again. The leader-level harpy, Rijil, leaned against a beautiful female bear man, with a beautiful, sorrowful banshee in his arms, drinking as he gave instructions to Lord Layla on the tasks assigned to him. "Rijil, is that troll you mentioned very strong? Even the 3 of US brothers couldn't handle it?" The one who spoke was Xiong Lauda Kue Tong, whose voice was somewhat hoarse and had a heavy metal feel to it. To be noticed by the Lord, one's strength must be considerable. Moreover, this invading force not only included 4 leader-level powerhouses, but also an abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. Nothing else happened, but when the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, heard about the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, they all exclaimed in surprise. Rijil, the troll we're about to face isn't the love interest of Axe, the Lord of the Four Realms, is he? In fact, Rijil didn't know either. He didn't even know the name of that leader-level troll. Who knows? As long as they're leader-level trolls, we'll kill them all, and then we'll take their corpses to the Lord to claim our reward. Rijil glanced at the three Thunderstorm Bearman brothers and said in a sarcastic voice, "The Lord was worried that you would suffer losses, so he sent me to help you. Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, Kuei Yin, are you brothers not scared now?" Kuei Yin was the third oldest, the youngest and most impetuous, and also the least susceptible to provocation. Fear, unless it's Lord Axe of the Four Domains himself. We brothers have never been afraid of anyone. Kuei Tong and Kuei Tai remained silent, their brows furrowed in deep thought. Lord Layla has actually sent their own clan's chieftain-level powerhouse to provide support this time, so the opponent must be very formidable. Don't worry, I'm not coming alone this time. A Harpy squad has come with me and will arrive in Thunderstorm City soon. Upon hearing this, Kuei Tong and Kuei Tai's eyes lit up considerably. If flying harpies were to join the fight, Thunderstorm City would have virtually no weaknesses. On land, the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, were confident that they would not lose to any race. Thunder Forest, Half Moon Island. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and thanks to Yelena's efforts over the past few days, the wartime reward system proposed by Shaxi has taken initial shape. Yelena, having accomplished this task, also began her cultivation. Both the forces of Shaxi and Hoffenel were resting on Half Moon Island, and the two sides were constantly working together to improve their coordination. After sending Hoffenheimer away, who had come to talk about feelings with him, Shaki followed Nadal toward a small hill on Half Moon Island. Here, the leader-level flying magical beast, Thunder Eagle, landed. Shax still had a slight smile on his face as he took out a bottle of pet pills and tossed it over. "So have you thought it through? Do you want to sign a contract with me?" Laying didn't say anything, swallowed the pet beast pill, and looked quite pleased. The image is strange. Do eagles have faces? But Shax could tell that Thunder Eagle was really enjoying it. "I can't speak for everything else, but I'll definitely have enough pet pills. Moreover, there might be even tastier things than pet pills in the future." Shax's words caught Thunder Eagle's attention. "Are you telling the truth? Is there really anything tastier than pet pills?" Shax laughed, a natural laugh, a wide grin. Because Laying did not reject Shax's offer to contract with it. At this moment, Laying was like an employee who had agreed to join Shax's company and was negotiating salary with Shax. "Let me put it this way. I've raised a level 5 triangular python into a level 6 magical beast, and it's currently helping me guard my territory. If it were you, I could train you to be even stronger." While it may seem like Shakespeare is just making empty promises, he is actually planning for the future. If Thunderhawk joins Shuxi's team, it will definitely become one of Shuxi's priority monsters to train. Seeing that Thunder Eagle didn't react, Shax walked over and got a little closer to it. "Let me sense it." Shuxi reached out and gently placed his hand on the Thunderhawk's feathers. The next moment, pieces of bone armor began to emerge from Shuxi's hands. They were jade bone armor. The jade bone armor rapidly extended, covering the Thunder Eagle's wings, claws, head, and other vital parts. "Did you feel it? As long as you're with me, it will cover your entire body, and you'll feel much safer." Thunder Eagle twisted its head, spread its wings, and looked at the important bones encased in bone armor, finding it perfectly natural. What a strange feeling. Shax didn't say anything. He waited for Laying to get used to the jade bone armor, and for Laying to get tired of playing with it before putting the jade bone armor away. "Do you have a name?" This was the question asked by Shax, and the recipient was, of course, Laying. "Of course, my name is Evans, son of Storm and Lightning." Shax almost burst out laughing when he realized that Thunderhawk Evans was actually a show-off. "So, Evans, let's sign the contract." Shax said those words very seriously. He couldn't wait any longer. He could wait once or twice, but with Lord Layla taking notice and about to invade the south again, he felt he had to find another trump card for himself. As he spoke, the power of his bloodline began to surge within Shuxi's body, and a contract magic circle condensed in his hand. This is a partnership contract, a type of soul contract, where both parties are equals. Thunderhawk Evans remained silent, staring at Shax without resisting or fleeing. Upon witnessing this scene, Shax knew he had already succeeded halfway. "In my name, Shuxi Mayan, and Thunderhawk Evans, I hereby enter into an equal contract." The contract magic circle successfully merged into Thunder Eagle's body, and the next moment, Both Shax and Thunder Eagle could sense each other in the darkness. Evans, take me for a spin. Let me see the world through your eyes. Thunderhawk Evans let out a cry and readily agreed to Shuxy's request. However, just as Shax jumped onto the eagle's back, preparing to take off, Thunder Eagle Evans suddenly turned his head, opened his beak, and demanded the pet beast pill. Shax didn't refuse and took out 3 bottles of pet beast pills, feeding them all to Thunder Eagle. Thunderhawk Evans was extremely satisfied. He pushed off the ground with his claws and flapped his wings, thus taking off from the ground. On the small hill, Nadal of the Igor clan witnessed the entire process of Shuxy deceiving Thunderhawk. Is the contract now complete? They've only met 3 times. If Utezi and his sister Yudif saw this, would they go crazy? This is the Thunder Eagle they begged and pleaded with to get a contract with. In the past, Thunder Eagles would never let anyone get close. My troll master is just too charming. Nadal struggled for a long time before finally managing to come up with a word to praise clothes, and even that word wasn't very fitting. Perhaps I should let Ju Fu escape from the Fire Crow clan as soon as possible. Watching the Kshatriya and Thunder Eagle fly away, Nadal had a few more thoughts in his mind. Chapter 153, He's Amazing, the Subterranean Caterpillar. So beautiful. Shakespeare thinks this world is so beautiful. Looking down at the Thunder Forest, the horizon stretches endlessly. It is a forest so vast it defies description. Visible light shone down from the sky, casting a golden veil between the giant trees and the hills. The hills, dense forests, and lakes are breathtakingly beautiful. Chirp chirp. Amidst the Thunder Eagle's high-pitched screech, Shuxy descended in a spiral, attracting the attention and cheers of countless bloodline warriors. Troll King. He is the Troll King. Those with keen eyesight recognized Shuxy and called out to him. Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai stood together, looking at the Shaksha on Thunderhawk's body, their eyes shining with fanaticism. This is unbelievable. The clan leader, he really succeeded. The Prophet Geta looked up at Shakshi, his face filled with excitement and fervor. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle filled the biggest weakness of the Black Wasteland tribe. Yes, flying magical beasts, attacks from the sky, whether it's a beast tide, a dark tide, or an invasion by all races, are all weaknesses of the Black Wasteland tribe. This is also a weakness of XYZ. However, this weakness disappeared without anyone noticing. From the first time I saw Shuxy throw his spear and kill the fire lizard in the Black Wasteland forest, I knew he was amazing. Elder Gankai's face showed not only fervor, but also satisfaction. Shuxy, he was the one who brought him here. However, just when everyone thought that the landing Shuxy would show off, the Thunder Eagle quickly flew away from Half Moon Island. The Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Hoffenal stepped forward to inquire of Shaksha. Shuxy, you've subdued the Thunderhawk? Hoffenal was the first to ask a question, revealing his hidden emotions, tension, fear, and jealousy. Shax shook his head and answered with a hint of regret. Oh no, I used several precious magical herbs to make a deal with the Thunderhawk, asking it to take me for a spin up there. I want to see how big the Thunder Forest is, and I want to see what our world is really like. Hoffener didn't care about the last sentence at all. When Hoffenal heard that Shuxy had failed to subdue the Thunder Eagle, he was truly relieved. The existence of a leader-level Thunder Eagle is attractive even to some Lord-level powerhouses. If a Lord-level powerhouse does not have a flying mount, or does not have the ability to fly, a leader-level Thunder Eagle has the possibility of escaping from them. This is where the true value of flying monsters lies. Shax shook his head, somewhat dejected, and his low spirits dismissed Hoffen. Clan Chief. Shakespeare. Back in the cabin, Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai couldn't help but ask in unison whether what Shuxy had just said was true or false. Shuxy didn't speak, but simply nodded with a smile on his face. I sent Lei Ying to patrol the surrounding area. The Prophet made arrangements so that when we return, 2 of our tribesmen would be assigned to inscribe the maps. I need them. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Geta and Elder Gankai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The signal released by Shuxy caused both of the leader-level powerhouses to tremble slightly. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While Shuxy was celebrating a joyous occasion, his demon wife, Yuna, was filled with sorrow. Dels, just in case, you and Yo Handy will take turns guarding this place from now on. Yes, Your Excellency Yuta. A respectful title for the demon wife. The demon wife, Yuna, stood on the stone wall of the eastern mountain ridge, gazing at the underground cracks at the bottom of the canyon, her brows furrowed in worry. Little Scarlet, how's it going down there now? The crypt spider queen, Crimson, scrunched up her little face, and a hint of fear appeared in her scarlet eyes. My lady, There are more and more caterpillars burrowing underground. Most of my people have been eaten by them. Only a small number escaped. Upon hearing this, the demon wife, Yina, looked extremely displeased. In recent days, sharp insect chirps have been frequently heard coming from the cracks in the ground. To investigate the specific situation within the underground fissures, the demon wife Yina ordered the crystal spider queen, Scarlet, to send out hatched spiderlings to explore. The exploration went smoothly and reduced the number of people killed. However, the findings left Yina, Aya, Dels, and Nyo Handy extremely frightened, even terrified. A nest of subterranean caterpillars appeared in a crack in the ground at some unknown time. At first there were only a few, then a dozen or so, and now there are over 100. Although no leader-level subterranean caterpillars have been discovered yet, which are the terrifying thorny insects described by Shax, the increasing number of subterranean caterpillars is causing Yina great concern. What would happen if those caterpillars crawled out of the canyon along the cracks in the ground? Thinking of this, Yina couldn't help but shudder. Dels, prepare for battle. Command those obsidian golems to move more boulders and build a defensive wall. If those underground caterpillars rise up, we'll push the boulder down and crush them. It must be said that Yina's idea is not bad. Elder Durs nodded and accepted the task. Furthermore, the hunting party that made the bull shake the earth sent out guards to wait at the border of the Black Wasteland Forest. As soon as you receive any news about the clan leader, immediately inform the clan leader of the situation here. Dels's expression was also very serious. He knew the situation of the underground fissure better than anyone else, and he had already lost many of his capable men here. Don't worry, Lord Yuta, we've already set up spies along the border. Upon hearing this, Yina relaxed slightly. After a long while, Yina led the cave spider queen down the eastern mountain ridge. Little Scarlet, let's go back. I have some dark source crystals left, you can take them all. Wow, mistress, really? I'm about to advance in rank, you're so good to me. The voice of the cave spider queen is somewhat childlike, and also very excited. Having consumed a large amount of dark source crystals, it is finally about to advance to hero level. During this period, she had squandered almost all the dark source crystals that the Black Wasteland tribe had accumulated last winter. If it were a normal race or monster, it should have already advanced to hero level, which is level 5 monster. The key is that the cave spider queen is somewhat special. She has been stuck at the level 4 monster level for a long time, and only recently has she shown signs of advancing. Don't get too excited yet. After you advance, you need to hatch more baby spiders. Mistress, no problem. For Little Crimson, hatching spiderlings is as easy as sleeping. After you advance, they should have combat capabilities, right? Yes, it does, but it requires a lot of food. As long as you have fighting ability, that's good. As for food, I'll have the hunting team bring it to you. Chapter 154 The Flame of Will, The Road South. Thunder Forest, Half Moon Island. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the wooden house, the blush on the cheeks of the beautiful woman, Luo Fu, in Shuxi's arms had not yet completely faded, but she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Shuxi looked at the ash chest dropped by the monster Hokaka and opened it with great anticipation. Flame of Will. Type, weapon, spear. Quality, dark gold. Special effect 1, ignite. Enemies hit by this weapon have a 50% chance of being ignited. Special effect 2, icebreaker. This effect can stack a layer of ice armor on the holder. The ice armor can be broken on its own, and the fragments can launch attacks from all angles. Weapon description. This is a weapon ignited by willpower. It is very special. This is the first time a weapon of the dark gold level has been dropped by Shax. Even on the ash platform, they are extremely rare, practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Dark gold level items correspond to lord level items, and Shuxi knows this very well. The enemies I'm encountering are getting stronger and stronger, so it's definitely time to upgrade my weapons. The 4-blade blood spear can't keep up with my pace anymore. Shuxi put away the flames of will and fell into deep thought. Obviously, the monster Hokaka would not drop a dark gold level weapon, so the only explanation is that the golden light transformed from the wisp of will played a role in it. The mystery of the lord level beings once again fueled Shake's longing. I will definitely reach the lord level. The next morning, Shuxi stepped out of the wooden house and saw Yelena, who had been waiting outside for a long time. Yelena's aura has become much stronger, almost the same as that of the Prophet Gata before he advanced to the leader level. In other words, Yelena failed to advance. However, despite her failure, Yelena still gained many benefits, and her strength was elevated to a special level. Yelena's face showed obvious disappointment, and she was in a very low mood. Shax walked over, picked up Yelena, and turned to enter the wooden house. In the past, it was Yelena who ignited the Shakshi. This time, it was the Shakshi that ignited Yelena. After the rain and spring breeze had passed, Shakshi put his arm around Yelena and said, "Believe me, if it doesn't work this time, there's always next time." The succubus queen, Yelena, unusually refrained from seducing Shakespeare. Instead, she nestled against Shakespeare's chest and let out a soft, gentle hum, like a tender woman. The hard-won leader-level resources were wasted on a failed upgrade. Yelena was more than just disappointed. She even began to doubt her own talent. However, she only felt a little more at ease after Shaxi personally promised her that he would also provide her with leader-level resources. Beneath the animal skin, the Flower Wreath clan's Saintess, Rav, feigned sleep, witnessed a pair of lovers' passionate embrace, and her heart ached with unbearable bitterness. I knew it. They were definitely having an affair. That succubus, that shameless hussy, actually seduced my man. Well, despite being a slave, Saintess Rove already regarded Shaksha as her own possession. Half a day later, everyone gathered in the wooden house at the temporary command center. Hoffenel, I'm almost done here. I'm planning to head south tomorrow. Do you have any problems? Hoffen shook his head. His spoils of war had already been arranged days ago. Okay, it's settled then. All right, I'll pass on the order now. We'll head south tomorrow. Moments later, the order was given, and both the troops of the Shuxi and the Hoffen were packing their belongings and preparing to depart. Hoffenel, now you can tell us about the situation in Thunderstorm City. Elder Gankai appeared very eager. From the rumors he had received from various sources, Thunderstorm City was a tough nut to crack and a powerful entity. Hoffenel was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Of all the battles I've fought against the invasions of various races, Thunderstorm City is the most barbaric and powerful city I've ever seen. The city of Thunderstorm is inhabited by the Thunderstorm Bear Men, whose population numbers at least 100,000. Hoffen's eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if he were lost in some memories. Thunderstorm City is powerful for two reasons. The first reason is that, apart from the children, all Thunderstorm Bear Men are bloodline warriors, and they will all participate in the battle once a war breaks out. The second reason is that the Thunderstorm Bear clan has produced 3 leader-level powerhouses, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin. Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin are triplets who work together seamlessly and excel at team battles and ambushes. As he said this, a palpitation and fear were clearly visible in Hoffener's eyes. Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Gankai all saw the emotions revealed by Hoffenel. The three of them exchanged glances, and all of them saw doubt and apprehension in each other's eyes. I have seen the brothers Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin fight. They are not only strong and powerful, but also have extremely strong strength and defense. They can even transform into enormous thunderstorm bears, sweeping across the battlefield. Hoffen let out a long sigh, as if recounting this information had left him mentally and physically exhausted. Hoffenel, are you afraid? With 4 boss-level powerhouses and a deep abyss Tyrannoman, are you still afraid? The speaker was Elder Gankai, who had the most dislike for those who feared battle. The Prophet Gata did not speak. He had seen the thunderstorm bear, a giant bear about 5 meters tall, which was extremely violent. Shax looked at Hoffenel, never expecting that the intelligent Hoffenel would have such a moment of fear. Is it the thunderstorm bear from Thunderstorm City? Let's go and see just how violent they really are. Are they even more violent than us? When he said those last words, Shakushi's eyes and tone were extremely cold and filled with hostility. Hoffen looked up at Shuxi, and as he thought of Shuxi's abyssal Tyrannosaurus, the fear in his heart slowly dissipated. Hoffenel was somewhat embarrassed, feeling ashamed to face anyone. Being cowardly before the battle was a major taboo for a leader. So the next day, Shuxi and Hoffen drove the cannon fodder regiment south. Thunder Forest, at the foot of Thunderfall Mountain. This is a plain, and there is not a single soldier in sight. The enemy and our troops are extremely far apart. Boom. A terrifying shockwave rippled out and swept into the distance. The Lord of the Four Realms, Axe, and the Lord of the Thunder Forest, Layla, exchanged blows, resulting in a draw. Axe, go back, I won't make way for you. Layla's wings flapped slowly as she stood in midair, looking at Axe standing on the back of the abyssal Tyrannoman, trying to persuade the latter to retreat. Lord Axe of the Four Domains wants to continue his southward expansion to plunder resources. The shortest route is to pass through Lord Layla's territory. However, despite also being a lord, Layla designated the southern part of his territory as his hunting grounds. Axe's attempt to get his hands on it is absolutely futile. Layla, give way to me on the road south, and we can keep to ourselves. The female Tyrannosaurus Axe had a somewhat masculine voice, and her tone and attitude were also very tough. Chapter 155, Defeat ends, Nightfall attack. AKS, give up, that's impossible. Layla chuckled and rejected Axe once again. Axe looked up, ignored Layla, and said calmly, since that's the case, let's have a battle. The next moment, the aura of the four-domain Lord Axe surged, and his whole body was enveloped in demonic energy. Also wrapped up was the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy dissipated, the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast disappeared, and a pair of fleshy wings appeared behind the four-domain Lord Axe. Do you really think I can't do anything about you? Lord Axe of the Four Realms spread his fleshy wings and flew away. Lord Layla watched Axe approaching, her brow furrowing slightly, as if she were pondering something. It was clear that Lord Layla did not show much worry. Rumble. Lord Layla's expression hardened, and she transformed into a terrifying bolt of electricity, stretching across the sky and hurtling towards Lord Axe of the Four Domains. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, was surrounded by demonic energy, and a demonic dragon could be faintly seen behind him, blotting out the sky as he approached. Instantly, thunder roared across the sky, demonic energy filled the air, and muffled rumbling sounds echoed from the clouds. Faintly, one could see runes flashing in the clouds and a demonic dragon roaring amidst the lightning. This was a protracted battle, and no victor emerged. Because 3 days later, the thunder dissipated, the demonic energy receded, and Leijua Mountain was still Leijua Mountain. Lord Axe of the Four Realms has withdrawn his troops. This war of invasion by all races once again ended in defeat for the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe. Meanwhile, Shuxi and Hoffen had already driven their cannon fodder regiments to completely surround Thunderstorm City. Regil, have you been hiding enemy intelligence from us? Kuei Tong, the leader of the Thunderstorm Bearmen, looked at the hundreds of thousands of warriors of various races surrounding Thunderstorm City with an extremely ugly expression. I had no idea that Kuei Tong had so many bloodline warriors. Although Regil's face also looked somewhat pale, he was a harpy and could fly. No matter how many land-based troops there are, they can't do anything about him. But the way the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, were looking at Regil made him feel very uncomfortable. Frankly, it was a very wise choice for Shuxi to bring Hoffenal together to attack Thunderstorm City. The cannon fodder regiment established by Shuxi initially consisted only of kobolds, with just over 10,000 kobolds at the beginning. However, after the fall of Thunderhawk City, the number of kobolds surged to 30,000. With the addition of the half-goat and minotaur people of Thunderhawk City, the number of cannon fodder members reached approximately 50,000. Later, after supporting Hoffenal and defeating Half Moon Island, nearly 40,000 more lizard men were added. The number of cannon fodder units of the Shakespeare Company is about to exceed 100,000. Together with the troops led by Hoffenal, nearly 150,000 bloodline warriors besieged Thunderstorm City. This is one of the reasons why Thunderstorm Bearman Kuei Tong is so irritable right now. Of course, the cannon fodder regiment assembled by Shuxi was not actually that scary. The cannon fodder regiment not only included the old, weak, sick, and disabled, but also many bloodline warriors with incomplete equipment. Such a cannon fodder regiment cannot afford to lose morale, nor can it afford to suffer defeat. Otherwise, a complete and utter defeat is inevitable. They have 4 leader-level powerhouses. Before the battle, Shuxi looked towards Thunderstorm City and sensed 4 leader-level auras. There is a Harpy leader-level powerhouse. While Hoffenal, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and others were wondering where another leader-level expert had come from, Shuxi told them the identity of the other leader-level expert. Don't look at me. The aura of that powerful figure is somewhat similar to the phantom of Lord Layla's will. After hearing Shakis's explanation, everyone was relieved. What do we do now? The question was directed to Hoffenal, who seemed to be backing out. The original plan was for everyone to gang up on the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin. Now that there's an additional flying leader-level harpy, things are getting a bit more complicated. In this group, apart from Shukti, no one was willing to face the harpies. Shikushi glanced at the silent crowd, thought for a moment, and then began to rearrange the plan. I'll deal with that harpy. I'll keep watch over him for you. If he dares to join the fight, I will shoot him dead. Shuxi's initiative to confront the harpies made Hoffenal's body relax considerably. Honestly, just a moment ago, Hoffenal felt that Shuxi would definitely send him to face a leader-level harpy. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hoffenal felt that if he were to face the harpies, Shaksha would be using someone else to do his dirty work. The harpy was a knife, and the one who was killed was Hoffenheimer. Secondly, with Shuxi, the Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai facing off against the three brothers Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In together. They not only have better teamwork and are more at ease, but also have a higher chance of winning. Shaxi stared at Hoffenal, his eyes indifferent yet fierce. Hoffenal, this is a battlefield, and we are allies. If I find even the slightest hint of fear or hesitation in your courage, I will abandon the harpy and kill you first. Hoffener remained silent and did not refute Shaxi. The fact that Shax didn't use someone else to do his dirty work already shows great sincerity and that he considers Shax an ally. The three of you might suffer losses dealing with the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In. I will release Abyssal Tyrannomen to support you. Elder, Hoffenal, remember this. Your mission is to hold off the other two Thunderstorm Bears. We must stall until Geyser and Abyssal Greymon join forces to kill one of them. By then, we'll have succeeded halfway. Everyone nodded, having no objection to Shax's arrangement. With their elite, top-tier combat power, 5 against 4, they were quite confident. So, we'll launch our attack when it gets dark. At that time, the Prophet, the Elder, and Hoffenal, the three of you will lead the charge and lure the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, off the city wall first, giving the cannon fodder regiment the opportunity to attack the city. The Prophet, the Elder, and Hoffen all nodded and accepted the arrangement. Shaxi did not continue speaking, but instead looked up at Thunderstorm City. After the Prophet, the Grand Elder, and Hoffenal went to make preparations, Shaxi turned to the Succubus Queen Yelena behind him and spoke. There must be something special about Thunderstorm City that has produced 3 leader-level powerhouses. If Thunderstorm City is breached, do you know what to do? Yelena smiled alluringly, gazing at Thunderstorm City, her mature voice filled with seduction. Chieftain, rest assured, Yelena will turn Thunderstorm City upside down and plunder all their most precious resources. Shax nodded. With a major battle imminent, he really had no time or inclination to search for those special supplies once the war began. Although your strength has improved, you should still be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Finally, Shaxi still cared about Yelena and reminded her that staying alive was the most important thing. Chapter 156. The melee begins. Dive attack. Night fell, and the war horns sounded. Wah! The deep, powerful sound of the horn, carrying a wild and untamed feel, always stirs the blood. The Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenheim had already led their team out. Thunderstorm City, illuminated by torches and enchanted items, trembled like candles in the darkness. Kobolds, goatmen, swamp dragons, swamp rats, swamp crocodiles, lizard men, buffalo men, trolls, succubi, and obsidian golems charged out one after another amidst shouts of battle. Boom, boom, boom. Shaxi also summoned the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and fired 3 Abyssal Flame Dragon cannons in succession, directly blasting a gap in the front wall. The Abyssal Tyrannomen's achievement and the appearance of a breach in the city wall instantly drove the bloodline warriors of the cannon fodder regiment into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the Prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenal, who were rushing at the forefront, immediately attracted the attention of Rigil, Katun, Katai, and Queen. 3 leader-level powerhouses are leading the charge. We must stop them. Otherwise, Thunderstorm City will be breached very soon. The leader of the Thunderstorm Bear Men, Kuei Tong, had a scar on his eye, making him look extremely ferocious. At this moment, his anger surged, making him appear even more ferocious. Rigil, there's still one troll leader who hasn't appeared yet. I'll leave him to you. My brothers and I will go and kill the 3 leader-level powerhouses leading the charge. Okay, no problem. As they spoke, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, jumped off the city wall and attacked Elder Genkai directly. In the eyes of the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, Elder Genkai was now a walking territory that they were determined to seize. The movements of Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In were naturally observed by the Prophet Gaitai and Hoffenal, who immediately turned around and moved closer to Elder Genkai. Standing on the back of Abyssal Tyrannomen, Shaxu could see the battle situation clearly. As soon as Shaxtrap made up its mind, Abyssal Greymon charged towards the direction where Grimjisha Prophet was. However, at that moment, a dark shadow carrying lightning appeared in the sky and flew towards Shaxi. Shaxi took out a throwing spear, a hint of disdain on his face. Sizzle! The spear tore through the air, startling Rigil, who was charging towards it. Rigil reacted quickly, ducking down to cushion the impact and immediately increasing the flight altitude. Shaxi stared intently at Rigil's figure, locking onto him directly. Then, Shaxi jumped off Abyssal Tyrannomen and sent it to continue supporting the Elder's battle group. If you dare to fly any lower, I will shoot you dead on the spot. Shaxi then took out several more spears and shot down 2 harpy warriors who were throwing crossbows from midair. This action startled the other harpies, who abandoned their attack and increased their flight altitude. This is a blatant threat, a threat from the Kshatriya. Are you the troll warrior that Lady Layla has put a bounty on? Rijil hovered in midair, squinting as he examined Shaxi, who was holding a spear upside down. Shaxi didn't speak, but instead raised his spear high, pointing it directly at Rijil, his expression as arrogant as could be. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prophet Gata, Elder Genkai, and Hafenal were already engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 brothers, Katong, Katai, and Kamin. The prophet Gata has a slight advantage over Quetzalcoatl. Elder Genkai and Kuei Tai were evenly matched. Hafener and Kuei In were evenly matched. This balance changed immediately after Abyssal Grayman joined the battle. Roar! Kuei Tong exerted all his strength, swatting aside the prophet Gata and retreating rapidly to avoid the terrifying maw of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast that attacked from the side. Nevertheless, Kuei Tong's back was still slashed by the abyssal Tyrannosaurus's claws, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. Big brother. Big brother. When the brothers Kuei Tai and Kuei In saw that their eldest brother was injured, they risked everything to fight off Elder Genkai and Hafenal in an attempt to rescue him. However, Elder Genkai and Hafen's task was to drag down Kuei Tai and Kuei In. Which way? Elder Genkai roared, his body crackling with lightning, and his eyes transformed into electric current eyes. Elder Genkai charged towards Kuei Tai like a bolt of lightning, brandishing his spiked club. Hafenal, standing nearby, was not to be outdone. The waves beneath his feet and the mysterious patterns on his body flashed wildly, creating a giant wave in front of Kuei In, attempting to block Kuei Yin's return to help. Roar! 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 In the face of life or death crisis, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, dared not hold back any longer and transformed into thunderstorm giant bears. 3 giant thunder bears, each 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long, appeared, unleashing a torrent of violent power that shattered the obstructions of the prophet Gata and Hafenal. After transforming, the 3 brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei In, were able to reunite as they had wished. The 3 brothers stood back to back, forming a triangle, baring their teeth and roaring at Prophet Gata, Elder Steel, Hoffenheim, and Abyssal Tyrannoman. Not to be outdone, the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast unleashed a deep, resounding roar that echoed throughout the surrounding area, driving away all the other bloodline warriors. The battle remained deadlocked. From afar, Shaksha, while keeping an eye on Rijil, was also keeping an eye on the Gata Prophet's war band out of the corner of his eye. Rijil, you piece of trash, why don't you dare to make a move? Does the Harpy race, to which your lordship belongs, not even dare to face enemies on the ground? The one roaring was Kuei Tong. This guy had almost had his head bitten off by the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. He was furious, but also still had lingering fears. Kuei Tong's anger was undisguised, and he vented it directly at Rijil in the sky. Thunderstorm Bearman is also stubborn. What Kuei Tong just said was no different from mocking Lord Layla. If Lord Layla were present, she might have already killed Katun. In midair, the Harpy Rijil heard Katung's mockery, and his face turned pale and then red. The force and accuracy with which Shaxi threw his spear had indeed intimidated Rijil, causing him to hesitate to dive down and kill Shaxi. Damn trolls, stupid bearmen. Rijil looked at Shaxi, cursed under his breath, and then, with a fierce determination, swooped down to attack Shaxi. Shaxi narrowed his eyes, and 3 spears flew out in succession, but Rijil used a secret technique to draw several afterimages in the air and dodge them. As the approaching Shakti drew closer, a hint of joy finally appeared on Rijil's face. Damn troll, although I've lost my air superiority, you've also lost the ability to throw spears. I refuse to believe that I will lose to you once we get close. As the Harpy Rijil drew closer, eager to engage him in close combat, he watched. Shaxi took out his new weapon, Wolf Flame, a double-edged spear that was engulfed in flames, resembling a gun, but not quite. Kill. Shaxi's eyes flashed with a mixture of joy and killing intent as he activated the skills Swift Charge and Troll Blood. Like a flame, Shaxi pushed off the ground with both feet and soared into the air. Chapter 157 Unknown Existence, Sacrifice Technique. Boom. Shaxi landed and stared intently at the Harpy Rijil. This guy's got some skills. Rijil, who exchanged blows with Shaxi, was not blasted apart by Shaxi's power, but instead disappeared from Shaxi's sight like a phantom. When Rijil reappeared, he was already high in the sky. Rijil stared at Shuxi, his heart pounding. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would surely be dead. Is this the troll that the clan leader is hunting down? That's ridiculously strong. Having learned his lesson, Rijil will not easily intervene no matter what the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, say. However, just as this thought crossed Rijil's mind, the abyssal tyrannoman on the ground spat out another abyssal flame dragon cannon. This time, the abyss flame dragon cannon was fired at the three-headed thunderstorm bear. Boom! A burst of fire erupted, tearing open the hide of the giant thunder bear Kuei Tong, who was blocking the way, leaving him covered in wounds. Despite this, the thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong did not fall. Instead, it stared intently at the abyss tyrannosaurus with its blood-red eyes. As the second abyssal flame dragon cannon of the abyssal tyrannoman was about to be condensed, the thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong, could no longer sit still. Second brother, third brother, if we keep dragging this out, we'll only be waiting to die. Let's fight them. Awoo awoo awoo. The three-headed thunderstorm bear roared repeatedly, then leaped into the air, crashing into Prophet Gaetar, Elder Steelcare, and Hoffenheim in three directions. The opportunity has arrived, seize it. The Prophet Gaeta's deep voice rang out, and he had already rushed out on his own initiative. In the distance, the roars of the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, also alerted Shax. Shuxi glanced at Rijil high in the sky, then suddenly grinned, turned around, and charged towards the direction of abyssal tyrannoman with his spear in hand. And there is also a thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong. Kill. Boom. The speed of the X-ray is too fast. Thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong didn't react in time, nor did Rijil in the sky. Moreover, the thunderstorm bear, Kuei Tong, was not so lucky. After being hit by Shuxi, it was immediately ignited, and its entire body was engulfed in flames. Seeing this situation, the Prophet Gaeta, abyssal tyrannoman, and Shaktora all retreated a distance. Big brother. Hey bro. Kuei Tai and Kuei Yin, in their thunderstorm bear forms, roared repeatedly, trying to come to their aid, but were held back by Elder Gang Kai and Hoffen. Thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong was engulfed in flames, howling in agony. Just when everyone thought that Kuei Tong was doomed, the thunderstorm bear Kuei Tong actually stood up and let the flames burn his body. Ajabiru exists unknown, but I am willing to sacrifice my soul and body in exchange for a final ray of light. Roar. The flames on the thunderstorm giant bear, Kuei Tong, went out, and then his body continued to grow larger. It stopped growing when it reached about 30 meters. Run. These words were shouted by Shakus, as he summoned back abyssal Greymon and reminded the three prophets, including Geet. Shax had already sensed a massive energy gathering, and an explosion could occur at any moment. Upon hearing this, the Prophet Gaeta, Elder Ganke, and Hoffenel turned and fled. Damn trolls, damn Rijil, I'll tear you to pieces. As Katung grew more arrogant, he lost his reason, but his hatred for Shaksha and the harpy Rijil remained undiminished. Go to hell, all of you. At the last moment, the terrifying thunderstorm bear spat out two energy blasts, one flying towards Shuxi and the other towards the harpy Rijil in the sky. In Kuei Tong's final moments of consciousness, he believed that these two men had brought disaster to their thunderstorm city, so he wanted to kill Shuxi and Rijil. Boom. Boom. With two consecutive loud bangs, the ice armor and bone armor on Shuxi's body shattered one after another, barely managing to withstand the energy impact. Nevertheless, Shuxi coughed up blood and suffered considerable internal injuries. As for Rijil in the sky, he had already turned into a cloud of blood mist and drifted away in the air. At the same time, as Kuei Tong approached the end of his life, beams of light burst forth from his body, and he transformed into a dazzling radiance. The light flashed briefly and then vanished without a trace. Shikushi summoned Abyss Greymon again and had it carry him backward. Sound the bugle, let's retreat for now. Soon, the guardian trolls Teminur, Longmu, Defek, and Ermi, who had been lingering nearby, appeared and relayed Shuxi's orders. Wah! A deep bugle call sounded, signaling retreat. Inside Thunderstorm City, the succubus Queen Yelena, who had just emerged from the lair of the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei Yin, frowned upon hearing the retreat horn. Let's go, let's retreat. A signal to retreat? Could something have happened outside the city? Could it be that the Shakespeare? Yelena considered the worst-case scenario. Her heart pounded, and she quickened her pace of retreat. The battle in Thunderstorm City dragged on for a long time until its conclusion. The main problem was that a portion of the Cannon Fodder Regiment members failed to retreat in time and were trapped in Thunderstorm City, where they were all wiped out by the enraged brothers, Kuei Tai and Kuei. After daybreak, Shaxi led his troops to retreat into a dense forest dozens of miles away from Thunderstorm City. Inside the temporary tent, Yelena looked at the unharmed Shaxi, and her heart finally settled down. Have all the losses been tallied? Yelena nodded and recounted the losses suffered during the siege in detail. Chieftain, the cannon fodder regiment has suffered heavy losses. There are less than 20,000 kobolds left who are capable of fighting. The Mutton and Minotaur were all trapped in Thunderstorm City and should have been wiped out. Half of the 40,000 lizard men have also been lost. In other words, during this siege, Shax's cannon fodder regiment lost more than half of its manpower. Chieftain, our losses were not originally this great. The main problem was the hasty retreat. Most of the casualties of the cannon fodder regiment were trapped in Thunderstorm City. Shaxi reached out and interrupted Yelena. The three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei, possess a sacrificial secret technique that has caused their combat power to surge too terrifyingly. They have the ability to instantly kill leader-level powerhouses, so we must retreat. Upon hearing this, Yelena suddenly realized what was going on. Compared to a leader-level powerhouse, the losses of the cannon fodder regiment are negligible. Yelena once again examined the expressions of the three prophets, Elder Genkai, and Hoffenel. Sure enough, all three had a hint of fear and panic in their eyes. No wonder the three leader-level powerhouses remained silent and offered no objection after Shaxi issued the retreat order. Chieftain, what should we do now? Chapter 158. I'll do as you say. The messenger retreats. Shaxi did not answer Yelena's question because he himself did not know what to do. Has Lord Axe of the Four Domains considered this situation? Does she have any other backup plans? Shakespeare's mind became deep. He tried to broaden his perspective and consider the current difficulties from a holistic viewpoint. Perhaps even Lord Axe of the Four Domains did not expect that the three brothers, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei of Thunderstorm City would be so difficult to deal with. This was Shakespeare's guess, and he was right. Lord Axe of the Four Domains truly hadn't expected that the three brothers of Thunderstorm City, Kuei Tong, Kuei Tai, and Kuei were actually made of a single alloy steel plate. After a long while, Shaxi slowly came to his senses, glanced at Yelena, and expressed his thoughts. There's nothing we can do for now. We can only wait for news. Yelena was slightly taken aback, looking at Shaxi with some confusion. Waiting for news? Let's wait for news. We'll wait for news from the Lord of the Four Realms, Axe. Either she'll send people to help us, or we'll retreat here and the invasion of all races will end here. Chieftain, will Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, blame us? Blame me? Heh. Shax chuckled self-deprecatingly. Would the Lord of the Four Domains, Axe, blame him? Of course, definitely. However, Shaxi had his reasons. If it weren't for the fact that Shax possessed the jade bone armor and ice armor, he would have become one of Kuei Tong's burial objects last night, just like Rijil. Speaking of Rijil, he's the one who's been wronged the most. Based on the previous battles and the conversation between Rijil and Kuei Tong, Shaxi guessed that Rijil was probably sent to aid Thunderstorm City. Rijil could never have imagined that he would be blasted into a bloody mist by an energy cannon fired by the irrational Katong. In short, if the four-domain Lord Axe really wants to break through Thunderstorm City, without her personal presence, she will have to sacrifice at least 4 leader-level powerhouses. Can she afford to die? Shakespeare was skeptical of this. Prophet, Elder, are you alright? Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai shook their heads. They were filled with gratitude towards Shaxi. If Shaxi hadn't reminded them, they would have been half dead, if not killed, in that situation. Shax turned his gaze to Hoffenel, who quickly shook his head and showed a sincere expression of gratitude. Shakespeare, we'll all listen to you now. Just kidding. Only a fool would recklessly charge into attacking Thunderstorm City again. Hoffenel didn't take the wrong medicine, nor did he go crazy. Hoffenel couldn't wait any longer until the war of the invasion of all races ended. Taking over Thunderstorm City is not as simple as we imagine. After this battle, Thunderstorm City's defenses will certainly be even more stringent. Perhaps Lord Layla might even send reinforcements here. Shaxi voiced his concerns, startling Hoffenel so much that he stood up. Shashak, let's get out of here quickly. Once Lord Layla's reinforcements arrive, it will be difficult for us to leave. Shaxi glanced at Hoffenel, then shook his head and said, if too much time is wasted, Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, will eventually realize what's happening. Perhaps we will receive reinforcements from Lord Axe then. Just then, the cry of an eagle rang out in the sky above the dense forest. That was the cry of a thunder eagle. Everyone was used to it. Because there were members of the Igor clan in the Shakshi's group, no one paid any attention to it. However, Shuxi, who understood the language of the Thunder Eagle, gradually became more distant in his eyes. Since the start of the war, Shuxi has not allowed Thunder Eagle to participate in the battle because Thunder Eagle is Shuxi's trump card and backup plan. This trump card now tells Shuxi that a storm vulture is flying towards them. In other words, a messenger from Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, has arrived. This messenger is either here to urge Shuxi and his men or to provide reinforcements. Another possibility is that they came to deliver a message of retreat. These ideas immediately popped into Shakespeare's mind. After a long while, Shuxi came to his senses and reminded Hoffenel. Retreat now is not the right time. If Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Domains, blames you, you will be the one to bear the consequences. Also, send out all your spies. We must find out the movements of our enemies in Thunderstorm City and whether our retreat route is unobstructed. While maintaining vigilance, clearing their escape route was the strategy of the Shakespeare Company. Upon hearing this, both Hoffen and Yelena nodded in agreement. Skeksis' arrangement already indicated his intention to flee at any time, which Hoffen agreed with. Sure enough, before nightfall, the messenger Palari arrived at Shax's temporary camp on his storm vulture. By order of Lord Axe, the Lord of the Four Regions, Shax and Hoffenel, you may retreat. This southward invasion has come to an end. Shuxi squinted, ignoring the messenger Palari. Hoffenel, on the other hand, bowed and scraped as he approached the messenger, Palari, to chat and exchange information. Shuxi turned to his subordinates and spoke. Pass down the order. Break camp immediately and go home. The words go home seemed to possess a magical power, bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Since a retreat is necessary, there will be many related issues. All supplies and slaves have been inventoried, and we're taking them all with us this time. These were Shuxi's instructions to Yelena. Yelena nodded, but hesitated to speak. Say whatever you want. Chieftain, we have plenty of supplies, but we don't have enough manpower. Shuxi nodded and turned his gaze to Elder Genkai. Elder, taking advantage of the current sharp drop in the number of cannon fodder members, classify the members of the cannon fodder group. Based on the merits of the cannon fodder regiment members, they are divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest. After reaching level 9, outstanding talents are recruited into the regular army of the Black Wilderness tribe. All the prisoners who are no longer useful should be incorporated into the cannon fodder regiment. We cannot let them waste food. Shaksha was silent for a moment, then turned to the Prophet Gada and spoke. Prophet, you and the Grand Elder are together. I need you to integrate the cannon fodder regiment as quickly as possible. The Prophet Gada nodded in agreement, his expression serious. Afterwards, the cannon fodder regiment assisted Yelena in transporting all our supplies back to Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is exactly what the Shakespeare wanted. Only after the cannon fodder regiments are reorganized can a more stable order be established. Only an orderly procession can prevent the spoils that everyone has worked so hard to obtain and risk their lives to capture from the enemy. Also, regarding the map, Prophet, you arrange it. The messenger from the Four Domain Lord Axe brought a simple message of withdrawal, which immediately kept the troops of Shax and Hoffen busy. Chapter 159 Defense and Counterattack, Enemy from the North. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. While directing the battle, the demon wife Yelena cast illusion spells to confuse the senses of the underground caterpillars, causing them to hesitate on the stone wall and unable to move forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Elder Dels led his people to throw spears and arrows, killing all the underground caterpillars. This kind of defensive counterattack has happened more than once or twice. 3 days ago, caterpillars began to emerge from cracks in the ground, and the situation became increasingly serious. To prevent Crocodile Turtle Valley from suffering, the demon wife Yelena organized her people to kill all the emerging underground caterpillars. Fortunately, before this, Yelena had ordered her people to build stone walls around the canyon. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more dire. Whoosh whoosh. Thick spears shot out, suppressing the underground caterpillars that were trying to crawl out of the cracks in the ground once again, while unwilling roars continued to come from the cracks. Finally, these strange insects were suppressed again. With the underground caterpillars gone, the demon wife Yelena breathed a sigh of relief. For the past 3 days, she had been on high alert, never relaxing for a moment. Lord, you should go and rest. I'll keep watch over things here. Battle Elder Dels walked over from the edge of the crevice and advised Yelena to go and rest. Yelena nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, I'm leaving little Scarlet here. If anything happens, have her let me know. I'll rest for half a day and then come to replace you, Elder Dels. Dels nodded. He too hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he is in better condition than Yuyena. Little Scarlet, send your people out to keep a close watch on the underground fissures. Madam, rest assured, I will take good care of this place for you. The cryo-spider queen, Crimson, now has an upper body that resembles that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She has advanced to the hero level, and the hatched spiderlings already possess combat capabilities. These past 2 days, thanks to the help of its spider subjects, otherwise it would have been really difficult to defend against this underground fissure. Has there been any news from the south yet? Battle Elder Dels shook his head. There was absolutely no news about Shuxi. If only the clan leader, the prophet, and the great elder were here. Only now did Dels realize how important a leader was to the tribe. Thunder Forest, in a dense forest somewhere. Before leaving, the messenger Parari made sure to meet with Shuxi. Through exchanging information with Hoffenel, Parari realized that the Shuxi before him was a powerful and lawless being. As the storm vultures gradually disappeared into the distance, Shuxi glanced at Hoffenel. Tell me, what did the messenger Parari tell you? Hoffenel frowned, looking at the storm vulture that had turned into a black, his voice slightly heavy. Lord Axe, the lord of the 4 domains, and Lord Layla fought fiercely at Thunderfall Mountain, resulting in Lord Axe announcing a retreat. The Scorpions in the west also encountered a formidable enemy and were trapped in place, unable to move forward. Shax lowered his head in deep thought. Both pieces of news demonstrated that Lord Layla's power and personal strength were in no way weaker than those of Lord Axe of the 4 domains, and perhaps even stronger. Is there anything else? Hoffen shook his head, his tone somewhat displeased. That guy is tight-lipped. We couldn't get any information out of him. Shakus, I suspect Lord Axe might be injured. As he said this, Hoffen looked around to make sure no one was nearby before speaking in a low voice. Shax was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Hoffener to be so bold. Are you no longer afraid of dying? Aren't you afraid that Lord Axe will cause you trouble? Hoffen looked up and asked Shuxi in surprise. Shax, what did you say? I don't understand. Uft. Shax was amused by Hoffenel's reaction. This guy was too clever. He immediately went back on his word. Okay, whatever happens, it's none of our business. I didn't hear anything today. Shax left those 2 sentences and turned to go back to his tent. Hoffenel watched Shaksha's retreating figure and thought that Shaksha was a clever troll and that they could continue to cooperate in the future. Thus, the troops of Shuxi and Hoffen began to quicken their pace and move north. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. Chieftain, Kuei-Tong of Thunderstorm City, is dead, and Elder Regil has also been killed by Kuei-Tong. The troll you were chasing has also escaped. They are moving towards Half Moon Lake. Chieftain, should we chase after them and wipe them out? Lord Layla, who sat on the throne, kept her eyes closed the entire time. After a while, Lord Layla calmed her blood and chi before slowly speaking. Forget it, let them be. They will invade southward again. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Have your people do reconnaissance, and once the enemy leaves the Thunder Forest, send people to guard the various areas. I'm giving you a task. Go and prepare to drive the beast tide further north before winter. The Harpy Elder who reported below said, Yes, sir, and turned to make the arrangements. Lord Layla did not look well. He and Lord Axe of the 4 domains had both been injured in their battle and were not fit to move. AKS, I think you're going to have a tough time this winter. The beast tides, the dark tides, and the invasion from the north. Those icefield monsters are more frenzied and more ravenous than you. The key point is, you got injured too, huh? Lord Layla couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought of the situation that Lord Axe of the 4 domains would face this winter. And that damn troll. I hope you survive the onslaught of those monsters. The invasion of all races. This name, which has been passed down for countless years, is not as simple as it sounds. Every year, the lords of the northern region would organize their subordinates to invade southward in order to obtain more resources. This kind of thing doesn't only happen in Axe's territory, it happens in other areas as well. It is a consensus that lords will inevitably invade southwards for resources, faith, and to strengthen their own power. In other words, the 4-domain Lord Axe can invade the Thunder Forest further south. Therefore, enemies living further north could also invade Axe's territory. In the past few years, the enemy in the north has remained inactive, indicating that they are accumulating strength. Next year, the enemy from the north will begin their invasion. This was something that Shuxi had never imagined. The carefree Shuxi is currently meeting with the dog-headed man Tekel, who has been promoted to the 8th level slave leader. Chapter 160 Fighting to the Death Causes Panic. Tekel, prepare yourself. When we pass through the Kobold territory, we will take away the women and children of your race. I intend to entrust their safety and management entirely to you. You are still the chieftain of the Kobold race. The kobold Tekel was somewhat apprehensive. In the past few days, he had been retreating with the Shaxi's troops, and his biggest worry was being abandoned by the Shaxi. Yes, abandoned. Tekel the kobold feared being abandoned, and he also feared his tribe being abandoned. The end of the war meant the end of the cannon fodder regiment's mission. A cannon fodder regiment of tens of thousands of people consumes an astronomical amount of food every day. As a former leader of the kobold tribe, Tekel knew very well that the cannon fodder regiment was nothing more than a group of useless slaves who consumed food during peacetime. Such cannon fodder units are most likely to be abandoned. Abandoned kobolds have no chance of surviving in the Thunder Forest. They are most likely to be exterminated by other races. Because of their rebellion, no lord could tolerate them. Great Patriarch, your magnanimity and breadth of mind are the most expansive I have ever seen. Respected chieftain, thank you for your mercy. Tekel will follow you to the death. Shaxi reached out and interrupted Tekel, who was continuing to fawn over him. Tiker, a level 8 slave of the cannon fodder regiment, obey my command. You have rendered meritorious service in leading the team, and are hereby specially promoted to the 73rd Elder of the Black Wasteland Tribe Elder Council, to lead the kobold race and enjoy the same treatment as ordinary elders. Tekel, the kobold race you protect, your branch can join our Black Wasteland tribe and be exempted from cannon fodder labor. Shaxi's words brought tears to the eyes of the kobold Tekel, who trembled all over. Since being enslaved, Tekel has been striving for military merits and relentlessly exploiting his people. The purpose of doing all this is not only to make oneself appear more valuable, but also to make one's life better. Tekel also had a family. He had a mother, countless lovers, and countless children. Therefore, to a large extent, Tekel was also striving for a better future and freedom for his family. Respected chieftain, Tekel is willing to fight to the death for the tribe. This time, Tekel lay prostrate on the ground and only said this one sentence. Shaxi nodded and said calmly, you should thank your master more. It was Yelena who spoke up for you. Remember, do everything she asks of you well. All right, go down now. Shaxi watched Tekel's departing figure and fell into deep thought. Tekel the kobold was a role model that Shaksha and several elders planned to establish. As the Black Wasteland tribe grows stronger, more and more members will surely join them. So, what should be done with these members of other races in the future? Tekel the kobold was one such attempt. Shaksha wanted to control Tekel to provoke the other kobolds. Shaksha wanted to make the other kobolds look up to Tekel, to give them hope, and to show them their own path to advancement. Only in this way will the kobolds in the cannon fodder regiment be more willing to risk their lives. And this was also meant for the other surviving reptilians. From now on, the Black Wasteland tribe will only select elites from the cannon fodder groups to join the tribe. How to select elites? This requires a set of procedures and a role model. Shax stretched out his fingers and tapped the wooden table in front of him unconsciously and arrhythmically. During this southward invasion, Shaxi himself learned a great deal. Leading tens of thousands of troops to fight an invasion is by no means a simple task. Besides the need for high-end combat capabilities, the sex also urgently needs high-end talent with a comprehensive grasp of the overall situation. The Succubus twins are capable of the task, but they still need more practice. The Prophet Gates is good, Dells is also good, others. Shax was having a headache. He realized that he didn't have many people under his command who could coordinate the overall situation. Currently, aside from Succubi, almost all the races under Shaxi's control are melee-type, hot-blooded races, including kobolds. It seems we should still focus on the Succubus race. Thinking of this, for some reason, Shaxi thought of Hoffenel. Hoffenel is a smart but cowardly fellow. In fact, having him in command is the safest option. At that moment, Shaxi had an idea about Hoffenel. This is a bit troublesome. There's a 4 domains lord, Axe, stuck in the middle. We need to think things through. Inside a tent in the makeshift camp, Hoffenheimer, who had just climbed off a female lizard man, couldn't help but sneeze. And so, day by day, the Shaxi army drew ever closer to the Black Wasteland Forest. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. Lord Yuta, a new batch of prey has been brought and is stored in the cave behind the mountain. The demon wife, Yelena, nodded and responded to the water buffalo man, Nyohandi. Elder Nyohandi, has any news come from the south? Lord Yuta, there are none at the moment. Asking about the clan chief, Shaxi, every day has become a daily routine for Yuna. Yuna didn't know how long her tribe could hold out under her leadership. The number of subterranean caterpillars emerging from the cracks in the earth is increasing, and their defensive counterattacks are becoming more frequent and intense. Little Crimson, your people suffered heavy losses in this battle. Go and replenish your forces. Yes, mistress. Yelena patted the Crimson Cave Spider Queen beside her, instructing it to go to the cave where the bull Shax stored its prey for supplies. Yuyina was very fortunate that her husband, Shax, had left the cave spider queen to her to raise before he left. Otherwise, the Black Wasteland tribe, which was currently in a period of empty nests, would have suffered heavy losses. Elder Nyo Handy, take the tribesmen to retrieve the medicinal oil stored in the tribal warehouse. We absolutely cannot let those underground caterpillars crawl out. Lord Yuta, those medicinal oils were prepared for the dark tide of this winter. Shall we take them out now? Go ahead, you have to produce it. I'll take responsibility for this and bear the consequences. Okay, as you wish. Without saying a word, the water buffalo man Nyo Handy immediately carried out Yuyina's order. As Shax's slave, Nyo Handy had a mission secretly assigned to him before Shax left. Nyo Handy's mission is to ensure Yuyina's safety should anything happen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Nyo Handy gazed at Yuyina, who stood at the edge of the underground crack, and gained a deeper understanding of the responsibilities of this succubus matriarch. Those damned underground caterpillars, I don't know where they came from. Chieftain, come back quickly. We can't hold on much longer. In the past few days, whether it was Nyo Handy, Dels, or Yuyina, they all vaguely felt a sense of unease. This feeling only arises when facing a leader-level powerhouse. In other words, it is highly likely that a terrifying, leader-level thorn beetle has already appeared in the underground fissure. Nyo Handy, Dels, and Yuyina didn't dare to say this, for fear of causing panic. Chapter 161 Golden Blood Mushroom, their home. Thunder Forest, Kobold Tribe. Shaksha plans to stay here for a day, because the Kobold Tekel needs a day to pack up and prepare for the big relocation. After all, it involves a family, which is inconvenient and requires time. Inside the makeshift tent in the Shax, Yelena became passionate and proactive. Under her illusion, the holy maiden of the Flower Garland clan, Ralph, suffered directly, not only opening her heart, but also unlocking. After the storm subsided, Yelena handed a Goo bird stomach to Shuxi. Dear Shuxi, this is a high-grade magic potion that was found in Thunderstorm City. One of them I didn't recognize either. It must be very rare. It's a blood-red mushroom. Shuxi reached out and took out the blood-red mushroom that Yelena had mentioned. Golden blood mushroom. The speaker was Saintislav. Her clan, the Flower Garland clan, was skilled in cultivating potions, so it was only natural that she was knowledgeable and would recognize the potion in Shakespeare's possession. Shuxi hugged Luo Fu tighter in his arms and asked calmly, "Tell me what the effects of this thing are." Saintess Luo Fu glanced charmingly at Shax, gazing at the golden blood mushroom in Shax's hand as she spoke. Master, the golden blood mushroom is very precious. It cannot enhance bloodline strength or increase elemental affinity. However, after taking it, a small elemental tide will be triggered around the body. One advantage of elemental tides is that it increases the chance of advancing to higher levels. Saintess Rove's words made Shakespeare's eyes brighten considerably. Shuxi glanced at Lof and Yelena, both of whom had longing in their eyes. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi handed the golden blood mushroom in his hand to Yelena. Take this and try it out when you have some free time. You might get lucky and advance to the next level in no time. Yelena accepted the golden blood mushroom and offered it a passionate kiss. Then, Shuxi looked down at Luo Fu and asked with some confusion, "You want one too?" "Yes, master. Golden blood mushrooms are very precious. This must be the reason why Thunderstorm City has nurtured 3 leader-level powerhouses. What's the point of having it if your skill level hasn't reached the bottleneck?" "Master, I can cultivate golden blood mushrooms for you." Saintess Lof's words made Shuxi, who was holding her slender waist, tighten his grip. Similarly, on the other side, Yelena stared at Rove with a look of surprise and uncertainty. "Tell me, how long does it take to cultivate a golden blood mushroom?" Shax tried to keep his voice calm and his tone from sounding too tense. "Master, the golden blood mushroom takes at least 15 years to mature naturally." "Huh." Shax breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of emptiness all over his body. "However, master, there is another way to cultivate golden blood mushrooms. That is to cultivate it by watering it with a large amount of monster blood. The more blood there is, the shorter the maturation period of the golden blood mushroom will be. If some high-level magic cores can be buried in the breeding grounds, the speed will be even faster." Shuxi didn't speak, but suddenly he hugged Saintess Roth tightly and kissed her deeply. This kiss will last forever. Saint Rose only relented when she was blushing and nearly suffocating. Shuxi was retaliating for Saintess Rothel's little trick of teasing him. "Here, take it. When you start cultivating the golden blood mushroom, I will find you beast blood." Shuxi took out a golden blood mushroom and placed it in Saintess Luo Fu's palm. "Shakespeare, your Saintess has too many hidden agendas. Yelena stepped forward and joined the ranks of those fighting against Saintis Rove. Saintis Rove certainly had many ulterior motives. Although she was a slave, it didn't mean she couldn't showcase her talents and elevate her status in the eyes of the Shakespeare. Cultivating potions is a powerful card, even a trump card, in Saintis Loft's hand. The next morning, the guard troll reported outside the temporary tent. Chieftain, Elder Tekel requests an audience. The kobold Tekel felt a little uncomfortable, but also incredibly proud and honored. The guardian troll Terminal called out, Elder Tekel, so loudly that it made the kobold Tekel's bones go numb, and Tekel felt as if he had flown away. Soon, the kobold Tekel met the fully prepared Shaksha. Respected chieftain, the kobold tribe is ready and can depart at any time. Shuxi nodded. The kobold tribe was one of the tribes he had chosen to accept after much deliberation during his southward invasion. The cannon fodder regiment has more than 20,000 kobold bloodline warriors, which can be considered the main force of the cannon fodder regiment. There are also more than 10,000 kobold women and children who stayed behind in the kobold settlement. These are considered as the productive population and cannot be counted as cannon fodder. This population of over 10,000 is a great wealth and a renewable resource. Their existence is to constantly inject fresh blood into the cannon fodder regiment. To be honest, Shakespeare's vision is quite long-term. He didn't exhaust the resources for short-term gains. Tekel, I cannot allow any accidents to happen on the road ahead. Do you understand what I mean? Before the kobold Tekel could speak, Shuxi continued. You're the deputy commander of the cannon fodder regiment. Manage them well for me. If anything goes wrong, you'll be held responsible. Respected chieftain, Tekel will certainly keep a close eye on those prisoners for the tribe. Tekel will show them the power of my whip. Okay, go ahead. Black Wasteland Forest, Crocodile Turtle Valley. The raging flames acted like a line of fire, blocking the path of all the underground caterpillars and forcing them back underground. At the edge of the underground fissure, the demon wife Yelena looked haggard, and her hair was somewhat disheveled. Another day and night of attack and defense ensued, with Yuna taking turns casting illusions and using her bow and arrow, leaving her utterly exhausted. Lord Yuta, our medicated oil can only last for one more day at most. Battle Elder Dells had a worried expression on his face. The depletion of strategic resources, medicinal oil, has gradually driven the Black Wasteland tribe to its end. Alligator Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town seem to be on the verge of collapse. Yelena remained silent, gazing intently at the underground crack for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Yelena seemed to have calmed down. How is Elder Nyohandi doing? When the topic of bullshaking came up, Dell's spirits lifted slightly. Lord Yuta, the temporary camp is almost ready, and most of the food and supplies have been moved there. That's good. The demon wife, Yelena, was not simple-minded. As soon as she realized that something was wrong and the situation was getting worse, she had already started to consider her options. Alligator Turtle Valley is currently in a period of depopulation, with few bloodline warriors remaining, so it is not feasible to defend Alligator Turtle Valley to the death. Therefore, the demon wife Yelena decisively ordered the bull, who was in charge of hunting, to set up a temporary camp in the original gathering place of the Succubi, just in case. Furthermore, most of the tribe's supplies were also transported there. Next, as long as the clansmen are moved there, they will have temporarily escaped this calamity. Lord Yuta, shall we begin relocating our people? Yelena didn't speak. She wouldn't give up on Alligator Turtle Valley until the very last moment. Because, before Shuxi left, he asked her to take good care of their home. Battle Elder Dell seemed to have seen through Yelena's stubbornness, and stood with her at the edge of the underground crack, gazing into the endless darkness below. Chapter 162 Hold them back, each guarding their own territory. Sizzle sizzle. A dense chorus of insect chirps emanated from the cracks in the ground once more, as the underground caterpillars launched another attack. Quickly prepare for action. Pour medicated oil over them, set them on fire, and burn them to death. Elder Deer's voice was hoarse, but he continued to shout with all his might. Soon, a raging fire broke out again along the edge of the underground crack, igniting the group of underground caterpillars crawling at the front. However, just as Yuna and Dells breathed a sigh of relief, a leader-level pressure suddenly came from the cracks in the ground, shocking all the bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland tribe. Dells, hurry and move the tribesmen. I'll hold them off here. The demon wife, Yelena, was the first to react. She responsibly assigned tasks and stayed behind to buy time. Lord Yuta, you and I. Dells was very anxious. He didn't know what to do at this moment. Hurry and move your people, or it will be too late. Finally, Elder Dells made a snap decision, turned around, and sprinted towards Crocodile Turtle Valley, issuing orders as he ran. Yuina pulled out the dagger that Shax had given her and shouted with her last bit of strength. People, stand up and buy time for our families. Once the medicinal oil has burned out, push all the boulders down to crush these disgusting insects. For the sake of our families, for the sake of Alligator Turtle Valley, for the sake of Black Wasteland Town, hold them back. Yuina's cry awakened the fighting spirit within the bloodline warriors. Yes, their family is still in Alligator Turtle Valley at the foot of the mountain, and it will take time for them to be relocated. Hold them back. Hold them back. One after another, the bloodline warriors, enduring the pressure of the leader-level powerhouse, mustered all their strength and stood up. Yuina is truly amazing. She unleashed her full power of illusion magic, mind deception, while shouting. The illusion inspired the hearts of the tribal warriors, giving them the courage to stand up and fight the swarm. However, when a terrifying, leader-level thorn-like insect, its body covered in sharp spikes, and its body enormous, slowly raised its head from the crack in the ground, suppressing the flames, the end of the world was nigh. For pairs of light green insect eyes of different sizes scanned the crowd, as if they were appraising food. It's terrifying. This is how all bloodline warriors feel. Yuina finally understood what the horror that Shax had described was really like. A sense of despair rose in the hearts of all the clansmen. Most of the bloodline warriors looked helplessly at the terrifying thorn worms, watching the underground caterpillars emerge from the cracks in the ground. This scene is utterly despairing. Yuina gripped the dagger tightly, staring at the terrifying thorn insect. There was no fear in her mind, only regret. Shax, I'm afraid I can't go on with you any longer. The eagle's cry was sharp and high-pitched, as if it wanted to pierce and tear apart everyone's soul. At the same time, a bolt of lightning and a long spear with a tail also appeared. Bang! Lightning and spear struck the terrifying thorn beetle in succession, blasting it directly into a crack in the ground. All the bloodline warriors looked up at the sky as a dark figure flew rapidly from afar. That's a thunder eagle? It's the clan leader and the grand elder. Soon, the tribesmen with good eyesight spotted Shaxi and Elder Genkai on the back of the thunder eagle. Yuina stared at the huge black shadow in the sky and that familiar figure, and then collapsed to the ground. Hey, you little brats, what are you standing there for? Push all those boulders down and crush these damned reptiles to death. Elder Genkai's deep voice rang out, bringing all the bloodline warriors back to their senses. It really is the clan leader. It really is the grand elder. The clan leader is back. The grand elder is back too. We're saved. A sense of joy spread among the tribesmen, and morale, which had plummeted to its lowest point, began to rise rapidly. When Yuina opened her eyes again, she saw Shaxi's resolute and angular face. My Yuina, I'm back. Shakespeare. Yuina held Shaxi tightly for a long time without letting go, and didn't say a word. Yuina felt that this was all a dream. Not long ago, she thought she would never see Shaxa again. A day ago, we returned to the Black Wasteland Forest and met Elder Ander, who was guarding the border. He had already told me everything. The Grand Elder and I rushed back first. You've worked hard, Yuina. Shax gently patted Yuina's back, and just as he was about to say something, a clear and childlike voice rang out behind him. Master, little Scarlet has worked very hard too. Shax turned around and saw the now-grown cave spider queen, and gently patted its little head. Good job. I'll give you a reward later. Shaxi released Yuina and carefully examined the cave spider queen. It already resembled the original spider queen somewhat. Keep an eye on this spot. The elder and I will go down and see what's going on down there. Yuina gave a soft and perked up again. If anything happens, ask that guy upstairs for help. Before doing anything, remember to reward it with a bottle of pet pills. Shax pointed to the thunder eagle circling in the sky, and the thunder eagle cooperated by letting out a cry. The first leader-level flying magical beast? Shax didn't seem to notice Yuina's surprise. What caught Shax's attention was that when the thunder eagle let out its cry, the speed at which the underground caterpillars retreated actually increased several notches. Are they scared? The insect eagle is interesting. Shaxi held his spear upside down, called out to Elder Genkai, and descended along the stone wall of the underground crack. Keep a close watch on this place. Don't let even a worm crawl up here and frighten the tribe. Elder Genkai shouted something, then slung a bundle of spears over his shoulder and followed. In just over half an hour, Shaxi and Elder Genkai arrived underground. The underground world before them had changed considerably since the time when Shaxi had explored it. The ground was covered with a layer of something that looked like skin but wasn't. Shax guessed that it might be the shed skin of the caterpillars from the ground. Elder, be careful. These guys are very good at hiding. Don't worry, Chief, I understand. Shaxi took the lead and headed towards the abyss. However, before Shax had traveled 20 meters, the chirping of insects could be heard all around. Shax stopped in his tracks, and Elder Genkai also frowned. Elder, let us each guard our own territory and not look back. That guy is fast. Elder Genkai gave a soft picked up his spiked club, and warily scanned the surrounding boulders. Because of the previous battle, a large number of boulders have been piled up nearby, making it easier for the terrifying thorn beetles to hide. Chapter 163 curled up in a ball, dead but not stiff. The rustling sound continued incessantly, and the squeaking sound of friction was constant. Suddenly, a large number of subterranean caterpillars crawled out from behind the surrounding boulders and swarmed towards Shaxi and Elder Genkai. Wow! Elder Genkai roared and swung his spiked club, sweeping it out. The underground caterpillars were injured if they were grazed, and killed if they were touched. Shaxi was also wielding his spear, killing the underground caterpillars that Elder Genkai had missed one by one. Shax remained vigilant, fearing that the terrifying thorn insects might suddenly emerge and launch a surprise attack. Of course, Elder Genkai, who was engaged in fierce fighting, was also on guard. Ah! A familiar roar came from behind a boulder. When Shaxi looked over, he saw a terrifying thorn insect raising its ferocious head. It really was him. What lies beneath the bottomless abyss? Not only did it survive the fall, but its strength even increased. Shax was somewhat puzzled. The terrifying thorny insect in front of him was the same one he had blasted into the bottomless abyss. However, judging from the current state of the terrifying thorn beetle, it must have suffered considerable injuries. It seems that Thunder Eagle and Shax's sneak attack was successful. Elder, be careful not to let it get close. Also, the spikes on this beast's body can be launched out. Just as Shaxi finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from the air as 8 sharp spikes lined up and shot straight at Shaxi and Elder Genkai. Elder Genkai reacted quickly, swinging his spiked club to sweep away the spikes one by one. Elder, be careful. If you get close, attack its waist. Shaxi could see clearly that the terrifying thorn beetle's waist was a bloody mess, with most of its spikes broken off, likely from the earlier sneak attack. Shax flung a meter-long underground caterpillar into the air, took a few steps back, and then leaped onto a nearby boulder. Call out. As Shaxi activated the troll blood, doubling his attributes, he threw his spear. Uft! The spear pierced the terrifying thorn beetle's body, causing the creature to scream repeatedly. The terrifying thorn beetle hissed and roared at Shaxi, then shrank back behind the boulder and hid once more, sobbing. Next, a series of rustling sounds, the sounds of terrifying thorny insects moving, echoed from among the surrounding boulders. Elder Genkai was clearing away the underground caterpillars with his spiked club when suddenly, a terrifying thorn beetle darted out from behind a boulder on his left, its massive mouth lunging at the Elder. Elder Genkai was prepared and swung his spiked club in a wide arc towards the terrifying thorn insect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, Shaxi threw 3 spears in succession, which shot straight towards the terrifying mouthparts of the terror spikes. Bang! Puff! 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 The terrifying thorn insects were severely damaged, and both Shaxi and Elder Genkai seized the opportunity. The next moment, Elder Steel Kai continued to swing his spiked club, spinning his body as he smashed it directly at the wound on the waist of the terrifying thorn insect. As Shaxi approached the terror spikes, he hurled his spear, which struck the insect, causing it to curl up in pain. It must be said that the terrifying thorn beetle's defensive capabilities have indeed increased considerably when it curls up into a ball. 2 of the spears that Shaxi fired were directly blocked by the spikes on the thorn beetle's back. Nevertheless, the terrifying stinging insect was dealt a heavy blow. In particular, Elder Genkai's waist, which was struck by the blow, was almost broken. Shaxi approached with his new weapon, Wolf Flame, intending to take the opportunity to kill the terrifying thorn bug. Unexpectedly, just as Shaxi approached, the terrifying thorn insect, which had been curled up, suddenly straightened its body and attacked Shaxi with its terrifying mouthparts full of sharp teeth. Damn, that's a self-inflicted injury ploy. This was Shakespeare's first reaction, but it was too late. Just as the terrifying thorn insect's gaping maw was about to approach, a blood-red light flashed on Shaxi's chest, and the ferocious maw of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast appeared from the blood-red light. Ah! Roar! The insect and the beast were tearing at each other with their huge mouths, and Shaxi took the opportunity to fly away. Once he regained his footing, Shaxi's eyes flashed with intense killing intent, and he took a step forward, charging ahead once more. With swift charge initiated, Shaxi delivered the flames of will into the head of the terrifying thorn insect in an extremely short time. The next moment, a ball of flames started from the head of the terrifying thorn beetle and quickly spread to its entire body. The terrifying thorn beetle was unlucky. It was ignited by the special effect of the flames of will. Retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shaktora, Elder Steel Kai, and Abyssal Tyrannoman quickly retreated. However, Abyssal Tyrannoman encountered trouble. The terror spiny worm was biting its mouth and showed no sign of letting go. Having no other choice, Shakshi summoned back Abyssal Tyrannoman, which transformed into a streak of blood-red light and returned to Shakshi's body. Just as Shax was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he glanced at the countless underground caterpillars crawling out from the cracks in the surrounding rocks, covering the terrifying thorn beetle, trying to extinguish the flames. This method is effective. The flames on the terrifying thorn beetle are going out. Furthermore, Shaxi could clearly see that underground caterpillars were burrowing into the body of the terrifying thorn beetle, constantly repairing its injured body. This magical and bizarre scene stunned both Shaxi and Elder Genkai. Is this guy invincible? It can also devour its own kind to heal its injuries? As Shaxu gazed at the terrifying thorn insect, his mind raced, and he summoned Abyssal Tyrannoman once more. Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon. As Setsukushi reminded him, Abyssal Tyrannoman began to gather energy in its mouth. At the same time, Shaxi took out several throwing spears and threw them with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive Abyss Flame Dragon Cannon shots were fired, and terrifying, agonizing roars of thorny insects echoed from the cracks in the ground. However, when the smoke cleared, Shaxi discovered that the terrifying thorn beetle was not completely dead. Its body was still wriggling. Kill. Kexis, Elder Steel Kai, and Abyssal Greymon launched a simultaneous attack to kill the terror spikeworm. Meanwhile, the subterranean caterpillars that hadn't been blasted away also frantically crawled toward the terrifying stinging insect. Greymon, swallow it. This was the method that Shax came up with in an emergency. Given the terrifying stinging insect's boundless vitality, eating it was the best solution. The Abyssal Tyrannoman took a bite and tore off the head of the terror spiny worm. Crunch, crunch. After only a few bites, the terrifying thorn beetle's head was chewed into a pulp. Seeing that the heart of the terrifying thorn beetle was still beating, Shaxi raised his spear and stabbed it in. Sizzle. Another flame rose, and the terrifying thorn insects were ignited once more. Seeing this, Shaxu retracted his spear and reminded Elder Steel K and Abyssal Greymon to step back. However, at that moment, Shaxi realized that when he retrieved his spear, he also dragged something out with him. It was an object resembling black crystal, with an extremely pure color and texture. Is this a dark source crystal? The dark source crystal inside the terrifying spikeworm's body was dragged out by Shaxi, and its body seemed to lose its vitality. After struggling a few times, it went completely limp. The fire that had started did not go out. Instead, it spread to the surrounding clumps of caterpillars, igniting them all. As Shaxi gazed at the raging fire emanating from the underground cracks, the thick smell of burning slightly eased his tense nerves. Chapter 164, The Underground World, Fewer Women. Is this a dark creature? Shaxi stared at the dark source crystal in his hand with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, somewhat dumbfounded. Shax had always thought that the terrifying thorn beetle was a leader-level monster from the underground, but he never expected that it was actually a dark creature from the dark tide. Shaxi squinted and began to recall all his memories of the terrifying spiky insects. Yes, when we were exploring the underground fissures, we were still in the dark tide. In other words, this thing was left over from the last dark tide. Shaxi's eyes gradually brightened, but new doubts also arose in his mind. So, where did the terrifying thorn beetle hide, escaping the return of the dark tide? Is it a bottomless abyss? The moment the idea popped into his head, Shakshitsu felt it was increasingly possible. Where does the bottomless abyss of the underground fissure lead? Shaxi was very curious, but this was not the time to think about it. Most of the insects are dead, but a few have burrowed into the crevices of the surrounding rocks. Although the terrifying thorn beetle was killed, Elder Steel Kai's expression was still not good. Those underground caterpillars didn't all die out. Sooner or later they'll evolve into terrifying thorny insects, eventually becoming a major problem. It's alright, I'll have little Scarlet send out some spiderlings to force them out and kill them. Hearing about Shaxi's handling of the situation, Elder Genkai calmed down a little. Elder Genkai was about to say something when a soft rustling sound came from the stone walls on both sides of the underground crack. There are still enemies. It's not an enemy. It's a little spider sent by Scarlet. Shax spoke up to remind Elder Genkai, dispelling his tension. Before long, Even the crimson queen of the cave spiders climbed down the stone wall. Master, are all those terrifying insects dead? Shaxi pointed to the ground, then to the still-burnt body of the terrifying thorn insect, indicating that the cave spider queen should see for herself. Oh, what a pity. Master, do you know that these insects are the best food for my people? By eating these insects, perhaps my people will become even stronger. The crypt spider queen, Scarlet, looked at the charred corpses scattered on the ground and sighed repeatedly. There are still some live insects in those crevices. They're in your hands now. Make sure you drive them all out and kill them. Upon hearing this, the cave spider queen's eyes practically glowed green. Yes, master. Rest assured, little Scarlet will handle this matter perfectly. Did Yuna send you down? Yes, master. The mistress is worried about you and asked me to come down and check on you. Shuxi nodded, thought for a moment, and then spoke to Elder Genkai. Elder, you stay here and guard the place for a while. I'll go ahead and check the situation. Okay, Shuxi, be careful. Shuxi nodded and turned to walk towards the direction of the bottomless abyss. Along the way, there were traces of insects crawling everywhere. Clearly, both the subterranean caterpillar and the terrifying thorn beetle crawled out of the bottomless abyss. Shuxi stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing into the darkness of the bottomless abyss, and decided to designate this place as a forbidden zone for the tribe and turn it into a breeding farm. Indeed, after careful consideration, Shax decided to include this underground fissure within the territory of Black Wasteland Town and designate it as a breeding ground for cave spiders. Shuxi not only wanted to build city walls around the area, but also to make it the lair of the cave spider clan. Using insects to control insects, they allowed the Crimson Cave Spider Queen to take over the area and breed countless cave spiders. In the future, if any creatures crawl out of the abyss again, Shuxi will know immediately and understand the situation. Shuxi, is this the bottomless abyss you spoke of? Yes, Elder. Shuxi turned his head and looked at Elder Genkai, who had appeared behind him at some point. Most of the underground caterpillars have been forced out and killed. The rest are still being searched for. Dells brought down a squad of bloodline warriors, so I don't need to guard that area anymore. Elder Genkai explained the situation on the other side, and Shax nodded. After thinking for a moment, he revealed his guess. Elder, this area will be designated as a tribal restricted zone from now on. I knocked the terrifying thorn beetle down here before, but instead of dying from the fall, it became even stronger. I think that beneath this bottomless abyss, there might be an underground world, or it might be connected to some space that we don't know about. In either case, this is not something we can touch right now. We do not have the ability to explore it at the moment, so we need to isolate this place. Elder Genkai frowned deeply. He had lived in Crocodile Turtle Valley for so many years and never imagined that such a secret was hidden beneath the valley. Shax saw the secret of this place. Only leaders-level powerhouses are allowed to know about this, and it will be set up as one of the important positions for leaders-level powerhouses to take turns serving. It has to be this way. Knowing that Shuxi had a proper solution, Elder Genkai was finally relieved. Luckily, we returned in time. Otherwise, the tribe would have been finished. Shax smiled, nodded, and then shook his head. Before landing, I saw that some of my people had already moved out. Yuna and the others had prepared a backup plan. However, the terrifying thorn insects appeared suddenly. If we hadn't shown up, the remaining bloodline warriors of the tribe would probably have all died. Elder Genkai nodded, still somewhat shaken. Shax, from now on I'll stay in Alligator Turtle Valley. We can't all go out. Elder, that's what I think too. Shuxi understood Elder Genkai's meaning. The tribe could not be left without care. During this invasion by all races, Shuxi took all the leader-level powerhouses with him. There are many reasons, one of which is that Shuxi is afraid of death and cherishes his life. When facing an unknown enemy, Shax must bring his strongest fighting force with him. Between the safety of the tribe and the life of the Shaxi chose the latter. It could be said that Shuxi was selfish. He was not as selfless or as dedicated as his people imagined. Of course, if Shuxi dies, the fate and glory of the Black Wasteland tribe will also be extinguished. The Shuxi and the Black Wasteland tribes are interconnected. However, in Shax's heart, he put himself first. At least, that's what Shax thinks now. In the event of the subsequent invasion by all races, I will spare one of you, the Prophet or myself. In this way, I will have no worries about the rear when I go to war. Elder Genkai nodded, agreeing with Shax's idea. That's good. This trip has certainly broadened my horizons. Shaxi, compared to other races, I think our troll race is still too weak, and our population is too small. Next, I will urge my people to keep producing offspring for the tribe, and I will teach them powerful martial arts and hunting skills. And you, Shuxi, You have too few women in your tent. Chapter 165 The Spider's Nest, The Long-Term Plan. Elder Gonkai's rambling made Shax feel a long-lost warmth. Shuxi put aside his various thoughts and walked back to the other side of the underground fissure with Elder Gankai. Chieftain. Prophet. Elder Deers had been relocating his people, and he was not seen when Shuxi and Elder Gankai returned. Shuxi reached out and gently patted Dels on the shoulder, saying calmly, "Thanks for your hard work." Dels shook his head. They were working even harder than him, and there were more than just one or two others. Have those bugs been completely eliminated? After greeting Dels, Shuxi immediately changed the subject. The underground caterpillars that were found have all been removed, and the small spiders are still being investigated. We'll have the results soon. Shakus nodded, said nothing more, and walked to the side of Crimson, the cave spider queen. Is this environment suitable for you burrowing spiders? The crypt spider queen, Crimson, was shorter than Shaksha. She stretched out her hands, wanting to hug Shaksha and wanting to lie on him like she did when she was a child. Little Scarlet has grown up. She can't act cute anymore. Shuxi pressed down on the head of the cave spider queen, stopping her from climbing onto his body. Master, don't you like Little Scarlet anymore? Instead of answering the question, Shuxi pointed to the cracks in the ground and said, Do you like it here? I'm planning to develop this place into a nest for your crypt spider clan. Master, is what you're saying true? Seriously, this place is yours from now on. Wow, Master. Little Scarlet's home is finally not that little wooden box anymore. Shuxi was speechless. The cave spider queen always remembered the wooden box that carried her when she was a child. This is your territory from now on, and you must clean up all those underground caterpillars. From now on, no other races will be allowed to move in here except your race. The queen of the cave spiders grew increasingly delighted as she listened, for underground fissures were the cave spider's favorite environment. Moreover, this underground fissure is extremely large, making it a natural super cavern. After that, the cave spider queen only needs to slightly modify the surrounding crevices and boulders to create the best breeding grounds. Master, you are so good to Little Scarlet. Shuxi once again stopped the cave spider queen from climbing on him, then took her hand and walked towards the abyss. A moment later, Shuxi pointed to the bottomless abyss and said, I had knocked that terrifying spiky bug off here before, but it got back up. I suspect there's another world or space below, but we can't go down to explore it yet. I'm giving you a task. Guard this place, and occasionally send out little spiders to probe downwards. Let me know if you discover anything. The cave spider queen stared uncertainly into the bottomless abyss. Master, do you know how deep this abyss is? Shax shook his head, then casually picked up a boulder and threw it down. After a long while, Shuxi turned to the cave spider queen and spoke. See that? There's no reaction at all. Not a single sound came back. This is a bottomless abyss. A hint of fear appeared in the eyes of the cave spider queen. She was somewhat frightened. Don't be afraid. From now on, I will arrange for a leader-level expert to patrol here every day to assist you in guarding this place. Upon hearing this, the cave spider queen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason she was so afraid was that she thought a leader-level powerhouse might crawl out of here. By then, this place will no longer be the lair of their burrowing spider clan, but a graveyard. Become strong as soon as possible, and I hope that next time I participate in the invasion of all races, I can take you with me. Master, is Little Scarlet really okay? Yes, you can. Work hard, and if you can reach the peak of hero level this winter, I will prioritize promoting you to boss level. Master, you didn't lie to Little Scarlet, did you? Shakus reached out and stroked Little Scarlet's head, just like he would when she was a child, and then tapped it lightly. When have I ever lied to you? Remember, the more people you have, the better, and I will provide you with plenty of food. I hope that one day, you can protect this bottomless abyss all by yourself. Not only can it protect the world, it can also help me explore the world below. To be honest, Shuxi was indeed making empty promises to the cave spider queen and setting goals for her. Laying eggs, increasing strength, advancing to the leader level, guarding the underground fissures, and exploring the bottomless abyss. These are all goals that Shuxi set for the cave spider queen. This is also part of their long-term plan. After we leave, have your people build up this road and make the entrance smaller. The mission to guard this place begins now. Shakus's expression was serious, and his tone was very solemn. Yes, master. Next, Shuxi arranged some things for Dels, telling him to wait until things were settled here before returning to Crocodile Turtle Valley. Elder Gankai was somewhat worried and insisted on staying to accompany Dels. Shuxi did not stop them and led two of his tribesmen to climb up. When Shuxi returned to the stone wall in Crocodile Turtle Valley, his demon wife Yuna was still waiting there. However, at this moment, There was another person beside Yuna, Medusa Aya, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Although Medusa Aya did not participate in the battle, she was still very busy. Because of the triangular python as a guardian beast, Aya had been helping Nyohan D transport supplies to the temporary camp. When her people began to migrate, she again used the triangular python to bring all the women and children of the tribe out. Moreover, this kind of escort mission is not a one-off event. Aya only calmed down after news of the return of Shaxi and the Grand Elder arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Shaxi stepped forward and embraced the two women who had followed him the first, one on each side. They were the ones who were desperately protecting their tribe. The terrifying thorn beetle is dead, and the major issues have been resolved. With the Grand Elder overseeing things down here, you can all go back and rest. Yuna nodded. Shake's return meant that all she had to do was guard their tent. Chieftain, when the people heard that you had returned, they all abandoned their temporary camp and rushed back. The water buffalo man arrived before Shaxi with a great thud, bowed deeply, and then began to recount the trouble he had encountered. It's all right. Let the tribesmen all come back. As for those supplies, they can be transported back gradually. Neo Handy, I'm giving you 2 tasks. The bull stood upright, looking ready at any moment, which made Shax find it somewhat amusing. Shax didn't take him to fight against the invasion of the myriad races, and this guy was clearly a little resentful. First, organize a team of obsidian golems to carve a passage for me between the underground fissure and the alligator turtle valley. Second, tidy up the remaining open spaces in Black Wasteland Town to prepare for the arrival of the main force. Our main force has more than 50,000 people. Chapter 166, Inspecting the Territory, An Unexpected Surprise. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder, and reunion is sweeter than honey. Some are clumsy yet passionate, some are alluring like fireworks, and some are brave yet gentle. The next morning, when Shax got out of the animal skin, he couldn't help but press his lower back and rest for a while before walking out of the tent. The familiar alligator turtle valley, with its peaceful atmosphere, made Shax feel as if he were in a dream. They're really back. With the main force yet to return and the guardian trolls not by his side, Shaksha was left feeling relaxed and carefree. As Shax walked out of the crocodile turtle valley, all the tribespeople he met bowed their heads in greeting. Shax smiled all the way and unknowingly arrived at the south gate, where he climbed the city wall. Chieftain, Battle Elder Dels approached, looking somewhat weary. Haven't had a break at all? Dels nodded and led Shaxi into an inner room on the city wall. I was busy all night and couldn't sleep, so I decided to stay here and keep watch. Shaxi sized up Dels, whose strength had reached the peak of the hero level, and whose aura had become much more stable. Take a rest. The tribe still needs your help in many areas. Don't worry. Chieftain, Elder Nyo Handy will come to replace me soon. Shaxi nodded and walked out of the inner room. Walk with me for a while and tell me what happened in the tribe after I left. Yes, Chieftain. Since the Shakes invaded from the south, the Black Wilderness tribes may seem unchanged, but in fact, many things have been quietly changing. Shaxi needs to be familiar with these changes in order to know how to manage the tribe going forward. The two men walked around and chatted, with Dels doing most of the talking. 2 hours later, Shax and Dels arrived at the eastern mountain ridge. Dels explained the main matters of the tribe in detail, giving Shax a clear understanding of the situation. Have you cleaned up all the bugs below? From the latter half of the night onwards, nothing was found. However, the Spider Queen continued her search, albeit with less intensity. Shaxi didn't speak. Those ordinary insects were few in number, and the crypt Spider Queen Scarlet could handle them all by herself. Go and rest. I'm going to patrol the Black Waste Forest. Inspecting the Black Waste Forest? Dels was a little confused. It was understandable that Shax was inspecting Crocodile Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town, but what did it mean to inspect the Black Wasteland Forest? However, when an eagle's cry rang out from the sky, Dels understood. Shax wasn't joking with Dels. He really was going to inspect the Black Wasteland Forest. A huge black shadow swooped down. Shax climbed the city wall, leaped up, and landed steadily on the Thunder Eagle. Tell the Grand Elder that I will return in 3 days at most. The wind howled past, making Dels's hair a mess in the wind. Dels suddenly realized that his heart was racing. That's a Thunder Eagle. It's a leader-level flying magical beast. At this moment, Dels longed to soar into the sky and accompany Shax to inspect the Black Wilderness Forest, the land that had nurtured them. Unfortunately, Dels couldn't do it. I will definitely advance to the leader level. I also want to see the outside world. Dels had never longed for such power, longed to go out into the world. This was the first time Shax had ever looked down upon the Black Wasteland Forest. Looking down at Crocodile Turtle Valley and Black Wasteland Town from high above was like looking at a city of building blocks, which was particularly interesting. After turning my gaze away, the sky and earth were clear, the sea of clouds was vast, and the sounds of wind and thunder were incessant. When you look down, mountains, trees, magical beasts, birds, lakes and rivers all come into view, and a sense of timelessness and vastness sweeps over your soul. Starting from the east, Shaxi patrolled northwards along the Black Ridge Mountains, where the mountain giants dwelled. The Black Ridge Mountains are vast, serving as the boundary between the Black Wasteland Forest and the Poison Dragon Swamp, creating a unique environment. Should we subjugate this race now? When Shaxi saw giants hunting on the Black Ridge Mountains, the idea of subduing this race arose in his mind. However, this idea was quickly rejected by Shaksha, because the time was not yet ripe for its capture. After flying over the Black Ridge Mountains, further east lies an area where jungles and swamps intersect. This area was quite novel for the Shaxi, who had never been here before. Continuing eastward lies the abyss of the underground, the lair of Axe, the lord of the four domains, but Shaxi had no desire to explore it. Continuing westward, the northwest direction is still the area of the underground abyss, which isn't very interesting. It wasn't until the westernmost region that Shaxi saw the cold desert ruled by the Scorpion King, Redclad Cell. Shaxi lingered in the cold desert for a while, but did not venture further in. Finally, after heading south until reaching the edge of the Thunder Forest, Shaxi began his return journey. The entire process took Shaxi more than 2 days, giving him a direct understanding of the Black Wasteland Forest he ruled. At the same time, Shakespeare also gained a clear understanding of his neighbors. Remember this. This forest is my territory, and from now on, it will also be your hunting ground. Shakes gently patted Thunder Eagle on the back, and the latter let out an excited cry, extremely happy. Okay, let's go back. Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and flew towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. On the way back, Shakes also saw the returning large group. Judging from their pace, it will take them another 6 or 7 days to reach Alligator Turtle Valley. The Thunder Eagle flew low overhead, leaving behind a high-pitched cry. Is that the chieftain's thunderhawk? In the dense forest, the succubus queen Yelena looked up at the sky, gazing up at the departing Thunder Eagle. Yes, I also saw the clan chief. He even smiled and nodded at us. The speaker was the prophet Geta, who was high and in a favorable position. The clan leader must have sensed your presence, which is why he flew down to say hello. It seems your plan to surprise the clan leader has failed. The succubus queen, Yelena, smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with the joy of her successful advancement. 2 days ago, the succubus queen Yelena, with the help of the elemental tide caused by the golden blood mushroom, finally achieved her wish and successfully advanced to the boss level. Yelena originally wanted to give Shaxi a surprise, but Shaxi, who happened to be passing by, discovered it in advance. The Patriarch's return indicates that the crisis in Alligator Turtle Valley has been resolved. Prophet Gata nodded in agreement. With Shaxi, Elder Steelk, Abyssal Tyrannoman, and Thunderhawk returning to Crocodile Turtle Valley, whatever the matter, it should be resolved quickly. Prophet, to be honest, I still feel that the Black Wasteland is better. Although the races and resources are not as abundant as in the south, I grew up here and have an emotional attachment to it. The Prophet Geta gazed upon the Black Wasteland, upon the former settlement of the Obsidian Golems, and upon the great mountain that once stood there. I've heard you say something like that hundreds of years ago. Chapter 167 3 Women, Barracks Proposal. 7 days later, Shakes and Elder Genkai led their troops out of Crocodile Turtle Valley to welcome the returning army of the invading races. Of course, the main reason is still those tens of thousands of cannon fodder regiments, which need to be dealt with properly. The large contingent moved slowly, not only because of the large number of people, but also because it was transporting a large amount of supplies. The supplies looted during this southward expedition were plentiful. The Kobold tribe, Thunderhawk City, Half Moon Island, and half of Thunderstorm City, all the places that the Shaxi had invaded, were plundered clean. The massive force and supplies shocked all the tribesmen in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Whether old or young, everyone ran out of the city to welcome their clansmen and watch the excitement. Mother, look, isn't that the dog-headed man you told us about? Look, there are lizard men. Elder, are those all prisoners brought back by the clan chief? So many slaves. The discussions among the tribespeople varied, but they all expressed curiosity and amazement. The elders who came out to greet the clansmen along with Shaxi and the Grand Elder, including Yena, Aya, Dels, Neo-Handy, and Luosha, were all shocked when they saw the powerful Elder Yelena in the procession. Leader level. The elder deacon has also advanced to the leader level? Sister you. Hiss. Actually, Shakespeare was also somewhat surprised. The reason I gave Yelena the golden blood mushroom was because she had obtained the potion from her looting. Furthermore, Yelena had already failed to advance once, and Shuxi wanted to comfort her and gave her some hope. Unexpectedly, Yelena proved herself capable. After Shax rushed back to Crocodile Turtle Valley to save the day, she swallowed the golden blood mushroom and successfully advanced. Elder, I have already had the clansmen clear out that area in the southeast and settled the cannon fodder regiment there. Elder Gang Kai is the commander of the cannon fodder regiment, so this is something he has to do. Yelena, you are in charge of settling the Tekel clan in the western region. Yes, chieftain. As the elder deacon, Yelena is the most suitable person to arrange this matter. Furthermore, Tekel the kobold is Yelena's slave. If she doesn't take responsibility, who will? Tekel the kobold was agitated because his people and relatives were being treated differently. Their kobold group was far superior to the kobolds in the cannon fodder regiment. After lunch, the elders' meeting will begin. After pushing Dels and Nyohan D out to help collect the supplies, Shax returned to Crocodile Turtle Valley with those words. Not only do others have important things to do, but Shuxi also has important things to do. This is Rove, the saintess of the Garland clan, skilled in cultivating potions and enchanting, and also my woman. Shax felt somewhat embarrassed as he introduced the women he had taken in outside to Yuna, feeling a sense of guilt for having done something wrong. Yuna smiled and held Luo Fu's hands affectionately, asking Shax with a half-smile. Dear Shakus, I can sense that this little sister is different. Shuxi nodded, signaling ROF to put away her secret technique of concealing her appearance and let Yuna and Aya see her true face. Oh, her beauty is breathtaking, her fragrance irresistible. No wonder my Xerox was put in my tent. Welcome to our family. Even the stunningly beautiful Yuna and Aya were slightly taken aback by Luo Fu's breathtaking beauty. Yuna quickly recovered and, instead of putting on airs, accepted Luo Fu in a gentle tone and with a warm attitude. However, Medusa Aya's attitude was different. Aya and Shuxi have a contract, and Aya can sense the relationship between Luo Fu and Shuxi. Aya knew very well that she and Luo Fu were equals. Despite Luo Fu's beauty and ethereal figure, Aya remained indifferent to her and even harbored some hostility towards her. Three women make a drama, and Shax, sitting in the tent, didn't know what to say. You guys chat first. I'll go out and check on the situation with the Grand Elder. After saying that, Shuxi turned and fled the tent. As for the matters of the harem, no, the matters of the tent, let the demon wife, Yuna, handle them. After leaving the tent, Shax did not go to the cannon fodder regiment, but went to the chieftain's tent. There are two nominally chieftain tents. One is the residence of the Shuxi, and the other is the place for discussing military meetings. This was separated from the Shuxi a few days ago, because as the tribe grew stronger, the number of elders on the council continued to increase. Today, in addition to the 4 chief elders, the Council of Elders has expanded to 70 ordinary elders. Once the battle achievements from this invasion of all races are tallied, many elders will be promoted. Chieftain, you've arrived. The first to enter was the Prophet Geta. After Shaksha responded, he gestured for the latter to sit down. In the next 15 minutes, the 4 chief elders took their places one after another. Terminer, go and inform the other elders that the council meeting will be postponed by 2 hours. Shuxi glanced at the 4 chief elders, Grand Elder Genkai, Prophet Geta, Yelena, and Dels, and thought it would be better to communicate with them first. I have 3 things to say. Elder, Prophet, Yelena, and Dels, please consider them and see if there are any oversights or if any improvements are needed. First, the number of elders is constantly increasing. I plan to improve the Elders' Council, classifying and categorizing them like the cannon fodder regiment. I would like to select 8 council elders from the Elders' Council and allow them to attend important tribal meetings. Many hands make light work. Pooling ideas is essential. Shuxi spoke in an extremely serious tone, implying that this matter was imperative. Secondly, the number of warriors with the bloodline of the tribe is constantly increasing, and there will be even more in the future. The tribe needs a military camp. I have decided to designate Alligator Turtle Valley as a military camp for the Black Wilderness tribe. The entire Troll clan migrated to the area north of Black Wasteland Town. When Shuxi said this, he was looking at Elder Genkai. The biggest obstacle to this decision is most likely Elder Genkai. The Black Wasteland tribe does indeed need a military camp to ensure the professionalism, secrecy, discipline, and unity of its warriors. Moreover, all other races live in Black Wasteland Town, while only the Troll race lives in Crocodile Turtle Valley. Over time, conflicts and estrangement naturally arise within the tribe. The gossip of ordinary people can also have power. It's best to avoid it in advance if possible. Of course, Shax knew very well that the members of the Mayan troll clan had a very deep affection for Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is one of the potential obstacles, but it is a necessary step for the Shakshiri to take in order to drive racial integration. Of course, I'm no exception. My chieftain's tent has been moved to the vicinity of the south gate of Black Wasteland Town, where I will guard the tribe with my people. One of the accommodations was relocated to the northern area, near Alligator Turtle Valley, which became a habitat for trolls. Later, Crocodile Turtle Valley was transformed into a military camp, allowing only warriors of the tribe's regular bloodline to enter. Chapter 168 Black Wasteland Renamed, Leaders' Resources. Elder Gang Kai frowned, hesitated several times before finally speaking, and did not open his mouth to say anything. After Shuxi finished speaking, he tried to speak weakly. Shax, can't the barracks be moved to another location? Shax shook his head and looked at Elder Gankai. Elder, the tribe must move away from Crocodile Turtle Valley. This is not only for the future of the tribe, but also for the safety of the tribe members. A passage will be opened between the underground Fissure and Alligator Turtle Valley, and the tribe must move away from Alligator Turtle Valley. Upon hearing this, Elder Gankai immediately thought of the underground caterpillars and terrifying thorny insects crawling out of the cracks in the ground, and his scalp tingled. If other monsters were to emerge from the abyss, the consequences would be unimaginable. Okay, I agree to the relocation. Shuxi nodded and smiled. If even Elder Gankai had been persuaded, the other clansmen would be even easier to deal with. The third thing I'm going to do is rename Black Wasteland Town to Black Wasteland City. The four chief elders were all puzzled by this matter, unable to understand why Shakisi would go to such lengths. Was there some difference between them? This time, including the cannon fodder regiment, we brought back a total of more than 50,000 people on this southward expedition. With our own 20,000 plus members, our Black Wilderness tribe has grown quite large. This year there are 50,000, and what about in the future? There will only be more and more. Our previous plans for Black Wasteland Town were a bit too small. I have decided to expand Black Wasteland Town and transform it into Black Wasteland City. In the next few years, we will build the walls of Black Wasteland City and enclose the entire area around Crocodile Turtle Valley. Shax spoke these words with boldness and domineering spirit, in one breath, full of hope for the future. Elder Gankai, Prophet Geta, and Yelena all gazed at Shuxi. They knew that Shuxi was not joking, and that Black Wasteland City would continue to grow stronger. At this moment, the Black Wasteland tribe has 4 chieftains. Shax snapped out of his reverie and looked at the 4 elders who were deep in thought. When his gaze fell on the combat elder, Dels, he remembered something. Dels, there's something I need to discuss and confirm with you. Chieftain, please speak. Shuxi glanced at the other 3 elders who were casting curious glances at him and tried to soften his tone. Your strength has reached its peak, and you have entered the sequence of acquiring leader-level resources. According to the rules, you should be entitled to the leader-level resources acquired after this. Dels was very puzzled. Didn't he have his demon wife, Yuina, before? Why would it be him? Could it be? The moment Dels's thought came to mind, it was confirmed by Shuxi. We have prepared the resources for Yuina. Shuxi took out a wooden box from his pocket and spoke without reservation. The resources inside were contributed by that terrifying thorn beetle. Shuxi didn't say that the box contained dark source crystals. He believed that the fewer people who knew this secret, the better. Chieftain, what does this have to do with me? Shax shook his head, then nodded. Before the crypt Spider Queen Crimson reaches the peak of heroic level, the tribe will prioritize giving you the chief level resources it acquires. If Crimson reaches the peak of heroic level by then, I will prioritize allocating resources to it. The training of the Cave Spider Queen is urgent, and Shuxi must handle it specially. If the Cave Spider Queen were at the peak of heroic level, I wouldn't give this resource to Yuina either. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, Dels's downcast eyes suddenly brightened. Dels wasn't afraid of being treated specially, but rather afraid of not being able to access leader-level resources. I agree with the clan chief's decision. I agree. The fact that the 3 leader-level powerhouses, Geta the Prophet, Elder Gankai, and Yelena, all stood with Shuxi made Dels' eyes widen in surprise. Dels, it's not that the chieftain is targeting you, but the tribe desperately needs a powerful crypt spider queen. The Prophet Geta looked at Dels and offered an explanation. After heading south to participate in the invasion of all races, the Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Yelena all knew very well how important it was to have a cannon fodder regiment that obeyed orders without question. The endless scorpions of the cold desert, the swamp crocodiles of the Poison Dragon Swamp, and the kobolds and goatmen of Thunder Eagle City all illustrate how important it is to have cannon fodder units. The reason why the Shaxi accepted the kobolds was largely because the cave spider queen had not yet come of age. I have no objection and will follow the clan chief's arrangements. Shax nodded. He had communicated with Dells in advance to avoid Dells harboring resentment if such a situation were to actually occur. Terminer, inform the Council of Elders that the meeting is about to begin. After communicating with the 4 elders, the elders' meeting officially began. This time, not only the elders arrived, but also Yuyina and Aya came. Shaksha felt gratified as he looked at the elders from the Succubi, Trolls, Buffalo, and Obsidian tribes. Of course, there was also the kobold elder Tekkel sitting at the back, and Shaksha also exchanged a glance with him. However, Tekkel seemed somewhat out of place at the moment, appearing extremely humble. As I said before, leader-level resources are open to all members of the Council of Elders. The demon wife, Yuyina, has made several successful suggestions, and in addition to her great contribution in defending the tribe and taking the lead in resisting the underground caterpillars, she is qualified to receive leader-level resources. With that, Shuxi waved his hand and handed the wooden box containing the dark source crystal to his demon wife, Yuyina. Although the demon wife Yuyina had some expectations, she did not expect Shuxi to be so direct and decisive in handing over the leader-level resources to her. Yuyina's hands trembled slightly as she gripped the wooden box. This was a leader-level resource. Thinking of this, Yuyina's heart beat a little faster. At the same time, all the members of the Elder Council stared wide-eyed at Yuyina. It wasn't Yuyina's beauty that attracted them, but rather the wooden box in her hands that held a fatal attraction for them. Sitting in the front side seat, the succubus queen Yelena stared at her younger sister with her beautiful eyes, feeling fortunate that marrying Yelena to Shaksha was such a wise choice. Now, not only has he become a leader-level powerhouse, but his sister also has a great chance. Cough cough. Shuxi coughed twice, drawing the attention of all the elders. The next sequence for acquiring resources is Dells and the Cave Spider Queen. I'm really looking forward to seeing which of you will become the third. Spurred by the sudden appearance of leader-level resources, the members of the Elder Council became very active. Shuxi did not explain why the Crypt Spider Queen appeared in the following sequence. However, no elders raised any questions. They had complete trust in Shuxi. They believed there must be a reason why the Cave Spider Queen was qualified to receive leader-level resources. Chapter 169, like cooking a small fish, establishing a garrison commander. The bustling crowds are all driven by the pursuit of profit. Leader-level resources are the greatest driving force and also the greatest benefit. Driven by profit, Shuxi saw a glimmer of green in the eyes of all the elders. It was a yearning for power, and a yearning for leadership. The reason why Shuxi always publicly bestows resources upon chieftains is that he wants to use these resources, which concern the elders' own interests, to motivate them and promote the development of the tribe. This is a slow process. Governing a large country is like cooking a small fish, so how about governing a tribe? Many things, once they become habits, can unconsciously change a person and, in turn, change the environment. The second matter was the proposal to reform the Council of Elders. Shuxi narrowed his eagle eyes, scanned the members of the Elder Council, and spoke indifferently. As the tribe grows stronger, the number of elders will continue to increase. In order to better manage the tribe, the elders will be divided into different levels and categories. The tribe would assign a position and classify each elder based on factors such as their strength, military achievements, and special abilities. The elders are ranked from level 1 to level 9, with level 9 elders being second only to the chief elder. At the same time, elders are divided into 4 categories: discipline, combat, deacon, and revelation. These categories are designed to assist the 4 chief elders in managing the tribe in several aspects, including discipline, warfare, logistics, and strategic planning. Previously, all power in the Black Wilderness tribe was in the hands of the Shuxi. It wasn't until the Black Wasteland was unified that the Shakes began to delegate power to the 4 chief elders. Now that the Black Wasteland tribe has grown stronger again, its internal system should be further differentiated in order to adapt to the current situation. The Troll Clan's old system of elder councils definitely needs further improvement. Shakes knew very well that if the Black Wilderness tribe wanted to grow stronger, it needed to have a powerful force as its foundation and background, and this was the only way. Only a tribe that gradually improves its systems can achieve sustainable development. Shuxi's words silenced the entire chieftain's tent. If chieftain-level resources are the elders' ultimate goal, then the right to intervene in all aspects of tribal affairs is their immediate, tangible goal. Suddenly, the clan chief's tent, which had been silent, began to murmur faintly. After realizing that Chieftain Shuxi had no intention of stopping it, the chieftain's tent became completely lively. Shuxi sat upright in the main seat, calmly and serenely observing everything. This was the effect he wanted. The general direction of the reform has been proposed by the Shakes, but the refinement and improvement will require the backbone of these tribes to handle. If one does everything personally, Shuxi would die of exhaustion in the chieftain's tent. Half a day later, under the supervision of the 4 chief elders, the proposal for reform of the Elders' Council was finally finalized. Shuxi didn't look at the animal hide in his hand, which was filled with various detailed suggestions. He scanned the crowd and made eye contact with each elder for a second or two. I approve the proposal to reform the Council of Elders. However, one thing is certain. Apart from the 4 chief elders, every member of the Elder Council who advances to the leader level will automatically be promoted to the position of tribe guardian. The tribal garrison commander has the same status and treatment as the 4 chief elders, but does not hold power. The tribal garrison commander is under my direct jurisdiction. He should consult me directly on any matters. Shuxi's tone was extremely stern, serious, and cautious. Leader-level powerhouses, also known as tribal guardians, are the true pillars of every tribe. Shuxi was unwilling to easily lose this type of person, nor did he want to see anyone betray him and be killed by his own hands. After all, every leader-level powerhouse was painstakingly trained by Shuxi. The atmosphere inside the chieftain's tent became so quiet you could hear a pin drop once again. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Shuxi then brought up several other matters that had been discussed earlier. The next step was to designate Alligator Turtle Valley as a site for the tribe to build military camps. What followed, whether it was establishing barracks or renaming the city Black Wasteland, was a process of discussion and input from everyone. After that came the much-anticipated commendation ceremony, where awards were presented for meritorious service. The Council of Elders held meetings intermittently for 2 days and 2 nights. After everything was settled, Shuxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shuxi glanced at his demon wife, Yuina, who was following behind him. This is a golden blood mushroom, a rare and high-grade magic potion that can trigger small-scale elemental tides, which is helpful for advancement. When you advance in your skill level, take it along with the other ingredients. Yuina didn't speak, but just nodded. Then she stepped forward, took Shake's arm, and walked towards the tent with Shakes under the watchful eyes of her tribesmen. In the troll race, in public, the only person who can hold Shax's arm and walk beside him is his wife. Yuina was asserting her sovereignty to her people and also to Rav, the holy maiden of the Garland clan, who had just entered the tent. Luofu also has a golden blood mushroom, which she uses as seeds. This is a rare resource of the tribe, and the task of overseeing its cultivation is entrusted to you. Shuxi gazed at Yuina for a moment before explaining Luofu's cultivation plan. Of course, Shuxi also handed over the management of Luofu to Yuina. Shakespeare, I will definitely not let you down. Shakes nodded, and accompanied by Yuina, he looked at the black wasteland city that he had built with his own hands. A sense of pride rose from his heart, nourishing his resolute heart. The next morning, Shakes woke up in a state of near suffocation. Beneath the animal hide, Yuina, Aya, and Luofu's arms and heads were pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Shuxi gently laid the still-sleeping Luofu down and prepared to get up. However, as soon as he put Luofu down, he saw Yuina looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes and a smile. Shuxi kissed those beautiful eyes and said gently, "Get some rest. I'm going to take a look around. The planning for the eastern area of Alligator Turtle Valley will be finalized today." Yuina smiled without saying a word and slowly closed her eyes. Stepping out of the tent, 4 fully armed guardian trolls stood in neat rows outside, waiting for Shaksha. Shakes stretched his body, then took out 4 bottles of pet beast pills and fed one to each of the 4 frost giant wolves, which had grown taller again. Not bad at all. All 4 of those little puppies are now level 5 magical beasts. Shakes stroked the huge wolf's head, occasionally pressing down on the frost wolf's ears, looking extremely content. Then Shaksha casually asked the guardian troll terminal, "Have the prophet and his team sorted things out?" Reporting to the clan chief, "As you wish, the prophet and his people have already planned out an area, and it is just waiting for you to confirm it. Come on, lead the way." Chapter 170, Opening the Demon's Lair, Unspeakable. East of Crocodile Turtle Valley, in the area surrounding the underground fissure, a large number of obsidian men, lizard men, and kobolds had already gathered when the Shuxi arrived. All members of the cannon fodder group were directly driven over by Elder Steel to serve as laborers, assisting Prophet Gata in building the city walls. Chieftain, this area has been surveyed and planned out. The Prophet Gatai and Elder Genkai came forward one after another to greet Shaksha. After Shaksha responded to them, he followed behind the Prophet Gatai and walked towards the designated area. Chieftain, as the elders have decided, we have fenced off the area east of Crocodile Turtle Valley. With so many people helping out, it is expected to be completed before winter arrives. Shax nodded. There were only 2 months left before winter, and time was running out. However, the kobolds and lizard men of the cannon fodder regiment were at the mercy of the Prophet Gata, and there were enough men. Let's decide on the area then. Prophet, remember to build the secret tunnels left for the cave spiders. The Prophet Gata nodded. The main reason he was personally in charge of this matter was because of these secret passages. This will be crucial for the burrowing spider to flank and attack the enemy from behind. It cannot be taken lightly. Subsequently, the Shuxi stayed in the eastern region for a period of time. Just as Shuxi was about to leave, Elder Genkai stopped him. Chieftain, I have discovered a promising talent within the tribe. He was born with superhuman strength and clamors every day to learn spear techniques, so he can become a strong man like you. Shax was a little curious. He hadn't expected that Elder Genkai had stopped him for something like this. Are we trolls? Yes. Chieftain, would you like to take some time tomorrow to meet those little brats? They idolize you. Shuxi remained silent. He hadn't really paid much attention to the little brat in the tribe. Now that he'd heard what the elder had to say, he was intrigued. After all, those little brats are the future of the tribe. We have to go and see them. Okay, I'll go watch them do their morning exercises tomorrow. Hee. Okay, I have to give them a surprise. Seeing that Shuxi was about to leave again, Elder Genkai stopped Shuxi once more. Chieftain, many young men from Mayan and Achuo have already come to me. They wanted to try their luck in the abyss. Upon hearing this, Shuxi not only stopped in his tracks, but also frowned. Elder, are you sure? It's confirmed. They wanted to go themselves. The Abyss Demon Cave is where Shuki made a contract with the Abyss Tyrannoman. It is a small tributary of the Abyss, inhabited by all kinds of abyssal monsters. In the deepest part of the Abyss, there are even all sorts of terrifying beings. In the past, the seal on the Abyss Demon Cave was opened once every 3 or 5 years. The reason the tribe has such restrictions is to prevent the young people of the tribe from taking their lives lightly. They feared that once they entered the Abyss, they would be greedy for quick success and recklessly risk their lives, thus affecting the tribe's survival. However, the tribe's survival is no longer an issue, and the Abyss Demon Cave can now be opened. 3 days later, I waited for them in the back mountains of Alligator Turtle Valley. Tell them to wait in front of the stone gate in Crocodile Turtle Valley. I'll send a squad of bloodline warriors to pick them up. If the results are good this time, then I'll start it once a year. After much deliberation, Shuxi finally agreed to the matter. Although the Abyss Cavern is dangerous, it may also be an opportunity for some trolls to gamble and turn their lives around. Such an opportunity should not be extinguished because of Shakespeare's concerns. After all, Abyss Grayman was one of the main reasons for the rise of the Xerox. Shakespeare couldn't do the thing of cutting down the peach tree after eating the peaches himself. Okay, I'll spread the word when I get back. Elder Genkai was very happy, and the smile on his face had a touch of childlike innocence. When did the Grand Elder go to teach those little brats? Shuxi turned his head and asked his guardian troll. Temenur, Longmu, and Defek all shrugged, indicating that they did not know. Ermi smiled shyly and said to Shax, Chieftain, you came back early. During the 3 days you were missing, the Grand Elder was teaching the little brats in the clan. My family also has a little one who is learning from the Elder. After a moment's thought, Shuxi realized that Ermi was referring to the 3 days he had been patrolling the Black Wilderness Forest when he disappeared. Shax nodded, suddenly understanding why the elder was willing to stay in the tribe to take care of the people. So it was because of those little brats. Just as Shuxi was about to continue pondering, a member of his tribe rushed over to report. Chieftain, the elder deacon needs to see you. She says she's waiting for you in the chieftain's tent. Shuxi narrowed his eyes and sized up the succubus in front of him. He had some recollection of her. She was Yelena's subordinate, responsible for gathering intelligence. In other words, Yelena must have something to say to him. I understand. I'll go back right away. About an hour later, Shuxi appeared in the chieftain's tent. Chieftain, news has come from the south. Explain. Shuxi walked to the main seat, plopped down, and silently waited for Yelena's news. Our kobold scouts who remained in the Thunder Forest have obtained some information. Recently, the Harpy race has been frequently spotted in the northern part of Thunder Forest. After saying those 2 sentences, Yelena said no more, because there was no additional information in the intelligence report. The harpy race? Are they going back to claim territory, or are they looking for something? Shaxi whispered, as if talking to himself, or perhaps asking Yelena. There's no news yet. However, based on my speculation, it might be one of these situations. Shaxi took a sip of the beast blood wine that Yelena had poured for him, gesturing for her to continue. One option is what the clan leader envisioned, to occupy territory and continue integrating the scattered bloodline warriors of various races. Another possibility is that they are searching for some high-level magic potion or some person. The latter is the most likely. Another possibility is that they are preparing to drive away the beast tide. This last one completely stunned Shakespeare. Shakes had a hunch that the appearance of the harpies was most likely to drive away the beast tide and continue to weaken the power of the Fordomain Lord, Axe. Continue the investigation and notify me immediately if you find anything. Yes, chieftain. Is there anything else? Yes, it's a private matter. Yelena walked behind Shaxi, reached out to massage Shaxi's shoulders, and began to remove Shaxi's robes. Shaxi's eyebrows twitched wildly. Yelena was too audacious. Although this is also the chieftain's tent, it is more often used as a place for meetings and discussions. However, Shaxi was already ignited by Yelena's boldness and passion, his eyes filled with flames. What happened next was indescribable and incomparably wonderful. Chapter 171 Young Ah Shun, you deserve to be cut in 1,000 times. The following morning, Shaxi led the guardian trolls to the square of Black Wasteland City to watch the tribe's young children train. Trolls, succubi, buffalo men, obsidian golems, kobolds, and hordes of offspring added even more life to the tribe. It's unclear when exactly, but the mentors who taught these little brats have become heroic figures from various races. Each cub has met mentors from other races, and while knowing the advantages of their own race, they also understand their own shortcomings. Chieftain, you've arrived. Elder Genkai walked over to Shakes and watched the tribal cubs being trained with him. Elder, were these mentors arranged by you or by Yelena? It's the Elder Deacon. Elder Genkai was very satisfied with Yelena's arrangement. He hadn't expected that having elites from various races take turns teaching the tribe's youngsters would be so effective. A few days ago, Elder Genkai got into a good mood, and while teaching these youngsters, he actually discovered a few promising talents among them, which he recommended to his friends. Chieftain, wait here for me. I'll go and fetch that kid who wants to learn how to use a spear. Shaxi nodded, indicating that he would wait there. A moment later, Elder Genkai led a chubby-faced troll cub with a braid on his head to Shaksha. The clan leader, that's him, Ashun, the 5-year-old brat. Shaxi looked at the troll cub named Ashen, whose eyes were bright and whose braids were quite unique. I heard you want to learn spear fighting from me? Yes, chieftain, I want to become a great hero like you. Shaxi's lips curled up into a slight smile. The Grand Elder said you were born with superhuman strength? Yes, chieftain, Ashun can defeat all the little brats in the tribe. Shakes almost burst out laughing. This little guy is quite interesting. He actually started calling his peers little brats, just like the Grand Elder. After thinking for a moment, Shaxi took out his discarded 4-bladed blood spear and planted it deeply into the ground. Ashun, you little brat, when you can pull out this spear, you can come to me to learn spear techniques. Shake's face was filled with a smile and anticipation. However, Ashun's answer caught Shakespeare off guard. Chieftain, is the spear my reward now that it's been pulled out? The elder glared, wanting to reprimand the young Asian, but was stopped by Shakespeare. Sure, the spear is yours once you pull it out. However, I'm going to give you a deadline. If you can't pull it out before winter comes and snow falls from the sky, don't come looking for me. Don't even think about the spear. I will bestow it upon the bravest bloodline warrior of the tribe. Teeming passed down the order. This rule applies to all children under 6 years old in the tribe. Shikushi looked at the young Asian and laughed heartily. To motivate these little ones, he's prepared to bleed a lot of money. The 4-blade blood spear is a gold-grade weapon, something that only boss-level powerhouses can drop. This was very precious to the Black Wasteland tribe at that time. Young Asian first looked at the Grand Elder, and seeing that the latter did not object, he looked at Shakes, and then tried to walk to the 4-blood spear and pull out the spear. Unfortunately, even with all his might, young Asian couldn't budge the 4-bladed blood spear in the slightest. Seeing this, Shaxi was not surprised and turned to walk towards his tent. The whole tribe is buzzing with the news that you're going to take on disciples. As soon as Shaxi entered the tent, his demon wife, Yuna, came forward and removed Shaxi's cloak. I had this idea just to motivate the young kids in the tribe. After all, they are our future. As Shakes turned around, just as he was about to say something more, Aya and Luo Fu brought him a bowl of water. Shakes was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly, reaching out to take the water from both women and gulping it down. Yina watched Aya and Luo Fu's struggle unfold, but she remained silent, as if she hadn't seen anything at all. Shax, why don't you try harder, and we'll give you one too. Upon hearing this, Shax was speechless. He was tormented by 3 women every night. Wasn't that enough? On the other hand, including the succubus queen Yelena, Shaksha has slept with quite a few women, but none of them have had offspring to this day. Shaxi could only attribute the reason to the difficulty of interracial reproduction. That night, Shaxi tormented the 3 women one by one, and only after they fell asleep did he lie down in the animal skin and focus his mind on his data panel. These days, Shaxi has been taking a high-grade magic potion every day, which he plundered from the Thunder Forest. Over time, the panel data of the saxophone has been continuously accumulated and has been greatly improved. Strength, 4010 to 5000 plus 8220, can be increased. Agility, 3756 to 5000 plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 4001 to 5000 plus 200, can be increased. Constitution, 3825 to 5000 plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 20% against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 72% troll. The reason why Shaxi is concerned about his data panel today is because after taking the last high-grade magic potion, Shaxi's data panel has made a major breakthrough. Both strength and intelligence on the panel have broken through the 4000 mark, which can be considered a small achievement. However, the bad news is that all the high-grade magic potions that Shaxi had collected have been exhausted. It's true what they say, murder and arson bring wealth and honor, while those who repair bridges and roads leave no trace of their victims. Sure enough, plundering is still the fastest way to increase strength. After staring at his data panel for a while, Shaxi finally focused his attention on the ash platform. As is customary, Shaksha initiated a trade with the wood elf Laina, and they began to talk. Elf, it's time to make a trade. Without any hesitation, the wood elf Laina traded all the pet pills and intermediate-level magic potions she had recently accumulated, as if afraid that Shaxi would run away. Only after the transaction was completed did the wood elf Laina begin to reply to Shaksha. Luo Shanhai, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? I thought you were dead. You need to work hard. If you don't work hard, where will you get so many magic cores to buy your pet pills? Luo Shanhai, could you please trade earlier next time? If you die, all those pet pills I made for you will cost me dearly. Cut. Shaxi ignored the unreasonable demands of the wood elf Laina and instead focused his attention on his other information. Nature's forest, fairy treehouse. The lowly wood elf, Laina, hummed a light, unfamiliar tune, her mood joyful and carefree. Luo Shanhai, that guy, traded so many magic cores this time. He must have become a bandit. Otherwise, he couldn't have hunted so many magic cores on his own. After the transaction was completed, the wood elf Laina, who had gained a considerable amount of wealth, was very happy. Because she can splurge again and buy more items to enhance her strength. Before Shaxi came online and traded with the wood elf Laina, Laina was really living hand-to-mouth. Wood elves dislike killing, so it's really troublesome for Laina to refine pet beast pills. Miscellaneous potions are fine. There are plenty in the forest of nature, but the blood of magical beasts there requires Laina to spend real money to buy and collect on the ash platform. When she saw Shaxi come online and initiate a trade with her, the wood elf Laina almost burst into tears. You damned Luo Shanhai, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you so long, I've almost withered. Chapter 172 What Price? Unknown Realm. After thinking for a long time, Shaxi edited a message and sent it to the wandering soul Dod. Dodd, my old friend, what price must I pay to obtain the Lord's heart? Shaxi was very direct. He didn't ask if the wandering soul Dod had the Lord's heart, but instead asked what price he would have to pay. Luo Shanhai, my friend, what do you have now? This was a message from the wandering soul Dod, which instantly silenced Shaxoan. Yes, what do I have now? You could say he had nothing. The things that Shaxi treasured would certainly not be of interest to the wandering spirit Dod. Even if magic cores and ores were used as substitutes, the amount would still be enormous, and Shaxi might not be able to handle it. Shaxi sighed, ending his conversation with the wandering spirit Dod. In the netherworld, upon the throne of bones. When the wandering soul Dod didn't receive a reply from Shaxi for a long time, he guessed what was going on. What a proud and self-respecting guy. However, on the other hand, who among those who can awaken and be reborn doesn't have a bit of ambition? Hee, Luo Shanhai, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of leverage you'll have when you contact me again. Or, what conditions would you agree to? Ha. As he pondered this, the wandering spirit Dodd, who had been talking to himself, suddenly burst into laughter. Many years ago, he really did want to gain more benefits through the Ash platform, just like Luo Shanhai, but he also had some wariness and worries about the Ash platform. The wandering spirit Dodi could tell that Luo Shanhai was the kind of person who would only come to the Ash's platform to find a solution when he encountered a problem he couldn't solve. As for Lord's Heart, the wandering soul Dod believed that Luo Shanhai would never have a way to deal with it. Ever since Dodril the Wanderer ascended the Bone Throne, his mind has been wandering on the Ash platform as long as there is no war. Because the wandering soul Dod wouldn't tell Luo Shanhai that there are many old monsters like himself on the Ash platform. The newcomers on the platform, who are not good at counting, have most of their good items instantly snapped up by these seasoned veterans. This is one of the reasons why Ash seeds like the Shuxi cannot find resources of the boss level or above. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Having been dealt a blow by the wandering soul Dod, Shaksha turned his attention to a transaction. That was a special transaction. It was a delayed transaction. The guy who initiated the trade was actually the Scarecrow who had been ignoring Shuxi all along, and the delayed trade he initiated was for 100 tons of grain. Without hesitation, Shax traded away 100 tons of grain for 500 level 3 magic cores. Well, the price isn't cheap, but it's not expensive either. It's within Zakisi's acceptable range. Moreover, 100 tons of grain is really not a lot. For Black Wasteland City with a population of over 100,000, it's only enough for 2 days. Don't argue with the data enthusiasts. In reality, 100 tons of grain would probably only feed 250,000 people for 1 day. Keep buying grain, the more the better. This time, Shuxi sent another message to the Scarecrow. However, just as Shuxi was about to regain his composure, the Scarecrow responded to him. The more the better, are you kidding? When Shax saw the message, he was immediately delighted. It seems that the saying, money can make the devil turn the millstone, is absolutely true. Even the aloof Scarecrow has become enthusiastic. Do you think I used to joke with you? Shax made a sarcastic remark, subtly conveying the Scarecrow's indifference towards him. You've misunderstood. I wasn't on the Ashes platform from spring until winter. Of course, I don't know if it's the same season where you are, or if it's the same as mine, but it's already winter here. Upon seeing these two messages, Shax narrowed his eyes instantly. Winter has arrived where the Scarecrow is, indicating that the Scarecrow is not on the same map as the Scythe. To be precise, it's not near the area where Shakshi is located, because it's currently autumn in the Black Wasteland Forest where Shakshi is located. Is there any food left? Shax did not investigate the location of the Scarecrow, but could only silently deduce it little by little from the information about the Scarecrow. Respecting others is the first step in getting along with each other, and Shax knows this very well. Yes, but I'm worried you won't be able to eat it. Upon seeing this message, Shax didn't reply. Instead, he directly initiated a trade with the Scarecrow, offering up his tens of thousands of level 3 magic cores. Damn, buddy, did you rob some big tribe? The aloof Scarecrow is no longer aloof. Shax smiled. Let's make a trade. Next, Shuxi and Scarecrow initiated one deal after another. In this round of transactions, Shax directly purchased 100,000 tons of grain, enough to feed the Black Wasteland City, which has a population of over 100,000, for 5 years. Friend, if you need food next time, just leave a message and I'll postpone the transaction for you. Remember, I'll only be online during the winter. With 100,000 tons of grain in hand, Shax's air became much calmer. Even if the Scarecrow stops selling him grain in the future, Shuxi will have enough time to find new grain purchasing channels. Moreover, this is a good sign. Through this transaction, Scarecrow and Shax have established a relationship. Whether the two are friends or not is another matter. At least, Sakisi can be considered a major customer of Scarecrow. Having purchased enough food, Shuxi had one less worry on his mind. He relaxed a lot and fell into a deep sleep as soon as he closed his eyes. In an unknown realm, amidst a world of ice and snow, inside a messy thatched hut, a human-shaped Scarecrow lay. At this moment, Evanta was very relaxed. The level 3 magic cores that Shuxi had traded for were like apples to Evanta, which he was chewing on one by one. Evanta, a seed of ash, felt somewhat tragic, having awakened within the Scarecrow race. This race is quite peculiar. They live in a strange realm filled with scarecrows. Scarecrows can survive without food or water, but to level up a Scarecrow, they must consume items containing strange energy, such as magic cores, crystals, or energy gems. What's even more bizarre is that there's a rule in this realm. Every spring, every Scarecrow must enter its own farm and plant all sorts of grains. Moreover, once they start planting, they can't stop. They have to keep busy until the autumn harvest before they can finally be free. Evanta was almost driven crazy by the first planting process. Or rather, Ivana has gone mad. However, through years of growing crops, he gradually returned from a state of madness to a normal state. This is an incredible process. In this process, Ivanta gradually got used to the scarecrow's body and characteristics, and also realized the fun of being a scarecrow. Finding joy in hardship is a kind of taste, isn't it? Goodness, this Luo Shanghai guy is really something. Lots of magic cores. He needs so much grain. He must have powerful backing. Or perhaps his faction is at war. Regarding grain, should I raise the price in future transactions, brother? Oh well, forget it. Who knows? We might even become friends in the future. We can chat with him whenever we have free time to relieve boredom. Few people know that Ivanta, the famous and seemingly aloof grain tycoon on the Ashes platform, is actually a chatterbox. Chapter 173 Speculation on the Beast Tide, Council Elders. As life gradually settled into a routine, Shaxi wandered around the area near the underground fissures every day, watching the city walls being built bit by bit, feeling extremely satisfied. However, just as Shaksha and the Prophet Gato were about to go and check out the secret passage, a succubus warrior walked towards them. Chieftain, Prophet, Her Majesty the Queen has urgent news to report. News has arrived from the south. Shax was stunned for a moment. He already guessed what it was about. Go and inform the 8 council elders that the council will meet in half an hour. With changes in the south, Shakisi no longer had the intention of staying at the construction site. So Shaksha and the Prophet Gata, along with 4 guardian trolls, hurried toward the chieftain's tent. Half an hour later, in the clan chief's tent, in addition to the 4 chief elders, there were also 8 council elders. The 8 council elders are Neo Handi, Jiayin, Yujia, Haizai, Tikal, Luosha, Ander, and Gangdun. Neo Handi is a water buffalo man and one of the 2 strongest among them. Gain and Yuga are from the succubus race. They are both intelligent beings and were chosen because of their exceptional wisdom. Black Jade Boy is a member of the Obsidian Stone clan. Among the 8 council elders, he is comparable in strength to Bull Earthshaker, or even stronger. Tekal is a kobold, and as the vice commander of the cannon fodder regiment, his position is too special. He should have a place among the council elders. After all, he would need to participate in many battles in the future. Lhasa, Andre, and Steel Shield all come from the troll race, with Lhasa and Andre being considered veteran elders. Steel Shield is the only newcomer. He is the eldest son of the Great Elder and is already quite strong. He is very prestigious among the trolls. Of course, Shaxi knew very well that these 8 council elders were actually chosen from among the short ones. Many members of the Elders' Council were chosen for their military achievements, not their abilities. Shaxi doesn't have any good solutions right now. Improving the quality of the elders is a slow process. Moreover, the Council of Elders has already begun reforms. Things will get better eventually. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Shaxi greeted the 8 council elders, and after they were all seated, he gestured to the deacon elder, Yelena, that she could continue. Yelena glanced at everyone, especially the 8 council elders. There are many things that the 8 council elders didn't know before, and now that we're going to talk about them, we have to start from the beginning. So, Yelena organized her thoughts before gently opening her lips. At the chief's request, and in accordance with our tribe's need for intelligence in the south, we left some kobold scouts in the Thunder Forest on our way back north. The Thunder Forest has been quite turbulent lately, with frequent appearances of leader-level harpies. Judging by the timing, it should be time for the Beast Tide to head north. In other words, the Beast Tide from the Thunder Forest is about to begin. Elder Genkai, Prophet Gata, and Dels had known about this matter for a long time. After all, they were the elders in charge. According to intelligence personnel, there is an 80% probability that the Beast Tide is coming. How should we deal with this year's Beast Tide? Yelena said this to the 8 council elders. Shax and the other 3 elders beside him did not say a word. Clearly, this meeting was not only about discussing the Beast Tide, but also about testing the elders of the 8 councils. The chief examiners were the Shax and the 4 chief elders. After Yelena finished speaking, the chieftain's tent fell silent. The 8 council elders had different expressions. Some were deep in thought, some were frowning, and some were puzzled. In short, the 8 elders had different expressions, and none of them spoke. Each of these people has a special identity, especially the Obsidian Man, Yuzi. Black Jade is the patriarch of the Obsidian Stone clan and the most powerful figure in the Black Wasteland Forest before the rise of Shax. After the Prophet Gatai was promoted to chieftain, he also wanted to break free from the Black Waste tribe and the Shakshi. However, after participating in this invasion of all races in the south, Yuzi deeply realized how ridiculous his previous ideas were. Even if the prophet Gata followed him away from the Black Wasteland tribe, the Obsidian might be wiped out one day. Beast tides, dark tides, invasions by all races. None of these can be resisted by the Obsidian Golem alone. Furthermore, the surrounding area was entirely occupied by various lords, leaving the Obsidian Golems with nowhere to live. Unless, of course, you become a slave or servant to a lord. But doing so would be no different from integrating into the Black Wasteland tribe. Before returning to Alligator Turtle Valley, the prophet Gata spoke with Black Jade. Even now, Black Jade still remembers the heartfelt words the prophet Gata spoke to him. Black Jade boy, have you changed your mind? Don't rush to tell me. Save the answer for yourself. During this invasion by all races, how many bloodline warriors did our tribe take out? And how many bloodline warriors have we brought back now? If this is the case this year, what about the future? The tribe is growing stronger year by year, and you have witnessed the chief's abilities firsthand. I don't want to say any more to you. As the patriarch of our Obsidian Golem clan, you must have your own ideas. If your mind hasn't changed, you can leave now with the tribe's people who are willing to follow you, and I will personally apologize to the chieftain. Another point is that only the tribal elders are qualified to obtain leader-level resources. Your achievements in this battle are remarkable, and your strength and status are also high. If you continue to wait, you will soon be able to enter the queue for exchanging leader-level resources. If you leave, you may never be able to advance to the boss level in your entire life. After Elder Genkai, I obtained leader-level resources, and now Elder Deacon Yelena has also obtained them and successfully advanced to leader level. Black Jade, have you ever thought about who will be the next one to obtain leader-level resources? These words were spoken by the prophet Gata to Black Jade on the night that the Succubus Queen Yelena successfully advanced to the next level. This is the prophet Gethsemane's admonition and reminder to a younger generation. If Hei Yuzai's ideas remain unchanged, he will truly miss an opportunity to soar. The image of the prophet Gata speaking to himself with his back turned that night is still vivid in my mind. Hei Yuzai suddenly felt very lucky. He had a wise and insightful elder who was giving him guidance. Hei Yuzai glanced at the other council elders, thought for a moment, and then stared at Shax. Chieftain, Black Jade is willing to follow orders and fight on the front lines for the tribe to resist this beast tide. To be honest, Black Jade hadn't come up with a way to deal with the beast tide, but that didn't mean he couldn't express his own wishes. To be precise, it's a declaration of loyalty. From the main seat, Shax looked at Hei Yuzai and felt that this obsidian stone man had finally come to his senses. As the patriarch of the Obsidian clan, Hei Yuzai should, in principle, have entered the Shuxi's sphere of influence along with the prophet Gata. However, for a long time, Hei Yuzai was practically invisible to Shax. This time, Hei Yuzai was selected as one of the 8 council elders, which seems to indicate that things have changed. Chapter 174 Beast Tide Food, Hierarchical Relationship. Yelena smiled faintly and glanced at the prophet Gata. She knew very well that Black Jade's growth was inseparable from the guidance of the prophet Gatai. Shax and Black Jade exchanged a glance and smiled, gesturing for the latter to sit down and listen to the opinions of others. Seeing that no one spoke, the Succubus elder, Gain, stood up, bowed slightly, and slowly spoke. May I ask the clan leader, is it possible that a leader-level powerhouse will emerge in this beast tide? Or, to put it another way, is the probability of it occurring high? The elders of the Succubus clan are quick-witted. It seems they already have a plan. Shuxi thought for a moment and said calmly, the only ones that can drive away the beast tide are flying magical beasts or harpies. The appearance of the beast tide means that there will definitely be a leader-level powerhouse, but whether it will fly at low altitude and come face-to-face with us is uncertain. Elder Gain, the Succubus, nodded slowly again, then looked at Shuxi and the 4 chief elders and spoke. In that case, Chieftain and the 4 elders, Gain, believed that the beast tide was not a bad thing for the Black Wasteland tribe, but rather a good opportunity to start hunting activities and store food for the tribe. Shuxi nodded, a smile appearing on his face, signaling the Succubus elder Gain to continue. Our tribe has now gained tens of thousands of new bloodline warriors, and our daily food consumption is an alarming amount. Moreover, winter is approaching, and we will be unable to plunder outsiders. For the survival of our tribe, no matter how large this beast tide is, we should not let it go. For our tribe, the beast tide is food, something we cannot afford to miss. Elder Gain's words not only won the approval of the 4 chief officials, but also greatly impressed the other 8 council elders. Since the Succubus Gain had hit the nail on the head, Shaksha didn't hold back anymore. The result of my previous discussions with the 4 chief elders was to launch a large-scale hunting event to hunt the beast tide. I am pleased that some of the council elders have stepped forward to take on this important responsibility. As he said this, Shax glanced at Heiyuzai. Gain is quite good. He can think about and analyze the beast tide from the perspective of the tribe's interests, which is a major issue concerning whether our tribe's granaries are full. At this point, Shaxi looked at the 8 council elders and said confidently, "You don't need to pay attention to the leader-level powerhouses that appear in the beast tide. The elder in charge, and I will drive them away for you. In other words, I will entrust this beast tide to you 8 council elders to handle. This is a test, but also an opportunity to solidify your position. I hope all elders will cherish this opportunity." Upon hearing Shax's words, the expressions of the 8 elders, Neo Handi, Jiayin, Yujia, Haizai, Tikir, Luosha, Ander, and Gangdun, immediately turned serious. Ignoring the expressions of the council elders, Shaxi instead warned them in a stern tone. "I will definitely leave the high positions in the tribe to capable members of the tribe. Those who lack ability will be removed. I hope everyone can progress together with the tribe." The Council of Elders has been in session for a long time, mainly focusing on the division of labor and cooperation among the 8 council elders, which needs to be clarified. However, the 4 leader-level powerhouses, Shaxi, Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, and Yelena, did not join their discussion at all. The meeting was chaired by Combat Elder Dels, as the upcoming operational plans were closely related to his duties. After the meeting ended and the 8 council elders emerged from the clan chief's tent, Shaxi began his discussion with the 4 chief elders. "What do you think?" Shaxi asked directly, wanting to know the opinions of the 4 chief elders regarding these council elders. "Chieftain, I suggest that next time the myriad races invade, we take Nyohan with us. He is very clever, and the water buffalo people also need a strong member of their own tribe to keep them in check." The Prophet Geta felt that the bull shaking the earth was being overlooked. His status and wisdom had not been developed. Shax nodded. He knew this better than anyone. "To be honest, the reason I left Dels and Nyo Handi in Crocodile Turtle Valley was because I valued their steadiness, and also so that my demon wife, Yeyina, would have a tribesman who could help her in crucial moments. Judging from this underground fisher crisis, the outcome was not bad, was it?" Shaxi did not avoid the battle elder Dels and spoke out his previous thoughts. This made Dels feel incredibly proud and honored. He realized that he held such a high position in the eyes of the clan chief, Shaxi. Dels felt a sense of being favored and became even more fanatical about Shaxi. Buzz. Just then, from the depths of Crocodile Turtle Valley, an unfamiliar, leader-level aura swept out, unrestrained and ruthless. The leader's overwhelming aura, which he displayed without restraint, crushed many ordinary tribesmen, shocking the entire Black Wasteland city. Shaxi, Prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, Yelena, and Dels all stood up from their seats, walked out of their tents, and looked into the depths of Alligator Turtle Valley. "It's my younger sister." Before even stepping out of the tent, the succubus queen Yelena sensed Yeyena's presence. Shaxi nodded without speaking, but he glanced at Yelena, indicating that he had already sensed it. Stepping out of the chieftain's tent, Shax saw Yeyena, her aura completely undiminished, walking step by step towards the stone gate of Crocodile Turtle Valley, greeting the surprise and excitement of all the tribesmen. It wasn't until she arrived at the chieftain's tent that Yeyena completely concealed her aura. Shax laughed, stepped forward, reached out, and put his arm around Yeyena's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. At the same time, Shaxi's voice rang out loudly. "Temener, pass down the order. The demon wife Yeyena has been promoted to chieftain level and appointed as the tribal garrison commander. The tribal celebration will last for 3 days and 3 nights, with bonfires burning continuously and food and drink served without ceasing. Longmu, pass down the order. The demon wife Yeyena is promoted to tribal garrison commander, and the cannon fodder regiment shall have an extra meat meal every day." After issuing the order, Shaxi took Yeyena's arm and walked into the chieftain's tent. This was an expected piece of good news. With a pure, leader-level dark source crystal and a golden blood mushroom that condenses elemental tides, Yeyena's chances of successfully advancing this time were much higher than those of her sister, the succubus queen Yelena. "Yeyena, you've come at the right time. You should also hear what everyone thinks of the 8 council elders." Yeyena nodded, and instead of sitting next to Shakisi or behind the 4 chief elders, she chose to stand behind Shakisi like a maid. The succubus queen, Yelena, glanced at her sister, a bright light flashing in her eyes. Yelena thought her sister had made a very wise choice. Under normal circumstances, Yeyena could sit in the seat behind the 4 elders. However, Yeyena did not, but instead stood behind Shaxi. Although the gesture was small, It was a subtle way of implying to everyone that she and Shuxi were one, and that she didn't need to share power or compete for it with the elders. To put it simply, Yuyona is telling the prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Dells that they are not competitors for each other's interests, but rather have an indirect superior-subordinate relationship. Chapter 175, The Succubus's Pattern, Ego's Restraint. It must be said that Yuyina is a smart and strategic succubus. The succubus clan already has a succubus queen, Yelena, who holds an important position as a deacon elder. If Yuyina were to step forward to vie for power, it would certainly attract gossip and rumors. Just because it's not there now doesn't mean it won't be there in the future. Therefore, Yuyina's wisdom lies in recognizing her own position from the very beginning. Yuyina's positioning also won the favor and respect of the 4 elders in charge. Apart from the succubus queen Yelena, all the other elders nodded slightly to Yuyina in greeting. After Yuyina returned the greeting with a smile, the meeting returned to its main topic. This time, our clan's elders, Jiayin and Yujia, did not participate in the war of invasion by all races. Although they were quick-witted, their knowledge was too shallow. They can get things done smoothly right under our noses because we're there to back them up. However, we must clearly understand that they are not yet ready to shoulder great responsibilities and still need further training and observation. Look, this is the succubus queen Yelena. Not only is she powerful and far-sighted, but she also knows when to advance and when to retreat. With her younger sister, Yuina, becoming a leader-level powerhouse, the succubus race's status is almost on par with that of the troll race. As Yuyona soared into the sky, the succubus queen Yelena spoke, suppressing the succubus elder who had just performed exceptionally well. The succubus queen, Yelena, was very shrewd. She understood that the tribe needed both balance and development. All of these things she did were to reduce the trouble for Shakespeare and the other 3 elders. Therefore, Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, and Dells all smiled and nodded, tacitly agreeing with Yelena's opinion. Moreover, Yelena was not wrong. Our clan's 3 elders, Luo Sha, Andy, and Gangdon, are not stupid, but they are not particularly clever either. They have achieved their current status through their military exploits and previous positions. However, I agree with the Elder Deacon's statement that we should give them a chance to see if they can transform into true pillars of the tribe. Elder Genkai was very straightforward. His entire life, everything he was integrated into the tribe. Therefore, the Grand Elder would never conceal or euphemistically express the strengths and weaknesses of the tribe and its people. Shuxi nodded, agreeing with Elder Genkai's point of view. The 8 elders will all be taken along for training during the next invasion of the myriad races in the south. Whether it's a dragon or a gopher, we'll find out once we take it out for a walk. Shuxi expressed his opinion, gave the 8 elders a chance, and decided their fate. As for Black Jade and Tekkel, there's no need for further explanation. Both of them survived the last great war of invasion by all races, and not only were they quite powerful, but they also had special status and identities. The 4 chief elders had no objections to the 2 of them. As long as they grew up well, they would surely become the pillars of the tribe in the future. Just as Shuxi and the 4 elders were having a meeting, a person was desperately fleeing in the dense forest of the southern Thunder Domain Forest. Khufu is the young patriarch of the Igor clan. He and his father, Nadal, have both made contracts with flying magical beasts. Although they are all only hero level, they are still extremely special in the Thunder Forest. Of course, the Harpies are an exception. With the help of Lord Layla, this race has completed its transformation, and every Harpy can now fly freely in the sky. During the last invasion by the myriad races, Jufu obeyed his father Nadal's orders and sent Utify, the sister of the Thunder Eagle Knight Utizi and a member of the Nachi race, to the Fire Raven race. Ever since the Fire Raven clan heard that Thunder Eagle City had been breached, Jufu had been in a state of torment for a long time. On his left hand is his beloved lover, Yudif. On his right hand is his respected father, Nadal. Caught in this dilemma, unable to make a decision, Jufu was almost going crazy. Ultimately, Jufu made his choice. You can only have one father, but if you lose your lover, you can always find another. This is the choice of those who are bound by superficiality. Yudif, that arrogant and pitiful woman of the Nachi clan with a princess-like air, was knocked unconscious by Jufu and offered to Evans, the young patriarch of the Fire Raven clan. In exchange, Jufu was released from his semi-house arrest and gained the freedom to enter and leave the territory of the Fire Raven clan. At the same time, it was this choice that led Jufu to begin his desperate journey north. Because after Lord Layla sent his people to occupy various areas of the Thunder Forest, he discovered that the Igor clan had rebelled, which led Lord Layla to issue a kill order against the Igor clan. And Zhu Fu is one of them. If it weren't for some clansmen secretly getting wind of it beforehand and letting Zhu Fu escape in advance, Zhu Fu would probably be dead by now. Of course, it could also mean being enslaved. In any case, the outcome of being confined would certainly not be good. Compared to the desperate escape of the refugees, Yutizi's sister, Yudif, was in a truly desperate situation, with no one to turn to for help. In the wooden house where Yudif was, a man from the Fire Raven clan walked out humming a song. He was the 21st man to sleep with Yudif. Where are you, brother? Where are you, Jufu? I hate you all. If Shax were here, he would surely find that Yudif has gone mad, or rather, completely lost his mind. Yudify lay sprawled on her delicate body, emitting a hoarse, almost inaudible laugh, as the men of the Fire Raven clan ravaged her. What happens when a woman abandons propriety, morality, and the things she is most attached to? Shax didn't know, and neither did Jufu. In fact, the current state of stagnation is not much better than that of Urea, because 2 hero-level harpies are chasing him. Zhu Fu was clever. He made his contracted beast fly in the opposite direction to attract the attention of his pursuers. Meanwhile, Zhu Fu himself ventured into the dense forest and continued northward, following the coded message left by his father, Nadal, all the way north. The fact that the leader-level harpies drove away the beast tide was also observed by Zhu Fu, who was secretly heading north. Furthermore, Zhu Fu recognized the harpy leader who drove away the magical beasts. He had seen him from afar in Thunderhawk City. The leader-level harpy was a member of Lord Layla's clan, named Gleason. Being trapped in a rut is lucky. When the harpy who killed him approached the Wind Eagle, he did not find Zhu Fu's figure and knew that he had fallen into a trap. The harpy did not choose to kill the Wind Eagle, but let it go and secretly followed the Wind Eagle as it turned to fly, heading north. Therefore, being constrained and adrift is also unfortunate. The 2 harpies chasing him were not fools. The escaped Wind Eagle became bait for the harpies. 2 harpies followed, waiting for Zhu Fu to summon the Wind Eagle, waiting for the fish to take the bait. And so, Zhu Fu, Feng Diao, the 2 harpies, the beast Tide, and the leader-level harpy Gleason, as if they had already lined up in their positions, all headed north. Chapter 176 Special Area, Situation Simulation. Alligator Turtle Valley, the Western Mountain Range. Both the yin and yang sides of the mountain range were designated by the Shuxi, becoming special areas for the tribe. The area at the top of the mountain became Nadal's territory, the place where the Igor clan tamed flying magical beasts. Of course, it is also a habitat for the Thunderhawk Evans. The Igor clan followed Shuxi to the Black Wasteland Forest, accompanied by 2 hero-level flying magical beasts. To tame flying magical beasts, you naturally need to cultivate various magical potions that these beasts love to eat. On both sides of the mountain ridge, right next to each other, was the place where the Flower Garland clan prepared to cultivate magic potions. Shuxi believed that with the cooperation of the Igor and Flower Garland clans, Black Wasteland City would definitely have its own potion garden. However, the Reef family only has 3 members, which is a bit meager. Besides Ralph, the Flower Garland clan also has a still charming Lady Flower Bud, who is the guardian elder of Saint Ralph. The remaining one is named Hua Chai, a handmaid of Saintess Luo Fu, who is naive and loyal. As for the one who died, let's not mention him. Lady Flower Bud and Flower Hairpin, although both were enslaved by the Succubus Queen Yelena, were eventually sent to Loft's side to assist her in cultivating potions and completing enchanting tasks. Speaking of enchanting, a few days ago, Shuxi gave Luo Fu a task to lead Lady Hua Rue and Hua Chai to enchant the walls of Black Wasteland City. This is a massive project, as the walls of Black Wasteland City are both high and long, and new walls are constantly being built. Holy Maiden, is that troll leader good to you? At one corner of the city wall, Lady Flower Bud, who had just successfully enchanted a section of the wall, came to Saintess Rove's side and expressed her concern. Wearing a veil, Luo Fu looked up at the Black Wasteland City walls, which had been raised another 5 meters, and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Elder, this will be our home from now on. For some reason, when Luo Fu said those words, she thought of the incredibly brave Shuxi in the tent. However, the thought of Shuxi confronting a powerful being like Lord Layla in the future still filled her with some apprehension. Holy Maiden, have you fallen in love with that troll leader? Lady Huarue's words also caught the attention of her maid, Hua Chai. Luo Fu gazed at the city wall, blackened by the medicinal oil and stained with blood, and did not immediately answer Lady Huarue's question. After a long while, once the runes were successfully inscribed on the city wall, Saintess Loft sighed and said calmly, I've already become the woman in his tent. Is there any difference between hating him and loving him? If that's the case, and loving him can make our lives better, freer, and happier, then why not love him? Lady Huarui and Huachai stared at Luo Fu, their eyes filled with disbelief. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would have found it hard to believe that these words came from the mouth of the woman who emerged from the blooming flowers. Saintess, is this really how we're going to be? The word submission was never uttered by Lady Huarui. Lady Huarui felt that the word submission could not be associated with a saint. Elder, we, the Flower Garland clan, are a peaceful race, and our existence is of great value to every tribe. Where flowers bloom, killing and bloodshed will surely decrease. When Rosie uttered those last words, her expression was one of utmost reverence. This is the faith of the Flower Garland clan. Lady Flowerbud and Flower Hairpin bowed their heads to Luo Fu with equal devotion. Every move of the three members of the Flower Garland clan was observed by the demon wife, Yiyina, on the distant city wall. Yiyona believed that her husband, Shuxi, was a clever and cunning troll. Every woman that Shakespeare put into the tent had something special about her. For example, Aya not only possesses a guardian beast, but also has petrification magic, and is also very skilled in close combat. Even after Aya transformed into a Gorgon, Yiyina felt she could no longer see through that little girl. The holy maiden of the Flower Garland clan before them not only possessed a devastatingly beautiful appearance, but also had the rare ability to be enchanted. Most importantly, Rove also shoulders the important task of cultivating the golden blood mushroom. Even without Shakessa's reminder, Yuna knew that the golden blood mushroom was extremely important to the Black Wasteland tribe. This is also why Yiyina personally stepped out of the tent to secretly protect Luo Fu. Of course, it's nominally for protection, but it's actually also for surveillance. After all, Rove didn't run into the Shuxi's tent voluntarily. She was abducted by the Shuxi. Speaking of Shuxi, he is also very busy right now. Thanks to the efforts of many tribesmen, the tunnel between Crocodile Turtle Valley and the underground fissure has finally been completely opened up. While they were at it, Shuxi also took the opportunity to send some of the monster corpses stored in Crocodile Turtle Valley to the underground fissure, providing a large amount of meat for the Crypt Spider Queen, Crimson. Accompanied by Scarlet, Shikuji explored the bottomless abyss but found nothing. Afterwards, Shakespeare used a secret passage to reach the construction site outside the underground fissure. Chieftain, the construction of the city wall is progressing faster than we expected. Large numbers of kobolds and lizard men were brought in as laborers, greatly shortening the construction period, which made the Prophet Geta, who was in charge of building the city wall, extremely happy. Prophet, I have a feeling that something's off about the atmosphere this year. Shakes stood on a section of the repaired city wall, gazing at the distant horizon, looking preoccupied. A few days ago, the kobold scouts brought news of the beast tide, which Shaksha hadn't paid attention to at the time. Now, reflecting on it, he realized there was something fishy about it. Chieftain, there was a beast tide last year too. Isn't that normal? On the surface, it seems normal, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and this year's beast tide came a bit earlier than usual. Shuxi's gaze was somewhat distant. He only realized this belatedly at this moment. Initially, the information that Hoffman received from the messenger Palari was that the Four-Domain Lord, Axe, had fought a great battle with Lord Layla and had been defeated and retreated. Hoffman had speculated that the Four Domains Lord, Axe, might have been injured. If this is true, then Lord Layla must also be injured. Shuxi recounted his conversation with Hoffmanel, leaving the Prophet Geta stunned. But that wasn't all. What Shaksha said next completely overturned the Prophet Geta's understanding of the situation. Moreover, Lord Layla suffered a great loss and his power was greatly reduced during our southward invasion. Logically, Lord Layla should be recuperating. So why did he stir up a beast tide and provoke Lord Axe of the Four Domains? Or rather, it's not about provoking, but about continuing to weaken the power of the Four Domains Lord, Axe? What was Lord Layla's reason for doing this? Sometimes, it really is about fulfilling one's responsibilities in one's position. Sitting in the position of clan leader, Shuxi would involuntarily speculate and deduce anything that came to him. After his thinking diverged, Shakespeare gained a lot. Chapter 177 Escape the Pursuit, Get Ready. The southernmost part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Ju Fu rode atop the Wind Eagle, flying continuously northward. The Wind Eagle has flown away from the Thunder Forest and entered the Black Wasteland Forest. However, Jufu was still terrified, because two harpies were following closely behind him. Kerr, we've already left the Thunder Forest. Should we continue the pursuit? One of the two harpies chasing Ju Fu hesitated. After all, this was no longer their own territory. The chieftain's order is to hunt down the traitor of the Igor clan. He's right in front of us, so why don't we pursue him? But there are no buts. Among the forces of Lord Axe of the Four Domains, there is only one leader-level storm vulture. As long as we don't venture too far north, we'll be fine. All right. The two harpies reached an agreement and chose to continue north to pursue Jufu. However, 2 hours later, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out from the higher sky. That's the sound of a thunderhawk. Why is there a leader-level thunderhawk here? Could it be Thunder Eagle Knight Yutez? Isn't he already dead? Run. Thunder Eagle is coming for us. Two hero-level harpies tried to turn and flee. However, the next moment, the overwhelming pressure from the leader caused them to lose their balance and begin to fall to the ground. Call. A dark shadow swept down from the sky and tore the two harpies to shreds. After killing the enemy, Thunderhawk Evans let out another high-pitched eagle cry, extremely excited. Thunderhawk Evans was pleased to have killed two intruders who had trespassed into his territory. Shuxy had told it that the sky above the Black Wasteland Forest was its territory, and Thunder Eagle Evans would never allow its dignity to be violated. Of course, this excludes the trembling, unsteady Wind Eagle in midair. Thunderhawk Evans remembered the Wind Eagle, and also remembered the bond he had formed with it. Jufu is Nadal's son, and he once tried to sign Thunderhawk Evans, but Thunderhawk Evans ignored him. Thunder Eagle Evans let out a cry, ignoring the Wind Eagle, and the floating beast increased its flight altitude and disappeared into the clouds. Jufu was very happy because he saw Laying. The appearance of the Thunder Eagle indicates that his father, Nadal, must be in this area. Jufu never expected that Laying would help him escape the Harpy's pursuit in the end. Father, where are you? I'm back. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's tent. Shax sat in the main seat, with the 4 chief elders beside him. The reason for such a large-scale operation is that Jufu, the young chieftain of the Igor clan, has actually escaped from the Fire Raven clan. Actually, this isn't a big deal. The important thing is that Nadal said his son, Kluga, has provided important intelligence. Moments later, Nadal and Jufu were led into the chieftain's tent by the guardian troll Termin. Nadal has met the patriarch. Jufu greets the clan chief. Shax didn't speak, but instead looked at Jufu. Like Nadal, Juve is blonde and blue-eyed, and in the eyes of humans, he is a handsome man. To be precise, all members of the Igor clan are extremely handsome. Nadal, is he the son you've always longed for? Yes, chieftain. For Nadal, the fact that he was able to escape from the Thunder Forest is absolutely a great joy. So, what kind of intelligence are you referring to? Seeing that Kashmir was getting straight to the point, Nadal immediately gave Kashmir a look, signaling him to tell him everything he knew. Since being brought in and seeing the faces of Shax and the 4 chief elders, Jufu has not dared to raise his head. The 4 leader-level powerhouses sat there, exuding an imposing aura that made it difficult for Jufu to even open his mouth and speak. Relax. Since your father has submitted to our Black Wilderness tribe, we are one of us. Since you've chosen to search for your father, you must have made your own choice. Welcome to join us at Jufu. Shuxy's voice was cheerful and calm, unhurried and approachable, unlike his wartime demeanor which was more reserved. Jufu raised his head, glanced at Shax secretly, and forced a trembling voice. Your Excellency Chieftain, I only managed to escape after offering up Yuduf, the sister of Thunderhawk Knight Yutez, to Evans of the Fire Raven clan. Yuduf is already Evans's woman, the young chieftain of the Fire Raven clan. If she doesn't give birth to Evans's offspring, she will have no chance of gaining freedom or escaping. Before entering the tent, Nadal's father, gave specific instructions regarding Yuduf. With a trembling voice, Jufu recounted how he had knocked out Yuduf and personally offered her to Evans. Inside the tent, all was silent. Everyone was listening intently. Perhaps because he had been talking a lot, his stammering voice gradually returned to normal. Respected chieftain, I can assure you that Yuduf will remain trapped within the Fire Raven clan until our next invasion. At that time, Jufu is willing to personally kill Yuduf. Shax didn't speak. He stared at Jufu, who had his head down, and thought the man was somewhat ruthless. Not only did he personally offer up Yuduf before, but he has now also promised to kill her in the future. Before he formed a contract with Thunder Eagle, Shuxy cared about Yuduf. Shuxy feared that Yuduf had also contracted with a leader-level Thunderhawk, and then hid away to stealthily hunt down the leader-level clansmen that Shuxy had sent out to do things. However, judging from Jufu's description of Wu Tefei's situation, this poor woman who lost her brother is unlikely to cause any major trouble. As for Jufu, he seems to have the air of a traitor. However, Shuxy wanted to see if he could handle such a talent. Very well, Jufu, Then I'll entrust the task of killing Yudif to you. Besides the urea issue, do you have any other information? Seeing that Khufu saw that Shax didn't dwell on Udify any longer, he immediately understood that the matter was over. Jufu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued speaking. Respected chieftain, Lord Layla of the Thunder Forest has dispatched his people to reunify the areas you have invaded. A leader-level harpy named Gleason is driving away monsters in the Thunder Forest. Chieftain, the beast tide from Thunder Domain Forest will arrive at Black Wasteland Forest in less than 7 days. Please make preparations as soon as possible, Chief. This news caught the attention of Shaxi and the 4 chief elders, as it confirmed the speculations of the Kobold spies and Succubus intelligence agents. Do you know anything about that leader-level harpy, Gleason? Zhu Fu shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, which made Shax somewhat disappointed. Next, Shaxi asked about some details of Zhu Fu's escape to the north, and the latter answered in a very organized manner without any hesitation. Chapter 178 The Beast Tide is imminent. Fly east. Once Zhu Fu and his son stepped out of the chieftain's tent, Shax's eyes sharpened a little, becoming as piercing as an eagle's. Previously in Thunderstorm City, Shaxi and his group encountered a leader-level harpy named Rijil. That's a flying, leader-level powerhouse. They're incredibly difficult to deal with. What about now? Another leader-level harpy, Gleason, has emerged. It must be said that Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, has a much richer foundation than Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains. The appearance of Gleason implies that there must be something we don't know about between the 4 Domain Lord Axe and Lord Layla. With the beast tide imminent, in that case. Shax paused for a moment, thought for a while, and then made arrangements. Starting tomorrow, I will ride the Thunderhawk to patrol the southern part of the Black Wasteland Forest. Yelena and Yeyina guard their tribe, monitor the Black Wasteland City and the underground rifts. The cannon fodder unit that built the city wall was temporarily withdrawn, and the Grand Elder and the Prophet led the hunt for the beast tide. Prophet, Elder, your purpose is to maintain order and truly handle the beast tide. Let the 8 council elders arrange and execute this task. Yelena, Prophet Geta, and Elder Genkai all nodded, accepting the task assigned by Shaxi. Dels, record the performance of the 8 elders during this beast tide. Those who perform poorly will be removed from their posts. Outstanding talents are selected through a rigorous process. Starting with this beast tide, Shaxi must select the truly talented individuals for the tribe. Planning ahead and building up a talent pool is the key to success. Meanwhile, in the northern region, in the underground abyss. The abyss is the lair of Axe, the Lord of the 4 Domains. At the very bottom of the abyss, a tributary leading to the abyss is sealed. Lord Axe of the 4 Realms opened his eyes in the darkness, his body shrouded in demonic energy that lingered for a long time. Ready, go and fetch the messenger, Palari, for me. Yes, my lord. The leader-level powerhouse, the demon serpent ready, emerged from the underground abyss and quickly summoned the messenger, Palari. My lord, you wanted to see me? Lord Axe of the 4 Domains glanced at Parari and got straight to the point. Layla, the Lord of the Thunder Forest, has dispatched his people to drive away the beast tide once again. Parari, lead the storm vultures and drive the beast tide back. Don't let the Black Wasteland Forest, the desert continent, and the poison dragon swamp suffer heavy losses in this beast tide. After giving instructions, the Lord of the 4 Domains, AKS, remained silent for a moment in the darkness before slowly speaking. Utez, the Thunderhawk Knight of Thunderhawk City, died in battle. The Igor clan, who were attached to him, should still have a leader-level Thunderhawk. The Igor clan has already submitted to the Troll clan. When you go to the Black Wasteland Forest this time, keep an eye out and see if that Thunderhawk has signed a contract with Shaxi. This news truly startled the Serpent Ready and the Messenger Palari. In particular, the Messenger Palari did not see the Thunder Eagle when he delivered the retreat order in the Thunder Forest. If that Thunderhawk had run away, there would have been nothing to say. If you didn't run away, and he didn't find you, then there's only one possibility. Thunderhawk has been contracted by Shaksha and is hidden away, ready to launch a sneak attack on his enemies at any time. The thought of this made the Messenger Palari's palms and vest sweat profusely. Yes, my lord. The Messenger, Palari, bowed and accepted the mission. Just as he was about to leave the abyss of the underworld, the voice of Axe, the Lord of the 4 Realms, rang out again. Tell Crimson Cell, Shaxi, and Hoffenel that the dark tides of winter are ending and we will face an invasion from the northern lords. Tell them to prepare in advance. The underground abyss is eerily silent. After a while, the sounds of the Serpent Ready and the Messenger Palari swallowing their saliva could be heard. My lord, Are those monsters from the north really going to invade us next year? This time, it was the serpent ready who spoke. He was a confidant of Axe, the lord of the four domains. His expression was very solemn, and he wanted to confirm the news again. Clearly, the invasion from the north will not be easy. This time, Layla and I got into a big fight, and both of us were injured. He'll definitely spread the news. The enemy in the north will surely take the opportunity to plunder us. You should also be prepared, and it's best not to leave the abyss of the underground. At most, I can hold off the frozen Lord Pagano, while his ice monsters can only rampage through his territory. The confirmed news left the messenger, Palari, somewhat stunned. Go and drive the beast tide back as soon as possible to reduce everyone's losses. Next year might be better. The Black Wasteland Forest on the southern border. Shax rode his Thunder Eagle and arrived here 2 days ahead of schedule. The border area is currently relatively peaceful, with no obvious signs of animal tides. Shax came here, of course, not to drive away the beast tide. For the Black Wasteland tribe, the beast tide was indeed a way to obtain food, so how could Shax possibly cut off his own granary? Shax's purpose in coming to inspect was to see if he could intercept and kill the leader-level harpy, Gleason. The leader-level powerhouse of the flying type is just the whetstone for the well-coordinated cooperation between Shakespeare and Thunder Eagle. It seems that Shax's idea has failed. Shax thought for a moment, then urged the Thunder Eagle to fly westward. To the west lies the cold desert, the territory of the red-clad Sirs. Shax wanted to know what kind of magical beasts could invade a special region like the cold desert. 2 days later, in an area where desert and forest meet, Shax saw a group of monsters fleeing into the cold desert. It was a group of enormous sabah snakes. Their presence felt both underground and on the surface. Especially after sensing the Thunder Eagle's aura, these sabah snakes became even more restless, and their speed in fleeing towards the cold desert increased considerably. No, this group of sabah snakes is fleeing north, which means they were driven away before. Shax reacted quickly and immediately realized what was going on. Evans, increase the altitude. Let's fly back towards the Black Wasteland Forest. There was no sign of a beast tide in the Black Wasteland before, but it has started in the cold desert now. What does this tell us? This explains that the leader, Gleason, drove the beast tide from west to east. In other words, Shaksha could wait for the harpy Gleason to arrive on his own territory. Based on the current situation, we should be able to run into the harpy Gleason within the next couple of days. No, we can't intercept Grizel in the Black Waste Forest. We have to hunt him down in the Poison Dragon Swamp. The Black Wasteland tribe needs to obtain food during this beast tide. Shax must not interrupt Grizzin and must ensure that Grizzin successfully drives the beast tide into the Black Wasteland Forest. Once you get there, that will be the best time to hunt. Evans, fly east. Destination, Poison Dragon Swamp. Chapter 179 The Abyss Chains Enraged Me. 3 days later, in the area where the Poison Dragon Swamp and the Thunder Forest meet, Shax stood on the back of the Thunder Eagle, hidden in the clouds, drifting with the wind. Near the ground, the target that Shax was waiting for, the harpy Gleason, was already fighting with the arriving messenger, Palari. The messenger, Palari, had a gloomy face and was in a bad mood. The opponents before them were familiar with each other. The Four-Domain Lord Axe and the Thunder Forest Lord Layla have been fighting for so many years. Palari and Gleason not only know each other, but have also fought each other many times. In the past, all those battles ended in a draw, with neither side gaining the upper hand. This time was no different. With the help of storm vultures, Messenger Parari was not at a disadvantage. However, Gleason has a significant advantage in speed and agility. Ha ha ha, Parali, you piece of trash. After all these years you still haven't improved at all. You have 2 leader-level powerhouses, while I only have myself. If I were Axe, the Lord of the Four Realms, I would pluck all the feathers off you, Storm Vulture, and then roast and eat you. The harpy Gleason laughed uncontrollably, speaking with sharp wit and biting remarks, every word aimed at and mocking the messenger Palari. Damn harpy, I'll tear your mouth apart. Parari raised his staff and chanted a spell, from which a cloud of black mist was exhaled. The next moment, the black mist transformed into a bat-like abyssal creature and flew towards the harpy Gleason. A mere hero-level abyssal owl dares to act wildly in front of me? Die! With a flap of his wings, the harpy Gleason unleashed a whistling wind blade that cleaved the abyss demon owl in two. Parali, you've disappointed me so much. Gleason's taunts did not anger Palari. They had clashed many times and knew each other well. Parali continued chanting the incantation, then pointed his staff at Gleason. Abyssal chains, rise. Click, click. The sound of chains clashing rang out. The abyss demon owl, which had just been killed by the wind blade, transformed into two wisps of demonic energy, which rapidly coalesced into a chain that wrapped around the harpy Gleason. The chains were covered in runes and exuded a sinister demonic aura, which made the harpy grizzled frown deeply. This abyss magic was something Parari had never used before. Clearly, it was a trump card that had been hidden for a long time. Gleason, today I will make you bleed in the poison dragon swamp. The chains, like a serpent, were coiled and twisted together, spinning rapidly. Soon, the harpy Gleason was surrounded by phantom chains, like a cage. Gleason, on the other hand, is like a bird in a cage. Thunderstorm and hurricane. Sizzle sizzle. The messenger, Parari, was getting serious, and the harpy, Gleason, no longer underestimated his opponent, unleashing the full power of his lightning and wind elements. In the blink of an eye, a storm crackling with lightning formed, centered on the harpy Gleason. The thunderstorm hurricane continues to expand outward, attempting to tear apart the abyssal chains summoned by the messenger Parari. The clicking and hissing sounds overlapped, creating an extremely jarring noise. In midair, the abyssal chains were constantly contracting inward, while the thunderstorm hurricane was constantly expanding outward. This magic directly caused a dramatic change in the surrounding weather. Even the Kshatriyas, hidden in the high-altitude clouds, were affected to some extent. The Thunder Eagle increased its flight altitude again, reaching its maximum altitude. Shaxi looked down at the messenger Parari and the harpy Gleason in the midst of battle. This was a scene of combat he had never witnessed before. Clearly, both Parari and Gleason are leader-level powerhouses of the mage class. Parari is an abyss summoner, a fact that Shaxi knows. Judging from the situation, the harpy Gleason should be a mage who combines wind and lightning magic. Actually, calling him a magician isn't accurate. The harpy Gleason should be more accurately described as a half-elemental being. I wonder what a battle between lord-level beings would be like. Shaxi muttered something to himself and continued watching the battle. The messenger, Parari, gazed at the clashing chains and the storm, and at the harpy Gleason within the storm. Parari saw this as an opportunity to kill Gleason. So, Parari made another move. Parari raised his wand and inserted it into the body of his mount, the storm vulture. The next moment, the magic within Parari flowed along the wand and into the storm vulture's body. The storm vulture let out a howl. Its feathers bristled instantly, and a ring of black feathers grew from the base of its neck. Black feathers fluttered up, transforming into countless black blades that shot out and instantly disappeared into the thunderstorm summoned by the harpy Gleason. Puff, puff, puff. Harpy Gleason had no room to maneuver in the storm and was struck directly by the black blade. The black dagger pierced Gleason's entire body and exploded. Nevertheless, the harpy Gleason did not die. Instead, a bolt of lightning the size of a thumb emanated from the brow of the harpy Gleason, shattering the black blades and breaking through the prison formed by the storm and chains. The harpy Gleason left without saying a word and vanished in an instant. The messenger, Parari, stood atop the storm vulture. He did not pursue the harpy Gleason, because the aura of that lightning bolt just now belonged to Layla, the lord of the Thunder Domain Forest. That was a phantom of will. As a servant of Axe, the lord of the four domains, the messenger Parari was all too familiar with the lord's phantom. To put it bluntly, the messenger Parari lacked the courage and audacity to confront the illusory will of Lord Rella. Watching the harpy Gleason flee, the messenger Parari sighed, his face grim, and urged the weakened storm vulture toward the black wasteland. High in the sky, the Shaxi on the back of the Thunder Eagle was completely unconcerned. Shaxi really didn't mind offending Lord Layla once again. So, Shaxi urged the Thunder Eagle to give chase. Phew. In the area near the Thunder Forest, a high-pitched eagle cry suddenly rang out from high in the sky. Thunder Eagle folded its wings and swooped down from above like a meteorite. Is that a Thunder Eagle? Thunder Eagle Knight Utez? No, the aura is unfamiliar. Who is it? Boom. Thunder Eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking the flying harpy Gleason. Gleason, already severely injured, suffered another blow and plummeted to the ground. Call out. Nevertheless, the Shakushi on Thunderhawk's back still hurled a spear in pursuit of Gleason. Bang! Only after a large crater was blasted into the ground did Shax jump off the back of the Thunder Eagle and cautiously approach the spot where Gleason had crashed. Troll, you've angered me once again. Sure enough, Lord Layla's distinctive hoarse voice came from the pit, his tone filled with rage. At the same time, the harpy Gleason slowly stood up. Chapter 180 Ball Lightning, Uneasy Mind. Kill. The purpose of Shaxi's pursuit was to kill the harpy Grissom and the will of Lord Layla. Therefore, Shikesa didn't bother to waste his breath. With his spear wielding the flaming will, Shuxi activated the skills Troll Blood and Swift Charge, and charged out. Boom. The harpy, Gleason, remained expressionless as he slowly reached out and tore off the tattered wing from his back, using it as a weapon. Gleason flapped his wings and deflected the spears of the shackles. Damn troll, you caused me to lose 2 of my people. Shuxi looked at the harpy Grizzen, or more accurately, Lord Layla, whose body was shattered by lightning. Clearly, Gleason is dead from the recent thunderous attack. At this moment, controlling Gleason's body is the phantom of Lord Layla's will. A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed across Shuxi's face. He was determined to obtain the illusory will of Lord Layla. Because of the last time Lord Layla's will phantom, a dark gold weapon dropped for Shuxi. What will drop this time? Shax is really looking forward to it. Kill. Shuxi launched another charge, challenging the illusory will of a Lord-level powerhouse, giving Shuxi a sense of exhilaration akin to killing an enemy of a higher level. However, the next second, Shuxi looked at the scene in front of him and abruptly stopped his charge. Crash. Crash. The harpy Gleason's body vanished into nothingness in a flash of lightning. Electricity flashed in the air, condensing into a phantom image of electricity, the will of Lord Layla. Although Gleason's body didn't have a lot of lightning element, it was enough. Die, you ignorant and lowly troll. The phantom condensed and then dissipated, transforming into 6 spherical lightning bolts that struck Kshatriya from different directions. At this critical moment of life and death, Shuxi had no way to retreat. Jade bone armor and ice armor instantly appeared on Shuxi's body. Shuxi raised his spear and swung it towards the ball of lightning. However, the next moment, Shuxi froze on the spot, his face full of astonishment. This bizarre attack method was something Shax had never seen before. The spear pierced the electric ball, but nothing happened. There was no explosion and no loud noise. Even when the ball lightning touched Shuxi's body, Shuxi did not feel any pain. However, Shuxi watched helplessly as his ice armor shattered instantly. Then came the jade bone armor, which was decaying at a rate visible to the naked eye. Next came the body of the Shikiri. 6 spherical lightning bolts merged into it, and the Shikiri's body was immediately torn apart. Its flesh and blood peeled away, and it tried to rise into the air like a bubble. Just when Shuxi thought he was going to die, the 100 Flowers curse pattern on Shuxi's chest began to extend, spreading to Shuxi's entire body and tightly absorbing Shuxi's flesh and blood back into him. What kind of power is this? Damn it, this is a curse from God. You madman, what filthy things have you done? You've offended a god and been cursed by him. Lord Layla's voice was somewhat hysterical, because under the pull of that cursed power, the ball of lightning formed from the phantom of his will also merged into the flesh and blood of Shuxi. In other words, the phantom of Lord Layla's will was directly obliterated. This process was too fast and too bizarre. It is unknown how much time passed, but the curse of 100 Flowers subsided, returned to the chest of the Shuxi, and continued to shrink into the pattern of 100 Flowers. At the same time, Shuxi regained his freedom and gained control of his body. Shuxi looked down at the curse of 100 Flowers, and 4 more flowers bloomed in the pattern. What exactly happened? Shax witnessed the entire process of the 100 Flowers curse pulling at the phantom of will. He was terrified by this bizarre attack method and felt a chill run down his spine. That ball lightning just now, is that the attack method of a Lord-level being? The curse of 100 Flowers actually helped me withstand this attack? And I'm 1 step closer to death? Shuxi gripped the spear tightly, feeling no discomfort, just as powerful as ever. However, this sense of power was like dust in the face of that bizarre attack, utterly powerless. Shuxi glanced at the ground. Neither the harpy Gleason nor Lord Layla's will had dropped any items. This was a losing pursuit, and Shuxi almost lost his life as a result. Shuxi summoned a Thunderhawk, jumped onto its back, and circled the area, but ultimately found nothing. Evans, let's go back. Thunder Eagle let out a low cry and turned to fly back towards Crocodile Turtle Valley. As if possessed, Shuxi kept observing his own body from the back of the Thunder Eagle. Shax didn't miss a single inch of skin. And what was the result? Still nothing found. In the end, Shuxi had no choice but to focus his attention on the 100 Flowers curse pattern on his chest. The curse of 100 Flowers is a curse from the gods. Why can it pull at the phantom of will? Judging from Lord Layla's tone earlier, he seemed somewhat afraid of this curse. Shuxi looked down at his chest, feeling uneasy. No one would feel good having a time bomb inside them. And this is especially true for XYZ. Although one of the 100 Flowers curse flowers had bloomed previously, Shuxi didn't care much about it. At that time, Shaxi believed that within 100 years, he would definitely reach a level comparable to that of a god. However, this time the curse of 100 flowers caused 4 flowers to bloom, directly reducing Shaxi's lifespan by 4 years. This shows that the 100-year period of the curse of 100 flowers is not fixed. It can be exacerbated by certain uncontrollable factors. Although, this time, the curse of 100 flowers indirectly saved Kshatriya's life. However, Shikesa was still very worried. The indescribable fear of not being able to fully control his own body made Shaxi uneasy. Thunder Forest, Thunder Mountain. A bolt of lightning flashed between Lord Layla's brows, leaving a blood-red wound on his forehead. This is... Lord Layla looked puzzled, but he quickly realized what had happened. Gleason is dead? The phantom of my will that I had stored in Gleason has also dissipated? Lord Layla stood up, an expression of disbelief on her face. Strange, why didn't the illusory image of will send back any information this time? Could it be that Lord Axe of the 4 domains personally killed him? Axe wasn't injured? That's impossible. But Lord Layla had many things he couldn't understand. Even if Lord Axe of the 4 domains personally killed Gleason, he believed that his illusory will could still send back some information. However, Lord Layla's illusory will did not react at all, as if it had vanished into thin air. That's extraordinary willpower. Lord Layla had never experienced anything like this before, which made him slightly uneasy. Chapter 181. Be prepared. I need to ask you something. Alligator Turtle Valley, Black Wasteland City. The messenger, Palari, rode a storm vulture, circling above Black Wasteland City, staring at Yelena standing on the city wall with an uncertain expression. Where is your leader, Shaxi? I have a secret order from the Lord. I need to see him. To be honest, the power of the Black Wasteland Forest terrified the messenger, Palari. Although only one leader-level expert has appeared so far, the messenger Palari sensed clearly that there was still an unfamiliar leader-level expert's aura in the tents inside Black Wasteland City. Moreover, the messenger Palari remembered very clearly that the leader-level succubus in front of him was not a leader-level succubus when the myriad races invaded the south. 2 more unfamiliar leader-level powerhouses have appeared in the Black Wasteland Forest? This is unbelievable. How did they manage to do that? The absence of Shaxi made the messenger Palari hesitant to land. The messenger, Palari, knew perfectly well that his only advantage was the storm vulture beneath his feet. Messenger, there are unusual movements in the beast tide in the south. Chief Shaxi has gone out to inspect the territory and investigate the situation. The messenger, Palari, believed this. He gazed at Yelena, wondering whether he should leave. If you fly south to drive away the beast tide that has entered the Black Wilderness Forest, you will most likely encounter the Shaxi. Phew. Just then, a high-pitched eagle cry came from afar, sharp and piercing. The storm vulture at the messenger Palari's feet let out 2 mournful cries, sounding somewhat nervous. In the air, the thunder eagle is several times stronger than the storm vulture. Palari reached out to comfort the storm vulture. He wasn't surprised by the thunderhawk's appearance. Before he arrived, Lord Axe of the 4 domains had already given him a heads up. Although Palari was surprised, he managed to remain calm. Soon after, the thunderhawk approached Black Wasteland City and let out another screech, warning the storm vulture that this was its territory. Messenger, you've come from afar? Why not come with me into Black Wasteland City and have a couple of cups of turbid wine? Shaxi's voice was cheerful, completely concealing his inner turmoil. The messenger, Palari, stared at the Shaxi on the back of the thunderhawk, his pupils dilating slightly. As the Lord predicted, Thunder Eagle has indeed been contracted by this guy? After a moment of surprise, Palari shook his head and spoke in a gentle tone. Chief Shaxi, you're too kind. My lord has given me a mission, to drive away the beast tide as soon as possible. Shax laughed heartily, his words carrying a sense of confidence. Rest assured, sir, the Black Wasteland Forest has its own methods to deal with this beast tide. There is no need to drive it away. Just kidding. After the beast tide is driven away, how will the tribe's bloodline warriors complete their hunting missions? The messenger, Palari, nodded. He could vaguely guess what Shaxi and his men were thinking. The Black Wasteland tribe is now strong and well-equipped. For them, the beast tide is simply food. Shaxi, after the dark tide of winter, the Lord of the North will invade our region. The Lord asked me to tell you to prepare in advance. The messenger, Palari, spoke these words with great seriousness and earnestness. He was not joking at all. This time, it was Shax's turn to be alarmed and fall silent. Is this true? After a long while, Shaxi asked Palari in a low, hoarse voice, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the information. At the same time, Shaxi stared intently at the messenger Palari with a serious look. as if a fight was about to break out at the slightest provocation. This is what the Lord told me himself. Shakespeare fell silent again. A moment later, Shuxi bowed and thanked the messenger, Palari. Thank you for the reminder, messenger. Please convey this to the Lord that our tribe will take precautions. The messenger, Palari, nodded, gazed at Shuxi for a moment, and then urged the storm vulture to turn around and head east toward the cold desert. Only when the storm vulture turned into a black dot and disappeared on the horizon did Shuxi command the thunder eagle to descend upon Black Wasteland City. Chieftain, you're back. Yelena stepped forward and bowed. Shax nodded and led her directly back to the chieftain's tent. As soon as they entered the chieftain's tent, Shuxi drew the curtain. Before Yelena could react, Shax turned around, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her passionately. Yelena's eyes glazed over for a moment. This was the first time Shuxi had ever been so proactive with her. Yelena didn't know what was wrong with Shuxi, but the next second she took the initiative to go to him and completely merged with him. After the wind and rain stopped, Shuxi pulled Yelena into his arms, their hearts pressed tightly together. Only now did Shuxi finally calm down. The fear brought by the curse of 100 flowers seems to have faded away. The invasion from the north was also gradually fading away. Shuxi, should I bring back the Grand Elder and the Prophet? The Succubus queen, Yelena, was incredibly perceptive and quickly noticed that something was wrong with Shuxi. However, Yelena did not inquire about the specific reasons. Instead, she wanted to summon back the two leader-level powerhouses, Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai, to give Shuxi a sense of security. Shax shook his head and said nothing. He held Yelena tightly, wanting only to enjoy this moment of peace. After a long while, Shuxi let go, signaling Yelena to help the two of them put on their clothes. Has anything happened in the tribe these past few days? While asking questions, Shuxi let Yelena's delicate little hands grope his body in various ways. The tribe is safe and sound. Monster carcasses have already begun being transported to the tribe from the south. Shuxi nodded, and after seeing that he was almost dressed, he turned around and hugged Yelena, giving her a deep kiss on the forehead. What happens today must be kept secret. Also, send a message to the Grand Elder and the Prophet. Inform them that monsters from the northern ice plains will invade us next year. The elders and the prophet were instructed to return quickly after the hunt to attend the Council of Elders meeting. Yelena's gentle, mature voice rang out, lingering and reluctant to part. I understand, Shuxi. Shuxi nodded and walked out of the chieftain's tent with steady steps. Black Wasteland City, Southgate City Wall. Shuxi, accompanied by 4 guardian trolls, found ROF here immediately. Along with Rosn, Lady Flowerbud and Flower Hairpin of the Flower Garland clan also enchanted the city walls. Shax ignored Lady Flower and Flower Hairpin and gave Luo Fu a princess carry. Luo Fu blushed deeply, not daring to look at the guardian troll beside her, her guardian elder, and her maid. Let's go back to the tent. I have something to ask you. Luo Fu's voice was barely audible, and she buried her pretty face in Shakespeare's chest. And so, Shuxi carried Luo Fu back to the chieftain's tent in the northern part of Black Wasteland City with unbridled arrogance and boldness. Chapter 182 Misfortune and Fortune are intertwined. What conditions? The process was very direct. The shackles indulged in lewdness in broad daylight. Afterwards, Shuxi held Luo Fu to his chest and asked in a low voice. Did you see that? Luo Fu didn't speak. After Shakesi's clothes were taken off, she noticed that the 100-flower curse on Shakesi's chest had changed. Throughout the entire intimate process, Luo Fu kept staring at Shakespeare's chest. Master, what have you done that has deepened the curse? Luo Fu's voice trembled. She was afraid and filled with worry about Shuxi. After thinking for a moment, Shuxi told Loth the truth about his battle with the phantom of Lord Layla's will. Luo Fu was stunned after hearing this, completely bewildered. Ultimately, Shuxi did not get the answer he wanted from Rove. Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Luo Fu was very worried about Shax. The deepening of the 100 flowers curse meant that Shax could not truly live for 100 years. It's nothing, just a small change. It's no problem for me. Shax spoke in a low, confident, and reassuring voice. He couldn't let his woman see the fear and dread in his heart. On the contrary, Shuxi wanted his women to feel that he was their greatest support. My dear Shuxi, the whole tribe is talking about how you love Loth. Is that true? The demon wife, Yelena, lifted the tent flap and walked in with Medusa Aya, her face showing a wicked smile and jealousy. Upon hearing the sound, the naked Luo Fu darted into the animal skin and hid, not daring to look up at Yelena. My Yelena, you're back. Is everything normal with the cracks in the ground? Shax composed himself and pulled Yuna and Aya into the animal skin to exchange feelings as husband and wife. It wasn't until late at night, after the three women had fallen into a deep sleep, that Shaxi regained his composure and prepared to enter the ash platform to find a solution. However, when Shax habitually checked his data panel, his eyes widened instantly. Strength, 4510 to 5000 plus 9220, can be increased. Agility, 4256 to 5000 plus 206, can be improved. Intelligence, 4501 to 5000 plus 200, can be increased. Constitution, 4225 to 5000 plus 200, can be improved. Resistance, 25% against all negative status effects. Bloodline purity, 70% troll. Shaxi discovered that all of his attributes had improved. Strength, agility, intelligence, and physique all increased by 500, all exceeding the 4000 mark. Even the resistance has increased from 20% to 25%. On the contrary, the purity of the bloodline dropped from 72% to 70%, a change that was hard for Shax to believe. For this reason, Shakespeare rubbed his eyes. It's not a hallucination. Looking at his data panel, Shaxi couldn't help but think of the phantom of will that had been forcibly fused into his flesh and blood. Could it be that the improvement in the data panel is related to the fusion of the will phantom? Can the phantom of willpower enhance oneself in every aspect? Why has my bloodline decreased? A series of questions arose in Shaxi's mind, and for a moment Shaxi was somewhat at a loss, not knowing what to do. After a long while, Shaxi finally spoke slowly. Honestly, it wasn't until he saw the significant improvement in his stats that Shakespeare's heart truly calmed down. The fear brought about by the phantom of will and the mutation of the 100 Flowers curse was finally overcome by Shaxi at this moment. Shaxi took a deep breath, focused his mind on the ash platform, and initiated a trade with his old friend, the wandering soul Dodi. Shax took out an egg-sized dark flame stone from his collection and traded it over. Luo Shanhai, my friend, you're being so kind without a reason. You must have something to ask of me. Tell me, what do you need my help with? The unscrupulous merchant, Dodd, didn't hesitate at all when it came to the deal initiated by Shaxi. For him, this was practically a free dark flame stone. Seeing that the wandering spirit Dod had accepted his fee, Shaxi gave up on probing and went straight to the point. How much do you know about the curse of God? After sending the message, Shakespeare felt a little uneasy. Among the people in Shaxi's network, the only important figure he could think of was the wandering soul Dodd. In order to understand and break the curse on himself, Shaksha has no choice but to place his hopes on the wandering spirit Dodi. A curse from the gods? A demigod-level curse, or a god-level curse? Fortunately, the ghost Dodi replied quickly, but his reply left Shaxi completely bewildered. I don't know. To be honest, Shikessa didn't know whether the flower goddess who had cursed him was a demigod or a true god. Long after the message was sent, the wandering soul Dodi had not replied, so Shaxi could only wait quietly. The netherworld, the throne of bones. The wandering soul Dodi was also somewhat stunned. The divine curse mentioned by Shaxi stirred a ripple in his calm heart. This guy is even more ferocious than I imagined. He's only a leader-level expert, yet he dares to provoke a god-level powerhouse. She has a temper. The curse of God. I need to think about how to deal with it. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Just as Shaxi was about to fall asleep, he received a reply from the wandering spirit Dodd. We'll talk about the curse of the gods later. Let's talk about the Lord's heart first. Luo Shanhai, my old friend, what can you offer in exchange for the Lord's heart? Upon seeing the information, Shaxi narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the first purpose of Shaxi's search for the wandering soul Dodi was to find a way to break the curse of the gods, which is also known as the curse of 100 flowers. The second goal is to obtain the Lord's heart. All of Shaxi's stats have already surpassed the 4000 mark, so it's time to prepare for advancing to the Lord level. However, Shaxi did not expect that the wandering soul Dodi would immediately guess his second purpose. It seems to be a divine curse, making this guy see my eagerness for the Lord level. Hopefully, this guy's demands aren't too unreasonable. Long ago, during a conversation between Shaksha and Ghost Dodi had subtly mentioned that there were conditions to trading for the Lord's heart. This is also why Shaxi never contacted the wandering soul Dodi and obtained the Lord's heart early on. Shaxi was afraid that he would be tricked by the ghost Dodi. After all, his friendship with the ghost Dodi had not yet reached the point of complete trust. Shax stared at the reply from the wandering soul Dodi and took out all the level 3 to 6 magic cores he had and traded them over. Next came the dark flame stones. Shaksha kept only the largest one and traded the rest to the wandering soul Dodi. Apart from my personal belongings, this is all I have. Shax felt that he must have really lost his mind to trust the wandering soul god so much and give away all his possessions. If that's still not enough, feel free to name your conditions. After sending this message, Shax felt like he had become a spineless coward. I feel completely weak. Slumped limply in the animal hide. Anyone can trample on them. Chapter 183 The Lord's Heart, Tests and Trials. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. Looking at the massive amount of magic cores and dark flame stones that Shaxi had traded for, even a powerful Grand Lord like Didi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just how many forces has this guy plundered? How many magical beasts has he killed? What surprised Daughter was that the items that Shaxi traded for were not protected in any way. In other words, if the wandering soul Dodd wanted to, he could now hack into the shipment of the Shax. Looking at the contract scroll in his left hand, the wandering soul Dodd suddenly felt that he was inferior to others in some way. Ha. The wandering spirit Dodd burst into laughter for no apparent reason. He laughed heartily and purely. It seems like I haven't experienced this kind of trust since I became self-aware for so many years. Does this guy really trust my character that much? Or is Luo Shanhai just a complete idiot? Or someone who's not very bright? Whatever it was, the wandering soul Dodd felt he should give Luo Shanhai something in return. Those who treat me with sincerity, I will repay with my heart. The wandering soul Dodd felt that the lake of his heart was shimmering with light, and he had a unique feeling about it. The wandering spirit Do-Di initiated a trade with Shaksha, exchanging a shining star for it. Black Wasteland City, Chieftain's Tent. Shakshi accepted the deal, and as he gazed at the Lord's heart, which shone like a star, he was captivated by it. Lord's Heart. Category, Extraordinary Items. Description, please swear that I will always have a place in your territory. Purpose, territory building, realm advancement. This is the heart of a lord. Shaxi finally obtained the key item for advancing to the lord level. Luo Shanhai, your actions just now surprised me. I think you're very stupid. I've given you the Lord's heart, but I have one condition. When you feel ready, tell me, and I will teach you the sacrificial circle to open a portal to your world for me. As Shaxi read the message from the wandering soul Do-Di, his heart began to race. Sacrifice circle, another world, portal. Upon seeing these three keywords, Shaxi immediately understood the thoughts and ambitions of the wandering soul Dodd. Is this guy planning to unleash a necromantic catastrophe in my world and plunder resources? This is insane. Shaxi sensed the confidence and will of the wandering soul Do-Di, a domineering presence that seemed to rule the world. The condition of the wandering soul Do-Di was somewhat difficult for Shaxi. When a large number of undead truly descend, it will inevitably unleash a bloodbath upon this world. If there were a conflict of interest between the two at that time, how would they get along, and how would the ash seeds compete with each other? No wonder this guy said he would only open the portal when he was ready. It seems that Dodd the Ghost had also considered this point, and he handed the initiative to me. Call. After much deliberation, Shaxi finally agreed to the conditions of the wandering soul Do-Di. Because the initiative is in the hands of Shaxi, Shaxi can choose the activation time and location. This gives each other room to maneuver. I agree to the conditions, but the timing is uncertain. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering spirit Do-Di nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Shaxi's reply. Interesting. Whether Shaxi truly agreed or not, the wandering soul Do-Di didn't really care. Because he had already traded the Lord's heart to Shaxi, he had no more bargaining chips left. The real purpose of proposing that condition was to test the waters, to test the friendship. Of course, it is also a test for Shaxi. For a powerful being like Do-Di the Wanderer, friendship and love are luxuries. The wandering soul Dodd wouldn't mind testing the luxury of friendship with a condition. If the ghost Do-Di is lucky enough to win once, then he and Shaksha can both gain a friendship. Why not do something like this? Throughout his long life, having a friendship and an ally made the wandering soul Do-Di feel that this sacrifice was worthwhile. Of course, if Shaksha's performance disappoints Do-Di the soul, then Shaksha will suffer an even greater loss. Because Shaxi broke his promise, it meant he would lose a powerful ally, a circle he had never been in contact with before. The wandering spirit Dodd did not mention the Lord's heart again, but instead shifted the topic to the curse of the gods. Luo Shanhai, the curse of the gods, is not as terrible as you think, nor as easy as you think. The most direct way to break the curse of God is to kill the god who placed the curse on you. In addition, there are different methods such as suppression, expulsion, absorption, fusion, and purification, and the treatment methods will be different. You must understand that the curse of God is activated by divine power, and divine power comes from the power of faith. Your idea is correct. If you want to calmly face the curse of the gods, it would be best to first advance to the Lord level and gain the ability to control faith. At that point, the choice will be up to you. Shax read these contents word by word dozens of times, not wanting to miss anything. What he thought was an uncontrollable divine curse, in the eyes of a powerful being like the wandering soul Dodi, had many ways to deal with. Even if it cannot be completely eliminated, suppression is easy. Upon extracting this information, Shax's confidence and wildness immediately returned, and he was filled with confidence in his future. Thank you. After replying to Soul Dod, Shaxi logged out of the Ashes platform. At this moment, Shakushi's eyes were incredibly bright, filled with longing, a longing for power. With such feelings, how could Shax possibly fall asleep? Shaxi gently put Yuina down from his arms, and she immediately opened her large, rose-red eyes, looking at Shaxi with a puzzled expression. I can't sleep. I'm going out for a walk. Yuina nodded, gently got up, and draped clothes over Shax. Shax stepped out of the tent, followed by Yuina, who was also wearing a cloak. Yuina stepped forward, took Shaxi's arm, and said nothing. Her meaning was crystal clear. Shax didn't explain, and led Yuina toward the distant city wall. Inside the chieftain's tent, Medusa Aya and the Saintess Rove both opened their eyes, but neither of them moved. Medusa Aya had been with Shakespeare for so long. How could she not sense Shakespeare's abnormality? However, Medusa was puzzled, as she did not know why her master, Shaxi, was acting strangely. Saintess Luofu was fully aware of the 100 Flowers curse mutation, and she was genuinely worried about Shax. That night, all the women who were close to Shaxi were preoccupied with their own worries. Chapter 184 Prosperity and Flourishing, 2 week. The next morning, when Shax appeared at the chieftain's tent on the other side of Black Wasteland City, he was radiant and seemed to have been elevated. How are things going with the Grand Elder and the Prophet? Yelena stared intently at Shaxi for a long time, but couldn't find anything different about him. However, she felt that her lover had changed and become more sharp and assertive. It's a confidence and charm that radiates from within. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me? Yelena's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of charm, and her mature voice was melodious and alluring. There's nothing wrong with the clan leader. In fact, he's become even more charming. Yelena's eyes sparkled with desire, but she quickly suppressed it. The hunting activities on the elders and prophet side are progressing normally. Although a few tribesmen were injured, it was due to their impulsiveness and recklessness. The prey captured by the cannon fodder group was being sent back every day. Shax nodded, looking up at the city wall outside the tent, his heart filled with emotion. In the past, when Crocodile Turtle Valley was hit by a beast tide, all the warriors of the clan had to hold the stone walls to the death in order to barely survive the crisis. Since the city walls were built, everyone has had something to rely on and the confidence to face beast tides and large-scale attacks. This year is different. With the Grand Elder and the Prophet stepping forward to bolster the clan, tens of thousands of cannon fodder bloodline warriors took the initiative to attack, and the beast tide couldn't even get close to the dense forests near Black Wasteland City. The difference between now and the past is obvious. Black Wasteland City, on the other hand, was a place of peace, enjoyment, prosperity, and flourishing. This is the difference between urban and tribal civilizations, which makes Shaxi very proud, because it is his masterpiece. How's the task assigned to you going? Yelena smiled gently, touched her hair, and spoke with a charming and alluring air. Chieftain, rest assured, I have dispatched elite squads to follow various hunting teams, and we will definitely collect enough monster blood. Shax nodded. The reason for collecting the blood of magical beasts was that Luo Fu needed it to cultivate the golden blood mushroom. Secondly, Shaxi planned to continue exploiting the elf Lyena, directly skipping the process of her purchasing monster blood. To put it bluntly, this is how XYZ is reducing consumption. The reason is that the magic core on Shaxi's body has been completely used up. Finally, because of the upcoming dark tide, blood is also an excellent bait to lure dark creatures. What about the city wall on the other side of the underground fissure? How is the progress? Yelena rolled her eyes at Shaxi. Last night, her subordinates had told her that Shaxi and his demon wife Yelena had been strolling on the city wall until dawn. Shaxi should have been able to see the city walls in the underground fissure area very clearly last night. However, Yelena still explained the current situation. The withdrawal of the cannon fodder regiment slowed down the progress. The only group still working on construction is the obsidian golems, to which the prophet belongs. Shax took a sip of beast blood wine, squinted and thought for a while before speaking calmly. Go find the Crimson Cave Spider Queen and ask her little spiders to come out and help you. Don't just hide in the underground cracks and sleep in all the time. Yelena nodded, then rolled her eyes at Shuxi. In the entire Black Wasteland tribe, only Shuxi and his demon wife Yuina, who raised the Crimson Cave Spider Queen, could command her. Send Yuina over, and have her monitor the construction site on the other side of the city wall while she's at it. Seeing Yelena's helplessness, Shuxi pushed her younger sister, Yuina, forward. Take some time to talk to Rove, and ask her when the enchanting of the city walls we've already built will be completed, urging her to speed up the process. Also, the potion-growing areas in the Western Mountains. Shuxi was in high spirits today. He inquired about all matters, big and small, within the tribe and made many decisions. Just as Shaksha was about to say something, the guardian troll terminal walked in from outside the tent, bowed, and reported. Chieftain, that brat Ashen is outside shouting that he wants to see you. Who is Ashen? After a moment of surprise, Shuxi quickly realized what was happening, and his eyes lit up. That brat pulled my spear out? Yes, Chieftain. The guardian troll terminal nodded, his face showing envy. That was the personal weapon that Shaksha used before, and it was very precious. Hee, looks like I'll have to take on disciples. Shax stood up and walked out of the tent himself, wanting to see the young Ashen. Outside the chieftain's tent, the troll cub Ashen, clutching the end of the four-bladed blood spear with both hands, was using all his strength to slowly make his way towards the chieftain's tent. The little brat dragged the four-bladed blood spear along while yelling that he wanted to see Shuxi. Surrounding them watching the show were a group of children from various ethnic groups, cheering for Ashen. Bang! When the little brat Ashen saw Shakisi walk out of the chieftain's tent, he immediately threw the four-bladed blood spear he was holding on the ground and ran towards Shakisi with all his might. Chieftain, your little brat Ashen did it. Ashen pulled out your spear? Chieftain. With a smile on his face, Shuxi nodded and walked straight toward the four-blood spear. With a flick of his toe, Shuxi sent the four-bladed blood spear back into his hand. Starting tomorrow, practice spear fighting outside my tent every morning. If you skip even one session, don't come looking for me. The four-blood spear, I'll return it to you when you've mastered it. Shax put away the four-bladed blood spear and walked towards the chieftain's tent. As he passed by the young boy Ashen, he reached out and tugged at the braid on the boy's head, giving him some instructions. Young Ashen touched the braid on his head, feeling a bit of pain. His impression of Shax wasn't so good anymore. As Shax entered the tent, the surrounding children all cast envious glances at the young Ashen. They tried to pull out the four-blood spear, but they couldn't, unlike Ashen who had innate divine strength. Little brat, go back and tell your mother to go to the tribal warehouse every day and collect a piece of monster meat. You're too thin and weak. You need to eat more. Remember, have your mother tell her my name, to protect the troll terminer. The guardian troll terminal patted the young Ashen on the shoulder, offering him some assistance. During the invasion of the myriad races, Terminer killed many enemies and made many military achievements, and received daily supplies. Young Ashen is about to become the disciple of Chief Shuxi, and will deal with the trolls they protect. The troll Timmin doesn't mind helping Ashen when he is weak. In fact, the Black Wasteland tribe provides for every member of its tribe until they reach adulthood. However, if you want to enhance your chi and blood strength, it is essential to eat some high-level monster meat every day. Young Ashen's biological father died in battle a few years ago. His current father is merely his stepfather. In other words, his mother could not possibly have any extra food to give him. Respected guardian troll, are you telling the truth? Are you really going to give Ashen a slice of Warcraft meat every day? The troll terminer chuckled, but said nothing more. He patted Ashen on the shoulder again, turned, and walked toward the chieftain's tent to continue his shift. Whether it's true or not, you can ask your mother to collect it, and then you'll know. Chapter 185. A surge of energy disturbs one's sweet dreams. The dark wilderness forest. The southern dense forest. Elder, the traps are set. Shall we begin to drive away the beast tide? The speaker was a lizardman leader from the cannon fodder group. He had been assigned to Black Jade, one of the 8 council elders, during this beast tide event. Heiyuzi was much taller than before. He leaned against a giant tree, gazing at the dense forest to the south. A kobold just reported that the group of hexagons is veering off course from where we set the trap. We can't let the meat that's almost in our mouth slip away. Black Jade squinted intently, filled with ambition for this beast tide. He has already reached the late stage of heroic level, and he may reach the peak of heroic level at any time, thus entering the queue to receive boss-level resources. Heiyuzi knew very well that to obtain leader-level resources, one not only needed sufficient strength, but also outstanding military achievements. Currently, he has 2 competitors. One is Bull Earthshaker, and the other is Gain. The tribe members all thought that Black Jade's biggest rival was Bull Hand, and Black Jade initially thought so too. However, it wasn't until he consulted the Prophet Gata that Black Jade learned that Elder Gain of the Succubus race had reached the late-stage hero level even before him. Therefore, Heiyuzai is under pressure. This beast tide is his chance to accumulate merits and leave Minotaur and game behind. Get ready, let's go around and drive all these axolotls back. Whether we eat meat or drink soup in the days to come depends on this. Upon hearing this, the Lizardman leader became extremely excited. According to the rules of the Black Wasteland tribe, in addition to handing over a portion of the monster meat to the tribe, the bloodline warriors who participate in the hunt can also receive a share of the prey. Of course, although the cannon fodder group gets a smaller share, the sheer size of the beast tide means that the cannon fodder group can still make a fortune in this hunt. Elder, whatever you say will do. The brothers will all listen to you. Anyone who disobeys orders, I'll personally beat them to death. Black Jade nodded slightly, his attitude towards the Lizardman leader neither warm nor cold. On the other side, the Succubus elders Gain and Yuga joined forces. They were one of the main planners of this hunting event. This hunting expedition is not only a test for the 8 council elders, but also a competition among them. Elder Gain, does Her Majesty the Queen have any instructions? Elder Gain shook her head. Her figure had begun to change shape, and she had lost the charm of her youth. However, her wisdom has been growing with the accumulation of time. Yuga, this time we have to rely on ourselves. With so many kobolds and lizardmen cooperating with us, you should be more confident. Yujia is still too young. Although she was selected as one of the 8 council elders, her understanding is still based on the Succubus race. In other words, Yuga was still somewhat afraid and worried when faced with the beast tide. Our joint effort this time aims to hunt more magical beasts for the tribe and stockpile food for the winter. Don't think about anything else. With Her Majesty the Queen and Her Highness the Demon Wife around, our Succubus race will not decline, but will instead flourish. As for us, we need to keep a low profile now, and we both need to hone our skills more. Let's work together, Yuga? Yuga nodded. She still trusted the words of the Succubus elder, Gain. Because when Yuga was still young, Gain was already the elder of the Succubus clan. In the dense forest on a small hill, under a giant tree, the Prophet Gatai and Elder Genkai sat facing each other, their gazes fixed on the distant plains and forests. The clan chief sent word that another meeting of the elders is about to begin. Has something major happened? Elder Genkai's tone was somewhat worried. He always felt uneasy until he heard the specifics. Don't worry, Black Wasteland City is guarded by the clan chief, elder deacons, and the garrison commander Yuyina, so there won't be any problems. Moreover, the chieftain's order was that we should return as soon as possible after the hunting activity was over, which indicates that the matter was not very urgent. The Prophet Gatai's leisurely words eased some of the worries in Elder Genkai's heart. Elder Genkai then shifted the topic to the upcoming hunting event. I could tell that although the 2 council elders of the Succubus clan were working hard, they weren't going all out. Although Elder Genkai was not the kind of person who was incredibly wise, he had experienced a lot and could still see things to some extent. I do have wisdom, but my knowledge is somewhat limited. No matter how powerful the Succubus race is, the clan leader can tolerate them. They underestimated the clan leader's vision and ambition. Perhaps they haven't yet adapted to the pace of development in our Black Wasteland. I think that the elder deacon, the Succubus Queen Yelena, didn't give them any pointers because she hoped they would figure it out on their own. After all, they were both very intelligent, and their minds were much more flexible than others. As the Prophet Gatai spoke these words, he looked down at Black Jade, who was driving away the beast tide below the mountain, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It was precisely because he understood Shax's ambition that the Prophet Guy gave Black Jade some pointers, which filled the latter with ambition and gave him a strong drive to get things done. This drive is a spirit, an essential element that permeates one's temperament and cultivation. If this spirit and energy are maintained well, it will make it much easier for Heiyuzai to advance to the leader level in the future. This is an advantage that the 2 elders of the Succubus clan do not possess. Succubi are so cunning. Elder Genkai thought that the Prophet Gatai was right, and he also felt that Elders Gain and Yuga were too conservative, indecisive, and not direct in their actions. Just as the various teams of the Cannon Fodder Regiment were actively hunting the beast tide, the sleeping Shax was awakened by the childish hee-hee-ha sounds outside the tent. Whose naughty child is this, running around outside the chieftain's tent so early in the morning and disturbing everyone's sweet dreams? Shuxi nestled under the animal's skin, embracing the naked Yuena, and kissed her smooth forehead. Dear Xerox, have you forgotten? The one practicing martial arts outside the tent is your disciple from yesterday, a little troll brat. Shikushi, who had closed his eyes again, intending to stay in bed a little longer, suddenly opened them and realized what was happening. "Ashun, you little brat?" "Hee hee, yes." Shax gently patted Yena's shapely buttocks, signaling her to get up quickly and help him put on his clothes. Medusa, Aya, and Saintess Rose, who were standing nearby, also opened their eyes. Both women were shy and embarrassed to get up. Finally, the one who stood up first and helped Shakshi get dressed with Yuna was none other than Saintess Ruff. "Owner." Shuxi gave a soft and kissed Luo Fu. "Owner." Medusa Aya also came up to her, and Shuxi kissed her as well. "Since everyone's up, let's make something delicious. Ashun is still growing, so you elders shouldn't be stingy with your cooking skills." Chapter 186, A Letter from the Mentor's Disciple. When Shax stepped out of the tent, the young Ashun was already covered in sweat. "Chieftain." The young Ashun spotted Shax immediately and greeted the clan leader affectionately in his childish voice. "Come here, you little brat." "Ashun." Shax spoke, beckoning over the boy, Ashun, who was running and jumping around near the guardian trolls Teeming and Longmo. "Remember this, from now on, when I practice outside my tent, you must call me Mentor, not Chieftain." "Yes, Chieftain." Young Ashun acted like a little adult, his tone clearly learned from the guardian trolls, Terminal, and the others. Shuxi grunted in response, his expression conveying displeasure. "Yes, Mentor." Fortunately, young Ashun reacted quickly enough, immediately calling out, "Mentor," which made Shake's displeasure vanish. "Ashun, you little brat, I'll teach you one more time. When we're learning, I'm the mentor and you're the disciple, understand?" "Disciple understands." Shakus gave a look that suggested he was a promising student, and glanced at the boy, Ashun, who was wearing an animal skin vest. "Ashun, you little brat, tell me now, what do you want to learn?" "Master, your disciple wishes to learn the spear. Your disciple aspires to become the strongest bloodline warrior of our tribe." Shakus reached out and lightly tapped the boy Ashun's forehead. "You're still a long way from becoming the strongest in your tribe. First, you should become the strongest among the tribe's youngsters. The tribal children here are not just children of the same age, but all the underage members of the tribe." As they were talking, Shikushi had already taken out a training spear and handed it to the young Ashun. "Look carefully and get into position just like me." Shuxi stepped to the left, assuming a leftward-facing bow-drawing stance. Young Ashun followed suit and struck the same pose. Head held high, chest out, hands holding the spear to chest level. Shakus continued speaking, instructing the young Ashun on his next move. "Okay, hold this position for an hour, then switch to the other side." Young Ashun was very puzzled. In his mind, his mentor, Shakespeare, should be teaching him how to use a spear to kill enemies. Why was he standing in such a strange posture? Shikushi looked at the young man, Ashun, with sharp eyes and a serious tone. "Ashun, you little brat, remember this. If you want to learn martial arts, you must first strengthen your muscles and bones. What I just taught you is called the left and right bow opening tendon stance. Before practicing this stance with the spear each day, you need to alternate between your left and right feet and stand in this position for 2 hours." To be honest, Shikushi taught young Ashun with a very serious attitude. The drawing the bow with both hands technique, if practiced consistently, will not only open up all the major tendons in the body, but will also make Ashun's bones and muscles stronger than those of an ordinary troll cub. Another benefit is that it can help train young Ashun's lower body stability. These are the foundations upon which young Ashun practices weapons and martial arts. You have to practice your skill step by step, just like you have to eat a steamed bun one bite at a time. Today, Shakes only taught the young Ashun the ambidextrous big tendon stance. 2 hours later, at Shakes's command to stop, the young Ashun, his legs trembling, could only stand by leaning on his spear. "Okay, that's all for today. Ashun, you little brat, come into my tent. Today, you'll have a discipleship feast here with me." Young Ashun didn't understand what a master-apprentice banquet was. He only knew that the table was full of meat dishes he had never eaten before. And it's all you can eat, the kind of food you can't even finish. After eating some monster meat, Shuxi left the tent ahead of time and headed towards the south gate of the city wall to patrol. Shuxi stopped when he reached the area where the city wall was being built, which was located in the underground fissure to the east. At the foot of the city wall, a large number of obsidian men and cave spiders were busy at work, which greatly accelerated the construction speed of the city wall. Just as Shuxi was about to use the secret passage to explore the underground fissure, a succubus warrior quickly approached, bringing unexpected news. A moment later, at the chieftain's tent, Shuxi sat in the main seat, while the succubus queen Yelena sat beside him, her eyes half closed. Below him is a swamp dragon bloodline warrior. "Respected chief, This is a secret letter from my clan patriarch, who instructed me to deliver it to you personally. The guardian troll Termin walked over, took the roll of animal hide from the swamp dragonman's hand, and opened it backwards. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the animal hide, Teminer delivered it to Shaxi. Shax stared at the contents of the animal hide. His eyes narrowed and his eyebrows slightly raised. After a while, Shaxi said nothing, waved his hand, and sent the animal hide to Elder Yelena. Yelena picked up the animal hide, examined it, and then fell silent. After a long while, Shaxu spoke to the swamp dragons below. I have received the secret letter. Stay in Black Wasteland City for a few days, and I will have a letter for you to send back. After saying this, Shaxi signaled to the guardian troll Terminal to take the swamp dragon man away and keep a close watch on him. It wasn't until the swamp dragon man stepped out of the chieftain's tent that Shaxi turned to look at Yelena. What are your thoughts on Hoffnel's proposal? Yelena shook her head and remained silent. Shax understood that Yelena wasn't without ideas, but rather uncertain about them, or felt that her ideas were immature. The secret letter sent by Hoffnel, the leader of the poison dragon swamp, mainly aimed to unite with Shaxi against the enemy. After the dark tide ended, Hoffnel wanted to move into the Black Wasteland forest and join forces with Shaxi to resist the monsters from the ice plains further north. Hoffner is a smart man. He won't join forces with us for no reason. He wants to move into the Black Wasteland forest and join forces with us, but these are not his true aims. Hoffnel's aim was likely to seek asylum from us. Yelena did not express her opinion, so Shakespeare shared his conjecture as a way of getting the ball rolling. In other words, Hoffnel lacked the confidence and strength to defend against the monsters from the ice plains. Those monsters from the ice fields further north must be very powerful, or rather, very terrifying. Shakespeare stroked his wine glass with his right hand, his eyes slightly deep. What I can't understand is why Hoffnel didn't seek the protection of the four domains Lord Axe, but instead chose our Black Waste Forest. This problem baffled Shaxi, and even more so Yelena. The main reason for all this is that they know nothing about the monsters of the ice field. In the Black Wasteland tribe, if anyone knows anything about the monsters of the ice field, it must be the Prophet Gata. When will things end with the Prophet and the Elder? In the last couple of days, the beast tide has already begun to recede, and the hunting season will soon be over. Yelena's voice is very gentle and extremely seductive. However, at a time like this, Shaxi couldn't muster any particular thoughts. Let's wait until the Prophet and the Grand Elder return, then we'll convene an Elders meeting and make a decision. Yes, sir. Chapter 187 Rejecting the Proposal, the number 30,000. 3 days later, the Earth Dragon people from the Poison Dragon Swamp, carrying a secret letter from Shaxi, were released and returned. Chieftain, why are you so determined to reject Hoffnel's proposal? Last night, the Prophet Gata returned to Black Wasteland with his people and shared with them what he knew about the monsters of the ice plains. At the same time, the Prophet Gata also offered some insights at the meeting. One of the points is that Hoffner knows more intelligence than they do. Accepting Hoffner's influence is not necessarily a bad thing. However, Shaxi still firmly rejected Hoffnel's proposal. Prophet, whether Hoffnel comes to the Black Wasteland or not, we still need to face the monsters of the ice field, don't we? Shax stood on the city wall of the south gate, looking at the increasingly dark horizon in the distance, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The Prophet Gata nodded, saying that this was inevitable and could not be changed. They can invade the Thunder Forest, and the monsters of the ice plains can also invade them. Hoffnel wants to move into our territory without giving us any benefits. Why should I help him? Shax's words left the Prophet Gata speechless. Furthermore, I increasingly believe that Hoffner is trying to shift the blame and is using us. Therefore, it's normal to reject him. If we in the Black Wasteland want to survive in this area, we have to rely on ourselves. Lord Axe of the Four Domains is completely unreliable. We were nothing more than her henchmen, or even cannon fodder, during each of her southward invasions. Prophet, you must be strong yourself to succeed. If the Black Wasteland tribe wants to rise, we must rely on our own efforts. For some reason, the Prophet Gata felt that their troll chieftain's temperament and style of doing things had suddenly become sharper. That's a fearless spirit. Chieftain, the 8 council elders performed differently in this large-scale hunting event. The data is out. Should we remove those who performed poorly? Shax hesitated about this matter. It wasn't until he saw the black horizon in the distance that Shaxi sighed. Let's leave it at that this time. The data will be preserved. With the dark tide imminent, it's not advisable to make any major moves within the tribe. Understood. Shax turned around and looked at Yelena, who was walking towards them as she climbed the city wall. Have you tallied up all the supplies obtained from this hunt? That's clear. Yelena smiled, and handed a piece of animal skin to Shaxi. Shax took the animal hide, glanced at it, and then handed it back. Keep 30% of the monster meat for the tribe's daily needs, and send the rest to the underground rift. Tell Crimson to raise her spiderling population to 30,000 before the dark tide arrives. Yelena paused for a moment, staring at Shaxi without saying a word, thinking she was hallucinating. A moment later, Yelena gently reminded Shaxi in her mature, older sisterly voice. Chieftain, after the dark tide passes, we will most likely face an invasion from those icefield monsters immediately. By then, the tribe will not have time to go out hunting, so shouldn't we keep more food reserves? Yelena knows best about the Black Wasteland tribe's current resources, as she is in charge of them. The food that sustains the tribe is all the meat of the monsters stored in the caves of Crocodile Turtle Valley. If all the spoils from this hunt were sent to the underground fissures, the reserves of monster meat might not be enough to withstand the invasion of the icefield monsters. After all, no one knows how long those ice monsters will continue their invasion. Shaxi reached out and lightly lifted Yelena's chin, his behavior slightly frivolous, but he did not take any further action. Instead, he turned his head to look in the direction of Crocodile Turtle Valley. You can go and see the cave deep in Alligator Turtle Valley. I've stored some food there. Deep within the Alligator Turtle Valley, there are several areas and caves that have been designated as forbidden zones by the Shaxi. No one but him can get in, because there are guards on duty at all times. Remember, you can only go alone. Shaxi withdrew his large hand, laughed loudly, his voice cheerful and hearty, carrying a hint of unrestrained freedom. Prophet, let's go and explore the underground fissures together. Yes, chieftain. Yelena's rose-red eyes were glistening with tears as she watched Shaxi walk away, her heart pounding. Yelena found that at this moment, Shaxi seemed even more charming. An hour later, when Yelena entered the cave that Shaxi had mentioned, she was stunned to see countless grains sealed in magical straw bags. The countless grains left Yelena, who had just entered the cave, speechless with her mouth agape for a long time. Is this grain? Grain from the southern region? When did Chief Shaxi seize it? This much grain is enough for our Black Wasteland tribe to develop peacefully for at least 5 years. Am I seeing things? The Succubus Queen Yelena's whispers went unheard. The cave contained the 100,000 tons of grain that Shax had purchased from the Scarecrow. That night, Yelena tricked Shaxi into going to the chieftain's tent under the pretext that she had something to report. Here, Yelena is proactive and alluring. After the spring breeze had passed and all the flowers had bloomed, Yelena nestled in Shaxi's arms, saying nothing and asking nothing. Yelena was a smart woman. She knew that some things should not be asked or mentioned. Are you surprised? Yelena raised her head, her charming eyes fixed on Shaxi, who had spoken first. Before Yelena could speak, Shaxi continued. I will take care of the food problem from now on. But the tribe's food reserves cannot be neglected. Do you understand what I mean? Yelena nestled in Shaxi's arms, nodded, and kissed Shaxi's chest. The food problem that hindered the growth of our Black Wasteland tribe has been solved. The next issue is resources. The equipment worn by our tribal warriors needs upgrading. We need sharper weapons. We need a large amount of minerals. After the Icefield monsters retreat next year, you should prepare in advance for exploring the Black Wasteland Forest and the Black Ridge Mountains for minerals. I heard from Tekkel that there are several kobolds in the Cannon Fodder Regiment who can find minerals. We should bring them out and give them preferential treatment. After saying these words, Shaxi took Yelena out of his arms. The succubus was very tall. Yelena was over 1.8 meters tall. Shaxi held her as if she were a precious treasure. Follow me closely, and I'll show you the mountains and the sea. You should know that there are birds in the forest, clouds in the wind, fog on the mountain, and fire will give off light. I hope you will always be with me. Yelena fell for him, swept away by Shaxi's sweet words and plunged into the abyss of love from which she could not extricate herself. Of course, Shaxi meant these words sincerely. At present, it seems that the one who truly helps him the most under Shaxi is the succubus Queen Yelena in front of him. This is a virtuous wife who doesn't have the title of demon wife. Chapter 188 The Dragon's Claw Probe, just a rumor. In ordinary days, time always seems to fly by. On this day, when Shax crawled out of bed, lifted the curtain, and stepped out of the tent, snowflakes have already begun to fall from the sky. Winter has arrived. Chieftain, chieftain. Shaxi gave a soft hum in response to the greetings from the guardian trolls Defek and Ermi. The two giant wolves, now even larger, stretched out their heads when they saw Shaxi, allowing Shaxi to stroke and pet them. The puppy is almost an adult. Shax took out 2 pet pills and fed them to the frost giant wolf, then asked a question. Not yet. The prophet said they need to grow for another 2 years to reach adulthood. Their lineage is superior to their parents, so they should be even larger. Shake's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing this, and he offered a few words of advice to Defik and Ermi. Don't neglect your own cultivation. When the dark tide descends, do your best to help the tribe fight the enemy. Don't let it get to the point where even little Ashun can't catch up. Upon hearing this, Defek and Ermi quickly replied, Yes, sir. Shuxi ignored his guardian troll and went to the side of the boy, Ashen, whose shoulders were covered with a thick layer of snow. Ashun, you little brat, how long until you finish this standing meditation? Instructor, there is still a quarter of an hour left. Shax nodded without speaking and stood beside the young Asian, bathed in snowflakes, waiting for the young Asian to finish his stance training. A moment later, the young boy Asian moved his small body and shook off the snowflakes. Watch closely. Today I'll teach you a move, the Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw strike is actually a basic thrusting move, suitable for spears and lances. Of course, as a clan leader and a mentor, Shuxi must have a certain air of sophistication when teaching his disciples martial arts. Thus, the incredibly stylish Dragon Claw pose was born. Ashun, you little brat, remember this. In this move, I stand firm in all positions, thrust out my spear, and counterattack. After completing the stance training, the spear must be thrust out 10,000 times daily. No shortcuts are allowed. After teaching the young Asian, Shakespeare felt very relieved. Bathed in the awe and admiration in the eyes of the young people, Shakshi felt incredibly awesome. So much so that when Shuxi walked into the chieftain's tent, the elders who came to attend the council meeting all felt a wave of prestige emanating from Shuxi's gate. Seated in the main seat, Shuxi gestured to the guardian troll Defik to lift the tent flap. Shax didn't speak, but waited for the cold air outside the tent to fill the entire tent. It's snowing outside, and the cold wind is blowing in. Elders, winter has arrived. The arrival of winter means that we may not see the sunrise tomorrow or the day after. The polar night is approaching, and the dark tides surge every year. The tribe must be on high alert. This is a mobilization of the tribe by the Shuxi before the meeting of the elders, which is done every year. The purpose was to warn the elders that a mysterious dark creature was about to descend. As Shuxi finished speaking, the members of the Elder Council began to discuss amongst themselves in hushed tones. Shax ignored them and let them talk and discuss. The dark tide has finally arrived. I must take this opportunity to advance a small rank this year. Black Flame, you're just bragging. How many years has it been since you've improved your cultivation level? Yes, Elder Black Flame, you didn't improve last year, and I don't think you'll improve this year either. I think that with Elder Neo Handy's fighting spirit, he can easily improve. And Elder Black Jade Boy, Elder Tekel, how did you defend against the dark creatures in the Thunder Forest in the past? During the meeting of the elders, the voices of discussion grew louder and the atmosphere became increasingly lively, even though neither Shuxi nor the 4 chief elders intervened to stop it. This is the scenario that Shuxi wants to see. Only through mutual exchange and discussion among the members of the elders can they gain a deeper understanding of each other's ideas and pool their wisdom. Of course, such things must be stopped in time, and words must be spoken to stop them when necessary. Shax glanced at Elder Gankai, who understood. He stroked his beard and roared in a deep voice, stopping the elders who wanted to continue. All right, discussion time is over. You've all had enough of your discussion. The clan leader has something to say. Shakus had a smile on his face as he scanned the crowd. As Shuxi's gaze swept across the area, the sounds inside the tent grew fainter and fainter, until gradually, everyone's breathing became clearly audible. I'm also curious about how those races in the south resist the dark tides. Tekel, tell everyone what you think. The kobold elder Tekel stood up and bowed to Shaksha before looking at the other elders who were watching him. Respected clan leader, I, Tekel, have not experienced the dark tide of the Black Wasteland Forest and dare not speak of it. However, every year, our kobold race seeks refuge in Thunderhawk City from the dark tides of the Thunder Forest. The kobold Tekel directly revealed their method of avoiding dark creatures, and that every year, the kobolds would offer countless potions and other supplies to obtain such protection. In the Thunder Forest, no race dares to face dark creatures without the protection of a leader-level expert. Nevertheless, under the protection of Thunderhawk Knight Oots, we kobolds still lose half of our bloodline warriors every year. Seemingly recalling some unpleasant memories, Tekel the kobold's face slowly darkened. Even worse off than us are the half-goat people, who are like lambs being raised by Utes. When multiple leader-level powerhouses besieged Thunder Eagle City, Utes would voluntarily send out half-goat people so that those dark creatures could have their fill. This is to alleviate the siege situation. When the kobold Tekel recounted this situation, it was with a touch of sadness. Races like theirs, once deprived of protection, are almost certain to perish from the dark tide. Therefore, no matter what demands those leader-level powerhouses made, they had no choice but to agree. Respected chieftain, Tekle once stood behind the Kobold chieftain and heard Thunderhawk Knight Oots describe the dark tides of the Thunder Forest. The intensity of the dark tide increases with the number of life forms. The more life forms gather in a place, the more concentrated the blood energy and life force it emits, and the easier it is to attract a large number of dark creatures. It also makes it easier to attract leader-level dark creatures. These words, spoken by the Kobold Tekle, immediately caused a huge uproar. However, in the eyes of Shax and the 4 chief elders, it was only natural. These messages were discussed in depth by several elders, including the prophet Get, and they made similar speculations. However, when the Kobold Tekle uttered his next words, even Shaksha was somewhat unsettled. Chieftain, I've also heard that Thunderous Mountain in the Thunder Domain Forest once attracted a Lord-level dark creature. This news is just a rumor, and Tekle doesn't know if it's true or false. Chapter 189 Public Opinion is a fearsome thing, and public opinion can be deadly. A dark creature with the title of Lord has appeared in the Thunder Forest. My God, how did Lord Layla manage to deal with it? Shakespeare was incredibly curious about this. Shuxi, the prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, Yelena, and Dels exchanged glances, all seeing horror in each other's eyes. If this is the case with Shax and the 4 chief elders, then the others are even more so. Cough cough. Shuxi coughed, drawing the attention of the elders, and then gestured for the Kobold Tekle to sit back down. Shuxi, of course, would not allow such fear to spread among the elders, so he spoke up. Lord-level dark creatures are just rumors. They probably haven't appeared in our Black Wasteland Forest for nearly 1,000 years. Shakshi's words jolted the members of the terrified council out of their daze, and a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in their eyes. However, this year, our Black Wasteland Forest has seen an increase of tens of thousands of people. If I'm not mistaken, we will definitely be attacked by leader-level dark creatures one after another during this dark tide. After the elders relaxed, Shuxi immediately began whipping them. Therefore, elders, from this moment on, we must be on high alert. I hereby declare that from this day forward, our Black Wasteland tribe's campfire will never be extinguished, and our sentry posts will never be abandoned. Aside from the young children, all members of the tribe were mobilized to help with adding firewood, cooking meat, and shoveling snow. Of course, the tribe should distribute all the winter supplies it is entitled to, and no one should be left out. After saying this, Shuxi glanced at everyone, his expression solemn and his eyes cold. Elders, let me make this clear. If anyone fails to perform at this crucial moment, I will personally take action and execute them. The elders stood up, bowed, and shouted loudly. For the sake of the tribe, we are ready to die for it. For the sake of the tribe, we are ready to die for it. The Council of Elders meeting lasted a long time, and the subsequent discussions were mainly chaired by Dels and Yelena. One of them was the Battle Elder, and the other was the Deacon Elder. Most matters of the tribe could not be discussed without their involvement. After the matters of Night Watch, combat squads, city wall area leaders, and logistics were discussed, the elders' meeting ended in a somber atmosphere. After only 4 chief elders remained in the tent, Shuxi, the prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, Yelena, and Dels. Shakus then spoke to the 4 of them with a serious expression. The walls in the underground fissure area have been completed, and during the dark tide, a leader-level powerhouse must be stationed there. We must not only guard against the leader-level dark creatures outside the city walls, but also against monsters that may crawl out of the bottomless abyss at any time. If someone is prepared to take advantage of another, how can you guard against them if you're unprepared? The prophet Geta, Elder Gankai, Yelena, and Dels all nodded in agreement with Shaksha's decision. There's also the south gate of Black Wasteland City, where a leader-level expert must be stationed to oversee the situation. In other words, we must ensure that there are always leader-level powerhouses present in the underground fissures and at the south gate. The 5 of us, me, the prophet, the elder, Yelena, and Yeyena, must discuss and agree that we will take turns on duty starting today. After saying this, Shuxi felt somewhat heavy-hearted. Fortunately, this invasion of all races allowed the twins, Yelena and Yeyena, to advance to the leader level. Otherwise, they might not have had enough manpower. Chieftain, I have a suggestion. I think you should not be included in the rotating duty team. Given your strength, chieftain, and the convenience and speed of the Thunderhawk, I suggest that you remain stationed in Crocodile Turtle Valley, ready to provide support to any area under attack. Shuxi narrowed his eyes, feeling that there was some truth to Gada's prophecy. Chieftain, I also agree with the prophet's suggestion. Under normal rotation, each location can only handle the situation of encountering one leader-level dark creature. What if multiple leader-level dark creatures appear at the same time? At that time, we will need your swift support, Chieftain. It was Yelena who spoke, and what she said made a lot of sense. Since that's the case, then as you say, I will stay in Crocodile Turtle Valley and provide support at any time. Shuxi is not a tyrannical dictator. He will listen to any reasonable and worthwhile advice. However, this would require some adjustments to the rotation order. The Prophet and the Grand Elder will work in shifts. You two will take turns guarding the underground fissures, and I will instruct the Crypt Spider Queen to have Crimson cooperate with you. Shaksha looked at Prophet Gada and Elder Genkai, and only after the two nodded in agreement did Shaksha turn to look at Yelena. Yelena and Yelena, you sisters take turns guarding the south gate of the city wall. I will release Abyssal Tyrannoman later and let it settle outside the city walls. With the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus, you can also take care of the various allocations of the tribe's logistical resources, Yelena. After a moment's thought, Yelena couldn't find anything wrong with it, so she nodded in agreement. The reason why Shuxi made this arrangement was mainly because Prophet Gada and Elder Genkai were tank-type leader-level powerhouses. Their physique and the weapons they use allow them to confront dark creatures head-on. In contrast, Yelena and Yelena are small in stature, and both tend to be support roles. They can only unleash their full potential when paired with Abyssal Greymon. Finally, Shuxi looked at the silent battle elder, Dels. Dels, I'll say it again. Between you and Scarlet, I will make my choice based on the actual circumstances. For the sake of the tribe, you must be prepared. Dels stood up and bowed to Shuxi and the other three chief elders. Chieftain, Dels is not a stubborn or foolish person. Dels will accept any arrangements you make and will do his best to protect our Black Wasteland tribe. As for boss-level resources, Dels knew very well that the existence of the boss-level Cave Spider Queen was more important than his own advancement. Dels's words were forceful and his tone was steady, clearly indicating that he had considered them for a long time before speaking. Dels proposed that the dark source crystals obtained by the tribe should be given priority to the Cave Spider Queen. Chieftain, these are the heartfelt words of Dels. Under the watchful eyes of Shaksha, the Prophet Gada, Elder Genkai, and Yelena, Dels continued. Dels felt ashamed when he heard that the clan chief was also going to join the rotating duty team. Unable to share the burdens of the clan leader and the elders, Dels felt ashamed of his position as the battle elder. At this point, Dels lowered his head. Honestly, sitting with Shaksha, the Prophet Gada, Elder Genkai, and Yelena for a meeting, as the only one who wasn't a leader, Dels felt a lot of pressure. This pressure came not only from Dels himself, but also from the discussions among his own tribe members. Especially after the demon wife Yuna was also promoted to the leader level, the pressure from the tribesmen's discussions became even stronger. Many members of the tribe were secretly discussing whether the position of Elder of the Deer's Battle should be relinquished. Shuxi gazed at Dels, understanding the pressure Dels was under. The fact that Dels was able to say these words today already shows that he has a very open and honest heart. However, public opinion can be terrifying, and it can be deadly. Chapter 190 Enchanted Weapons, Patrol, and Flirting. Dels, the position of Battle Elder is something you earned through your illustrious military exploits. When Shuxi spoke, his tone was calm, but what he said was like a reassuring pill, calming Dels's heart. This is Shake's affirmation of Dels. You know better than any of us how much pressure, courage, and combat ability the position of Battle Elder requires. Do you think there are other members of the tribe who could do the job? Or are you going to pass this burden on to the tribe's elders who are not mature enough and lack strength? These words from Shakisu already carried a slightly reproachful tone. Dels, if you really want to prove yourself, then wait until you get the leader-level resources and then promote yourself to leader level in one go. Let the people of the tribe see that the tribe's battle elder is also a towering troll warrior. Shake's tone softened somewhat, and he then offered a few words of comfort to Dels. Chieftain Dels looked up at Shuxi, wanting to say something, but said nothing. Okay, we know you're under pressure, but you still have to get things done. The tribe needs you. For the sake of the tribe, Del's death is not a pity. Shuxi gave a soft, and after discussing some details, the elders' meeting finally came to an end. In the days that followed, Black Wasteland City became extremely busy, and even most of the tribe's young children were strictly forbidden from leaving their tents. That morning, when Shakesaz awoke from his slumber, the sun had not yet risen. Shakesaz, the polar night has arrived. Yuyina led Aya into the tent. She had just returned from her shift and looked a little tired. Nevertheless, Yuyina personally helped Shaksha put on the cloak, her eyes full of affection. What's the situation outside? Fortunately, no dark creatures have been spotted yet, and my sister is already arranging for the bait to be laid. Shax nodded, preparing to step out of the tent to conduct an inspection. Master, Aya can enchant your weapon. Medusa Aya's weak voice came through, carrying a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's eyes lit up, and he took out his spear, the Flame of Will. Aya walked up to Shuxi, her hands surging with magical energy. Shuxi's spear was instantly enveloped in magic, and a string of magical runes, like words, were imprinted on the spear. Master, thanks to my enchantment, your spear now possesses intermediate petrification ability. However, this ability can only be maintained for a maximum of 3 days. Shax nodded, indicating that he understood. Just as Shuxi turned to leave the tent, Luo Fu's voice rang out. Master, I can also enchant your weapon. Shuxi turned to look at Luo Fu, whose beautiful face held a competitive look. She was a woman who refused to admit defeat. Shuxi didn't say anything, but handed over the spear. Luo Fu took the spear and felt it was incredibly heavy. She had no choice but to stand it upright and then chant a spell. Then, Luo Fu took out a bottle of liquid from her bosom, applied it to the tip of the spear, and inscribed a series of runes. After a long while, the flames on the spear in Luo Fu's hand intensified, making Shuxi's eyes light up. Master, the flame ability of this spear has been enhanced. My enchantment is permanent until this weapon is destroyed. Shuxi nodded, not looking at Medusa Aya, whose face was pale and gloomy, but turned and walked out of the tent. It's best to let women resolve their own issues. Outside the tent, the young Ashen was still practicing standing meditation according to the lessons given by Shax. Ah Shun, you little brat, after you finished your homework, clear the snow outside the tent. Mentor, I understand. Shax reached out and brushed the snow off the young Ashun before leading the guardian troll toward the south gate of the city wall. Inside the chieftain's tent, Yina looked at the stunningly beautiful Luo Fu and spoke softly. When I'm on duty, you need to take good care of Shax. You need to make sure he has everything he needs, from food and clothing to shelter and transportation. And our tents, keep them clean too. Luo Fu nodded, agreeing to all of Yina's instructions. Yina is not Aya. Yina is the demon wife and has the right to manage Luo Fu, a fact that Luo Fu is well aware of. Therefore, Luo Fu dared not refute Yina at all. Moreover, Yina was a leader-level powerhouse, so Luo Fu truly had no intention of resisting. The dark tide is descending, and dark creatures may attack the city at any moment. If any dark creatures break into Black Wasteland City, remember, do not leave your tent. The chieftain's tent is the safest place. Yina felt no jealousy or envy towards Luo Fu, because their statuses were unequal and they were incomparable. Later, come with me to the chieftain's tent, and I'll enchant all the elders' weapons. Luo Fu nodded in agreement, but she still offered a few words of advice. Mistress, a large amount of enchanted potions were used up on the city walls, and the current reserves are running low. It might not be enough to enchant all the elders' weapons. Yina frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, prioritize enchanting the weapons of the elders in charge. Enchant the others as much as you can. Okay. Only then did the atmosphere in the chieftain's tent quiet down. At the south gate of the city wall, when Shuxi climbed the wall, the succubus queen Yelena had just returned from her inspection. Is everything arranged? Chieftain. Yelena first bowed slightly, signaling the group of bloodline warriors behind her to continue their patrol, before speaking to Shuxi in detail. The bait has been laid on the south gate wall, and a large amount of poison has been added to it. It's just unknown how effective it will be. To avoid being attacked from both sides, no bait was placed on the other side of the underground fissure. The cannon fodder regiment was also divided into 2 squads, taking turns on duty on the city wall on the other side of the underground fissure. There shouldn't be any major problems. Shax nodded and led the way toward the tower next to him. Through the tower window, Shuxi saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus lying fast asleep in the corner inside the tower. Seemingly sensing the presence of the Shukti, Abyssal Tyrannoman opened its large eyes and looked over. Oh whoa. Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a low growl. After seeing Shaxu's gesture to quiet it, it closed its eyes and continued to doze off. If we encounter an enemy and I don't arrive in time, I'll protect myself, support Abyssal Grayman, and stalling is victory. I understand, Shuxi. The succubus queen Yelena felt a warmth in her heart as she sensed Shuxi's concern and called out to him. Shax gazed into the endless darkness in the distance, at the familiar yet strange polar night. I'll go check it out over there. Instead of flirting with the alluring Yelena, Shaksha led the guardian trolls and a squad of bloodline warriors toward the underground fissure. In the underground fissure, Shuxi saw Elder Gankai urging his people to conduct an inspection. Shuxi, you've arrived. Shax nodded, went to Elder Gankai's side, and followed the elder around the city wall. Chapter 191 is yours, the first wave of monsters. When Shuxi returned to the chieftain's tent in the center of Black Wasteland City, Yuina had already arrived with Luo Fu and Aya, and they were enchanting the elder's weapons. Shax was somewhat surprised, but also quite satisfied. Through subtle, intangible actions, Yuina is building her own authority. This is a good thing. Shax took the seat of honor, drank a sip of beast blood wine to warm himself up. You don't have to work so hard. Yuina leaned against Shuxi, watching Aya and Luo Fu enchant various weapons. I'm a little envious of their abilities. Shax reached out and hugged Yuina around the waist, letting her lean against his chest. What's theirs is yours. Shax's words made Yuina feel sweet inside. Yuina took out a set of bone armor from the wooden box next to her and handed it to Shax. I noticed that Abyssal Tyrannoman isn't wearing the jade bone armor. Is your armor damaged? Shax nodded, feeling slightly touched. Yuina noticed even such a small detail. This is the demon wife of his Shaxa. The jade bone armor was 90% damaged in the last battle against the illusory will of Lord Layla, leaving only a piece of the breastplate. It's unknown how many high-grade bones the jade bone armor needs to absorb to be restored, or how long that will take. Then put on this bone armor. I had Elder Black Flame modify it, and its defensive capabilities are better than ordinary bone armor. Shuxi did not refuse, stood up, and invited Yuina to help him put on his armor. Soon, with Yuina's help, the bone armor enveloped Shuxi. Madam, we've run out of enchanting potions. Luo Fu walked over, her expression filled with regret. The enchanted potion was concocted by Elder Deacon Yelena after she had scavenged all the magic potions in the Black Wasteland tribe, and the quantity was already limited. After enchanting the walls, very little remained. Upon hearing this, Shuxi raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that the cultivation of the potion had to be put on the agenda. Ding ding ding. Just as Shuxi was about to talk to Luo Fu about cultivating potions, the alarm bells of Black Wasteland City rang urgently. You all go back and rest first. Get your energy back. The tribe will need you in the second half of the night. After giving his instructions, Shuxi called out to the guardian trolls and then left the chieftain's tent. When Shax reached the south gate of the city wall, the battle had already begun. What's the situation? On the city wall, the leader-level expert, Yuina, remained calm and quietly observed the battlefield. Shax came to Yuina's side and asked about the battle. Fortunately, no leader-level dark creatures appeared, but the number of ordinary dark creatures has increased significantly compared to last year. Moreover, the variety of monsters has increased. Chieftain, look over there. Those are tentacle monsters that are rarely seen. Tentacle monsters have only appeared in the historical records of the Succubus race, but now they are appearing in groups. Following the direction Yuina was pointing, Shuxi saw a tentacle monster that looked like a ball of flesh. It was a fleshy monster that was over 10 meters tall, not only with a huge body, but also with dozens of long tentacles. The tentacled monster's tentacles were soft and flexible, and with a few twirls, they managed to deflect all the spears and arrows thrown by the tribal warriors. Just as Shax was observing, a tentacle monster approached the city wall. Its tentacles braced against the ground as it leaped up, attempting to jump onto the city wall. Shax's gaze swept over the area, and he reacted quickly. Call out. Shuxi threw his spear, killing the tentacle monster that had already leaped into the air. These monsters must never be allowed to climb the city walls, otherwise countless warriors of the tribe will die. Osabik, get rid of those tentacle monsters. Osabik is the name of Abyss Grayman, and Shaxu rarely refers to Abyss Grayman by this name. Now that Shaxu needs Abyss Grayman and the Succubus sisters to cooperate, he has no choice but to tell them Abyss Grayman's name. It feels respected when outsiders call it by the name Abyssal Tyrannoman. If Yelena and Yuina were to shout something like, Abyssal Grayman, attack me, during a battle, Abyssal Grayman probably wouldn't even give the Succubus sisters a second glance. Of course, this excludes Kashiwa, who is bound by a contractual relationship with Abyssal Grayman. Roar. The dozing, lazy Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a hiss, its deep, tearing roar booming out like a subwoofer. At the same time, Abyssal Tyrannoman itself roared out. On the battlefield, Abyssal Tyrannoman specifically targeted tentacle monsters for kill, relieving the pressure on the tribal bloodline warriors. In this way, the dark creatures without tentacles became the prey. The dark demons, dark nightwalkers, and blind spiders outside the city walls were successively killed, and the battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Send all the dark source crystals and dark creature corpses that have been handed over directly to the underground rift. Tell Crimson that this is the best opportunity for the crypt spiders. If they miss it, she'll have to go to the battlefield to find resources herself next year. After leaving those two sentences, Shuxi turned and went back to the chieftain's tent. Inside the chieftain's tent, Shuxi drank beast blood wine while deep in thought. Today's wave of dark creatures is just the beginning. The onslaught from these creatures may become increasingly intense. This wave of dark creatures is estimated to number over 10,000, something Shax has never encountered before. In other words, as the tribe develops and the population increases, the number of dark creatures that descend with the dark tide each year will also gradually increase. This kind of thing is completely contrary to the laws of biological population development. It could even be said that all races in this world are being targeted by some mysterious being or force, which is why dark tides occur every year. The dark tide and the bizarre appearance of all sorts of dark creatures. What secrets lie behind this? Honestly, at this moment, Shuxi really wanted to ride the Thunderhawk and patrol the darkness outside. Unfortunately, Thunderhawk's night vision wasn't good enough, and under the cover of the dark tide, the number of dark creatures was simply overwhelming. A continuous flow is normal, but going out is extremely dangerous. If they were surrounded and attacked by a large number of flying dark creatures outside, risking their lives, Shuxi couldn't imagine the consequences. The more powerful you are, the more mysterious and strange this world seems, and the more insignificant you feel. I wonder if ash seeds like Dutter the Ghost have the same feeling as me? Alas, weakness is the original sin. Weakness also limits one's vision, preventing one from seeing far enough. Shakespeare's thoughts wandered far, filled with both apprehension and longing for the world. Chapter 192: The Giant Butterfly Disappears. As expected, in the following days, more and more dark creatures attacked Black Wasteland City. To be precise, all the dark creatures in the region are converging on Black Wasteland City. Since Shuxi integrated the Black Wasteland Forest, all races have moved to Black Wasteland City. Only after winter, when the tribe begins hunting magical beasts, will some tribesmen migrate back to their former tribe's territory for various reasons. When those dark creatures could not find food, they had no choice but to move towards Black Wasteland City. On this day, Shuxi pried open the small hands of Luo Fu and Aya that were tightly hugging his waist, freeing himself from the animal skin. Just as Shuxi had put on his cloak, he heard a piercing eagle cry. Shax paused for a moment, then instantly ran out of the tent. Teminer, sound the alarm for your people. An enemy attack is imminent. As Shaksha ran towards the top of Crocodile Turtle Valley, he ordered the Guardian Troll Terminal to ring the alarm bell. When the enemy attacked, the tribal guards did not sound the alarm in advance. This was not their fault, because this time the dark creatures came from the skies above Black Wasteland City. Of course, the Black Wasteland tribe also heard the Thunder Eagle's cry, but most of them did not know that it meant an enemy attack. Only some knowledgeable bloodline warriors who had witnessed the combined power of Thunder Eagle and Shuxi guessed that it might be an enemy attack. A crack appeared in the earth, and the Prophet Geta, on duty, looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The Prophet Geta was puzzled because he had not detected the approaching dark creatures. The Thunderhawk's cry was extremely piercing. It was a warning, something the Prophet Geta had already witnessed during the invasion of the myriad races. Neo Handy, go to the south gate and ask Elder Deacon Ulaina if she knows what happened. If the elder in charge doesn't know either, go to the chieftain's tent and wait. Come back and tell me when you have any news. After the water buffalo man responded with a resounding, ox shaking, he ran towards the south gate city wall. Black Wasteland City, South Gate City Wall. Yelena, who was on duty, was also full of doubts. She had also heard the cry of the Thunder Eagle. At this moment, Yelena is standing on the top of the tower, where there is a watchtower with an excellent view. However, standing on the watchtower, Yelena didn't even spot a shadow of the dark creature. Tekel, send someone to investigate the underground fissure. Also, send someone to the chieftain's tent to wait for the chieftain there, and come back to tell me as soon as you have any news. The kobold Tekel bowed and acknowledged, saying, "Yes, master," before running off to make the arrangements. Alligator Turtle Valley, on the mountaintop. Sensing the arrival of Shuxi, the Thunderhawk swooped down and caught Shuxi. "Evans, what's going on?" "Big brother, an enemy has just arrived here. It's a flying dark creature." "A leader-level dark creature?" "Yes, sir. The relationship between Thunderhawk and Shaki is not as close as that between Abyssal Greyman. Thunderhawk and Shaksha have signed an equal contract. So Thunderhawk Evans calls Shaksha Big Brother, which means he is more powerful than Thunderhawk. Do you know which direction it went?" "No." Let's chase after it and see what kind of dark creature it is. The Thunderhawk flapped its wings rapidly, increasing its speed. However, the Thunder Eagle stopped as soon as it flew out of the Black Wasteland City's territory. Sir, something's wrong. Our territory is shrouded in a strange mist. Upon hearing this, Shuxi frowned. It wasn't that Shuxi didn't trust Thunderhawk Evans, but rather that Shuxi simply hadn't seen through that fog. Evans, are you sure there's a fog over our territory? Yes, sir, can't you see it? Shuxi remained silent. The eyes of the Thunderhawk and the eyes of the troll were definitely different. There are some things that ordinary people can't see, but that doesn't mean Laying can't see them. Evans, unleash the lightning and light up the sky. Okay, sir. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Laying acted immediately, his entire body surging with lightning element, and streaks of lightning appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire Black Wasteland City. At the same time, Shax stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable scene before him. In the sky, where the lightning passed, something seemed to be ignited, turning the entire sky a deep blue. After the deep blue dissipated, a layer of starlight-like substance fell from the sky, shimmering with blue light, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. Big brother, is it over there? Just as Shuxi was marveling at the strange starlight filling the sky, Thunderhawk Evans' voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Shax looked over and saw a giant butterfly fluttering in the distance, flying away from Black Wasteland City in a strange flight path. Chase. As he spoke, Shuxi had already taken out a throwing spear. Upon spotting its target, Thunder Eagle let out a screech and gave chase. While Thunder Eagle was chasing the butterfly, Shuxi was also observing the giant butterfly. The giant butterfly is entirely black, and when it flaps its wings, it emits puffs of black gas, which is extremely eerie. My lord, the mist above our territory is emitted from those wings. As they drew closer, Shuxi finally got a clear look at the giant butterfly. This butterfly is huge. Its wingspan is at least 20 meters long, and its 3 pairs of tentacles resemble 3 pairs of scythes, making it extremely terrifying. Shax didn't know the real name of this dark creature, so he could only call it the black swallowtail butterfly for the time being. If it gets any closer, it will be within my shooting range. Upon hearing this, Laying accelerated again, increasing its speed by another point. Call. Shuxi threw his spear, which trailed a tail, and whistled through the air as it tore through the air. However, the shooting scene that Shuxi had anticipated did not occur. Just as the spear was about to strike, the black swallowtail butterfly glanced back at Shuxi. In the darkness, the black swallowtail butterfly's ink-black eyes held a hint of mockery. Bang! Suddenly, the black swallowtail butterfly in flight turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. The spear that Shuxi threw also flew through the air and landed in the unknown darkness in the distance. Could it be? Oh no, this is a diversionary tactic. Evans, let's fly back. However, when Shax returned to Black Wasteland City, the scenario of luring the tiger away from the mountain that he had imagined did not occur. The Black Wasteland City was peaceful. The bloodline warriors on the city walls were taking turns on duty in an orderly manner. Shuxi could also see the Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yuyina, Dels, Yuliana, and other members of his clan looking up at the sky. Evans, fly around Black Wasteland once, and illuminate the area with lightning once more. Okay, sir. Shax was still not at ease, so he ordered Thunder Eagle to unleash lightning again to search for the enemy. Next, the people of Black Wasteland City witnessed a strange sight. Lightning flashed in the sky above Black Wasteland City, and the lightning leaped and exploded with tremendous force. Shax and Thunder Eagle, who had circled Black Wasteland City, still hadn't gained anything. That black swallowtail butterfly seemed to have vanished. Chapter 193, A Beacon in the Darkness, Establishing Sentinels. Chieftain. The massive figure of the Thunder Eagle swooped down, and Shuxi leaped down, landing safely. As soon as Shuxi landed, he was surrounded by the arriving Prophet Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, Dels, Yuyina, and others. Let's talk inside the tent. Shuxi reached out and stopped the elders who wanted to ask about the specifics, indicating that they should wait a moment. Thunder Eagle has spotted an enemy from the sky, a leader-level dark creature. That dark creature was a huge black butterfly, which I called the Black Swallowtail. Is there any relevant record in your tribe's history? Shuxi briefly described the black butterfly he had seen. At the same time, Shax also recounted the mysteries surrounding the tribe and the mysterious disappearance of the black swallowtail butterfly. After Shax finished speaking, the atmosphere in the tent became very quiet, gradually turning heavy with silence. Clearly, black butterflies are unfamiliar to everyone. This is a new type of dark creature, and it is a leader-level one. Chieftain, It is clear that the blood and energy emanating from our people who dwell in Black Wasteland City are the guiding light in the darkness. It seems that all the dark creatures of the Black Wasteland Forest are gathering in Black Wasteland City. After a long while, the prophet Geta spoke his conjecture in a low, slightly weary voice. Shax nodded in agreement. In fact, he had the same idea. Before the Black Wasteland was unified, all races hid away to avoid dark creatures. It wasn't until Shaxi unified the Black Wasteland Forest that everyone united to face the dark creatures and took the initiative to attack. For example, the troll race to which Shaksha belongs. In the past, when facing dark creatures, the bloodline warriors would guard the stone walls of the Crocodile Turtle Valley to the death. Children and women would either hide in caves or in tents, and would not be allowed to step out of the tents even half a step. For example, the Succubus race locks themselves in the stone palaces they create when the dark tide arrives, and they don't open the stone doors for the entire winter. For example, the obsidian golems hide among the rocks, disguising themselves as stone to avoid attacks from dark creatures. All these methods aim at one goal: to conceal life force and blood, or to reduce the dissipation of life force and blood in the air. To put it bluntly, the Black Wasteland City of today has abandoned the methods used to avoid dark creatures. This method is detrimental to the development and management of Black Wasteland City. As tribal civilizations transition to urban civilizations, the loss of some methods and traditions is inevitable. Conversely, Black Wasteland City also gained a new way of survival by entering urban civilization. Just like the massive city walls surrounding Black Wasteland City and the tens of thousands of enslaved cannon fodder regiments, Black Wasteland City gained collective power, acquiring stronger and more orderly offensive and defensive capabilities. By uniting more races and stronger individuals, they gained greater survival capabilities. As our tribe grows stronger, I believe that we will face more dark creatures in the future, and their individual strength will also increase. For example, the butterfly that just appeared and the tentacle monster that rarely appeared before. These are challenges that our tribe must face. Shaxi spoke with a heavy tone. He was not exaggerating. The mysterious mist released by the black swallowtail butterfly and its mysterious disappearance left even the Shaxi baffled, let alone the other members of their tribe. However, looking at it from another perspective, this is also an opportunity for the tribe, an opportunity for everyone. The appearance of a leader-level dark creature. You should know what it means if you kill it, right? Before anyone could answer, Shaxi spoke up himself. That means more members of our tribe will have the opportunity to advance to the chieftain level and continue to strengthen our Black Wasteland tribe. Dells is okay, Bull Shakes is okay, Black Jade is okay, and so are Gain, Yuga, Tekal, Luosha, Ander, and Steel Shield. When all members of our Council of Elders are leader-level powerhouses, how powerful will our Black Wasteland tribe be? This is a huge pie in the sky and a real incentive, because some people around them had already eaten the pancake. The existence of the for-profit Geta, Elder Genkai, Yelena, and Yuyina served as role models, inspiring everyone. Shax glanced at all the people in the tent and saw that their morale was rising, which reassured him. Elder, Yelena, select some bloodline warriors with excellent perception and eyesight from your ranks to form a sentinel regiment specifically to monitor enemies over the tribal territory. Although the tribe already possesses the Thunderhawk, what happens when the Thunderhawk is not around? Therefore, a sentry regiment to monitor enemies over the tribal territory must be formed immediately and put into use right away. Elder Genkai and Yelena both nodded, agreeing to this urgent plan. Shaxi thought for a moment and then shouted to the guardian troll outside the tent. Terminer, go and fetch Nadal for me. Yes, sir. Temmin shouted outside the tent. Then his footsteps faded into the distance as he went to call for reinforcements. Nadal was the chieftain of the Igor clan. After submitting to the Shakshi, he moved the Igor clan to the Black Wasteland City. The reason why Shaxi wanted to see Nadal was because the Igor clan currently had 3 hero-level flying monsters. Shaxi wanted to cram Nadal, his son Khufu, and a tribesman named Novus into the Sentinel Corps. The advantage of doing this is that it directly gives the Sentinel Regiment a certain reconnaissance capability. Yelena, the Sentinel Regiment, is now under your command. Keep a close eye on the 2 Wind Eagles and 1 Blood Vulture that the Igor clan currently possesses. Upon hearing this, Yelena's eyes brightened considerably. When Shaxi said he was optimistic about flying magical beasts, he secretly meant that he must sign a contract with the relevant personnel. So the purpose is obvious. Shaxi's words were directed at Jufu and Novus. If she had the Sentinel Corps at her disposal, she would be much more adept at gathering intelligence. After discussing the Sentinel Corps, Shaxi ordered everyone to strengthen the defenses of the city walls and the underground fissures. Enemies from the sky, I will have the Thunder Eagles on alert, and I will also be on high alert. If I am not in the tribe, the prophet, the elder, Yelena, the dark creatures from the ground, will have to rely on you. Finally, Shaxi gazed into the darkness outside the tent, his voice sounding somewhat distant. However, the elders inside the tent listened with a slightly heavy and worried tone. Chieftain, the cave spider queen says that she no longer needs ordinary dark source crystals. Elder Genkai, who was on duty at the underground fissure every day, was quite familiar with the situation of the crypt spider queen, Scarlet. Has Crimson reached its peak? Yes, Chieftain. Shaxi nodded, glanced at the Grand Elder, and met his gaze. Not bad. In this somber atmosphere, such news is more or less an encouragement. Chapter 194, A Fleeting Glance, The Bone Ballista. For the next 3 days, dark creatures swarmed outside Black Wasteland City, and battles broke out on the city walls constantly. Shaxi sat firmly in the chieftain's tent, like a pillar of stability, suppressing the tribe and calming the people's hearts. With its 2 main forces, the Cannon Fodder Regiment and the Cave Spiders, and a leader-level expert to oversee the situation, Black Wasteland City is as stable as a mountain. Where is Aya? Shaxi took a sip of beast blood wine and enjoyed the massage from his demon wife, Yuina. Medusa Aya is usually by Yuina's side, so Shaxi was a little curious when he didn't see Aya today. She went to the city wall. She's been working really hard these days to improve her own strength and that of the triangular python. Shax nodded without saying a word. Although Medusa was also a woman of the Shakshi, she also had the status of a slave and was not usually supported by the tribe. If Aya wants to obtain cultivation resources, she really has to rely on herself and the guardian monster, the triangular python. Fortunately, the triangular python was very helpful, and as long as Aya didn't encounter any leader-level dark creatures, she was not in any danger. If you can help, please help her as much as you can. Seriously, Medusa Aya, Shaxi can't keep an eye on everything right now. In the current situation, Shax has devoted all its resources to Crimson, the cave spider queen. Although Crimson has reached the pinnacle of heroic level, it is still necessary to continue providing the spider swarm with dark source crystals in order for them to truly become combat ready. Therefore, Shaxi has distributed all the dark source crystals and dark creature corpses obtained by the tribe to the cave spiders. The true power of a swarm of cave spiders only becomes apparent once a certain number of the strongest individuals among them have accumulated. Moreover, the burrowing spider swarms are responsible for guarding the unknown underground fissures, and Shaksha must continue to allocate resources to them. This resource shift will only occur when the crypt spider queen, Crimson, advances to the leader level before resources can be redirected to other members of her race. What about Rosie? All she does is sleep and eat. She never leaves the tent. Has there been any progress in potion cultivation? Not at the moment. Yuina shook her head. In fact, most of the preliminary preparations for cultivating the magic potion had already been completed. However, Rove was pulled away to enchant the city walls, which delayed the potion cultivation. Just when Law finally had some free time, the tribe was hit by a dark tide, so Yuina naturally dared not let Loth go out to cultivate potions. Especially after a few days ago, a leader-level flying dark creature appeared in the skies above the tribe. Yuina was even more afraid to let Luo Fu leave the tent. The beginning is always the hardest. The plan was great, but all sorts of difficulties always seemed to arise during its implementation. Shaxi had nothing to say about this. Shax reached out and pulled Yuna into his arms. Just as he was about to kiss her, a sharp alarm sounded in Black Wasteland City. At the same time, a powerful aura emanated from outside the city, and Shaxi instantly stood up from his seat like a spring. Not good. Both Shax and Yuna reacted quickly, and the couple rushed towards the Southgate City wall one after the other. Roar. However, when Shaxi and Yuna climbed the city wall, the oppressive aura of a leader-level powerhouse that had just appeared disappeared. Only the deep roars of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast and the merciless slaughter unfolded outside the city walls. What's going on? These words were, of course, spoken by Shaksha to the succubus Queen Yelena, who was guarding the area. I don't know either. The aura of that dark creature flashed by and then disappeared into the darkness in the distance. As a result, attacks from ordinary dark creatures became more frequent. Yelena recounted everything she had seen and thought in detail, then looked intently at Shaxi, hoping to gain some insights or inspiration from him. Meanwhile, Shax was gazing into the darkness in the distance. Shax's intuition told him that the dark creature hadn't fled because it sensed his presence. There must be something fishy going on here. After a moment, Shakushi withdrew his gaze, thought for a moment, and said, I can't figure out why either, but it's clear that the leader-level dark creature was very intelligent, unlike ordinary dark creatures that only knew how to charge and kill. Just in case, I'll stay here tonight and see. Yelena and Yuyina exchanged a glance and nodded without objection. Shax walked to the chair placed on the city wall, sat down, and pretended to be deep in thought with his eyes closed. This action means that you don't want to be disturbed. Meanwhile, Shuxi's mind had entered the ash platform and sent a message to his old friend, the wandering spirit Didi. Hey old friend, do you have any equipment or tools that can shoot down large monsters and beasts? Anything will do. A few minutes later, Ghost Dodd replied to the message. Those kinds of siege or defense machines. Yes. Shax didn't mince words and gave a simple, affirmative reply. Do you have any energy crystals? No. Shax didn't know what energy crystals were, so his replies were quick and short. This is getting a bit tricky. Most of my items require soul power and necromantic power to operate, and even the lower quality ones need to be inlaid with energy crystals. Just as Shaksha was about to give up, the wandering soul Dodd sent another message. Do you even look down on this low-grade stuff? Along with the information came some data and information. Bone Ballista. Type, triple arrow siege crossbow. Quality, silver. Description, the Bone Ballista is an item that was phased out in the old days of the Netherworld. Nevertheless, the Bone Ballista has an effective range of up to 2,000 meters and has a certain anti-air capability. This is something I discarded many years ago. If you like it, I'll give it to you. The bone crossbow cannot be loaded with supernatural arrows or equipped with magic arrows, so it's not very useful. Furthermore, you probably don't have the materials to make bone arrows, so you can only use wooden arrows instead, which will be much less powerful. Shuxi observed the attributes of the 3-arrow siege crossbow for a while. It was a silver-grade weapon, and he figured it was unlikely to be effective against a boss-level dark creature. However, it should be a powerful weapon against ordinary dark creatures. I want it all, however much you have. My city is under siege by monsters, so the more of this stuff, the better. Dodd the Wanderer had no idea how to handle Shuxi. He knew very well that time was precious during wartime. Moreover, between providing timely help and adding to someone's success, Dodd prefers the former because it involves a certain degree of gambling, which is more exciting and anticipated. 100 bone ballistae are all yours. As soon as the message was sent back, Ghost Dodi had already initiated a trade with Shaksha. How could Shax possibly refuse? He accepted the deal outright. Shuxi saw clearly that along with the bone ballistae, there were also 2,000 bone arrows in the trade. For the wandering soul Dodd, this might be a process of cleaning out his backpack. But for Shax, this is undoubtedly a big move. Chapter 195 Feeling at Ease, Turning Trash into Treasure. Great kindness needs no words of thanks. Shikessa wasn't so sentimental or pretentious. Of course, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and this principle applies to friendships as well. When in trouble, ask for help. This is how Shax defines a friend. So, Shuxi shamelessly continued to speak. You should have plenty of materials to repair the jade bone armor, right? Could you send me some too? The wandering spirit Didi remained silent and made no attempt to manipulate Shuxi. He sent over information about another item. Jade bone beads. Type, special minerals. Quality, gold. Description, these are bone beads from the spine of the White Bone clan, and they are quite mysterious. This is a good item, and it's also a material for repairing the jade bone armor. Just when Shuxi thought that the wandering soul Dodi would send him some, the wandering soul Dodi sent him a message instead. The jade bone bead is very precious. Trade it for a magic core. Shuxi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly relaxed. Shakespeare found Dodd's methods and approaches to handling relationships with friends quite acceptable and to his liking. So, Shax took out all the magic cores he had obtained during the last tribal beast tide and traded them over. You can decide how much to buy. A moment later, the wandering soul Dodi initiated a trade, exchanging 100 jade bone beads for Shuxi. Upon obtaining the jade bone bead, Shax immediately began repairing the jade bone armor on the spot. The Netherworld, the Throne of Bones. The wandering soul Dodi held a level 5 magic core in his hand, bit it into a piece, and chewed it slowly and contentedly. Even the gold-grade jade bone armor was shattered, so it seems that Luo Shanhai encountered a formidable enemy. Buying large siege engines and repair materials, this guy's life must be tough. This guy is interesting. He's accumulated so many magic cores in such a short time. His world must be very rich in resources. This thing is starting to resemble a blind box more and more. I can't wait. I don't know how much the bone ballista will help him, but that thing is definitely a bit of junk. Of course, The wandering soul DOD would not tell Shuxi that he had plenty of things like the jade bone beads, so many that he couldn't possibly use them all. After all, in the netherworld, the most casualties in every battle are the skeletal warriors. Therefore, selectively ripping off some saxophone users makes Yuan Dode feel at ease. Black Wasteland City, South Gate City Wall. Amid the astonished gazes of Yelena, Yeyina, and their subordinates, Shax took out his jade bone armor, which was now reduced to a single piece of breastplate. Then Shax placed the jade bone beads one by one onto the hard armor. At first, the jade bone armor absorbed the jade bone beads very slowly, but after absorbing about 20 beads, the speed began to increase, and it became faster and faster. Half an hour later, a brand new set of jade bone armor appeared on Shax. The bone material was pitch black, and the overall look was much colder. Shuxi, what is this? Shax put away the jade bone armor and pulled his demon wife, Yeyina, who had come forward to ask questions, into his arms. The repaired jade bone armor reminded me of some special bone beads I had found before, which turned out to be effective in repairing the jade bone armor. After giving a brief explanation, Shuxi changed the subject. Next, under the pretext of inspection, Shax took the opportunity to visit the forbidden area behind Crocodile Turtle Valley and retrieved 100 bone ballistae and 2,000 bone arrows. Shuxi picked up a bone arrow and examined it for a while, then became quite disappointed. Aside from some special hero-level monsters, bones of this quality are extremely rare. As expected, the resources of the Black Waste Forest were indeed insufficient for the mass production of bone arrows. This batch of bone ballistae can only temporarily alleviate the situation. If the arrows were made of wood, their power would definitely be greatly reduced. As for the iron arrowheads, let's forget about them. Iron is a scarce resource in the entire northern region. Even among the troops of the Shuxi, most wore leather armor, and only about 5,000 wore bone armor. Shuxi sighed, turned, and walked out of the cave, preparing to have Yelena retrieve the 100 bone ballistae and place them on the city wall for use. Just as Shuxi was about to leave the cave, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. Can these bone ballistae be enchanted? If it can be enchanted, even a wooden arrow will definitely be more powerful. Shax thought about it more and more and felt that this method was feasible, so he quickly left the place and rushed to his tent in the northern area of Black Wasteland City. After a long while, Shuxi lifted the curtain and went into the tent. Saintess Raph, who was huddled under an animal skin for warmth, poked her head out in surprise, her face showing a hint of doubt. Master, aren't you on duty? Shuxi gave a soft, guessing that Luo Fu under the animal skin probably wasn't wearing much clothing, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. What happened next was beyond description. After the tide rose and fell, Shuxi received some disheartening news. The Flower Garland clan had used up all the potions specifically for enchanting, and Rove was also unable to enchant the bone ballista. Shakespeare's idea of dying before achieving his goal left him extremely frustrated. Master, if we're talking about enchanting, wouldn't the snake woman work too? However, her enchantment cannot last long and consumes a lot of her magic power. Upon hearing this, Shuxi's recently extinguished thoughts resurfaced. So Shuxi stood up and prepared to leave. Luo Fu quickly grabbed Shax and helped him put on his leather armor piece by piece. Stay in the tent and don't go out. It's safe here. Lof was quite happy to receive Shuxi's concern, especially since they had just made love. Her whole body radiated an indescribable glow. Shax nodded, turned, and walked out of the tent. In fact, Shax wasn't lying. The chieftain's tent was the safest place in Black Wasteland City. Don't be fooled by the fact that the trolls' tents are made of animal hides. These tents have special functions. The tents of the troll race can gather elements, increasing the elemental density of the surrounding environment, which is beneficial for cultivation. Secondly, the chieftain's tent is actually a mysterious item with special protective capabilities. To be precise, it was a fur banner erected on top of the chieftain's tent, a special item. This was a secret that Shuxi only discovered after he became the clan leader, and the animal skin banner was moved from his elder brother Jelil's tent to Shuxi's tent. This is a secret known only to the clan leader, and it is also a secret of the troll race. The animal hide banner atop the chieftain's tent is a tribal artifact. Since learning of the existence of the clan artifact, Shuxi has felt at ease about the two items in his possession. The first item was the mysterious tower, and the second item was the statue that absorbed the power of faith. Shax believes that the uses and purposes of these unknown items will become clear once he reaches a higher level of strength. Once outside the tent, Shuxi, leading his guardian troll, hurried towards the south gate of the city wall. Shuxi's idea was simple. He wanted Yelena to bring out the bone ballista so that Aya could test it directly on the city wall and see if she could enchant it. If the enchantment is successful, even if the arrow is made of wood, it will still have some petrifying ability. By then, the Shuxi will have been transformed from waste into treasure. Chapter 196, Luring and Dispersing. The battle begins instantly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shuxi sat comfortably in the chieftain's tent, quite pleased with himself. Half a day ago, Medusa Aya had already completed all the enchantments on the bone ballista. Shax fired a test shot, and the attack effect of the bone ballista was excellent. The reason it took 2.5 days to enchant was because Aya's own magic power was limited, and she could only enchant the white bone ballista intermittently. Get some rest. Don't go to the city wall. Just leave the triangular python there. Maintaining the enchantment effects of those bone ballistae will earn you rewards from the tribe. Medusa Aya stood behind Shuxi, massaging his shoulders. Master, Aya understands. All right, take a break. As he spoke, Shuxi pulled Medusa Aya into his arms. Aya's body was as soft as water, and she naturally nestled into Shakespeare's arms. Looking at the slightly aloof yet sometimes gentle and weak snake woman before him, Shikshita's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he forcefully kissed her. After a series of kisses, Medusa Aya's face was flushed, and she dared not open her eyes to look at Shuxi, so she had no choice but to obediently close her eyes to recover her magic. Phew! Just as the atmosphere and mood were about to reach a new level, the high-pitched cry of the Thunder Eagle came from high above, followed by the sharp alarm of Black Wasteland City. Stay inside the tent and don't go out. Shax reacted incredibly quickly. After putting Medusa Aya down from his arms, he asked a few words of concern and then rushed out of the tent. Shuxi's lips trembled, and he made a sound similar to that of a thunder eagle. A dark shadow flashed across the sky, and Shuxi took a running start and lightly leaped onto the back of Thunder Eagle. Evans, the enemy has appeared again. Yes, Your Majesty, it is hiding in the skies above our territory. The flames of the spears will instantly appear in Shuxi's hand. Shuxi scanned the surrounding darkness, but there was no trace of the enemy. Sir, do we need to dispel the fog over our territory? Disperse. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the dark sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared in an instant. Electricity crackled and hissed. The strange scene from a few days ago reappeared. The sky was dyed a dark blue, and starlight like dust drifted down, both beautiful and eerie. Big brother, is it over there? A huge black shadow flashed in the distance. As Thunder Eagle alerted Shuxi, it had already flapped its wings and given chase. In Black Wasteland City, the battle erupted instantly, reaching its climax immediately. From the distant, dark forest, countless dark creatures burst forth, relentlessly assaulting the walls of Black Wasteland City. Dark demons, dark night walkers, blind spiders, tentacle monsters, black serpents, and underground worms, dark creatures both familiar and unfamiliar, swept in like a sudden, violent tide. Roar! The terrifying force even startled the dozing abyssal tyrannoman. The abyssal tyrannoman opened its massive jaws and roared as it tore through the darkness. Its enormous eyes reflected the endless creatures of darkness. Gradually, the abyssal tyrannoman's eyes became bloodshot as it relentlessly charged forward. At the south gate, Elder Yelena was already standing on the city wall, watching the monster rush out of the darkness in the distance. Even though she had participated in the invasion of all races, Yelena's heart couldn't help but tremble. Archers and ballistae, prepare. Yelena issued orders and prepared to command the battle. Just then, a monstrous roar echoed from the darkness in the distance. Thump, thump, thump. A phantom spider, resembling a blind spider, darted out of the dense forest and roared at the abyss Tyrannosaurus. Leader-level dark creature. The thing that Yelena feared most has happened. What about the saxophone? Yelena turned her head and glanced at her younger sister, Yelena, who had suddenly appeared beside her. Up there, Thunderhawk just sounded an alarm. That butterfly must have appeared over our territory again. Yelena looked up at the beautiful, deep blue sky, but couldn't find a single figure of Shuxi. Forget about the sides, let's worry about the big guy in front of us. Yelena stared at the illusion spider, which was already entangled with the abyssal tyrannoman, and didn't know how to help. That giant butterfly was definitely bait. It lured away the Shuxi and Thunderhawk, so that the giant spider could attack the city with its full force. Bang! Just as Yelena finished speaking, the ground in the plaza in the southern part of Black Wasteland City was suddenly lifted up, and stone slabs flew everywhere. A massive, beetle-like dark earth-armored beast burst forth from the ground, followed by a large number of dark night walkers. Without a doubt, this is yet another leader-level dark creature. Oops. Tekel, hurry to the underground fissure and inform the Grand Elder and the Prophet to come and help. At this moment, even Elder Yelena's voice trembled slightly. If you include the black swallowtail butterfly in the sky, the number of leader-level dark creatures surrounding Black Wasteland City has reached 3. Nadal, lead the Sentinel Corps and quickly clear out those dark creatures that have invaded Black Wasteland. Yes, sir. After the order was given, Yelena turned to look at her younger sister, Yelena. I'll lead the attack, you support. We must hold off this monster until the Grand Elder and the Prophet arrive. Yelena took out her weapon, nodded, and said nothing. Whoosh. 2 figures with almost identical appearances and figures transformed into 2 black shadows and charged towards the dark earth armor beast that had broken into the Black Wasteland City. The dark earth armored beast has a pair of tentacles that are about 20 meters long and resemble whips. Wherever the tentacles passed, the bloodline warriors of the Black Wasteland were instantly ripped apart. Even more terrifying is that the dark earth armor beast has a pair of claws that open and close with an extremely ferocious appearance. Honestly, even after rising to the leader level, Yelena still didn't know how to face such a dark creature. Even though they are both at the leader level, the difference in physical strength and physical advantages is simply too great. Yelena, who was standing a little further away, opened her mouth and began to chant a strange song, which was her exclusive illusion, mind deception. Under the influence of this illusion, although the dark armored beast was majestic and rampaging, it did not cause any real damage to the succubus Queen Yelena. The situation remained deadlocked, with chaos erupting both inside and outside the city. Fortunately, when Yelena joined the battle, there were some arrangements in place. The bloodline warriors on the city wall continuously released arrows, spears, and crossbow bolts, barely suppressing the dark creatures that were sweeping in. In this process, the white bone ballista that the wandering soul DoD gave to the Shakshi played a crucial role. After the bone arrows were used up, the sharpened wooden arrows also demonstrated tremendous attack power. Especially when monsters are close, the power of the bone ballista is devastating, tearing apart everything in its path. Chapter 197. You're too late. Misty Demon Realm. Boom. Thunderhawk Evans unleashed a chain of lightning bolts, striking the giant butterfly in front of him. The butterfly, too, was transformed into a wisp of black smoke in a chain of lightning. The black smoke was blasted away, leaving nothing in the air. Hey, this guy's acting weird. He's disappeared again. Shax frowned and glanced at the Black Wasteland City below. Blood and fire mingled, roars and horns blared, and the entire Black Wasteland City was thrown into chaos. Especially after sensing the anger emanating from Abyssal Tyrannoman, Setsuki felt a slight sense of unease for some reason. Evans, fly down. Let's go help Abyssal Tyrannoman. Upon hearing this, Thunder Eagle Evans began to descend in altitude and swooped down toward the south gate of Black Wasteland City. At the same time, Shuxi took out a throwing spear and hurled it at the illusionary spider below. Shaxu and Abyssal Tyrannoman were connected in spirit, and Shaxu knew that it had fallen into an illusion. Meanwhile, the illusion spider was lurking not far from the Abyss Tyrannosaurus beast, constantly spinning its web in an attempt to bind it. The spear descended from the sky at incredible speed, giving the illusion spider little time to react. The illusion spider extended 2 spider legs, attempting to block the rapidly approaching spear. Bang! The spear thrown by Shuxi shattered the 2 spider legs of the illusion spider. However, the illusion spider escaped a fatal blow as a result. A loud explosion rang out, shattering the dream woven by the illusion spider. The Abyssal Tyrannoman let out a low roar and charged towards the illusion spider. High in the sky, just as Shuxi was about to make another move, Thunderhawk Evans issued another warning. Hey, that butterfly has reappeared, and it keeps creating a fog. Shax exclaimed in surprise and looked up at Black Wasteland City, where a giant butterfly was fluttering. Damn it! Is it trying to create a super large illusion? Shax was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was going on. Evans, go after it. This time we can't let it get away. Call out. As he spoke, Shuxi had already thrown a spear at the black swallowtail butterfly. Call out. This time, the black swallowtail butterfly did not disappear like smoke, but instead leaped up and down to dodge the spear of the Kshatriya. Upon seeing this scene, Setsukushi's eyes lit up. This is the real one. Thunderhawk Evans also noticed this, and after letting out a cry, he gave chase. You're late. A gentle, maternal female voice rang in Shakespeare's ear, her tone tinged with a hint of smugness. My starry illusion has been activated, and your people will soon be completely devoured. Before anyone knew it, The black swallowtail butterfly had turned its head, its huge, jet-black compound eyes fixed on Shaxi. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Shax did not launch an attack, allowing Thunderhawk Evans to accelerate towards Black Butterfly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shaxi also wanted to extract some information about dark creatures and dark tides. Unfortunately, the black swallowtail butterfly did not answer Shaxi's question, but instead turned around and fled. "Big brother, Chase." Shaxi glanced down at Black Wasteland City, where the Succubus twin sisters, the Grand Elder, and the Prophet resided. For leader-level powerhouses were enough, Shaxi chose to trust them. Roar. Unable to receive further assistance from Xerox, Abyssal Greymon is once again in trouble. The illusion spider wove another dream, trapping Abyssal Tyrannoman within it, and continued to spin spider silk around Abyssal Tyrannoman. However, this time Abyssal Greymon did not behave as violently as before. Suddenly, waves of abyssal demonic energy, as black as ink, began to emanate from the Abyssal Tyrannoman. Where demonic energy shrouds the area, it is pitch black. This is not darkness in the ordinary sense, but a demonic realm. This is another hidden move by Abyssal Tyrannoman Osipic, Misty Domain. Wherever the demonic realm is shrouded, all enemies lose their sight, hearing, and smell, and can only act on instinct. When the Abyssal Tyrannoman advanced to the boss level, it comprehended the Abyssal Flame Dragon Cannon from the Abyssal Spirit Core it devoured. However, apart from Shaxu, no one knew that when Abyssal Tyrannoman advanced to the boss level, it had already mastered a boss-level skill, Misty Domain. The Misty Demon Realm was originally a trump card that Shax kept hidden, a secret move used to kill enemies without their knowledge in the right circumstances. Unexpectedly, they were forced out by the dark creature Illusion Spider. Although trapped in the illusion of the Illusion Spider, Abyssal Greymon also released the Misty Domain, which trapped the Illusion Spider as well. In other words, both Abyssal Tyrannoman and Illusion Spider are attacking each other based on their sensory abilities. In this predicament, it is not the Abyssal Tyrannosaurus or the Illusion Spider that suffer, but the dark creatures in the surrounding area. Inside Black Wasteland City, a quarter of an hour ago, the Succubus Queen Yelena hovered near the Dark Earth Armor Beast, and with the assistance of Yelena, launched a series of attacks on it. However, the attack power of the Succubus Queen Yelena was negligible to the Dark Earth Armor Beast, which possessed a thick shell. Fortunately, the Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai, who were stationed near the underground fissure, arrived after hearing the news and rescued Yelena from the battle. "What a huge beetle!" Elder Genkai exclaimed in surprise and rushed out with his spiked club. The Prophet Gata also took out his stone axe and rushed over. Elder Steel Armor was more agile. After dodging the lashes from the Dark Earth Armor Beast's tentacles, he slammed his spiked club hard into the beast's carapace, barely managing to create a dent. The dark armored beast, in pain, swung its pincers and attacked Elder Steel Armor, attempting to cleave the Elder in two. Bang! The Prophet Gata arrived just in time, wielding his stone axe and clashing with the massive pincers of the Dark Earth Armored Beast, resulting in a draw. "Elder, this guy is a bit troublesome. He's incredibly strong. Be careful." Elder Genkai dodged the tentacle that lashed out from the air once again and roared loudly. "Prophet, let's attack it from both the front and the back." Good. Thus, Prophet Gata and Elder Steelk joined the battle and engaged in a fierce fight with the Dark Earth Armor Beast. "You stay here to assist the Grand Elder and the Prophet. I'll go to the city wall to direct the battle. You must keep the overall situation stable." Good. Yelena nodded and agreed to her sister Yelena's arrangement. However, less than 5 minutes after Yelena left, countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Wherever the starlight passed, all the bloodline warriors of Black Wasteland City were trapped in an illusion. No, this is a large-scale illusion. By the time Yelena realized what was happening, more than 10 seconds had passed. Within those 10 seconds, the bloodline warriors of the Cannon Fodder Regiment suffered heavy casualties, and a large number of tentacle monsters took the opportunity to climb the walls of Black Wasteland City. Chapter 198 Elegy of the Soul, A Woman's Lament. Even the Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai were affected by the illusion. Thud. Smack. Both the Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai were struck by the Dark Earth Armor Beast, and both suffered minor injuries. Close your eyes and listen to my voice. This is a dream, a bubble, an endless illusion. Who is still resisting in the abyss? This is a lament for the soul passed down by the Succubus clan. The lead singer was the demon wife, Yelena. Yelena's singing voice is as melodious as a wind chime and as gentle as a spring breeze. However, this melodious and gentle singing voice, like the resounding voice of heaven and earth, or the sigh of the soul, echoed in the hearts of every bloodline warrior of the Black Wilderness tribe. The first to awaken from the illusion were the Succubus clan members. Upon hearing the familiar song, they joined in the singing. Slowly, the sound grew louder and deeper. The clansmen who were trapped in the illusion gradually recovered. Kill them. After we recover, the real battle will begin. The tentacle monsters on the city wall were immediately countered and killed one by one. Especially after the succubus queen Yelena climbed the city wall, the speed at which these tentacle monsters were killed increased even further. At the same time, Yelena's appearance calmed the uneasy hearts of the bloodline warriors considerably. Neo Handy and Hey Yuzai, take your teams and clear out the tentacle monsters that have climbed onto the city wall. Gain and Yuga, organize the archers, spearmen, and ballistae, and execute a 3-stage firing pattern. The arrows must not stop flowing, and suppress these damned dark creatures. Tekal and Luosha, drive away the cannon fodder regiment members, and guard every beacon tower. The arrival of Elder Deacon Yelena truly brought peace of mind. And after issuing a series of orders, the attacks of the tribal warriors became more organized. Although the attacks from a small number of tribesmen were still somewhat chaotic, they were significantly better than before. The dark creatures that had already charged onto the city walls were also forcefully suppressed. Tykel, where's the medicinal oil I asked you to prepare? Sprinkle it all out and burn all the dark creatures beneath the city walls. Upon hearing the order, the kobold Tekal called out, Master, and obeyed. He then hurriedly instructed his kobolds to carry the medicinal oil out of the inner room on the city wall, preparing to burn it all the way down. Whoosh whoosh. The medicinal oil ignited instantly, and a raging fire began to spread along the city walls, once again suppressing the dark creatures' engulfing momentum. The medicated oil was ignited, which made things much easier for the bloodline warriors guarding the city walls. East of Black Wasteland City, in the area of the underground Fissure City Wall, Crimson Queen of the Cave Spiders, along with Dels, Ander, and Steel Shield, were assigned here to guard this section of the city wall. As they watched the raging fire at the south gate and the deafening roars of the leader-level powerhouses, they felt a mixture of anxiety and fervor. Elder Dels, are we just supposed to wait here? Yes, the fighting is clearly getting intense at the south gate. Otherwise, let's go over and provide support. It was Ander and Steel Shield who were speaking. Their tribe had suddenly been swept away by a large number of dark creatures, and they didn't want to just stand by and watch. How foolish. The Elder and the Prophet instructed us to guard this place, but we have all gone there. What if this place falls? Can you afford to take on this responsibility? Ender and Steel Shield wanted to say something, but it was too late, because Crimson, the Crypt Spider Queen, spoke. Instead of worrying about our people over there, we should be more concerned about ourselves. See that? A wave of dark creatures has already detoured and is heading this way. Prepare for battle. After saying this, Crimson, the Queen of the Cave Spiders, made a squeaking sound, and then a large number of cave spiders crawled out from the cracks in the ground and guarded the city walls. As for Dels, Ander, and Steel Shield, they had already rushed out, urging the tribe's bloodline warriors to quickly prepare to defend the city. Chaos. This is a complete mess. From the start of the battle, Black Wasteland City was on the defensive. It was obvious that the traces of a large number of dark creatures had been concealed by illusions created by the combined efforts of the illusion spiders and black swallowtail butterflies. The black swallowtail butterflies' several appearances were not only attracting the attention of Thunder Eagle and Shax, but also gradually setting up a large-scale illusion array. Rumble. In the sky, above the clouds, Thunder Eagle unleashed another chain of lightning bolts, the current leaping out and striking the black swallowtail butterfly. However, the black swallowtail butterfly was not injured. What was damaged was its huge wing, which had been blasted with a large hole. Although it was just a few large holes, it greatly affected the black swallowtail butterfly's flight speed. Moreover, Shuxy's senses were very sharp. He noticed that the black swallowtail butterfly's balance was not as stable as before, and its strange flight trajectory was also affected. So, Shuxy took out another throwing spear and threw it with both hands. Sizzle. The spear came swiftly with a whistling sound that seemed to cut through everything and plunged deep into the abdomen of the black swallowtail butterfly. Hiss. However, to Shakus' surprise, the spear that hit the black swallowtail did not explode. Instead, it caused the black swallowtail to bleed black blood continuously. That membrane on the big butterfly must be something special. Shakus' eyes became much more indifferent. With its wings injured and its abdomen struck by Shuxy, the black swallowtail butterfly was certain to die. If you chase me, your entire clan will be devoured. That gentle voice rang out again. its tone carrying both admonition and urgency, along with fear. Shaxi didn't speak, but took out a long spear and aimed it at the black swallowtail butterfly again. If you go back now, you might still be able to save your people. Shax realized that the black swallowtail butterfly, seeing that it couldn't escape, was actually trying to persuade Shax. Black swallowtail butterfly wanted to use the lives of the Black Wasteland people to threaten Shax in order to gain a chance to escape. Shaxi chuckled and thrust the spear forward once more. Sizzle! The black swallowtail butterfly shifted its body, using its wings to block the spear that was bound to hit its abdomen. However, because of this, the black swallowtail butterfly's wings were damaged again, and its flight path became erratic. Evans. This is an opportunity to kill the eerie black swallowtail butterfly. Thunderhawk Evans reacted quickly, spitting out a bolt of lightning that instantly struck the black swallowtail butterfly. After letting out a woman's wail, the black swallowtail butterfly plummeted to the ground. The woman's voice surprised Shaxi, but the butterfly in front of him was a creature of darkness, and Shaxi would not hold back his killing intent and show any mercy. Instead, Shaxi took out another spear and threw it in the direction where the black swallowtail butterfly had fallen. Boom! A violent explosion rang out in the darkness. Thunder eagles circled twice in midair before swooping down. Shaxi, holding the flames of will upside down, jumped off the thunder eagle's back and leaned towards the black swallowtail butterfly's body. Chapter 199 Escaping Danger, a cornered beast fights. Looking at the lifeless butterfly corpse before him, Shaxi took out the curved knife from his waist, cut open its head, and found a piece of pure dark source crystal. After carefully storing the dark source crystal, Shaxi immediately wanted to turn around and go back. For some reason, Shakespeare always felt that something was wrong, that something was not right. Then, Shaxi turned around, handed out the spear in his hand, and plunged it into the corpse of the black swallowtail butterfly. The Spear of Will's flames has been enhanced by Rove's enchantment, making its flames more powerful and easier to ignite enemies. Coax. A flame erupted from the black swallowtail butterfly's corpse, and Shaxi instinctively took a few steps back. However, it was these few steps that allowed Shaxi to escape danger. Pop! A strange sound wave emanated from within the black swallowtail butterfly's corpse, and a bewitchingly beautiful face shot directly at the spot where Kshatriya had just stood. If Shaxi hadn't taken a few steps back, that strange, beautiful face would have already entered Shaxi's body. Fortunately, none of this happened. The strange, beautiful face burned in the raging flames, emitting sharp, agonizing screams. I remember your scent, and I will come again. A moment later, the strange, beautiful face stopped wailing and spoke in a gentle, maternal voice. At the same time, the gradually distorted face of the beautiful woman stared silently at Shaxi amidst the flames, eerie and chilling. Just as Shax was about to try and get information out of her, the beautiful face had already turned into a wisp of flame and vanished completely. No wonder it was so strange. It turned out to be a phantom of will. Only now did Shax realize the strangeness of the beautiful face. It turned out to be that butterfly, a dark creature controlled by the phantom of a Lord-level powerhouse's will. In other words, I've been targeted by an unknown Lord-level dark creature? The moment the thought crossed Shakushi's mind, he couldn't help but shudder. However, after that, Shaxi was extremely excited, and a sense of pride inexplicably rose in his heart. Hunting down a Lord-level powerhouse, what a crazy idea. Shax collected his thoughts, put away the ashes chest on the ground, and looked up to greet the Thunder Eagle overhead. Evans, we should go back. Thunderhawk Evans let out a cry and swooped down. Shaxi leaped lightly and returned to the back of the Thunder Eagle. Black Wasteland City, Inner City. Bang! The stone axe in the Prophet Gada's hand clashed with the pair of pincers of the Dark Earth armored beast, creating a deafening explosion and sparks flying everywhere. Behind the Dark Earth armor beast, Elder Steel Armor once again dodged the whip-like tentacles that were lashing out, and swung his spiked club, smashing it into the Dark Earth armor beast's carapace. After numerous fierce battles, even the Dark Armored Beast, caught in a pincer attack by Prophet Gada and Elder Steel Armor, was on the verge of death. The back of the Dark Earth armor beast, in particular, was smashed to pieces by the Elder's spiked club. Other weapons might not be able to penetrate this kind of crustacean defense, but for a spiked club, it's exactly what it needs. The spiked club in Elder Steel Kai's hand is the most powerful weapon to shatter this defensive shell. Moreover, with the demon wife Yuina assisting her, illusions and mental confusion are released, affecting the Dark Earth armor beast's judgment in various ways. In other words, This leader-level Dark Earth armor beast in the inner city will eventually be killed by the combined efforts of Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai. This scene was also witnessed by Shuxi, who had returned to Black Wasteland City. With victory in sight, Shuxi stopped paying attention to Black Wasteland City and instead turned his attention to the illusion spider and abyss Tyrannosaurus beast outside the city. The succubus's song has the power to dispel illusions. After Hyena took the lead in chanting, the succubus Queen Yulina specially arranged for a group of succubi to chant nonstop. At this moment, the illusion of the illusion spider was broken, and the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast was hiding in the misty demon realm, slaughtering the illusion spider. However, the illusion spider had previously spit out a large amount of spider silk, and relying on those exceptionally strong spider silks, the illusion spider frequently escaped from the jaws of the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast. To be honest, Shuxi has no plans to go down and help for the time being, because the battlefield is relatively stable. Moreover, these two battles were good opportunities for Gata the Prophet, Elder Steel Kai, Yuina, and Abyssal Greymon to hone their skills. Especially for Yuina, who recently rose to the rank of leader, this kind of battle is even more necessary. The existence of the Kshatriyas is to deal with any unexpected events that may occur on the battlefield. The Kshatriyas patrolling the sky are the greatest safeguard for Black Wasteland City. Of course, this kind of protection must be made clear to the clan members, so that they know that someone is there to protect them and to keep things under control. Therefore, Shuxi urged the Thunder Eagle to lower its flight altitude and emitted a high-pitched eagle cry. Thunder Eagle's figure always flashes towards the area where dark creatures are most concentrated, accompanied by a series of chain lightning bolts. After Thunderhawk began clearing out and suppressing the dark creatures, the bloodline warriors on the city wall faced significantly less pressure. Lightning is a Thunderhawk. The clan leader has returned. We're about to win if we take down these dark creatures. Chieftain, Shakespeare. Listening to the various cheers from her people on the city wall, the succubus Queen Yelena looked up at the thunder eagles that were flashing and darting across the battlefield, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The appearance of Thunder Eagle means that Shuxi is back. The return of the Shuxi means that the enemy has either been killed or escaped. Either way, it's a good thing. The battle did not stop with the arrival of the Cassius. Instead, it entered into a fierce struggle of suppression and counterattack. Roar. Within the misty demon realm, the abyss Tyrannosaurus beast bit off one of the illusion spider's legs with 2 bites and swallowed it. The abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast, its enormous pupils filled with bloodshot veins and murderous intent, lurked in the demon realm and once again charged at the illusion spider. The illusion spider let out a desperate roar. Ever since its spider silk was all bitten off by the abyss Tyrannosaurus, the illusion spider has been trapped in a desperate situation. Roar. The illusion spider, now missing 4 legs, moved increasingly slowly and had no way to avoid the attacks of abyssal Tyrannomen. Finally, the illusion spider launched its last counterattack. Like a giant facehugger, it pounced on the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, trying to get close and make a final struggle. Unfortunately, Abyssal Greymon not only possesses a terrifyingly large mouth, but also sharp short claws and a giant tail. Snap! With a flick of its massive tail, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast sent the illusion spider flying. Immediately afterwards, the abyssal Tyrannoman approached the illusion spider with thunderous footsteps and began to bite. A few minutes later, the illusion spider lay motionless, completely dead. Upon witnessing this scene, Shaktora, standing atop Thunderhawk, stopped Abyss Greymon from continuing to devour the corpse of the illusion spider. Chapter 200 Valuable Military Achievements, Supply and Feedback. Just kidding. If the dark source crystal on the illusion spider were devoured by the abyss Tyrannosaurus, Shuxi would cry himself to death on the battlefield. After Thunderhawk swooped down, Shax landed on the ground and came to the side of abyssal Tyrannoman. Well done. Shuxi reached out and patted the abyssal Tyrannoman's large, ingratiating head, then pulled out his curved sword and began rummaging through the corpse of the illusion spider. 3 minutes later, Shuxi found a dark source crystal in the upper half of the illusion spider's corpse. That wasn't the only find. During the search, Shaksha also discovered an Ash's treasure chest hidden at the very bottom. This big guy is yours. Shuxi put away the Ash treasure chest, pointed to the corpse of the illusion spider, and gestured for the abyss Tyrannoman to continue enjoying its prey. The abyssal Tyrannoman roared and opened its massive jaws to tear at something. A moment later, the abyssal Tyrannosaurus, having devoured the fattest parts of the illusion spider, roared to the sky and charged out. And Shuxi returned to the back of the Thunderhawk once again. This time, Shuxi drove the Thunder Eagle to fly eastward, and the underground fissure area was also swept up by dark creatures. Fortunately, the crypt spider Queen Scarlet was stationed here, and countless crypt spiders resisted on the front line, resulting in very few losses for the tribe's bloodline warriors. Master, you've arrived. As Shaxi landed on the city wall, Crimson, the cave spider queen, was drawing her bow and shooting an arrow. Her eyes and brows revealed a cold, arrogant, and violent expression. Shaxi stood on the city wall, holding his spear upside down in his right hand, facing the swarming dark creatures with an indifferent expression. Can it hold up? Master, rest assured, as long as no big creatures come to my side, with the help of other tribesmen, all these dark creatures will become food for my people. Shax nodded, looking into the darkness in the distance, and suddenly gave a task to the crypt spider queen, Scarlet. Exterminate the dark creatures with all your might, and end this battle as soon as possible. Then lead your people through the secret passage to assist the people of the South Gate in defending Black Wasteland City. The 2 leader-level dark creatures have been killed. It's time to show all your clansmen the strength of your crypt spider clan. Let the people of the tribe know that you are worthy of my full support and training. Upon hearing this, Crimson, the queen of the cave spiders, paused for a moment. Then her eyes grew brighter and brighter. She turned to look at Shaxu and suddenly pounced on him. I knew it. Master loves little Scarlet. Shaxi reached out and pressed down on the face of the spider queen, Scarlet, who was lunging at him, stopping the huge creature from trying to climb on him. Outside the Southgate city wall, there is the corpse of a leader-level illusion spider. Let your people collect it. The spider queen's crimson eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she was so excited that she couldn't wait to go and collect the corpses of the illusion spiders. Master, rest assured, Crimson will definitely not let you down. Shax nodded, then suddenly leaped onto the back of the swooping Thunder Eagle. Just moments ago, Thunder Eagle suppressed the dark creatures in this area, greatly reducing the difficulty for the cave spiders. As Shaxi and Thunder Eagle flew away, the crypt spider queen, Crimson, hissed. The next moment, more burrowing spiders crawled out of the cracks in the ground. Clearly, Crimson did not summon all of her subjects in the previous battle. The purpose of Shaxi's visit was already a reminder to Crimson that if she wanted to obtain leader-level resources, she had to make the tribe see her value and see her contributions to the tribe. In other words, the Crystal Spider Queen Crimson will definitely receive a Dark Source Crystal during this attack by the dark creatures. The Spider Queen Scarlet is very clever. She has already thought of these things and grasped the key to them. Her value and war achievements are what she must present now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless burrowing spiders crawled out, not only defending the city walls, but also launching a counterattack. From midair, looking down at the whole situation, Shax discovered that the battle in Black Wasteland City had subsided, and he could not sense the aura of the Dark Earth Armor Beast. In this situation, there is only one possibility. The Dark Earth Armor Beast has been killed by the combined efforts of Prophet Gata, Elder Steel Kai, and Yuena. Shaxi shifted his gaze outward and saw the abyssal Tyrannosaurus beast rampaging through the tide of dark creatures outside the city. We finally held on. Although countless dark creatures were still attacking the city from outside, Shaxi had already secured victory. However, the closer we get to the final stage, the more vigilant we must be. Shikesa understood this principle. Therefore, Shaxi rode his Thunder Eagle to patrol the area, not only to protect his people, but also to guard against potential enemies in the sky. 2 hours later, the battle in the underground fissure area ended ahead of schedule. The Spider Queen Scarlet, along with her people, used the previously dug tunnels to circle behind the dark creatures and cut off their endless stream. Several more hours passed, and the pressure on the South Gate gradually decreased until the fighting subsided. The dark creatures outside the city continued to pour in. After the tribesmen had regrouped, they went to support the cave spiders. Shaxi, holding his spear upside down, landed on the city wall and briefly described the battle taking place in the darkness outside the city. Upon hearing this, Yelena, the Prophet Gata, and Elder Genkai, who had gathered around, finally understood why the dark creatures' attacks were getting weaker and weaker. Elder Deacon Yelena grasped the overall situation, immediately understood the situation, and made arrangements accordingly. Neo Handi, Jain, Yujia, Haizai, Tikir, and Luosha, lead your teams in 3 groups from the left, center, and right to aid the cave spider clan outside the city. Upon hearing this, the senior council elders all accepted the order and left. Moments later, a large number of bloodline warriors left Black Wasteland City to aid the cave spider clan. Are you all alright? After receiving news from Thunderhawk that the battle situation had stabilized, Shaksha breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to ask Prophet Gata and Elder Genkai. Elder, Prophet, are you alright? It's nothing, just some minor injuries. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Fine. Both Prophet Geta and Elder Genkai shook their heads. To be honest, the two of them, together with Yuina, fought against the Dark Earth Armor Beast. Apart from the initial panic, it wasn't actually that difficult. Especially after adapting to the Dark Earth Armor Beast's fighting rhythm, it became incredibly easy. Shucksy, this was left behind by the Dark Earth Armor Beast. Elder Genkai took a wooden box from his storage bag, the stomach pouch of the cuckoo bird, and handed it to Shax. Without even opening it, Shucksy knew that it contained a leader-level Dark Source crystal. Shax took the wooden box, nodded, and didn't say anything like thank you. Because this is what they, as the pillars of the tribe, should do. The tribe provides for them, and they give back to the tribe. It's that simple.